Your mother is the supreme red dragon. Your father is the evil black dragon. And you are the rare young candle dragon emperor that appears once in a million years. Yet, despite this, your parents still want to go to great lengths to kill you, simply because you have a fraternal twin brother. The habit of dragons is to raise only one offspring per birth. If more than 2 dragon eggs are produced, they will eat the one with the worst appearance. A double yellow dragon egg is a rare occurrence in 100 years. Although your parents did not eat you, they still provided you with another path to death. They even glorified it by saying that one child is enough for them. They enjoy the process, and the result is just an accessory. Thus, your parents directly threw you into the most dangerous monster dungeon in eastern Sichuan, leaving you to fend for yourself. As the thunderous sound of the door closing completely echoed, the last ray of light from the outside world and the figures of your parents vanished completely from your sight. At this moment, in the dark and damp level 0 of the dungeon, only the sound of dripping stalactites and the frantic beating of your heart, like an electric motor, remained. The moment the door closed, countless scarlet gazes shot from the unfathomable depths of the dungeon. These lecherous looks made you, as a candle dragon, shiver several times, and even your dragon's flower tightened uncontrollably. The dungeon is a slum for monsters, where resources are scarce, and the most abundant survival resource for monsters is other monsters, even newborn cubs. For the monsters in the dungeon, a newborn dragon cub is undoubtedly a rare delicacy. Just when you were at a loss, a huge shadow suddenly sprang out of the darkness. You focused your eyes and nearly scared the amniotic fluid out of you. Coming at you like a tiger was a giant mole, 3 meters long. You didn't have time to think. While shouting in surprise, you clumsily rolled to the side like a ball, barely dodging the giant mole's attack. The massive rock behind you was chewed to pieces as if it were made of cardboard by this giant mole. Having just been born, you had never seen such a scene, nor such a huge mole. You quickly estimated in your mind that with the size of this mole, it could probably produce enough poop to feed 8 dogs. Thinking of this, you hurriedly used your innate skill truth to check the attributes of this mole, and you gasped in surprise. Such a big one, yet it was called a micro young mouse? What does that make you? Then you checked your own information inside. You really were a cheap super high-level monster. Just as you were lost in thought, the magic mole had crawled out of the pit, its hungry red eyes fixed on you. For the first time in your life, you felt how close death was. You quickly gathered all the meager magic essence in your body into your mouth, preparing to unleash your only available offensive talent skill, Void Dragon Breath. In that moment, you unleashed all your potential and strength, but the next moment, a smoke ring the size of a soybean flew out and dissipated in less than 20 centimeters. For a moment, the air on the scene suddenly became quiet, filled with an awkward atmosphere between the dragon and the mouse. Moments later, you stiffly raised your head to look at the magic mole, only to find it gazing at you with a pitying, mentally challenged expression. In the next instant, it raised its paw high and struck at you fiercely. Seeing this, you quickly rolled back, narrowly avoiding this deadly dimensional strike. However, the magic mole's strength was extraordinarily immense, and this blow shattered the ground. You didn't even have time to land before the gust from its paw blew you back up, sending you flying out like a kite with a broken string. But this strike also saved your life, as you flew out for dozens of meters and landed in a bottomless pit, which was precisely the entrance to the underground city. Every underground city has a 20-meter diameter hole leading to the entrance of a deeper underground city. The magic mole stared at you with regret and unwillingness. The pseudo-beast is a hybrid between beasts and magical beasts, a kind of abomination that can only exist at the entrance of the underground city on level 0. Unless it evolves into a low-tier magical beast, it would never dare to enter deeper levels. Yet you understood in your heart that while it seemed you had escaped a calamity, you had actually fallen into a more dangerous abyss. Compared to the magical beasts there, this mole was not even worthy of being called a small fry. Watching the magic mole gradually disappear from your sight, you clenched your young teeth and tightened your dragon claws. At that moment, the blood boiling in your heart was ignited. Survive. You must survive, and walk out of this damned underground city alive. You are screaming madly in your heart, until much later, the intense pain from hitting the ground makes your consciousness gradually fade into darkness. 2 days later, you wake up, and at the same time, a strong sense of hunger comes from your abdomen. You struggle to crawl out from the pile of stones. Fortunately, the quality of the dragon's scales is reliable, and since the young dragon is very light, you only suffered some minor injuries. However, the hunger that follows makes you feel dizzy. You hold your shriveled belly, swaying your short and stout body, cautiously moving forward in this underground city, searching for anything edible. Although you haven't encountered any magical beasts along the way, the intense hunger is about to cloud your mind, and you are spinning around like a headless fly. You don't know how long you've been walking. Suddenly, a faint smell of lactic acid comes from the dim cave. very sour, even a bit stinky. But the instinct of a young dragon still tells you that this is the scent of food, and it is a smell that only a dragon's sense of smell can detect. You immediately feel invigorated and muster the strength to rush towards the direction of the scent, not even considering whether it might be a trap. After passing through several caves, you finally arrive at the source of the scent, which is a spherical cavern. In the center of the cavern lies a subspecies earth dragon that is 20 meters long and at level 28, and the source of the scent is the belly of this subspecies earth dragon. In addition, 3 earth dragon cubs, about the same size as you, are eagerly devouring their mother's milk. Although earth dragons are not true dragons, they still have dragon blood, and most importantly, the milk of the subspecies earth dragon is something you, as a candle dragon, can also drink. It can be said that the heavens won't let a blind sparrow starve. In your desperate state, your eyes are filled with bloodshot veins. This subspecies of the earth dragon clearly just gave birth and is extremely fatigued. Now is the perfect time to sneak in and take advantage of the mother's milk. You carefully groped your way to the belly of the subspecies earth dragon in the shadows, and when you saw the 4 hatchlings, you couldn't help but exclaim that the heavens have eyes. These 4 younglings had just been born and had not yet opened their eyes, so you didn't have to worry about being discovered. The mother's milk from the subspecies earth dragon had a strong sour smell, although this sourness was closer to that of swill and made you feel nauseous. Your body craved that taste immensely. After confirming that the subspecies earth dragon had not noticed you, you could no longer restrain your hunger and bit down, sucking greedily on the mother's milk. The subspecies earth dragon, who was taking a nap, suddenly felt a jolt and was somewhat puzzled, thinking, hey, which little one is sucking so vigorously? But considering that it was a good thing for the child to be feeding, its maternal instinct prevented it from disturbing the child, so it kept its eyes closed. At that moment, a large amount of milk flowed down your throat into your body, even though the taste of dragon's milk was very sour and fishy, and you nearly choked several times, almost spraying it out of your nose. The intense hunger still urged you to suck it down greedily. As the warm milk filled your body, you felt a strange warmth surging within your previously cold body, and even your own level was slowly rising. After eating and drinking to your fill, you lie down with a few dragon cubs, preparing to rest. Perhaps it's due to having narrowly escaped death, or maybe it's because the warmth of the subspecies earth dragon is too comforting, or perhaps it's the nourishing comfort provided by the dragon's milk. In no time, you find yourself dozing off, your head tilting to one side. You don't know how long it has been, but the sharp pain in the back of your neck jolts you awake from your dreams. Immediately, a gigantic vertical pupil, larger than your height, fills your entire field of vision. Looking at the earth dragon's eyes, which seem ready to spit fire, the only thing you can do is pray that its chewing speed is fast enough, so that the pain of death will be a little less. Thus, you curl up your limbs, close your eyes, and resign yourself to fate. However, after waiting for a long time, the imagined death does not come. You open your eyes and see that the earth dragon is no longer looking at you, but is instead observing the 4 dragon cubs below that are suckling on its milk, and then it turns its gaze back to you. The earth dragon's expression seems to grow complex, shifting from anger to sympathy, and then revealing a hint of helplessness. Finally, after hesitating for a moment, it closes its eyes and lets out a sigh. Immediately, he gently placed Zheng Qian back into his pile of children. What? What the hell? Zheng Qian was confused on the spot. Looking again at the subspecies geoduck, it had stopped paying attention to itself and had crept back down to snore. Ugh. Zheng Qian was confused for a long time before he realized it. What is this? Motherhood? Isn't there such a thing? An abandoned baby happens to meet a female wolf who has just given birth, and she ends up raising the baby as her own. Although I don't know if this kind of story is true or not, it should be able to summarize the current situation, right? The earth dragon is not quite a dragon, but it is a distant relative of the dragon. Seeing yourself in a pitiful state makes you motherly and willing to take care of yourself? And then think about the asshole parents who left you here. Zheng Qian sighed greatly in his heart. Cam, touch me, I want to cry so much. Then Zheng Qian took a deep breath. Okay, I endured it. Ow ow. Woof. Next to them, the subspecies of earth dragon cubs that had just opened their eyes seemed to be welcoming Zheng Qian as their new brother, circling around him excitedly. It was like 4 puppies, sniffing and licking, making Zheng Qian very uncomfortable. But thinking that the other party didn't mind the behavior of these little cubs since they had accepted them. Just facing the excitement of this group of cubs, Zheng Qian thought to himself, it would be great if he could understand them. That said, does Warcraft have a language? Notice, Mind Skill, Idea Access has been unlocked. This skill cannot be upgraded. Zheng Qian froze. I'm just thinking, and unlocking new skills? Mind skills? Mindfulness? Still haven't figured out exactly what that means? In the next second, the voice that sounded like a dog's bark to the subspecies Earth Dragon cubs gradually turned into a human voice in Zhang Qian's ears. Wow, no? Mom's really going to adopt this ugly? It's so weird looking, it looks like it was born from a cross between an alien and a lizard. Don't, Mom, I'm still a girl, this ugly guy looks so lewd, I hate him. It smells salty and wet. Zhang Qian. WDNMD hoping you all are cursing me. Zhang Qian opened his mouth to curse. With this sound, the 4 cubs all froze on the spot. Obviously, they didn't expect Zhang Qian to speak. Zhang Qian also didn't expect that after unlocking the idea access, not only could he understand the language of other magical beasts, even his own words other magical beasts could understand. Zhang Qian was thinking of teaching these little brats who didn't know the heights of heaven a good lesson. Unexpectedly, there was a surprisingly oppressive sensation that came violently from the back of his head. Raising her head, the subspecies Earth Dragon mother was looking at Zhang Qian with very dissatisfied eyes. This eyes full of ferocity instantly made Zhang Qian feel as if the lower half of his body was leaking out something that shouldn't be leaking out. With a fluttering sound, Zhang Qian knelt down. Big brothers, little brother, I was wrong, please bear with me more in the future. Only then did the subspecies Geoduck narrow his eyes and close them again for a small rest. As for Zhang Qian, who was kneeling on the ground, tears were almost flowing out of his eyes at this moment. So humiliating. Sabo. However, thinking of the kindness of the subspecies Earth Dragon willing to take in himself in this such a cruel dungeon, Zhang Qian still chewed his teeth and swallowed it. Dignity? In this dungeon, a man with a face won't even survive a minute. Just like this, Zhang Qian spent 3 leisurely days in this cave with these 4 subspecies Earth Dragon cubs. Over the past 3 days, nourished by the breast milk of the subspecies Earth Dragon, Zhang Qian's level had risen all the way up. Until the 3rd day. Notice, level has been raised, current level LV9. Notice, the talent skill truth has been upgraded to LV3. Notice, the talent skill dragon sight has been upgraded to LV4. Current function, young dragon LV9. Type, extremely rare species ultra superior magical beasts. HP, 198. MP, 402. AP, 18. Attack, 148. Physical defense, 213. Magic defense, 824. Combined agility, 68. As the truth improved, Zhang Qian was gradually able to see more data. It's not as good as the demon mole you meet at the beginning, HP-wise, though. However, Zhang Qian could feel it. Now if he met that demon mole again, he would be able to kill it with just one strike. Words. Why is HP and MP in English but attack defense in Chinese? Also, is my magic defense and MP too high? So I'm a mage physique again? And upgrading to LV4 Dragon Sight has brought an amazing boost to vision. Now this dark underground city, in Zhang Qian's eyes is only slightly darker than normal daytime outdoor, the environment is no longer a problem. It's just a pity that it's clear that he's already risen to LV9, but he doesn't have any unlock points at all. Zhang Qian has so far been unable to unlock the skills of the skill tree chart. However, during this time, by constantly drawing on breast milk, Zhang Qian also unlocked another mind skill, gluttony. With this skill, Zhang Qian could eat food that exceeded his body size by several times and draw more nutrients without causing his stomach to bulge and affect his movements. As for how exactly the mindfulness skill was unlocked, Zhang Qian hasn't figured it out yet. Just know that mindfulness skills are skills that are independent of the skill tree map, and some can be upgraded and others cannot. It's been a good time with these little cubs. Although these little cubs had a foul mouth, they were limited to that and had never bullied Zhang Qian. In fact, like their mother, these little guys are knife sharp. His mouth damaged Zhang Qian like a 250, as if he despised his ugly behavior of whoring breast milk for nothing. But in reality, it was because Zhang Qian looked the shortest and skinniest and the ugliest. So every time they go to sleep, the 4 little ones will surround Zhang Qian and make Zhang Qian stick to the subspecies Earth Dragon mother. And every time there was any wind outside the cave, the 4 little ones would protect Zhang Qian. With his mouth, he said something like, "You vegetable back off, don't make a sound, and don't add to the chaos." Words like that, but in reality, they were all protecting Zhang Qian with their actions. Although, they were all weaker than Zhang Qian is all. Object function, subspecies ground dragon pup LV7. Type, lowermost magical beast. HP, 243. MP, 98. AP, 44. Attack, 46. Physical defense, 188. Magic defense, 42. Combined agility, 46. So weak. Zheng Qian had secretly detected the data of the four of them, and they were not half a star off from himself. Zheng Qian, as a rare species super superior magical beast, not only did he level up faster than them, the attributes that could be boosted with each level up were also several times more than them. Although the HP is about the same, other attributes, Zheng Qian has to be higher than these little guys combined. Of course, this could also be due to the fact that candle dragons are positioned similarly to mages, while the subspecies geoducks are more carnal. Therefore, Zheng Qian's two attributes, HP and integrated agility, were raising particularly slowly. But even so, it's still not much worse than them. The racial class disparity can be readily apparent. However, this attitude of theirs still moved Zheng Qian. 3 days down the line, Zheng Qianhart, really some of this subspecies of the ground dragon family is their own family. At the very least, it's a gazillion times better than talking about your stuttering birth parents yourself. The only regret was that for 3 days, Zheng Qian had never spoken to the subspecies Earth Dragon mother. Even if she took the initiative to greet it, the subspecies Dilophosaurus mother would only glance at it at best, and would not answer at all. Zheng Qian, who had greeted him once more, was a little frustrated when he realized that the milkmaid was still ignoring him. He looked up and said, "Nurse, you aren't supposed to be dumb, are you? Subspecies Geoduck mothers." Dang! The subspecies Earth Dragon mother slapped her tail on top of Zheng Qian's head. Zheng Qian's entire dragon was slapped into the ground like a nail, leaving only a head exposed. The four little cubs next to him saw it and burst out laughing on the spot. No one would have thought that there would be such a cozy family in this eerie underground city. However, these peaceful days were ultimately short-lived. 4. Transient family. Early the next morning. Boom! The hole was suddenly shattered by a huge object exceeding its caliber. This situation was so sudden that Zheng Qian and the subspecies Earth Dragon family, who were still naively sleeping, did not react at all. A behemoth intruded into the subspecies Geoduck's burrow, and the bull-like bellowing was deafening. The entire rock wall of the cave was shaken to the point of cracking by its hissing sound. What's the situation? The first time Zheng Qian opened his eyes, he saw this monster with 8 legs, a body like a hippo, and a head like a rhinoceros. Target, subspecies cotto beast LV35. Type, inferior magical beast. HP, 988-1052. MP, 9898. AP, 103-325. Attack power, 428. Physical defense, 655. Magic defense, 20. Combined agility, 105. What is this monster? Why did you break in here? Zheng Qian wasn't shocked for long. This was a dungeon, and there was no such thing as absolute safety. It was different from the outside demonic beast forest that was full of supplies. In the dungeon, the resources for the survival of wraiths are other wraiths. The subspecies cotto beast had just broken into the cave, and its scarlet 4 eyes focused on the 4 subspecies geoduck pups. Its square brick-like teeth clenched and squeaked, and a large amount of saliva dripped out from between its teeth like a waterfall. Apparently, the subspecies cotto beast was red with hunger. The subspecies Earth Dragon hurriedly swept its own child and Zheng Qian into the corner of the cave with a tail, and stopped itself in front of this cotto beast. Moo! The subspecies cotto beast hissed again. The voice was so loud that you could see the air rippling outward from its mouth. Zheng Qian felt a tearing pain coming from his eardrums, and his internal organs seemed to be crushed. HP 20. The sound alone caused me minor injuries? I can't even resist my physical defense 213, so... Zheng Qian turned around violently, and the 4 little cubs were now paralyzed on the ground, covering their ears and writhing in pain. With a physical defense of only 188, even though their HP was higher than Zheng Qian's, they were still cut by nearly a third of their HP. Moreover, the cotto beast's roar came with the magic skill, shock and awe, and Zheng Qian, who had extremely high magic resistance, could carry it off hard, but the subspecies Earth Dragon's cubs had extremely low magic resistance. After receiving just one roar, all 4 cubs went into shock and lost consciousness. What horrible monster! This subspecies Earth Dragon in the dungeon floor, it turns out it wasn't the strongest? When the hungry red-eyed subspecies cotto beast saw the subspecies Earth Dragon stopping him, instead of retreating, his hooves scraped hard on the ground a few times before attacking fiercely. Subspecies Earth Dragon mothers have a combined agility of up to 300, and subspecies cotto beasts only 105. This kind of straightforward attack was simply easy to dodge. But instead of dodging, the earth dragon opened its claws and carried the charge with its chest. Put! The thick pointed horn on the snout of the cotto beast stabbed straight into the chest cavity of the subspecies geoduck. Roar! The subspecies geoduck let out a heartbreaking roar on the spot. Nurse! Zheng Qian was as anxious as a hot pot of ants. Right behind the milkmaid was herself and her 4 children. If it dodged the attack, Zheng Qian and the 4 cubs would be trampled to death on the spot. In such a narrow cavern, an 8-legged, tonnage-heavy behemoth like a cotto has an overwhelming advantage over a 2-legged standing subspecies of geoduck. Roar! The subspecies geoduck stomped back hard on the ground with both feet, pushing against the cotto beast's advance even though his chest had been penetrated. The blow was very deadly. Zheng Qian clearly saw that the milkmaid's HP had dropped to 220,658, and was cut down by 2/3 in just one strike. Only the eyes of the subspecies geoducks were seen to be bloodshot and red from excessive force. It clamped its dragon claws hard around the neck of the cotto beast beneath it. Immediately, it roared and opened its shark-like dragon mouth, biting down hard on the back of the cotto beast and tearing off a large chunk of flesh. This bite, on the spot, took off over 200 HP from the cotto beast. But the cotto beast's HP was as high as 988 when it entered the field, and 200 plus damage wasn't even worth mentioning to it. Instead, this suicidal attack caused the cotto beast horn to poke deeper into the chest cavity of the subspecies geoduck, and the HP dropped another large chunk. At this rate, I'm afraid. But Zheng Qian couldn't make a move. As the 2 behemoths charged, the subspecies earth dragon quickly showed exhaustion, and was pushed back step by the cotto beast. The cavern also continued to crack from the 2 beasts' collision, with debris falling one after another. Seeing this, Zheng Qian took an arrow step and jumped into midair, using his fists and feet to smash the falling rocks and protect the 4 cubs. But the cave was collapsing too fast, and the debris was growing. Just protecting the 4 cubs was a struggle, and there was no room to help the nanny. What's more, even if he did, he wouldn't be able to do much against a thick-skinned monster like the cotto beast, would he? Instead, he would only get in the way. When the cotto beast saw Zheng Qian, who was trying his best to protect his cubs, that appetite in his scarlet eyes instantly doubled several times. The magical beasts of the dungeon were extremely sensitive to life essence. Even if it was just a cub, the more advanced the magical beast, the more life essence it had in its body. The life essence in Zheng Qian's cub was far more than the mother of the subspecies earth dragon and the 4 cubs combined. The subspecies cotto beasts instantly powered up and arched forward like they were mad. The thick bullhorn that had been inserted into the chest cavity of the earth dragon's mother had even cracked from the brute force. As long as it ate this cub, along with the nutrients from these earth dragons, it would be able to evolve into a quasi-intermediate magical beast. It wasn't even impossible to break into the more resource-rich second level of the dungeon when the time came. Roar! The ripped chest brought unimaginable pain. The subspecies geoduck mother HP has bottomed out. Knowing that it had no hope of surviving this battle, it gazed back at its 4 cubs and Zheng Qian for the last time. In particular, Zheng Qian's desperate attempt to protect his cubs caused a hint of relief to flow from the eyes of the subspecies earth dragon. It was great not to eat you in the first place. As if to say so. The blood-filled eyes of the subspecies earth dragon snapped open, and with all his strength, he blasted the back of the cotto beast's head with his head hammer. Boom! That's a stunning headbutt. The skull of the subspecies geoduck collapsed on the spot and his jaw smashed to pieces. Even if the cotto beast was thick-skinned, the back of its head couldn't withstand such a suicidal attack, and it was smashed out of a large crater. The 2 giant beasts both let out miserable screams and heavily collapsed to the ground. Nurse! As the 2 behemoths fell to the ground, the collapse of the cavern stopped, and Zheng Qian was able to pull himself out and rush to the subspecies earth dragon. However, the almost crushed appearance of its head and the completely emptied HP already told Zheng Qian that her death had become a fact. Child, my child, how is it? This was the first time Zheng Qian had heard a subspecies earth dragon mother speak. Her life was in the wind, and her shattered jaws made her words very vague. Facing the question of the mother of the subspecies earth dragon, Zheng Qian tried to suppress the guilt in his heart. It's dead. 4 cubs, all killed by the rubble. There was just too much falling debris. Combined agility was Zheng Qian's shortcoming as was his HP cap, and even with his best efforts, Zheng Qian couldn't withstand that many falling rocks. The final head hammer of the subspecies geoduck triggered a massive collapse. Zheng Qian, although he himself was lucky to survive, but the 4 cubs are. 4 cubs and the days of living with them are still fresh in my mind. Zheng Qian had even treated them as his siblings. It was obviously alive and well a few minutes ago. And now, have all become dead souls under the rubble. They are, all dead. My children, are they okay? The mother eyeball of the subspecies Earth Dragon had crashed, and it spelled out its last breath as it worriedly inquired about Zheng Qian. The tone was full of love for his children. How was she to know that the 4 children she had tried so desperately to protect were now dead bodies? Guh? A tumbling wave of guilt rippled through his chest like a bomb. His molars were about to be bitten to pieces. Zheng Qian forced himself to hold back his grief and said in as gentle a tone as possible. It's okay, they just passed out, they're all fine. Yeah, great. Hearing this, Mother Subspecies Earth Dragon then had a reassuring smile on her face. Eat me after I die. Ah. The words of the Subspecies Earth Dragon caused Zheng Qian to freeze. It said weakly, we were born in the dungeon, a birth curse, so all resources cannot be wasted. My body, and sustenance, this is the last sustenance I can give my children, the last sustenance I can give them. I don't know, why would a super superior magical beast like you to a dungeon? But, for the sake of me adopting you, please, take care of my children from now on. The trembling mother of the subspecies of Geoducks could no longer speak. Exhaling his last breath, his body went limp and he passed away. By the end of the day, she had a look of happiness on her face at learning that her child was safe. She went peacefully. The blood that covered the ground in front of his knees seeped into the earth. The cave was quiet as death. Zheng Qian's mouth grew, but he couldn't even howl. Because once they cried out, they would attract more magical beasts. But the heart was stuffy like a stone. The 4 cubs that had adopted their own subspecies of Geoducks and spent time together had turned into 5 corpses in the blink of an eye. The first time Nana spoke to herself, it became her last words. At this moment, an unprecedented feeling of powerlessness hit the back like a torrent. This is the dungeon. Dungeons of the weak. However, reality would not give Zheng Qian time to wallow in his hurt. Moo! With a deafening bull roar. The subspecies cotto beast, which should have died, actually stood up trembling. What? Zheng Qian was shocked. Truth shows that it has a HP of 95-10-52. Bloodied and not dead? Against his collapsed head, the reared-up cotto beast let out a victorious roar. The subspecies Earth Dragon's desperate strike actually failed to completely kill this cotto beast. And now, only Zheng Qian was left alive at the scene. The cotto beast, which was 20 meters long, stared tightly at Zheng Qian, who was less than a meter tall on the ground. A pair of scarlet eyes filled with the joy of a successful hunt. In its eyes, I'm afraid that this tiny young dragon is not a threat at all, right? But... Hey, do you know what the best thing that happened to me after I was thrown into this damn dungeon? Lowering his head, the dragon's claws clenched into fists. In the face of this behemoth, there was not a single trace of fear in Zheng Qian's lightly trembling voice. Quite the opposite, filled with nothing but excitement. Raising his head, Zheng Qian's eyes, in the dimly lit dungeon, were bright red at first. For the first time, the small body unleashed the oppressive feeling of regicide. Notice, mind skill, dragon might has been unlocked. That means I can kill you myself. Zheng Qian, whose eyes were wide open, roared and rushed towards the subspecies cotto beast. Closed the intention to pass. It didn't matter what this cotto beast was trying to say. Important. At this moment, Zheng Qian's hissing overshadowed the subspecies cotto beast's roar. I want your life. The flesh and blood of my loved ones has forged me. The cotto beast had thought that was the end of the matter, and was about to enjoy the hard-earned meal. Unexpectedly, this last and most vigorous little cub of life essence actually went head-on and launched a fierce attack on himself. This level of attack, of course, the cotto beast would not put it in its eyes, and even scoffed a bit as it lifted its front hoof and blasted down with a single strike. Zheng Qian was hit like a comet on the spot and smashed into the earth and rocks. Current HP, 145-198. No pain. It didn't hurt as much as I thought it would. According to normal, eating a cotto beast strike head-on, one should be bloodied even if they didn't die. But why did it only drop 30 plus HP? Zheng Qian suddenly thought of something and hurriedly used truth to detect the complete data of the cotto beast. Target, subspecies cotto beast LV35. Type, inferior magical beast. HP 951052. MP 4098. AP 3325. Attack power 428. Physical defense 655. Magic defense 20. Combined agility 105. The AP was only 3? When I first came in, I remember it was as much as 105. That said, what exactly is the value of AP? Returning from his anger, Zheng Qian finally understood the significance of the value of AP. Son, you are different from your elder brother. Your elder brother is naive because he is gifted and doesn't need a brain. You are less gifted among the Dragon Emperor's species of candle dragons, but you have a stronger weapon, that is wisdom. Before I left, my dad's words suddenly came back to me again. Yeah, can't get carried away with anger. A frontal hard anal will only make the milkmaid's hard work go to waste. Get up from the pit. Overhead, the giant hooves of the cotto beast had trampled down. So many level 35 magical beasts, huh? It's too slow. Zheng Qian, who calmed down, condensed his eyes and shifted his feet as if he had a wheel in the air, dodging the trampling by a hair's breadth. Grabbing a handful of stones, Zheng Qian ran along the hooves against the trend upwards all the way. The cotto beast obviously didn't expect the little guy to be so nimble despite his lack of speed. It was just about to raise its other hoof to knock Zheng Qian down, but who knew that Zheng Qian, who had already climbed up to its shoulder, waved his hand and the stone in his hand shot straight into the eyes of the cotto beast. Moo! The cotto beast let out a heartbreaking hiss at once. It was simply a fool's errand for Zheng Qian's stone to try to shoot its eyes blind. The damage done by these stones was, at best, the level of yellow sand blinding into the eyes. Sure enough, just as I had predicted, the cotto beasts moved even slower than when they first came in, and were extremely slow to react. With its ability, it should have been easy to dodge the stones. Even its proud physical defense was drastically reduced. The AP value, which responds to not only endurance, but also various factors affecting play such as stamina and injuries, is collectively known as the AP value. Its stamina is dramatically depleted, making movements slower. Its stamina is substantially depleted, making it unresponsive. It is very badly injured, making the physical defense lower. But even so, trying to penetrate its thick skin was still a fool's errand for Zheng Qian. What then? It's simple. Isn't there? A way to break through its defenses. The one that Nanny tore in the back of its neck. The path to victory had been paved for me long ago by Nanny. Drink! Zheng Qian roared and turned into a stream of light, charging straight at the back of the cotto beast's head. The dragon claws of both hands were extended to the maximum, and with a fierce stab, he viciously tore the wound open. For 3 days, the high-flying, wordless Nanny, and the 4 cubs snatched food and slept together. Each of these images passed before my eyes as if they were a walk in the park. Zheng Qian's furious eyes were dyed scarlet with blood. Die for me! Zheng Qian's boiling killing intent swelled to an unprecedented level. There were no more distractions in his mind other than killing this cotto beast for revenge. Announcement, mindfulness skill, heart-to-heart strike has been unlocked. Zheng Qian opened his mouth and gathered everything he had into this strike. Only to see that in the line of sight, his HP was directly cleared to 1 point, and his MP and AP were completely zeroed out. This is this skill called meeting strike. Maximize the killing power of a strike at the cost of emptying all your stats. Dragon's Breath. Nowadays, Zheng Qian's Taishu Dragon's Breath had long been incomparable to the time when he had taken on the demon mole at level 0. This mouthful, as if spewing out a spear of fire, poured straight into the cotto beast's bone-deep wound. Where did the cotto beast think that this bean-like little guy could spew out such a powerful dragon's breath? But even thinking about it was too late. The cotto beast let out a mournful hiss as the dragon's breath that poured into the back of its head tripled the size of its neck and gave off a magma-like sheen from the inside out. With a loud thud, the cotto beast's entire neck exploded, spraying shredded flesh and hot blood all over the cavern. The head fell heavily to the ground, smashing out a large crater hard, and the beast's eyes were filled with dying disbelief. Zheng Qian, who had only 1 HP left, crashed to the ground and saw the miserable state of the cotto beast's body and head, and only then did he close his eyes with satisfaction and fainted. Before passing out, I heard in my ears, announcement, level has been raised, current level LV14. 3 or 4 hours later, Zheng Qian, who had awakened, came to the corpse of the subspecies Earth Dragon's mother. The dragon's paw rested gently on it, feeling the remaining warmth of the nanny. Zheng Qian didn't indulge in his grief too much. Dungeons don't believe in tears. Like Nurse said, wraiths born in dungeons are born cursed and it's no surprise when they die. Zheng Qian only regretted that he hadn't been able to save his 4 siblings. Nana, I will live well even with you, even with my brothers and sisters share. Muttering softly at the corner of his mouth, Zheng Qian never shed a single tear. He opened his mouth and took a bite out of the milkmaid and tore off a piece of flesh and ate it. Zheng Qian forced himself to hold back his choking and swallowed his tears along with one into his stomach. The flesh and blood of loved ones is so bitter. Eat. It has to be eaten. You have to swallow it as hard as you can. Even if I wanted to vomit again, I couldn't get a bite out. One has no choice but to eat the milkmaid and her siblings. Even if he didn't eat it himself, the smell of blood would attract other magical beasts and he would end up being eaten just the same. Varying anything is out of the question. Do you think there might be a shortage of wraiths in the dungeon that can plow? Like Nana said, your own body, that's the last of the nutrients. It's common sense in dungeon survival that when parents die, children eat their parents. If you don't, you'll be the next to die. That would be the biggest letdown for them. Nanny and the siblings would want Zheng Qian to eat them if they knew. Live. Damn it, I'll live. And, of course, there are the cottos. This bastard that came out of nowhere, Zheng Qian wouldn't even give it any bones left. 3 days later. Zheng Qian walked out of the cave. Notice, level up, current level LV 18. Announcement, talent skill truth has been upgraded to LV 6. Announcement, the talent skill dragon sight has been upgraded to LV 6. Current function, young dragon LV 18 not promoted. Type, extremely rare species ultra superior magical beasts. HP, 515. MP, 998. AP, 40. Strength, 317. Magic, 1135. Physical defense, 466. Magic defense, 2588. Perception, 221. Combined agility, 172. Current unlock points, 10. Current experience value, 14,426. Weaknesses, light, darkness, gold, wood, water, earth, ice, wind. Natural skills, Dragon Sight LV6, Truth LV6, Too Much Dragon Breath LV2, Common Sense Acquisition. Mind skills, Heartstrike LV2, Dragon Might LV2, Gluttony LV2, Mindfulness. Unlocked skills, none. When Zheng Qian stepped out, his attributes were already enough to be comparable to a LV28 subspecies Earth Dragon, or even higher. At the same time, Zheng Qian already had 10 unlock points. It turns out that for every 5 levels up from LV10 onwards, you get an unlock point. At this stage, Zheng Qian, who was level 18, already had 10 unlock points. However, Zheng Qian was in no hurry to use it. Skills in the skill tree are generally divided into 3 categories: attacks, supports, and specializations. Zheng Qian spent a day, roughly read through the tree diagram and found that the tree diagram skills are often very powerful, depending on the situation, and even able to play a reverse victory, weak over strong strange effect. So, it's only wise to save your unlock points for critical moments and then add them. The next thing is that the higher the level of truth, the more detailed the information provided. After reaching LV6, it is already possible to display experience data. The multiplier is now 1.1, and the experience required for each upgrade is, experience required for the previous level multiplier plus total number of levels, rounded to the nearest decimal point. It takes 426 to raise LV19, and from that it can also be extrapolated that it takes 426x 1.1 plus 20 to raise 20, which equals 489 experience points. Don't look at 1.1x as if it's low, this kind of geometric growth down the line can be very scary. And Truth has said that the multiplier goes up after each evolution. It says every time, implying more than one evolution and more than one multiplier increase. At the same time, the attack power is split into 2 attributes, strength and magical vegetation. Magic element can be interpreted as magic attack power. The 18th level of Mordor is as much as 3 times higher in power. It was enough to see that Zheng Qian's physique was more inclined towards a mage. Of course, this didn't mean that Zheng Qian was weak in physical combat. Quite the opposite. Zheng Qian's physical attributes were still a bit higher than the other magical beasts that were also level 18. As for Zheng Qian's mage department's attributes, they had already reached the level of a lower magical beast level 30, or even higher. Especially that horrible 2000 plus magic resistance, the average magical beast LV40 may not be so perverted. Even though all attributes were weak attributes except for fire, with this amazing magic resistance, Zheng Qian was still immune to most of the magical vein attacks of the same level magical beasts. Zheng Qian had already initially shown that the growth advantage of being a super superior magical beast. Grrrrrrr. The dragon's claws pinched out a crunch like popping beans, and Zheng Qian hooked up a near-perfect crooked mouth war god smile. Looking out into the endless dungeon. The LV6 dragon sight not only provided vision that was shaped like daytime, it also allowed Zheng Qian to capture all the wind and grass within a 500-meter radius. There were a total of 3 magical beasts around. Just in time, hungry again. Saying that, Zheng Qian took a step, which was also his first step to kill the dungeon. P.S. This book is a relatively pure light novel, using the LV system, not the common realm system and the cultivation of immortal fantasy. All strengths in this book speak for themselves in terms of LV and skill. The protagonist's extremely high bloodline brings with it a growth efficiency, growth speed, and growth ceiling that exceeds that of others by several times. I.e., the protagonist's level 50 attributes may be higher than someone else's level 100, who is capped at 100 while the protagonist is capped at 150. Therefore, no matter how much more the bloodline is, it can't be separated from the support of LV and skills. Again, this book is a light novel, Invincible Stream. Please view this book through the eyes of a fanfic and do not apply knowledge from the realm system to this book. 6. Tier 1 Bosses. Drink. Shining a whipping lake from the sky, the Minotaur's entire head shrunk inside its chest cavity. The giant 5-meter-tall humanoid monster's crimson eyes were filled with disbelief to the point of death. It couldn't figure out why this cub, which was less than a meter tall, would have this kind of power. Notice, level up, current level LV19. Notice, the Mindfulness Skill Club Strike has been upgraded to LV3, and the conversion rate is currently 2x. Practice is about as good as it gets. Zheng Qian walked over to the Minotaur and began to nibble on its cow leg meat. 5 days had passed since he came out of the cave, and Zheng Qian had almost swept away all the Minotaur monsters in the nearby area. Even though most of the Minotaurs were only LV15, they were the weakest monsters on the first floor of the dungeon. It also provides very little experience, only 15 experience per kill and 5 experience per eat. Unlike the cotto beasts, a tier 1 overlord level magical beast, there was 600 experience for killing one. But now the Minotaur is delicious. Even though dragons could eat raw meat, Zheng Qian was still a human being at heart in the end, and a Chinese one at that. For eating, the culturally confident Zheng Qian is still a bit of a pursuit. Roasting meat over a fire in a dungeon is very unwise behavior. The scent might draw all the monsters from the entire dungeon. The meat of this Minotaur, Minotaur, even when not grilled, smells like a medium rare filet mignon. What's more, Zheng Qian really needed to accumulate practical combat experience. The clumsy Minotaur counts as a newcomer's friend in this regard. Although the efficiency of brushing experience will become lower, but killing the Minotaur that is safe and delicious, why not? Well, if I'm the male lead of a starting text, then I guess my book title would be, Dungeon Gourmet, right? Only, 5 days down the line, Zheng Qian's practical combat experience has also accumulated more or less, the effects of various skills are also familiar with one by one, and the Minotaur is also almost tired of killing. Hunting cotto beasts? After eating the entire Minotaur in just 2 minutes, while sighing at the efficiency of the gluttony skill, Zheng Qian was caught up in thought. LV6 Dragon Vision not only has a farther vision, but is as close as 100 meters away. The best part is that LV6 Dragon Sight allows vision to spread in a curve, avoiding obstacles and seeing targets directly behind them. He saw that 600 meters away, there was a cotto beast, focusing on gnawing on the 6-legged bear it had just hunted. Killing Minotaurs all the time is safe and tasty, but it's not the way to go. Am I just going to keep hanging out on the dungeon floor? Then what's the difference between me and the wraiths here? It was time to find some challenges. Target, subspecies cotto beast LV34. Type, inferior magical beast. HP, 1009-1018. MP, 8991. AP, 380-388. Power, 428. Magic, 99. Physical defense, 636. Magic defense, 19. Perception, 60. Combined agility, 102. Now that I look at it, this kind of magic beast doesn't seem to be that powerful. It was slightly weaker than the cotto that had attacked Nurse in the first place. Overall, the opponent's strength was even lower than Zheng Qian's physical resistance, But that didn't mean it couldn't cause damage to Zhang Qian. The formula for calculating physical resistance was complicated. In short, the cotto beast's normal attack could still deal 60 to 80 damage to Zhang Qian. Attribute-wise, it looks like Zhang Qian has the advantage, but the other party's AP is close to 400, while Zhang Qian only has 44 even when he reaches LV19. Because the AP is too low, Zhang Qian's battle range has always been hard. Cotto beasts are also known for their thick skin. Look at that 4-figure HP of his and look at your own. But as the saying goes, not so much to avenge Nanny. Zhang Qian was not the kind of person who was bitter and hateful. Dungeons where you eat me and I eat you are unusual in themselves. Hatred doesn't turn into your power in dungeons, it drags itself down. It's just that the total number of floors in this dungeon is still unknown, so who knows how long we'll have to stay here. So do whatever it takes to get stronger as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Zhang Qian checked his stats before tiptoeing towards the cotto beast. Don't look at Zhang Qian's short stature. After LV19, his speed is amazingly fast, and his smaller body also provides better flexibility. In no time at all, the subspecies cotto beast was touched. The cotto was still wolfing down the carcass of the six-legged bear, completely unaware of the threat close at hand. The cotto beast's perception was only 60, and as long as it kept its distance, it couldn't feel the killing intent. Zhang Qian squeezed the dragon claw tightly and secretly mobilized the magic elements in his body to store up his strength. The MP and AP instantly cleared by a third. The other party's combat endurance exceeds mine by more than 10 times, and once we get into a protracted battle we will surely lose. It has to be a 1-2 punch. The highly compressed magical elements converged at the throat, causing it to bulge high. The dragon scales at the throat were all flaky and erect in order to dissipate heat, making Zhang Qian's throat look like a durian glowing blue. The cotto beast was just as slow as it was. There was no way it wouldn't be able to perceive such a high-pressure coalescence of magical elements. It raised its head, and the first thing it saw was Zhang Qian, who was pouncing at him in a wooden shape in mid-air. Roar! The subspecies cotto beast was startled and instinctively tried to paralyze Zhang Qian with the intimidating effect of the beast's roar. But it's too late. How could it possibly work on Zhang Qian with that small amount of magical elements? This opening of his mouth, instead, created an excellent opportunity for Zhang Qian. Make a boink. Pretty boy. Dragon's breath. A mouthful of highly concentrated azure-colored magical vein blaze was poured down the cotto beast's throat like a stuffed duck. It's like when a faucet flushes water up your nose. Even if you hold your breath, the water fills your lungs. How could this mouthful of high-pressure dragon breath be resisted by a mere throat muscle? The body of the subspecies cotto beast bulged like a balloon on the spot, its organs seared and glowing brightly, even stamping out its skeleton. Boop! Its eyeballs popped out of their sockets. With a boom, fiery fire erupted from its 7 orifices and chrysanthemums. The behemoth, which was 4 stories tall and 20 meters long, was roasted inside and out without even knowing how it died. Winning! Zhang Qian, who had landed on the ground, watched as the subspecies cotto beast fell to the ground with a bang, its body gradually disintegrating in the blazing fire, and his heart was overjoyed. It's so much easier than I thought it would be. Notice, level has been raised, current level LV20, evolution conditions have been met. Evolution? The tip of the skill truth caused Zhang Qian's heart to be shaken. The evolution direction option also appeared in front of me. It turns out that the growth of this world is not a slow growth like on Earth, but a sudden evolution after the accumulation of levels to a certain level? Zhang Qian tapped on evolution direction. Candle hatchling, the proper evolutionary direction of the candle hatchling, with a larger body that can hold more magical elements. Small hatchling, generalized evolutionary direction with smaller body size and more sensitive sensory movements. Deteriorating hatchling, an alternative evolutionary direction, a type of small dragon, with a probability of being unlocked by surviving in a hostile environment for a period of time, possessing greater vitality and sensitivity, but affecting the room for growth of magical veins and physique. Hint: the current level is full, you can't continue to gain experience value, please choose the direction of evolution as soon as possible to open the new level cap. Does that mean that level 20 is a stage? After roughly figuring out the pattern, Zhang Qian began to wonder which evolutionary target would be better to choose. Although he himself was a candle dragon, Zhang Qian did not intend to develop in the direction of a candle daisy dragon. The high magic element might be strong when placed outside, but in a dungeon filled with hungry magical beasts, the candle daisy dragon was a brittle skin that would die at the touch of a button. Don't say anything about thinking about the future. Zheng Qian was now a brittle mage, and he had to make sure to kill anyone in one hit. You have to fight for your life on every hunt, and it only takes one mistake to die. That's the kind of loss that high offense brittle is destined to suffer. If there's no way to survive in a dungeon, you have no business thinking about the future. The high sensitivity of the small fledglings is instead preferred for survival in dungeons. Higher agility allows for a move towards the obscene stream, which can ensure survival to some extent. Deteriorating hatchlings, on the other hand, essentially boost their tameness, with less of an agility boost than smaller hatchlings, but wins out by being more balanced. Lowering the space for magenta and physical growth is not necessarily a bad thing. Zheng Qian's biggest weakness right now is that the magical element grows too fast, and the other attributes can't keep up, so it's just time to equalize. And size, in the dungeon, smaller size means smaller targets, which is rather a good thing. Just when Zheng Qian was hesitant as to which one should be far away, suddenly, a strong sense of oppression came from behind. The desire for survival made Zheng Qian not even have time to turn back and instinctively roll to the side. Just a loud boom. The entire dungeon trembled. What's the situation? When he looked back, he saw that a honeycomb coal-shaped boulder with a diameter of nearly 10 meters had shattered into 3 petals and was smashing into the location where Zheng Qian was last. Who launched the descending blow? Zheng Qian's crisis nerves instantly tightened. Take a look around. Only to see that at some point in the vicinity, no less than 20 subspecies of cotto beasts had actually surrounded the area. Damn it, I just upgraded and researched the new mechanics, but I didn't expect to be surrounded by cotto beasts. No, it's not right. Cottos generally live in packs of 3 to 5, and because of their high food intake, there are often cottos that voluntarily break away from their packs to live alone. 24 of them at once? Surrounding me? Zheng Qian smelled a trap. Just then. Roar! A deafening beastly roar suddenly surged from the back of the 20-odd subspecies cotto beasts. This is... Zheng Qian, who was bearing it head-on, was actually forced back a few steps by the roar. When the roar stopped, Zheng Qian only felt dizzy, and his limbs were as numb and stiff as if he had suffered an electric shock. This was the natural skill of the subspecies cotto beast, shock. My level 2700 plus magic defense is actually not immune? A feeling of unprecedented oppression surged through his mind. Hastily, he looked toward the source of the roar. Only to see that in the darkness, a super-large cotto beast that was more than twice the size of an ordinary subspecies cotto beast, with its entire body's elephant skin appearing a lurid red color, came out. This is... Skilltruth instantly lined up a string of data in Zheng Qian's field of vision. Target, Battle Specialized Subspecies Cotto Beast Leader LV88. Type, Rare Quasi-Medium Magical Beasts. HP, 8216-8216. MP, 435-455. AP, 2001-2001. Strength, 1825. Magic, 825. Physical Defense, 2711. Magic Defense, 269. Perception, 428. Combined Agility, 179. It's a desperate string of statistics. Why would there be LV88 magical beasts on the first floor of a dungeon? Suffered. Zheng Qian instantly understood what was going on and screamed that it was not good. 7. LV355. In the past few days, the strongest magical beast Zheng Qian had seen was only LV40. LV88, this is probably the boss of the first floor of the dungeon, right? However, looking at this situation, it was obvious that this cotto beast leader had deliberately set up a trap to deliberately lure Zheng Qian into the encirclement. Why? There was no grudge in the past. No, it's not right. Zheng Qian suddenly thought of something. Opening his mind through, Zheng Qian opened his mouth and said, just now that almost scared the out of me, you have to compensate me. The subspecies cotto beast leader was first stunned, as if he was surprised that Zheng Qian could communicate with himself. Immediately, it grunted from its nose and said, I didn't realize that the one who has been snatching food from our territory lately is actually such a tiny little thing like you? Hearing this, Zheng Qian was completely certain. Minotaurs are a staple of the cotto beast. Zheng Qian, on the other hand, in order to develop his initial combat skills, was eating an abnormally large amount of food because of his gluttony skill. So the last few days had been spent hunting minotaurs, causing the number of minotaurs in the nearby area to plummet. The ecology of the dungeon is very sensitive, which is a direct result of the lack of food for the nearby cottos. It seems that there really is a sinister relationship between me and the cotto beasts. Thinking of this, Zheng Qian shrugged his shoulders. The saying that people are good at being bullied and horses are good at being ridden is the truth in the dungeon. You have to be obscene when it's time to be obscene, and you should never wimp out when it's time to be anal. In the dungeon, don't try to escape from the fight, let alone try to solve the trouble by reasoning. Since people have come to the door, it means that this battle is inevitable. So now, it's time to be anal. Zheng Qian crossed his waist with both claws and said with a crooked head, "That's right, I ate it, so what? Didn't you cotto beasts also eat my nanny? If you want to fight, I'll play along." The cotto beast chief obviously didn't expect that this tiny little dot that wasn't even as big as one of his own incisors would actually be so arrogant. It grunted and growled, "Want to die? Make you whole. Yeah. Come on." Zheng Qian's entire body was ablaze with a greenish-blue light. This is a phenomenon that only occurs when the magical element is strong to a certain degree. The cotto beast leader obviously didn't expect this tiny creature to possess more than his own magical veins. But shocked as he was, the cotto beast leader quickly came back to his senses. So what if the devil's veil is strong? In the end, it's only the magical elements that can be looked at. The cotto beast chief roared and took a step towards Zheng Qian. Ground shrinking. The 10-meter distance between the two was erased as if it didn't exist. The cotto beast chief appeared violently in front of Zheng Qian as if he had moved in an instant. Sh. Boom. The jaws that were covered in sharp spikes blasted through the ground where Zheng Qian had been in the last instant. The ground cookies of pure rock were easily broken into pieces. Zheng Qian, who jumped backward, looked at the red beast in shock. What just happened? That action definitely wasn't done with speed. Could it be a space-based skill? Before Zheng Qian could figure it out, he realized that the cotto beast leader had pulled his jaws out of the ground and let out a contemptuous sneer at himself. Immediately afterward, a succession of roars were heard from all directions. The dozens of cotto beasts that surrounded the neighborhood simultaneously issued beast roars at Zheng Qian. Deterrence? Well. Zheng Qian only felt that his limbs were instantly deprived of the sense of touch. The shock of a two-headed cotto beast was nothing more than an impotent roar to Zheng Qian. However, the shock emitted by dozens of cotto beasts at the same time was so powerful that it even surpassed the cotto beast leader. No matter how high Zheng Qian's magic element was, he couldn't resist. I've been hit, I can't move. The limbs were paralyzed. Just as Zheng Qian was at his wit's end. In the line of sight, a bloody mouth was already biting in his direction. The subspecies cotto beast leader didn't give Zheng Qian a chance to react at all. If this bite is hit, Zheng Qian will definitely die. Dragon's breath. Just in the nick of time, Zheng Qian mobilized all of his magical veins and sent out a Taishu dragon's breath towards the throat of the cotto beast chief. The cotto beast leader obviously did not expect that Zheng Qian, who was shocked by being hit by dozens of rounds, actually had the strength to open his mouth. The blow blasted directly into the vulnerable throat, and the sharp pain caused the cotto beast leader to lose his aim on the spot and take an early bite. Zheng Qian was also blown tens of meters away due to the reaction force of the Taishu dragon's breath, and after running through several stone pillars, he bounced on the ground several times like he was floating in water. Ahem! The site was already congested. The HP slot in the upper left corner shows 119,572. The MP, not to mention, has long since cleared. AP is also down to a pathetic 2 points. And that's only after one move. Struggling to move his eyes to look at the cotto beast leader not far away. Climbing up from the ground, it chewed hard a few times and actually swallowed the Taishu dragon's breath in its mouth. And its HP is 8,007, 8,216. Zheng Qian's all-out strike hadn't even caused any substantial damage to it. Can't win. Zheng Qian instantly made this judgment. The level difference between the two sides was simply too great, and the other side had an overwhelming advantage in numbers. Even if you gave me a main character aura, I'd never win. Zheng Qian wanted to escape before his opponent could react. But without thinking about it, Zheng Qian had just braced himself, but underneath his body was an empty space, and he fell to the ground again. What's going on? Looking down at his body, Zheng Qian's eyes contracted. Only the underside of the right leg was empty and the tail was missing. Blood bubbled nastily out of the break. It was only at this moment that Zheng Qian realized that next to his HP slot, there were two icons that he had never seen before. It says respectively, bleeding, disabled. The HP bar is also shortening rhythmically. The sharp pain instantly eroded every nerve in the body. Just now, even though the cotto beast chief hadn't swallowed Zheng Qian in one bite, he had bitten off his right leg. Look over to the cotto beast leader again. Only its head shook a few times and its body suddenly swelled up. Skill truth showed that its rank had also produced a change. It went from LV88 to LV91. Just by eating one of my right legs I went up 3 levels. All the stats were enhanced by around, not to mention that the 200 horsepower damage caused by the Taishu dragon's breath was also fully restored because of the upgrade. Can't see that you actually have such a strong life essence inside this little thing? In the eyes of the subspecies cotto beast leader, a flash of greed crossed his eyes. I found a treasure. As long as I eat you, domination of the second floor is just around the corner. What to do? Zheng Qian really panicked. I didn't expect to fall into someone else's trap on the first hunt in a dragon's life, and to meet such a powerful opponent. Having lost his right leg, his opponent had spatial skills and a huge numerical advantage. Fighting, escaping, backstabbing. All kinds of countermeasures surfaced from the mind, and were all rejected without exception. There is nothing to be done. There's no half chance of surviving. This is the dungeon. One move to lose, all hell breaks loose. Zheng Qian, who profoundly realized this at this moment, was even surprised at why he could still remain calm in the face of such a situation. In the final analysis, one is still inexperienced and reckless. Zheng Qian doesn't blame heaven or earth, but only complains that he didn't see through this as a trap at the beginning. Die, little thing. The leader of the cotto beasts bit at Zheng Qian in a tiger pounce. With this strike, one will surely die. Zheng Qian, who was at his wit's end, even had the urge to close his eyes and wait for death. Yet just then. Roar! A deafening roar came from all directions. A pillar of pure blue light shot horizontally from the side. Thinking that he had won, the defenseless cotto beast leader was instantly engulfed by the 10-meter diameter beam of light. Several cotto beasts were hit in a straight line and burned to ashes before they even had a chance to scream. It's, what? Zheng Qian was shocked. Even at a distance of 10 meters, one could still feel the scorching heat that seemed to ignite the skin. The bright light instantly illuminated the dark underground city. That roar even directly shook Zheng Qian's 7 orifices. The beams and roars lasted for a full minute before fading away. Wait for the heat wave to dissipate. Zheng Qian found that the unbeatable cotto beast leader of the party, whose torso had already been gouged through a large hole, and after the gouged body shook a few times, it collapsed to the ground with a bang, transforming into a sleeve of a stall of burnt and rotten meat. What the hell? Zheng Qian looked incredulously at its HP slot that had gone to 0. That beam just now was undoubtedly a magical element attack. LV91, 8,761 horsepower, 290 magic defense, and was actually hit by a single blow. Before Zheng Qian could figure out what had happened. Boom! 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 There was a rhythmic footstep in the distance. The sound was as if a great mountain had grown legs and was approaching. With every step, the ground shook violently. What's approaching? Zheng Qian's sixth sense instantly pulled the red alert. It's going to die. There was some kind of powerful existence that one would surely die once one made an enemy of it was approaching this way. The strike that killed the cotto beast leader just now wasn't because this being wanted to hunt either. Rather, it was simply an unintentional wave of the cotto beast leader simply to clear the obstacles in front of him. It's as if mankind had inadvertently annihilated a nest of ants in order to build the foundation of a house. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The footsteps turned into a roar. The overwhelming presence, like the sky collapsing, heavily pressed on Zheng Qian's back. The wyvern was even enough to suffocate people. The moment the footsteps reached the closest and Zheng Qian summoned up all the courage he had in 2 lifetimes to look back. His heartbeat, it stopped. A body as imposing as a mountain range is imprinted on the eye. At the first glance into the eyes, what Zheng Qian saw was not its appearance, but the first data displayed by the skill truth. LV 355. Subject, Leviathan. 8. Dungeon Final Boss. It was a whale-like face, 100 meters tall and hundreds of meters long, so that one could not see the end of its form at a glance. The whole thing looks like a whale with 8 legs. There is a large amount of meat whiskers on the jaws. I wonder what exactly they are for. There were also a large number of stalactite-like bone spurs on the back, which still shone with a magma-like golden red luster, and a few of them had just grown out, looking like they could be shot out of the body like missiles. Not only that, but along the side of its spine, there were 2 rows of hundreds of exhaust holes that looked like they were used for breathing. With every breath exhaled, the nearby rocks would be blasted into lava by its scorching breath. Obviously there were tens of meters away, but Zheng Qian felt that he had fallen into the lava like heat. Subject, Leviathan LV 355. Type, Legendary Super Superior Magical Beasts. HP? MP? AP? Power? Mojo? Physical defense? Magic defense? Perception? Combined agility? Its terrifying attributes were such that truth simply couldn't detect any other values other than rank and class. What was even more horrifying was that Zheng Qian saw at once that the truth had given such 2 tips below the data. Notice, this creature is the final boss of Chuandong Dungeon, please avoid fighting with it at all costs. Warning, do not attempt to communicate with it using idea access. Chuandong Dungeon, the final boss? This is only the first floor of the dungeon, why would a boss come here? It was already too late to think about it in detail. It's going to die. He himself was still alive, but only because he was so small that the monster didn't give a damn about him. I am not even qualified to be its prey. Before this, no matter what kind of danger he faced, even when facing the cotto beast leader, Zheng Qian was able to remain calm. And today, that calmness is falling apart like a cookie crumbled underfoot. The storming heartbeat could not be stopped. The fear that spread throughout his body from his spinal cord made Zheng Qian forget to breathe for a moment. The pain of a broken leg became inconsequential at this moment. It is a primal fear that is engraved in the DNA of all living things. The magical beast named Leviathan in front of him was a monster among monsters. Rumble, 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 rumble. The footsteps were getting farther away. Its large size caused it to move a considerable distance with each step even if its pace was slow. It was only until the footsteps were completely inaudible that Zheng Qian dared to take his first breath of air. His body had long been drenched in cold sweat without him realizing it. Undetected? No, caught. Carefully recalling what he had just felt, Zheng Qian remembered that even though his back was turned to the Leviathan, he did feel an ice pick-like sight when it was at its closest. Leviathan had actually discovered Zheng Qian's presence. The only reason one can live is simply because one is not in its line of travel. I'm afraid that for the Leviathan, a little bitty thing like Zheng Qian wasn't even worth stopping for, was it? Let alone becoming its prey. It's as if a person walks and steps on an ant, not because the ant is in the way, but because the ant itself doesn't know how to die and happens to be located under the person's feet. The leader of the cottos is this ant. Zheng Qian felt that he had really strolled through the gates of the ghosts and did a square dance in front of the eyes of Bullhead and Horseface. Why did the final boss of the Chuandong Dungeon appear on a floor? Zheng Qian can't think too much, the most important thing now is that this place should not stay for a long time. But what should I do if my right leg is broken again? Zheng Qian thought about it and finally made a decision. Evolution in place. Evolution certainly makes you stronger, but each evolution solidifies the direction in which you can go in the future, so upgrading in what direction is something that needs to be thought through. But now he had no mobility, and his HP, MP and AP were almost all zeroed out. The fastest way to get back in shape is to upgrade. With each upgrade, all attributes are returned to full strength and all abnormal statuses are dispelled. To upgrade you must evolve and unlock a new level cap. After looking left and right to make sure that there were no other magical beasts in the vicinity, Zheng Qian flipped through the evolution options again. The fledgling candelabra, while the most orthodox evolution, results in a larger physique that affects play in tight dungeons and cannot be considered. Then there are still small chimeras and deteriorating chimeras to consider. After carefully reviewing the introduction, Zheng Qian thought about it and chose to deteriorate the fledgling dragon. In terms of attributes, the small fledgling dragon has the highest attributes of the 3. But this would inferiorize the candle bloodline to the dragon bloodline. Deteriorating hatchlings also deteriorate bloodlines though. But in essence, the deteriorating fledgling dragon was still a candle dragon, just a branch of the candle dragon, and still retained the possibility of being re-optimized as a candle dragon in the future. And deteriorating hatchlings have more balanced attributes. In the ever-changing dungeon, it is often not a certain ability specialization that is necessary for survival, but more of a survival strategy. More importantly, the deteriorating hatchling had the smallest size of the 3 evolutionary directions, and was able to remove Zheng Qian's weakness of the dark attribute while also obtaining a new natural skill, Midnight Power. In dimly lit scenes, the AP value is boosted by 3x, with no incompatible skills. No matter how you think about it, deteriorating daisies is the best option. Moreover, because of the loss of blood, Zheng Qian's HP had only 10 points left, so there was no room for hesitation. Thinking of this, Zheng Qian closed his eyes and used his consciousness to press the option to deteriorate the daisy dragon. Notice, evolution command received, evolution will be completed in 10 seconds. Accompanied by the sound of Truth's affectionate announcement, Zheng Qian felt a warm current spreading from his heart all over his body. The pain, the cold and the dizziness caused by the loss of blood disappeared. The sensation returned to the body, a little, like drops of water dripping off a leaf. The impoverished body quickly filled with hot blood. Old skin begins to peel off and new scales begin to grow. This marvelous feeling ended before Zheng Qian had time to savor it. Like a shrimp that's been poked in the belly to stand up. Zheng Qian only felt his eyes light up. Finished? The right leg that was bitten off has regenerated. The 80-centimeter physique shrinks to about 60 centimeters after completing regeneration. The power, however, was much more abundant than before. Moreover, the previously sky-blue dragon scales had turned a dark purple color with a chrome-like metallic luster, making them look a lot sturdier. Notice, evolution has been completed, experience value has been reset to start at 100, and the upgrade multiplier has been increased to 1.2 times. Notice, hoarded experience before evolution has been merged into current level has been raised, current level LV21 transfer. Notice, skill dragon sight has been upgraded, current level LV7. Notice, skill Taishu dragon breath has been upgraded, current level LV3. Notice, 10 unlocking points for evolution, currently 20 unlocking points available. Zheng Qian hurriedly opened his attributes. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, one look almost made Zheng Qian spew out his in fear. What the is this? Current function, deteriorating daisy dragon LV21 transfer. Type, rare species super superior magical beasts. HP, 1211-1211. MP, 1008-1008. AP, 495-165. Strength, 721. Magic elements, 855. Physical defense, 968. Magic defense, 1644. Perception, 315. Combined agility, 290. Current unlocked points, 20. Current experience value, 66-120. Weaknesses, light, gold, wood, water, earth, ice, wind. Natural skills, Dragon Sight LV7, Truth LV6, Too Much Dragon Breath LV3, Midnight Power LV1, Common Sense Gained, and Mind skills, Heartstrike LV2, Dragon Might LV2, Gluttony LV2, Mindfulness. Unlocked skills, none. That's too much of a boost, isn't it? One evolution actually brings almost 10 levels of boost? And the scaling of the attributes has been adjusted. HP, AP, Strength, Physical Defense, Perception and Agility are all increased to varying degrees. And because of Midnight Power, AP even explodes right up to 3x the cap. However, MP and Magic Vegetation had dropped instead of rising, and Magic Defense had even plummeted by a third after revolving instead. Of course, this loss is nothing compared to the improved attributes. Zheng Qian wasn't naive enough to think that equalization meant pulling other attributes to the same height as Magic Vegetable Magic Defense. The only thing that made Zheng Qian a bit upset was that the prefix of the magical beast class, extremely rare species, had become rare species. This meant that Zheng Qian's magical beast class had dropped by 1 level. Of course, this is not a big problem, it is the suffix that affects the upgrade attributes, and the prefix affects the upper limit, and Zheng Qian is now 100,000 miles away from the upper limit. It's just a prefix that's been downgraded 1 level, it's just that it's fallen from the highest to the second highest, and there's still a chance to make up for it later on in the evolutionary process. The most important thing now is to get out of this hellhole. With Dragon Sight and Perception. Zheng Qian clearly felt that because of Leviathan's presence, the number of magical beasts in the entire first floor of the underground city was plummeting. The surviving wraiths are also running away from the birds and beasts. Although he didn't know why Leviathan, who was a boss, had come to the first floor, Zheng Qian knew. First floor, it's going to change. Anyway, let's find a chance to brush up on your leveling first. I wouldn't want to be on the same floor as a monster like that. Thinking of this, Zheng Qian walked in the opposite direction of Leviathan, looking for the surviving magical beasts. 9. Encountering a human girl. Notice, level has been raised, current level LV8. Notice, skill dragon might has been upgraded, current level LV3. Notice, the skill meeting strike has been upgraded, current level LV3. With the fall of a subspecies cotto beast, Zheng Qian sat on his butt on the ground, exhausted. He chewed the cotto beast meat with a big mouthful while thinking up his next course of action. The cotto beast's meat chewed like tire skin, tough and smelly, but there was no choice but to be on the first floor right now, and only the cotto beast was able to satisfy Zheng Qian's need to brush up on his experience. As expected, the higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade. Before evolving, killing a cotto beast can provide 600 experience, and eating a cotto beast gains an additional 100 experience, as well as replenishing lost HP, MP, AP, and more. However, after evolving, you can only get 200 experience from killing a cotto beast, and only 30 experience from eating a cotto beast. The kind of minotaur is even more needless to say, killing one is only 5 experience, killing a layer of minotaur to extinction, Zheng Qian can't even rise one level. Moreover, after evolving, the experience value required for each level became much higher. The first thing is that the multiplier for each level becomes 1.2x, and you have to add the current level number. Also, unlike pre-evolution, post-evolution requires 100 experience for the first level. Now it's only LV8, the experience needed to upgrade is already as high as 671, while before the upgrade, LV19 to LV20 only needed 489. Zheng Qian also did some math. If it's still 20 full levels, the last level would require 7,270 experience. I'm afraid that if we evolve further, the need for experience will be even higher, and the efficiency of acquiring it will be even lower. Organizing his thoughts, Zheng Qian checked his attributes once again. Current function, deteriorating daisy dragon LV81 transfer. Type, rare species super superior magical beasts. HP, 1633-1633. MP, 1592-1592. AP, 570-190. Strength, 843. Magic, 1099. Physical defense, 1097. Magic defense, 1906. Perception, 345. Combined agility, 320. Current unlock points, 25. Current experience value, 123,671. Weaknesses, light, gold, wood, water, earth, ice, wind. Natural skills, Dragon Sight LV7, Truth LV8, Too Much Dragon Breath LV3, Midnight Power LV1, Common Sense Gained, and Heart skills, Heart Strike LV3, Dragon Might LV3, Gluttony LV2, Mindfulness. Unlocked skills, none. Sure enough, even though I'm no longer a candle dragon, my growth rate of magical vegetable-related attributes is still higher than other attributes. Overall, though, it's much more balanced than it was as a young dragon. This attribute has completely crushed the subspecies cotto beast. Even if he were to face the subspecies cotto beast leader again, Zheng Qian was certain that he could directly shoot the other party. Had I known that evolution boosted so much, if I had just evolved straight from the start, I wouldn't have been held down and beaten by the cotto beast leader. No, it's not even impossible to kill the cotto beast leader back. It's time to go to the second floor. Finish eating a subspecies of cotto beast and look out into the distance. The dimly lit dungeon was shaped like daylight in Zheng Qian's eyes. It was able to see that at the end of the sight in the distance, the ground was littered with the corpses of various magical beasts. From the 3 days since his encounter with the Leviathan until now, Zheng Qian had been carefully avoiding the monster. Over the past 3 days, there were fewer and fewer magical beasts on the first floor, and wherever Leviathan went, all the magical beasts would be killed. And Leviathan probably doesn't look at these tier 1 magical beasts and only kills them, never eats them. Wherever Leviathan's whale breath went, not an inch of grass could grow, and there was simply no magical beast that could withstand its whale breath. Zheng Qian really couldn't imagine how on earth he would be able to block such a powerful strike, let alone how to kill such a monster. And it was clear that that kind of attack wasn't even Leviathan's full strength to it, it was at best equivalent to the force of a person kicking a stone off the side of the road that was in their way. All in all, every additional second spent on the dungeon floor was an additional danger. Attributes are a little less secure though. But going to the second level of the dungeon and avoiding Leviathan is the safest thing to do right now. Thinking of this, Zheng Qian patted his butt and got up, walking towards the second floor entrance not far away. In fact, not long after leaving Nurse, Zheng Qian had already found the entrance to the second floor. The reason why you didn't go straight through is also because the dungeon passages are all one-way streets. Once you go to the second floor, you can't return to the first floor, and this is something that Zheng Qian has also verified. Although he didn't know how Leviathan came up, if it wasn't because of necessity, Jing Qian wouldn't have gone to the second floor so early. Anymore, you should brush up on your leveling until the next evolution before you consider it. Come to the entrance. It's a hole in the ground just like level 0. The surface of the hole was strewn with smooth, cake-shaped bumps. Obviously the rock had been burned and melted by the heat and then re-solidified to give it this particular shape. As for the originator, naturally, there is no need to say more. Behind them, came the characteristic whale roar of the Leviathan again, loud and heavy, deep and ancient. Although he was a bit bottomless, in order to survive, Jing Qian still pinched his nose, closed his eyes, and jumped down into the cave. However, after a long fall, Jing Qian, who had thought that he could land smoothly, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head that went up sour. Pust. The entire second floor of the dungeon instantly resounded with tomcat-like screams. Jing Qian's legs came to a screeching halt at a position less than 10 centimeters from the second floor. If it wasn't for the small size and light weight of the deteriorating fledgling dragon, this next several hundred meters of free-fall acceleration, if it were a human, I'm afraid that it wouldn't have to come through the mouth. What the hell? Landing on the ground, Zheng Qianshan's legs went limp with pain. Looking back, only to see that what had stabbed his ass was actually a metal spike from a metal plate. Taking a closer look, Zheng Qian was so shocked that he forgot about the pain. It was the shoulder armor portion of a piece of human armor. I guess it's almost as thick as the side of the socket panel, about 8 centimeters. It could be seen that such a thick and heavy pure steel armor was also severely twisted and deformed by some external force. The one that stabbed Zhang Qian's buttocks was the metal cone-shaped thorns on this piece of shoulder armor, which was used to prevent the enemy from getting close or tackling. This is undoubtedly the product of intelligent beings, not a natural formation. Is there a civilization on the second level of the dungeon? No, not likely. Zheng Qian dismissed this speculation. This armor looks thick and heavy, but the current Zheng Qian can easily penetrate it, not to mention the second floor of such a menacing dungeon, so it's not practical at all, and at best it can only be used as a substitute for defense. But this shoulder armor looks like it should have been beautifully crafted originally, even with carvings. Even if the dungeon had a civilization, it wouldn't have deliberately gone for such flashy stuff. Could it be that some humans from outside have entered the dungeon? That said, are the dominant creatures of this world really humans? No matter what, Zheng Qian could only think of this possibility. Just as Zheng Qian was puzzled. Suddenly, the hearing enhancement brought about by the LV8 dragon sight allowed him to keenly capture an extremely subtle rustling sound 7 or 8 meters behind him. There's an ambush? Worthy of being a second-tier magical beast, hidden away I can't even feel its presence. Zheng Qian was startled and turned back in a hurry. It doesn't matter if you don't turn around, once you do. Zheng Qian's spring heart swelled. Only to see a petite girl hiding not far from the corner of a dead-end street. Her hair was an aqua blue color only found in anime, and her eyes were clear as jewels. Pure silver arm guards and heel gear, and an ancient, simple martial arts outfit that looks dirty. Judging by the breastplate, her future children might starve. The small waist is also ungainly. Zheng Qian overall looked down. Sabo, isn't that this warlock's favorite type? X, for love and peace. The young girl looked scared. The moment she met the line of sight, her body even shivered violently, staring at Zheng Qian with the eyes of someone who had seen some kind of ancient demonic beast. Zheng Qian froze a little. This horse is so positive. For the first time since his reincarnation, he met a human, and such a beautiful girl. This can't help but make Zheng Qian, an old house with 2 lifetimes of maternal solo, have some unrealistic fantasies. That. Yikes. Zheng Qian felt a bit embarrassed and was just about to open his mouth when he didn't expect the girl to fall on her but in shock. It could be seen that the young girl's 2 legs were shaking like sieves, and she didn't even have the strength to stand up. She sat on the ground, stomping desperately backward with her legs at a loss, trying to get away from Zheng Qian. But not far behind them was a stone wall. There was no way to retreat. This reaction made Zheng Qian a little uncertain. It wasn't that he didn't know what he looked like, and reflections had seen what he looked like more than once when he drank water. Standing 65 centimeters tall, a fleshy young dragon look-alike was similar to the Yagyu beasts in Digibot, only with scales. After evolving into a deteriorating fledgling dragon, the scales didn't differ much overall even though they changed from sky blue to purple black. As a rule, I'm a cute boy, why do girls react so much when they see me? I'm not hostile, I just wanted to ask why you're here. Zheng Qian lowered his body and approached that sister in a way that was like pacifying a stray kitten on the side of the road. Spitting human words? Ultra superior magical beast? Why is there a super superior magical beast on the second floor? Huh? The young girl had obviously been scared to the point of insanity, and her mouth kept mumbling something such as if you fight, you will die, or if you don't fight, you will die, or Master Ginger, please give me strength, or something of unknown significance. So what, little sister, don't worry, I'm not a good person, no, I mean I'm not a bad person. Zheng Qian was a bit anxious and tried to go up to her to make things clear. Who knew that only just 2 meters closer to the young girl suddenly stormed up. Wind god leg. Bang. The waves of air scraped the small pool of water not far away and rippled. The young girl put her whole body into swinging a whip kick. Because of the defenselessness, the distance is close, plus this will be just in time. Zheng Qian LSP soul is awakening, with a loss of concentration. This kind of attack, like a slow playback, miraculously made Zheng Qian not react. The whip leg hit right at the solar plexus where the head's defense was weakest and unprotected by dragon scales. Then such words appeared in Zheng Qian's line of sight. HP 1. Zheng Qian. So weak. It felt like being poked lightly with a finger. Did I really get hit? Zheng Qian even suspected that this was some lower-level demonic creature disguised as a human. Opening the truth, Zheng Qian glanced at the data of the young girl and was instantly dumbfounded. Subject, Formal Service Martial Arts Monk LV-19. Type, Universal Species Human Female. Breeding value, better. HP, 366 419. MP, 33 193. AP, 40 190. Strength, 213. Magic, 99. Physical defense, 192. Magic defense, 99. Perception, 34. Combined agility, 215. Well wow, that's weak. You can't even eat at one level with that kind of attribute. Are humans that weak? Or is it just an isolated phenomenon? That said, what the hell is the breeding value? It clearly wasn't there when I identified the magical beasts. Zheng Qian now had nearly 1100 physical defense. The power of this human girl is only 213. What's more, when two creatures fought, it wasn't just as simple as spelling out attributes, the level itself would also produce suppression. Strength 1000 versus physical defense 1000, at the same level, will deal damage ranging from 100 to 900 depending on where it hits. But if it's a LV1 strength of 1000 against a LV100 physical defense of 1000, even if it hits the deadliest weakness, it can't do more than 9 points of HP damage. Zheng Qian's growth system was already very special. Each evolution provides 20 levels of substitution. So Zheng Qian's attribute calculation is not just LV20 plus LV8 LV28. Rather LV20 plus LV20 plus LV8 LV48. 2.5 times the grade difference over 5 times the attribute difference. This young girl was able to deal 1 horsepower of damage to herself, and Zheng Qian wondered if it was an outburst of desire for survival. The leg that kicked Zheng Qian in the head quickly swelled and bruised. Instead of causing damage to Zheng Qian, this kick caused her right leg to be severely sprained. Don't! Master Ginger, help me! As if she had witnessed hell, the young girl ran in a frenzy toward a nearby hole, ignoring her injured leg. Zheng Qian was shocked at the sight. Hey! Don't run around! It's dangerous! The magical beasts on the first floor were so powerful, let alone the second floor. So much so that Zheng Qian had to risk being discovered by the Leviathan and forcefully brushed an extra 6 levels before he dared to come down to the second floor of this dungeon. For such a weak human, and with injuries, to rashly wander around the second floor, wouldn't it be a case of the birthday boy hanging himself, living beyond his means? Zheng Qian hurriedly tried to catch up. Yet just then. Boom! A giant spider demonic creature descended from the sky and stopped in front of Zheng Qian. Holish tea! Zheng Qian was scared and screamed out in English, "Are you shooting a ghost movie? Come out of nowhere?" Zheng Qian hurriedly looked behind that spider demon beast. Only to see that in just 3 or 4 seconds, the girl might have used some skill, and had already run 30 or 40 meters away, and was about to lose her. And the magical beasts of the dungeon, chasing down their prey looking at the essence of life. The weak human was obviously not to the taste of this spider demon beast, and as if she didn't exist, she just stared at Zheng Qian with a deadly stare. the brain was instantly set on fire. Sub-oh. Damn you. It's so hard for me to have a chance to get out of this, and you're ing giving me a straight physical breakup? I'm KAM Gift Grain. Target, Chattering Spider LV49. Type, Median Magical Beast. HP, 2146-2146. MP, 1999-1999. AP, 299-299. Power, 619. Magic, 825. Physical Defense, 723. Magic Defense, 998. Perception, 315. Combined Agility, 419. You're not even a 4-digit rookie on the hex panel, and you dare to stop me on my way to getting off? Zheng Qian took an arrow step and his body was like a 65-centimeter mortar that blasted at the chattering demon spider's face. Its hard head armor was instantly kicked out with a spiderweb like depression shattering. This kick directly dropped the chattering spider by more than 500 horsepower. The nearly 5-meter, 2-ton giant demonic beast was actually kicked more than 10 meters away by Zheng Qian. Notice, the skill Single Dog's Fury Flying Kick has been unlocked. What is this bull skill? Question, will this skill be deleted? Damn sure delete. I doubt you made up a skill to wiggle me. This skill consumes nothing and provides double damage if the initial first hit of each fight is a flying kick. Zheng Qian froze. No consumption? For nothing? Ahem, better keep it. Oops, that smells good. No, that's not the point. Zheng Qian shook his head and pulled his thoughts back to reality. More than 10 meters away, the chattering demon spider that had just been kicked away was staggering to its feet. Kill it. Zheng Qian's heart ignited a ball of nameless anger. Definitely not thinking that the girl didn't get far and might be able to snatch her back. Yeah, definitely not. It was simply a matter of wanting to kill the spider, in order to preserve love and peace in the world. I'm going to get a girl, get thee out of my way. Zheng Qian's dragon might was released to an unprecedented level. The stalactites on the nearby sky dome were all shattered and fell down one by one. Some of the stalactites that smashed near Zheng Qian were crushed by the pressure just a few feet away from its body. Drink! Zheng Qian bellowed, and his entire body shot towards the chattering demon spider like a bullet. Heart attack. As a second-tier magical beast, where did the chattering demon spider think that this little nugget would actually have such a strong power? What's more, he couldn't figure out where exactly he had provoked Zheng Qian, causing him to be so furious. But it didn't get a chance to figure it out. In the 8 eyes of the chattering demon spider, they saw a beam of purple and black streams of light flash by, and in the next instant, their consciousness was interrupted. Zheng Qian focused his entire body's strength, using his body as a cannonball, and ran the chattering demon spider's body through in a single strike from head to ass. The second-tier magical beast, the chattering demon spider, died violently on the spot. Notice, level has been raised, current level LV9. And where did Zheng Qian have the mood to care about such crap as upgrading? Open all your senses and look carefully. But where else can I find the sister? A good girl, just like that? Run away? With a fluttering sound, Zheng Qian knelt down, unable to cry. My sister. 11. A chance encounter with a cat lady above. 5 days later. Notice, level has been raised, current level LV11. After killing a dog-headed man, Zheng Qian checked his current attributes while chewing on the dog-headed man's meat. The flavor was so-so. The meat of a dog-headed man tastes like cat meat, sour and astringent, not chewy and chewy. But after living in the dungeon for so long, Zheng Qian had long since become accustomed to it. It's been 5 days since I came to the second floor. Zheng Qian also gradually adapted to life on the second floor. Unlike the first floor, the magical beasts on the second floor began to diversify, and almost every day, one could encounter several kinds of unseen magical beasts. And, of course, humans. It's just that all the humans you encounter are corpses or wrecks is all. The sister of that day Zheng Qian has actually been nagging. Not because the LSP nature kicked in, but mainly because it was human. In these 5 days, Zheng Qian had found human remains on the second floor more than once. Until a large number of footprints left by humans were also found. Because the second floor is muddier, and because it's obviously a cave with the first floor, it actually rains every other day on the second floor. So on the second floor, footprints can't be retained for very long. Judging by the numbers, it was left behind by a large force of at least 200 or 300 men. That means there are humans exploring the second level of the dungeon? Or that it has passed the second level and has entered the third? No matter what, Zheng Qian was eager to find these humans. Because the environment of the dungeon is clearly unsuitable for human survival, it means that there can be no indigenous humans in the dungeon. Since the humans had the certainty to enter the dungeon, it meant that they also had the relative certainty to leave the dungeon at any time. At least that point makes logical sense. This was exactly what Zheng Qian had dreamed of. It's just a shame that attempts to track down signs of humans over the past few days have been fruitless. Even if you can find it, it's just wreckage after wreckage. Then again, humans are a bit too weak, aren't they? Or am I actually strong now? Zheng Qian casually picked up the breastplate from a nearby corpse. Some kind of silver metal breastplate 3 centimeters thick, shouldn't be made of silver, haven't seen anything like it. Zheng Qian stretched out a finger and gently poked it. This thick chest armor was like rice paper, poked a hole in it on the spot. Does this armor really provide defense? Zheng Qian was skeptical. And the sword. Zheng Qian picked up a nearby, gold-handled greatsword that looked like it was made of blue crystal. This sword is not good, and it will also glow in the dim dungeon, and the body is crystal clear, like it is made of gems. Identification, artificial artifact, pseudo-sacred sword of Aeolian. Skill Truth provides information about this sword. Pseudo-sacred sword, that's a fake? Zheng Qian grabbed both ends and gently broke them, and this pseudo-holy sword was broken into 2 on the spot. To the touch, the firmness seems to be about the same as a cookie cutter. A pseudo-sacred sword? That's it? It's too blunt for toenail clippings, isn't it? And the breastplate? That's it? Zheng Qian picked up the chest armor from earlier and twisted it around. The thick chest armor was like toilet paper that kept deforming in his hands. You bought it on Nanyuki, didn't you? Is it really a breastplate? I'm afraid of lead poisoning if I wipe my ass with it. Is it really true that I'm stronger? I don't feel like I'm that strong, do I? Zheng Qian was puzzled. And at the same time. What? The Crusade army is all but wiped out? In the huge palace, the stout emperor was dressed in a red golden battle robe, sitting on top of a pure gold throne. The old majesty was now gone, replaced by a pale face that trembled slightly from the wicked cold. The look was like someone had taken out his spine. There were only a scattering of 7 or 8 people kneeling on the bright red carpet, all of them bruised and battered. But when they saw the king in such a disheveled state, each one of them bowed his head out of self-condemnation. A man dressed as a mage at the head said, "Your Majesty, this raiding war was initiated by me, and the loss of so many young warriors was unexpected, but I also have an unshirkable responsibility. I ask your Majesty to order the execution of the old man to avenge his anger." Mr. Gingle. Next to him, a burly man in red full body armor stepped forward. The purpose of this raid battle is to raid the second floor boss. As a matter of fact, according to the previous intelligence, you have brought 3 times as many troops as needed for the raid, so why did it still fail? Back to General Long, this is because. This aged mage named Ginger looked like he had remembered something horrible, his body couldn't stop trembling, and cold sweat was brushing down his face. After a long time, he lifted his stunned eyes, faced the king, and said quietly, "We encountered the final boss of the dungeon. Leviathan on the second floor." What? The entire palace was in an uproar. The ministers who stood apart on either side were also talking between left and right, so much so that several of the high court board hats on their heads fell to the ground as they twisted their heads from side to side. The king heard the news and instantly turned his face to gold as well. Ryoko. Silence. General Long bellowed, and the curtains of the entire palace were hunted by the strong wind. The ministers then shut the dog up and didn't dare to say anything. Looks like we've really angered the dungeon lord. The king was full of heartburn. He closed his eyes, supported his chin with one hand, and said helplessly, "Over the years, the pressure exerted by the gods has become heavier and heavier. In order to get the secret treasures of the dungeon as soon as possible, the kingdoms have become more and more active in the raiding of the dungeon. But the dungeon has a consciousness of its own. I guess our frequent raiding is completely pissing off the dungeon? Northland, Tianshan, Haisewan, before the other kingdoms have come one after another, said that their dungeon final boss up to a layer I originally still do not believe, did not expect. Alas. Speaking of this, the king raised his head, looked up at the glazed dome emblazoned with the pattern of the heavenly horse, and sighed longingly, now even the dragon god clan has abandoned us. Could it be that this heavenly Tao really wants to exterminate humanity? Is this God really trying to kill me? Zheng Xian was sweating profusely, his forehead veins were bulging, and his entire body was shaking desperately due to the overpowering force. That feeling. It was as if the insides were being torn out. It was as if the soul was passing through some narrow tube. It was as if the marrow in his entire body was being drained. I can't. I'm dying. I'm dying. Zheng Xian never expected that he would actually experience such a calamity. So many magical beasts in the dungeon couldn't kill me, am I going to die here today? No, no way. Deeply inhaling a large mouthful of air, Zheng Xian struck all his strength and launched another fierce attack. But the result is still futile. Looking at his AP slot that had gone to 0, Zheng Xian fell into deep despair. I can't pull it out. Why am I constipated as a dragon? Is it because there are no vegetables to eat in the dungeon? Did your stomach go bad? That's not right. Dragons are carnivorous. Notice, gain 50 experience points. Why can you get experience even if you... And it's more than a tier of minotaur monsters, huh? Sabo, is it true that if I pull a day here I can just go full level and storm Leviathan? Truth, you have a tricky way of brushing up your presence. Zheng Xian was sweating anxiously. Granted, after evolving into a deteriorating fledgling, food is digested much more efficiently, and the frequency of pooping becomes rare. But the setting of being bound to be constipated every time tortured Zheng Xian. I don't want to take a response. When gluttony reaches LV4, complete absorption of food can be achieved. IV4? I'm only LV3 now. Zheng Xian felt incomparably desperate. Mind skills are far more difficult to upgrade than talent skills. Dragon Sight was already LV8, and Gluttony was only LV3. Such a slow upgrade speed also meant that it was very likely that when the deteriorating Daisy Dragon was fully leveled, Gluttony might not even be able to reach LV4. The mindfulness skill works really well though. Originally, you can get experience from killing other magical beasts, but there is no experience from eating the corpse of this magical beast. You can only recover the expended HP, MP, and AP, as well as replenish the nutrients needed for growth. However, it is the presence of gluttony that makes it possible to gain some extra experience from eating magical beasts as well, increasing the speed of upgrading. At the same time, it also allowed Zheng Xian to eat food that exceeded his limit by hundreds of times, making it unnecessary to hunt frequently. The food that is stocked in the stomach can still be paused to be digested and redigest when necessary to replenish HP, MP, and AP. The other mind skills, Willing Strike, naturally go without saying. Dragon Might is able to increase your perception by 50 points per level, reduce your opponent's hex panel by 10%, and give a sluggish debuff. Bachelor Dog's Angry Flying Kick doubles the damage of the first Juf each fight. In short, the mind skills are useful, but upgrading them is very slow, and how upgrades and unlocks are determined is also unclear for now. If only I could figure out the mind skill. Thinking of this, Zheng Xian used a piece of skirt armor as toilet paper and wiped his butt before getting up, ready to look for his next prey. Regardless, the most important thing at this stage is to level up as soon as possible to ensure your survival. However, just as Zheng Xian was preparing to leave, suddenly, a pinprick of nasty chills ran down the back of his spine. Zheng Xian was shocked and couldn't even return his head, relying on his instincts to avoid a side roll. The highly compressed air was like a guillotine blade, brushing past its head and scraping sparks on the tough dragon scales. A wind blade? So fast. Rolling to the side, Zheng Xian looked ahead. For gouges several feet deep were scraped into the rock wall by the wind blade, like pieces of paper scratched by a cat. HP 3. Several dragon scales on the top of his head were scraped and rough as sandy skin. Dragon scales magic resistance didn't take effect? This is a physical wind blade? It's not magical? Never seen that skill before. It was too late to continue thinking. The sharp hearing provided by the LV8 dragon sight allowed Zheng Xian to clearly capture that there was some small creature behind him that was approaching at an unbelievable speed. By the time Zheng Xian reacted, the creature was less than 50 centimeters from his back. Suffered. A tingle ran through his scalp. Without even having the time to turn around, Zheng Xian dodged another sideways. The sharp claws scraped across the dragon scales of its face by a fraction of a second. Those claws were unusually sharp. The dragon scales that had both physical and magical resistance were cut open like rice paper. HP 20. When he rolled to the side, Zheng Qian realized that he had 4 wounds running down his face, and blood stained most of his face. I'm afraid my own head would be shaved into sliced bread if those claws were scratched by the goods. Oh? Both hits didn't kill you, meow. No wonder you dared to break into my territory. Looks like you've got some skills, meow. Through the translation of the intent passage, Zheng Qian heard that a young girl's voice came from the darkness. That quadrupedal magical beast hid in the shadows, and after licking the blood on its claws, it actually stood up on its hind legs like a human. The 2 tails extending from his hips were long and flexible, slapping the ground hard as if expressing dissatisfaction. By the looks of you, you have the skill of intent communicate, right? In that case, we can communicate, meow. But no matter what, since you've entered my territory, you won't be able to get out alive, meow. Although he couldn't see his real face, Zheng Qian could clearly feel that the demonic beast was sneering at himself. 12. Chance encounter with a cat lady below. So fast. Zheng Qian had never imagined that he would actually encounter such a tricky enemy. The perimeter kept scurrying past one black shadow after another. It was so fast that it was hard to catch with the naked eye. With his own strength, he actually created the feeling of dozens of people surrounding Zheng Qian at the same time. It's hard to imagine that creatures are actually capable of such actions. After LV11, Zheng Qian's perception was as high as 390. With a speed that even 390's perception couldn't keep up with, the other party's combined agility had reached at least 2,000 or more. Zheng Qian had never encountered a magical beast with such a high combined agility. So fast that to this day Zheng Qian had never seen its true appearance, let alone read her data. Well. In between thoughts, Zheng Qian only felt a pain in his back. The thickest back dragon scales of the whole body were even easily torn apart by its sharp claws. Back! Zheng Qian swung his fist back violently, but all that was torn apart was the air. Immediately after that, 4 more bone-deep gouges appeared on his arms as well, and blood flowed like a stream. HP 65. HP 79. HP 28. HP 69. Just now constipation exhausted AP all, Zheng Qian simply did not have the extra physical strength to make too many movements. The opponent's speed was so fast that his sight could not catch it. Zheng Qian no longer cared about the pain. The opponent relies heavily on its claws, and all attacks are of the piercing type. The dragon scales themselves have some resistance to piercing, and each attack doesn't do a lot of damage and contains no magical elements at all. That said, opponents go the speed specialization route. Just by defending the vitals and not being killed by a single blow, one would not be able to die in a short period of time. But as the saying goes, one trick pays off, and the outrageous speed of this magical beast left Zheng Qian almost at his wit's end. If we are dragged on like this, sooner or later we will be exhausted. And the other party was obviously coming with murderous intentions, it wasn't that easy to run away. Dragon Wick? It's been used for a long time. With a 10% reduction in attributes and the addition of retardation, this magical beast still managed to maintain such an amazing speed. What's it really about? Zheng Qian's HP was quickly cut to less than half, with only 800 left. The constant bleeding also caused Zheng Qian's vision to become a little blurry. It's a loud bang. Zheng Qian only felt a sharp pain. There was a momentary break in tail's defense. It was also just a moment before the tail would chip off a section. The HP dropped a ton as a result, dropping below 700. If you keep this up, you'll die. Well, at least a man who had survived nearly a month in the dungeon. Faced with this insoluble situation, Zheng Qian made a decisive decision. Truth. Open the skill tree map. Skill tree map is open. A dense, intricate skill tree presented itself. During this time Zheng Qian had actually studied the skill tree diagram. These skills may seem complex, but most of them are actually promotional and derivative items of a particular skill, and cannot be unlocked until you unlock the pre-skills. As for the initial skill tree skills, Zheng Qian has long been familiar with them. For the sake of that, to deal with this situation now. Unlock. Dragon Sense. Consuming 1 unlock point, LV8 Dragon Sight has been promoted to LV8 Dragon Perception. Unlock. Mental Focus. Consume 1 unlock point, mental concentration is unlocked. Unlock. Pulse. 5 unlock points consumed. Pulse unlocked. As streams of light crossed the skill tree map, the skills representing dragon perception and mental concentration were illuminated. Zheng Qian's eyes widened. In a flash, the world in his eyes changed. Normally, human beings can only perceive three colors, red, blue and green, and everything in this colorful world is based on these three colors. How many colors are there in this world exactly? No one knows. And the moment dragon vision was promoted to dragon perception, the truth of the world was unraveled. Zheng Qian had never imagined that the world would actually be so colorful. Moreover, a dragon's perception can see not only reality, but also the cracks that do not exist in reality. It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that this is future sight, at best it's just a slightly more accurate fragment than the sixth sense, but it can already play a decisive role in real combat. Over here. Zheng Qian turned around and shone a punch at the air behind him. Just hear the thud. A residual shadow was actually sent flying by Zheng Qian's punch. No, instead of being sent flying by the fist, it was more like he himself had taken the initiative to hit Zheng Qian's fist and was bounced off. What's going on? Yanking her body out of the rock, the wraith didn't seem to be able to react for a moment, only to realize that Zheng Qian had already lunged at her like a grenade. So fast. That magical beast was shocked in its heart. This little thing party wasn't so fast. Pulse. Provides an extremely strong machine power at once by consuming AP significantly. Zheng Qian's AP is 633-211 after LV11. Using one pulse reduced it to 394-211. It takes over 200 AP to use just one pulse, so imagine how much this skill consumes? Without the support of the midnight power skill, Zheng Qian wouldn't have been able to use the pulse even once. But at the same time, the speed provided by the pulse is amazing, even though it can only go straight. The speed of the straight line sprint was increased by at least 20 times, which actually made this speed specialization magic beast somewhat unable to react. Boom! The mortar-like impact went straight through the rock wall, and Zheng Qian's impact almost shattered the entire rock wall. The magical beast that managed to dodge the blow was horrified when faced with this kind of power. It wants to pull away. But just as her leg stomped, a dragon's claw in the dust hooked her ankle with thunderous speed. Mental focus. By consuming large amounts of MP, one's somatic time slows down. This skill boosts your reaction speed several times. The wraith's attempt to escape had been detected by Zheng Qian the moment she stomped her legs. How can? The wraith was horrified. She couldn't fathom that this fledgling dragon, who had just been beaten by herself with no power to fight back, had instantly pushed herself to the brink of extinction. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. The glaring eyes glowed red in the darkness. The grin up to his ears looked like a demon. A large amount of blue flame spilled out from his teeth, and the Taishu dragon's breath had long since finished building up its strength. The skills of the skill tree diagram were certainly powerful, but the consumption was too great for the current Zheng Qian to use a second time. I've consumed a whole 7 unlock points on my side, so you deserve to die. Dragon's breath. Without saying a word, Zheng Qian sprayed out a mouthful. Wow! Before that magical beast could let out a miserable scream, a large amount of blue blazing fire instantly transformed the entire underground cavity. The damp cave was instantly baked dry. When the blaze cleared, the entire cavern smelled of roasting meat. A shot of Taishu dragon's breath roasted all the bugs and ants and the dirt into jerky, which gave off this weird scent. Zheng Qian gasped and hurriedly checked his data. Current function, deteriorating daisy dragon LV11-1 transfer. Type, rare species super superior magical beasts. HP, 493-1885. MP, 358-1943. AP, 246-211. Power, 908. Magic, 1247. Physical defense, 1175. Magic defense, 2065. Perception, 363. Combined agility, 838. Current unlock point, 23. Current experience value, 421-1268. It's pretty exhausting. But the scaly Zheng Qian couldn't be bothered with that. Because he realized that there was no change in the experience value. That means the opponent is still alive. Zheng Qian's heart lifted. Taking a shot of Taifu Dragon's breath head-on at zero distance was no small matter. It was only after the charred magical beast was found in a corner 5 meters away that Zheng Qian's heart hanging in mid-air was loosened. It was just that appearance that caused Zheng Qian's heart to clench slightly. It was a magical beast in the form of a young girl. Her shoulder-length cherry-colored hair was half burned and her pretty face was almost completely destroyed. The cat's ears on his head were burnt and one of the two cat tails behind him was missing. Her right cat paw was completely carbonized. It meant that just now, she had used her wind blade to counteract most of the power of the Taishu dragon's breath, and that was how she managed to survive. Subject, Mutant Cat Matabe LV51 Humanoid. Type, Legendary Medium Magical Beast Incarnate. Breeding value, very high. HP, 11,486. MP, 109,109. AP, 01528. Strength, 805. Magic, 51. Physical defense, 811. Magic defense, 19. Combined agility, 2994. This. An unprecedented cramping pain filled Zhang Qian's chest as an LSP. The old man almost killed a cat-eared? 13, are you nuts? Cat again, a common magical creature in the second floor of the dungeon. Similar in appearance to a cat, the face is closer to that of a human and has two tails. This was supposed to be a very common and ordinary demonic creature. However, Zhang Qian never expected that today, he would actually meet a cat that had finished transforming into a form again by chance here. Aside from the cat ears and tail, the whole body is a human no matter how you look at it, even more like a cat-eared girl cosplay. Although over 80% of the body was charred, it was still evident that the original appearance of the humanoid wraith was very much to his own XP. Zhang Qian, who has always been resolute and decisive, actually has some intolerance to make up for it. Lust for sex? Yeah, I'm just horny. What's wrong with that? You'd understand if you hadn't been a meathead in 2 lifetimes. How strong is the urgency of being an old SP, and the curiosity of the conception of life? Wouldn't you be heartbroken to realize that you almost took out such a beautiful girl? What? Doesn't it hurt? So you probably like men, then? WH. What's wrong? Still not killing me, meow? The cat lady-shaped magical beast glared viciously at Zhang Qian with its only remaining eye. This made Zhang Qian a bit at a loss for words. After a long moment of consideration, this came to mind as a reason that was not too bad. Cat meat isn't good, it's sour and astringent, and I don't like how skinny you are. Poof. The transformed cat snorted again and said weakly, think I look soft and weak, meow? So you can't sympathize with me? If you don't kill me this time, I'll be the one to kill you next time, meow. Zhang Qian did not move. If I can cure you once, I can cure you next time. I'm still afraid of this? It cost me 7 unlock points to deal with you, why did you attack me? Zhang Qian felt strange. Because normally one releases LV2 Dragon Might 24/7. Because of the LV2 degree of Dragon Might, the MP consumption is no more burdensome than the MP recovery rate. And although the LV2 Dragon Might didn't have the power to kill, it could tell other magical beasts that they weren't to be messed with. Ordinary magical beasts did not dare to actively attack Zhang Qian because of this. Coming to the second floor of the dungeon, it was the first time Zhang Qian had been actively attacked. Why did you attack me? When the other party didn't answer, Zhang Qian vocally repeated his question. The teenage girl-shaped cat glared at Zhang Qian again unwillingly, you stepped into my territory and pooped on my territory again, meow. Who am I going to hit if not you? The turf? Zhang Qian was slightly stunned. Ah, so? Felines are pretty territorial. But it's a dungeon, do the animal instincts of the outside world really apply in a dungeon? And if I may say so, do female cats have a sense of territory too? Just for this little thing? Zhang Qian found it a bit unbelievable. What do you mean by little things, meow? The teenage girl-shaped cat lashed out again, if you're so strong, you should be a dominant magical beast on the second floor, right? Don't you understand such simple common sense, meow? No, actually I've only been in the dungeon for less than a month. The cat was stunned again, no way, hiss. Probably too excited, her body moved a bit, she suddenly grimaced in pain. It hurt for a long time before she continued, it's so nice out there, being free in the forest. Some of them will even be looked upon by humans and become mounts, living a life of clothing and food, meow. Why would they come to a whole dungeon like ours, meow? How's it going out there? Cat against words made Zhang Qian want to laugh a little. The dragon is the lord of all. As a dragon, Zhang Qian knew all the common sense of this world at birth because of the skill common sense acquisition. Although the magical beasts in the magical beast forest were clothed and fed, they didn't have the sinister grind of the dungeon, causing them to be powerless when they were subjected to large-scale hunting by humans. As for being a human mount, it wasn't a good thing. Maybe some people will treat their mounts well and cherish them. But most of them are deprived of liberty and then recklessly squeezed for value and used as tools. No different than a broiler in a chicken coop. Come to the dungeon for a month. Zheng Qian's biggest feeling is that the dungeon is the slum of the magical beasts, but the same is also the homecoming. This place is full of blood and violence, but only here are the wraiths the protagonists. Forget it if you don't believe me. Zheng Qian was also too lazy to explain anything to her. Perhaps the emotions stabilized, the pain of the burns became more pronounced, and the girlish cat began to twist in agony again. You're still waiting, what meow? I've lost, kill me. Do you enjoy seeing me in pain meow? There was no semblance of fear in Cat's mouth again. Quite the contrary, there's a sense that relief has finally come. This made Zheng Qian couldn't help but remember what Nurse had said. We wraiths are born in dungeons and are born cursed. All this time, Zheng Qian hadn't used the skill of idea access much. He was afraid that he would be softened by hearing the beast's pleas for mercy before death, or its plea that it did not want to fight. Because Zheng Qian, no matter what, was a human being at heart, with the most basic sympathy and compassion. In the dungeon, such feelings would kill you. And nowadays, it could be because of the color, or it could be because of something else. Facing this cat and churlish look, Zheng Qian actually hesitated a little. But there was only hesitation. Zheng Qian wasn't stupid enough to let her off the hook and then be killed by her back one day. Raising his dragon's claws, he was ready to strike as he did so. Suddenly, a loud rumble interrupted Zheng Qian's dragon claw that was about to fall. What's the situation? Before Zheng Qian had a chance to react, the entire second floor of the dungeon trembled violently as if the sky was spinning. Did those humans strike again? What a fearless meow! The cat hastily grabbed onto a nearby rock again to prevent himself from being jolted out of the room. Human? Zheng Qian hurriedly asked after him, what human? Boom! There was another loud bang, this time much closer, and the tremor even caused the stalactites in the dome to snap and fall by the roots. The cat said with difficulty again, a while ago, the humans came to raid the dungeon again, and then again and again and again, they were routed by the second floor boss meow. A few humans who seemed to be the leaders fled with the youngest batch, leaving some strong people who had been stranded on the second floor meow. All this time they had been trying to conquer the second floor and leave the dungeon, but how could they beat the boss meow? Every time, they would lose so many people. Now they seem to be trying again. This time the reaction is so big, I'm afraid it's everyone left fighting for their lives together meow. Humans? Tier 2 boss? Leaving the dungeon? In a few short sentences, several terms that Zheng Qian was most concerned about popped up. Just as Zheng Qian was about to pursue the matter further. Boom! The rock wall next to it was suddenly penetrated. A handsome young man clad in silver armor with a blue cloak and holding a golden greatsword crashed through the wall and rolled down next to Zheng Qian and Cat again. The young man was incredibly handsome, but was seriously injured. His secret silver armor was full of holes, and 2/3 of his mighty cloak was missing. Humans? Zheng Qian was shocked. That youth also saw Zheng Qian and Cat again for the first time, and his face instantly solidified. A magical beast? Is that the entourage around the boss? The youth was staggered and yelled in the direction of the rock wall he had just penetrated, Captain Wind. There are attendant demons over here, I'll deal with them, you guys focus on the magical beasts. After saying that, he faced Zheng Qian and held the golden greatsword that was strewn with cracks with both hands, and his silver-white battle intent instantly illuminated the neighborhood with lights. Come on, damn demonic beasts, today it's either you die or I die. The youth angrily stared at Zheng Qian with a gaze that was like a worldly hatred. Zheng Qian was instantly confused. No, it's none of my business. Are you nuts? 14, stupid humans. Hello? No, I. Die. The youth took an arrow step, and his figure rushed in like an arrow off the string. Zheng Qian was shocked at the sight. It's slow. The sound and powerful sword was just like slow motion in Zheng Qian's eyes. How slow is this sword? To be more rigorous, if Zheng Qian wanted to hide, he could even smoke a cigarette first to think about what to pose. Blithely dodges the blow. The battle-intent sword wind practically flew past Zheng Qian's head, leaving a deep indentation on the wall behind him. Zheng Qian hurriedly said, "Hey, I'm just passing by, let's keep well water out of the river, okay?" Who knew that when this youth heard Zheng Qian actually open his mouth to speak, instead of stopping, the hostility in his eyes became even more intense. Spitting human words? Mythic level super superior magical beast? What? Mythical? Zheng Qian froze. To be honest, Zheng Qian wanted to tell the other party that he was an extremely rare species that was 2 levels higher, although temporarily retreating into a rare species was just that. But look at the expression on this youth's face. It always feels like he'll turn into a rabid dog when he says it. A large amount of cold sweat instantly seeped out of that youth's face, and his mouth mumbled even more. A mythic-grade juvenile demonic beast. If we don't get rid of it here, the next time we raid the dungeon will mean facing 2 bosses. There is no possibility for us to survive, then, for the sake of our descendants to pave the way, even if we put our lives on the line, this demonic beast must be gotten rid of. Your brain is so great, I'm about to cry. I'm sorry, Mentor Ginger, I'm going to have to use that move for the sake of those who come after me. Hey, no. Are you listening to me? The youth shook the large sword in his hand and shouted, "Critical break!" In an instant, surging battle intent erupted from every pore in his body. The silver-colored battle spirit turned blood red in an instant. The veins in his entire body exploded, and the energy released within his body skyrocketed by more than 10 times. What is this skill? Zheng Qian was shocked. The weakling of the party had actually released energy equal to his own in the twinkling of an eye? No, even more so. That red wariness. It turned out to be so. It was the body that couldn't withstand such a strong force, and the blood that seeped out of the pores turned into steam, staining the battle spirit red. Subject, Paladin LV-32-1 transfer. Type, Elite Human. HP, 4336-1066. MP, 1765-345. AP, 1344-211. Strength, 1703-703. Magic, 627-227. Physical defense, 1495-495. Magic defense, 1718-218. Perception, 1274-274. Combined agility, 699-199. Sure enough, all the attributes exceeded their own limits. It's not good, most of the attributes exceed me. If I'm at full strength, it's pretty easy to solve him by skill advantage. But I'm injured now, and my AP hasn't recovered much, so I don't have any chance of winning in a head-on fight. However, between thoughts, the sharp Zheng Qian still found that after just 2 seconds of hesitation, all of the opponent's values were lowered by 1 to 2 points. Zheng Qian instantly understood. So it is. Massive boost in all attributes and no side effects? I'm afraid I'm not thinking of Peach. What in the world is so good? What this human was using, I'm afraid, was some sort of skill that boosted combat power for a short period of time at the cost of sacrificing his life force. That is to say, for the sake of posterity, suffer death, Wraith. The youth shouted loudly and appeared in front of Zheng Qian like an instantaneous movement. The greatsword swung out with a sword blade that was as big as a flag. So fast. The power was also incomparable to what it was just now. Zheng Qian mobilized his legs and dodged sideways. However, I never thought that this sword is incredibly fast. A sword fell short, but did not pause to diagonally turn the sword body, once again to its neck chopping. Sure is fast. Zheng Qian was appalled and dodged repeatedly. However, the youth's sword stuck to Zheng Qian like snot, and no matter how he dodged, he could not get out of the attack range. There's no way out. Zheng Qian took an arrow step, dodged the sword in his brow, slung the cat on the ground on his shoulder again, and sped in a direction away from the boss and the youth. The cat again obviously did not expect that Zheng Qian somehow rushed over to carry himself and ran. Let go of me. What are you trying to do, meow? I'm not going to give you a baby. The cat that hadn't reacted yet again, gnawed and scratched at Zheng Qian's naked brain. Shut up. Zheng Qian drew out a hand and directly pinched her rear flesh. The cat's face sprang up in a flush again, and his one remaining ear drooped down, his body unable to move as if he were frozen. She mumbled something else out of her mouth, let go of me, meow. But where did Zheng Qian care about her? With just a pause, the human youth behind him had already chased him close. Swords of gold rained down. I don't have any emergency syrup, why do you keep chasing me? The stifled Zheng Qian couldn't help but break out in curses. That young man's eyes are white. Huma looks like he has lost his mind, and where did he hear Zheng Qian's question? Instead, he pursued even more. If I was in full form, how could I be chased by a stray fish like you? The exhausted Zhang Qian was dumbfounded and could not speak of his suffering, and could only squeeze out his milk strength to run wildly. A man and a dragon, one in front of the other. The two streams of light kept intertwining in the dungeon, pulling apart, intertwining again, and pulling apart again. The two engaged in a fierce chase. The dungeon was littered with scars from Zhang Qian's chase with that youth. HP 49. It's really bad luck today. Having been chopped by another sword, Zhang Qian's heart was already in agony. Running away at full force was physically draining, and with the injuries not recovering, the AP value that had managed to recover a little bit was like a string of dilution in a single plunge. Although that youth's attack was not good, it could not be said to be fatal to the scaly Zhang Qian. After just 3 minutes of chasing, Zhang Qian's HP had fallen below 200. Am I going to die at the hands of such a chicken? Zhang Qian was anxious and annoyed in his heart. The youth was also inexplicably anxious. He bellowed, "Wraith, stop right there." Zhang Qian cursed, "Don't run, old man, stand and let you kill? Are you cerebral palsy?" The youth drank, "You damned demonic beast, how many of our compatriots have you mutilated, and now you don't even have the guts to fight me? When did I kill your compatriot? If you're not clearing your head, wash yourself with gynecological cleanser first, okay?" Zhang Qian cursed as he turned his head back to confirm the distance between himself and the youth. But it doesn't matter if you don't look at it, once you look at it Zhang Qian is shocked. Only that youth's attributes had been reduced to just over 60% of what they were earlier. In particular, the youth's AP, which was as high as 1,344 just moments ago, has now dropped to just over 60. No wonder he was so eager, this attribute enhancement skill was indeed temporary and consumed more than expected. On the contrary, even though he had been pressed by him, he had only lost more than half of his HP and hadn't consumed much of his AP. No wonder he's in such a hurry. It's no wonder I'm not even caught up by him right now. This what critical breakthrough seems very powerful, but the actual consumption is beyond imagination. Zhang Qian, who had been chased and beaten, also had real fire bubbling up in his heart. It's no wonder. Inexplicably being hunted down as a hater, if he didn't get mad, Zhang Qian would really become a clay pinch. Looking at the youth again, he was already at the end of his rope. His face was like gold paper, full of fatigue. If nothing else, the next blow would be his final and most ferocious. If he stops there, Zhang Qian will leave directly in order to save his life and be on the safe side, not wasting precious HP and AP for no reason. But if he really dares to strike a life-saving blow. Having escaped until now, Zhang Qian, who had a belly full of fire, would also absolutely blow his dog's head off. However, unfortunately, just as Zhang Qian made this decision, he was ready to see how this youth reacted. Wraith. Die. The youth let out a high cry, and all the rippling veins all over his body blossomed, and blood flowed like a stream. All of his battle intent was infused into the golden greatsword. The sword's body also emitted a blinding red light due to this surging energy. Facing the youth's best effort to strike, Zhang Qian let out a helpless sigh. Didn't your father ever teach you to leave a line between what you do and what you don't? 15. Blow your dog's head off. Holy fury chopper. The youth let out an explosive cry, as if he was going to burn himself out as he swung that sword at Zhang Qian. The big sword that was just over a meter in size actually chopped out a sword strike that covered the sky. Is this what you call a particularly large sword aura, at least 50 or 60 meters? Zhang Qian felt as if there was a mountain range behind him that was tumbling down on him. This sense of oppression had never been felt since entering the second floor. And Zhang Qian was also forced out of his true fire at this moment. It wasn't that he couldn't beat this human. It's just that in a dungeon, you don't know when you're going to be attacked. So unnecessary battles should be avoided as much as possible, or else it would be easy for other magical beasts to take advantage of the situation. But humans don't care about that. Especially this cerebral palsy. A rabbit bites when it's anxious, and a mother-in-law rides when she's anxious. Zhang Qian didn't even understand why he was playing with his life so much when he clearly didn't provoke him. You seek death. Facing the vicious youth, Zhang Qian was completely furious. Stopping his escape, he lowered the cat on his shoulder again. Zhang Qian turned to face the huge sword chi that seemed like a wall pressing over. Big deal, spend more unlock points. Zhang Qian's eyes rounded and he shouted, unlocked. Invincible. Consume 5 unlock points, skill, Invincible LV1, unlocked. With such a large sword chi, although it could be counteracted with the Taishu Dragon's Breath of the Meeting Strike, one would lose the power to make up for it himself in one shot. So here, the best option is Invincible. Heart attack, pulse. I'll you up. Boom. With one step, the ground under his feet exploded as if he had planted a landmine. Zheng Qian turned into a cannonball at this moment and shot violently at that sword chi. The violent friction with the air caused the dragon scales to burn red. The unstoppable sword chi was instantly pierced through a spiral breach like rice paper. Forces act on each other, which is what middle school physics is all about. As a matter of fact, Zheng Qian, who had all his attributes cleared after using the heart strike and had only 1 point of HP left, should have been crushed to pieces long ago when he hit the sword chi head-on. But no, because skill invulnerability. When HP goes to 0, HP is locked at 1 point and grants 5 seconds of invulnerability, immune to all forms of attacks and damage except concept attacks. This skill has no consumption and can only be used once every 24 hours. A skill that can only be unlocked with 5 unlock points. At such a high price, it's a hell of a lot easier to not be retroactive. The youth could not have imagined that the beast, which had been scurrying in a sorry state, would suddenly launch a counterattack. What's more, it would never have occurred to him that his strike, which had unleashed all of his battle intent and magical elements, had been pierced through so easily. But exhausted, he didn't have a chance to figure it out anymore. Bang! Zheng Qian's head hammer solidly blasted the youth's abdomen. What is the power of this blow? The armor of secret silver was as weak as an Oreo cookie in front of this headbutt. The massive force directly shattered the entire set of armor. If there had been an X-ray machine at that moment, one could have seen the bones of that youth's entire body, starting from his abdomen and shattering into powder inch by inch. The youth immediately let out a heart-rending scream, and the whole person, like an electric fan turned up to maximum gear, rotated and flew backwards. It ran through dozens of thick stone pillars in a row, and finally smashed the hard rock wall with a spiderweb of crumbling craters 7 or 8 meters in diameter. A large amount of blood spurted out of this youth's 7 orifices. The tremendous power even directly caused his eyeballs to explode. Well, the invincible effect passed, and Zheng Qian's entire body went limp as if it had melted. Looking up, hundreds of meters away, the human youth who had been alive and kicking just a moment ago was now a mess of rotten meat. His face still held the shock and disbelief of the moment before he died. The limp corpses crashed down the wall, and were soon divided into portions and dragged away separately by the ghouls on the second floor. Unlike the first floor, where you die and maybe get lucky with a full corpse, the second floor starts with a creature that resembles a large beetle, dividing up any corpses that no one has eaten or eaten leftovers. Notice, kill human, get 20 times experience. Notice, level up, current level LV 12. Notice, level up, current level LV 13. Notice, level up, current level LV 14. Notice, level up, current level LV 15. Notice, reach LV 15, gain 5 fixed unlocking points. Notice, level up, current level LV 16. Notice, level up, current level LV 17. What the heck, 20x experience. Obviously you can get the status back to full every time you upgrade. However, the flurry of upgrade information still made Zheng Qian dizzy. I'm not dreaming, am I? Since the evolution, the increased difficulty in obtaining experience, and the surge in the multiplication rate of the upgrade experience value, Zheng Qian hadn't had a leveling streak in a long time. This human, if he didn't use his critical break skill, his combat power would probably be on par with a cotto beast, right? After LV11, Zheng Qian had even less experience killing a cotto beast, only 100 points. Killing a human who's such a rookie can actually raise 6 levels in a row? Going from one evolution LV11 to LV17 requires 1268, 1554, 1898, 2312, 2809, 3407, and 4125 experience respectively. Totaling almost 12k experience. Is that all it takes to kill a human? This is 2. Notice, Skill Truth has been upgraded, current level LV9. Notice, Skill Truth has been upgraded, Skill Truth is max. Notice, Skill Truth, Unlock Point Bounty Quest has been unlocked. Not only did they level up, but even the Skill Truth was upgraded 2 levels in a row. Looking at the skill slot, the words, Truth LV Max, that were clearly written, Zheng Qian was a little disbelieving. Killing a human would be so rewarding? It was almost like encouraging Zheng Qian to kill people. What is the Unlock Point Bounty Quest? Zheng Qian clicked on it. Truth's interface appeared as a drawing of a piece of parchment, on which a portrait of a magical beast gradually emerged like ink seeping through it, along with several rows of text. Main quest, kill the head of the second floor boss Medusa. Quest reward, 50 unlock points. Failure penalty, none. 50 unlock points? WTF? Lousy fought and killed his way to 9 deaths today, and with the 5 points he just got, he only got 35 unlock points in total. That's a whole 50 points for this one. What mission? The word is the head of Medusa? Zheng Qian took a closer look at the magical beast in the portrait. This magical beast was extremely bizarre looking, and the whole thing looked like a young girl's head suspended in mid-air. The edges of the image are also carefully labeled with length and width scales, and a comparison of the scales suggests that the head is 50 meters across. The head's eyes were closed tightly, as if it was sad, and its long, flowing hair was not hair, but countless vipers, all with their tails attached to the scalp. In other words, this group of humans, were they fighting this magic beast just now? Zheng Qian immediately felt a chill down his spine. Because after TruthMax, all the data of the object can be detected by drawing alone. And this beast, named Medusa's head, is the value is actually you. What the hell are you, meow monster? Just as Zheng Qian was stunned by the power of the head of Medusa, behind him, suddenly came the voice of Cat again. Turning back to the cat, who was bruised and battered and had single-digit HP left, he had woken up again at some point. Her only remaining eye was looking at Zheng Qian with a look like she had seen a monster. Why meow, as soon as you killed that human, your whole body just healed. And your breath, why did it enhance so much in an instant meow? The cat was again a bit of a bandwagon. As a rule, the growth of magical beasts was like that of ordinary creatures, it was all about a gradual progression. However, this young dragon-shaped demonic creature in front of him had only killed a human, and his injuries were healed, not to mention that his strength had instantly skyrocketed. It was like a baby that instantly transformed into a big only that was almost 2 meters tall and weighed 200 pounds. This is definitely not normal. She had never seen such a magical beast before. If the cat had not understood why she had lost to Zheng Qian earlier, now that she was facing Zheng Qian who had risen 6 levels in a row, she no longer dared to launch any challenge against him. What the hell kind of monster are you meow? In the face of the cat's frightened questioning again, Zheng Qian's face was as usual as he walked towards her in a dangling manner. Let me ask you, do you want to die here? Or come with me to kill the second floor boss? Ha! Zheng Qian's words made the cat wonder if there was something wrong with his ears again. Killing the second tier boss, Medusa's head? Are you crazy meow? Zheng Qian sneered and said, so you know the name of that magical beast? Nonsense! Who doesn't know the magical beast that lives on the second floor meow? It's the boss of the second floor, and because it has no mobility, it's permanently stationed at the entrance to the third floor. Wait. Could it be that you? The cat suddenly figured something out again. She looked at Zheng Qian with great astonishment and met his 4 eyes. After a long time, she was sure of something and opened her mouth to ask, you shouldn't be trying to kill the head of Medusa and head to the third floor of the dungeon, right meow? Zheng Qian didn't reply, but just smiled and affirmed the statement with a nod. You really are crazy meow. The cat loudly chided again despite the burns, your current strength can even easily defeat meow, as long as you don't mess with the head of Medusa, you can walk completely sideways on the second floor, why do you want to take the risk meow? Zheng Qian didn't say anything. Since the cat doesn't have the truth skill again, she doesn't understand what upgrades are and it's a struggle to explain them to her. In short, the higher Zheng Qian's level was, the less experience he gained from killing magical beasts. After rising 6 levels in a row, even without verification, Zheng Qian himself could feel that the experience value obtained from killing the second-tier magical beasts had become a little more difficult. Plus because the experience value needed for each upgrade is obtained by adding the current number of levels at a fixed multiplier. And the multiplier is 1.2x after one evolution. This caused the experience required for Zheng Qian's upgrades to grow abnormally alarming. It was 1268 at LV11, and now LV17 requires 4125 to go up a level, which has increased by a whopping 3 times. This is not a good idea, and with this trend, I believe that the second floor will soon not be able to accommodate the upgrades. What the hell do you want meow? Calling Zheng Qian silent, the cat asked again. Zheng Qian gazed at her and said, you just mentioned that the group of humans went to raid the second floor boss in order to leave the dungeon, right? With these words, the cat again instantly understood Zheng Qian's meaning. Do you really want to leave the dungeon meow? Zheng Qian would smile. It seems that exploring deeper really can leave the dungeon, tell me how to leave the dungeon. The cat realized what was going on again and asked sharply in return, are you setting me up meow? So what if it is? You've already said it anyway, so let's make it clear. Why should I help you, meow? The cat questioned viciously again. Zheng Qian laughed. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. Anyway, I have skills on my side that can invade the brain, only it will cause great pain and will turn you into an idiot. If you don't tell me, I'll just hack into your brain and extract the information I need. At these words, the cat's face flushed green again. This type of skill wasn't that rare. Starting at the 3rd level, some spirit-type magical beasts would use this type of skill. After all, the dungeon as well, the magical beasts in order to survive, evolved what kind of strange skills are not worth the surprise. Seeing that the cat hesitated again, Zheng Qian added, if you tell me and are willing to cooperate with me, not only can I let you live, I can also cure you. Zheng Qian still understands the reasoning of giving a candy by hitting a mallet. To be honest, the skill of extracting memories did exist, but it required 20 unlock points, and Zheng Qian didn't want to waste precious unlock points if he could. Sure enough, the cat heard the back ears twitch again. Only after a long time did she dare to somewhat vigilantly meet Zheng Qian's line of sight again. You're telling the truth, meow? Zheng Qian slapped his chest. Once a gentleman speaks, it's hard for 4 mad dogs to chase after him. 16. Penetrating the dungeon. There is actually more than one dungeon in this world. The Chuandong dungeon is just one of the smaller ones. Legend has it that the gods were living with all the creatures of the world during the Plutonian period, which predates the Swift Ages. This world, ruled by the gods, has been thriving since the days of the underworld. But for some reason, probably in the later part of the ancient period, the gods left behind a total of 10 dungeons and then suddenly left the world. The reason, the purpose, nothing. And the history of this period seems to have been artificially erased. As of today, however, the gods, though less present, have never broken their ties with this world and have maintained their dominance over it. Of course, the world here does not mean human beings. Humans are creatures that evolved early in the Archaic period, after the Plutonian. This information is the knowledge that all dungeons' native magical beasts come with since birth. And according to Cat again, there are actually a lot of ways to get in and out of the dungeon. Humans most commonly use spatial transfer magic. This magic was very difficult for magical beasts to acquire, and even if they did, because there was an extremely harsh condition for its use, it was impossible for magical beasts to leave the dungeon relying on this magic. Therefore, for the native magical beasts of the dungeon, as well as those magical beasts that had mistakenly entered the dungeon for some reason, there was only one way to leave the dungeon. Punching through the dungeon. Dungeons aren't actually underground. Each of its floors is a separate space. And each layer of the tunnel was, in fact, a spatial transfer magic array, just made in the shape of a tunnel. So these canals, they are all entry only. You can enter the next level through a tunnel on each level, but cannot return to the previous level through this tunnel. Therefore, once you enter a level, it is impossible to return to level 0, much less leave the dungeon through the gate. And on the 5th floor of the dungeon, a final tunnel exists. As long as you kill the final boss in the 5th floor, you will be able to leave the dungeon through the final tunnel and travel to the outside world. The cat spoke again, and Zhang Qian's heart was already in his throat. The final boss of the 5th floor of the dungeon. Zhang Qian had certainly seen it. That was Zhang Qian's biggest psychological shadow in these 2 lifetimes. Super upper level wraiths. LV 355 Leviathan. Thinking about that nearly untouchable power and the truth detecting a string of only S data, Zhang Qian couldn't stop shivering a little. Do you have to kill it to leave the dungeon? That said, can that kind of monster really be killed? By the looks of you, have you seen Leviathan somewhere, meow? The cat added with a bit of a sneer. Zhang Qian nodded. Didn't you say that each layer of the dungeon is a separate space where magical beasts can't run around? The cat laughed again. This has nothing to do with the Leviathan, meow. It was the mount of the gods during the underworld ancient era, and it has lived until today, and it is the strongest creature in the Chuandong dungeon, meow. It's free to go in and out of any level of the dungeon. No one can kill Leviathan and no one can stop it, meow. It's only in the dungeon because it wants to be stationed there. So you trying to leave the dungeon is just a fool's meow in the end. At this point, the cat again seemed to be exhausted, and fell limply to the ground panting heavily. Because of her injuries, she had actually been losing HP at a very slow rate. Now she only had 3 points of HP left. At this rate, she'll give out in 10 minutes. I've told, all I know, meow, it's time for you to keep your word. Looking at her as if she would die at any moment, Zhang Qian thought for a moment, don't you want to go out? The cat froze again for a moment at first, then hummed to himself, "Want, of course I do. Have you ever seen any cat willingly being locked in a cage, meow? But what's the use of thinking? Can you get out just by thinking?" The cat's eyes again were filled with helplessness towards the beast's life, and resignation towards his fate. Zheng Qian sighed and empathized with her thoughts. The wraiths of the dungeon are vicious, but equally pathetic. They were born, imprisoned in cages, and could die at any time, falling into the bellies of other magical beasts. Unlock. Heal. Consume 2 unlock points, skill, healing, unlocked. Unlock. Concentrate. Consume 2 unlocking points. Skill, concentration, unlocked. Zheng Qian didn't hesitate and fired 2 skills in a row. Spinning around, he gently placed the dragon's claw on the cat's forehead again. Heal. Softly murmured. Zheng Qian's palm immediately emitted an emerald green glow. The cat was shocked at the sight again, thinking that Zheng Qian was trying to break his promise to kill her. But before she could resist, the pure life energy contained in this light made her feel a hot current injected into her body, reaching the depths of her soul. This is... The blood-loss paralyzed body gradually regained consciousness. The cold fingertips were warm again. The broken wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Broken bones come together as one. The highly burned cat quickly regained its appearance again. It was the look of a young girl with cherry-colored shoulder-length hair. The body was petite and slender, with delicate features and icy skin. Put it anywhere and call it a beauty. If Zheng Qian hadn't used the healing skill for her, I'm afraid that this appearance would have never seen the light of day again. Healing is a skill tree map skill that fits right in with overdrive regeneration. Recover from your own or a friend's injuries at the cost of MP consumption, with twice the amount of recovery as MP consumption. That is, 1 point of MP restores 2 points of HP. The other skill, overdrive regeneration, does not require any consumption, but its recovery takes a certain amount of time, while only restoring itself. Overdrive regeneration is far less practical than healing from a real-world perspective. The other skill, concentration, is the opposite of healing and is consuming 1 point of HP to recover 2 points of MP. Concentration and healing. Combined, these 2 skills can form a perpetual motion combo that is the most useful skill. Of course, it can't really move forever. Both skills cost an additional 5 points of AP per use, and there is some hardening. Without these restrictions, Zheng Qian is now afraid that he can directly use the battle of attrition to drag the Tier 3 boss to death. The cat scurried up from the floor again. She surveyed her arms and legs in disbelief, completely puzzled as to how this fledgling had done it. What did you do, meow? Healing your wounds is all. Zheng Qian didn't nag her about anything, and turned around and used the repeated use of concentration and healing to recover the consumed MP, as well as the HP that was lost in order to recover the MP. Zheng Qian said, although I can't promise that you will be able to leave the dungeon, I can at least let you live in this second floor without worrying about food and clothing. Are you willing to join me? Cat hadn't gotten over the shock again. She looked at the magical beast in front of her with a body length of only 65 centimeters, not knowing whether it was a black dragon or a black dog. After a long time, she said, you mean, you're going to kill Medusa's head, meow? Zheng Qian nodded, you're very strong. Of all the magical beasts I've encountered on the second floor so far, you're the strongest. The cat's nose was sticking up to the ceiling and his fluffy ears perked up as he listened again. She inserted her waist and said proudly, that's for sure, meow. As long as I undo my human form and use my magical beast form, then I'll be the strongest in the entire second floor except for that epithet of the head of Medusa, meow. Then come with me to kill the head of Medusa. The cat nuzzled again, why should I risk my life with you, meow? Zheng Qian raised a finger, as long as you kill the head of Medusa, you'll be the boss of the second floor. Although it won't let you go outside, at least on the second floor, you'll be able to gain absolute freedom to do whatever you want, and no one will dare to mess with you. You'll be the queen of this place by then, don't you think that's cool? At these words, the cat's ears twitched again. Boss? Queen? She kept her head down and mumbled the 2 words at the corner of her mouth. After a long time, she looked up with a red face and said, It's really hopeless, meow. See, for the sake of you saving me, I'll help you out for once and raid the head of Medusa, meow. Seeing her look of arrogance, Zheng Qian smiled and didn't say anything. Follow me. With that, Zheng Qian turned around and left. The cat saw it again and rushed after it. By the way, are you a dragon or a dog, meow? Dragon, what's wrong? Oh, not quite, meow. Do I look like a dog? Little black dog with a big belly and a head like a dog, I'll call you dog thing from now on. Zheng Qian. Don't you dog? Dragging that human alive until he had no strength left to kill him, and wounding me and healing me, say, do you want me to make you a baby meow? I'm a ing-month-old and I don't even have hair. Zheng Qian pinched his aching brow. Forget it, it doesn't matter what you call it, what's your name? Me? The cat nuzzled again. I don't have a name, none of the magical beasts in the dungeon have names because they don't have to. Zheng Qian thought about it. That's fine, if you call me a dog thing, then I'll call you a cat north and south. Snap. The cat's tail started slapping the ground again on the spot. What the hell is a cat north and south? Meow. Go. Looking at Zheng Qian swaying back, the cat muttered her small lips and mumbled, I actually have a name, and then took an arrow step to follow her. Going straight to the fight, meow? Listen to the movement, the human is still fighting with the head of Medusa, there is no need to fight hard, let's wait and see what happens and reap the benefits. 17. The Invincible Beast. Let's start by correcting a point of view. It was also the status quo that Zheng Qian understood the most after coming to the dungeon. Almost all of the magical beasts in the dungeon had no concept of upgrades or skills in their heads. They are upgrades that are just incidental to staying alive, and skills that are just a means to stay alive. Wraiths don't kill for upgrades either. Because killing was only for the purpose of preying to fill their stomachs, experience value was only a byproduct of preying for the magical beasts. Therefore, the strength of the magical beasts of the dungeon, with the exception of mutated varieties such as the cat north and south, were mostly only proportional to age. The longer you live, the higher your rank and the higher your ability value. This, too, includes intelligence. And the head of Medusa is such a monster. Intelligence is a hidden attribute that is not written on the panel, but is the attribute that affects a wraith's combat power the most. As a tier 2 boss, the head of Medusa had lived for at least 500 years. She looked like a human head 20 meters in diameter though, and had the ability to levitate. But in reality she has no ability to move and can only stay in place forever. Like a stationary turret, it dead ends at the tunnel leading from the second floor to the third. Because movement is useless to it. Humans who wanted to raid the second floor, and magical beasts who wanted to lead to higher levels, had to go through the second floor tunnel. So as long as the place is guarded, the prey itself will come to the door in a steady stream, and there is no need to actively hunt at all. Why do you need the ability to move if you don't need to hunt? This type of survival is rather similar to coralline animals such as sea anemones. For the sake of the descendants of the Chuandong Kingdom. Critical breakthrough. The stout and strong but scaly middle-aged martial monk bellowed, his entire body erupting with the same shocking red light as the young knight just now. Waving the ghost-faced gloves that were strewn with cracks on his hands, the middle-aged martial arts monk let out a hysterical roar and leapt at the behemoth in front of him, attempting to unleash a final blow with his life. But it's a shame. The martial arts monk came to a screeching halt a full 5 meters away from the creature. A dozen fierce pythons bit into his limbs and torso like a shepherd's whip, fixing him dead in midair. A few even ran precisely through both of his kidneys, lungs and heart. The martial arts monk struggled, but was unable to move. The main body of the head of Medusa, the 20-meter diameter head, opened its mouth. As you can see, its mouth is not human teeth and tongue. Instead, it is a mouthful of sharp teeth similar to a 7-gill eel, but 10 times denser than a 7-gill eel. The martial monk whose heart and lungs were penetrated gradually lost his strength, and in the end, was slowly sent into its mouth by a dozen or so snakes, which devoured it after a chewing session. The remaining dozen or so humans around them saw this, and immediately showed a look of grief. Some shouted the name of the martial arts monks, some bowed their heads and sobbed uncontrollably, and some pounded the ground and excited the head of the silent choking. Zheng Qian and the cat north and south, on the other hand, watched from a corner not far away as these humans, one by one, brazenly launched a fierce attack on the head of the Medusa, and then died miserably one by one. The entire empty grotto was littered with broken limbs and various blood-stained weaponry. In terms of numbers, there was originally at least a team of 200 to raid Medusa's head. And now, there were already only a handful of 10 people left alive. Ah, these humans are so stupid, meow, knowing that they can't be beaten they still come to die, meow. Cat north and south watched it like it was a comedy show. Zheng Qian was rather expressionless. He didn't care about these humans, not interested in their beliefs. Zheng Qian only hoped that these humans would be a bit more frantic and consume some more of the head of Medusa's bloodline. After all, the panel of the head of Medusa was simply too terrifying, and if he were to directly face it in its full state, Zheng Qian would have no chance of winning. Object, Head of Medusa LV-112. Type, Rare Super Medium Wraiths. HP 14951-19346. MP 22854-26781. AP 2916-6618. Strength 2199. Magic elements 8433. Physical defense 0. Magic defense 14691. Perception 8009. Combined agility 0. That's a statistic that's not exactly desperate. Physical defense of 0 means that even a hit from a baby can damage it. A combined agility of 0 meant that she was pretty much stuck where she was. But it's not good. Its HP was close to 20,000, its MP was close to 30,000, and its magic defense reached a terrifying 15,000. In this case, even if it had no physical defense, it would be hard to deal a substantial blow to it. And Zheng Qian's choice to deteriorate the evolutionary direction of the fledgling dragon was certainly balancing some attributes. But essentially, Zheng Qian was still a mage. This kind of monster with nearly invincible magic defense could be said to be Zheng Qian's natural enemy. Sneak attacks are even more impossible. Its senses of up to 8,000 make any sneak attack only a violent death in its infancy. Trying to suppress it with rank is even more of a fool's errand. Zheng Qian's level was already very high, and the higher the level, the less efficient the acquisition of experience value, and the experience required for upgrading rose geometrically. The head of Medusa lived here for over 400 years before LV-112. Zheng Qian would need at least 100 years to surpass this level. Only now. The human army's man-to-man tactics failed, but the head of Medusa was also hurt in some way. Both HP and MP were depleted by a third, and AP was drastically depleted. For a long time to come, I'm afraid that the head of Medusa will never be as weak as she is now. Now is the best chance to kill the head of Medusa. Once he misses this opportunity today, when the head of Medusa recovers, I'm afraid that Zheng Qian will be trapped in the second floor of this underground city for the next few decades. Moreover, Zheng Qian didn't intend to let all the humans here die out. These humans are alive and of great use. The human side was already down to 9 in number, and they wouldn't last long. Zheng Qian took advantage of this time to run his brain at a rapid pace, deducing all possible tactics. The head of Medusa's perception was as high as 8,000, so trying to sneak up on him was absolutely impossible. But in a head-on battle, even if it had been severely depleted, it would never stand a chance of winning. In that case, it was time to pick its brakes, and in the moment when it was too busy dealing with the human and unable to respond even when it realized the sneak attack, it would unleash its fiercest attack in one breath, chipping away at its bloodline. Then use a frontal war of attrition to wear it down alive. It's the only way to have a chance of winning. Upgrade. Heart attack. Notice, the heart strike has been upgraded, the current first upgrade, consuming 5 unlocking points, the heart strike has been upgraded to LV4. The current multiplier, 3 times, the remaining unlocking points, 14 points. Upgrade. Heart attack. Notice, helpful strike has been upgraded, currently upgraded for the second time, consuming 10 unlocking points, and the helpful strike has been upgraded to LV5, current multiplier, 4x. Remaining unlocked points, 4. Unlocked. Weakness is broken. Notice, weakness breaking has been unlocked, consuming 3 unlocked points. Zheng Qian invested all of his available unlock points. Win or lose, it's all about the win. If you win, you bag a young model. If you lose, you work at sea. After the battle with the young knight, as well as watching the battle so far, Zheng Qian was certain of one thing. Each of these humans is tough as nails. In a desperate situation, these humans must have launched a final wave of suicide attacks. Sure enough. Just as Zheng Qian was thinking. The 9 humans helped each other to their feet. Holding their tattered weapons in their hands, they looked at each other as if they were bidding farewell to the companions they had spent so much time with. Immediately afterward, the 9 people's firm gazes shot at the head of Medusa like sharp arrows, immediately afterward. Critical breakthrough. The 9 people bellowed in unison. The 9 red lights instantly illuminated the empty grotto as if it were daytime. Hiss. The hair like hundreds of pythons at the head of Medusa let out shaking letters at the same time. It was no wonder that these 9 were the youngest of the human team. I'm afraid that in the eyes of the head of Medusa, the 9 of them were the most delicious prey. The 9 let out a hysterical roar. In unison, they stepped away and launched a final assault on their unwinnable foe. Seeing this, Zheng Qian knew that his chance had come. Cat north and south, you've just been instructed what to do, don't drag your feet. Okay, meow. And you're not allowed to renege. After we finish off Medusa's head, I'll be the queen of the second floor and you get the hell to the third floor, meow. Meh, I'm not interested in a poor countryside like the second floor either. After saying that, Zhang Qian made a leap and began to feel his way along the shadows in the direction of Medusa's head. Ah ha ah. The young knight was run through the chest and crushed hard against the ceiling. Behind them, his teammates stepped on the blood of their compatriots and defiantly swung their sharp blades at the untouchable monster. With a slash that cut off the head of a poisonous python, Medusa's head's HP was instantly reduced by over 100. But in less than 2 seconds, a new snake head grew from the severed mouth and took a bite out of a human's neck. 1, 2, 3. The only remaining humans died one after another. According to the perception of the head of Medusa, Zhang Qian carefully touched the limit distance and waited for the best time. 4, 5, 6. The humans were getting closer to the head of Medusa, and the number was down to 3. Finally, protected by one of their teammates using his body as a shield, the last 2 humans finally rushed up close to the head of Medusa and leapt up. For the sake of our dead compatriots. For the sake of Koatomi. The spears and arrows dug deep into the jaws of the head of Medusa. It's now. Zhang Qian was overjoyed at the sight. 18. The lasso. Lime green blood gushed out like a fountain. The head of Medusa let out a hysterical scream. Due to the fact that the physical defense is 0. This attack by 2 weak humans had directly chipped away more than 1,000 horsepower from it. The head of Medusa raged, biting all of his python heads into the human beneath him. Meow. Give up the dungeon queen's position, meow. Streams of cherry-colored light cut through the darkness. The cat north and south in beast form has a combined agility of 6,000. But it was still too slow in the face of the 8,000 plus senses of the head of Medusa. Nearly half of the python's head instantly folded at an angle and attacked the cat north and south, as if it had known from the start that she would attack. The head of Medusa is not without wisdom. Quite the contrary, its intelligence is not comparable to that of a lowly creature like a human. Who did I think it was? So it's just a 10,000-year-old dick who wants to take advantage of the situation? That's naive. Just as well, I've been wanting to eat you for a long time too. In this instant, the head of Medusa was thinking this. But what it didn't realize was that there was a third person present besides the human and the cat north and south. Weakness is broken. Several spots of red light appeared on the head of Medusa in the sight. These patches of light are its physical weaknesses, and once hit, they can cause maximum damage. Heartstrike pulse. Zhang Qian, who had long since built up his strength, gazed and fixed his breath, and his feet stepped out of God's time. Boom! The ground buckled back a large chunk on the spot, and debris rose to the sky. Zhang Qian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball. The daisy dragons that sped by dissolved all the stone pillars along the way into lava, and everywhere they went was a sea of fire. The LV5 concentration strike converts all attributes into skill power at 4 times the value. A full-stage Zhang Qian using the heart attack pulse was unimaginably powerful, and his speed surpassed the north and south of the cat. Medusa's head. All pythons are focused on dealing with humans and cats north and south. Zhang Qian's sudden appearance was completely unexpected. It hurriedly separated 40 to 50 python heads to bite at Zhang Qian. But this sudden attack by Zhang Qian was just too fast and too unexpected. The python heads didn't even have time to tie up the bundles to boost their strength before Zhang Qian crashed into them head-on, and the high temperature and high pressure tore these pythons into rotten meat on the spot. Zhang Qian's head hammer slammed straight into the back of the head of Medusa's head. Just a thud. The head of Medusa let out a strange scream on the spot as if 1,000 people were screaming in unison. Click. Zhang Qian clearly heard the sound of his cervical vertebrae and skull shattering. If it wasn't for the skill invincibility taking effect, I'm afraid that with this strike, Zhang Qian himself would have to be killed. The head of Medusa had roamed the second floor of the dungeon for 500 years, how had she ever suffered such an injury? The blow directly dented the back of its head. The huge body that had not moved a step in 400 years was directly sent flying 100 meters away, ruthlessly embedded within the rock wall. In an instant, a large portion of the rock fell apart. The entire second floor of the dungeon produced a violent tremor like a collapse. Ahem! Collapsing helplessly to the ground, Zhang Qian couldn't care less about healing, and hurriedly cast his sight towards the Medusa's head in the dust in the distance. HP 019346. It wasn't until he saw this string of numbers that Zhang Qian put his heart down. Although badly wounded and dying, It was a good win. I didn't realize it would be so easy. Zhang Qian revealed a miserable smile. The two surviving humans next to him looked at Zhang Qian in stunned silence. They didn't seem to have regained their senses from the momentary battle just now, and doubt and shock were written all over their eyes. We were saved by the Wraith? Their eyes were filled with wonder at this incredible reality. Luo Nan, we survived? The second-level boss died? The young human knight's gaze was dead on Zhang Qian. Yes, Zhang Yu, it seems like two magical beasts sniped at each other and we survived. Another slightly older country-faced knight's tone was thick with joy. Then what now? The young knight named Zhang Yu asked again. The knight named Luo Nan gulped and turned his gaze towards Zhang Qian. Murderous intent gradually surfaced in the joyful eyes. No matter what, a magical beast is a magical beast. This dragon-shaped magical beast is small in size, but I can feel the pressure radiating from its body. A magical beast that can kill the head of Medusa will also become a threat to us humans once it grows up. After saying that, this knight named Luo Nan picked up the broken sword on the ground and limped towards Zhang Qian. It's impossible for us to leave this hellish place alive anymore. Being able to kill both the head of Medusa and this dragon-shaped demonic beast is the greatest contribution we can make to our descendants. Hearing this, the young knight by the side named Zhang Yu picked up his weapon on the ground and walked towards the dragon-shaped magical beast in front of him, although he was a bit hesitant. Zhang Qian heard everything they said. Enmity would be a perfect word to describe it on these two humans. However, Zhang Qian didn't take it to heart. The cat next to him, north and south, didn't make a move to stop the two humans either. Because that was already in the plan. A heart strike would empty HP, MP, and AP, and in this state, Zhang Qian was extremely weak. So may I ask, what is the best means to supplement HP, MP, and AP? The answer, upgrade. The humans were vegetable and experienced, and after using the realm breakthrough, the two humans couldn't even hold their swords. These two humans were saved and were intended to be used to kill to restore their status. If they were grateful, Zhang Qian would instead be a little less good at it because of his conscience. Avenge a favor with a vengeance? Zhang Qian begged for it. However, just as the two knights were preparing to make their move, Zhang Qian was also ready to counterattack. Suddenly. Just listen to the boom. The square suddenly burst open at the rock wall that had been smashed by Medusa's head. Before Zhang Qian had time to react, a green aura flew past his cheek. The next instant. Vomit ah. Beside him, came the screams of the human named Ronan. Sabo. Old man's blood bag. What's going on? What happened? An unprecedented sense of crisis instantly pressed on Zhang Qian's shoulders. Turn back. Only to see that it was a waist-thick python that cut off the human named Ronan at the waist with a single bite. The python was still swallowing Ronan's upper body. Luo Nan, who had yet to be completely cut off, was still twitching, his eyes staring at Zhang Yu in despair. Soon, his upper body was completely swallowed into the python's mouth, and his remaining arm was still twitching slightly from spinal reflexes. This python, of course, Zhang Qian recognized. It's the hair of Medusa's head. Putting it this way. Only then did Zhang Qian realize something. With the level of the head of Medusa, killing it should get you a level up again. But no, it didn't even go up a bit in experience value. That is to say. Hiss. The hissing of a snake's letter was heard in his ears again. The sense of crisis that had been cultivated in the dungeon for a long time allowed Zhang Qian to react at the first opportunity. Poof. The dragon claw strike penetrated Zhang Yu's heart. Zhang Yu immediately let out a miserable cry. How could he not expect that the seemingly dying dragon-shaped magical beast, which still had such a strong power, would just die violently on the spot with stunned incomprehension? Notice, level up, current level LV18. Upgrading instantly to recover his status, Zhang Qian dodged without stopping, and without even daring to turn his head back, he rolled in a direction away from the head of Medusa. Boom, 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 boom. Dozens of pythons shattered the ground where Zhang Qian had been last second as if they were cannonballs. Before Zhang Yu's body even had a chance to fall to the ground, it was crushed into mincemeat by the cannonball-like python. Dogs, what's going on meow? Isn't Medusa's head dead? Why are these snakes still alive? At the same time, the cat north and south let out a gasp of surprise. Only to see almost all of the remaining 100 or so pythons break out of the dust and shoot north and south of the cat. That speed was weirdly fast. If it wasn't for the fact that the cat north and south had lifted their transformations and were using their beastly state, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have been able to dodge at all. But even so, in the face of the boa constrictor that pounced like a deluge of rain, as well as the speed of that cannonball, it still made the cat north and south suffer a lot, and many parts of his body were bruised. It was so hard to dodge all the attacks and join up with Zhang Qian, but the two of them realized that the surroundings had been surrounded by these hundreds of pythons at some point. Zhang Qian's scalp immediately went numb. The centerfold is up. Head of Medusa, that human head-like shape is simply a front. 19. Deathmatch. Object, Head of Medusa Hunting Form LV-112. Type, Rare Super Medium Wraiths. HP, 49,781-49781. MP, 4,321-4321. AP, 17549-17549. Strength, 6,199. Magic, 433. Physical defense, 7,600. Magic defense, 1043. Perception, 15,436. Combined agility, 6636. Properties reversed? How did that happen? Bimorph? If not for the lack of sweat glands, Zhang Qian might have been sweating profusely by now, right? With that hit just now, Medusa's head's HP had indeed gone to zero. But what about this hunting form? Dogs, what's going on, meow? Why did the boss come back to life, meow? Do something. I'm thinking. You be quiet. Just as Zhang Qian was panicking, the swarm of snakes that surrounded him and the cat north and south began to converge in one place. Hundreds of pythons entwined with each other, converging, and even twisted into a bundle, converging into a body length of more than 10 meters of super large pythons. It's like Bollywood robot love. Looks so disgusting in reality. Damn, can we have some yang bosses? Hiss hiss. A serpent's letter consisting of two pythons makes an unpleasant serpentine sound similar to fingernails scraping a chalkboard. It didn't speak. There was no way a magical beast of this level wouldn't be able to speak. There was no need to communicate with the prey that was bound to be killed. Zhang Qian read this message from the eyes of each python. Weakness is broken. Consuming 100 AP points, Zhang Qian attempted to peer into its weakness. However, the results were desperate. The entire polymerized python glowed red, meaning it has weaknesses all over its body. It also meant that the head of Medusa could not truly be killed without killing all of these pythons. Within just a few seconds of this reflection, the head of Medusa in its polymerized form moved. The huge body leaned forward slightly, and the overwhelming killing intent caused Zhang Qian's scales to explode uncontrollably all over his body. It's coming! Zhang Qian only had time to say 3 words before the head of Medusa moved. Boom! The solid rock-based surface exploded. The air was instantly scorched. The huge body brought extremely exaggerated wind pressure, making Zhang Qian feel like his entire face was going to be crushed. The distance of 50 meters was erased as if it didn't exist. So fast. It was too late to even finish that thought, and the large mouth of the head of Medusa was already close at hand. Flash. Zhang Qian and the cat north and south dodged this life-threatening blow in 2 directions. However, to his surprise, the head of Medusa's blow fell short and split into hundreds of pythons, biting at Zhang Qian and the cat north and south respectively. This ing. With such a flexible means of attack and form transformation, Zhang Qian couldn't even be surprised before a sharp tearing pain came from his right arm. The right hand was actually torn off by one of the pythons in one bite and swallowed on the spot. Zhang Qian's heart popped out of his throat in shock. He desperately dodged in the face of the swarm of snakes that rained down on him. The incredibly strong dragon scales were as weak as a piece of paper. Even just a graze and an extra slit in the body. It was too fast to react and could only dodge by feel. Zhang Qian couldn't care less about consumption at the moment, constantly urging the pulse skill extraction, gritting his teeth, enduring the pain, and launching counterattacks to the group of pythons that were attacking one after another. Zhang Qian now sort of understood. The head of Medusa doesn't really refer to that part of its human head. It was never a single magical beast, but an aggregated creature of 216 python demons. These 216 python demons, in fact, survived in the same way as the tube jellyfish, cooperating as a group and aggregating into the form of a single creature to maintain the survival of the entire group. That human head part is where these python demons polymerize their organs, providing them with a link to gain skills such as super speed regeneration, nutrient sharing, and magical element resistance. By breaking the head part, Zheng Qian had only deprived the head of Medusa of those skills. But again, without this organ of convergence, these python demons have lost their drag, and their aggressiveness and hunting ability has increased dramatically. Concentration and healing were used constantly, barely keeping HP and MP at a safe line. But the python demon's attack was too intense. Even if Zheng Qian had only endured half the number, the other half was attacking the cat north and south, and the strength of this attack made Zheng Qian suffer. He tried his best to counterattack, and at the cost of bruises all over his body, but he only managed to hit 4 or 5 python demons, reaping the dismal result of killing 3 of them. On the contrary, Zheng Qian himself, the high intensity of the battle made the AP drop violently like a string of dilution. Can't beat it. Even if I can hold out for a while with my skill advantage, at this rate, once my AP is zeroed out, I'll be incapacitated due to lack of stamina. That said, if it wasn't for the Midnight Force providing 3x AP over the cap, I'm afraid I'd be dead already, right? Drink. Deliberately selling a break, the dragon's claws violently tore a python demon into 4 pieces. Article 4. Zheng Qian painstakingly counted. The offense was not relieved in any way. There was no respite at all. On the contrary, on the cat's north-south side, she had only killed 5 or 6 python demons with her agility advantage. What's set up is that these python demons are counted as a whole. Killing one would only lower your HP by 220 or so, and you wouldn't lose any other MP or AP at all. The densely packed python demons attacked from any possible angle. Dodging a mouthful that almost bit his crotch, Zheng Qian bit this nasty python demon in 2. AP has bottomed out and can't be put off any longer. Cat north and south. Lean toward me. The extreme desire to survive forced Zheng Qian to try his last resort. The cat, north and south, dodged with difficulty while drinking. Do you have a way to meow? It's a fight to the death. While the hunting form of Medusa's head has a greatly increased combat ability, it is invincible on a physical level. But it is not without its weaknesses. Because it doesn't have that head-like connecting organ, it loses its resistance to magical elements and super speed regeneration. Magic vegetation is only 433 and magic resistance is only 1043. It's the only thing that's broken. Zheng Qian and the cat north and south flew close. All the pythons followed close behind. At the moment of meeting with the cat north and south, Zheng Qian's dragon claw stretched out and slapped the cat north and south, and facing the 200 or so python demons that were sandwiched between the left and right, Zheng Qian made a sharp stop and stood on the spot. Weakness is broken. Heartstrike Taishu Dragon's Breath. Infuse everything you have into this strike. The moment Zheng Qian opened his mouth, azure flames instantly crowded every corner of the entire cave. More than 200 python demons didn't even have a chance to react before they faded into line drafts in this blinding glare, like they had been rubbed by an invisible elephant's skin, completely drowning in this scorching heat. The higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade, and likewise, the more powerful the attribute boosts that come with leveling up. Under LV19, Zheng Qian's main attributes were HP, 2557. MP, 2879. AP, 267. Magic elements, 1639. A LV5 Heartstrike converts HP, MP, and AP into the attributes needed for the current attack at 4x the value. AP is over the cap by a factor of 3 due to the skill Midnight Force. Therefore, this strike deals a whopping 26,587 magical vein damage. Taishu Dragon's Breath was again the strongest attack skill that the dragon race came with. Its skill statement is to inflict group damage over a large range, with a maximum capture target of 9,999, and a damage multiplier of 20 times that of the magical element. Therefore, Taishu Dragon's Breath is able to deal 520,000 magic vegetable damage to a target with 0 magic defense. The head of the Medusa in hunting form has a magic defense of 1043. The formula for calculating magic defense is very complicated, and Zheng Qian has probably studied it. The formula is equals, our magic defense plus 200, 1. The final damage figure that arrives is further substituted for a secondary reduction of the level difference between the two sides x 0.1%. Anyway, after accounting for the level difference between the two, 1043 magic defense equals about 88% damage reduction from magical vegetation. So this blow was enough to kill the head of Medusa. But the risks are naturally there. After using a kaiju strike, if you can't kill your opponent, then the one who dies is yourself. It's a killing move that can only be used when you're desperate. Jedi move, that's a self-defeating dead move. Facing such a strong opponent, Zheng Qian would never have used such a self-defeating move if he wasn't on the verge of losing the battle. With a thud, Zheng Qian, who had only 1 horsepower left and all other attributes cleared, fell to the ground with a loud thud. The cat on the side, north and south, had looked confused. Compared to the dragon's breath that he had previously sprayed at himself, the power of this bite of dragon's breath had doubled by an unknown number of times. No matter how powerful the Taishu dragon's breath was, there was always a safe area within the 15-degree angle directly behind Zheng Qian, and the cat was north and south of that. Yet 15 degrees away, it has been turned into an inferno. The ground was all turned into lava, and the stalactites on the zenith were burned red and dripping like jelly. High temperatures that make everything a meter away look distorted. The rolling heat almost burned one's cheeks. So, awesome meow. The cat north and south had been so excited that she couldn't help herself. She hurriedly resumed her human form and darted over to embrace Zheng Qian. Dogs didn't expect you to be so powerful. We won, meow. Stay back. However, before the cat north and south had a chance to hug Zheng Qian, she was stopped by a cry from Zheng Qian, which made her hair explode in fear. Zheng Qian nonetheless did not have a hint of happiness. He had long been unable to move, and with great difficulty he vacillated his gaze, scanning the large sea of fire, as if he was on the alert for something. After a long time, Zheng Qian drank. It's not over yet, I haven't upgraded, the head of Medusa isn't dead yet. P.S. Please ask for a recommendation ticket. No recommendation ticket, I'm going to die. It's not easy to create, please vote more, thank you. XX, the road to freedom. The head of Medusa is still alive. Zheng Qian's current experience value was 6,435.7270. With a monster of the level of Medusa's head, there's no reason why it shouldn't be upgraded? Zheng Qian was alert all around. Where? The Taishu dragon breath just now should have wiped out all the python demons. Could there still be any left? Zheng Qian frantically gasped for breath and pushed his gluttony skill to the extreme in an attempt to recover the AP that had been zeroed out. As long as you are able to regain 1 point of AP, you can regain the most basic mobility. Just then, the magma 3 meters away burst violently. A golden python demon broke through the magma and opened its mouth at a 180-degree angle, biting straight at Zheng Qian's brow. How fast this python demon was, so much so that Zheng Qian could only barely see a flash of residual shadow. The HP is only 1 right now, and if he is hit, Zheng Qian will definitely die. It was too late, just in the nick of time. Watch out, dog. The cat north and south bellowed and lunged straight at him. All that could be heard was a tearing sound of blood and flesh being cut. The cat north and south protected Zheng Qian with his body, and one of his forelimbs was bitten by this golden python demon on the spot. This golden python demon was 1 meter in diameter and had infinite strength. Its body just twisted with force, and this forelimb of the cat's north and south made a crackling sound of crushed bones, and was twisted into the shape of a rag. Its already low HP immediately dropped to single digits. Get the hell out of my way. The cat, north and south, endured the excruciating pain and scratched down with 1 claw. This golden python demon was torn into 3 or 4 sections on the spot and sent flying. Zheng Qian took a look. Target, head of Medusa Core Beast LV-112. Type, Rare Super Medium Rates. HP, 271664. MP, 4321 AP, 0967. There's no longer a need to look at hex panels for magical elemental powers and the like. It's ridiculously high, but without HP and AP support, a higher hex panel means nothing. I just didn't expect that this head of Medusa actually did exist as a core beast. And on the north and south side of the cat, HP is only 7. Little did I know that at the end of the day, I would be saved by this not-so-smart-looking cat. Why, save me? Gazing at her already fractured forelimb, Zheng Qian was a little confused. As a matter of fact, it would be best to let the core beast kill itself and then kill the core beast. The cat north and south pale face, hard to pull out a smile. We are not agreed, meow? Kill this, I will be the boss of the 2nd floor, you roll to the 3rd floor, said to cooperate. How can I let you die, meow? What's more, you saved me just now, meow, I can't let you die even more, meow. The cat's naive words from the north and south made Zheng Qian laugh a little. And then think of the earlier human ingratitude. Zheng Qian thought to himself, it looks like my human supremacy mindset will have to change in the future. But right now, on the ground, all that remained of the golden core python demon was its head and 3 inches down. But even after losing 90% of its body, it still didn't die. It glared viciously at Zheng Qian, twisting its body hard as if it was planning another attack. Don't bother, your stomach is gone, you can't eat at all and there's no chance of recovery. Zheng Qian, who had already recovered 1 AP, had the strength to stand up and staggered to it. Damn bastard, I'm the lord of the second tier, how dare you do this to me? I'll kill you, I'll kill you. This was the only time the head of Medusa spoke to Zheng Qian. The reason why it was the only time was because the moment it finished speaking, Zheng Qian crushed its head with 1 foot. Then he picked it up and stuffed it in his mouth, chewed it twice and swallowed it. Zheng Qian was no longer the fledgling young dragon he was at the time. It is a truth from ancient times that the king has become a king and the king has lost. Who has the time to reason with you? You're not a pretty girl. To be reasonable, there is a line of reasoning to be had. I win, you lose. I want you dead, so go ahead and die. It's that simple. Notice, level has been raised, current level LV20, evolution conditions have been met. Notice, the main quest has been completed, 50 unlocking points have arrived, please pay attention to checking. Leveling up means the death of the head of Medusa. Gaining 50 unlocking points in one breath, Zheng Qian instantly felt that this battle was worth it. After these 2 battles, Zheng Qian has fully realized how important a resource unlocking points are, and there is a limit to upgrading the La Hexagon panel alone. With 50 unlocked points, it's an understatement to say it's a life. Instantly relaxing, mental fatigue that could not be recovered even with full attribute recovery surged out of the brain. Falling on his but on the ground, Zheng Qian only felt dizzy. This was the second closest to death since entering the dungeon. Last time, it was a sighting of Leviathan. Yay! Winning meow. I'm the boss of the second floor now meow. Doggy, you're so awesome, I want to give you babies meow. The cat that had regained its human form jumped happily from north to south, and hugged Zheng Qian with all its might, desperately rubbing its face against him. I have to say, the north and south tops of the cats in human form are really, arrogant. It was so soft that it made Zheng Qian blush a little. That said, wraiths are really unaware of the difference between men and women, kissing and rubbing up against each other. Okay, let go. Zheng Qian pushed her away and scanned the surroundings. The temperature of the magma stabilizes and the overall topography of the cave remains, although the exterior of the cave is altered by dissolution. Because of the death of the head of Medusa, the passageway to the 3rd floor was clear. Cure, concentration, cure, concentration. Zheng Qian used heal and concentrate on her consecutively, recovering all of her HP and MP. Even though he had already experienced it once, Cat Nanbu was still flabbergasted that his broken arm could recover so quickly. After all, there weren't many second-tier magical beasts that could do magic, and such practical magic was even rarer. Zheng Qian didn't say anything more to her, after all, she had saved her life, this little thing, or should help. After healing his injuries, Zheng Qian came to the tunnel and gazed at the abyssal hole. Without hesitation, he prepared to leap down. Are you really leaving meow? Before the first step was taken, behind him, the cat spoke up with some reluctance from the north and south. Zheng Qian was a bit puzzled. What? Still not giving up on me? The cat's northern and southern alabaster-like face instantly flushed a burst of red. The 2 slender cattails extending from his hips were also hammering the ground. Who doesn't miss you meow? Her thin lips pursed and her eyes wandered. Zheng Qian was a bit puzzled. She doesn't like me, does she? Hurriedly shaking such straight thoughts out of his head. Because according to the usual experience, as long as a man has this kind of thinking, then the woman will definitely not like the man. Don't ask Zheng Qian why he knows. Life is hard enough as it is, some things just don't unravel. Only one thing that Zheng Qian had missed was, this was a dungeon, not the human world. You, my partner is so powerful, even the capital of Medusa killed meow, too, if you are willing to stay, we will be invincible in the 2nd floor meow. Saying that, she paused, then as if she thought of something, she blushed through and yelled out, you're smart meow, and I'm awesome. I'll be the queen of the 2nd tier, and you'll be my warlord meow. Zheng Qian was a bit bewildered. I don't understand how this cat can suddenly come up with this vision again. But then, Zheng Qian shrugged, forget it, I still prefer to go to the outside world. When the cat north and south heard this, they eagerly said, why meow? If you want to go out, you have to fight through the dungeon, and the further down you go, the more powerful the magical beasts are. A magical beast like Medusa's head might still be palatable at the third floor, but at the fourth floor it wouldn't even be considered a straggler meow. What's more, the fifth floor has the Leviathan meow in addition to the normal magical beasts, so trying to get out is impossible meow. Maybe. Zheng Qian tilted the sky and gazed at the dark, rocky zenith. After a long time, he turned back and smiled obliteratingly, but I still prefer blue skies and a warm sun. After saying that, Zheng Qian took a step out and jumped down the tunnel. Dogs! The cat north and south still wanted to chase, but it was too late. Zheng Qian had long disappeared into the dark tunnel. There are no more existences on the second floor that can threaten you. See you again sometime, cat north and south. In the tunnel, Zheng Qian's final farewell was heard. To the cat north and south, the three-tiered tunnel might be a dead end, but to Zheng Qian, it was a sure way to freedom. XXI, why did you come along? Achoo! I damn well should have known to stay on the second floor. Zheng Qian shrank into a ball and looked at the current snow-white world with despair in his eyes. The first floor is a rocky cave. The second level is a muddy hole in the ground. Zheng Qian was never expecting that this third floor was actually an open world of ice and snow. There's the sky, there's the white clouds. There was clearly no sun, but there was an abundant source of light. As far as the eye could see, there was ice and snow everywhere. Temperatures are probably around 150 degrees below zero, close to the boiling point of oxygen. An effort was made to shiver a mouthful of snot, but it had long since frozen into an icicle and hung around his neck. It's ing cold. Achoo! Zheng Qian sneezed again. A thick layer of frost formed on the impenetrable dragon scales. Then again, the ice attribute seems to be my weakness too. Nope, it seems like all attributes except fire and darkness are my weaknesses again. Zheng Qian glanced at his HP. 2046 2641. It's only been 5 short minutes and it's dropped almost 600 horsepower. Must evolve soon. Each evolution brings a massive boost in attributes, and these resistances more or less mitigate the damage caused by the cold. Zheng Qian glanced at the direction of evolution. But it doesn't matter if you don't look, you'll be surprised. Option 1, Deteriorating Dragon, the standard evolutionary direction for deteriorating hatchlings, further increasing vitality and agility, and improving physical combat abilities, but with a greater impact on magenta and physique. Natural skill, flesh and blood corrosion. Option 2, Candle Dragon, returns to the Candle Dragon bloodline, possessing a large physique of over 10 meters that can hold more magical elements. Natural skill, Dragon Emperor's Rage. Option 3, Small Dragon, generalized evolutionary direction, extremely sensitive sensory movements, but limited room for growth. Natural skill, Running Thunder Walking Break. These three are no different from the last evolution. What really surprised Zheng Qian was the appearance of a fourth article. One must know that when he had just killed the head of Medusa, Zheng Qian had taken a glance and confirmed that there were only these 3 directions of evolution. However, after coming to the third level, a fourth direction of evolution appeared. Option 4, Miniature Ice Dragon, a dragon with a very rare bloodline, a small chance of unlocking the direction of evolution when holding a strong heart towards a heat source in extreme cold. Miniature Ice Dragon is the embryonic stage of the elemental dragon, possessing great magical plasticity, and its relatively small size creates the possibility of flexible combat. Natural skill, Ice Attribute Immunity. Miniature Ice Dragons? What its attributes are is unknown at this time. But the class had the words, Extremely Rare Species, written on it in big letters. The name doesn't feel forced, does it? How is it in the same class as Candlewick? But anyway, class prefixes mean growth caps, and suffixes mean you get more attributes per level. Since he was able to recover extremely rare species and possess the Ice Attribute Immunity talent skill, which perfectly fit the 3 layers of this icy sky and snow, Zheng Qian naturally chose the Miniature Ice Dragon's evolutionary route without hesitation. Announcement, evolutionary commands have been received, the transfer will be completed in 10 seconds. Tap the evolution option for the Miniature Ice Dragon. Accompanied by the sound of Truth's affectionate announcement, just like last time, Zheng Qian felt a wave of warmth spreading from his heart all over his body. The chill from the environment dissipated in a flash. Old purple-black scales begin to fall off and new ones begin to grow. This marvelous feeling ended before Zheng Qian had time to savor it. When he reopened his eyes, Zheng Qian felt as if his sight had become much wider. It's not an illusion. Zheng Qian realized that his height had grown from 65 centimeters to 1 meter 2. The greater height brings a wider field of vision. Even because of the increase in height, dragon perception had nearly doubled its perception range without the upgrade. Another surprise for Zhang Qian is that the purple-black scales of the whole body have all faded away, replaced by a beautiful green-white scales. These scales are as crystalline as ice, and you can even see the skin through the scales. As for this bitter cold of 150 degrees below zero on the third floor, it also vanished the moment the evolution was completed. Notice, evolution has been completed, experience value has been reset to start at 1000, and the upgrade multiplier has been increased to 1.3 times. Notice, hoarded experience before evolution has been merged into current level has been raised, current level LV 1 second transfer. Notice, 20 unlocking points for evolution, currently 71 unlocking points available. Starts at 1000 experience with a multiplier of 1.3. This terrifying number made Zhang Qian couldn't help but tighten his dragon chrysanthemum. Remember, LV0 upgrade experience at hatchling is 10 with a multiplier of 1.1. One evolutionary deterioration hatchling LV0 upgrade experience is 100 with a multiplier of 1.2. And now, the second evolution of the miniature ice dragon actually starts with 1000 experience, with a multiplier as high as 1.3 per level. As expected, this geometric increase would be terrifying. Regardless, the experience requirements were set in stone, and Zhang Qian was more concerned about the evolved data. Current function, miniature ice dragon LV1 secondary transfer. Type, extremely rare species ultra superior magical beasts. HP, 3853 3853. MP, 5136 5136. AP, 810 810. Strength, 1461. Magic, 3189. Physical defense, 1986. Magic defense, 3614. Perception, 1031. Combined agility, 2106. Current unlock point, 71. Current experience value, 661, 1342. Weaknesses, light, gold, wood, water, earth, wind. Natural skills, Dragon Perception LV8, Truth Max, Too Much Dragon Breath LV4, Midnight Power, Common Sense Acquisition, Ice Attribute Immunity. Heart skills, Heart Strike LV4, Dragon Might LV5, Gluttony LV3, Single Dog's Fury Flying Kick, Mindfulness. Unlocked skills, Pulse LV1, Invincibility, Healing, Concentration, Mental Focus, Weakness Break. That's some scary attribute growth. Physical class attributes didn't grow much though, and because of the ample light source on the third level, it caused the Midnight Power to fail. But all of the magenta-related attributes have basically doubled. Looks like I'm better suited to play a mage after all. Zhang Qian couldn't help but laugh bitterly. After going around in circles, I didn't realize I was going the mage route. In fact, after the battle with the head of Medusa, Zhang Qian also understood that the means of physical attacks were too monotonous and lacked flexibility. In contrast, magical attacks were extraordinarily flexible, adapting to various battlefields, and were also easier to target enemy weaknesses. The so-called one-trick pony doesn't work in dungeons. One is not as good as 100, and diversification of means is essential for survival. However, this evolution, Zhang Qian's biggest gain was not the attributes, but it gave Zhang Qian a guess. Mindfulness skills. This is a skill unlocking system that is independent of the skill tree chart. Mindfulness skills are usually every bit as good. All along, Zhang Qian had been pondering how exactly the mindfulness skill was unlocked. And now the appearance of the miniature ice dragon as an evolutionary direction gave Zhang Qian a crucial clue. Mindfulness skills, mindfulness, Murphy. Hey! Dodge dodge meow. Just when Zhang Qian was still a breath away from figuring it out. Suddenly, a familiar shriek came from the sky. What's going on? Zhang Qian hurriedly looked up and then. Just a shield of a big ass, infinitely closer in sight like a meteorite. Crouch. Ah ha ah. Because of the suddenness of the incident, Zhang Qian didn't even have a chance to dodge before he was disliked by this big ass. The dragon's nose was slapped into the shape of a pan on the spot. Accompanied by Zhang Qian's miserable scream, a pillar of snow exploded violently on the vast and boundless snow plain. Ahem. What the hell? Fought to push away the ass that was blocking his face to look up. Only to see that the owner of this big ass was no other than the cat North and South. She covered her head, both cat ears drooping, and mumbled with a look of pain, ouch, 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 I hit my head on the side of the canal when I jumped down, meow. Why are you down here? Zheng Qian exclaimed, scanning his eyes up and down several times with wide eyes before he was sure that this was not an illusion. The cat north and south then reacted and moved away in a hurry, muttering with an aggrieved look on her face. I'm not afraid that you dogs will starve to death on the third floor. Speaking of which, dog, how have you grown? The color has also changed, meow, like made of ice, good looking meow. Cut the crap for a second, you stepped on my crotch. Ah, sorry meow. The cat north and south retreated in fear and helped Zheng Qian up. How is it? Dog, I didn't hurt you, did I? Ahem. Zheng Qian cleared his mouth of phlegm, looked to his blood level that had dropped 5 horsepower, and grumbled, injured enough, the whole thing is not good below the chest, will have to be amputated. Ha? I'm sorry meow. Okay, help me up first. The two of them got up. Zheng Qian patted the ice flowers on his body and glared at her with a face full of displeasure, but he couldn't hide a smirk at the corner of his mouth. The cat north and south smiled and twitched its ears as it came closer. Hee hee, dog, you're not afraid now, are you? I'll cover you from now on meow. Cover me? You? Zheng Qian laughed and laughed for a moment. You wouldn't have forgotten who you were rubbed on the ground 3 hours ago, right? The cat stomped its feet in defiance, and its two tails slapped the ground with frosty flowers flying about. That's not because I didn't use my beast form meow. If I didn't use my human form at the beginning, you would have become my poop meow. Oh? Yeah? Zheng Qian's upper and lower eyelids leaned slightly together. The cat, north and south, was getting a little woozy from his look. Why are you staring at me meow? Though with this cat again, we have carried guns and fought in wars together, and it is a lifelong friendship. But Zheng Qian couldn't figure out why she had followed him here. Whatever. When he couldn't ask, Zheng Qian just shook his head and walked straight towards the place with the scent of a magical beast. Cat Nan Nan was a powerful magical beast, and the third floor shouldn't be too stressful for her. And Zheng Qian's top priority was to verify a conjecture. Is there a specific unlock method for the mindfulness skill that exists? XXII, mindfulness skills. Several violent tornadoes suddenly blew up in the tranquil ice field. They danced around Zheng Qian's circumference, and their unorganized trajectories proved that these ice tornadoes were not ordinary climatic phenomena. Zheng Qian drooped his dead fish eyes and didn't put up any stance, not even measuring his gaze, just letting these sentient tornadoes attack him. Sometimes there's a gusto, which is why he symbolically dodges twice and has no intention of fighting back. There were countless ice blades hidden in the tornado, and every time it swept over Zheng Qian's body, it made a clanking sound. The sparks that kept exploding dissolved the ice and snow under Zheng Qian's feet, but they were unable to leave half an etching on his dragon scales. Cat north and south watched the battle from a distance. Zheng Qian had explained that she was not allowed to go up to help, and she was still a bit upset. Zheng Qian, who was surrounded by 3 or 4 tornadoes, was like an evil dragon that was facing the gods, and the scene was extremely spectacular, if these tornadoes weren't too weak. I say, that's all the magical beasts on the third floor? Are there any more powerful ones? The impatient Zheng Qian finally spoke. And these words clearly irritated the real bodies of these 4 tornadoes. Only to see these 4 tornadoes quickly pull apart and surround Zheng Qian from 4 directions. Immediately, the hurricane and ice began to converge inward. These tornadoes quickly coalesced into 4 red-eyed giant wolves with snow-white bodies that were more than 3 meters long. Subject, Red-eyed Snow Wolf LV77. Type, Super Medium Magical Beast. HP, 2146-3426. MP, 1999-4931. AP, 315-438. Power, 1246. Magic, 2155. Physical defense, 999. Magic defense, 1598. Perception, 649. Combined agility, 721. So weak. Zheng Qian glanced at one of the largest and oldest, as well as the strongest red-eyed snow wolf, and there was a loss in his eyes. In Zheng Qian's eyes, the tops of the heads of these snow wolves clearly had the word Kai written on them. Notice, Wind Attribute Immunity has been unlocked. It was good that the voice of truth gave Zheng Qian some relief. This was already the 6th batch of red-eyed snow wolves. Counting these 6, a total of 36 heads were encountered. It was only after the entire 36 snow wolves that Zheng Qian finally determined that the mind skill turned out to be actively unlockable. There are 2 methods. One is a strong desire to survive when under great threat, and there is a very small chance that the countermeasure mindfulness skill will be unlocked. The second is the possibility of unlocking countermeasure-type mind skills by constantly suffering attacks of the same attribute, regardless of whether or not you take damage. Zheng Qian speculated that the first was comprehension. That is, the will to survive in a life-and-death situation causes the body to undergo a mutation, which in turn leads to the realization of mindfulness skills. After all, the essence of biology is evolution, and in this world, skill is evolution. The second is similar to the experience value. Presumably a hidden experience bar exists for all skills in this world, and each time an attack is suffered, the corresponding skill experience bar grows. And the reason why some of the old magical beasts have a lack of skills, such as the head of Medusa, which doesn't have many skills. Presumably because one has to keep suffering the same kind of attack for the skill experience bar to grow, and once a different kind of attack is suffered in between, the experience bar is emptied. This is also a disguised way of saying that even if the level is very high, if you don't have sufficient skills to defend yourself, you can still be crushed by the weaker ones. Because the attribute boost you get from leveling up 20 is likely to be directly leveled or even countered by someone else with a skill that restrains you. So more skills means being able to deal with more diverse battles, and naturally more strength. From this, one can surmise a conclusion: compared to warriors who tend to fight in a monotonous way, the future of Master Pharma is much more expansive. Having gotten the desired answer, Zheng Qian didn't dwell much longer with these snow wolves. Pulse. An arrow step. Zheng Qian's body seemed to have transformed into a green-colored thunder. 390-degree turns in a row. The 4 snow wolves were crushed into pieces by Zheng Qian on the spot, and the pure white blood scattered on the snowplains, quickly turning into snowfrost and melting into the snow as if nothing had happened. Cat north and south, it's time to eat. Come on, meow. Hearing Zheng Qian's call, the cat jumped over with a jerky leap north and south. Grabbing a snow wolf leg, the cat north and south gnawed on it with gusto, while also curiously surveying Zheng Qian's crystal-like dragon scales. She also couldn't help but be curious and touched the back of Zheng Qian's head. Zheng Qian immediately felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, and his body shivered with pleasure. Hey, don't touch that, that's my sensitive band. No, dog, your dragon scales are so hard, meow. Cat north and south were filled with envy. Without scaly armor, she wanted this natural organ of defense badly. Once Zheng Qian heard this, he also proudly held his head high. Underestimated, isn't it? The cat's eyes sparkled with stars when she heard it. Really? Ahem, well, we'll talk about that later. With that, a few gags and the topic is brought up. Zheng Qian and Cat Nan Nan sat down on their asses and quietly ate the snow wolf meat. It had been 5 days since he came to the 3rd floor, and the upgrades were obviously much slower than the first 2 floors. The experience value provided by the snow wolf was already somewhat unsatisfying to the LV5 Zheng Qian. And Zheng Qian's biggest feeling after arriving at the 3rd floor was that his strength seemed to be a bit over the top. Although compared to the 2nd layer, the red-eyed snow wolf on this 3rd layer was much stronger. But Zheng Qian's attribute growth rate was even more terrifying. Suddenly, Leviathan's level 355 didn't seem so far-fetched. Zheng Qian glanced at the cat north and south. Subject, mutant cat Mata Bay LV59 humanoid. Type, legendary medium magical beasts. Breeding value, very high. HP, 536. MP, 125. AP, 1709. Power, 925. Magic, 58. Physical defense, 964. Magic defense, 23. Combined agility, 3459. It clearly hadn't been involved in any battles, yet it had also leveled up by 8. If you team up, the experience can be shared, i.e. how much experience Zheng Qian gets, how much the cat north and south can get. This is because the attribute of the cat north and south is the attribute under human form after incarnation. The true attributes of the cat north and south are to be lifted out of the beast form in human form, with twice the stats under human form. But even then, other than combined agility, the other attributes are simply not watchable. It's really nice to have around as a helper, but you're asking the cat to survive north and south on the 3rd floor, not to say it's certain death, but it's certainly going to be tough, right? After all, one-trick pony is good for everything, but not for the city below. And then look at yourself. Zheng Qian's attributes then had to be very terrifying. With nearly 6,000 MP and nearly 3,500 magical elements, even without the support of midnight power, AP would soon break the 1,000 mark. Although the overall bias is mage-oriented, the physical aspect is not at all inferior to that of a tier 3 wraith. Thinking of this, an idea came out of Zheng Qian's head. Could it be that? Not that I'm overestimating the dungeon, but I'm growing far faster than the dungeon's wraiths? But then again. Zheng Qian stole another glance at the cat north and south. What a great body this cat has, front and back, TSK TSK TSK. When will I learn to morph too? Zheng Qian fantasized like this. Transformation is found in the skill tree shape, is only one level, and requires 200 unlock points to unlock. Take a look at the unlock point bounty quests again. Main quest, kill the dungeon level 3 boss Ice Phoenix, quest reward, 80 unlock points. Side quest, kill 1000 red-eyed snow wolves, quest reward, 5 unlock points. Side quest, kill 1500 heads. Nuts. Aside from the main quest, are these side quests making fun of me or something? Not moving thousands, you damn is cutting leaks so easy? Hey, dog. What for? Zheng Qian returned to his senses, only to find the cat looking at his back from the north and south. Do you think we can beat that thing, meow? Turn back. Only the cat looked north and south at a behemoth at the end of the horizon. It was an oversized 4-legged deer-type white magical beast. It was about 20 kilometers from here, and the figure was tall enough to plunge straight up into the sky, with a visual estimate of over 3 kilometers in height. Its best feature was that its 4 legs were simply disproportionately long, at least 2 kilometers high. The intricate antlers on its head are also nearly a kilometer high. Because of the distance, Truth could not measure its data. That thing looks like an alien that invaded Earth. It shouldn't be too weak, right? It's better to stay out of trouble. Killing the red-eyed snow wolf is enough. Invade Earth? What's that, meow? Nothing. The cat's north and south ears twitched twice, and she cocked her head with a puzzled look. Zheng Qian didn't care about her either, throwing down the half-eaten wolf leg, getting up and patting his butt in preparation to leave. Honestly, snow wolf meat is not good. It is not that the taste is bad, but there is no flavor at all, like chewing ice. Zheng Qian has long not wanted to eat. The cat that was eating with great relish north and south saw this, and hurriedly carried a root wolf thigh to catch up and asked, "Dog thing, where to go, meow?" "Find other prey." Zheng Qian took an arrow step and accelerated his pace toward the distant icebergs. Rank is now LV5, upgrade experience 2165 3123. The need for experience became greater and greater. A red-eyed snow wolf could only provide 200 points of experience, and eating it would only provide 10 points. In order to penetrate the dungeon early, Zheng Qian had to find more suitable prey. That super large magical beast, Zheng Qian actually felt that he could also win, except that the HP of a magical beast was directly proportional to its size. A magical beast of this size must have terrifying HP. In a dungeon, one should never get into a protracted battle, or else it would be easy for other magical beasts to take advantage of the situation. Just in time, an iceberg stretching thousands of kilometers to the left and right with no end in sight could be seen in the distance. It could be seen that the iceberg seemed to have been hardened and torn in half by some huge force, forming an intricate canyon of ice. LV8 Dragon Perception enhances the sixth sense in addition to insight. Zheng Qian instinctively felt that many better quality prey existed inside. The 2 kilometers of road was only a minute or two for Zheng Qian and the cat north and south. This canyon looks just like that from a distance, and Zheng Qian realizes that it is really big when he gets close. Thousands of meters high, curved and stretched, in which the intricate forked road, so that even the best sense of the road, go in no more than 100 meters will be lost. Most of the light sources are cut off by the towering mountains. The vague glow of the light was reflected in a beautiful scaly light on a mountain of pure ice. But this little bit of light was not enough to illuminate the interior of the canyon at all. The best proof is that after stepping in for only one step, Zheng Qian's AP was raised from 890 to 2670. The midnight force took effect. The corner of Zheng Qian's mouth hooked up slightly. It seems that this battlefield suits me well. XCI, birdshot for cannon. hate this hole. Zheng Qian screams as if he had lost his life brought out wave after wave of echoes in the canyon. Dogs, do something about it, meow. The cat's north and south cherry-colored hair blew up, and she cried out in fear and tears. How was I supposed to know it would flip? I should have known better than to wave. Look out! Zheng Qian used his tail to stiffly block the attack that would have shot through the back of her head for cat nan. It was a chopstick-thick ice spike with a tip sharp enough to penetrate through a steel plate. Seeing this, the cat north and south, who was already scared to the point of incontinence, turned green and the hairs on both tails exploded. Whoa! Dogs! You saved my life, meow. I'm going to give you babies, meow. You useless lazy cat, if you really are a cat, catch some birds for me. There are so many behind us. Zheng Qian's tail flicked, and the ice spikes that were stuck in his tail were instantly thrown and shot behind him. There was a mournful bird cry in mid-air behind him, constantly using pulses to speed up the escape. But every time he turned around, Zheng Qian's heart was wowed. This really poked the bird's nest. Behind Zheng Qian and the cat north and south, were densely packed, nearly 2,000 magical beasts called Ice Valley Kites. They are small, about 20 centimeters in length and with a wingspan of only 50 centimeters, about the size of an average pigeon. The shape looked the same as most of the magical creatures on the third floor, all translucent ice-like, and the overall look was similar to that of a pigeon carved out of ice. Subject, Ice Valley Kite LV72. Type, medium magical beast. Breeding value, high. HP, 144-144. MP, 4052-4052. AP, 10,721-10721. Strength, 72. Magic, 1,511. Physical defense, 36. Magic defense, 432. Perception, 166. Combined agility, 1263. What the kind of freak is this? Skill points all on AP? One or two of these Ice Valley Kites aren't very impressive. As a matter of fact, Zheng Qian would have no problem taking on 100 or 80 of them single-handedly. But here's the thing, there are thousands of them. The Ice Valley Kite possessed the skill, concealment, which utilized its ice sculpture-like appearance to allow it to cling to the ice walls by curling up its body and disguising itself as a fold in the ice wall. Once the prey is spotted, the Ice Valley Kites throughout the canyon will swarm. They have the skill, Ice Gun, where they use their magic element to condense a cone of ice then shoot it out like a bullet. This kind of attack was ineffective against Zheng Qian, who possessed an immunity to the ice attribute. But the thing is, Ice Valley Kite has another skill. This skill was also owned by Zheng Qian. That's Pulse. These Ice Valley Kites have extreme endurance, with incredibly high APS, allowing them to use their pulses in near infinite succession. Therefore, although their combined agility was not high, they were able to easily catch up with Zheng Qian and the cat north and south. Not only do they move, but they also attach a pulse skill to the ice lance, making it more than 20 times faster, and attaching physical penetration damage as well. Therefore, even with the ice attribute immunity, these ice guns could still cause fatal injuries to Zheng Qian. That said, why is the breeding value of these birds high? Can I still have kids with these birds? Doesn't anyone spit out the truth? One or two of these Ice Valley Kites were simply not enough to fear. With about 150 horsepower in the area, you can say you can poke your finger in the air. What's really worth terrorizing is their wasp-like numbers. The swarming attack made a clustered magical beast like the head of Medusa feel inferior. Whoa! Dog stuff! There's more up ahead. The cat, north and south, had blown up more times than he knew what to do with. It had been so hard to pull some distance away, but without even a chance to catch his breath, thousands of Ice Valley Kites popped up right in front of him. In the narrow canyon, a front and back attack was formed against Zheng Qian and the cat north and south. Sub-oh, it's dumplings. Before the desperate Zheng Qian had time to think, the 3,000 Ice Valley Kites before and after this issued a deafening cry. The Ice Valley Kites collectively mobilized their MP and AP for a round of flurry. In a flash, the curtain of bullets formed by the ice guns pressed in from both the front and back directions like a city wall. There is no point of return, not even a gap. Sub-oh! Zheng Qian shouted loudly. Dogs, do something, meow! Cat north and south almost cried out. These Ice Valley Kites had little intelligence though, and there were no core beasts. But living in this ice canyon for generations has allowed them to hone their hunting abilities beyond imagination. Even if they can't communicate, they can work with each other to block their prey from getting out of the canyon. The weak ones are killed directly, and the stronger ones like Zheng Qian and Cat Nan 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 rely on numbers to wear them out alive. Couldn't care less about consumption anymore. Unlock. Proliferation control. Notice, proliferation control has been unlocked, consuming 5 unlock points. Drink. Pulse. Zheng Qian let out a violent shout and stomped down towards the ground directly in front of him. The ground buckled back on the spot with a large piece of crust half a meter thick, blocking in front of Zhengqian and the cat north and south. Thousands of rounds of ice lances zapped the crust into hedgehogs on the spot. Diffusion control allows you to reasonably spread the power out in the way you want while keeping the overall power the same. This kick, for example, without diffusion control, would have only spoiled and crushed the ground, not buckled a large chunk like this. The frontal attack is blocked, then the back attack is much better. Dragon's Breath. Skill pulses will only work on solids that have a certain mass, liquids and gases are ineffective. Then, by melting these ice lances, these attacks would be meaningless. Under the effect of the diffusion control, the Taishu Dragon's Breath was spread out to the maximum extent, forming a wall of fire hundreds of meters high. All the ice lances that passed through the wall of fire were all vaporized into a mist of water. It's not enough. These mists of water obscured Ice Valley Kite's vision, making it a perfect opportunity. Zhengqian's eyes stared. Dragon's Breath Phoenix Flower. Zhengqian opened his mouth and shot out hundreds of rockets. Utilizing diffusion control, the Taishu Dragon Breath is compressed and dispersed into an arrow-like shot. These Ice Valley Kites have extremely low HP, and their magic defense is simply not enough, and fire is overpowered by ice. Even if the power of the Taishu Dragon's Breath was split into 200 parts, each part would be able to kill an Ice Valley Kite. Within the Ice Valley, the cries of various birds resounded all of a sudden. Being so clustered, you don't have to aim to ensure a 100% hit rate, and some rockets can even kill 2 birds with 1 arrow. The Ice Valley Kite Swarm immediately lost nearly 300 in number. Zhengqian also received an upgrade notification from Truth and successfully entered LV6. But it's not enough. Dragon's Breath. Another third shot of Taishu Dragon Breath. Compressing the Dragon's Breath, Zhengqian seemed to shoot a blue-colored laser cannon out of his mouth, straight away digging a big hole in the wall like Ice Valley Kite Flock, and burning nearly 100 more Ice Valley Kites to death. The LV4 Taishu Dragon's Breath consumes a minimum of 800 MP in one shot, and even though the upgrade restores the status, Zhengqian's MP and AP simply aren't enough in the face of such a large number. What's more, these 3,000 or so Ice Valley Kites were clearly not all that were within the Ice Valley. The best proof of this was that Zhengqian had just killed 400 to 500 of them, and another group of thousands was swooping over in the distance. There's no end to it. Fighting hard will only lead to death. Move. Pulling on the cat north and south, Zhengqian stopped calculating the consumption and used the pulse with full force, rocketing out of the encirclement while the gaps in the Ice Valley Iris Flock were not filled. The subsequent Ice Valley Kites attracted by the battle had yet to form a cluster, and were simply not enough to be feared. After Zhengqian used 2 more rounds of Taishu Dragon's Breath, he finally completely detached himself from the battlefield. Ice Valley Kites have poor eyesight, unable to see beyond 400 meters, and almost impossible to track prey beyond 500 meters. Zhengqian, who had just upgraded and had almost run out of ammunition, breathed a sigh of relief. But because of the run back, the way out of the canyon had been blocked by the Ice Valley Kite behind them. In order to get rid of the Ice Valley Iris, Zhengqian and Cat Nan Nan could only go further into the canyon. And through the dragon perception one could sense that inside this Ice Valley, there were even more powerful magical beasts and in even more terrifying numbers. No wonder the head of Medusa is afraid to go down to the 3rd floor. The Ice Valley Iris on the outer edge of the district is already so difficult to deal with, and if you enter the inner layer, I'm afraid that the head of Medusa will have difficulty surviving, and at most, he can only live on the snowy plains outside the Ice Valley. This dungeon, the difficulty from the 3rd floor onwards had really spiked up a lot. But surviving for nearly 2 months had already allowed Zhengqian to acquire a mindset that was difficult for normal people to attain. Nonetheless, he was not afraid because of the threat, quite the contrary, Zhengqian smiled. The smile was unbelievably wide, so wide that the cat next to him, north and south, almost thought he was out of his mind. Difficult for sure. If it's not hard, how do you raid this dungeon? If it's not hard, how does it become stronger than Leviathan? How else are you going to leave the dungeon if you're not stronger than Leviathan? Difficult, in a good way. This was because Zhengqian had only had one goal since the beginning since he knew the way to leave the dungeon. That's getting stronger. Last time though, like a mole you could only hold your breath. But next time is different. Next time we meet, I'm going to kill that dungeon master and leave this hellhole. Ziv, Dragon Power. 3 days later. 200 to 300 Ice Valley Kites circled around an ice dragon continuously, cawing. Though he could not speak, he could clearly feel the anger in these cries. 1 round of flak. Hundreds of ice guns rained down. It's not the same as earlier. After these 3 days of refining and adapting, now that he was facing the Ice Valley kite, Zheng Qian appeared to be at ease. My prey meow. Only several streams of cherry-colored light were seen crossing the narrow ice wall. Before the 10 or so Ice Valley kites in the rear could turn around, they were torn into wang shattered ice in the air. The cat landed north and south, licked the ice slag from its paws, and said conceitedly, hee hee, I can easily finish you off even if the numbers aren't swarming meow. On the other side, more than 100 Ice Valley kites fired around in unison and launched a fierce attack on Zheng Qian. Hundreds of rounds of ice guns formed a curtain of bullets that made it impossible to imagine how exactly one would be able to dodge such a dense attack. However, Zheng Qian looked at all of this with cold eyes, without the slightest bit of fear in his gaze. There was no need to hide. Pain nullification, penetrating damage resistance. These two mind skills were the source of Zheng Qian's such confidence. The ice gun that could once pose a great threat would now only turn into ice slag everywhere when shot at Zheng Qian. HP 1. HP 1. HP 1. HP 1. A large string of the same data appeared in the sight. After enduring all the attacks, Zheng Qian only lost a mere 341 HP points. For Zheng Qian, who is now LV7 and has a high HP of 4,669, this amount of damage is no different from scratching an itch. It's not even a scratch because of the nullification of pain. Penetrating damage resistance wasn't penetrating damage nullification, but it did allow Zheng Qian to increase his resistance to penetrating damage by more than 10 times. And nullifying pain was the best skill that Zheng Qian had recently acquired. Generally speaking, AP can be interpreted as physical strength and mobility, and AP depletion is the same as exhaustion, immobilization. So it's not just actions and physical skills, but bleeding and pain sensations can also cause AP loss and even hinder AP recovery rates. With this skill, Zheng Qian could shield himself from pain, and naturally, he wouldn't lose his precious AP due to pain. These two skills were the ones that had been learned from tangling with Ice Valley Kite over the past few days. Together with the fact that he had risen another level in the past 3 days, the Ice Valley Iris was no longer enough to be feared. Suffice it to say that skill is more important than rank. The Ice Valley Kite Swarm once again cried out and sent a second round of flurry of shots at Zheng Qian. You guys are going a little overboard with this skin, come on, I'll show you a big baby. Zheng Qian took a deep breath and then let out a roar. Dragon's breath. Boom. Zheng Qian spewed out an arrow of fire that was 20 meters wide and 100 meters long in one gulp. With his proficiency in diffusion control, Zheng Qian had been able to mold the Taishu dragon's breath into various shapes. The Ice Valley kites were immediately scared. Birds and animals flew apart, but there were still nearly half of them that were roasted by Zheng Qian and went up in smoke. The remaining 50 or so Ice Valley kites once again sent a third round of flurry of shots at Zheng Qian in mid-air. Ouch, still dare to shoot me, come on, let's see which one of us shoots who first. Such lowly creatures do not have the emotion of fear, they only know how to hunt and will not be deterred by the death or injury of their own kind. And this habit just fit Zheng Qian's personality of preferring to completely annihilate his opponents and sweep away threats. Dragon's breath. Dragon's breath. Dragon's breath. Until the last Ice Valley kite fragment hit the ground, the canyon was dissolved out of a spherical area from the heat. The magical beast that almost killed me 3 days ago, I didn't expect it to become so unbeatable due to the realization of two mind skills. Winning meow. Doggy, check how many levels I'm at meow. The cat made a flying leap north and south and hugged Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian looked her up and down, level 62. The cat north and south immediately revealed a lost expression, huh? How come it's only leveled up 1 meow? It's good to be able to rise. After killing more than 800 of them, my ING experience bar has only risen by more than a third. Zheng Qian had already talked to the cat north and south about experience and upgrades. The cats north and south also finally realized that the original hunting is not only for survival to fill their stomachs, but also able to become stronger. However, it was different from Zheng Qian. Cat Nan Nan is not a super superior magical beast, and there is no such thing as evolution, so her experience needs are far less high than Zheng Qian's, and she upgrades much faster than Zheng Qian. Looking at his 1923 5385 experience bar, Zheng Qian's heart was filled with helplessness. After the second evolution, the experience value requirement multiplier is increased to 1.3 times. At LV5 it was 3123, at LV6 it was 4106, and now at LV7 it's 5385. That's growing a little too fast. Is 5385 a lot? No, not much at all. Zheng Qian has calculated that the secondary evolution LV19 to LV20, just one level will require nearly 170,000 experience. The happy newcomer time will soon be gone. However, although this Ice Valley kite had little experience, only 2 experience apiece, it was superior in quantity. And most damning of all. Notice, the side quest, hunting 3,000 Ice Valley kites has been completed, and 5 unlock points have arrived. I've killed 3,000 of them? Moreover, Zheng Qian realized that these side quests were also graded. Killing 3,000 Ice Valley kites unlocked the secondary branch, killing 10,000 of them rewarded 10 unlock points. Are you really cutting leaks? 10,000? Why don't you just exterminate it? They're not tired of dying. My hands are sore from killing them, aren't they? Zheng Qian shook his head and ignored this kind of retarded task. Dogs, this bird is not right, meow. At that moment, the cat north and south suddenly ran out and picked up the corpse of an Ice Valley kite and returned. Zheng Qian cocked his head. What's wrong with this bird? Cat north and south said in disbelief, Dog, do you remember Snow Wolf? Remember. Snow Wolf's meat isn't white, the blood is transparent, meow, so it looks like it's made of ice, but it's actually still flesh and blood. It was only when the cat north and south said this that Zheng Qian realized that something was wrong. Because during this period of time, it was either being hunted or being hunted. Even if he killed the Ice Valley kite, he didn't have time to eat it, much less to survey the corpse. It was the first time today that I had actually killed off a cluster and had the leisure time to look at the bodies. And when the cat north and south said that, Zheng Qian was completely baffled. Because a closer look reveals that the Ice Valley kite is not actually a creature. No flesh, no bones, no internal organs. The body of the dead Ice Valley kite was simply plain ice. What's going on here? Is the Ice Valley kite not a creature? Just then. Ow. A Godzilla-like roar suddenly came from the depths of the Ice Valley. The beast's roar was so ear-piercing that the entire Ice Valley was shaken and trembled violently. When Zheng Qian heard this, his entire body exploded with dragon scales. This voice was more than familiar to Zheng Qian. It's the roar of a dragon. Zheng Qian could also make a similar roar, only it was too hard to hear, and he had never roared after breaking away from the young dragon stage. Is there a dragon in this icy valley? Zheng Qian's heart was instantly in his throat. That said, haven't we been going a little too deep into the Ice Valley in order to take out the Ice Valley iris this whole time? How about a wave of goons? Just as Zheng Qian hesitated. Boom! A heavy footstep stomped, shaking the entire Ice Valley violently. The canyon, which had been immutable for 10,000 years, was immediately shaken out with several huge cracks that ran through the hole. Boom! Another step. The sound was louder than a moment ago. The cat north and south blew up this time too. Approaching this way. Zheng Qian made the first judgment. Between the two steps, the sound changed so much that at least 100 meters separated the two voices. Taking a step was 100 meters, which also proved that the owner of this voice was unusually large in size. Dogs, what to do? Should we run away? It's no use, we'll just have to fight. Zheng Qian had already taken a stance in the direction of the sound. The other side is obviously coming this way. Zheng Qian had even sensed the rapidly rising magical elements in the distance. This isn't a TV show. Large creatures must be sluggish. Wraiths are wraiths and animals are animals. A magical beast with a large body size meant that the level was bound to be high. And a high level means absolutely no slowdown. Such a huge size and 100 meters in one step meant that the speed was definitely faster than Zheng Qian and the others. There is absolutely no chance of escape. Target? Zheng Qian, of course. The killing intent filled the air with a patina that could be smelled even without a nose. Zheng Qian didn't know where he had provoked this magical beast, but if it wanted to come, Zheng Qian would never be afraid to fight. What's more, it's not clear who the deer will be. XXV, specialized skills. What kind of monster is that? The cat's fur, which had exploded north and south, shrank back, both tails pinned up in fear. Even Zheng Qian, who had experienced so many great storms, couldn't help but feel a desperate chill of evil in the face of such a behemoth. It was the giant dragon that was over 1.5 kilometers tall and resembled Godzilla. The whole body is crystal clear and looks like a super-sized ice sculpture. Due to its exaggerated height, so much so that its head is even higher than the canyon. Between actions, the canyon collapsed and peeled away. The thick walls of ice were like Oreos when touched in front of its massive size. With every step, the ground shook. Subject, Pseudo-Frost True Dragon LV-121. Type, Rare Super Medium Rates. HP, 14632, 14632. Mobile phone, 19634, 19634. AP, 2641 2641. Power, 4932. Magic, 6195. Physical defense, 5553. Magic defense, 7939. Perception, 6973. Combined agility, 2194. Zheng Qian didn't know when he had messed with this kind of freak, but there was no doubt that this ice dragon's eyes were looking down at him with death. That look, it was, just like Leviathan back then. Not cool. Didn't your mom teach you not to look at people through their noses? The displeasure swept away the fear and replaced it with a vague sulk. Zheng Qian couldn't even help but extend the middle finger, an internationally accepted friendly gesture, to this fake Frost True Dragon. The false Frost True Dragon lurched. It clearly possessed intelligence, and obviously didn't expect this little guy, who wasn't even as big as his own fingernail cap, to dare to taunt him. Ow! Another dragon roar. The canyon was shattered within a few kilometers around it. There was no stance or mutual name telling. The moment Zheng Qian raised his middle finger, the battle had begun. The cat north and south are also veteran magical beasts, confessing with their mouths but not once dragging their feet in actual combat. Almost jumping at the same time as Zheng Qian, using the countless ice cubes in the fall as a landing point, the speed of the cat north and south is no better than Zheng Qian, who used the pulse to charge straight up into the sky. Frost Dragon's Breath. Max Truth will also display the names of any moves that come into view. The pseudo-Frost True Dragon opened its mouth and roared. In a flash, Zheng Qian felt as if the air in front of him had condensed into a solid and slapped his face hard. Large mouthfuls of icy mist met his face, so thick that it was barely visible at all. That ice fog was extremely vast in scope, making it feel as if a whole sky had collapsed. Before the ice fog arrived, Zheng Qian felt a strong sense of suffocation. Out of oxygen? This freezing gas can even freeze oxygen? Mental concentration. Within only 0.01 seconds, Zheng Qian saw his dragon claw that was stretched out at the very front of the room frost over. I, who have both ice attribute nullification and wind attribute nullification, can actually defend against this kind of freezing air? Why? Not caring so much, in a fight of this level, the slightest hesitation could kill you. The freezing breath instantly spread along his arms and into his shoulders. The bones of his right hand were frozen in the twinkling of an eye. Zheng Qian's eyes stared. Dragon's Breath. With a roar, the greenish-blue blaze collided with the frozen air in the form of a fireball. Boom! The frozen gas, which had condensed a large amount of oxygen, ignited and exploded violently. The blazing fire opened up thousands of meters in size. The pseudo-Frost True Dragons were all knocked back a step by the shock blast. Zheng Qian was even directly smashed into the ground by the shockwave of the explosion. Meow! Close behind, the cat rushes to the first line north and south in an intermittent manner. The pseudo-Frost True Dragon still hadn't adjusted its stance due to the explosion, and this was the perfect opportunity. Wind Scythe. The 10 nails of the cat's northern and southern claws in beast form glowed with a flat white light, each claw bringing out 5 giant wine blades with a single swing. The 10 wind blades spread out in 10 directions and converged again with the pseudo-Frost True Dragon at the center. Clanking. 10 sounds of gold and iron were clear and loud. The wind blades all hit the pseudo-Frost True Dragon on the same point on its chest. However, these wind blades that cut iron like mud, each blade was clearly enough to chop off the head of Zheng Qian, who was defending with all his might, and all 10 strikes hit the same point of the stacked attack, but actually didn't leave even a trace of an indentation in the pseudo-Frost True Dragon's chest. Dogs, this freak is so hard, meow, can't even hit it, meow. The cat north and south still wanted to say something. The pseudo-Frost True Dragon's dragon claw, then with the speed of thunder slapped, scared her can be in mid-air rounds to dodge. It was hard to imagine that with such a large size, the dragon's claws could wield a speed that would make it difficult for a beastly cat to move north or south. Zheng Qian, who was falling, watched the scene. The cat's northern and southern attacks didn't do even 1 horsepower of damage to it. Adding to the fact that he couldn't defend himself against its freezing aura just now, the exploding blast of wind didn't do any damage to it either. I see, this ice dragon also possessed the mind skill. Heart skill, wind attribute specialization. With this skill, it is possible to break through the wind attribute immunity, unless one is able to comprehend the wind attribute immunity double most enhanced, in order to defend against a wind attribute attack that has been specialized. Strong? Yes, the specialization class skills are very strong. Truth has an introduction to the fact that specialization skills are the essence of mindfulness skills, and any specialization skill is unattainable. It could be said that a magical beast being able to have a specialized skill meant that the beast had the power to rule a continent. However, specialization class skills are powerful and must be based on the premise that the magical beast class is sufficient. It takes at least a quasi-superior magical beast specialization to be called powerful. Specializations below quasi-superior magical beasts aren't worth much at all. Because all such specializations have an Achilles heel. I thought it was so powerful. Turns out it's only a little bit stronger than the head of Medusa. Pulse. There was no dependency in the air, but Zheng Qian leaped out of the air and pounced on the pseudo-frost true dragon against the trend. The false frost true dragon was visibly startled. It once again spewed out the frost dragon's spit at Zheng Qian. But it was too late. Dragon's Breath. Taishu Dragon's Breath Phoenix Flower Pulse Type. The first shot of Taishu Dragon's Breath, utilizing diffusion control, spreads out in front of his body in an umbrella shape to counteract the freezing aura. The second shot, the Taishu Dragon Breath Phoenix Fairy Flower, was the real move. Spreading the power of one full power Taishu Dragon Breath shot into 1,000 parts, it launched a wide-ranging bombardment into its face. Due to being blinded by the first shot of Taishu Dragon's Breath and his own spit, the pseudo-frost true dragon had just reacted when he saw a magnificent rain of fire piercing through the water mist and coming at him head-on. Its huge size gave it no room to dodge at all. A large number of arrows of fire exploded in its face. Ow! The intense pain caused the pseudo-frost true dragon to let out a deafening roar. Just hear two ping-pong sounds. Like something had burst. The roar of the false frost true dragon instantly pulls through the roof. Seeing this, the cat falling north and south in the sky realized the significance of Zheng Qian's move, and excitedly she cheered loudly, "Worthy of being my warlord, dog, you're too smart, meow." Yes, what shattered was the eyeball of the false frost true dragon. What about wind specialization? You're not a quasi-superior magical beast, and you don't raise enough attributes per upgrade to support a specialization skill. Therefore, specializations that are not quasi-superior magical beasts are necessarily built at the expense of other attributes. Since the wind attribute is ineffective against you, it's the same as saying, all other attributes work wonders against you. The third layer of the icy sky and snow, and the deep layer of the ice valley, I'm afraid that this specialization, which relies on the dragon's bloodline, was gained from years and years of battles with the magical beasts of the third layer, wasn't it? To a tier 3 wraith, a gargoyle like you can probably be equated with a nightmare, right? But sadly, I'm not a third level wraith. Attaching a pulse to the Taifu Dragon's Breath cockatrice, a usage learned from Ice Valley Iris, adds piercing damage to an otherwise soft and weak flame. There's no need to aim at all, and by utilizing the large kill range of the cockatrice, there are always 2 shots that will hit you in the eye. And once it hits you in the eye, Zheng Qian saw that the AP of the pseudo-frost true dragon instantly dropped from full to 115-2641. Lower AP doesn't just represent stamina drain, it also affects the efficiency of physical and magical defenses. AP, if zeroed, drops both physical and magical defense to a quarter of their original values. Of course, this won't show up on the panel. However, Zheng Qian, who had experienced countless battles, knew the secret. Plus, no matter how high the defense is, the body's internal defenses must be inferior to its external ones, so Zheng Qian made another leap and took advantage of the pseudo-frost true dragon's hissing in pain to directly drill into its mouth. The pseudo-frost true dragon that had lost its eyes had no way of discovering this move of Zheng Qian. By the time its tongue felt Zheng Qian's feet and wanted to bite down, it was too late. Taishu Dragon's Breath Pulse. Shining a thick mouthful of phlegm down its throat, Zheng Qian gathered all the power of a whole round of Taishu Dragon's Breath into the shape of a spear with additional pulses and poured it into the throat of the pseudo-frost true dragon. Rumble. Blaze's spear stabbed directly into the throat of the false frost true dragon, running through the back of its head and out, followed by the dissolution of its neck, and the entire head fell from a high altitude, spoiling a large part of the canyon. 14,632. This horrible 5-digit HP was zeroed out in just one hit. The false frost true dragon could not understand to its death why it had lost to such a tiny creature. XXVI, the secret of the third floor. Settled down straight as a nail, not even bending his knees. The body of the false frost true dragon shattered and exploded from death, turning into countless ice shards that fell like rain. But Zheng Qian didn't look back, he just turned his back to the pseudo-frost true dragon and stepped straight forward. Because handsome men never look back. Notice, level has been raised, current level LV8. Notice, dragon perception has been upgraded, current level LV9. Awesome meow, even if it's the head of Medusa, if we kill such a powerful demonic beast, it's just a matter of time before we dominate the third floor. Cat North and South are the same as ever, staggering around every time they win a fight like they've never won a fight in their lives. Zheng Qian just smiled. The speed of his own growth was so amazing that even Zheng Qian himself felt that he had grown too rapidly. Head of Medusa? That did used to be a pain in the ass. But in the eyes of the current Zheng Qian, it was nothing more than a stray fish that only took 5 or 6 seconds to finish off. Zheng Qian is now a secondary evolution LV8, which is equivalent to LV48. Even counting the 20 level substitution for each evolution, Zheng Qian was only LV88. LV88 crossing over to kill LV121 was enough to prove the high quality of Zheng Qian's level, and likewise, it also proved once again how important the diversity of skills was for dungeon battles. However, looking back at the battle just now, Zheng Qian was still a bit frazzled. This one was won more by wisdom and experience. Because of being too aggressive, the disadvantage of Zheng Qian's rank was already obvious. Even if the attributes could keep up, there would be a suppression in the level itself. Zheng Qian's level was already a bit unable to keep up with the level of the magical beasts in the third floor of the dungeon. And hell, the higher the level, the tougher it gets to upgrade. Something must be done to fill that soft spot. After killing the head of Medusa, 1 unlock point remains. Then the main quest gave 50, evolution gave 20, LV5 gave 5 points, and side quests gave 5 points. Unlocking diffusion control cost 5 points. Zheng Qian now possessed a full 76 unlocking points, and already had some leeway to unlock auxiliary skills. Opening the skill tree diagram, Zheng Qian's eyes first landed on a long-desired skill, radicalization growth. This skill cannot be upgraded by comprehending it, but only by consuming skill unlock points. LV1 consumes 20 points and has the effect of automatically increasing experience value by 1 point per minute in non-combat state. Getting experience value for kills becomes 2x. It's more consuming, but it's worth every penny. If you think of mindfulness skills as whoredom, then skill tree map skills are kryptonite. Kryptonite makes you stronger, and this is true in any field. Unlock. Radicalize growth. Notice, radicalization growth has been unlocked, consuming 20 unlocking points, current level LV1. With this skill, you shouldn't need to worry about upgrading anytime soon. Dogs, look at the meow. At this point, the cat, North and South, staggered again. What's wrong again? Zheng Qian, who was confirming the effects of the skill, turned back a bit impatiently. Only to see the cat pointing north and south at the corpse of the pseudo-frost true dragon, this dragon, its body seems of as pure ice. Pure ice? Zheng Qian froze. Look around. Sure enough, just like the Ice Valley Iris, the body of this pseudo-frost true dragon was completely ice, with no such thing as internal organs, flesh, blood, or bones. How is this possible? Ice Valley Kite is even if, maybe people are small and physiologically special. How is this pseudo-frost true dragon in the same situation? Wait a minute. Zheng Qian's brows furiously tightened. False? There's a pseudo for the frost true dragon? Zheng Qian, who possessed common sense acquisition, had all the common sense of this world since birth, as well as most of the knowledge about dragons. But in this knowledge of dragons, frost true dragons do exist, but never heard of any pseudo-frost true dragons? Ow. Just then, there was a sudden wolf cry from around the corner. It was the voice of the red-eyed snow wolf. At the sound of the voice, a dozen red-eyed snow wolves came swooping around the corner. But how could the current cat Nan Bei Nan and Zheng Qian put this kind of scum in their eyes? Cat North and South stood in place with an expressionless wave of his hand. A dozen or so red-eyed snow wolves were sliced into broken ice by her wind blade on the spot. Wait a minute? Broken ice? As soon as the red-eyed snow wolf died, Zheng Qian's expression changed. This was because these red-eyed snow wolves, which actually had ice-made bodies as well, turned into ice shavings on the ground after their deaths. Why is that? Picking up a wolf's tail, it was shattered with a gentle squeeze. Zheng Qian's heart began to tremble. The red-eyed snow wolves on the snowy plains outside the canyon look like ice sculptures, though the blood is translucent and the flesh is white. But those are real creatures. But the red-eyed snow wolf in the canyon was a body of pure ice. There's also the experience that's different. Killing one at LV5 is 200 experience. But now at LV8, with double experience, there was only 50 experience in killing the red-eye snow wolf here. It's unlikely that a 3-level boost in the zone would reduce the efficiency of experience gain by as much as 8 times. Zheng Qian took a bite. It's totally just ice, and it doesn't grow any experience. Zheng Qian thought of a frightening possibility. Go! Throwing away the wolf's tail, Zheng Qian brought the cat north and south and headed in the direction of the deep canyon. And just as Zheng Qian expected, the canyon encountered all kinds of magical beasts. Their levels were getting higher and higher, but without exception, all the magical beasts had bodies made of ice. Zheng Qian even saw an alpha cotto beast made of pure ice. Attempting to communicate with these magical beasts with the intent passage, but without exception, none of them responded. The third floor was all high-grade magical beasts. Their spirituality might be nearly as good, but it was impossible that they didn't have intelligence, and it was even more impossible that they wouldn't be able to communicate. The most exaggerated. Zheng Qian also saw a human in the deepest part of the canyon. That's right, humans. Humans with pure ice bodies. You also don't get 20x experience after killing this iceman. Zheng Qian was certain of one thing. The ecology of the third level of the dungeon has been severely damaged. The icy weather here is not a natural climate, but a man-made one. And all the magical beasts in this canyon are summons. Summoning, a very trashy skill. This is because summoners can only summon summons of a lower level than their own. And the canyon is basically free of stray wraith summoners. Meaning, the strong person who summoned these ice-made magical beasts must be ridiculously strong themselves. The reason why Zheng Qian was so aggressive in breaking into the interior of the canyon was because he guessed who the originator of these summons was. Tier 3 boss, Ice Phoenix. A magical beast that dominated an entire floor and summoned so many summons meant that the closer it got to its true form, the stronger the summons became. And as a king, one is bound to be in the most important location in the world, the entrance to the 4th level. As long as you kill the Ice Phoenix, you can enter the 4th floor of the dungeon. The dungeon has 5 levels. Entering the 4th floor is basically the same as being able to leave the dungeon right away. This was the main reason why Zheng Qian was anxious. Maybe God has an eye for that. Probably kept going forward for about 3 days. A magical beast as strong as the cats north and south had been somewhat unable to support itself. It's been killing summons almost all the time for the past 3 days. Zheng Qian had risen to LV11, while the cat had risen north and south to level 75. But upgrading restores status but not mental exhaustion. The cat, who had barely rested, was walking a little wobbly north and south. Dog. Dog thing. I can't meow, rest, take a break, okay? No. Zheng Qian didn't slow down. The 3rd floor boss is close at hand. Resting will have to come after killing it. You can rest first if you're tired. The surrounding magical beasts have all been killed anyway. With your speed you can totally catch up with me after an hour of rest. Cat north and south facepalmed. She obviously couldn't afford to leave Zheng Qian alone to rest, so she could only grit her teeth and catch up with the pace. Dog thing, lately you seem to be a bit strange, meow. Why are you so adamant about killing the boss? Because I want to upgrade faster, kill Leviathan, and get the hell out of here. Zheng Qian's words were simple and straightforward. No matter how much it changed, Zheng Qian always considered himself a human being and aspired to a peaceful and quiet life. This underground city, after all, was not Zheng Qian's home. Work a mediocre job, marry and have children, then have grandchildren and finally live to a ripe old age. That's what makes a life complete. Instead of being stuck in this hellhole, killing all day long. Seeing that the dungeon raider was already halfway through and the 3rd floor boss was close at hand, how could Zheng Qian not be in a hurry? Cat north and south wanted to say something else. However, when he saw Zheng Qian's unrelenting and determined eyes, he still could only purse his lips and swallow the words at the back of his throat. Just then, the canyon opens up ahead. Zheng Qian's footsteps suddenly lurched. The cat stumbled north and south and crashed into his back. Ah, it hurts, meow, you're too hard, dog. Say, why don't you go away, meow? Found it. Ugh. What? Found it. The 3rd floor boss. It was only then that the cat north and south saw that Zheng Qian's gaze had become frenzied, gleaming as he stared at the behemoth in front of him. I was so busy today that I almost forgot to update, but luckily I remembered. Ask for a recommendation. XXVII, third floor boss. Meanwhile, the dungeon gate. A vast army of 3,000 human beings is assembling here. At the head of the group, there were 3 separate people. On top of the palace that day, the aspect fierce man in red and gold armor, General Long. A ginger mage wearing blue and purple robes and holding a crystal staff. As well as the strange young man at the very front, wearing silver battle armor and holding an emerald longsword. Mage Ginger, you just came out of the dungeon, are you sure you want to go back to the dungeon that? General Long asked curiously. Next to him, the white-haired Mage Ginger was hale and hearty. Obviously having just escaped from hell, he was not half afraid to face it again. The gaze that looked at the dungeon gates was instead filled with fighting spirit. How many fine young boys and girls have perished through the fault of the old man? Your Majesty's willingness to organize a new crusade in such a short period of time is an opportunity for atonement graced by your Majesty and the gods. If this battle can be fought to death in the underground city, instead, just as the old man wished, it's better than having no face to face those young people who lost their lives because of the old man in the 9 springs after the end of his life. Upon hearing this, General Long laughed and said, Venerable Ginger is overstating things. You're the chief mage of the Chuandong Kingdom. If you're killed in battle, what will happen to the Chuandong Kingdom? How can I face His Majesty? Not to mention. General Long paused, casting a look of trust and pride at the handsome silver-armored boy now in front of him and Ginger, and continued. Now that there's still the Jingua Battle King, your strongest disciple Zhao Aotian, helping you, I think this crusade will be a triumphant return. General Long is too kind. The teenager named Zhao Aotian turned his head back. Even though it had been deliberately suppressed, it was still possible to feel the battle intent that was vaguely drumming from his body. The young man's handsome face wore a confident and determined expression. He said to Ginger, Teacher, please don't worry, the crusade against the dungeon is a long-cherished wish of mankind, and this time, my disciple will avenge the warriors who were buried in the dungeon last time. Ginger's taut expression loosened a bit as she heard. He said, Aotian, your master has taught you that one cannot be proud of oneself. Mage Ginger, look at what you're saying, it's good for young people to be exuberant. General Long stepped forward and laughed. Zhao Aotian is the head of the 10 great battle kings, the only human whose 6 attributes have all exceeded 1,000. Possessing a divine skill like the second critical break, which was 50% stronger than a normal critical break, not to mention holding the true holy sword Aeolian. With him around, will there be no reason for this crusade not to be triumphant? I don't think it's a dream to knock down the 2nd tier, and by the way, the 3rd tier as well. Zhao Aotian smiled embarrassedly, General Long is overrated, but to be honest, for raiding the 2nd floor boss, as long as it's properly coordinated, I'm still confident that I can keep the casualties within 300 people. Up to 300? Some slight relief finally passed through Ginger's expression. His gaze was ethereal, and he mumbled to himself as if he was very much longing for it. If we can really take down the 2nd floor with such small casualties, perhaps, indeed, we will be able to pay homage to the souls of those young men in heaven. With a violent roar, the door to the dungeon, which was more than 10 meters high, opened. The 2 miniature demon moles pounced almost simultaneously. Zhao Aotian sneered, stretched out his hands and precisely pinched the necks of these 2 magical beasts, and then with a gentle pinch, he broke their necks. This kind of clean maneuver also drew a burst of gasps from the 3,000 generals behind him. All the generals listen. Flinging the demon mole corpse away like a broken rag, Zhao Aotian turned back to pull out the Aeolian at his waist and raised his arms. Our target is only the head of the 2nd tier boss, Medusa, and so far, our Chuandong Kingdom's several crusades have all been thrashed by this abominable magical beast. It's a revenge battle. This time, we will kill this demonic beast to avenge the total of 20,000 warriors killed by it throughout history. The 1st floor now has a Leviathan on the prowl. All of you remember to advance in a dispersed formation. Once you find a Leviathan, you must spread out the entire army and inform the location, never provoke, let alone engage in battle with it. It's going to take about 15 days of marching to get straight to the 2nd tier boss location, which is tough, but I hope you guys are pumped up and can keep casualties under 300 before we see the head of Medusa. Above, attack. After saying that, the 3,000 generals, led by Zhao Aotian, Jingu and General Long, stepped into the gate of the dungeon against the overriding morale. Meanwhile, the 3rd floor of the dungeon. It was as if they were waiting for Zheng Qian's arrival. On a huge plain within the canyon stood a bird's nest 1 kilometer in diameter, made entirely of dendritic ice spikes. Above it, prostrate an ice phoenix hundreds of meters tall. AP fell back to 930. The bright light here nullified Zhang Qian's midnight power. The azure-colored phoenix refracted dazzling scaly light. The internal organs, which were shaped like a work of art, could be seen through the fully transparent body. It's not a summoner. The unrivaled presence that pressed Zhang Qian was a bit breathless. This is the third floor boss meow? Cat Nan Nan's already unattractive face became more and more ironic. This huge ice phoenix was sitting in the center of the ice nest, as if waiting for Zhang Qian's duo to arrive. The razor-sharp gaze had also stared from before Zhang Qian stepped into the place. Subject, Ice Phoenix LV-176. Type, Rare Quasi-Superior Magical Beasts. Breeding value, very high. HP, 24,349-24349. MP, 31,469-31469. AP, 7,913-7913. Strength, 10,009. Magic Elements, 13649. Physical Defense, 10066. Magic Defense, 8883. Perception, 12,194. Combined Agility, 5213. It's still an amazing monster? It was the first time Zhang Qian had seen a hexagonal panel with 4 5-digit magical beasts. It's hard to imagine that this is still only a Tier 3 boss. How strong will the Tier 4 boss be? What are the true stats of the Tier 5 final boss, Leviathan? However, after experiencing life and death so many times, Zhang Qian has long been different now. The panels are really high. But it's far from desperate. Empty panels don't mean anything. Skills and skill utilization, along with tactics and insight, are what make the difference between winning and losing. With a 2 to 3x panel difference in the area, the skills still have a chance to even things out. Since there was a chance, Zhang Qian would try. Why, to disturb my concubine's leisure. It was only after taking a step out that he didn't expect the Ice Phoenix to take the initiative to speak. Zhang Qian was a bit puzzled as he gave a beat. Underneath your bird's nest is the vertical pit that leads to the 4th floor, right? Since the other party was willing to communicate, Zhang Qian didn't begrudge some words. We're going to the 4th floor. If you're willing to get out of the way, there's no need for us to fight to the death. The Ice Phoenix moved its crystal-like eyes and gazed at the body below it, and after a long time, it said, the concubine only wants to accompany the sun here until the end of eternity. Why do you want to disturb the concubine's purity? Zhang Qian glanced underneath it. Although his vision was blocked by the ice nest, his LV9 dragon perception could already make the line of sight spread in a curve and see what was behind the obstacle. Zhang Qian saw that underneath the Ice Phoenix was a corpse. That is also the bones of the Ice Phoenix, but the size is even smaller. The body length is only more than 10 meters, the skeleton is crystal clear as crystal, the posture is like in the mother's arms naive sleep. It's your child? Zhang Qian asked. Ice Phoenix didn't answer. Just doting on the bones of the child beneath him as if it were still alive. Zhang Qian didn't have much patience and wasn't interested in its situation. Take your stance and get ready to fight. Seeing this, the cat on one side, north and south, was a bit reluctant to fight with the Ice Phoenix. Not sympathizing with it or being curious about what happened to it. Rather, they simply feel there is no chance of winning. This was a magical beast with most of its attributes reaching 5 digits. Only people with a pit in their brain would want to fight this kind of monster, right? However, Zhang Qian didn't care about that. It's come this far, the path to the 4th floor is under its ice nest, and it's only one step away from penetrating the dungeon, so where's the reason to back out at this point? Zhang Qian, in a hurry. I don't care what happened to you and your kid, I just want to get to the 4th level. Zhang Qian grimaced and said in an evil voice. This is your last warning, get out of the way. Killing intent boiling, Zhang Qian rarely went all out from the start. The Ice Phoenix raised its head. Strangely enough, instead of being scornful of the murderous aura on Zhang Qian's body, its gaze was strewn with delight. Yes, it was the gentle gaze of relief. I see, do you also want to be playmates for my concubine's beloved son? Can't understand what you're saying. With his last ounce of patience exhausted, Zhang Qian stopped talking nonsense and took a step out, utilizing the impact of the pulse to transform into a green-colored cannonball, launching an onslaught of attacks towards the Ice Phoenix. Atenei, the immortal Ice Phoenix. Bachelor's Fury Flying Kick Pulse. Starting out with the most cost-effective moves, of course. Prancing his body in mid-air, Zhang Qian's was like throwing out a chain and kicking out a blow viciously. The Ice Phoenix was like a demented general not dodging, not even any defense, and suffered this fierce blow straight. Bang! The airwaves scraped the ground and shattered it. Zheng Qian's eyes only saw the shocking scene of the HP strip on the Ice Phoenix's head not moving a bit. 10066 physical defense counteracts 98% of physical damage. The Fury Flying Kick of a single dog enhanced with Pulse has a full 40,000 plus physical damage and comes with a penetrating attack that allows for some degree of armor breaking. But Ice Phoenix's HP didn't even drop 1 point. Immunity to physical attacks, immunity to penetrating damage. As it turned out, there was no excuse for a LV-176 Wraith to have this skill. Cat north and south. Coming meow. Putting aside his fatigue, the already LV-75 cat north and south rushed out at a speed that was no less than Zheng Qian's use of Pulse. 100 Flowers Wind Scythe. The two front limbs waved repeatedly, actually brought out heavy residual shadows. From a distance it looked like the cat had dozens of front limbs growing north and south. In a short 1-second combo, nearly 1,000 rounds of wind scythes were swung. It's not like a normal wind scythe. While normal wind scythes were physical attacks, the 100 Flowers Wind Scythe was different, being a wind-attributed magical elemental attack. Yet the result is still the same. The rain-dense wind scythes that poured down literally hit the Ice Phoenix just like the raindrops, causing no damage. Wow! So hard meow. The cat's exclamation of surprise from the north and south made Zheng Qian secretly tsk his tongue. Even wind immunity? In that case... Zheng Qian's heart crossed and he mobilized his magic veins. Taishu Dragon's Breath Pulse. Boom! The hot blazing fire covered the entire body of the Ice Phoenix. It was hot enough to bake the ground into lava. Zheng Qian clearly saw that the Ice Phoenix, immovable as a mountain's HP, had finally experienced a significant drop. HP 19646, 24349. A full strike blasted away nearly 5,000 off its HP. It works! Zheng Qian was ecstatic. The Ice Phoenix, as a Tier 3 boss, does have a lot of attribute specializations and immunities. Normal attacks don't work on it at all. But apparently, fire and ice don't mix. Even with a magic defense of close to 9,000, the Taifu Dragon's Breath was still able to cause significant damage to it. Come to think of it, not only did it not have an immunity to the fire attribute, but the fire attribute was also its weak point, and it was able to deal 4 times the damage to it. Can win. With its HP, I can win by engaging in a draw battle, keeping my status up with concentration and heal, and hitting it with 4 to 5 shots of Taifu Dragon's Breath. Cat north and south. Got it meow. The cat answered north and south with glee. She wasn't a little cutie either. But rather a dungeon wraith that had been through hundreds of battles, plus having fought together for so long, she knew Zheng Qian's thoughts like the back of her hand. Dragon's Breath. Dragon's Breath. Dragon's Breath. A full 10 minutes of drawn-out warfare. Zheng Qian hit 3 rounds of Taishu Dragon Breath in a row. Ice Phoenix's HP had been cut to 4219. However, Zheng Qian's mood slowly became anxious from his initial confidence. It's not right. It's very wrong. This Ice Phoenix from the beginning of the battle so far, not to mention counterattack, and even sat in place and did not even move a bit. Like a stake, it looms large no matter how you attack it. Why? His sharp battle intuition caused Zheng Qian to hesitate. Soon, however, this doubt was answered. Just as Zheng Qian was about to use his last shot of Taishu Dragon Breath, many magical beasts suddenly emerged from a dozen canyon gaps around them. Red-eyed snow wolves, ice valley kites, purebred cotto beasts, and even the miniature, pseudo-frost true dragons that were only 50 meters tall. Cat north and south, look out. Is it the type where the main body has no attack power and relies exclusively on the summons to counterattack? Zheng Qian's vigilance rose to the top. However, this quantity is not enough to pose a threat. Zheng Qian's growth rate after the second evolution was amazing, and his attributes were changing one level at a time. The LV-11 Zheng Qian, naturally, would not put these ice sculptures in his eyes. How many of these scumbags come as a gift of experience? Zheng Qian bellowed and charged forward, gathering his magical veins and preparing to vaporize all of these imposters in one strike. The Ice Phoenix's HP had already bottomed out, unable to withstand even one more hit of Taishu Dragon's Breath. Just one hit. Only one more hit was needed to cut down the third-tier boss. No one is likely to choose to step back at this point unless that person can stand in God's perspective and see everything. And obviously, Zheng Qian didn't have a God's perspective. So... Ding! The Ice Phoenix opened its eyes. Become the playmate of my concubine's beloved son. The ice phoenix, which had been as immobile as a mountain, suddenly moved at this moment. With a crash, it violently spread its wings. The wings, which have a 2-kilometer wingspan, reflect a 7-colored sheen. Like a colorful barrier made of ice, it covered the sky. Only to see the surrounding influx of ice made magical beasts. The body was actually like melting inch by inch disintegration, and then turned into ice water, surging into the body of the ice phoenix. The ice phoenix's HP, which was about to bottom out, was actually restored to full strength in an instant. SH. At this instant, Zheng Qian's heart froze. It was truly an instant. The previous efforts were actually all for naught, not even a gap existed to try and stop it, and the ice phoenix had returned to its full strength. Not dead? Zheng Qian suddenly thought of this term. Come to think of it, there are legends of the fire phoenix and auspiciousness in the world. It is said that the fire phoenix absorbs the abominations and resentments of the world, and every once in a while it will ignite the fire and burn itself, taking the abominations and resentments away from the world with it, leaving only goodness and friendliness behind. Use your death to fulfill others, then nirvana from the ashes. This ice phoenix, on the other hand, was the opposite. Imposing your own negativity on others and using their presence to fulfill yourself. As it was with absorbing these ice-made magical beasts. Zheng Qian didn't have time to react. Just listen to the holler. The violent wind roared like it was trying to tear off one's face. The ice phoenix flapped its wings violently, blowing an unimaginable hurricane. The Taishu dragon's breath that was contained in his mouth didn't bother to build up its strength and directly sprayed out. However, the previously unbeatable dragon's breath slammed head-on into the hurricane it had whipped up, but it couldn't even cancel it out. The Taishu dragon's breath would only just exit before it would be blown out by the wind in waves mixed with unimaginably low temperatures. The temperature of this wind wave was terrifyingly low, not at all comparable to the dragon's breath of a pseudo-frost true dragon. The sensations in his hands and feet were rapidly paralyzed. Zheng Qian saw with his own eyes that the Taishu dragon's breath did not resist this cold current in the slightest. His own hands and feet were being frozen from the ends. It's a frost-attributed magical vein attack? The frost attribute, a combination of the wind and ice attributes. This was certainly clear to Zheng Qian, which was why he was shocked. My nearly 4,700 magic defense, combined with the dual attribute immunity to wind and ice, and the counteracting of the Taishu dragon's breath, I actually still couldn't withstand this cold stream? Consciousness began to blur. Zheng Qian clearly saw that in the ice phoenix's hexagonal panel, a piece of data was suddenly stretched. Look closely. Magic, 27,500. The ice phoenix's magic vein, actually doubled? Does absorbing your own summons not only restore your status, but also boost your hex panel? But it's too late to figure that out. In just a breath of time, Zheng Qian's torso was already frozen. Consciousness is flying out of the body. In the middle of the mass, Zheng Qian only heard one voice. Dogs, run! You miscalculated, we're no match for it, meow. After that, Zheng Qian didn't know anything. Zix, Babylon, the beast of the ancient gods. Once again regaining consciousness, an unknown amount of time had passed. A greenish-blue sky with a few scattered white clouds. The vision was blurry, narrow, and you couldn't see anything. It hurts all over. Like a tearing pain like frostbite. Cure. Used the cure once. Maybe the healing wasn't complete because there wasn't enough MP left, but the pain was much relieved and vision returned to normal. When he opened his eyes, the first thing Zheng Qian saw was his 2 legs. Legs? Look further down. Only a purple and gray, resembling the head of a 200-year-old man, was carrying his own 2 legs. The wrinkled face still smiled at himself and said, "You're awake." Zheng Qian. Ah. The snowy plain resounded with Zheng Qian's miserable screams. 1 minute later. I thought I was losing my virginity. Lying on the snowy plain, the palpitating Zheng Qian panted heavily. Turning his head back and looking up to the sky, the huge body that was up to 3 kilometers tall still made Zheng Qian unable to believe that this magical beast actually had no hostility towards himself. This magical beast is the deer-shaped oversized magical beast that when the cat north and south proposed Zheng Qian to challenge it, was vetoed by Zheng Qian for being too big in size for fear of getting into a protracted battle. You know, magical beasts may not grow big if they eat a lot. But a very large growing wraith must eat a lot. This magical beast actually didn't take advantage of Zheng Qian's unconsciousness to eat him. Nonetheless, it also covered Zhang Qian with its huge size and waited for a day and a night until Zhang Qian awoke. Good people? There are still good people in the dungeon? This kind of refreshed Zhang Qian's 3 views. Cat north and south? She's different. She's not good. She's just domesticated. As for that head that just looked like a 200-year-old man? It's the head of this beast. Last time, because it was far away, Zhang Qian thought it was a deer-shaped magical beast with exceptionally long legs. The truth is that it is not. That organ that looks like a deer's head is actually its ass. Yes, it has horns on its ass and they are very large. And where Zhang Qian thought was the butt was actually the head. Only it was 3 kilometers tall and had a head about the size of a human head. And his neck could extend to an exaggerated length, directly extending from his 2-kilometer-tall body to the ground to talk to Zhang Qian. And by the looks of it, his neck seems to extend indefinitely. Right now, he was staring at Zhang Qian with lustful eyes. Honestly, just being stared at with a Wookiee head in a pestle like that was a little hairy. So what, was it you? Who saved me? Zhang Qian asked tentatively. The Wraith's bald head looked surprised. Oh? You can communicate? You can communicate with your mind too? Zhang Qian nodded his head a bit awkwardly, didn't I just say something? The bald head tilted and laughed along, sorry, been alive too long, memory's a little bad. With that, he paused and continued, but it wasn't me who saved you, it was your friend Friends? Zhang Qian was stunned. The bald head nodded, that cat again, what, did you forget? Cat again? Cat north and south? Zhang Qian was instantly stunned on the spot. Inside his head, that missing fragment of memory was revived like a relic of his grandmother found in the corner of his ancestral home. Dogs, run! You miscalculated. We're no match for it. Meow. Well. Zhang Qian's head throbbed. He instantly remembered it all. At that time, the Ice Phoenix's cold aura had frozen his entire body. Just before he was about to be completely frozen, Cat Nanbei stepped forward and rushed to his side, using all his strength and AP to throw himself out of the Ice Phoenix's lair. Zhang Qian still vaguely remembered. At the end of the day, bathed in a sky full of flying frost, Cat North and South smiled back at themselves. Dogs, come and save me, or I won't give you any more babies. I. Zhang Qian, who recalled everything, had his heart pinched hard like an invisible hand. Did I cause her? The shocking reality and sense of powerlessness instantly swept over like a tidal wave, engulfing Zhang Qian and suffocating him. I was the one who was too eager to kill the boss without checking it out. The smooth flow of the second floor, coupled with the rapid increase in attributes, caused Zhang Qian to lose his way for a while, even forgetting one of the most important rules of dungeon survival. Never underestimate any opponent. If just a little bit of caution could have been exercised, what happened today would not have happened. If it wasn't for the north and south of the cat, Zhang Qian was afraid that he would have died in the hands of the Ice Phoenix today. That cat threw you to the top of the outer part of the ice valley. I happened to pass by, and to be honest, magical beasts of your level rarely appear on the third floor anymore, so I picked you up by hand. The old magical beast lifted its head and looked towards the ice valley in the distance, its cloudy gaze filled with emotions about the long years. In the past, when I was participating in the Underworld Ancient War, I also had such a friend. With that, he gazed down at Zhang Qian and asked, "You don't look like you're upset? Isn't that cat your friend again?" "It's my friend, a stupid cat." The old wraith was a bit puzzled. "She sacrificed her life to save you, why don't you seem to have any reaction?" "And what should I do? Cry?" Patting his butt, Zhang Qian stood up and walked towards the ice valley. Seeing this, the old magical beast raised its leg and stomped in front of Zhang Qian. The feet that supported its 3-kilometer-tall body stopped in front of Zhang Qian like a city wall. "Why did you stop me?" Zhang Qian didn't look back, his tone was very cold. The old magical beast said indifferently, "Because I saw a young magical beast going to its death, it is the elder's responsibility to stop you. The cat died north and south, because of me, and it is my duty to avenge her." Zhang Qian's words were powerful and his tone was filled with determination. The old wraith didn't say anything. He shifted his gaze down slightly, only to see Zhang Qian's 2 dragon claws clenching his fist so fiercely that greenish-blue blood was flowing out from his fingers. As it turns out, it wasn't unshaken. The old wraith smiled knowingly, as if remembering something good. "It was a long time before he spoke. What if I said that friend of yours wasn't dead?" Not dead? Zheng Xian turned back violently as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and saw that the old magic beast was looking at him with a smile on his face, not like he was lying. Old-timer, what do you mean when you say that the cat north and south are not dead? The old wraith nodded, and his cloudy eyes became hale and hearty. The reason Ice Phoenix's puppet emulation is extremely high is because her summoning technique is a special summoning technique called bone and flesh divine substitution. There were no more than 10 existences that had possessed this summoning technique from the underworld ancient period to the present day, making it one of the rarest skills in the world. Normally, a summon is weaker than the original, but with this summoning technique, you can summon a summon that is as strong as the original, if not stronger. This is because its principle is not replica of a normal summon, but looting. Traps and kills the creature, but retains the soul, removes the consciousness, and reshapes the body with ice, with all attributes, including magical elements, provided by the Ice Phoenix. So it's said to be a summon, but it's actually been made into a puppet, which is why killing its summon still has experience value. The magical beasts you encountered in the Ice Valley were, without exception, all Ice Phoenix summons. Nowadays, the third floor has long been under the control of the Ice Phoenix, except for some stray fish. As long as there is a little bit of strength, they have all been made into summons by the Ice Phoenix. This shocking fact made Zheng Xian feel unbelievable. You mean most of the magical beasts on the third floor have been exterminated by the Ice Phoenix? The old magical beast nodded, including the climate. 20,000 years ago, this place was a grassland. The entire climate of the third floor was transformed by the Ice Phoenix. And what does this have to do with the cat being alive north and south? The old magical beast said, although the bone and flesh divine replacement is powerful and can plunder the entirety of another person, the drawback is that it takes effect extremely slowly. The ice attribute needs to be used to slowly replace the victim's body on a cellular level so that the intact soul can be retained. With that cat's vein again, the process will take about 2 weeks, so as long as you kill the Ice Phoenix within 2 weeks, that cat again can be saved with healing magic. 2 weeks? The death of the milkmaid had caused great damage to Zheng Xian. If the cat north and south also died, Zheng Xian would probably feel guilty for the rest of his life, right? Now, this news had undoubtedly given Zheng Xian a shot in the arm. The lifeless eyes gradually regained their high beams. There's still a chance. If anything, it was reckless of me to cause the cat to be caught north and south. Then it's my duty to save her. Zheng Xian was still essentially human. And the biggest difference between man and beast is this. The beast will know what to do, and the man will learn from the pain. Zheng Xian bowed deeply to the old magic beast. Thank you, old senior, I know what I should do. The old magic beast laughed cheerfully. Nothing, I've also lived for too long, and it's rare to see a candle dragon doll on the third floor, so I'm just going along to save you and kill the boredom. Candlewick? Zheng Xian was shocked. He himself should be a miniature ice dragon now. The candle dragon's bloodline had long been hidden due to 2 evolutions, and there were no candle dragon traits left on his body. How did this old beast see through it? Wait a minute. Zheng Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong. Old senior, you said that all the magical beasts on the third floor, except for the miscellaneous fish, were made into puppets by the Ice Phoenix, so, then you. With such a huge size, it's not a stray fish by any stretch of the imagination, is it? People at least have the grace of saving their own lives, so rude words, Zheng Xian cannot ask out. A bad smile crossed the old wraith's hale eyes. Don't you also have the rare skill, truth? It's a hanging skill, and I've only seen one person, no, only one god possess it since the time of the medieval ancients besides you. Why am I the exception? Wouldn't you know by looking at it with the truth? Does he even know the truth? Zheng Xian's shock at this moment was beyond words. Then the late generation is out of line. Settling his mind, Zheng Xian raised his head and used truth on this huge strange magical beast. Subject, Babylon LV 413. Type, Ultra Beast. HP. MP. AP. Power. Mojo. Physical defense. Magic defense. Perception. Combined agility. The moment he looked at its data, Zheng Xian felt his eyes darken. Both legs went limp and he sat on his butt. Obviously in the minus 150 degrees cold environment, Zheng Xian's whole body is drenched in sweat because of fear. Babylon. LV 413? Super Beast? Is this odd-looking wrinkled beast stronger than Leviathan? Who the hell are you? Zheng Xian's voice couldn't stop trembling. Babylon, however, smiled without saying a word. It looked up at the blue sky and pursed its lips as if remembering something wonderful. Ryoga mumbled. I once fought millions of demon gods, and split day and night, morning and evening with the snap of my fingers, but now I am all alone in the world, complete and pure, and willing to be unheard of. 30. Extinction of the Ice Valley in 9 days. I and Leviathan were originally of the same generation, and my rank is indeed that much higher than it, except that I have lost my divinity. I cannot stay young forever, my body is gradually aging, and my ability to fight in actual combat, I may not be as good as it. You're 60 levels above it and you can't beat it? Which of those magical beasts you fought were not higher level than you? And they were all slaughtered by you? Sitting on the snowy plain, Zhang Qian patiently talked to Babylon. It was a creature that had lived for an unknown number of years. Also fought in the War of the Gods called the Battle of Hades Ancient. It seemed that it was after the end of that battle that the gods began to build the dungeon, and after the Kawahigashi dungeon was completed, it was plunged into the dungeon. Originally, the Chuandong dungeon was designed as a double boss structure. I.e. Babylon is the same final boss as Leviathan, and ruthlessly pits a warrior who is about to fight his way through a dungeon. But since Babylon had long been tired of fighting in the world of men, he came to the 3rd floor, where the environment was the best, and was willing to be relegated to the background. Later, humans dominated the world. Though no one knows why weak humans are able to become masters of the world. But thanks to the weakness of the humans, in these long years, not to mention penetrating the dungeon, there were very few humans who had even penetrated past the 3rd floor, let alone anyone who could threaten Babylon. After listening to its brief introduction, Zhang Qian also figured out the identity of this magical beast named Babylon. I didn't realize that I was only halfway through the raid and had seen both final bosses. Zhang Qian smiled helplessly and bitterly, not knowing whether this was considered lucky or unfortunate. But at least, unlike Leviathan, Babylon is communicative and free of malice. To put it bluntly, people just want to live plain and boring lives. Elder, you said that there was only one god in history besides me who had ever possessed the truth? Is that the god from the time of the underworld ancient war? Zhang Qian was curious about this. The skill truth was the core of Zhang Qian. It's also the biggest guarantee that he's survived the dungeon to this day. Aside from himself, there was actually someone else who possessed this skill, and to be honest, Zhang Qian was a bit offended. However, how could that little emotion escape Babylon? What? Did you used to think you were unique? Zhang Qian was stunned and hastily denied, no, I just... There's no need to deny it. Babylon interrupted, but there is no need to be jealous, and I can also tell you that that god is still alive to this day. Or I could tell you that he's very careful. More than that, I can tell you that even if you penetrate the dungeon, if this god notices, then he will definitely rack his brain to kill you. Why? Zhang Qian was puzzled. Babylon laughed, putting your heart in the right place, you have the strongest skill in the world and are unique. Would you want a second person with that skill to suddenly appear in the world to threaten you? Zhang Qian lowered his head. Babylon is absolutely right. In his turn, Zhang Qian would also consider killing the second person who possessed the truth to maintain his uniqueness. The human condition is not only positive, but also this ugly one. Thinking of this, Zhang Qian suddenly snorted out a laugh. What are you laughing at? Babylon queried. It's nothing, laughing at myself for worrying about nothing. I haven't even been able to deal with the Ice Phoenix yet, and I'm already thinking about what will happen after I break through the dungeon. Babylon froze for a moment, then smiled heartily and didn't say anything, seemingly agreeing with Zhang Qian's statement. Senpai. After a long time, Zhang Qian opened his mouth. He lowered his head, his thumbs kept twirling in both hands, very anxious. Can I really beat the Ice Phoenix and save the cat north and south? Babylon didn't answer first. There was really no other reason why he and Leviathan had been put together in the first place as the final boss of the Chuandong dungeon. For Leviathan is the forceful, and Babylon is the wise. After thinking for a while, he asked Zhang Qian rhetorically, this is a dungeon, so far, which of the magical beasts you've killed is not of a higher level than you? Babylon's soft gaze caused Zhang Qian's body to tremble violently. It's not just kindness, it's the articulation of a wise man, condensing 1,000 words. Zhang Qian instantly understood the rhyme contained in his words. No matter how unquestioning Babylon was, he was ultimately the boss of the dungeon, and the Ice Phoenix was also a boss. Babylon's rescue of Zhang Qian could be seen as a pity for the dungeon wraiths. However, as the final boss, there was absolutely no way that Babylon could teach Zhang Qian the method of killing other bosses. That's the bottom line as a final boss. Zhang Qian had to rely on himself to kill the Ice Phoenix to save his friend. Rank is not strength, and attribute panels are not everything, these are ultimately just references. So far, Zhang Qian had killed magical beasts with panels higher than his own more than once. Babylon added, mighty is not a myth, and every myth is born because someone has written countless miracles. These words made Zhang Qian lower his head and ponder for a long time. Thank you, senior, I've come to my senses. Getting up, Zhang Qian stopped talking and turned around to walk in the direction of the ice valley. This time, Babylon didn't stop him. For in 2 words, Babylon has shown the way forward, and even one more word is nonsense. Because this time, Zhang Qian had put aside his hatred and personal emotions and had the aura of a strong man in the true sense of the word. Looking at Zhang Qian's back, Babylon couldn't help but smile in relief. It seems that after all these years, another myth is finally going to be born. Is it a god? Or a demon god? Oh, all of a sudden, kind of want to witness it, hopefully I'll live to see that day. 2 weeks? No, 10 days. 2 weeks is too extreme, the cat may not last north or south. There were only 10 days left, and removing the time he had been unconscious left a total of 9 days, only a little more than a week. And this time is by no means useless. Come to think of it, what do I rely on to win every time I'm weak? Is it an invincible attribute? Or a special skill? Neither. Rather, he has carefully observed the weaknesses of all his opponents and maximized his strengths. Levels and attributes certainly affect strengths and weaknesses, but not absolutely. Zhang Qian is very strong, LV11 second evolution attributes, the value has basically crushed more than 90% of the magical beasts in the entire 3rd floor. However, compared to the Ice Phoenix, Zhang Qian's attributes weren't enough. Of course, that's not a problem. A strong man should not only be able to crush his opponents by his attributes, but also have the ability to overcome the strong with the weak. It's not like that 10 times difference in attributes against the cotto beast leader, and the opponent also shook 24 minions to help. That's really nothing to fight against. As long as one used one's own strengths to overcome one's weaknesses, the difference in attributes of less than 3 times in the district was simply not enough to be feared. Unlocked. Radicalization growth LV2. Notice, radicalization growth has been upgraded, consuming 40 unlocking points, current level LV2. Together with the 5 unlock points given by LV11, Zhang Qian currently has 81 unlock points. Before re-entering the Ice Valley, Zhang Qian chose to spend 40 unlock points to raise his radicalization growth to LV2. The LV2 effect is an automatic increase of 2 experience points per minute in a non-combat state. Getting experience value for kills becomes 4 times. The huge consumption of 40 unlock points doubles the effect of this skill. This was closely related to what Zhang Qian was going to do next. Standing at the mouth of the Ice Valley, pick up a piece of ice ball that is more than 10 kilograms and as big as a man's head. Zhang Qian weighed and felt that it was the right weight. Spinning around, he exerted all his strength and fiercely threw himself fiercely towards the interior of the Ice Valley. The power attribute of 1900 combined with the skill pulse thrown with full force, the power was unimaginable, and it actually threw this ice ball with the power of a cannonball. So much so that the front end of the puck had the characteristic sonic boom that occurs when you break the speed of sound. Pa 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 pa. Sonic boom after sonic boom scraped out a heavy surge of sound harsh enough to shatter glass. With a final rumble, it smashed into the ice wall 1,000 meters away. The violent noise clearly angered the Ice Valley kites attached to the ice wall. Only the ice wall near the entrance began to twist violently. It was as if the walls of ice had grown feathers and stretched out thousands of wings. Followed by a fluttering sound so messy that it gives you a headache. The 2,000 to 3,000 Ice Valley kites lurking near the entrance of the Ice Valley all flew out. Looking at the overwhelming amount, Zhang Qian smiled crookedly. The Ice Phoenix can restore its status through the ice golem it made. This is one of its powerful abilities. Relying on this ability, as long as there were still ice puppets within the Ice Valley, the Ice Phoenix could be said to be immortal. And all the magical beasts within the Ice Valley were made into ice puppets by the Ice Phoenix. In that case, why not deprive it of this ability and at the same time strengthen myself? Come on. The azure flame of a dragon's breath floated vaguely from his mouth. Zhang Qian set up his stance and hooked his dragon finger at the Ice Valley kites that filled the sky. Within 9 days, exterminate the Ice Valley, and you'll be the first ones. P.S. The book has been booked for the original art, so expect to see it in November, yo. XXXI, fighting the Ice Phoenix again. Notice, purebred cotto beasts are extinct, extinction reward of 20 unlocking points has been credited. Ha! 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 As the last purebred cotto beast puppet fell, Zhang Qian's body went limp and collapsed to the ground. Breathing in the cold air as greedily as if suffocating, even if it stopped for just a moment, the body would go into shock from lack of oxygen. 6 days, this was already the 11th type of Ice Valley demonic beast puppet that had been exterminated by Zhang Qian. For 6 days, Zhang Qian didn't know how many times he was on the verge of his limit. HP, 126621. MP, 319-8997. AP, 61070. It's not the same as clearing your stats after using a heart attack. Taking constant damage in real life causes stat clearing, which can cause intense pain. Even if the nullification of pain dispenses with the pain, the mental fatigue and the weariness of the countless blows to the physical body are still too much for normal people to bear. Notice, level has been raised, current level LV16. This pain was only gradually eased with the arrival of the leveling up back to full status effect. Zhang Qian had already understood. Why does Truth offer side quests that kill thousands to gain only a little bit of unlock points? Truth's mission, from beginning to end, responds to the goal one desires most, and breaks that goal down into countless, achievable mini-goals, with some incentive to complete them. The main quest, that's the small goal. The side quests, on the other hand, are secondary to accomplishing these smaller goals. That, in a nutshell, is the nature of bounty missions. These seemingly ridiculous side quests are actually for the betterment of the main quest. But I have to say, it was 6 days too much. As the saying goes, a messy fist kills a teacher. There is also the saying that a proficient fist fight is not as good as a redneck birdshot stabbing. Even with crushing attributes, it was still impossible to win so easily against overwhelming numbers. Zhang Qian hadn't even remembered how many times he was on the verge of death. LV16, experience required to upgrade 958725. As a matter of fact, Zhang Qian's current level should go to the 4th floor for the highest efficiency in gaining experience. The demand for experience grows extraordinarily horribly in the middle and late stages of the second evolution. At level 16 with a 1.3x multiplier, the demand grows by 20,000 for almost every level, and the growth becomes 30,000 starting at level 18. Even with tens of thousands of kills every day for 6 days, relying on radicalized growth's 4x kill experience and the automatic experience growth of 2 points per minute, he had only barely leveled up to 5. But the completion of a large number of side quests also gave Zhang Qian rich rewards. Current function, Miniature Ice Dragon LV16 Second Transfer. Type, Extremely Rare Species Ultra Superior Magical Beasts. HP, 6757-6757. MP, 9294-9294. AP, 3270-1090. Power, 2063. Magic Element, 4813. Physical Defense, 2664. Magic Defense, 4986. Perception, 1283. Combined Agility, 2858. Current Unlock Point, 416. Current Experience Value, 958725. Weaknesses, Light, Gold, Wood, Water, Earth. Natural Skills, Dragon Perception Max, Truth Max, Teiyukai Dragon Breath LV5, Midnight Power, Common Sense Acquisition, Ice Attribute Immunity. Mindfulness Skills, Heart Attack LV3, Dragon Power LV3, Gluttony LV4, Nullify Pain, Physical Damage Immunity Most Strengthened, Mindfulness, Wind Attribute Immunity Most Strengthened, Single Dog's Furious Flying Kick, Flying Snowwalk Break, Barriers. Unlocked Skills, Pulse LV1, Invulnerability LV1, Healing LV1, Radicalization Growth LV2, Concentration, Mental Focus, Weakness Breaking LV1, Diffusion Control. As many as 416 unlock points became Zhang Qian's greatest capital in his battle with the Ice Phoenix. Not only that Gluttony was upgraded to LV4, making Zhang Qian able to eat an unlimited amount of food and not be bothered by the 3 urgencies. Taishu Dragon Breath was upgraded to LV5, making the power qualitatively increase again. Even Dragon Perception has been raised to max. The tough battle had allowed Zhang Qian to obtain 3 skills, Battering Damage Nullification, Chopping Damage Nullification and Penetrating Damage Nullification. These 3 skills were eventually integrated into Physical Damage Immunity Most Enhanced, which could even nullify Physical Damage Specialization. Even Wind Attribute Immunity evolved into Wind Attribute Immunity Most Enhanced, which can nullify Wind Attribute Specialization skills. At the same time, the frequent dodging allowed Zhang Qian to obtain the Mind skill Flying Snow Walking Breaking, a permanent increase of 500 points in combined agility with no incompatible skills. Frequent injuries have allowed Zhang Qian to obtain the heart skill of Barrier, a permanent increase of 1000 points in HP, with no incompatible skills. Now, the only species left within the Ice Valley were the pseudo-frost true dragon and the subspecies Koan whale. At his current level, even if he killed these last two species, it would be impossible to move up even one more level. But, it has to be done. Dragging his exhausted body, Zhang Qian walked in the direction of the 10 or so pseudo-frost true dragons in the distance. Exterminating the last two magical beasts would not only completely deprive the Ice Phoenix of its immortality, but most importantly, it would gain a cumulative 90 unlock points. There are two skills that must be unlocked to ensure a sure win. Your thoughts, how tough, even if the body in the concubine's magic 10 days, the flesh is still not the slightest wear and tear. Stretching out its long neck, the Ice Phoenix scrutinized the figure in a piece of ice egg. This, among others, is none other than Cat North and South. On her face, she still had the same smile that she had when she threw out Zhang Qian. Ice Phoenix was very confused. This ice egg had been attached with a bone and flesh divine replacement, and the creature encased in it would be kept alive and gradually have its entire body replaced by magical vein ice from the cellular level. 10 days. By all rights, this kind of magical beast that was only level 75 should have been dissolved to the visceral level. But the cat in the ice egg, North and South, had barely been replaced in its entire body, except for about 20% of its skin being corroded, revealing a small amount of flesh and blood. This is unprecedented. Ice Phoenix could feel that this cat in the ice egg again, even if it fell into a coma, the deepest part of its consciousness still retained a powerful sentiment. This sentiment made it so that the activity of its body would not be frozen, and the effect of the bone and flesh divine replacement would be so slow. But even the strongest of wills has to disintegrate one day. Not to mention, being so unfailingly devoted to your fellow man, you will be the best playmate for my concubine's beloved son. What surfaced in the Ice Phoenix's eyes was not anxiety, but doting. Struggle to your heart's content, your companions won't come, and that little dragon won't dare to come back to disturb the concubine's purity after seeing her power and surviving. It's just biological instinct. For the sake of bringing you to my concubine, I will not go after him. It was as if he had heard Ice Phoenix's words. In the icy egg, a flash of sadness crossed the cat's north and south eyes vaguely. Like a mother looking at a birthday gift she was preparing to give to her son, the Ice Phoenix gently stroked its claws across the surface of the ice egg. Take your time, there is no rush, the best gifts, take time to hatch, my concubine will wait for you. There's no need to wait, I'll send you to your son right away. Just then, a voice suddenly broke the silence of the ice nest. The Ice Phoenix's entire body shook violently. Lifting his head, he looked toward the voice. With a height of a meter out, the dungeon, a place filled with magical beasts that were 100 meters tall, seemed so small. Tired steps made one heavy tread after another on the ice. Those eyes were as red as if they had been soaked in blood. Those fangs were strewn with the scars that battle had bestowed. The dragon scales that used to be neat and orderly were now mottled as if they were rusted. The LV5 dragon's might made the space around this tiny figure bulge vaguely in accordance with the frequency of the heart. How, Wood, having seen the power of a concubine, why do you still dare to come? The Ice Phoenix looked incredulously at this dragon-shaped magical beast that appeared in the field of view. It wasn't anyone else, it was Zhang Qian who had been forcibly thrown out of the battlefield by the cat North and South 9 days ago. In just 9 days, the killing aura on Zhang Qian's body had more than doubled tenfold. Stop and stand against the wind. Zhang Qian looked up proudly at the Ice Phoenix with a cold gaze and said indifferently. Didn't your mom teach you that child brides are illegal? That's my horse, give it back. 32, Taishu Skyware. Why, would you? Zhang Qian had long felt that this Ice Phoenix had a problem with its brain, but he didn't expect that it would turn out to be a bit sensible. Seeing Zhang Qian again, Ice Phoenix's look was obviously not as contemptuous as it was last time, but it was truly looking at a threat. 9 days ago, when I saw Zhang Qian for the first time, Ice Phoenix was also very surprised why the third floor, in addition to that damned Babylon, there are still such powerful magical beasts. Could it be that the head of the Medusa on the second floor was taken out and came down from the second floor? But so what if it's powerful? At best, it's only slightly stronger than the average stray fish. In the Ice Phoenix's eyes, neither Zhang Qian nor the cat North and South were opponents worth taking seriously. At best, it's just a new toy that has popped up once again after centuries. But in just 9 days, Zhang Qian's body then underwent a radical change. The magical beasts of the dungeon each possessed a keen insight, and the Ice Phoenix was even more so as the third floor boss. It clearly felt that today's Zhang Qian was incomparable, having evolved from a high-level mongrel that was slightly stronger than a mongrel to an existence that was strong enough to threaten itself. What happened to you? Why did you? What happened to that antique pretentious grammar of yours? Zhang Qian didn't stop, as if he was taking a stroll easily approaching towards the Ice Phoenix step by step. Forget it, it's not important, the cat north and south don't know how much longer it can last, I'm not interested in talking nonsense with you. One step down and the ice collapsed. Zhang Qian's entire body transformed into a counter-trend meteor, charging straight into the Ice Phoenix's face. Bachelor's Fury Flying Kick. Double physical damage kicked the Ice Phoenix in the face without mercy. The collision even scraped out an arcing surge wave that tore up the ground like a guillotine. The Ice Phoenix, who had recovered from the shock, instantly became furious. Physical attacks are ineffective against concubines, have you forgotten the pain you suffered last time? Why, is this little dragon coming back? No, it doesn't matter. The Ice Phoenix's eyes stared as it opened its mouth to spit out a mouthful of cold ice. This was the Frost Dragon spit of the pseudo-Frost True Dragon, and the Ice Phoenix actually knew how to do it as well, and it was doubly strengthened with the additional Frost Attribute specialization. Even the Frost Attribute Immunity Most Enhanced, which surpassed Frost Attribute Immunity, could not defend against the Ice Phoenix's Frost Dragon spit. But negative. As soon as the spitting breath had been exported, Ice Phoenix was shocked to find that Zhang Qian, who was still close to his face just now, had disappeared in place as if he had moved in an instant. Up there, crazy. Zhang Qian's voice came from directly above. The Ice Phoenix looked up in a hurry. Only to see that at some point, Zhang Qian had already jumped to a height of nearly 1 kilometer. The Taishu Dragon Breath Phoenix Immortal Flame in his mouth was even pouring down like a magnificent rain of fire. The Ice Phoenix was not without a means of defense against fire attribute attacks. The last time it ate 4 rounds of Zhang Qian's Taishu Dragon's Breath hard, it was only because it was relying on its immortality, treating Zhang Qian and the cat's north and south full-force battle like a show of jumping clowns, and didn't put Zhang Qian in its eyes at all. But not this time. The sixth sense, which had not fluctuated in the last 1,000 years, told the Ice Phoenix for the first time that this time, the Taishu Dragon's breath was different. It's nothing like it was 9 days ago. Previously, the Taishu Dragon's breath was azure blue in color, but now, Zhang Qian's Taishu Dragon's breath was actually emitting an orange-red glow. If it was still like the last time, if he dared to follow hard without defense, even if he didn't die, he himself would lose all his battle power. Frost Fortress. In 1,000th of a second of divine speed, the Ice Phoenix mobilized an unimaginable amount of magical elements and opened a barrier of ice several meters thick right above it. Hundreds of rounds of Taifu Dragon breath bombarded the barrier. Each shot dug a huge crater several meters deep. Although the barrier was bombarded with cracks all over, it still defended against the blow. But what's the point? Zhang Qian in midair once again took a sharp breath. It was as if the air around them was sucked into their lungs. It's coming. The Ice Phoenix instantly felt a mountain range like heavy pressure coming from above her head. It's... The sixth sense told Ice Phoenix that Zhang Qian's next strike was by no means simple. It's a super powerful attack that's enough to kill yourself in seconds. Frost Fortress. Frost Fortress. Frost Fortress. Frost Fortress. Opening 5 layers in a row, an impenetrable fortress had formed above the Ice Phoenix. However, Zhang Qian's eyes were fixed, and he had no intention of changing the angle of his attack. Crushing you from the front is the best thing I can do for myself, for the cat north and south. It's true that I was hasty in challenging you last time, but so were you, and your biggest fault was that you didn't take me seriously last time and let me live. The super long MP bar instantly clears a large portion of the bar. Zhang Qian's lung lobes had expanded to their limits at this moment. People make mistakes, and mistakes are not scary. What is scary is not knowing how to reflect on them. Zhang Qian reflected, but Bing Huang didn't. Without introspection, there is no progress. And in a never-changing place like a dungeon, no matter how strong you are, no progress equals elimination. So, Taishu Sky Where? Boom! From its mouth, it spewed out a giant vector of fire with hair hundreds of meters long, burning the entire sky into a fiery red. The first half-damaged barrier was instantly vaporized before it even made contact. Followed by the second, third, and fourth levels. As a matter of fact, it was only right that the Taishu Dragon's breath was unable to penetrate the frost barrier. Frost barrier is a high-level defense magic that comes with immunity to all attributes except light. However, he was penetrated by this fire vector like a piece of rice paper, and only barely managed to stop at the 5th level. What kind of attack is this? The Ice Phoenix was shocked. That was not Zhang Qian's signature Taishu Dragon Breath. The power is completely off the charts. These 9 days, a move prepared to kill you. Zhang Qian shouted loudly and poured a large amount of magical elements into that giant vector of fire once again. Boom! The last layer of the frost barrier was instantly penetrated. Fire Loss stabbed Ice Phoenix in the back on the spot. The Ice Phoenix, whose magic defense was as high as 10,000, was penetrated by a single blow like a hot knife stabbing butter. The ice nest underneath him was also penetrated by a single blow, and the ground was even stabbed out into a deep, bottomless cavern. Inside the ice valley, the Ice Phoenix's mournful and extreme screams instantly resounded. With a thud, it landed so hard like a nail that the ice was crushed. Zhang Qian indifferently watched the Ice Phoenix roll in place. HP 13199-24349. AP 3766-7913. In just one hit, it shaved off half of the Ice Phoenix's HP and half of its AP. If it wasn't for the 5 layers of frost barriers weakening most of the power, this strike would have been enough to kill the Ice Phoenix. How did you? How did I get so strong? Zheng Qian didn't relax his guard in the slightest, and faced the Ice Phoenix that was thrashing around in pain, but instead, he set up an all-out stance. The strength of a skill's power is not simply about consumption and magical elements, the key lies in the multiplier. For the same amount of magical elements and consuming so much MP, quality skills have a higher multiplier and are able to deal more damage. And Taishu Dragon's Breath is the Dragon's Breath of the Candle Dragon, which is an extremely high-quality skill when you look at the world, and has a super high multiplier of 25x at LV5. And that strike just now was not as simple as Taishu Dragon's Breath utilizing diffusion control to gather power. It was an advanced talent skill that Zhang Qian had spent a full 300 unlock points to unlock. Taishu Dragon's Breath's top skill, Taishu Sky Piercing. The LV5 Taishu Skyware has a 125x damage multiplier that almost crowns the world, while the skill itself comes with the triple most reinforcement of fire attribute specialization. It was the strongest stance of the dragon race that no god could possibly possess, the essence of Candlewick's ability to become the dragon of dragons. How could a district's frost barrier, which was immune to all attributes, block the Taishu Sky Piercing? Without even using diffusion control, it easily pierced through the Ice Phoenix's defense. Finally, that expression? In Zhang Qian's eyes, the killing intent did not subside in the slightest, but instead became even more prevalent. The Ice Phoenix wailed in pain on the ground. It looked at Zhang Qian incredulously. No, even if the skill is better, your power is far inferior to mine, why would? A magical beast of your level should have an appraisal skill, right? Just take a look for yourself. Zhang Qian said indifferently. Skill, appraisal, a common skill. Its effect is equivalent to a simplified version of truth, which does not have truth's other abilities, but can observe the ranks and attributes of others in the same way as truth. It is common sense to use an appraisal before the start of a battle to determine the gap between the enemy and us in almost all battles. Because he had seen Zhang Qian's attributes 9 days ago, the Ice Phoenix didn't look at it this time. And today, seeing Zhang Qian's attributes again, Ice Phoenix's pupils contracted. No, that's impossible. How can your attributes? Ice Phoenix saw a string of data that was unbelievable in this lifetime. Current function, Miniature Ice Dragon LV 16 second transfer. Type, Extremely Rare Species Ultra Superior Magical Beast. HP, 10,136-10136. MP, 6,731-13941. AP, 1187-1635. Strength, 3,095. Magic, 7,220. Physical Defense, 3996. Magic Defense, 7479. Perception, 1925. Combined Agility, 4287. Skill, Bloodline Optimization. It is possible to adjust the physiology of the possessor to an optimal solution. Effect, all attributes are permanently increased by 50%, and all gain effects, including attributes increased by future upgrades, are included. Also, when facing an enemy of a higher level than your own, provide possessor level substitution to counteract level suppression, up to a maximum of 40 levels of level substitution. Skills that belong to the same highest ranking skill group in the skill tree diagram, along with Taifu Skyware. Consumption, 200 unlock points. This was an attribute boost comparable to one evolution. The 40 level substitution, moreover, made the Ice Phoenix's level suppression negligible. Finally, there's overdrive regeneration. This chicken rib skill that Zhang Qian had previously disdained unlocking now had a use. Consumption, 5 unlock points. As long as it is not consumed or attacked for more than 10 seconds, starting at the 11th second, it automatically restores 5% HP, MP, and AP every second until it is full. The entire 505 unlocking points, almost all of which had been invested, gave Zhang Qian the backbone to battle the Ice Phoenix. I won't say it a third time, give me back my horse. 33. The Curse of the Dungeon. Do you also want to destroy this piece that my son loves? The Ice Phoenix bellowed and violently spread its wings. The violent wind roar held the entire rift open. Come, my puppets, be my power. Faced with the now radically changed Zhang Qian, the Ice Phoenix was about to get serious. Use the puppets in the Ice Valley to restore their status and boost their attributes, then use their numerical advantage to overwhelm their opponents. This was the reason why the Ice Phoenix was invincible in the third floor of this dungeon. But sadly, Zhang Qian didn't stop it, and even just stood in place, silently watching it. 10 whole seconds. None of the ice golems entered the vicinity of the ice nest. Is it strange? Zhang Qian tilted his head and said teasingly. It was then that the Ice Phoenix realized that something big was wrong. You? What do you say? Zhang Qian laughed. Bone and flesh divine substitution is indeed a very strong skill, but unlike ordinary summoning techniques, the ice puppets created by bone and flesh divine substitution have real lives. Therefore, manipulating these ice puppets required a huge amount of mental energy, and even if they could be manipulated in large numbers, they could only give some simple commands. More than that, it depended on the puppet's own judgment, not to mention sensing whether the puppets had been attacked or not. To perceive these ice puppets, one needed extremely strong perception. There are at least 300,000 ice puppets in this ice valley, and if you really want to perceive, your perception attribute must be over 3 million. And obviously, not even Leviathan can have such a high level of perception, so there's no way you could have noticed that I killed these ice golems. Zhang Qian's words caused the Ice Phoenix to choke. It never expected that this little dragon had actually seen through the biggest drawback of the bone-flesh divine replacement. The requirement for the perception attribute was too high, and once too large a quantity was created, the user would not be able to perceive the state of the puppet. And he actually really did such a great job, utilizing this only flaw to kill all of the hundreds of thousands of ice golem demonic beasts in the entire ice valley. Be reasonable, I don't know how many times I've almost died in these 9 days. Zhang Qian pointed to the hundreds of scars on his body. While upgrades and skills can restore status, only evolution can erase scars. These scars were all from the last 9 days, from countless bouts with death. It is a symbol of Zhang Qian fighting for his life. Your ice golem is indeed very strong, the experience of killing them is less than the original, and the strength is stronger than the original. Relying on the skill bone-flesh divine replacement, you are indeed qualified to dominate the third floor. But you're too obsessed with the past. I've had experiences similar to yours and had loved ones die in front of me. Babylon told me your story, and your child is indeed a tragedy. But I can beat you because my eyes are always only on the front. The flesh and blood of my kin have forged me, and you, who are bound by your kin. Babylon? Hearing this name, the Ice Phoenix's body violently trembled. It looked at Zhang Qian incredulously, its frightened gaze gradually becoming violent. That old undead? The Ice Phoenix flapped its wings, bringing up an unimaginable hurricane. However, this level of wind and waves was nothing more than a spring breeze for Zhang Qian, who already possessed the most enhanced wind attribute immunity. Its entire body of magical elements converged towards its wings, and its ice-made wings emitted a dazzling 7-colored light. You will all die, and this world will freeze at this moment. When Zhang Qian saw this, he also straightened his face. He knew that the next strike would be the full force of the Ice Phoenix. As for Zhang Qian, it was necessary to respond with the strongest strike. As the light of its wings bloomed to its limit, the Ice Phoenix moved. Heaven and earth are sealed. With a violent wave of his wings, unimaginable amounts of magical vegetation erupted from it. This cold front is approaching absolute zero. Everywhere it goes, everything freezes. Even the air was solidified. At this moment, Zhang Qian, who had long since returned to his full state with his super speed regeneration, also made the strongest strike of his life. Heart Strike Taishu Sky Penetration. Boom! It was like spewing out a star. Unimaginably high temperatures dissolve what should be a frozen world. On one side, the whole space is freezing. On one side, a 10,000-year-old glacier is melting. The cold air collided with the blazing fire, erupting into an unimaginable blinding glow. Zheng Qian and the Ice Phoenix, both like a line drawing, faded in this first flash of light that was like the opening of a myth. Once upon a time, when the dungeon was founded, there was chaos. The magical beasts that were captured during the underworld ancient period engaged in a brutal killing spree in order to divide up the territory of just 5 floors. Blood and fire stained almost the entire dungeon. In the midst of this 10-million-year struggle, a phoenix was born. It quelled a whole tier of struggles by itself. In this dungeon, which has only 5 floors, a zone of only peace has opened up. Here, once the birds and the flowers. Warmth spreads throughout the land. The phoenix utilizes its ability of nirvana to absorb the hatred of the world at regular intervals, throw itself into the fire, and then reborn in the fire to take the hatred away from this pure land. One day, Phoenix gave birth to a child. The child fulfills the duties of a mother, and together they manage the 3rd level of this dungeon world. Even Babylon, one of the final bosses, had come to the 3rd floor to enjoy the silence. What the Phoenix mother and son didn't realize, however, was that hatred and greed could not be completely rubbed out. When you try to erase hate, you become the object of the world's hate. Lord of the Dungeon, Leviathan, does not allow the wraiths of the dungeon to be this comfortable. Wraiths have to behave like wraiths, and there is a constant cycle of evolution and elimination in killing. It came to the 3rd floor and killed the Phoenix child. And with his own skill, Tyrant, he took away the intelligence of all the 3rd-tier magical beasts, causing them to completely lose their sanity and be reduced to machines that only knew how to kill. Phoenix remembered what the child had said to herself on her deathbed. If only this peace could last forever. Wouldn't it be nice if we could break the curse of this dungeon? Babylon, as a dungeon master like Leviathan, why did you allow Leviathan to destroy everything I worked so hard for on all 3 levels? Phoenix questioned this back then. And Babylon's answer was simply, I did my best. Babylon told me your story once. Facing the dying Ice Phoenix, Zheng Qian's furious gaze gradually dissolved, revealing a hidden deepest compassion. HP 024349. As a strong person, even if the HP goes to 0, as long as the body is intact, it can still survive for a few minutes. Its body had begun to fall apart. In its dying moments, it gathered its gaze on Zheng Qian. I just want it to be like it was before. Everyone can live in peace, everyone can be there for me and my children. In this world, there will be no more killing. But what you do is more cruel than killing. I don't want to make this world as Leviathan wishes. I just want to guard the peace of the 3rd floor, to cut off the curse of the Wraithborn in the dungeon. But you did what Leviathan wanted most, and you, yourself, became the beast Leviathan wanted. Ice Phoenix closed her eyes. It's not dead, it just doesn't want to spill its guts at the last minute. The losers have no business talking about dreams and aspirations. Looking at the Ice Phoenix, Zheng Qian fell into deep thought. Until the end, when the Ice Phoenix broke, Zheng Qian did not say another word. I'll cut off this curse for you. Zheng Qian couldn't say the sentence. Because it's simply not realistic. A dungeon is a dungeon, and even if you can really kill Leviathan in the future and leave the dungeon yourself, the dungeon will give birth to another wraith to take its place. What's more, Zheng Qian never considered himself to be a good person. I'm sorry, I can't be as great as you, too big a dream would just be a bubble, all I want is to not have anyone around me leave me again. Until the very end, Zheng Qian still opened his mouth and spoke his heartfelt words. I don't know if it's an illusion. The moment these words were spoken, the face of the already broken Ice Emperor, that smear of unwillingness seemed to have dissipated, and in its place, was a hint of relief. Wow. The Ice Phoenix's body turned into a field of broken ice. Notice, level has been raised, current level LV17. Notice, the main quest has been completed and the 80 unlock point reward has arrived. The notice of truth seems insignificant at the moment. Zheng Qian noticed that deep within the cracks in the ice beneath his feet, there was a red wine-colored 3-petaled flower. Tiny, only the size of a soybean. Yet it grows stubbornly in the bitter cold. As the Ice Phoenix died and the glacier began to collapse, the temperature picked up significantly. The low temperature of the 3rd floor is maintained by the presence of the Ice Phoenix. Once the Ice Phoenix dies, the temperature will rise back up. Maybe in a few years, new green leaves will grow on this frozen world? But, that's all an afterthought. Moving his vision, Zheng Qian saw that not far away in the corner, the ice eggs of the cat north and south were frozen. The breath was weak, but it held out for a long time. After confirming that the cat north and south were still alive, Zheng Qian also finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Tier 3 Raiders, success! Just as Zheng Qian was about to go over and untie the ice egg for the cat north and south. Suddenly, the rest of his sight turned to a glance, and there seemed to be something in the broken ice of the ice phoenix's corpse. Zheng Qian fixed his eyes on it. Only in the center of the broken ice, roughly where his chest was a crystal-clear snowball that emitted a blue light. What's that? Zheng Qian was a little curious, walked up and picked it up to see, found that the hand is warm and moist like jade, about the size of an egg. This is... Oh? Isn't this a divine core? Just as Zheng Qian was puzzled, Babylon's voice suddenly sounded from his side. Zheng Qian instantly sat on his butt in fear. Looking back, only to see that this huge beast, which was 3 kilometers tall, had actually appeared behind him at some point. Babylon laughed, "Little thing, you've earned it. This is a treasure that only has a 1 in 1,000 chance of dropping when a magical beast of level 150 or higher dies. Although magical beasts below level 150 may also drop them, the probability is less than 1 in 100 million. No, that's a tricky way to come out. When did you get here?" Babylon laughed, space magic cackle, "Is that rare? XXXIV, Divine Core." Divine Core? Zheng Qian curiously surveyed this ball of light in his hand. The last 2 levels of dragon perception boosted temporal space perception and treasure perception, respectively. Zheng Qian's intuition felt that this ball of light called Divine Core was a rare treasure. No, it's not even a stretch to call it a treasure. What's the use of this thing? Zheng Qian was curious and asked Babylon for advice. Babylon looked to the ice phoenix, which was already a mass of broken ice. "Back then, it wasn't that I didn't help you mother and son, but I really wasn't a match for Leviathan. I'm sorry, I really tried my best back then." It mumbled softly in a thin, inaudible voice. However, with the super-specialized perception of dragon perception, Zheng Qian still heard everything. Zheng Qian didn't say anything. This was a grudge that belonged to someone else and had nothing to do with him. He didn't intervene, he couldn't intervene, and he wasn't qualified to intervene. Babylon turned back and looked at the divine core in Zheng Qian's hand and said quietly, "When a magical beast above level 150 dies, there will be a 1 in 1,000 chance of dropping a divine core." Divine cores seemed to be something that only appeared in death, and there were no divine cores in the bodies of magical beasts when they were alive. Divine cores had a variety of uses, and on the human side, each divine core was worth a fortune, being the core material for casting holy swords. On the god side, divine cores could also be used to boost their almost bottomless experience value. And us wraiths, our most direct use is to eat. Zheng Qian was stunned. "Eat it? This thing can be eaten? Bite it with your teeth, hard. This stuff gets stronger if you eat it?" Babylon nodded. Divine core quality mainly depends on the color, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. This is, red is the best, purple is the worst. This one is a cyan-colored magic core. It's considered to be of good quality, and eating it will enable you to gain a 150-point bonus to your full attributes. Only 150 full attributes? Zheng Qian was a bit disgusted. Even if there was bloodline optimization and the attributes of eating it would become 225, it was still a bit too little for the current Zheng Qian. It can even be said that the district's 225 points of attributes, except for AP, Zheng Qian can't even look at it. Babylon, however, smiled. Attributes are just the icing on the cake. The most important function of a divine core after swallowing it is that it can acquire one of that magical beast's skills. Zheng Qian was stunned. Whoring a skill for nothing? Of course, it can't be a rare skill like Bone Flesh Divine Replacement. Rare skills don't appear in divine cores. It's like if you die, if you drop your divine core, then the skill of that divine core definitely can't be Truth or Taishu Dragon's Breath. That's pretty good too. Zheng Qian was somewhat looking forward to it. It is important to realize that unlock points are extraordinarily expensive and are used to unlock skills that don't even allow for half-assed mistakes. And while the mindfulness skill can be hard-brushed, brushing it takes a lot of time and repeated attempts. Zheng Qian 9 deaths a whole 9 days, but also did not unlock much mind skill. Can think of mind skill as not you want to unlock can be unlocked. And in dungeons, more skills mean you can deal with more environments. Straight up whoring out a skill, whatever it is a massive boost to combat power. Zheng Qian glanced at the corpse of the ice phoenix on the ground. "You have a philosophy that I can't inherit, and I don't want to. But at least, I'll try to avenge you. Say, Senior Babylon, don't you want it?" Zheng Qian still understood the rules and knew to ask for it beforehand. It's like when you're new in prison and you have to honor your seniors with red meat at every meal. This is the kind of good stuff that of course you have to ask the more powerful first. It's not about respect, it's about the basics of survival. However, Babylon was squinting his two eyes like two equal signs, staring at Zheng Qian with a "you're ing kidding me" look for a while. Zheng Qian came to his senses. What the do you think I'm doing in the belly of a 413th grade ascending dog? Babylon's eyes were clearly saying so. That's right, how could such a strong magical beast look at a mere green divine core? Thinking of this, Zheng Qian swallowed the divine core into his stomach in one gulp. The moment the divine core entered his stomach, it turned into a hot current that spread throughout Zheng Qian's body. Strength that gets a boost. It's minimal, but it does lift. Truth was also quick to send a message. Notice, the divine core has been absorbed, the new skill, Heaven and Earth Sealing has been unlocked and has been merged into the ranks of unlocked skills, and the related skill set has been added. Heaven and Earth are sealed off. It's the last move released by Ice Phoenix, and it's a very powerful skill. If Zheng Qian hadn't upgraded the Taishu Dragon's Breath into the Taishu Sky Piercing, it would have been hard to say whether he would win or lose against this move A. Although the Ice Phoenix held the panel advantage, overall, as an offensive skill, the multiplier of this Heaven and Earth Seal was definitely not bad. This exactly corresponded to Zheng Qian's biggest shortcoming at the moment, having a very strong magical vegetable physique, but lacking diverse means of attack. Although Two-Vein Skyward comes with Fire Attribute Specialization triple most strengthened, but also cannot rule out having Fire Attribute Monster Skill Points all points Fire Attribute Immunity After all, having seen a freak like Ice Valley Iris, whose skills are all point AP, Zheng Qian will never again begrudge using the most monstrous thoughts to consider any enemy that may appear. Heaven and Earth Seal Off, which happened to be the opposite attribute of Taishu Dragon's Breath, was another powerful ice attribute attack magic. This one skill alone could be combined with existing skills to create countless derivative skills, causing the number of battlefields Zheng Qian could adapt to multiply several times. It sure is a good one. Zheng Qian stretched out his hands. His left hand condensed a ball of blazing fire and his right hand condensed a ball of ice. The freedom of manipulation for both the ice and fire attributes is evident. I didn't expect that killing high-level magical beasts would actually drop this kind of good stuff. Zheng Qian was ecstatic. After briefly learning how to use the new skill, Zheng Qian didn't pause much. Head to the ice egg that has sealed the cat north and south and shatter it with one blow. Seeing that more than half of the cat's north-south 800 plus HP remained, Zheng Qian then put his heart down and used heal on her. The dark vision broke into an ellipse. The first image of the cat's north and south eyes opening was Zheng Qian's bruised smile. How much longer do you want to sleep? The sun's up your ass. Like a factory slave who's late for work because he slept in a daze. The cat looked north and south at Zheng Qian for a while before reacting. Whoa! Dog thing! I knew you'd come to my rescue, meow. The cat north and south cried out with a wow and hugged Zheng Qian fiercely. It's buried in there, it's buried in there. Let go. Zheng Qian, who was only a meter tall, looked like his entire head was melting into the chest of the cat's north and south. It was not until more than 5,000 HP had been dropped due to suffocation that the cat, Nan, relented and let go of the nearly unconscious Zheng Qian. Dog thing, I'm sorry, I got too excited, meow. Are you okay, meow? Zheng Qian rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and said in a confused manner, I think I saw my grandfather waving at me from the other side of the river, telling me to go over. After that, Zheng Qian explained to the cat north and south what had happened during this time and introduced Babylon. During that time, the cat north and south were stunned by the words of the final boss a full 6 times. XXXV, entering the 4th floor. At the beginning of the 4th floor, many of the stray magical beasts are over level 150, at that time, you could potentially obtain other divine cores, and although the quality may not be too good, your power should skyrocket, right? I know who your ultimate goal is, but I advise you, it's best not to do that. You're not the only magical beast in this world that has the ability to battle over levels. Before he left, standing at the entrance of the cave on the 4th floor, Babylon suddenly spoke. The implication is self-evident. Zheng Qian's growth system is very special. This is a commonality among truth skill holders. All the other magical beasts were slowly rising from level 1, and the level was able to go all the way up, and to this day, they don't know what the highest level is. Zheng Qian, on the other hand, was at level 20 for one stage, and reset his level with each stage of evolution. The need for experience for upgrading far exceeded that of other magical beasts, but likewise, the attributes that Zheng Qian boosted with each level far exceeded that of normal magical beasts. Therefore, Zheng Qian was able to easily single-handedly challenge opponents whose levels far exceeded his own. However, over-the-top battles were not Zheng Qian's monopoly. The dungeon gets more menacing the further down you go. From the 4th level onwards, most of the magical beast spirits were already very sound and their intelligence far exceeded that of mortals. Even the miscellaneous fish at the lowest level are several times stronger than the head of Medusa, and the ice phoenix is at best a slightly more powerful character at the 4th level. Because they possessed superintelligence, the strength and quality of these magical beasts were not comparable to those before the 3rd level. It was possible that starting at level 4, a level 100 magical beast would have the combat power of a level 120 magical beast from 3 levels ago, if not more. On the 4th floor, it would be so treacherous that it wouldn't be surprising for anything to happen. The implication was to advise Zheng Qian not to go to the 4th floor. Zheng Qian thought about it and turned around and bowed deeply to Babylon. "Thanks, Senior, but I won't give up. If I can survive and have the chance, I'll come back to you." These teachings were probably Zheng Qian's most valuable asset in breaking into the dungeon so far. But giving up is not an option. Freedom is what Zheng Qian pursues. Therefore, as long as Zheng Qian was still alive, he would not give up on raiding the dungeon. And the cat, north and south, has no intention of giving up. As long as Zheng Qian went anywhere, she would follow. And because she was still teaming up with Zheng Qian, all the experience values and ice phoenixes that Zheng Qian had killed over the 9 days were counted. After she detached from the ice egg, her level rose to 96, and as long as she cooperated with Zheng Qian, she did have the ability to break into the 4th floor. Seeing that these 2 young magical beasts had no intention of turning back, Babylon did not force himself. It just silently watched Zheng Qian and Cat Nan 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 jump down the 4th floor of the tunnel. It was a long time before he looked back toward the silent 3rd floor behind him, a faint smile on his face. "It's a little quiet now, but I think it will come back to life in less than 100 years, right? Think back again to days long ago." Babylon sighed darkly. "Leviathan, how much longer will you stay on the 1st floor? Your opponent will soon appear." Only. Babylon suddenly thought of something, and somewhat strangely turned back to look at the 4-story tunnel that Zheng Qian and the cat jumped down from north to south. Say, 10 days and that cat hasn't even been cleared of HP again. It doesn't seem to have that high of a resistance, does it? What's going on here? Before he landed, Zheng Qian had already felt a strong wind head-on. It was like soaking in a hot spring all at once. The thick air was starting to work its way into the sweat glands. This feeling is magical vegetation? Dogs, there's a good amount of magical elements in the air on the 4th floor. Goosebumps rose all over the humanoid cat's northern and southern bodies. The strong winds and waves of the fall couldn't even dry the cold sweat on her body. Aang. A flash of white light had appeared in the darkness beneath his feet, indicating that the exit was in sight. Zheng Qian's expression was already incomparably grave. Such a high amount of magical veins indicates that not only is the 4th floor home to a huge number of magical beasts, but the quality of the individuals is also extremely high. The further down he fell close to the ground, the more Zheng Qian could feel how amazing the concentration of this magic element was. Even the air became thick, like the whole thing was soaked in a weak acidic liquid that was slightly corrosive. In this kind of environment, a weak creature like a human would continuously deduct HP even if it stood still, right? Not to mention the fact that there are 5 layers after the 4th. I really don't know what the purpose of humans entering the dungeon is. It was obvious that they were such weak creatures that they couldn't even walk through all 4 floors. Between thoughts. The white light underneath his feet gradually expanded, and finally there was a sharp flash of light before his eyes. Boom! The first thing Zheng Qian, who had arrived at the 4th floor, saw was a mass of magma that had shot up into the stratosphere. The magma was extremely bizarre in color, taking on an amazing rainbow hue. Zheng Qian took a closer look and was shocked. The magma had a large amount of magical elements fused in it to give it this weird color. The sky looks like it's covered in auroras forever, colorful. The earth took on a scarlet color, as if it were red with blood. The magic element in the air was already so high that a strong person at Zheng Qian's level would vaguely feel a bit suffocated. Continuing to fall from 1,000 meters, Zheng Qian couldn't help but clasp hands with the cat north and south. We, who have come to the world of the strong. Dogs, there's a monster down there, meow. Cat Nan Nan exclaimed. Zheng Qian's face stared. Aang, I saw it. Less than 100 meters from the ground. Only to see that at the landing site below, there were about 6 or 7 giant centipedes with a body length of up to 10 meters. These centipedes all had 3 human faces with repulsive faces, and a steady stream of highly poisonous mucus that evaporated with purple-black smoke flowed from their mouths. And the color of the body is colorful, according to the red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple color order, section by section 1 color in order. Subject, Colorful Viper LV-134. Type, Quasi-Superior Magical Beast. HP, 5757-57-57. MP, 9294-92-94. AP, 3270-1090. Power, 2063. Magic Element, 4813. Physical Defense, 2664. Magic Defense, 4986. Perception, 6283. Combined Agility, 2358. These centipede snakes had obviously discovered Zheng Qian and Cat Nan Nan, who were falling in the air, and one by one, they looked up to the sky with their long tongues sticking out of their 3 heads, waiting for the moment their prey landed on the ground to feast on them. Zheng Qian shouted, "North and South Cat. Got it, meow." 100 Flowers Wind Scythe. Hundreds of wind scythes were swung out. Zheng Qian used mental concentration to see the trajectory of each shot of wind scythes and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of frost. Heaven and earth are sealed off. Anemone. Relying on the precise maneuvering of the diffusion control, Zheng Qian attached each shot of the wind sickle with the cold air that sealed heaven and earth. The nearest 3-headed centipede snake was sliced into several breaks on the spot and was frozen into an ice sculpture by the freezing gas. Zheng Qian and the cat landed north and south, immediately stomping this 3-headed centipede snake to pieces. Notice, gained 5949 experience. Announcement, 5941 experience gained. Announcement, gained 6007 experience. The truth experience notice was issued 3 times in a row, and Zheng Qian couldn't help but exclaim, "Experience is so high." Getting nearly 18,000 experience, Zheng Qian's experience value had reached 75,336,99378, and it looked like an upgrade was in sight. With such a high efficiency of experience acquisition, Zheng Qian, who was worried about how long it would take to evolve, was overjoyed. I'm afraid that at the 4th level, there could be another level explosion. Now rank LV-17. The 3rd evolution is close at hand. Sweeping away his previous worries, Zheng Qian, who had just landed on the ground, jumped in place like a spring and pounced on the other 4 centipede snakes. Turn it into my experience. Zheng Qian shouted, and the Taishu dragon breath sprayed at his face. However, it was never expected that this 4-headed centipede snake's body erupted with a shocking dazzling light, and with a flash of his body, he disappeared in place. This is... Zheng Qian was startled and scanned the earth that had turned into a piece of lava, or was the figure of the centipede snake. Before he could react, a keen 6th sense erupted from behind him. Zheng Qian turned around fiercely, only to see that the 4-headed centipede snake in midair had lunged over from 4 different directions. Space magic? Zheng Qian was shocked. LV-131, in the 4th floor, is not considered a stray fish, but it is definitely not strong. Such a minor character knows space magic? It seemed that the span of strength of the magical beasts in the 4th floor was indeed quite a bit stronger than the 3rd floor. Thinking of this, the corner of Zheng Qian's mouth slightly hooked up. As it happens, I want to learn this move, but the skill tree map costs 50 unlock points, which is too expensive. If you have divine cores in your bodies, would you let me taste them? XXXVI, 4th floor boss. Notice, level up, current level LV-18. With the last of the centipede snakes turned into minced meat, Zheng Qian finally received the coveted upgrade notification. So hard. 42,000 experience of the 7-headed centipede serpent seemed like a lot, but it still seemed like a drop in the bucket in front of the nearly 100,000 experience demand. And these centipede snakes were far more difficult to deal with. They have strong senses and space magic. Trying to hit them is far more difficult than one might think. And, come to think of it, radicalization growth LV2 can bring 4x experience gain. Throwing out this skill, the experience of these centipede snakes is actually only 1,500 apiece. And Zheng Qian's current experience is 1101, 129250, LV18. Plus 19 to 20 requires 168,085 experience. It looks like it's 2 levels away, but it needs over 310,000 experience to evolve 3 times. This despairing number made Zheng Qian sigh. It's a long way to go. Thinking about it, Zheng Qian put his claws towards the chest of the cat north and south next to him. Whoa, dog, what are you doing being a hooligan, meow? Zheng Qian's salty dragon hand was broken by a claw of the red-through-faced cat north and south. Well, it doesn't hurt. Nociceptive nullification, Sago. With the super speed regeneration, the broken arm quickly regenerated and the attributes were restored to full strength. Regardless, the experience still needs to be brushed up. What's more, all 4-tier magical beasts possess the skill Zheng Qian was most concerned about, space magic. It would be excellent to drop a divine core which happens to be space magic. Using space magic to be able to jump over Leviathan and just leave the dungeon? Don't be a fool. If we could really do it, the 4th floor magical beasts would have run away long ago. Zheng Qian knows with his toes that space magic must have restrictions on the conditions of use, otherwise the dungeon would not have become a virtual void. As for what conditions of use, the only way to find out is to get it. Although space magic can be unlocked directly with unlock points. But that takes a whole 50 unlock points, which is so damn expensive. If possible, Zheng Qian would prefer to directly comprehend from the mind skill or directly explode a divine core of space magic out. White John, doesn't it smell good? Thinking of this, Zheng Qian brought the cat again and began to explore the surrounding terrain. The geography of the 4th floor is very specific. Also has the sky, but no real earth. To be precise, there is earth, except there is no ground. All the ground is rainbow-colored magma, tens of thousands of degrees hotter, and filled with unimaginable magical elements. Countless mountain ranges are situated in the midst of magma. Between mountains and ranges, unknown geological evolution has created thousands of stone bridges. From a distance, it's like these mountains look like freshly pulled apart cheesy pizzas. The intricate bridges run in all directions and are as dense as a spider's web. Exploring all the way down, Zheng Qian realized that the number of magical beasts on the 4th floor was by no means comparable to the first 3 floors. Every few steps you would encounter a magical beast. After landing for just half an hour, Zheng Qian had already killed at least 20 of them. The LV-19 that was originally out of reach quickly became close at hand. But... ow. With the mid-air enunciation banshee being cut in two by the wind scythe. The cat's north and south legs went limp and he fell to his knees. Her forehead was strewn with fine beads of sweat, and she kept gasping for air as if she were suffocating. But no matter how much I breathed, the fatigue was not relieved. How are you doing? Zheng Qian rushed forward to assist him. Take a closer look. AP, 64-27-21. AP depleted? Look at her MP again. Short of that, the MP bar with only a 220 cap has long since been depleted. Zheng Qian looked at his own data again. MP, 7979-14833. AP, 678-1695. The consumption is exceptionally impressive. The battles here are very frequent, but Zheng Qian is also considered an old hand at how to fight. How much will be consumed? These are all counted in the heart. But not on the 4th floor. The exertion of fighting at the 4th level was far more than normal by several times. Magic element extraction? Zheng Qian realized the seriousness of the problem. The 4th floor is very wrong. The MP will continue to fall downward just by standing. The entire space, all the time, was drawing the magical veins from every creature here. This is a property that comes with space. That sea of magma contains such a large amount of magical elements, I'm afraid that's the reason. Just how many magical beasts must be drawn, and for how long, before they can coalesce to make a world sea of magma, all of which have metamorphosed into rainbow-colored magical elements up? Zheng Qian, because he was stronger, recovered a little faster than the rate of loss, and with super speed regeneration, he was able to resist magical vegetable extraction. But the cat is different north and south, and magical vegetation is her weak point. And HP and MP losses, for whatever reason, come with AP losses. So not only is the cat north and south MP drained, but even the AP has bottomed out. I'm fine, meow. The cat's north and south lips were white and his whole body was trembling lightly, not at all like he was fine. As Zheng Qian watched, he couldn't help but feel anxious in his heart. At this rate, she won't last much longer. No, it's not just her. While concentration and healing restore MP and HP, they do not restore AP. At this rate, even he couldn't last 3 evolutions. What to do? Just as Zheng Qian was at a loss. Suddenly. Be my food if you can't hold out? Boom. The clear sky was suddenly covered in darkness. A spider of incomparable size crashed violently down in front of the two. Zheng Qian looked up and his pupils instantly contracted. It was a supersized spider over a kilometer in length. The diameter of the spherical underbelly exceeds 800 meters. Each of its slender 8 legs was 3 kilometers long. Subject, Trinity LV-233. Type, Upper Magic Beast. HP, 113,131-113131. MP, 5,464-5464. AP, 21,319-21319. Power, 95,446. Magic Elements, 31402. Physical Defense, 112664. Magic Defense, 45603. Perception, 21,619. Combined Agility, 52,358. SH. Zheng Qian's heart contracted violently. 100,000 figures? This was the first time Zheng Qian had seen a 100,000 paneled magical beast. Almost simultaneously, an announcement came instantly from Truth. Warning, the creature is a tier 4 boss. Warning, the gap between the enemy and us is too large, please disengage from the battle as soon as possible. Warning. And it's a 4th floor boss? Wait a minute. The 2nd and 3rd floor bosses are all fixed to stay in one place for their own reasons. But come to think of it, it seems like there's never a rule that says the boss has to stay put and wait for the challenger, right? I just got to tier 4 and was pretty much cleared of attributes when I ran right into the boss? What kind of luck is this? Truth's warning couldn't even finish. This huge arachnid trinity then moved. The huge spider legs flung out with amazing speed. It was like a huge black thunderbolt that struck head-on. So fast. The amazing speed brought up strong wind pressure, blowing Zheng Qian's face bulging. Faster than my pulse. Cat north and south can't move yet. It's a disaster. It's impossible to hide. 100,000 physical attack panels can't be carried by physical attack immunity alone. This blow will surely kill you. Seeing the spider's legs coming face to face, Zheng Qian was in a desperate situation after only one look. XVI, how dare humans pretend to be human? Dungeon Level 2. The march is going much smoother than expected. I didn't expect Mr. Ginger and His Excellency the War King to have arrived already. Leading his men to the 2nd floor boss point, General Long, who was holding a battle axe in his hand, saw Zhao Outyan and Ginger waiting there early, then he put his heart down and ordered the troops behind him to stop. No, Mr. Ginger and I just got here too. Seeing that it was General Long, Zhao Aotian also relaxed and retrieved the holy sword Aeolian in his hand. The three forces turned, and an army of nearly 3,000 men assembled at the entrance to the lair of the head of Medusa. Zhao Aotian still had that confident look. General Long isn't too slow, my teacher and I just arrived and so did you, it looks like things went well along the road. General Long laughed brightly, no, counting slow, along the way, except for a layer of Leviathan, have not seen a few magical beasts, only now arrived, it is my leadership is incompetent. When these words came out, Ginger's aged expression next to him couldn't help but stiffen. He spoke, did General Long not encounter too many magical beasts either? General Long froze, not understanding what he meant by that, and said curiously, yes, Mr. Ginger, what's the problem? The gloom on Ginger's face intensified. The 1st floor is even better, with Leviathan around, it's normal for there to be fewer magical beasts, and the 2nd floor is the same, this time, the number of magical beasts in the dungeon is obviously much less than last time when we marched in. The team that Lao Fu led only lost 2 squads, and Xiao Zhao only lost 1 squad. I'm ashamed to say I lost 3 squads. General Long interjected. Ginger's face stared, in total, only 6 squads were lost, around 180 people, if it was in the past, how about losing 20 to 30 squads to reach here? Isn't this a good thing? General Long laughed, it shows that the heavens are on our side as well, allowing us to preserve our battle strength and meet the head of Medusa. Compared to General Long's big grin, Ginger's face was much more bitter. The dungeon had been created by the gods since the late underworld ancient era, and had been around for millions of years. Its internal ecology has long been solidified, and without external influence, it is basically impossible to change much. It's probably understandable that Leviathan being on the 1st floor would cause the number of wraiths on the 1st floor to plummet. However, even the number of 2nd-tier magical beasts had been reduced by more than half compared to the past. That doesn't bode well. Let's just hope, God forbid, that we don't run into any beasts on our 3 separate paths, shall we? That's what Ginger thinks. Much thought is not helpful, teacher. At this time, Zhao Aotian, who had long been unable to hold back, pulled out the holy sword Aeolian from his waist and faced the boss cave entrance. Our only goal is to kill the head of Medusa and raid the second level. No matter what, it's enough to kill the head of Medusa. Everyone, charge with me. Wait a minute, Cho, we should. Ginger was still trying to block, but it was too late. At Zhao Aotian's command, 3,000 men and horses poured into the cave like a tidal wave from various cave entrances. Let's go, Mr. Ginger, it's all come to this, there's no use thinking about it more. Besides, your disciple is the invincible battle king, Zhao Aotian, the strongest human in the world. With him around, what are you worried about? Don't you think so? General Long stepped forward and patted Ginger's shoulder, and when he finished, he also rushed in with a large group. Looking at the majestic troops, Ginger's sixth sense, cultivated over decades of life, still could not be appeased. Why does it always feel like, if you step into this cave today, everyone will die? Ginger didn't understand. But on second thought, he was relieved. Just as well, it's all come down to this, there's no reason to back down. As long as we could kill the head of Medusa, this dungeon raider battle was a great victory. To date, no kingdom in the world has ever reached the third floor. If we, Cotton, can reach the third level, maybe we can. What's more, I was already going to die. If there was an eventuality, as long as Xiao Zhao, the strongest human being, was preserved, then everything would be fine. With apprehension at the thought, Ginger also took a step into the cave at the head of Medusa. However, the sight before them froze everyone, including Ginger. The cavern that was supposed to be greenish-gray clay was now scorched black. The ground took on the ceramic appearance of clay that had been burned and melted and then solidified, so much so that ghouls were unable to burrow out of the ground and partake of the corpses here. The battle here had obviously been going on for a long time, more than half a month at least. The best proof of this is the various human corpses on the ground, all of which are white and bony. But even so, the temperature here was still high, comparable to a steamer. What kind of heat would it take to bake this cave and keep it hot for half a month? It is? After picking up a python corpse with his holy sword and carefully examining it, the usual confidence on Zhao Aotian's face froze. Next to him, Ginger and General Long took a step forward and froze in place. Isn't this the python demon that formed the hair of the head of Medusa? Ginger instantly recognized the identity of this withered bone. The snake's bones were roasted until they were all charred and turned to black ash when lightly pinched with the hand. There are many more here. General Long looked around and saw hundreds of similar charred bones scattered throughout the cave. Look again at the end of the cave. The tunnel to the third floor was just exposed. A horrible possibility occurred to all present. Could it be that a stronger magical beast was born on the second floor and killed the head of Medusa? If that's true, Ginger and General Long's hearts instantly went cold for the most part. However, just before the crowd could figure out the situation, suddenly, there was a distortion of space near the zenith. Wow! Space violently tore open an opening and spewed out a large amount of magical elements. Before the human party could react, they only saw two magical beasts fall through the spatial rift and land heavily on the ground. One head was similar to that of a human girl with long, cherry-colored hair. One was in the shape of an ice dragon, only the size was too miniature, with a height of only 1 meter and 2 or so. The human girl-shaped magical beast seemed to be unconscious and was carried on the shoulder of the dragon-shaped magical beast. And that dragon-shaped magical beast was also covered in blood, obviously heavily injured. But the moment the dragon-shaped magical beast appeared, almost everyone's shoulders felt as if they were pressed up against a huge mountain. It is! Ginger immediately took several steps back in fear. The capital of Medusa, which he had once faced, had never felt so suffocated. Like being choked. Like having your heart pinched. It's like having your organs ripped out. What is this monster? Ginger's pale body trembled violently. It was obvious that the other party was so small, but that overwhelming presence made this old mage who had spent his entire life fighting in dungeons feel chilled. Hey, that's something pretty bad. Mage Ginger, hide behind me, although my tandem may not be able to protect you. But you must not move forward. Even the heartless dragon general felt what kind of power was contained within this tiny dragon-shaped magical beast at this moment. Head of Medusa? It's a complete mongrel compared to this thing in front of me. Did such a strong magical beast appear on the second floor? Why didn't we meet last time? At the same time, Zheng Qian also raised his head. Realizing that this was the second floor, Zhang Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Escaped, 50 unlocked points not spent in vain. Fix your eyes again. Zhang Qian froze. Only to see that just as he landed, he was surrounded by a dense mass of humans and was inhumanly mobbed. Humans? Zhang Qian's head was full of question marks. When did so many humans come to the second floor? Maybe in the past, Zhang Qian would chat and fart with them? But here's the thing. The current Zhang Qian was burning with rage. Look, Nima, want to die? Zhang Qian, who was full of fire, roared angrily, and the entire second floor was shaken violently. XXXVII, Zhang Qian's rage. Zhang Qian was really depressed. I thought that coming up and running into the fourth floor boss was already bad luck. But never would I have expected that the boss also happened to be Tinker himself. Trinity isn't really a spider wraith at all, but rather a trinity of 3 wraiths. No wonder, the level 176 Ice Phoenix hadn't even broken 10,000 in all attributes yet, so how did several 100,000 attributes explode on the level 233 Trinity? That amazing attribute was actually a stack of 3 magical beasts. This spider-shaped magical beast with a head that was actually a flying spherical magical beast. The spider-shaped body can be split in half, into 2 4-legged magical beasts similar to the 9th Apostle Rain Angel from EVA. The 3 magical beasts shared a single consciousness. It can be visualized as one person having 3 bodies at once, which is pretty much what it feels like. That was why its attributes were so ridiculously high when its 3 bodies were combined. Of course, the truly outrageous thing about this boss wasn't its sick panel when its 3 bodies were combined. Rather, it's a near unsolvable silent match between 3 bodies separated. Although the head had 0 physical resistance, it possessed near unsolvable magic resistance, so high that Zhang Qian couldn't even break through its defense even with the Taishu sky piercing of the meeting strike. It's not because it has a high magical element, but because its head possesses the triple most enhanced immunity to all attributes. And while the front half of the body has 0 magic resistance, it possesses near invincible physical defense. Zhang Qian's physical attack, there's no need to say more, although it's not weak, it's just bullying the miscellaneous fish of the 3rd tier, and that physical attack of the 4th tier isn't enough to look at all, let alone against a boss. The back half, on the other hand, has almost no double resistance, but has a sick double attack. Whether it is material attack or magic attack, the damage is so high that Zhang Qian cannot defend at all, and can only dodge. Touching is dead, touching is disabled. Originally, with the upper limit of the 4th tier magical beasts, it was never possible for a single magical beast to achieve the extreme of dual defense and dual attack. But with 3 bodies in one beast, Trinity carries the word well-rounded to the extreme. Grabbing the gap between its 3 bodies is simply impossible. Since it was a magical beast with 3 bodies, the cooperation of its 3 bodies was more tacit than that of any team, so tacit that it was seamless. Plus Zhang Qian was in a very poor state at the time. It could be said to have been beaten by it without a fight. Is there such a thing as a 3-way? A guy with 3 numbers beating me up? You can't just ignore the basic law, can you? Then, Zhang Qian was beaten up by Trinity. Seeing that he was going to be blown away by it, in the heat of the moment, Zhang Qian couldn't care less about the white whoring and could only use the unlock point to unlock the space magic, spatial shift. It was because of spending these 50 points that Zhang Qian was able to save his life and finally understood why space magic could not leave the dungeon. There is a minimum condition for the use of space transfers. You must have a precise knowledge and concept of the location and coordinates of your destination. In short, you can't use spatial transfer to go where you haven't been before. Therefore, it was impossible for Zhang Qian to utilize spatial transfer to leave the dungeon. Because from the time he was born, Zhang Qian stayed in the crib in the nursery. Zhang Qian didn't know where this nursery was, so naturally he couldn't teleport there. After that, Zhang Qian was sent to the entrance of the dungeon by his parents. And the space magic that mom and dad used to come to the entrance of the dungeon was also space magic, so Zhang Qian had never seen the scenery along the way. As for teleporting to the entrance of the dungeon, it was also impossible. This was because Zhang Qian only knew about the dungeon gate, but he didn't know where in the human world this gate was located. Therefore, even with spatial transfer, Zhang Qian was unable to leave the dungeon. It was as if all the magical beasts on the 4th floor knew how to spatially shift, but couldn't go to the 1st to 3rd floors because they had never been there. And Zhang Qian is different. Zhang Qian started at level 0 and fought his way up to level 4. Therefore, after knowing spatial shift, Zhang Qian could teleport between levels 0 to 4 at will. At that time, Zheng Qian, who was about to be beaten up by Trinity, was unable to deal with the other magical beasts on the fourth floor even if he could escape from Trinity's hands because his HP, MP, and AP were all at the bottom. Therefore, in order to escape, Zheng Qian was forced to retreat back. It's too cold on the third floor. During the battle, Cat North and South were grazed by Trinity and were seriously injured. Moreover, Trinity's attacks came with curse, poison, and bleeding, and so on, more than a dozen types of debuffs. Zheng Qian could resist by relying on his double resistance. However, the cat's double resistance north and south was too low, and it was rubbed under during the battle, receiving a 4-layer debuff of poison, curse, bleeding, and open wound. The environment on the third floor would probably kill her. The first floor has Leviathan in it again. So the second floor, it became Zheng Qian's best choice. And these 4 debuffs were the source of Zheng Qian's irritation. Intense poison, continuous loss of HP cap. Bleeding, continuous loss of HP. Curse, continuous loss of MP and AP. These 3 are okay, AP 0 won't die, and the loss of HP and MP Zheng Qian can offset it with healing and concentration. The worst is, open wound, makes it difficult to remove other debuffs. It means that the other 3 debuffs are hard to get rid of and will last until the cat dies north and south. Zheng Qian had planned to reach the second floor and focus on continuously using healing and concentration on the cat north and south. Just keep using it, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times, and sooner or later you'll be able to remove these debuffs. But I didn't expect to be surrounded by this inhumane group of humans as soon as I landed. And by the looks of it, it's trying to kill you while you're sick. Zheng Qian, who had seen human virtues, was immediately fueled by a flurry of fire. My horse is dying and you guys are still talking about it? Look, Nima, want to die? Zheng Qian shouted violently, and the entire second floor was roared with tremors. The humans were even more frightened and kept backing away. In the meantime, everybody hold steady. Just as the troops were about to collapse from the sudden appearance of this demonic beast, Zhao Aotian drew the holy sword Aeolian. Only the crystal-like sword erupted with a shocking light. Skill, ambition. All the soldiers who were illuminated by this light felt infinite courage welling up in their hearts. The morale, which would have been routed, was back on top in a flash. Zheng Qian saw that the soldiers began to stand on 2 sides. In the center, a young human in ornate light armor with an even more ornate longsword in his hand stepped forward slowly. Are you the new boss of the second floor? Posing, a smile so confident that it made Zheng Qian sick to his stomach emerged on the young human teenager's face. It doesn't look like you've grown up yet. While you're still young, I'm going to strangle you, a threat, in the name of humanity in the cradle today. Are you an idiot? Zheng Qian didn't reply at all, but instead glared hard at this cerebral palsy with this look. Mentally, he was secretly calculating. Either that or just use pulse and crash out of the way. Zheng Qian swept a glance at the soldiers behind the teenager with truth. A string of 3-digit and 2-digit attributes that just don't have eyes. One pulse down and a direct headbutt could kill a whole bunch of people from head to tail. In Zheng Qian's eyes, today's humans were so weak that they could simply be described as pathetic. Look again at the center, that teenager. Subject, Paladin LV56. Type, Ultra Elite Extreme Human. HP, 2543 2543. MP, 1945 AP, 461 461. Strength, 2061. Magic, 1009. Physical defense, 1495. Magic defense, 1218. Perception, 1001. Combined agility, 1000. It's also the only one with slightly more watchable attributes. But that's about it. In single combat, it was just slightly stronger than the second tier's stray chattering demon spider. That said, why do humans keep sending mongrels to dungeons? Can't you send some with the 4 great kings, several great war gods and so on? The name is very and the strength is also big people over? There's always a sense of bullying and backstabbing when you kill someone like that. Just as Zheng Qian was looking at them pitifully and thinking if there was any way to directly leave without killing anyone. That teenager's face changed as if he had seen through something. He pointed his longsword at the cat north and south on Zheng Qian's shoulder and bellowed, all hands on deck, this magical beast may be trying to escape. If he escapes, I will be the one to hold him head on while everyone else concentrates on attacking the female wraith on his shoulder. I don't know if I can stop it, but a female worthy of such a powerful magical beast must not be weak either. In any case, at least take out the female wraith. Ding. In the back of his mind, there were visions of strings breaking. The teenager's words were like a bucket of gasoline that poured into Zhang Qian's chest, which was already full of anger. You still want to touch my horse? In an instant, the air on the entire second floor seemed to be frozen. Zhang Qian's eyes erupted with a vicious red light. Okay, good, I'm not running, you want to fight, right? Come on. Zhang Qian was really angry. 39. What is this tile throwing? The situation north and south of the cat is urgent, but not that urgent. At least it's a LV96 magical beast. And for some reason, the effects of any debuffs eaten north and south of the cat are weaker than those of other magical beasts. Therefore, the cat north and south that was hit by 4 debuffs, even if it was left alone, it would still be no problem for an hour or two. It's just as well, I've got a belly full of anger and no place to vent it. Die, Wraith. Zhao Aotian's eyes stared as he took a step forward. The soldiers behind him were even closer. The holy sword Aeolian, which shone with brilliant holy light, struck like a green thunderbolt. Which way will you hide? At the same time, Zhao Aotian had already begun to act out all the possible reactions of this little demonic beast. Left, right, up, down, back, forth, dodge, block, counter. All the possibilities have been counted. However, Madaka. Bright sparks, reminiscent of molten iron in a steel mill, stung in the dimly lit dungeon. The tingling sensation in his tiger's mouth was unbelievable to Zhao Aotian. As the strongest human, using the strongest holy sword to chop at the body of an unguarded magical beast, the tiger's mouth would actually go numb? The holy sword with the name of God beheading chopped at Zhang Qian's body, and apart from bursting into a spark, there wasn't even a trace of an engraving. If this is a nightmare, it's a little too scary. Kill. The nearby soldiers even swarmed up and formed a siege formation, with hundreds of spears stabbing at Zhang Qian without mercy. However, still the same no defense. Zhang Qian stood still like a stake to endure the attack. All the spears that stabbed at it broke into broken iron. SH. At this moment, the confident smile on Zhao Aotian's face collapsed. He distinctly saw the small-sized magical beast move its vision and look at itself with eyes that regarded locusts. HP 0. Looking at the bite skipping in front of him, Zhang Qian's eyes were filled with indifference. After a long time, he said something that Zhao Aotian would never forget in his life. Kai, it's not even enough to cut my nails. Swish. Zhao Aotian vaguely saw the small dragon's arm move. The next second, there were hundreds of wails in his ears. Wind Blade. Technically, Wind Blade isn't a skill, Wind Sight is. Wind blades were nothing more than the high-pressure air brought out by the clawed magical beasts that had claws that were fast and powerful to a certain extent and quickly swung their claws with force. Any wraith with claws will use it. Rather than a skill, Windblade is just a technique. And it was this kind of attack that wasn't even a skill that took away the lives of nearly 200 generals in one hit. Starting from Zhang Qian to the rock wall of the cave, a whole kilometer, all soldiers in a straight line were cut in half by a vertical air guillotine. Any defense, whether it was with a shield or with magic, was null and void in front of this wave of air. In a flash, blood sprayed everywhere. Some of the lucky ones who only had their arms and legs cut off even let out heart-rending screams. This power. At this moment, Zhao Aotian finally understood what fear was. Totally different. This wraith is not at all comparable to the head of Medusa. No, I'm afraid the head of Medusa is not even a stray fish in front of it. Zhao Aotian's confidence was instantly shattered. He went crazy and rushed Zhang Qian to unleash a crazy streak of slashes. The holy swords poured down on Zhang Qian like rain. However, not to mention piercing through, it couldn't even leave a little indentation on Zhang Qian's dragon scales. Did you eat last night? Zhang Qian suddenly spoke. Zhao Aotian froze, not understanding why this magic beast would suddenly ask this. However, when looking at Zhang Qian's expression, Zhao Aotian choked. Zhang Qian was smiling evilly at him with murderous intent. You better not have eaten it or you're going to spit it out. The next instant. As if moving in an instant, he bullied his way to Zhao Aotian's body. Zhao Aotian clearly saw that this tiny magical beast rushed the thickest part of his chest armor and extended its human-like claws. Clasp your middle finger with your thumb. Zhang Qian flicked Zhao Aotian's chest armor as lightly as if he was playing with a child's brain crash. When? Zhao Aotian's miserable scream resounded throughout the cave. A seemingly light-hearted flick actually shattered the fine gold armor on his body. Zhao Aotian felt as if he had been shot by the city walls mode cannon zeroed in on his chest. The entire person was blasted tens of meters away by a single blow. The blood spraying out of his mouth and nose was even tracing a beautiful arc in the sky. Even if it forces a boost in morale with skill ambitions. But when the soldiers saw the image of the strongest battle king in their hearts flying over their heads like a rag, even the strongest morale was crushed. Battle King. In the crowd, the middle-aged human with the strongest physique and wearing red heavy armor made a flying leap and caught Zhao Aotian. King of War? Zheng Xian furrowed his brows, somewhat curious about this title. Thanks to General Long for his help. Zhao Aotian, who had barely landed on the ground, was already trembling on both legs. But with a proud bone, he hardened himself to hold his sword with both hands and stabilized his standing position. Battle King, how are you alright? He panted heavily and said urgently, broken, 4 ribs, not in the way. When General Long heard this, he immediately looked ironic. War King, this magical beast has a small physique, but its battle power is by no means idle. Mage Ginger and I will assist you. Ginger also dragged his aged steps and hurried to the other side of Zhao Aotian. Aotian, it seems that this magical beast's physical defense is exceptionally amazing. But what goes around comes around, and with such a high physical resistance, the magic resistance must not be much higher. I believe that old man's magic statute will be able to do him harm. That's true. In that case, I'll also switch my holy sword to a magical vein attack. The holy sword in Zhao Aotian's hand shook. The emerald green glow of the sword instantly transformed into a beautiful purple color. Oh! Zheng Xian couldn't help but whistle when he saw this. This human is not leveled, and the skills are all pretty fancy. I can't hold out much longer. I have to use a jutsu to determine the winner in one blow. Mr. Ginger, General Long, help me. Understood. The old man and the middle-aged man in red armor shouted in unison. Only to see that teenager shouting, second stage critical breakthrough. Zheng Xian only felt a strong wind pressing against his face. The old man and the red-armored man also launched a fierce attack on Zheng Xian at the same time. However, Zheng Xian saw that behind them, the determination to bid farewell to the human world had surfaced in the eyes of this teenager named Zhao Aotian. The great sword in his hand erupted with an astonishing purple light. The 9 swords of the warlord, Sword 8, Holy Tailor. With this blow, I will bet everything I have. For some reason, looking at him in this fighting for his life stance, Zheng Xian vaguely felt some snicker. Without even the most basic communication and understanding, one keeps indulging in great fantasies of self-orgasm. How can you talk about honor? There's a limit to joking around. 40, humanity's strongest? That's it? Zhao Aotian was born into a wealthy family. From a young age, he grew up in fine clothes, but did not indulge in fun and games like the average playboy, night after night. Quite the contrary, as the eldest grandson of the Zhao family's eldest house, Zhao Aotian was just like his name, with a pride of his own. He grew up with a great vision. Let the kingdom of Chuandong become the first country in the world to penetrate a dungeon. As long as they penetrate the dungeon and obtain the secret treasure of the dungeon, the Chuandong kingdom will be able to leap to become the #1 power in the world. Never again will the people starve, never again will the country be subjected to others. For this reason, he worked desperately hard and finally became one of the 10 great battle kings at the age of 16. Again, at the age of 19, he topped the king of battle, earning the name of the strongest human. He has lived his life for 20 years without a single defeat. Zhao Aotian had never seen an opponent he couldn't crush. Knock knock. The heart pulses so heavily. At this moment, fighting spirit and ideals merged into a double spiral that poured into Zhao Aotian. His battle spirit boiled to the extreme. I am the human warlord. It's the first front of mankind. It is the hope of mankind. You're going down by me. The body moved sideways, dodging Ginger's magic arrow by a fraction of a second. Another tail strike bounced off General Dragon's battle axe. Zheng Xian heard Zhao Aotian's boiling roar. Only Zhao Aotian's entire body erupted with a shocking purple light. Jingu and General Long, who had been lightly injured in a single exchange of blows, were even more incredibly wide-eyed. What a huge amount of magic vein! Worthy of a battle king, I've never seen anyone with such strong magical veins in my life. On the side, Jingu even revealed a color full of pride, worthy of being my disciple. You are already the strongest human being that deserves it. Your grandfather will be proud of you if he knows it in the bottom of the spring. The entire cave was dyed purple with magical pigments. Zhang Qian looked at the teenager in the center of the purple light carelessly, but in his heart, he was actually a little surprised. Critical breakthrough was a skill Zhang Qian had seen before, and it seemed like every human knew it. It's a dramatic increase in combat power for a short period of time at the cost of draining your life force. It's probably a 20-level boost or so. Only this teenager's critical breakthrough didn't seem to be the same. More than the usual critical breakthrough boost. This attribute was at least equivalent to a one-time level up of 30. But what really surprised Zhang Qian was that this teenager had used another skill. Heart attack. How powerful this skill was. Of course Zhang Qian knew. It is by relying on this skill that Zhang Qian has been able to defeat the strong with the weak countless times, and it is a deservedly powerful skill. The teenager who had done his best, the damage of this strike's magical vein had been as high as a whopping 200,000. I didn't realize that I would actually have to take a heart attack one day. Zhang Qian couldn't help but mentally laugh at himself. Die, Wraith. The moment the demonic vegetables converged to their limit, Zhao Aotian moved. With one step, Zhao Aotian's entire body transformed into a purple comet. Zhao Aotian put everything he had into this strike. As his purple light shone, all the humans present gazed at him with eyes that greeted victory. However, clank squeak. The blade rubbed against something hard that couldn't be cut, scraping out large sparks. The sharp tip of the sword stopped 3 inches in front of Zhang Qian and could no longer advance an inch. Sh. If this was a nightmare, Zhao Aotian really wanted to admire his imagination. The surefire kill shot that used the heart attack and gambled everything he had was actually. It was actually grabbed by this dragon-shaped demonic creature, with its bare hands. Zhao Aotian's eyes contracted to the extreme. That's right. Unarmed. The holy sword, which cut iron like mud, was grasped by this dragon-shaped demonic beast with its bare hands. And it wasn't a pinch of the sword, it was a handful of grip like grabbing a stick, not circumventing the blade at all. The sharp blade of the sword had magical vein damage attached to it, but it couldn't even cut through the skin of his hand. Impossible, isn't this Wraith a physical defense specialization? I'm using the magical vein form of the holy sword, why would? An unimaginable grip was applied to the holy sword Aeolian. Zhao Aotian tried to break free, but found that the holy sword in his hand was as if it was chained by a boulder, and whether he pushed it forward or pulled it backward, it didn't move a bit. On the spot, all the soldiers froze. Battle King Zhao Aotian, the strongest human, was an existence that could be equated with invincibility. And now, this invincible being is actually. As Zhao Aotian's teacher, Jingu had already lost his dentures in fear. Zhao Aotian's physical and magical elements were fully developed, but it didn't mean that he was weak. On the contrary, Zhao Aotian's magical elements were even more than Ginger's under Aeolian's enhancement. The whole cave was as quiet as death. I just heard them say that you are the strongest human? Did I hear it wrong? Or is the strongest human really only at this level? Zhang Qian gently inquired. However, the excessively shocking reality had left Zhao Aotian shocked and speechless. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Zhang Qian wasn't interested in nagging more. Forget it, I still have to save my friend, I won't play with you guys, I had no intention to entangle with you guys, it's you guys who seek death, it's not my fault. After saying that, a fierce light appeared in Zhang Qian's eyes. The 5 dragon claws holding the holy sword squeezed hard. Clang! The holy sword Aeolian, which was known as the treasure of Chuandong's town, was crushed into crumbs like a cookie on the spot. Zhao Aotian, who was drawing his sword, retreated several steps on the spot due to inertia. He trembled as he looked at the broken sword in his hand. At this moment, the invincible human's strongest battle king, feared. His body couldn't stop trembling, and cold sweat uncontrollably seeped out of every pore. The heart stormed wildly, and the excess blood rushed into the skull, bringing on a heavenly dizziness. If this is a nightmare, please wake up soon. Zhao Aotian was thinking like this at the moment. Before he could react. Shaking off the residue on his hands, Zhang Qian went up in an arrow step and swung down the sharp claws in his hands without mercy. Battle King, be careful. In the nick of time, General Long stepped forward, a charge toppled Zhao Aotian, and rushed Zhang Qian to set up the folding shield fixed on his shoulder. Brush. A cold aura flashed. The Dragon General's sacred shield, the Athena, along with the heavy armor of his entire body, was sliced into pieces on the spot by Zhang Qian's dragon claw. Zhang Qian didn't use too much force with this claw. Because humans were too weak, Zheng Qian didn't want to expend his physical strength for no reason. So the claw wasn't too hard, at best it was just a scratch. With the amazing defense of his heavy armor and holy shield, General Long was not split up on the spot. But with his armor all shattered, he also had 5 more wounds from head to toe that were deep enough to see through. Vomit ah. General Long's screams resounded throughout the cave. Blood sprayed everywhere in the zenith. General Long. Zhao Aotian, who had returned to his senses, was overwhelmed with grief. Instead, General Long looked at him deadpan and desperately drank, "Mr. Ginger, quickly take the War King away. War King, you are the hope of humanity and the Chuandong Kingdom, you must not die here. No, we have to go together." Zhao Aotian didn't care about that, he went forward and pulled General Long. Almost at the same time, the space behind the two of them twisted, and was actually torn open with an opening. Zheng Qian instantly recognized that it was space magic, spatial transfer. The one who used this magic was, without a doubt, the old man named Ginger in the back. "Wanna go?" Zheng Qian bellowed as he took an arrow step and prepared to charge up. Who knew that only just after taking a step, hundreds of spears stabbed over. Protect General Long, protect the War King. The surrounding soldiers didn't know what kind of medicine they had taken, but they suddenly rose up, and one by one, they bravely pounced on Zheng Qian. Like mad, these soldiers used critical breach en masse with total disregard for their own safety. Although they were all weak individually, 1 kill came 2 kill came 3. Each of them used their own flesh as a shield, and actually really dragged Zheng Qian down by 2 steps. It was the time of these 2 steps that the torn space wrapped around Zhao Aotian and General Long. With a distortion of space, the two disappeared into thin air. On the side, Ginger, who was using magic, was clearly overconsumed in MP and AP, and half-kneeled on the ground panting heavily. When Zheng Qian saw this, he was instantly enraged. "You guys are annoying. Dragon's breath." Boom! A mouthful of golden red blazing fire instantly filled the cave, which covered dozens of hectares. Accompanied by a mournful scream. Nearly 3,000 soldiers were reduced to ashes in this dazzling light. Notice, level has been raised, current level LV20, evolution conditions have been met. XLI, Ginger's request. Bright sunshine. Fresh air. Sparrows flew through the air happily. The cacophony of the crowd in the street came to his ears. Lying on the white jade-paved ground, the familiar texture made Zhao Aotian know that this was the 6th grandstand of the Chuandong Kingdom's palace without even looking at it. I survived? Raising his hand and looking at the holy sword in his hand with only the hilt remaining, Zhao Aotian knew that everything just now was not a dream. Ahem. The sound of coughing up blood next to him pulled Zhao Aotian back to reality. Popped up like a shrimp with its belly poked. Following the voice, the entry point was the blood-soaked General Long. "War King? Why are you here?" A guard on patrol nearby happened to be passing by. Zhao Aotian blew up and shouted at him, "None of this kind of thing matters, quickly call the healing mage team over. Hurry!" Watching the soldiers and healing mages that arrived one after another stop the bleeding and bandage General Long, and then carry him away. Zhao Aotian's eyes were moist. Fear and afterthought. Anger and resentment. Complex emotions are exploding inside at the moment. Zhao Aotian clenched his fists fiercely. The already cracked metal arm guards were shattered. A blaze of hatred burned in his eyes. 3,000 generals are all dead. Mr. Ginger was trapped in the dungeon to save me. Even General Long. All because of that dragon-shaped beast. After I recuperate from my injuries and exercise again, I will crush you the next time we meet. Other side. The lava gradually cools. Retrieving the fire attribute defense shield, the MP depleted Ginger looked at the light in front of him in disbelief. The entire cave was turned into a sea of fire. The dissolvable, the insoluble, are swallowed up by the magma in unimaginable heat. Where are the 3,000 soldiers left? All there is a thick layer of ash spread over the lava. Dead? All dead? Just one blow? 3,000 soldiers were wiped out. Just you. The grim words violently pulled Ginger back to reality. That dragon-shaped magical beast was stepping on the lava and striding towards itself with no fear of the scorching heat. It was then that Ginger realized the gravity of the situation. This magical beast was completely different from the head of Medusa. No matter how strong the head of Medusa was, the 3,000 soldiers plus the battle king Zhao Aotian, as well as General Longan himself, as long as they cooperated well, they would be able to win steadily. But this beast was different. Since the beginning, it has not suffered even a single injury. Even the dragon breath shot just now was clearly not its full strength. If the kind of dragon's breath just now, it uses its full strength. Ginger didn't dare think about it, just chafed. What kind of monster have we gotten ourselves into? It was obvious that this demonic beast was not prepared to fight us at first. It was our side that was too quick to anger it completely. Seeing Zhang Qian getting closer and closer, Jin Gu, who deeply knew that he deserved his fate, couldn't help but have the last touch of affection well up in his heart. Love of humanity. In any case, at least get to the bottom of this wraith. This magical beast was different from ordinary magical beasts in that it possessed extremely complete spiritual intelligence. This means it is communicative. Eliminate its hostility to humans, if possible. Let the descendants know, at least it won't actively attack humans on the next crusade. The Leviathan on the first floor could, tentatively, be detoured into the second floor by spreading out the group and bypassing its attack range. Apologize and make amends or whatever. If it couldn't eliminate its hostility towards humans, then at that time, humans might not even be able to enter the door of the second floor. The Cotto kingdom is about to say goodbye to the crusade against the dungeon from now on. And that, in turn, means extermination. No, maybe. Ginger suddenly thought of a possibility to break the game. In any case, at least confirm the beast's attitude towards humans first. Wait. Just as Zhang Qian was about to make his move, this old human man suddenly reached out and said in a confessional tone, why are you making enemies of humans? Zhang Qian froze and stopped in his tracks. Looking at this old man who had lost all his battle spirit, Zhang Qian felt a bit sorry for him. But when he thought about the question he asked, Zhang Qian only felt ridiculous. Pointing his thumb at the unconscious cat north and south behind him, Zhang Qian huffed, I didn't want to nag you guys too much, but you guys made the mistake of attacking me first, and tried to kill my friends, and now you're asking me why I'm an enemy of the human race? Why do you think I'm an enemy of mankind? Ginger's heart stuttered. Sure enough, it's because of this. He couldn't help but shout in his heart, disciple, you really made a bad move. And, that means you weren't going to attack us? I don't know you guys, you don't mess with me, and I'm sick in the head to kill you? No, not for food? Eating us humans. Ginger's words made Zhang Qian barely hold back his laughter. Who gave you humans the confidence to think you're delicious? Not for food? Yummy? This magical beast had already begun to consider whether it was good to eat or not. Instead of being like the normal dungeon magical beasts, it ate this meal but not the next, without any room to be picky about what it ate. Moreover, unlike ordinary magical beasts, even if they could communicate, their speech logic was confused, and their words didn't even care about anything except their own mouths and bellies. Its logic was very clear and no different from normal human logic, proving that its spiritual intelligence was comparable to humans, or even surpassed them. There are no words to describe the shock in Ginger's heart. There could be no mistake, this was a magical beast of the highest level ever encountered by a human other than a Leviathan. Super superior wraiths? Legendary species? No, mythical species are possible. I'm afraid if this kind of magical beast is an enemy of human beings. Thinking about it, 70 years of experience as a mage and 50 years of crusading dungeons gave Ginger a bold idea. As it can be angered, it can also be drawn in. I can't regain MP, and with the remaining MP I can't afford to use spatial transfer anymore, there's no chance of surviving being trapped in the dungeon. That being the case, rather than launching an attack that is unlikely to be victorious, it is better to put death on the line. At least that way, there's a glimmer of life. It even creates an opportunity for future generations to raid the dungeon. What if I heal your friend? Ginger, who had thought it over and was ready to die, summoned up the courage to speak. These words lifted Zhang Qian's spirit. Ginger keenly captured Zhang Qian's subtle change in expression. There's drama. Ginger said, I was originally the chief mage of the kingdom, specializing in healing magic, and your friend, it looks like she's suffering from a very heavy dose of persistent negative magic, which is exactly what I specialize in. Let me treat your friend, if I may? Ginger's words caused Zhang Qian to be suspicious. Why do you want to help me? Don't say it's because you're a good guy, but I just killed 3,000 of you. I would advise you to be honest, my friend's injuries are indeed troublesome, but not so much so that I can't do anything about them. Indeed, Ginger's words made Zheng Qian a little heartbroken. The 4 debuffs from the north and south of the cat Zheng Qian could also be resolved. Infinite healing was applied to her, and if enough was applied, the debuff would be lifted sooner or later, but it would take a great deal of time, and it would take a month of guarding her, to say the least. Or spend 10 unlock points to unlock a purification spell that will cure it just as well. But if this human could help cure the cat north and south, it would be a big favor to Zheng Qian. The premise was that his reasoning could convince Zheng Qian. And Jinger was even more stunned by Zheng Qian's answer. If you don't believe it, just kill yourself, or if you do, force yourself to heal its friends regardless. This possibility had crossed Ginger's mind. If that was the case, Ginger would definitely fight for his life, preferring to die rather than let this magical beast take advantage of him. But I didn't expect that this wraith would be so rational. There could be no mistake, its spiritual intelligence had surpassed that of the average human. Ginger knew that lying was suicidal when facing a magical beast with such a high level of spirituality. He carefully organized his words and said, "I hope you do not harbor animosity towards humans. I am fully aware of your might, so please, for the sake of me treating your friend, forgive us for our earlier disrespect, and if any of our descendants come back to the dungeon, please don't take the initiative to attack our descendants." Zheng Qian's head tilted. "If you can cure my friend, it's not impossible for me to let you live. Don't you have spatial transfer magic? When the time comes, just tell the humans yourself not to mess with me. Besides, I was beaten up by the 4th floor boss, so the next time I come I'll probably be back on the 4th floor and you won't be able to see me." When these words came out, Ginger was instantly shocked as if he had been struck by lightning. You're a magical beast of the 4th level? I'll go down to the 5th floor after fighting the 4th floor boss. Five layers? Ginger's worldview was instantly shattered. We, who couldn't even raid a tier 2 boss, actually challenged a tier 4 magical beast just now. And it's also a magical beast that can challenge 4 tier bosses. This meant that it also possessed the strength to challenge at least a tier 4 boss. What the hell did we just die for? Ginger felt that the 3,000 generals died in vain. If it had chosen to retreat from the start, this magical beast would not have attacked the humans at all, and it would even have been able to enter the 3rd floor for initial exploration thanks to the blessing that it had killed the head of Medusa. That said, what's up with your MP? Zheng Qian glanced at his attributes. The MP of this old man was found to be maintained at the 120-1994 level. As a rule, anymore, the MP should be back to its natural point or 2 after all this chatting. When Ginger heard this, he immediately looked bitter. It's come to this, I'm a dying man anyway, and there's no one here, so there's no need for me to hide it anymore. Ginger lifted his shirt, revealing his chest. Zheng Qian was shocked. Only the skin on his chest glowed a sickly purple color, and his muscles twisted grotesquely into a human face. Truth instantly gave the identification. Debuff, Soul Eating. Effect, blocks natural recovery, low to medium magic recovery, and gradually extracts life force to provide to the afflicted person over a period of 60 days. Upon the death of the affected person, the body is transformed into a remotely manipulable golem. It was Leviathan that put this curse on me when I met it on the 1st floor, and for some reason, instead of killing me, it put this curse on me. Leviathan again? First he killed Ice Phoenix's son, then he ran to the 1st floor, and now he's placing this strange curse on a human. What does this guy want? The last time I encountered a human team was about a month ago, as I recall. That means the old man only has a month left to live. Did you follow those humans to the dungeon this time because you knew you were going to die and wanted to give it one last time and die in the dungeon? Ginger's brow twitched slightly. Spinning around, he sank his head and did not reply, but his attitude had already told Zheng Qian the answer. Not like that what's-his-name Zhao Aotian just now. Such people, on the contrary, deserve respect. After thinking about it, Zheng Qian had a decision. Can you really cure my friend? Zheng Qian confirmed one last time. Ginger nodded. I don't have enough MP left to use another spatial transfer, but I can still use a purification. You look as if you're resigned. Haven't you already decided to go to your death? Why do you have this expression? Ginger laughed bitterly. I've spent my entire life and only led humans to the 2nd level. I'm not willing for humans to have a short lifespan. I'm not willing. I can't see the humans raid the dungeon before this life ends. Well. Zheng Qian listened and weighed the pros and cons. I just killed 3,000 people, human experience is scary high, once I evolve I'll level up pretty high, right? In that case, it shouldn't be a problem to raid tier 4 after evolving, and after tier 4 is the final tier 5. It's only a matter of time before we break through the dungeon. And it is now known that the dominant race in this world is human. So should I also think about living in the human world after breaking through the dungeon? Thinking of this, Zheng Xian said, "Tell you what, if you can cure my friend, I'll take you with me and you can follow me until you die. I can't promise to raid the dungeon, but I should still have no problem showing you the 5th floor." SH. Light instantly erupted from Ginger's cloudy eyes. 42. The battle for Leviathan is on the horizon. Purification. As the azure light swept over the cat north and south, the pained expression on the cat's north and south faces gradually relaxed. Ginger wasn't lying, his level of purification magic wasn't very high, but the good thing was that Trinity's debuff wasn't very advanced either, and could be lifted easily. She didn't wake up, but her HP had started to recover naturally and it was only a matter of time before she woke up. After using purification, Ginger sat on his but with a pale face, just like he didn't even have the strength left to stand up. Zheng Xian glanced at him. He only had 20 MP left, not enough to even open a decent low-level magic vein shield. And because of the soul eclipse in his body, even if you use concentration on him, you can't recover even 1 point of MP from him. The MP running out means that the AP can't be recovered either. He didn't even have the strength to walk now. Zheng Xian looked at him with a pitiful look and couldn't help but think that he would have to face Leviathan one day. What if you're caught in this curse yourself? Upgrade. Concentrate. After thinking about it, Zheng Xian made a decision. Notice, 4 unlocking points have been consumed, and the skill concentration has been upgraded to advanced concentration. Unlike concentration and healing, they are not LV'd much, and upgrading them will directly evolve them into higher level skills. Many skills are actually like this, such as weakness break can be upgraded to barrier break and pulse can be upgraded to proton break. By the way, Zheng Xian glanced at the skill tree diagram and realized that skill pulse turned out to have a pre-skill. And that pre-existing skill is actually critical break. There are 3 critical breaks, which are 3 stages of skill, and when you reach 3 critical breaks and then evolve, you evolve into pulse. However, the skill tree cannot unlock the skill critical break, it can only unlock pulse directly. The reasons, too, are clearly written. This pre-existing skill set is too spammy to be priced, so the skill tree chart is not included. Of course, the top attack skills like Taishu Dragon Breath and Heaven and Earth Seal Off were all rather special. This type of skill is categorized as Racial Arcane Class in the skill tree chart. This type of skill, i.e., LV level and upper level skills. Zheng Xian reached out and used advanced concentration on Jingu who was already like deadwood. It was accompanied by an intense, beautiful purple glow. Ginger's MP instantly returned to full. Ginger, who was still calculating the few days he had left, instantly felt energized inside. This is... He was amazed to feel the constant influx of power in his body, and instantly realized that this was recovery-type magic. Advanced magic replenishment? No, it's not right. The super restoration magic, concentration, which I had 20 mages jointly apply, couldn't even restore my state. Difficult, does that mean? Ginger looked up at Zheng Xian with difficulty believing it. Could it be the legendary magic that only gods can use, advanced concentration? That was a magic that all the magicians in the entire kingdom combined could not cast. This wraith, with just a lift of his hand. Got the energy? Get up. What you just used, could it be advanced concentration? Jingu even forgot that his status had been restored, and stared at Zheng Xian as if he was dumbfounded. Zheng Xian raised his eyebrows. Yeah, what's wrong? Ginger instantly felt a wave of heaven and earth. The curse prevents Ginger from regaining his status, and concentration does not restore his MP. But advanced concentration can. Of course, this could not dispel his soul eating, it could only mean that he would have to rely on Zheng Xian's help for all his future recovery. 4 points to upgrade concentration is better than spending 10 points to unlock a Kakamemi purification. Debuff skills weren't very practical in the first place, so the dungeon's rates didn't know many debuffs and could mostly rely on heal and concentrate to deal with them. Plus, Zheng Qian's own magic resistance was frighteningly high, so it was almost impossible for any other magical beasts to place a debuff on him, except for the Leviathan. If he could, Zheng Qian didn't want to waste those 10 unlock points to unlock a purification that had little use. But unlocking advanced concentration is well worth it. After leveling up, the effects of concentration and healing were getting stretched, and there was a real need to unlock more advanced skills. Moreover, unlocking advanced concentration would also make Ginger have to rely on herself in order to survive, not a bad choice to kill two birds with one stone. You're just not afraid that I'll recover my MP and use spatial transfer to escape? To escape at will, is it useful for you to escape? You won't live long enough to escape. Don't you want to follow me and catch a glimpse of the deeper levels of the dungeon before you die? Ginger's heart stuttered. This wraith, just now, when he said he'd take me, did he dish it out? What an amazing spirituality. I can't believe I ate up my thoughts so thoroughly in such a short period of time. You, who the hell are you? For a full 3 minutes, Ginger didn't look back. Today's one-day encounter was simply better than the total of his 70 years of life combined. Zheng Qian craned his neck and said, "This is not important, please move my friend farther away, I want to evolve." Into evolution? Ginger wondered. Hurry up. Zheng Qian urged. It was only then that Ginger had to make a move to move the unconscious cat north and south. How many times has this turned the worldview upside down? Doesn't the evolution of a magical beast require a long accumulation of years to finally break into a butterfly? Which evolution doesn't take tens or hundreds of years? Evolution? Is evolution that easy? Where did Zheng Qian care what he thought? Seeing that Ginger moved the cat north and south to the corner, Zheng Qian then put his heart down. Humans' experience was already high, and even now that they were already at a high level, with the 20x experience that humans came with and the 4x experience from radicalization growth, there was still 1000 experience points for killing a human. After killing 3000 people at once, the energy in Zheng Qian's body was on the verge of exploding. The feeling is like being constipated for half a month and suddenly getting diarrhea. Zheng Qian's ability to endure until now is a sign of great perseverance. In Jin Ji's shocked gaze, Zheng Qian closed his eyes and opened the evolution option. Same as last time, still 4 options. Option 1, Frost True Dragon, adult form of a miniature ice dragon, ice attribute specialization of a true dragon, extremely powerful magical element, but loses battering damage nullification, talent skill, ice attribute specialization. Option 2, True Candle Dragon, returning to the Candle Dragon bloodline, with a giant physique of over 100 meters, magic element use and skills that crown the world, a dragon among dragons, natural skill, shape-shifting, Taishu sky-piercing. Option 3, Golden True Dragon, extremely strong physique provides a body that is nearly impossible for physical attacks to penetrate, sacrificing a certain amount of magical elements for the strongest physical body, talent skill, immunity to physical attacks most enhanced, Spear of Taishu. Option 4, Elemental True Dragon, the 5 attributes are its most loyal servants, possessing the strongest resistance to magical elements, as well as the most versatile all-attribute proficiency, talent skills, all-attribute immunity, all-attribute proficiency, and 5 attribute attack magic. First, rule out Candlewick. Candle is an evolutionary direction that only powers up later, with fully developed attributes that can handle any possible fight with little to no breakage. But in the first and middle stages, full development of Candlewick means mediocrity across the board, and in dungeons, such mediocre attributes don't make much sense. Then there's the Golden Dragon, which is also to be ruled out. The more he fought, the more Zheng Qian realized one thing: physics couldn't beat magic. Physical is even stronger, 1 physical attack immunity is all MU. On the flip side, if you're immune to ice I can use fire, if you're immune to water I can use earth. For the rest, the only 2 options were Frost True Dragon and Elemental True Dragon. Frost True Dragons weren't mongrels like pseudo-Frost True Dragons. Its talent comes with Ice Attribute Specialization, which allows it to break through the defense of Ice Attribute Immunity, and has the highest magic vegetation of all the options. On the other hand, the Elemental True Dragon was blooming with all the attributes of magic vegetation. It doesn't have the same amount of magical veins as the Frost True Dragon and doesn't have a specialization, but it has unmatched versatility. Being proficient in the 5 major attributes meant that almost all of Zheng Qian's weaknesses could be removed except for light. At the same time, the self-taught talent skill all-attribute immunity is very powerful. Skills can be merged. Full attribute immunity, which must be collected before the 5 major attribute immunities can be combined and unlocked, is an extremely rare skill. Zheng Qian thought about it. Indeed, the Frost True Dragon specialization is very powerful. However, after fighting the pseudo-Frost True Dragon, Zheng Qian still felt that the weakness of this option was too obvious. On the contrary, the Elemental True Dragon, with its powerful versatility, can be a great nuisance to the enemy in battle. In the end, Zheng Qian made a decision and tapped the Elemental True Dragon's evolution option. What is needed now is still the quest for generalizability. Candlewick is too mediocre. The elemental true dragon, on the other hand, strikes the perfect balance of relevance and versatility, and retains just a relatively small size. Same as last time. Like a molt from the bone marrow. This marvelous feeling of comfort made Zheng Qian want to stop every time. The scales fell off, and it was as if every cell of the body was infused with new vigor. Each evolution brings about transformative growth. And this time, Zheng Qian felt that he had finally stepped onto the ladder of the strong. Notice, evolution has been completed, experience value has been reset to start at 10,000, upgrade multiplier has been increased to 1.4 times. Notice, hoarded experience before evolution has been merged into current level has been raised, current level LV14-3 transfers. Notice, 20 unlocking points for evolving, 10 unlocking points for upgrading, currently 57 unlocking points available. Zheng Qian opened his eyes. Boom! The entire cave was shaken to the point of cracking by the immense pressure. This is... Ginger hastily opened his physical shield. The shield was instantly shaken with cracks all over it. Just opening your eyes is this powerful? No, that's not the point. The point was, Jinga saw that Zheng Qian just closed his eyes and stood there for a while, and his body structure underwent a heavenly change. The height grew from 1 meter to 2 meters. All of the greenish-blue crystal scales fell off and brand new silver scales grew. Short, somewhat cute double horns sprouted from the head. The dog-like facial structure also becomes flattened like a cat, but still retains the appearance of a dragon. At the same time. Wow! Behind Zheng Qian's back, 2 pairs of huge wings that seemed to be pieced together with hexagonal star silver metal pieces were spread out, with an extreme wingspan of 5 meters. Even if it's just a change in appearance. What's with this aura? Ginger clearly felt that after this change in this dragon-shaped magical beast, the magical elements overflowing from its body instantly doubled several times. The entire dungeon trembled. Around his body, he even emitted a hazy silver-colored halo all year round. This is a phenomenon that only occurs when the magic element reaches a certain amount. If one were to say that earlier, this magical beast was only causing one to feel fear and feel that it was impossible to defeat. Then after evolving, this dragon-shaped magical beast was an invincible existence that could make people not even dare to have the thought of challenging it to give it a try. God? Ginger even had a ridiculous feeling. Have I, by any chance, witnessed the birth of a god? Ginger's thoughts were unnoticed by Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian was only concerned about his current state. Unexpectedly, because of killing 3,000 people, all of a sudden, he went from secondary evolution LV19 to tertiary evolution LV14. The experience value of the humans was surprisingly high, with 3,000 people, averaging out to roughly 1,000 experience points or less per person. Combined, it's nearly 3 million experience. This was the most experience Zheng Qian had ever gained. I would have thought that, with this experience, I could have just skipped 3 evolutions and gone to 4. But Zheng Qian was still too naive. The formula for calculating experience is, previous level experience multiplier plus total number of levels, rounded to the nearest decimal point. Triple evolution multiplier 1.4, first level takes 10,000 experience. One can only imagine how fast the demand for experience will turn over. Zheng Qian glanced at the current experience and felt a little choked. Current experience, 96,435 112, 8948. Sub-0, 1 level costs over $1 million? Are you kidding me? But evolution plus a full 15 level boost. When Zheng Qian looked at his attributes, it felt so comforting again. Current function, elemental true dragon LV14-3 transfers. Type, extremely rare species ultra superior magical beasts. HP, 21,546-21546. MP, 49,931-49931. AP, 18720-6240. Power, 12,063. Magic elements, 34813. Physical defense, 12664. Magic defense, 44986. Perception, 9,864. Combined agility, 13946. Current unlock point, 57. Current experience value, 96,435 112, 8948. Weakness, light. All of the hex panels broke 10,000 except for perception. There is no longer a weakness attribute other than the light attribute. There's no point in looking at the skills further down the line. Elemental true dragons are proficient in all elements, so they add high-level attack magic with all attributes. Also, new defense skill, full attribute immunity. It was virtually impossible for normal demonic vegetable attacks to cause any damage to Zhang Qian. And the wings on his back swung, bringing up a powerful whirlwind. Zhang Qian actually floated. Because he grew wings, he also gained an additional natural skill, flight. Evolution, incense. Trinity 100,000 attributes? Is it high? Those hundreds of thousands of attributes of it were imaginary, attributes of the three bodies merged and the data added up. In fact, the attributes of a single body were not even as high as the current Zhang Qian. In the past, when attributes were inferior, they were able to beat their opponents with tactics, skill and intelligence. Now, for the first time, Zhang Qian had even crushed the boss with his attributes. I didn't realize that the humans gave me head once, but it actually paid off like that. Zhang Qian couldn't help but feel grateful to humans in his heart. Thanks for the 3,000 head swipes from the humans, Old Iron 666, many thanks. Zhang Qian couldn't help but clench his fists. The strong force caused the space around its fist to vaguely distort with it. His eyes overflowed with an unprecedented fighting spirit. On his face, he put on the unmistakable standard crooked-lipped war god smile. With this attribute, the fourth level is no longer enough to be feared. Next up, the final level of the dungeon, level 5. Finally, it was time to challenge Leviathan. Whoa! Where did the dog thing go meow? Whoa! Who are you dry, stinky old man? Where did you take my dog dong xz meow? That's when the cat woke up north and south. Zhang Qian gave a start and hurriedly pinched his brow. Ah, it's still so staggeringly loud. Notice, the mind skill sonic resistance has been unlocked. 43, 5th floor of the dungeon. Wow! Dog, you've gotten taller than me? You're not a dwarf anymore. Zhang Qian. Why do I suddenly want to punch this stupid cat so badly? Zhang Qian took 3 deep breaths before he calmed down. Calm down. It's hard to pick up a horse, you can't lose it like that. When you get a chance to get to home plate later, just rub it in her face. You. Seeing Zhang Qian walk in, Jingu was already scared as white as paper and shaking like sifting chaff. In his entire life, he had never seen such a powerful magical beast. Even though he didn't have the appraisal skill, he could feel it just by that aura, which was as if the inferior creatures were facing the fear of a natural enemy. Zhang Qian glanced at him and said, "What's wrong? I'll look like you lost the footwear for the elderly that your grandson bought for you." And, nothing. Jin Ji's gaze wandered, not daring to look at Zhang Qian. Even if he knew that he wouldn't kill himself, looking at Zhang Qian would flood him with uncontrollable fear from the depths of his DNA. Wow doggy, you've gotten so pretty meow, let me touch it. The cat that had fully recovered its health ran north and south to Zhang Qian's back and scratched his wings with its claws. This pure dragon scale wing is smooth on the front and rough on the back. The cat clicked north and south scratching on it and a flush of enjoyment crossed his face. This isn't a cat scratching bored oi. Zhang Qian flung his wings and directly flung the cat north and south. The cat north and south in mid-air body twisted, landed safely, then with her up to 17,000 comprehensive agility counter-attacked over, holding Zhang Qian's wings as a fierce scratch. It took Zhang Qian nearly half an hour to wear out her AP and subside. After that, Zhang Qian spoke to the cat north and south about the battle on the 4th floor. The cat, north and south, also recalled, and lowered her head guiltily, her cat ears hanging out of her airplane ears, her 2 tails involuntarily flicking away, and muttered, "I'm sorry, doggy, for dragging you down." Zhang Qian waved his hand, "It's fine, you're a medium magical beast, upgrading doesn't improve your attributes as much as I do, so it's normal to not be able to keep up, haven't you upgraded now too?" The cat froze north and south, and also finally realized that he had just gone much faster than usual. Because of the group, Zhang Qian, who killed 3,000 people, got 3 million experience, and the cat north and south naturally got an equal amount of experience value. The cat had risen to LV 146 in a single breath north and south, and its combined agility was close to 8,000 in both human forms. It's even pushing 17,000 in the beast state. Here's a misconception to correct. The higher the combined agility is not the faster you are. Body type is also an important indicator. That's why Zhang Qian evolution has been picking smaller-sized ones. For example, a magical beast of Leviathan size, several hundred meters tall and with a combined agility of 2,000, might barely be able to move a step. Whereas Zhang Qian's previous combined agility of over 100 when he was a young dragon, his movements were as fast as a bullet. The larger and heavier you are, the higher the base combined agility you need to move quickly. The cat north and south were now about 30% smaller than Zhang Qian, while at the same time having a combined agility of 4,000 points higher than Zhang Qian. In terms of speed, the cats north and south might be more than 3 times faster than Zhang Qian in a real battle. The cat was confused north and south. How the hell did I doze off and get so good at this? Wow, that's great, dog, I won't be dragging my feet next time yet. As soon as the cat north and south were happy, they hugged Zhang Qian and kissed him hard on his dog face. Zhang Qian drooped his dead fish eyes. You can kiss me, but don't kiss me in the form of a beast. A face full of spit. It's disgusting. But mentioning this, Zhang Qian couldn't help but suddenly think of something. Eyes folded to look at Ginger. Jingu was also stunned and quickly turned his head, not daring to look directly at Zhang Qian, cowering like an old quail. Zhang Qian sighed darkly that he had missed a point. Take someone else, and they get experience points. Humans are so weak, and that Bull War King's strongest human is only over 50 levels. This old man is only LV 44. The lower the level the faster the upgrade. Take him, then wouldn't he get experience points too? After beating Leviathan, the old guy will get up to 100 anyhow, right? Ha, if this old man could get out of the dungeon alive, wouldn't the ceiling of human battle power be ate up by him? Zhang Qian thought it might be interesting. Besides, if the old man got out alive, something would be just right for him to be the outlier. After that, Zhang Qian asked Jingu for advice about the human world outside. There are currently 10 human kingdoms, each with a dungeon. Currently, the Chuandong Kingdom's progress was the fastest of all the kingdoms, at the final stage of the second-tier boss raid. The underground city is said to have emerged from the ground 300 years ago. Before that, the entrance to the dungeon, which had been hidden underground, was unknown. And before the dungeons came into existence, humanity had been at war. Humans are strange creatures. Call them stupid, they have a spiritual intelligence that doesn't match their strength. Call them smart, and all they do all day is think about how to kill their kind more efficiently. When there is no public enemy, mankind just knows infighting all day long. The advent of the dungeon gave humanity a public enemy. And so, human wars have slowly turned into a race for national power. And when he heard Ginger talk about the overall fighting strength of humans, Zhang Qian was very disappointed. That one called Zhao Aotian was indeed the strongest human in the world at the moment, bar none. The strongest, that's about the level. After continuing to understand some of the current situation of the human race, Zhang Qian was not interested in listening to him anymore. Anyway, after long-windedly saying a whole lot, Zhang Qian only heard 4 words between the lines: human beings are very kai. The 3rd tier might be too much of a stretch, but a random stray fish running the human realm at the 4th tier could turn humanity upside down. And what is this beast up to? Seeing this magical beast with a bad smile on its face, Ginger couldn't help but swallow his saliva. I'm not, by any chance, making a deal with the devil, am I? After that, since Ginger hadn't been to the 4th floor, in order to bring him along, Zhang Qian could only use walking again to travel to the 4th floor through the 3rd floor. During this time, another greeting was given to Babylon. Ginger let out an ah of shock and took a breath on the spot. It was hard to wait for him to wake up, but he saw Babylon again and went out on his back again. It went back and forth a dozen times before Ginger accepted Babylon's existence. Who knew that Babylon brought his forced face BR close to Ginger for a moment, and after looking it up and down, said, "Old vegetable skin, chewy, my favorite." Then a handful of Ginger's age was so shocked that he urinated on the spot and passed out for a day and a night, causing Babylon to laugh. The time waiting for Jingu to awaken was a rare time of rest for Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian and Babylon talked a lot. Babylon says that as the original final boss, he can't reveal any information about how he defeated Leviathan. It was a curse called the Law of Karma that was carved into his soul after the gods threw him into the dungeon. But when he had looked at the elemental true dragon Zhang Qian with his appraisal skill, a flash of surprise couldn't help but cross in the eyes of this magic beast that had gone through many vicissitudes of life. After that, he said only one thing. Don't go down to the 5th floor until you've practiced more at the 4th floor and are fully prepared, that's all I can say. After that, he never said anything to Zhang Qian again. But looking at that, he seems to have a kind of expectation in it. Although Zhang was listening in an unclear manner, since it was Babylon's reminder, Zhang Qian naturally took it to heart. After Jinga woke up and briefly introduced a few sentences, Zheng Qian took him and the cat north and south and entered the fourth floor. Come to die? Maybe it's a coincidence of fate? Zheng Qian landed this time, actually even more coincidentally than last time, landing exactly 100 meters in front of Trinity. As for Zheng Qian this time, he had a confident smile on his face. XLIV, preparations for the final battle. This is the boss of the fourth floor? After being stunned by Babylon a dozen times, Ginger's brain seems to be a bit showy. As a human, facing a tier 4 boss for the first time, there wasn't a bit of fear on Ginger's face, instead there was some fervor and elation. His pale body couldn't stop trembling as he stared unblinkingly at the behemoth in front of him. It's really powerful, just by looking at it. It seems as if the bone marrow of the old me is boiling. Didn't think I'd be able to witness the honorable appearance of a tier 4 boss in my lifetime. That said, Trinity seemed to take it well. It came closer to Ginger, surveyed it, and cocked its head. Old vegetable skin, you know a lot about it, don't you? Seeing as you're so knowledgeable, I'll make your death a little easier later. After saying that, Trinity turned her gaze back to Zheng Qian who was standing on the side, hanging on for dear life. I let you get away last time, so I won't be so lucky this time. Ha? How come your appearance has changed? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Although I don't know what species you are? Why there is such a strong life essence in your body. But by eating you, I can challenge Leviathan to become the new dungeon master. If you'll be a good boy and die, for your obedience, I may be able to let you die. Long-winded. Swish. A lift of the hand as if shooing away a fly. Only a crescent-shaped white aura was seen shooting out from in front of Zheng Qian's claws. Trinity's movements and words came to an abrupt halt. Villains die from talking too much. This seems to be something you don't understand, and besides, how good do you really think you are? Only a thin, unnoticeable thread of silk appeared on Trinity's body. Zheng Qian shook it off, shaking off the residual magical elements on his hands. Trinity's body, slowly following this line, split in half. Orange blood spurted out like a waterfall, falling into the lava along the sides of the pontoon. At this moment, both Cat North and South and Ginger were stunned. Both men's jaws would have smashed a big hole in the ground if they didn't have bones to hold them up. Zheng Qian, on the other hand, was not amused. Trinity's panel is truly horrible. With 100,000 attributes, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a monster among monsters. But that's not true. It has 3 bodies. So that terrifying attribute was actually the result of the addition of all 3 of its attributes when its 3 bodies converged together. Although the attributes look high, when suffering an attack, the damage that each body receives is actually calculated separately according to its own true attributes. And if a body was taken out alone, its attributes were on par with Zheng Qian's. Zheng Qian, who had always been winning over the strong with the weak, faced 3 magical beasts with attributes similar to his own. How could he not kill them in seconds? Notice, level up, current level LV 15. Notice, level 15 reached, level reward 5 unlocking points have been credited. Notice, completion of the main quest, 150 unlocking points have been credited, current unlocking points 177. Well, this Trinity was quite experienced by the looks of it, and actually had 1.2 million experience with the addition of radicalized growth. And at this moment, Jin Gu, who had witnessed all of this, finally realized how powerful Zheng Qian was. Zheng Qian of the miniature ice dragon already possessed the strength to destroy the country. If it was just that, Ginger would still be thinking about sneaking up on it, even if it was the same thing. Even though Zheng Qian had promised not to actively attack humans, it was ultimately a potential nuclear bomb. But the idea died a violent death in its infancy. Now that he had evolved into an elemental true dragon, Zheng Qian's power had far surpassed human imagination. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Zheng Qian, Ginger smiled morbidly. He already didn't even dare to have the thought of fighting to the death against Zheng Qian. Already, there's nothing to think about. Humans and whatnot are in front of such a being. I can't do anything. Since you can't do that, stay true to your desires. Zheng Qian's back was now overwhelming despair to Jinga. And in the face of overwhelming despair, one loses everything including dignity, honor, and faith. Ginger's faith was crushed by Zheng Qian's power. Today he is left with his own desires. And his desire is? I want to watch. I want to watch. Wanted to see just how strong the strongest force in the world was. Wanted to see what other powerful beings existed in this world. Trying to see where the extremes of power lie. Wanted to see all that the world hides. Inquisitiveness. It is the greatest desire of a wizard. Glancing back at the half-epileptic Jingu with his afterglow, Zheng Qian read his mind in a single glance. Including his earlier idea of wanting to find an opportunity to sneak attack, even if he died together, Zheng Qian actually saw it, but just didn't say anything. And now that he was in a state, it was also within Zheng Qian's expectations. Humans are amazing creatures, their spiritual intelligence far exceeds their strength. But no matter how much more transcendent, in the end, it's not a superior being after all. That's about the level of human spirituality. Ginger was the only one who had interacted with Zheng Qian so far. Common sense acquisition can only acquire some basic knowledge. The human beings of this world, their humanity, culture, distribution of forces, religion, etc., 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 are all unknown to Zheng Qian. After leaving the dungeon, survival in the human world is a foregone conclusion. For this reason, a bandwagon party is essential. Ginger is the perfect candidate. The stubbornness of humans was something that Zheng Qian had seen before, not to mention that Ginger was clearly a high-ranking member of the human race. And in order for such a person to be submissive to himself, his worldview must first be shattered. Go. Zheng Qian turned around and said something to him, then he walked forward. The cat followed quickly with both tails up north and south, leaving Ginger frozen in place for a long time before he quickly caught up. After that, Zheng Qian stayed in the 4th floor of the dungeon city for a full half a month. Babylon said to practice more at level 4 before going down to level 5. But Zheng Qian doesn't go down to the 5th floor, mainly because couldn't find the entrance to the 5th floor. The dungeon is more expansive than one level. The world of the 4th level was far greater than the first 3 levels combined by a factor of 10. It used to be that if you found the boss, you could find the entrance. But the 4th floor doesn't work. After spending a whole half a month, Zheng Qian encountered a big problem that could not be solved by strength. Couldn't find the entrance to the 5th floor. Wow. With the death of a 9-toothed saber-toothed tiger, Zheng Qian's level reached LV 17. Notice, the side quest, hunting 1,000 9-toothed saber-toothed tigers has been completed, and the unlock point of 10 has arrived. It's been a really good half a month of gains. Zheng Qian took a look. The side quests on the 4th floor are very rewarding, starting at 10 points. Some of the stronger magical beasts even have 20 points just for killing 100 of them. Of course, for Zheng Qian, who was able to make a single move to second a boss, there was no longer any question of whether the opponent was strong or not. Others group up and I solo, others solo and I spike. This phrase was not an overstatement to describe Zheng Qian's current strength. Although it was hard to level up and only went up 2 levels, Zheng Qian had saved many unlock points after half a month. During that time, after upgrading Radicalization Growth LV3 with 80 unlock points, there were still 702 points left. That's a lot more affordable than upgrading. Not only that, Cat Nan 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 and Jingu had gained a great deal of experience from following Zheng Qian. Because of the lower class and lower level, their upgrades could be much faster than Zheng Qian's. Cat North and South rose to LV 156. Ginger was even more exaggerated, originally only LV 44, he had actually risen to LV 81. Ha ha ha. I was actually able to become this strong? Ginger looked excited, it's already stronger than Little Zhou. I'm invincible. I'm the strongest human magician. Obviously, he couldn't recover his HP and MP even if he upgraded because of the curse on his body, and he had to rely on Zheng Qian for both. Just then. Probably because Ginger is too much of a chatterbox and noisy sleeper. With a crash, the dirt and rocks exploded. A centipede snake burrowed out of the ground. Zheng Qian also heard the centipede snake say, "Your mom's old man has been putting up with you for a long time, are you done yammering? I'm getting my beauty sleep." Zheng Qian and Cat Nan Nan were about to make their move. Ginger, however, rushed to the forefront with an arrow step, charge bow. Bah, Lord Zheng Qian, please step back. Leave this kind of miscellaneous fish to me. Hey, what did you just call me? You wanted to call me Charge Master, didn't you? You just changed your mind, didn't you? You definitely wanted to call me Charge Master, didn't you? I mean, haven't you been drifting a bit lately? Only to see Ginger let out a loud cry, his entire body releasing its magical veins. Under the leadership of Charging Treasure, Lord Zheng Qian, my power has already surpassed the limits of human beings. Meet the strongest forbidden art of the Chuandong Kingdom. Under the leadership of Charging Treasure, Lord Zheng Qian, I can finally use it single-handedly. Hey, that's enough from you. Kill it. Let's just kill this awful old man when we get out of the dungeon. Pseudo-canonical dragon's whistle. Ginger bellowed and pushed his hand violently at the centipede snake. The palm actually spewed out greenish-blue flames, and the sound of a dragon could be heard faintly. Zheng Xian couldn't help but whistle when he saw this. Pseudo-canon is a special magic for humans, only humans can use it, Zheng Xian can't use it, and the skill tree diagram can't be unlocked. This skill can mimic any skill. Although it's only a parody, it can restore up to 70% of the original's power, making it an extremely useful skill. Zheng Xian has been trying to say, I'm sour. I didn't expect that this old man would actually already be able to use a pseudo-cannon and imitate the dragon's breath of the inferior dragon, Avalanche Dragon. Then, bang! A loud blow of dragon's breath hit the centipede snake's head and tilted it back a bit. HP 1. Zheng Xian equals. Cat north and south equals. Snake equals. Ginger, oh. The centipede snake stared at Ginger for a while and said, You haven't eaten, little old man? Humans have a lower growth rate and upgrades boost fewer attributes. If it was replaced with Cat North and South LV81, it wouldn't be so humiliating even if you couldn't beat Centipede Snake. Ginger was suddenly as green as a pepper and sweating like a pig. Just as the centipede snake raised its slender centipede leg, preparing to poke him in the dog's head. Meow. Only a stern cry was heard from the cats north and south, and a cherry-colored light so fast that it was invisible arced through several circular arcs. The 7-colored centipede snake was split into a dozen sections on the spot. With a thud, Ginger fell to her knees in a paralyzed heap. Zheng Xian looked left and right on his tearful face and clearly saw only 3 big words, I am so Kai. Ugh. That's why you can't pretend to be a man, or you'll get punched in the face. Zheng Xian ignored him and together with the cat north and south, continued to explore the 4th floor. Looking at the more and more unlocked points he saved, Zheng Xian was a bit anxious. Where the hell is the entrance to the 5th floor? What with practicing a little longer on the 4th floor, talking as if the entrance to the 5th floor was easy to find. If not embarrassed, Zheng Xian would have gone to the 3rd floor to scold Babylon, you bad old man bad. However, just as Zheng Xian was at a loss. Suddenly, it was like an electric current had passed through the brain, running the blockage through the brain. The entrance to the 5th floor is easy to find? Zheng Xian thought of a possibility. Walk to the edge of the pontoon and look down at the rainbow-colored lava that spreads all over the 4 layers of the world. Did. 45, 5th floor, ancient dungeon of the underworld. Bang. Lava erupted from the crater thousands of meters high. Craters like this one are all over the 4th floor. The power of the magma it spewed out could easily surpass the fire attribute specialization and reach the most enhanced level of the fire attribute. Even if Zheng Xian was sprayed head-on, he would still feel slightly hot. Of course, getting hurt was impossible, after all, the fire attribute was Zheng Qian's innate attribute. Zheng Qian is the one who has the triple most enhanced protection against fire attribute immunity. But it was precisely because of the incredible power of these volcanoes, as well as the extremely high temperature of the magma, which also contained a large amount of corrosive magical elements. Therefore, Zheng Qian had such a guess. What's the matter? The entrance to the 5th floor is the lava sea of the 4th floor, right? Indeed, the original design of the dungeon, and this environment where magical beasts were constantly killing each other, was to prevent people from striking through the dungeon. It was a matter of time before a strong person who had fought his way to the 4th floor would want to enter the 5th floor, so the best way was to hide the entrance. Using this lava to hide the entrance is the best way. Far away and close to home, maybe that's what it refers to? Moreover, Zheng Xian is now LV17, and if he wants to upgrade, he needs 309-8167 experience, which is nearly 3 times more than when he was LV14. Killing a centipede snake, with the 8 times experience boost, was only 1,200 experience, a full 12 times less than at the beginning. Continuing to stay on the 4th floor is just simply a waste of time. Thinking of this, Zheng Xian no longer hesitated. He turned around and held out his hand to the still dazed cat north and south and Ginger. Asylum of the Fire Dragon God. Ha! Dog thing, why are you buffing me meow? The cat, north and south, hadn't yet realized the severity of the problem. Ginger was also confused. Zheng Xian stepped forward, patted the shoulders of the 2 men, and said after a long time, get ready, it's time to jump. Ginger froze, his heart instantly exploding with a strong sense of foreboding. Ugh? Jump? Jump what? Zheng Xian flashed him a bright smile. Lava jumping. With that, he gently pushed the two men off the pontoon bridge. Whoa! Dogs! You murdered your own wife, meow. Charge master, I'm loyal to you. What are you afraid of? The fire dragon god shelter can provide the most enhanced shelter for fire attribute immunity. It's not like you guys haven't seen it before in this half a month. Zheng Xian sighed and shook his head. Immediately, he spread his wings and pulled himself up, then with a dive, grabbed the two men and plunged headlong into the lava. In the meantime, a level of gloom, unobstructed on a flat spot. Leviathan, who was napping, suddenly sensed something. Lowering its head, it looked down at its feet, as if it could see through to look at something distant. Its upper and lower eyelids are slightly closer together. After a long time, as if it had made some decision, it got back up. It was accompanied by a violent twisting and tearing of space. Leviathan utilized space magic and left the floor. The touch of rolling lava didn't last long. The light became dark in an instant. The heat turned cold. The three who were supposed to be in the lava suddenly felt their bodies go cold, and when they looked back, they realized that they had, at some point, actually appeared in a vertical tunnel, doing a free fall. This is a teleportation tunnel? Didn't we fall into the lava? Why are we here, meow? Cat North and South couldn't help but exclaim. For his part, Ginger's eyes glowed as if he had seen some amazing treasure, so that's how it is. In order to create an obstacle for those who are about to penetrate the dungeon, the tunnel was deliberately made extra large and hidden under the lava. The fourth layer of magma contained a large amount of magical elements that could block all senses, and people wouldn't normally consider going magma jumping. As the saying goes, the great unwashed have drilled a dead end into the thinking of the people who designed the dungeon. I didn't think I'd ever get to stroll around the fourth floor even in my lifetime, but I also got a glimpse of the fifth floor. What a life, what a life. Ah. Zheng Xian, on the other hand, was not as heartless as the two of them. Max Dragon Perception possessed an extremely strong sixth sense. Ever since entering the tunnel, this sixth sense had been constantly alerting Zheng Xian. Danger! It's very dangerous up ahead. With the experience of the third level, Zheng Xian had become much more stable. But the problem was that the tunnel was only out and not in, and by the time Zheng Xian felt it, it was already too late. There was no choice but to move forward with eyes closed. A few seconds later. Space opens up. One man and two beasts landed smoothly with different moods. The air on the fifth floor was chilly. The temperature wasn't low, in the teens. However, it made Zheng Xian, who couldn't even feel the chill at the third floor, shiver. This bone-chilling gloom is like being in a graveyard. Lift your head, as your pupils focus. As the light of the fifth floor of the underground city was introduced to his eyes, Zheng Xian was shocked. There was no light source, and somewhat similar to the first level's hole in the ground, there was rock everywhere. Compared to the openness of the third and fourth floors, the fifth floor seemed very closed. The width was roughly 1 kilometer, the height was about 2 kilometers, and the length seemed to extend to infinity. The fifth floor is actually an open tunnel. No stalactites, no messy rocks. The whole tunnel was obviously built by hand, and on both sides of the zenith, near the walls, there were square projections with meaningless decorative stripes carved into them, rather in the style of Oriental decoration. Every kilometer or two, there are fountains, stone tables and benches, and other decorations. Just the fact that these stone tables and benches were often dozens of meters in height made it obvious that they were not meant for humans. In the fifth floor tunnels, everything was silent, as if even the air was strewn with the putrid odor of death. Fifth floor, no magical beasts. Zheng Xian could hardly believe what he had discovered about this. Dragon perception coalesces in one direction and can explore up to 500 kilometers. Whether it was in front or behind, not to mention magical beasts, there wasn't even a single cockroach or ant. 5 floors, like a palace that has died. This is the fifth floor of the dungeon? The final place? Where the secret treasure is buried? Ginger looked around, but found nothing special. The cat sniffed north and south, left and right. Suddenly, her ears twitched as if she'd realized something. Dog thing, come and see meow. See what? The cat north and south pointed at a wall and kept yelling. Zheng Xian went up to take a look and couldn't help but be confused. Only the walls on both sides of this tunnel, many small rooms staggered side by side in order. In each room, 3 or 5 stone statues were placed. The tallest is no more than 2 meters and the shortest is 70 or 80 centimeters. The statues are so lifelike that they look like they are alive even without coloring. This is? Zheng Qian was a bit puzzled. This room is furnished with a statue of a monkey standing on 2 feet. Dressed in a brocade robe, with a tiger skin skirt around his waist and suede boots, he has a hairy face with a Legong mouth, a Saturn cheek, a broad forehead and fangs. There was also a golden metal rod in his hand, showing his teeth in a furious manner. Zheng Qian was shocked. Isn't this the statue of the Monkey King? Look at the other room, which contains a handsome human statue. He has 3 eyes on his forehead, a handsome appearance, 2 ears hanging over his shoulders, eyes with light, wearing a cap of 3 mountains and flying phoenixes, and a collar of light goose yellow. A slingshot crescent on his waist and a 3-pointed, 2-bladed gun in his hand. This is? Erlangshan? Look again. Li Jing, Qing Guang Wang, Jizo, Nijia, Qiyu. In addition to these familiar gods, there are statues of the first Heavenly Father, the Jade Queen Mother, Nuwa, Guanyin, and even Rudraksh. Ah. It's a statue of Ares, the god of war, Athena's, even Zeus and Odin's. In front of the wall on the other side, Ginger, who had also discovered the statues, was actually moved to kneel down and look at them like a devotee. What a lifelike statue. Is there really such a skillful stonemason in this world? Could this be a creation of the gods? Zheng Qian wasn't interested in listening to Jinger's crazy talk. In comparison, Zheng Qian was more shocked. It's not shocking how lifelike the statues are. Rather, after getting close, with his keen dragon perception, Zheng Qian detected that there's a glimmer of life in these statues. And life force, only living things have. In other words, the statues. All alive? And above each of these rooms, there was an ancient stone plaque with the same words written on it. Ancient Dungeon. 46, facing Leviathan. Ancient Dungeon of the Underworld? What do you mean? It's not possible that these stone statues were all alive before, is it? Otherwise it wouldn't explain why they have some microbings on them. Zheng Qian tried to break the iron fence in front of the room. But the rusty-looking iron fence was unusually strong. Zheng Qian's strength was as much as 14,000. It could be said that Zheng Qian with this value could shatter Mount Everest with one punch without using any skills. However, with such a high strength value, Zheng Qian actually couldn't bend any of the fences when he exerted all his strength. Try to get a skill shot in there. The Taishu dragon breath was actually dispersed the moment it touched the iron fence. Dispel magic? Zheng Qian was shocked. This was magic that could dispel all magic, the highest of the high-level magic. The spell cannot be unlocked as a mind skill, and the skill tree unlock requires 8,000 unlock points. Stretching his hand into the iron fence and bypassing it to use magic directly on the inside, Zheng Qian was surprised to find that the magic elements in his body actually couldn't flow into the palm of his hand. Zheng Qian was once again greatly surprised. Magic nullification field? Again, it is the highest level magic that cannot be unlocked as a mind skill, and the skill tree graph requires 14,000 unlock points for a super advanced skill. What's with the stone statues? No, what the hell is going on with this 5th floor? Make it seem as if. It's as if the entire dungeon was created to hide these stone statues. Boom. Zheng Qian hadn't recovered from his shock. The 5th floor of the dungeon shuddered violently. The dilapidated zenith was shaken and a lot of floating ash fell. This footsteps are. The fear that was etched in his DNA once again spread from his spine to his entire body. Zheng Qian would never forget this voice in his life. What's going on, meow? It looks like something is coming over there, meow. The cat north and south instantly exploded all over. Her face was like gold paper as she looked ahead into the darkened passageway, cold sweat turning her eyes to soak her forehead. Oops. That one was very bad, Charge Master. That oppressive feeling is not for ordinary creatures. Rumble. 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 Slow, heavy steps, like a call from the abyss. The air felt like it was frozen. It's like a mountain on your back. The tsunami of presence that rolled in felt so heavy even if you couldn't see the real body. Yo, hello again. Looking in the direction where the footsteps came from, Zheng Qian went from shock, to fear, and finally to excitement in just 0.1 seconds. Leviathan. Boom. With a final deafening thud of feet. The 100-meter-tall behemoth stepped out of the darkness and imprinted itself on the eye. That proud stance. The pace that crushes everything. Even now that the strength has doubled tens of thousands of times before looking at it, it can't help but make Zheng Qian feel chilled. Leviathan is still the same. Maybe it's only miniature in size compared to the average boss. But that aura, Zheng Qian had never seen any magical beast that could outshine it all the way through the battle until today. Leviathan cocked his enormous head. It didn't speak. Perhaps in its eyes, all the other magical beasts were just inferior creatures and there was no need to communicate at all? Tyrant. Boom. The already heavy and overwhelming feeling of oppression instantly doubled hundreds of times. Meow. Well. Cat North and South and Ginger were instantly crushed to the ground, groaning in pain. The feeling of oppression should have been nothing more than a mental illusion. But Leviathan's skill, Tyrant, can materialize what is in his mind. It is a skill called conceptual skill. The embodied oppression pressed the ground beneath both Cat Nan Nan and Ginger, cracking one after another. No matter how many levels one ascends, in the end, they are just inferior creatures, not even qualified to make me fight. Leviathan's indifferent eyes seem to interpret the words. However. Hey, why don't you find a fight at about the same level? Just then, Zheng Qian's voice broke Leviathan's arrogance. The Leviathan froze, seemingly not expecting someone to speak under its maximum pressure. Lazily moving his eyes. Click. 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 With every step taken by the dragon's feet, the stony ground underneath his feet would be stamped out with a 1-inch deep footprint. Against the weight of 1,000 pounds, Zheng Qian walked toward Leviathan as easily as if he were walking leisurely. At this moment, the dull eyes that hadn't encountered an opponent for tens of thousands of years, as if they had lost all expectation of beast life, gradually recovered their highlight. Leviathan looked at the dragon-shaped beast in front of him with some dismay. Unexpectedly, there were really existences in this batch of magical beasts that had evolved to the point where they could ignore its extreme pressure. But, and only to that extent. This generation of race, none of them could fight, something Leviathan had already verified a long time ago. Breath of destruction. Leviathan isn't the type of character that takes crap. It opened its mouth and sprayed a mouthful of greenish-blue whale breath at Zheng Qian. The whale breath that contained a huge amount of energy was like a laser cannon with a diameter of dozens of meters blasting towards Zheng Qian. However. Wow. It was as if he had lifted the curtains with a light wave of his hand. The whale breath, which was enough to kill most of the fourth-layer magical beasts, was actually swept to pieces by Zheng Qian's claw. Oh? Looks like you're a bit different? I thought the Kawartha's dungeon was gone. Leviathan spoke for the first time. The voice was so muffled that it could make anyone who heard it feel like their heart was going to be pinched. Zheng Qian smiled coldly. Oh? So you can talk? I thought you were a mute. Leviathan wasn't enraged, but instead reverted to silence and looked at Zheng Qian with interest. Zheng Qian glanced behind him. The Cat North and South were reaching out to themselves with difficulty. Dog thing, don't. After following Zheng Qian for so long, she understood Zheng Qian should very well. Understanding that Zheng Qian only had to pucker her ass and she knew what to take. She knows that Zheng Qian is trying to. Let them go, it's not like they're a fighting force, let's go one-on-one. Leviathan didn't reply. But after it cast a sidelong glance at Ginger and the Cat North and South, it loosened its intimidating pressure. Both of them then let out a sharp breath and gasped for air. With the two attempts just now, Zheng Qian had already proved to Leviathan that he was an opponent worth taking seriously. Glancing back at the two men behind him. In the eyes of Cat Nan Nan and Ginger's worried eyes, Zheng Qian smiled. Be a good boy back there, and when I win, I'll show you the blue sky, and the warm sun. Dogs, don't. Space break. Zheng Qian used spatial magic to directly cut off the path for the Cat North and South and Ginger to come over, then turned to the Leviathan and took a step towards it. Dogs. Cat North and South knocked desperately against the partition space. But Zheng Qian was no longer going to turn back. At the moment, his eyes were only on Leviathan. Subject, Leviathan LV 355. Class, Legendary Super Superior Magical Beasts. HP, 199,999-1999999. MP, 199,999-1999999. AP, 99,999-99999. Physical attack, 999999. Physical defense, 999999. Magic element, 999999. Magic defense, 999999. Perception, 99,999. Combined agility, 29,999. Growing up to this day, the powerful strength exchanged for countless death escapes allowed Zheng Qian to finally have the strength to see Leviathan's true stats. Ah, it's really strong, isn't it? How on earth do you get such a ridiculous statistic? Wraiths in general always have areas of tendency and ineptitude. Leviathan is different. Double attack and double defense, perceived speed, HPMP amount, no matter which way you look at it, it's the strongest magical beast in the dungeon that is completely flawless. Worthy of the name of the final boss of the dungeon. But I've already experienced your power firsthand half a year ago, and now that I've grown up and met you again, I'm actually very happy. The silver wings spread out, scraping out razor-sharp waves of air. Rapture was written all over Zheng Qian's face. During the first encounter on the first floor, at a level as high as yours, it's actually impossible not to realize that I was faking my own death at the time. But you thought, at the time, that I was a maggot not worth side-eyeing, not even worthy enough for you to make a special effort to kill me, didn't you? Do you realize that? You've been like a nightmare, lingering in my mind every moment for the past 6 months. Knock. Max's dragon might erupted with full force, and even hardened against Leviathan's pressure, creating a semi-circular space around his body that only belonged to himself. Opening his eyes, he met Leviathan on all fours. At this moment, Zheng Qian's aroused battle intent seemed to ignite the air. It's almost time for me to wake up. XLVII, the battle for Leviathan. A dragon, a whale. Like old friends with 10 years of friendship, both sides moved almost simultaneously. Disappeared in place like instantaneous movement. Zheng Qian and Leviathan were locked in a tangle from the start. Thousands of sparks flew in all directions. A high-pitched wind chime should be born. A faint glow, as if cut away from the surrounding space, wrapped around that light. An oversized body would consume the combined agility, but with its 30,000 agility attribute, Leviathan was actually able to separate itself from Zheng Qian's speed. Ginger's gaze was jaw-dropping, and the cat's north and south eyes stared sharply. Zheng Qian and Leviathan had already transformed into countless residual shadows that were uncatchable to the naked eye. The entire underground city was set ablaze in the collision between Zheng Qian and Leviathan. It was like lifting the first page of a fairy tale. The monster of the tyrannical whale and the tiny dragon god, searing the life out of each other in a heated exchange. Howl of the earth. Hundreds of giant stone cones rose up from the ground and were swept away by Leviathan with a tail strike. Immediately following it was a whale's breath that was 100 times more powerful than the party's. Zheng Qian's eyes were incomparably cohesive, and the instantaneous Taishu dragon breath collided with it, erupting with a violent might comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. The roar of power that destroys everything in its entirety, and the speed that crushes whatever it is. The overly intense tune traveled to the eardrums and eventually permeated every corner of the dungeon. I had just seen the silver light cut across the field of vision, when the blue-violet flash arced out again. Leviathan and Zheng Qian presented a confrontational stance, conducting an evenly matched battle of offense and defense. Lava of heaven and earth. The hot bone spikes that were pulled out from behind slashed through the zenith, still melting the rocks into magma from a distance of dozens of meters. Facing an attack that looked like a rain of missiles, Zheng Qian's eyes coalesced like never before. Unlock. Negative blast. Opening his arms, the corrosive energy that exploded from Zheng Qian's body was comparable to a full round of Taishu dragon's breath, rapidly expanding in a spherical shape. All the sizzling bone cones that hit this energy were all reduced to pieces. Another shot of Taishu dragon breath. Leviathan disappeared as if he had moved in an instant, dodging the blow and appearing behind Zheng Qian again, returning a shot of breath of extinction, only to be blocked by Zheng Qian with a spatial severance. Zheng Qian and Leviathan frequently alternated their positions. Countless times I'd been on the wrong side of the road. The two became entangled and the action stopped. Don't let the size fool you. Viciously hoisting the corners of his eyes, Zheng Qian poured a torrent of will into himself. Liberated in the breaking of chains and spells. For the sake of all this, Zheng Qian's dictionary no longer has the word backward. Without trepidation, he kept blocking the Leviathan's onslaught, and when he saw a loophole, he bravely and boldly launched a counterattack. It's just a big head. It's just high attributes. Watch carefully and don't close your eyes. Zheng Qian chanted at his eyes. Leviathan is ridiculously strong both physically and magically. The seemingly awkward body has mind-boggling speed supported by 30,000 agility. The MP and HP are even as deep as a bottomless pit. Flesh combat and magic are barely halfway decent. If he was hit head-on, a fatal wound would be unavoidable. Even just brushing against the body can be nearly semi-paralyzing. The destructive specialization's power can overwhelm an enemy with just one blow. However, that's about it. How can the premise of taking a hit go beyond the bounds of the premise? As long as it didn't hit, its deadly attacks would be reduced to nothing more than decoration. Zhang Qian's vision reached an unprecedented degree of sharpness. Gazing over with those crimson eyes, even the twitching of a muscle was clearly captured within Leviathan's expression. Wiping away his fear to try and gaze over, the giant body of his opponent gave Zhang Qian quite a bit of information. Don't be afraid, don't flinch, don't be reckless. Dodge all attacks that you are not sure of. The first chance you get you have to throw everything you've got into counterattacking. Leviathan misses with an attacking strike. Won't let it hit. 3 short minutes. Zhang Qian and Leviathan had experienced at least 1,000 encounters. Countless escapes from death have honed skills that are superb to the core. The other party, on the other hand, was just a Yugi that relied on powerful attributes and skills and hadn't fought properly in tens of thousands of years. Won't lose. There's no reason for me to lose. Taishu Sky Ware. Hot spit contained in his mouth. Avoid a whale breath shot with a full 60 million damage. After thousands of exchanges, Zhang Qian finally captured the moment that decided the winner. However, it was in this moment of lightning. The Teiyukai Skyware that was building up in his chest but couldn't spurt out. Zhang Qian was shocked. Before he could react, an overwhelming sense of fatigue slammed into his body. In this instant, time seemed to freeze. What happened? How my power? Zhang Qian clearly saw that it was this instant that a flash of scorn crossed Leviathan's eyes. And Zhang Qian finally noticed the source of the problem. AP, 07740. AP depleted? In a fast-paced battle like this, a moment's lapse of concentration was enough to determine victory or defeat. With just this brief stiffness, Zhang Qian saw that Leviathan's purple-blue fins had already been affixed in front of him. Bang! I don't know if it was a hit or a sonic boom that broke the speed of sound. Zhang Qian was struck like a bolt of lightning and crashed to the ground at an astonishing speed. Large swaths of solid rocky ground buckled. Dust sprayed all over the site. Dogs! Charge Master! Cat North and South and Ginger let out hysterical gasps at the sight. But there was nothing they could do. Leviathan's attack couldn't even be completely blocked by Zhang Qian. And they couldn't even do anything about a small spatial severance in front of them. Even if we let them on, all they can do is drag their feet, right? HP, 191,946 199999. Even though Zhang Qian was so powerful, this fierce battle that was like a raging wind and rain never caused any decent damage to the Leviathan. On the contrary, Zhang Qian. HP, 125169. If it wasn't for the skill invincibility taking effect, I'm afraid that just now with that blow, Zhang Qian would have already died, right? But what's the difference between having 1 horsepower left and being dead? Zhang Qian, defeat is assured. You don't really think that just because I haven't made a serious move in tens of thousands of years that I really don't have any real-world combat skills, do you? Landing safely on the ground, Leviathan didn't rush to make up for it, instead looking indifferently at the center of the dust. In just one sentence, the 8,000 HP that Zhang Qian had exhausted all of his attributes to barely wear off had been restored. Overdrive regeneration. As a dungeon lord, how could it not have this not-so-rare median skill? Your technique is good, but in the end it's only a 6-month speedwork product, and the movements are too wide open, resulting in a drastic drain on the AP. I guess every battle before was fought with calculated exertion, right? This kind of battle should be the first time, right? You're in a hurry to beat me, aren't you? I was killed from the real battlefield. On the battlefield, every bit of attribute means the difference between life and death. Your strength is indeed considered a strong one in today's eyes, but on the underworld ancient battlefield, I've long since gotten tired of killing those of your level. Arrogant, cocky, yet chesty. This is the kind of capital that only the invincibly strong can have. With that, Leviathan struck and slapped at Zhang Qian in the center of the dust. 48, Zhang Qian, have a dream. Dog thing. Cat North and South poofed to her knees. There was no way that Zhang Qian, who only had 1 horsepower, could withstand this blow. He's going to die. The cat froze in the north and south as if his soul had been jerked out of his head. My dog is dead. No, Lord Cat North and South, look. Lord Chargemaster is alive. With his morbid admiration for Zhang Qian, Jinger had actually discovered the looming figure in the center of the dust one step faster than the cat North and South this time. These words were like a shot in the arm to the desperate cat North and South. Fixing his eyes on this moment, the despairing face suddenly smiled with joy once again. I knew dog thing you won't die so easily, meow. On the other side, Leviathan blushed, clearly feeling the strange touch under his fins. The tiny true dragon let out a hysterical roar. Strive for the top. The Tarzan-like fins pressed against his head were toppled on the spot. The frenzied power caused Leviathan to take a half step back. The dragon's claws swept away the dust. In the center of the huge pit, Zhang Qian, whose face was covered in blood, stood proudly. Notice, skill cross rebirth has been unlocked, consume 10 unlock points. After a brief moment of shock, Leviathan resumed his previous indifference. Only a little more wariness was evident in his eyes. Cross rebirth? A skill that conflicts with invincibility? The ability to gain skills based on need. I see, are you the holder of truth? In the center of the pit, Zhang Qian used healing to heal the arm that had been fractured in order to top away the fin. He said, and you know the truth? Leviathan grunted coldly, the skill of creation, the originator of all skills, the rules of the world, the power to subvert the world. There was also a man who relied on this skill to ascend to the throne during the underworld ancient period. I lost to that one once. Zhang Qian twisted his head and his neck made a clicking sound. Take up a stance and stand by. Zhang Qian's fighting spirit was once again burning brightly. Then you're going to lose again today. Let's begin. Round 2. Leviathan's eyes glazed over. This time, it was no longer the eyes that viewed the enemy. Rather, it was a gnashing of teeth, a look at an opponent who had to be killed. With a crisp click as a piece of debris from the zenith fell to the ground. Zhang Qian and Leviathan moved at the same time. Disappearing once more like an instantaneous movement, the 5 floors of the huge dungeon exploded with countless dazzling sparks. Even swifter than just now. It was even more intense than earlier. The whale breath of the full blow thwarted Zhang Qian's body. But the next second Ash regained himself and backhanded another Taiyaki sky-piercing. This time, Zhang Qian was even crazier. Since dodging the attack would cost you the chance to counterattack. Since one life couldn't kill Leviathan, it would wear it down with more lives. Cross rebirth is a special skill. No matter what the user's body has become, it can be instantly revived in full condition. Of course, it was impossible to use such an unbelievable skill indefinitely. This is a one-time skill. I.e., after using it once, you lose the skill. And this is a theoretical skill. I.e., they can only be unlocked by consuming unlock points through the skill tree map. Each unlock requires 10 unlock points. To put it bluntly, it's buying a life for 10 unlock points. At a cost of 1 to 3 unlock points to unlock an attack skill, that's a hefty price to pay. After unlocking Negative Blast, there are 705 unlock points left. Zhang Qian was mentally prepared. Give what you have, even if it takes all these 70 lives. This battle, too, must be won. Heartstrike golden hiss. A volley of spit like red-hot iron hit the Leviathan squarely in the face. Its untouchable HP bar instantly dropped by as much as 30,000. Reversing a thunderous strike of the tail whip, Zhang Qian was whipped into a bloody paste on the spot, and then instantly regained his full strength in a split second and counterattacked. Each attack is a heart attack. Even if they would have been shot on sight after that. This, truly, is a fight for your life. In this battle, Zhang Qian offered everything he had. The fighting is getting more and more intense. The entire 5th floor flickered violently as if a camera shutter had been pressed continuously. The aftermath of the battle infinitely destroys the ground, the walls, the zenith, and everything in existence. Every attack collision between Zhang Qian and Leviathan triggered a heaven-destroying might. Zhang Qian has a dream. Inexplicably reincarnated into this world, inexplicably given the strongest bloodline, and inexplicably thrown into a dungeon. So far, in his own life, he has never been free. It's as if there is a hand in the underworld that manipulates one's life. Zhang Qian has a dream. Be yourself and fetch your whole life under the blue sky and the warm sun. If possible, one more punch, in each of the asshole parents' faces would suffice. Zhang Qian has a dream. So far, for this dream, Zhang Qian had stepped over life and death countless times. I've crossed life and death countless times, you asshole. It's been hard to get this far, how can I lose to you? There was nothing left in his eyes but Leviathan already. Facing the last and strongest obstacle. Zhang Qian's brain was set on fire. The fear so far was swept away. Foolishly full of pomp and circumstance, overriding fear. With that ungainly bluff, with that irrepressible vision of the unseemly gesture, crushed to pieces. Shake the warring bodies aside. If there is still leisure left for fear, why not go for a good awakening? If you don't play smart here, when will you play smart? If we don't win this battle, when will we win it? When will we get it if we don't reach out to the high places here? I'm going to, get the hell out of here. Leviathan's breath. Heartstrike Taishu Sky penetration. The max-stored Taishu Sky piercing collided with the max-stored Leviathan's breath. The entire fifth floor erupted with violent trembling as if heaven and earth had broken. The heavens and earth roared and everything tore apart. The berserk energy pressed the spatial severance until it almost shattered. What horrible power! If this magic hadn't been used to block the path of the cat north and south and ginger in the first place, even if they were just exposed to the aftermath of this power, the two would have been thwarted and burned to ashes from the atomic level, wouldn't they? The piercingly dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire dungeon. It was as if all the space belonging to the fifth floor had fallen silent in a violent ear-splitting sound. At this moment, Leviathan, Zhang Qian, the cat north and south and ginger, all of them faded into line drafts in this 10,000 splendor. Everything seemed to be crushed to pieces in this light, and gradually recovered as the light faded. In this creation like light. This fatal battle has also finally drawn to a close. 49. The new Candle Dragon Emperor. What tenacity! Gazing at the young true dragon in front of him on one knee, Leviathan had only one sentiment in his heart called frankness. Countless years ago. It was a long time too long to put a number on it. When the fake expelled the real one. When the false master founded the dungeon, he ordered it to hold down the fort. Leviathan's heart was dead. Though the promise of the underworld ancient era had passed away, the once naive magical beast still stood firm. What those fakes out there are going to do is none of my business. This is my world, and this is their grave. I just hope that this place will sleep forever. And Leviathan, by his own will, became the keeper of this graveyard. But nowadays, the young true dragon's gesture of breaking his bonds and fighting with all his might confused Leviathan. I don't regret these trillions of years in town. I don't regret all the murderous deeds I've done. But why? This true dragon's gesture will shake me like this? Why? This obsession with false skies? It doesn't let you fly free there. There isn't the freedom you aspire to. Why? Such a yearning for the unknown? You clearly don't know. Whether it is the sun or the butcher's knife that awaits ahead. However, looking at Zhang Qian's determined eyes, Leviathan seems to understand. So it is. So it is. You. So it's the same as it once was for me. The whole 60 lives. It took Zhang Qian 60 lives to finally push Leviathan to the brink. And Leviathan landed almost simultaneously. Zhang Qian was kneeling while Leviathan was lying down. The body of surging lava had begun to cool. The eyes that gazed at Zhang Qian went from confused to clear, and finally grew cloudy. Zhang Qian seemed to have read Leviathan's thoughts in this instant. HP, 61199999. Just one more blow and Leviathan would be dead. It was like looking at Leviathan when it was dying. Only today the positions are reversed. However, Zhang Qian did not make a move. Leviathan didn't try to resist either. With great difficulty, it braced its massive body and sat up on its end. Like a great mountain, sitting there. It runs out of AP, so overdrive Reagan can't take effect. Because of the bleeding debuff, its life was already like a candle in the wind. What is this? A taunt? Same position, opposite object. But even in the face of death, are you going to sit there like a king and satirize my will to live in the first place by facing death with candor? Just like that, Zhang Qian gazed at Leviathan. Leviathan gazed at Zhang Qian. In staggered looks, Leviathan's HP finally went to 0. Leviathan did not open his mouth once more until the very end. Just like a last king, he sat there, welcoming death without fear or attachment in Zhang Qian's sight. My child, the wide world outside is just a bigger dungeon. As if by mistake. The moment the Leviathan HP went to 0, Jing Qian seemed to hear it say so in a loving voice. But it clearly didn't open up. Meanwhile, the 3-story Babylon seemed to sense something and looked toward the ground. A relieved, bitter smile appeared on his aged face. After all these years of carrying the shackles the fakes gave you, and doing all these murderous deeds just to guard them, you must be very tired. Good night, Leviathan. It didn't die like normal magical beasts. Strong as Leviathan, this kind of existence has long been no longer the concept of the physical body, there is, just named the spiritual body of the body. At the instant of death, its body slowly began to turn into bits of starlight, floating away in the 5th floor of this huge dungeon. Notice, level has been raised, current level LV 18. Notice, level has been raised, current level LV 19. Notice, level has been raised, current level LV 20, evolution conditions have been met. Announcement, 500 unlock points have been credited for completing the main quest, Kill Leviathan. Notice, completion of stage mainline, passing the dungeon, 500 unlock point reward has been credited. 13.5 million experience, 1000 unlock points. This is undoubtedly the largest game to date since birth. Oh! My curse is gone. Behind him, Ginger lifted his top. Only the purple human face on his chest faded. With the death of Leviathan, Ginger is finally free of the fear of death. This aging old man could not care about the joy of promotion, but even kneeled down and lost his voice and cried. I can pass on what I have seen and heard to my descendants, thanks to the gods, thanks to Lord Zheng Qian, this favor, I, Jingo, will never forget. Doggy, you're so good, you really punched through the dungeon, meow. I love you so much, meow. The cat north and south hugged Zheng Qian and kissed him madly and violently. With Leviathan's death, despair dissipated. In its place was a joy like no other. But Zheng Qian wasn't happy at all. Leviathan taunted himself with his actions to the very end. Even the last admonition sounded so ironic to Zheng Qian. There was a click. A cherry-sized divine core fell to the ground, emitting a vague 7-colored luster. That's Leviathan's divine core. Zheng Qian picked it up. This divine core was beautiful, brilliantly colored and refracted with a kaleidoscope of colorful shades. At the same time, in the center of the original corpse, the ground suddenly seeped out a blue glow. Upon closer inspection, a teleportation magic formation appeared on the ground. There, that's the exit of the dungeon. Zheng Qian finally realized why it was said that he had to kill Leviathan in order to leave the dungeon. Because the exit from the dungeon is Leviathan itself. Only when it dies, the body becomes a teleportation spell. Zheng Qian laughed miserably before looking at Leviathan's divine core. King or queen? Your power, I take it. Thinking of this, Zheng Qian swallowed the divine core in one gulp and pressed the evolution option. And this time, Zheng Qian did not analyze which direction he should choose. The preliminaries have been spent and the dungeons have been beaten. Then for the 4th evolution, of course, you have to choose your own nativity. Candle Dragon Emperor. Only, after the divine core was swallowed into his stomach, what Zheng Qian didn't expect was that the skills carried by this Leviathan's divine core would be as ironic as this. King's Landing, all attributes permanently doubled, all skills up 1 level, no incompatible skills. At the end of the day, do you want me to remember you, too? Zheng Qian felt that although he had won against Leviathan, at the same time, he was also defeated. Want to see the sky and the sun? Zheng Qian converted his mood and said as he held the cat's north-south hand. This determined look is like a blazing fire. Let the cat north and south feel like the whole body is going to melt like a general crisp. She gathered her cheerful disposition, red-faced, lowered her head, and mumbled very quietly, wherever the dog thing goes, I'll go meow. Behind her, Jingu was moved to tears when she saw this. Chargebearer Sama, people wanna hold hands too. You old pervert. Just like that, the 3 of them took a step and stepped into the teleportation spell. A stream of light flashed by, and Zheng Qian realized that he had appeared at the entrance of dungeon level 0. In front of him, the dungeon door, which could not be opened no matter what, was wide open. Finally, it's time to get out. However, Zheng Qian was in no hurry to leave. He folded his eyes and glanced to the corner not far away. There, a magic mole as big as a man was shivering and looking at the 3 of them. Target, miniature adult demon mole rat LV12. Genre, para-magic. HP, 372. MP, 372. AP 3939. Zhang Qian smiled in a friendly manner. He walked towards the demon mole and smiled, "Still recognize me?" The demon mole shivered. It carefully sized up Zhang Qian, and as if it had remembered something, its whole body violently trembled. And in its eyes at the moment, Zhang Qian's smile gradually became eerie. "You're amazing, you've risen a whole 5 levels after not seeing you for half a year, but it's a coincidence that I'm also a slight rise of so many levels." Current function, Candle Dragon Emperor LV04 transfers. Type, extremely rare species ultra superior magical beasts. HP, 226,439-226439. MP, 346,669-3466669. AP, 161,316-161316. Power, 94,641. Magic elements, 194643. Physical defense, 113649. Magic defense, 221614. Perception, 84,643. Combined agility, 31792. Current unlock point, 1105. Current experience value, 1364-100000. Weakness, light. Natural skills, Dragon Perception Max, Truth Max, Teyukai Sky Piercing LV6, Midnight Power, Common Sense Acquisition, Ice Attribute Immunity, Gold Hissing LV6, Earth Howling Fury LV6, Wind God Sighing LV6, Wood Emperor Sky and Earth LV6, Water Overthrowing LV6, Corrosive Spitting LV5, Spatial Severance, Morphing, Flight. Mindfulness skills, Heart Attack LV6, Dragon Power Max, Gluttony LV5, Physical Attack Immunity Triple Most Enhanced, All Attribute Immunity Double Most Enhanced, Fire Attribute Immunity Triple Most Enhanced, All Attribute Specialization Most Enhanced, Fire Attribute Specialization Triple Most Enhanced, Mindfulness, Single Dog's Furious Flying Kicks, Sonic Wave Resistance, Blessing of the Fire Dragon God, High Level of Concealment, Assassin, Stealth, High Level of Alchemy. Unlock skills, Heaven and Earth Seal LV6, Pulse, Invincibility, Advanced Healing, Radicalized Growth LV4, Advanced Concentration, Mental Focus, Barrier Breaking, Diffusion Control, Bloodline Optimization, Spatial Transfer, Cross Rebirth, Negative Blast, King's Landing. Kawahigashi Dungeon, The End. 51, 3 hangers on. Lush grasslands, refreshing air, and bright, piercing sunshine. If he hadn't remembered his previous life, Zheng Qian would never have believed that there was such a good view in this world. However, Zheng Qian's mood was heavy. For no other reason than truth? Notice, Phase 2 core mission has been unlocked. Core quest, kill the demon god Ares. Reward: 10,000 unlock points. Bridge bean sacks, I think I have hemorrhoids in my longan, I'm a little bleary-eyed, I'll look again. Zheng Qian fixed his eyes and instantly choked. 10,000? Are you kidding me? Zheng Qian hurriedly pinched his own middle, which barely kept him from fainting. Not only that, but truth also unlocks the first main quest. Initialization mission, remove the threat for King Situzu of Chuandong, reward, 100 unlock points. Nothing was said about any specific threats. That means, I have to make a trip to King City? Come on, it's hard to get out, I just want to live a carefree life, don't let me get involved in human politics, okay? Thinking so, but Zheng Qian still thought hard about what way to go. After all, taking out whatever demon god Ares could get 10,000 unlock points, the reward couldn't be generous for no reason. What does such a generous reward mean? Representing that what Ares must be big as hell. When you think about it that way, those 100 unlock points are really fragrant. Meow. Don't run. Meow. On the small slope of the meadow, the cat jumps north and south chasing butterflies like a real cat. Although she was originally a cat. She was seen grabbing the white butterfly at once with her amazing speed. Dungeon-born, she had never seen such a beautiful creature. Excited, she sat on the ground and looked from side to side. Probably out of nature, she opened her mouth, ready to taste the creature. The white-banded Colonian nymph, which feeds exclusively on feces, you'd be eating if you ate it. Meow. Zheng Qian's sentence scared the cat north and south so much that his entire body bounced 10 meters high, throwing away the butterfly in his hand in obscurity. She cried and pounced up, hugging Zheng Qian. Dogs, do all the creatures outside eat? Zheng Qian, who was agonizing over the truth quest, was a bit tearful in the face of this naive question. I didn't expect that I would actually be able to survive and gain such a strong power. Off to the side, Ginger dropped to her knees. He grabbed a large handful of dirt and old tears and disliked it, inhaling hard into his face to smell the earthy odor. Zheng Qian glanced at him. Honestly, come on. It's gross. What's next for Lord Chargemaster? Ginger wiped his face and bumbled over. Hale and hearty eyes sparkled with anticipation. Zheng Qian thought about it. It is still the main focus of completing the task. Unlocking points are never too much. 100 unlocking points are not taken for nothing. How much harder can a threat to humanity be? Isn't Ginger some kind of chief mage? Wouldn't it be just right to let him take himself to the palace? I don't know, whatever, wherever I go, why don't you show me around first? When Ginger heard this, he immediately became exuberant. In that case, go to the Chuandong Kingdom. I'll introduce you to the king, and you, my lord, will surely become the mainstay of our country, and when the time comes, you'll be the existence of one man under 10,000 men. Zheng Qian's cheek flesh twitched slightly. Are you kidding me? Ginger froze. What? Did I say something wrong somewhere? Zheng Qian rolled his white eyes and released his dragon might. What do you think? Boom. The clear sky instantly became cloudy. The sun seemed to be extinguished by the pressure. Ginger instantly breathes a cold sweat. One man down? What kind of galactic joke are you making? You let me under one person? Good fellow, so you planted the Queen Mother's peach garden? No. Don't dare. Kneel for Big Brother. Ginger plopped down on his knees. Zheng Qian didn't blame him much. Well, at least we broke into the dungeon together. No matter what, he also saved the cat north and south. Zheng Qian still treats him as half a friend, not so much as to really take him. Okay, get up. I didn't kill you. That means I treat you as a friend. Don't kneel down for me all day. 100 or so levels up. Shame on you? Zheng Qian waved his hand and turned back to look behind him. It was a metaphysical copper gate with its back to the hillside, 10 meters high. The weathered body of the door is an antique greenish color. That was the entrance to the Chuandong dungeon that Zheng Qian had survived for half a year. To be honest, now that we have to part ways, Zheng Qian is still a little bit reluctant to part. Alright, let's go to Chuandong. It just so happens that I'm not familiar with the human world, so you'll show me the way. But it's impossible for me to work for the emperor. It's impossible to work for a living. It's impossible to work for a living in this life. But if your country is okay with it, it's not impossible for me to live there. When Ginger heard that, she was overjoyed again. Really? Zheng Qian nodded. I didn't have a choice in the dungeon before, now I just want to be a good person. Ginger was overjoyed. But then, he worriedly surveyed Zheng Qian's body. Nowadays, Zheng Qian was already a candle dragon emperor. With a body size of 3 meters, 3 pairs of wings, and a wingspan of more than 10 meters, the body was greenish-blue and powerful. Zheng Qian certainly knew what he was worried about. I'm afraid that my appearance would cause panic if I ran away to the human world, right? Transformation? No way. Transformation was one of the Candle Dragon's natural skills, so after becoming the Candle Dragon Emperor Zheng Qian could transform. However, Zheng Qian didn't want to take on a human appearance. I don't know why, but humans as creatures are special. There is a very unreasonable limit to trying to morph into a human. That is, the first time you take on the form of a human, your appearance can be set by yourself. However, if you transform into a human again in the future, your appearance can only be used once with the same settings as when you transformed. Unlike other creatures, it's okay to get bigger and smaller in blue and yellow. This trip to the palace was more about getting unlock points for completing quests. After the mission was completed, Zheng Qian didn't want to cross paths with the human hierarchy again. So Zheng Qian didn't want to expose his appearance after transforming. At least it doesn't want to be exposed to the higher echelons of humanity. Human political games were the same as a child's serious play in Zheng Qian's eyes. Moreover, the greatest nature of both politicians and capitalists is that they do not see the coffin. Once they feel they can control you, they get carried away. Even if there are 100 politicians and capitalists and you kill 99 of them, the remaining one will not learn the lesson. No, it's probably a bad thing about humans as a whole. Trying to extinguish this inferiority by killing is impossible, it can only be avoided. In a sense, even God has to fear human stupidity, right? After completing the mission, Zheng Qian just wanted to spend a peaceful period of time first, recuperating and staying away from killing and struggles, not wanting to be disturbed. After all, Dungeon had had a rough 6 months. Transformation, concealment. Zheng Qian used 2 skills in a row. using morphing to reduce his size to a quarter of his original size. Then using stealth, he suppressed his stats to about the same level as a normal LV80 magical beast. As for Cat's North and South? There's no need for that, she's already in beast form. Together with Cat against natural skill, appraisal resistance, it was impossible to tell her strength by observation with the strength of a human. Advanced Alchemy. Zheng Qian picked up the ground, a helmet from a piece of human soldier's withered bone, and utilized the Candle Dragon Emperor's natural skill of alchemy to make a collar around his neck, and said to Ginger. It wouldn't be good for you to go straight back to your country, and going straight into yours would cause an uproar, and right now I don't want to expose my human form. How about this, let's say you killed your way out of the dungeon 9 times over, and that the cat and I are your domesticated magical beasts, so it's easier for everyone, how about that? When Ginger heard that, she was so shocked that her jaw knocked a big hole in the ground. Ugh. I'm leading you and the Cat North and South Sama back to the kingdom? This, can such a big disrespectful thing really be done? I'm so excited. Next time, please make sure you temper me like this as well. Zheng Qian. Well, the old man really is a pervert at heart. Cut the crap and go. Lazily saying more, Zheng Qian wrapped the Cat North and South, then curled up Jinga with his tail, spread his wings, and leaped up, flying in the direction of Chuandong King City. But Zheng Qian didn't realize one thing. Shortly after he took off, the closed dungeon doors opened again. The earth began to tremble slightly. Deep within the dungeon gates, the sound of countless magical beasts galloping came from the depths of the dungeon. On the other hand, inside the king's city, the gilded halls were eerily bright. The king's face was written with bitterness as he supported himself with one hand on top of the throne. How about it, Honorable King of Chuandong, ceding 30% of the country to be sheltered by our Eagle Valley is a good deal, isn't it? The palace was extraordinarily cold without General Long and Ginger. A dry and thin aristocratic man wearing a black high hat, red gown, and gorgeous and tedious gold decorations all over his body was boasting to King Situzu above the throne. The ministers on both sides could only keep their heads down, not daring to make a sound. He stretched out his hand and said to the king with a cold smile, Dongchuan has lost a third of its young forces in 4 consecutive crusades against the dungeons in total. During the last crusade, your chief mage was trapped in a dungeon, alive or dead, and according to usual experience, it was a long shot. The Protector General was also seriously injured, and he didn't know if he would recover. The very foundation of this country has been wounded. On the contrary, our Eagle Valley Empire just conquered the 2nd floor of the dungeon last week, and is the only country in the world to enter the 3rd floor, and also has 3 battle kings. It is the undisputed number 1 power in the world. Cede 30% of the country and get our asylum, this business, how is it not a loss, your majesty? 52. The Kingdom of Chuandong. The Kingdom of Chuandong is finished. The next day. Pulling back the curtains and looking out from between the towering guests of the palace, you can see all over the entire Chuandong King City. The sunrise on the other side of the horizon gave warmth to the land, but the walls pulled long shadows over the royal city. The smile on Janice's face grew grim. The day has passed. Today, he will harvest 30% of the Chuandong Kingdom and embark on the road back to his homeland. The Chuandong Kingdom, as the 2nd most powerful country in the world, had always been the strongest competitor of the Eagle Valley Empire, and the only country that could compete with the Eagle Valley Empire. Both sides have never stopped competing in their respective dungeon processes. Although the Eagle Valley Empire possessed 3 great battle kings, the Chuandong Empire possessed the strongest battle king, Zhao Aotian. Its protector General Long Huashan was also a ruthless character comparable to a small war king, not to mention. Crucially, its chief mage, Ginger, was the key to the power of the Chuandong Kingdom. Although Ginger wasn't a battle king, the auxiliary magic he specialized in could provide Zhao Aotian with powerful support. It made it so that Zhao Aotian, in his full state, could single-handedly take on 5 great war kings without a problem. Moreover, the Kawarthas are more abundant in supplies than the Eagle Valley. Its hands held a full 12 divine cores, as well as 6 kilograms of condensed gold. Among them, 4 divine cores had already been put into use, and I heard that a kilogram of condensed gold was also prepared to be put into use for Zhao Aotian. That's an expansive amount of reserves, almost twice as much as Eagle Valley. Until then, Eagle Valley had been wondering what to do with this tricky opponent. But never expected it. The Kingdom of Chuandong is in a hurry to gain an advantage over the competition and is destroying itself. In recent years, 4 consecutive dungeon crusades have been launched. More than 30,000 young adventurers under the age of 30 were killed or injured, almost a third of the fresh blood in the entire kingdom of Chuandong. The worst thing was that in the most recent crusade, they had heard that they had encountered powerful magical beasts on the second floor. The Protector General was seriously injured and has not awakened for half a month now. Battle King Zhao Aotian was greatly shocked, and after returning, he has been in seclusion and bitter cultivation without questioning the world. The best news is that the trickiest of them all, Ginger, is actually trapped in the dungeon. Jin Ji's absence meant that Zhao Aotian's battle power was halved. I'm afraid Chuandong won't be able to recover in 10 years. As long as we take this opportunity to suppress Chuandong, no other country in the world will be able to shake Eagle Valley's position. No, it's more than 30% of the country. Janice's sneer grew grimmer. Situzu, king of Chuandong, had a daughter, the eldest princess Situi. That's a beauty known far and wide. How many kingdoms coveted the power of Chuandong, while the heirs coveted such a famous woman without being able to do so? Even the three princes of the Eagle Valley Empire had been salivating for a long time. If I can accomplish this two birds with one stone this time, my promotion to the position of chief mage of the Eagle Valley will be just around the corner. Thinking of this, Janice could not hide the exuberance in his heart and let out a loud laugh. Yet just then, Lord Janice, it's not good. The posted sentry suddenly kicked open the door and burst into the room without regard for decorum. The face of Janice, who had been interrupted in his fantasy, was suddenly thick with displeasure. However, seeing the sentry kick the lock of the door in a hurry, I thought there must be something big, so I held back for the time being, huffing and puffing and asking, "What's the mess? Speak!" The agile sentry gasped for air and shouted, "The city scouts have just sent word that Chuandong's chief mage, Jin Gu, has returned." "What did you say?" Janice was instantly struck by lightning. Impossible. He's been trapped in the dungeon for more than half a month without any news. How could he possibly come back at this time? It's true, it's on the streets right now, and the people of Cotton are welcoming him. And. The sentry's lust for words annoyed Janice. Come on, and what? And I've heard that he's also tamed two of the dungeon's magical beasts, one of which, it seems, is still a dragon. What? Half an hour ago. Boom. Landing dozens of times the speed of sound, it was clear that enough cushioning had been done, but it blew a large crater more than 10 meters wide in the grassland. Woohoo, so cool, meow. The cat is alive and well as soon as it hits the ground north and south. It was the same as a cat or dog enjoying lying on the car window to eat the wind. Jing Qian's high-speed flight was just a fun ride for her. But Ginger is a different story. As soon as Ginger landed on the ground, he rubbed his wind-blown face expressionlessly. He looked at Zhang Qian and stared for a while, as if he wanted to say something, and Zhang Qian waited patiently for him to say it. As a result, when he opened his mouth, vom! Vomit clattered like a waterfall along his chin. Hey, don't look at my face and throw up, okay? Is my face that disgusting? Ginger spit out her bile. He deliriously covered his stomach and said, despicable people are not good at flying. Vomit. Words my footwear for the elderly gone where? He vomited for a long time, which made him feel better, raised his head, looked at Zhang Qian, and was about to say something. Vom. He threw up again. Zhang Qian. If you look me in the face and spit it out again, I swear I'll punch your head so hard it shrinks into your pants. Ginger threw up for a while, and only then did his face recover a bit. He said, Lord Chargebearer, are you sure you want to enter the king's city as my tamed magical beast? That wouldn't be very good, would it? I remember you can be invisible. Stealth was the Candle Dragon Emperor's natural skill, and it was at a very high level, so it was absolutely impossible for a human's ability to discover Zhang Qian in a state of stealth. However, Zhang Qian still shook his head. Who else knows I exist if I'm invisible? Being invisible for the rest of my life? Being known as my true form, the humans all think I'm a magical beast you've tamed, and the humans won't be afraid when they see me. Zhang Qian still had concerns. Although Zhang Qian would live in a human image after completing the mission, it didn't mean that his real body wouldn't be needed. Transformation suppresses 90% of combat power and disables all passive skills, just in case you ever meet an opponent who needs to be handled at full strength. At least until it takes form, it is important that humans know the image of their true form and that they will not make enemies of themselves. On the sidelines, the cat, north and south, heard this and muttered, wouldn't it be better to kill all the scared humans? Zhang Qian gave her a look. Although the cat's northern and southern ranks are high, they are not of sufficient class, so their spirituality is slightly inferior, and it is understandable that they have such thoughts. Zheng Qian patiently explained to her, the biggest benefit of leaving the dungeon is being able to enjoy peace and human prosperity. What's the point of leaving the dungeon if you still kill and kill all day after leaving it? It's better to stay in the dungeon forever. Oh. Although he couldn't understand what Zheng Qian was saying, the cat Nan 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 still muttered and nodded in agreement. What the dog says is right, listen to the dog. Although it was difficult to grow in the spirituality of the north and south of the cat, the trust in Zheng Qian that had been cultivated was unrivaled. It seems like that's where it is. Everyone be careful, the explosions are loud, maybe it's a wild magical beast that ran out from the nearby magical beast forest. All hands, battle ready. Not far away, the sound of the King City's patrolling soldiers was heard. Zheng Qian knew that the time had come for his first foray into the human world. Advanced alchemy. Use alchemy to refine the metals in the earth to make a chain to attach to your collar. Zheng Qian handed the chains to Ginger. Take it, it's not necessary, but having a chain gives civilians a bit of peace of mind and makes you look bossy. But first things first, if you try to drag me and the cat north and south like a dog, I promise I'll punch you so hard you'll spew out your overnight meal. Ginger's face went white when she heard that. Cowering, he took the chains and respectfully said, yes. Lord Charging Treasure, I promise that the Chuandong Kingdom will definitely satisfy you. Okay. 53, why are you still alive? What did you say? The teacher is back? In the empty martial arts dojo, the waking bamboo struck a crisp click. Zhao Aotian's excited roar shook the room's windows and made them tremble vaguely. The apprentices, kneeling before them, wept with joy for a moment. The eldest disciple in the very center said excitedly, Master War King, there can be no mistake. I just saw it. Master Gong, he's really back. Right now, he's on the street, leading 2 domesticated magical beasts, heading this way to the palace. Previously, as a human, the invincible Zhao Aotian once thought that there was nothing in this world that he couldn't solve. It wasn't until half a month ago that he encountered the dragon-shaped magical beast in the dungeon. Zhao Aotian's worldview was completely turned upside down. The strength and skills that he was so proud of had all become a joke in front of that magical beast. In this half-month, Zhao Aotian had been in pain and remorse. It turned out that as a human he was so weak. If I had known that demonic beast was so strong, I shouldn't have challenged it. And for that, the loss of Master Ginger. This guilt had been tormenting Zhao Aotian. When he thought about what kind of inhuman torture his master would actually suffer in the dungeon, Zhao Aotian's heart ached as if it had been crushed. It's all my fault. I must avenge my master's death. Half a month of frantic training had caused Zhao Aotian, who was supposed to be at the human limit, to break through another 2 levels. 2 levels. When the appraiser told Zhao Aotian about the result, Zhao Aotian was shocked. This was a result that could only be achieved by an ordinary person training hard for half a year, and for a human like him who had reached the limit, normally 10 years of ascending 1 level would not be considered slow. Has God not abandoned me? Good. The next time I see that demonic beast, I will make it pay for its blood. And nowadays. Hearing the news that his master had returned alive, Zhao Aotian had an incredibly complicated mood for a moment. A long time of grief turned into joy. At this moment, Zhao Aotian cried tears of joy. God, really favored me. Take me now. On this day, the news of Ginger's return spread with the speed of light throughout the entire King City. Even King Situzu jumped up from the dragon spoils in shock. The explosive news of the chief mage's return from being trapped in a dungeon instantly spread throughout the entire Chuandong Kingdom. In the past, people have come back alive from being trapped in dungeons, but that was mostly on level 1 or 0, and they were all rescued. Being trapped in a dungeon and coming out alive on your own. It's safe to say that since humans started exploring dungeons, this kind of thing has never happened before. Walking down the street. Both sides of the road were filled with onlookers. Protected by 2 rows of a dozen elite guards on the left and right, Jinger waved to the people on both sides with the brand new walking stick Zheng Qian had made for him on his column. Cat Nan Nan and Zheng Qian were in the back, being led forward by Ginger. Look, that's the magical beast tamed by Mage Ginger. I've only heard of taming forest beasts before, and Mage Ginger is the pride of the kingdom. To be able to hold a dungeon wraith as a pet in your hand is worthy of being a Ginger mage. Dad, I want to be as powerful as Mage Ginger in the future. Holding it in your hand? Ginger greeted the people in all their splendor on the surface, but in his heart he was already scared out of his wits. Where is he holding Zhang Qian and the cat north and south in his hands? It's obvious that the two of them are walking people, except they're trying to save time by putting the rope around their necks. Target, human LV5. Subject, human LV4. Subject, human LV6. Zhang Qian secretly surveyed these civilians with truth. Well, a bunch of scum with an average combat strength of 5. Although it was tempting to say so, considering that he was human at heart, Zhang Qian threw the idea out of his mind. Until the end of the main road, Zhang Qian saw the king of this country. A lanky man dressed in brocade, estimated to be about 50 or 60 years old, with shoulder-length granny gray hair. That's the king? That's the one who wants me to help him with the threat? Zhang Qian sized up the aged king named Situzu. Situzu's cloudy eyes were permeated with a layer of water mist, waiting excitedly for Ginger's arrival on the palace steps. Mage, you're back. This king is sorry for you. Inside the palace. The group of ministers stood on either side and acted as a backdrop. On the red carpet, Ginger knelt on the ground. The old minister was late in resuming his orders. Please atone for his sins, your majesty. Situzu sat on top of the throne, his face not as disheveled as usual. What is the offense of Archmage Ginge? Quickly please rise. Ginger stood up. Scanning around, General Long was nowhere to be seen. Credit STH. But then, looking again, Zhao Aotian stood beside the king in his silver battle armor, taking General Long's place, and only then did Ginger let go of his heart. It seems his apprentice is fine. And Zhao Aotian now saw Ginger. If it wasn't in front of his majesty, he would have long since been unable to hold back the excitement in his heart. The teacher is really alive. And that aura. Though Ginger, as a mage, was very good at controlling her magical elements. However, Zhao Aotian clearly felt that the aura on his body was completely different from previous days. Something had changed radically in Mr. Ginger, and although he couldn't feel it exactly, he was clearly stronger than before. Thinking of this, Zhao Aotian couldn't help but clench his fists. What exactly does a teacher of a certain age go through in a dungeon? It's all my fault. That damned beast, I'll break him into pieces the next time I see him. On the other hand, Ginger scanned the room, only to find the last person he wanted to see. Dressed in a gorgeous nobleman's costume, he had a long face and thin eyes, with a gaze like a knife. The blonde man, of course, Ginger recognized. Leader Archmage of the Eagle Valley Imperial Mage Corps, Janus. It was also Ginger's fellow student. Unlike Ginger, who took the orthodox mage route, specializing in auxiliary magic. The combat power itself is not strong, but it can rely on powerful supporting magic to raise the overall combat power of the army by a notch. And Janus Swordsman specializes in attack magic, which doesn't boost team fighting power, but can be a powerful output if there's an army or a powerful martial arts warrior as a meat shield. His line of practice is illogical. Wraiths were physically stronger than humans, and if humans wanted to defeat the Wraiths, they would need a long period of exercise, and it would take at least 18 years to cultivate a warrior, whereas with the Wraiths, it might only take a year and a half. And even then, humans had limits. No matter how much they exercised, it was ultimately impossible to match the magical beasts. That's why every fighter is very valuable. The point of the mage's existence was to allow the warrior to surpass the limits of humans for a short period of time to defeat the stronger than human magical beasts. At the same time, the lives of these valuable fighters should be preserved and their risks reduced. And a mage who only outputs loses the point of fighting in a team. At the same time, focusing only on output and making the warrior a meat shield is typically irresponsible for the warrior's life. It is a tactic of exhaustion to seek only faster and more battle results. At the same time, Janus developed the dark magic of prolonging life and maintaining youth by drinking the blood of a child's heart. Even attempted to develop magic that could make tamed magical beasts of others go into seizures. This makes the already evil path of Janus even more unacceptable to the public. So, Janus couldn't make it in Kawahigashi and later went to the imperialist Eagle Valley Empire. What's he doing here? Ginger was a little puzzled, and a little foreboding. And Janus's sighed. Janus's entire body cracked up when she saw Ginger actually appear inside the palace. The old bastard's still alive? This is troublesome. The presence or absence of General Long is not a big problem, to be frank, it is only a quasi-battle king level martial monk. This Ginger is one of the world's leading mages. His presence can triple or quadruple the fighting power of an army. It can be said that Chuan Dong can do anything without anyone, but not without Ginger. Now that Ginger is not dead, Eagle Valley has lost its ability to threaten Chuan Dong by force. Janice hated it. Why aren't you dead? Why did you get out alive after being trapped in a dungeon? But thinking about it, Janice still arched his hand politely on the surface and said, Mage Ginger, congratulations, I thought that something bad has happened to me, and I specially came to your Chuan Dong to find the king to inquire about this matter, and now that you have returned safely, I am relieved. Janice even made a point of squeezing a couple of tears out of her eyes. Ginger laughed brightly, nowhere, it was a fluke. Huh, a fluke? I think you escaped the dungeon because you were lucky enough to tame two powerful magical beasts, right? Janice mentally snorted. There was a success rate for taming magic, and this magic was able to tame magical beasts of a higher level than itself. There's only a slight failure rate. The higher the level of the magical beast, the higher the failure rate of taming magic. Theoretically, it was possible for a LV-10 magician to tame the final boss of the dungeon. Except that the probability is astronomically low, and practically speaking, assuming that all of humanity learns all of the magic and then tries it over one by one, the basic result would also be that all of humanity fails. However, taming a double-digit ranked powerful magical beast, with Ginger's rank, it was indeed possible if he let go. A poisonous plan was born in Janice's mind. 54. Janice's ploy. Senior brother Ginger, I heard that you left the dungeon this time and brought two tamed magical beasts with you, right? Janice spewed out the question in a conspiratorial manner. The atmosphere of the scene instantly bananas burned. This was also the main concern of Situzu and Zhao Aotian. Ginger told the guards that it was the fortunate capture of two wraiths that had gotten away with it. The wizards can tame magical beasts and make mounts for warriors and martial monks. But taming a magical beast of a higher level than your own was difficult as hell. Everyone was curious as to what kind of magical beast Ginger had tamed to help him escape the dungeon. Who knew that Ginger's whole body trembled, as if she was afraid of something? After a long time, he looked as if he had made up his mind. Please don't be afraid, Your Majesty, I'll let them come over here. Ha, joke. Janice laughed arrogantly, how strong of a magical beast can make the king of a country afraid? Senior brother, don't fool anyone. Ginger didn't say anything. He and Janice were not on good terms to begin with, and it was to be expected that he would be out and out provoked. With that, Ginger turned back and beckoned. Outside the door, listening to all the long waiting for a long time Zheng Qian which took the cat north and south, stepped into the palace. In a flash, the courtiers in the palace were in an uproar. This is the dragon? The other one I know, the mutant cat again, has actually taken human form, it's at least a level 70 magical beast. Protect the Emperor. Protect His Majesty. Zheng Qian and Cat Nanbei stepped into the palace, triggering a commotion among the ministers. The guards inside the palace even directly drew their war swords. The moment Zhao Aotian saw Zheng Qian, the cold hairs on his entire body stood up. If he hadn't needed to restrain himself in front of His Majesty, he would have drawn his sword long ago. Silence. The seemingly depressed Situzu let out a stern cry, and the entire room was instantly silent. He vociferously reached out and pointed at the group of ministers, lesser seen, you bunch of high and mighty civil ministers who have never been down to the dungeon. When they send young people down to the dungeon in their day, aren't they all impassioned and mouthy about how they envy them for being the guiding light of mankind? Now what? Shrinking your eggs at the sight of a mere two magical beasts? The ministers all shrank like quails, where else would they dare to speak? Zheng Qian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this scene. Oh? This emperor has some backbone. Max dragon perception is amazing. With such a close distance, Zheng Qian was even able to see the restless heart in the chest of this emperor named Situzu. He was scared too. However, it held its whole body muscles tight and forced down the fear with hard willpower. Unruffled and steady as a mountain in the face of danger, he was indeed a qualified king in terms of heart. Look again next to the emperor. It's a young man. Zheng Qian usually didn't try to memorize the looks of the weaker person, he just felt that it looked a bit familiar, but couldn't recall it for a while. Why does he keep staring at me? Can't figure it out. Zheng Qian is also lazy to think about it, just keep looking around. Where is my lovely 100 unlock point? As soon as Zhao Aotian saw Zheng Qian, the blood in his entire body swelled. This is, that magic beast at that time? No, unlike. Although they were both dragons, the difference in appearance was too great, and the sense of menace they exuded was low. But why was the sense so familiar? Zhao Aotian's hand tightly squeezed the hilt of the sword at his waist, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the dragon-shaped magical beast that came in with a golden grail. And at this point, Janice had been dumbfounded. Dragons? Morphing cats again? No. No way. Identification. Janice hastened to launch the appraisal surreptitiously. Subject, Small Dragon LV-77. Subject, Mutant Cat LV-84. Nearly level 80 magical beasts? And still 2 of them? Ginger is just my untalented senior brother, why was he able to tame such a strong magical beast? At Ginger's LV-44 level, the success rate of taming a level 80 magical beast with taming magic was around 0.5%. Taming 2 at the same time, the probability is no different from winning the lottery jackpot. Ha 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 ha. But no problem. After a brief moment of panic, Janice's heart raced. This is a super powerful magical beast that can defeat 1,000 with 1 or 2. My dark magic, curb stomp domestication, can take away 100% of the control of a domesticated magical beast. As long as you are a domesticated magical beast, you will definitely be controlled and become my magical beast when you are hit by my magic. 2 level 80 magical beasts. It's already a monster big enough to destroy a country. At the thought, Janice had stifled a maniacal laugh. Chuan-tung, you're finished. Janice had already dished out the whole plan. Situzu glanced at him in revulsion. In the way he is the messenger of the Eagle Valley, nowadays Chuan-dong is not as good as the Eagle Valley, it is not good to start a conflict, so we just let him go crazy. Zheng Qian also discovered this person's cerebral palsy behavior. I don't know why, the whole palace, who all look at Can, only this Jenny's, Zheng Qian from the physical on him have a share of antipathy. Mage Ginger, is this the magical beast you tamed? Situzu's voice was like a bell, and his tone had a neutral tone that was as loud as it was near and far. Ginger bowed his head, back, to your majesty, yes. Situzu nodded, can you demonstrate for this king? This question instantly made Ginger panic. Where did he tame Zheng Qian? It was clearly Zheng Qian who tamed him. Demo? How? Jingo had already seen Zheng Qian's power countless times, how could he dare to give orders to Zheng Qian? This. Jingo was flustered to the extreme, he turned back and said to Zheng Qian in a small, timid voice, Charge, Lord Charge-bearer, can you give a face? Zheng Qian's cheeks twitched impatiently. He scanned the entire court of ministers, and finally turned his gaze to Situzu on the throne and opened his mouth. What? Still want me to give you a square dance? SH. Situzu was instantly shocked. The group of ministers who had only just settled down once again erupted into a riot. Mouth spitting? A super superior magical beast? My God. My God. Protect the Emperor. Protect His Majesty. Situzu didn't drink back the group of ministers this time, because he was also greatly shocked. A magical beast that spat out human words, this was something that could only be done by a magical beast whose class was super superior. You can talk? Situzu asked cautiously. Is it rare? Zheng Qian asked rhetorically. Situzu drew in a breath of cool air, sure can talk. Super superior magical beasts were something to be desired. Not only are they strong, but they are growing faster and growing more efficiently than you can imagine. This meant that the beast had unlimited potential. Generally, super superior magical beasts only appeared after the 4th floor of the dungeon. Because the spirit is developed and understands the tendency to avoid harm, so even if the human encountered, most of them are adult, it is impossible to tame. Taming an ultra-superior magical beast would mean that this country would henceforth be on top of the world. In the past, there had been a country that had once tamed a super-superior magical beast and ended up becoming the strongest in the world. All of humanity, almost all of it, is enslaved by this country. Later on, this nation, out of greed, intended to get its hands on the throne of the gods before it finally angered the gods, causing them to come down and destroy the nation. Unexpectedly, Ginger had actually done it, taming an immature super-superior magical beast. Chuandong is saved, and the Eagle Valley Empire can no longer get its hands on our country. Situzu was overjoyed in his heart. However, countering taming. Just then, Janice, who had been standing nearby, suddenly moved. His entire body glowed with dark purple demonic veins as he blasted Zheng Qian and the cat north and south with a single strike. Sh. This sudden change caused the entire crowd of ministers to be in an uproar. Situzu's heart, which had just been put down, snapped up. Janice, what are you doing? Zhao Aotian was furious and protected in front of Situzu. Ginger turned back in a hurry. However, he saw that behind him, the cat's north and south and Zheng Qian's body had been enveloped in purple haze like magic elements. This is... Ginger's face changed dramatically. Seeing a hit, Janice laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Ginger, thank you for bringing such a strong magical beast to me. From today onwards, the Eagle Valley Empire will have 2 super superior magical beasts. Sh. It was then that Ginger realized something big was wrong. Does that mean, it can't be? Didn't you not finish developing that magic? Expelled from the ivory tower, you simply don't have enough resources to finish that magic. It was done a long time ago. Janice laughed out loud. If I had said that I was actually done with research and development, the ivory tower would not have let me leave alive. Do you think I'm stupid? Curb stomp domestication, a magic that can turn 100% of someone else's domesticated magical beasts into your own. These 2 magical beasts, they're already mine. Today, the land of Chuandong will be owned by Eagle Valley. No, I don't have to obey Eagle Valley anymore. I will be king of this world. 55. Human beings in the district. The Ivory Tower, a mysterious and neutral organization in the human world, founded by the 3 elders of the mountain, is the pinnacle of human magic. Only countries recognized as powerful by the Ivory Tower can the king get in touch with the Ivory Tower. The biggest influence of the Ivory Tower in the human world is to send chief mages to countries all over the world, and each country has to pay the cultivation fee to the Ivory Tower on a regular basis. In short, it's a breeding ground for cutting-edge talent. Back in the day, Ginger and Janice were studying together at the pinnacle of human magic, the Ivory Tower. But then, it was discovered in the Ivory Tower that the consumption of congealed gold was not right for the account. A quick check reveals that it was Janice who stole the congealed gold to develop a type of magic called curb stomp domestication. This kind of magic doesn't tame magical beasts. Instead, they are able to seize control of already domesticated magical beasts. It was important to know that behind every powerful magical beast that had been domesticated were the lives of thousands of warriors, the most valuable asset. This kind of magic, it's not allowed to be taboo. Ben was already in a bad way because of the saber-rattling Janice. Now exposed to developing this kind of magic, it's even more of a crime. Seeing that he had not yet completed it, the 3 old men of the mountain, mindful of the love between master and disciple, did not kill him, but expelled him from the Ivory Tower after branding him as a renegade magician, cutting off his future. However, it was not expected. Janice was actually accepted into the world's most powerful hegemonic nation, the Valley of the Eagle. What's more, he didn't realize that he'd actually completed the curb stomp domestication and had just been hiding it as a killer. Janice, you. Jinga stormed out. Back then, Master didn't kill you. How dare you not think of repentance, but also aggravated, in my Chuandong Palace to do this kind of thing. Chuandong Palace? Poof. Janice laughed out loud. It's about to become my palace. Master, what's the point of wasting words with him? Seeing this, Zhao Aotian didn't hesitate any longer and took a step out to prepare to make his move. Seeing this, Janice laughed even more disdainfully. Strongest battle king, I'd like to see you, whether or not you can beat 2 level 80 magical beasts. After saying that, Janice shouted at Zheng Qian and Cat Nan Nan, do it. Kill Zhao Aotian and Jin Gu. A command. Zheng Qian and Cat Nan Nan Bei, who were enveloped by the purple haze gas, raised their heads. The entire crowd of ministers were frightened and scattered in all directions. The entire palace, in the blink of an eye, there were only a few left in the north and south of Jingu, Situzu, Zhao Aotian, Jenny's and Zheng Qian Cat. It's ironic. These say that loyalty to the country, eating imperial food, each full of oil in the belly of the civil ministers, in the critical moment, actually one did not stay. Seeing this, Zhao Aotian hurriedly stopped and stood in a strict position. These were 2 level 80 super superior magical beasts. Even if he was the strongest battle king, he was powerless to deal with it. Seeing Zhao Aotian's face showing a difficult expression, Janice was even more pleased with his move and laughed loudly and maniacally. When I take Kawahigashi, the whole world will be next. Finally, there are the 3 old men in the mountains. I'm the man of the world. Hands on. Ha 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 ha. Ah. However, just when the crowd thought there was nothing to be done, suddenly, Janice's laughter came to a screeching halt. A dragon's claw, as if moving in an instant, strangled its throat. "Oh, looks like you're my 100 unlock point?" The crowd was alarmed. "Fix your eyes on it." Only to see that Zhang Qian actually didn't know when, instantly shifted dozens of meters, came to Janice, choked his neck, and lifted his feet off the ground. How is that possible? Janice instantly seemed to fall from heaven to hell. He looked at the dragon-shaped magical beast in front of him in horror. His height grew from 80 centimeters to 3 meters tall in the blink of an eye, and 3 pairs of wings sprouted from his back. You. The massive pressure instantly made Janice feel suffocated. What's this? No, more than that, he couldn't figure it out. Wasn't it tamed by my curative? Why won't it listen to my orders? You mean this? Zhang Qian frowned slightly. The purple haze that enveloped his entire body was instantly dispersed. Pediatrics. Zhang Qian said indifferently, I was going to say it just now, where's Hanamaha? Laughing like a retard. Are all humans in this world retarded? That's not possible. Janice couldn't figure it out. He struggled to fold his eyes, noticing that the other cat was again not impressed either. Standing still, looking at himself with eyes like a retard. Difficult, is it? It was at this moment that Janice realized that big trouble was on the horizon. You weren't domesticated by Ginger? Did I mention I was domesticated by Ginger? Zhang Qian came closer to him and said, I wasn't domesticated by Ginger, it was Ginger that was domesticated by me. Wraiths domesticating humans? At this moment, not only Janice, but even Situzu drew in a breath of cold air. On the side, Zhao Aotian, who was watching all of this, was even already shaking like a sieve, his face bloodless. That's it. There can be no mistake. That's it. Though the outward appearance changes, the scent does not. Zhao Aotian recognized it. This dragon was the same miniature ice dragon that had easily crushed himself in the first place. But the power is no longer the same. If anything, back then, Zhao Aotian had only miscalculated Zhang Qian's power before he dared to issue a challenge. Then today's Zhang Qian was in existence that he didn't even dare to have the heart to challenge. Demon God. Using these 2 words to describe Zhang Qian in Zhao Aotian's eyes was not too much. Half a month's effort and 2 levels up. Zhao Aotian, who was still somewhat complacent, completely despaired at this moment. Zhang Qian of course noticed his eyes and remembered who Zhao Aotian was. Aang, you're the strongest human that day. Oddly pathetic, the dragon might released from my side isn't even at LV2 level yet, and it's scaring me like this. No way. Meanwhile, just as Zhang Qian was distracted looking at Zhao Aotian, Janice moved. Pseudo-canonical dragon's whistle. Boom. A blazing fire blasted at Zhang Qian's face. It was so powerful that it even shattered the ceiling. HP 0. Zhang Qian did not pay attention, but was actually choked by the smoke for a moment. HP 1. It was this choking, the hand inadvertently loosening. That's when Janice had a chance to break free. Janice, whose neck had been pinched red, was now glaring at Zhang Qian with a wide-eyed expression. It can't be. There must be a mistake somewhere. I'm the world's #1 archmage Janice. How could I possibly not even be able to handle a trashy magical beast? The frantic Janice bellowed and unleashed her full body of magic. Since you can't be of use to me, you can go to hell. Janice held his hands up high. A large amount of magical power coalesced above his head to form a fireball that was 10 meters tall. The heat was so hot that the gold flakes that the palace had affixed to the walls began to melt. As if holding up a star, Janice let out a loud laugh. Let me show you my strongest attack magic. Pseudo-cannon forbidden spell Dragon's Breath of the Void. Oh? Zhang Qian was a bit surprised. To actually be able to mimic a candle dragon's dragon breath? Damn it, the power of this magic will move the palace flat. Seeing this, Jinger hurriedly shouted with his mind call, Lord Zhang Qian, quickly use your invincible magic to think of a solution. Die. Losing his mind, Janice had lost sight of the consequences as he bellowed and threw the fireball above his head. In the face of this strike that was enough to destroy 1/10 of a king city, a flash of loss crossed Zhang Qian's eyes. Boring. 2 short words. Zhang Qian moved. Reach out. It's a flick like shooing away a fly. Boom. The sizzling heat inside the palace was gone in the blink of an eye. The unstoppable fireball went up in smoke. No matter how much fear and consternation there was, it all turned into nothingness in front of absolute power at this moment. If Zheng Qian's untouchable power was the source of Janice's frenzy, then now, the power that Zheng Qian had displayed had hardened him and forced him back to his senses. Fire immunity triple maximum enhancement. Any fire attribute attack that touched Zheng Qian would turn into nothingness. How could this inferior counterfeit dragon breath hurt Zheng Qian in the slightest? How is it possible? My strongest magic, actually. Identification. The last vestiges of sanity caused Janice to unconsciously use identification. And when he saw the first line of Zheng Qian's real attributes, poof! Janice's pants were quickly soaked through, and an unpleasantly foul odor spread through the palace. Janice, incontinence. Subject, Candle Dragon Emperor LV? Full attributes, all 3 big question marks. This kind of data with only question marks only appears on the final boss of the dungeon. And it was common knowledge that the boss of the Chuandong dungeon was Leviathan. This meant that the magical beast in front of him was a magical beast of the same level as Leviathan, or even stronger. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Janice laughed once more. Only this time, it's no longer about getting carried away. Rather, it's complete insanity. A second before going insane, he caught the sympathetic sight of Ginger. So it is. You didn't escape the dungeon, but... Snap. Extending the dragon's claw, he snapped his thumb around his middle finger and flicked it. Janice was ejected like a cannonball on the spot. The walls of the palace crashed through, and Janice just turned into a bloody meteor in the sky, screaming miserably as he flew off to who knows where? Pieces of heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys also landed on the roofs of many homes in the imperial city, causing countless sounds of vomiting. Against this kind of person, Zheng Qian had no interest in even making a move. Notice, side quest completed, 100 unlock points credited, current unlock points 1205. That's it? Ha! Wow, 100 unlock points for dealing with this mongrel? This unlocking point is as good as a freebie. Only. Turn back around. There was only a chat about a few people in the huge palace. Zhao Aotian looked at himself angrily like a cat with fried fur, but he didn't dare to make a move. Situzu was staring at himself with complicated eyes, wanting to say something. Ginger, on the other hand, was so full of adoration that she wanted to fall to her knees. The cat, north and south, was lying on the ground like a cat, tidying his tail. Zheng Qian turned his gaze towards Situzu and Zhao Aotian. It seems that it's impossible to hide it. Zheng Qian sighed. Looks like those 100 unlock points weren't for nothing. Killing Janice is easy, the hard part is how to deal with the relationships afterward. If you don't handle it well, you'll be an enemy of all mankind. With Zheng Qian's strength, the entire human race together, Zheng Qian is not in his eyes. But then, killing yourself out of the dungeon and the peaceful life you've managed to get would be scrapped. When you think about it this way, those 100 unlock points aren't all that great. I see. Was that expected? Truth. Zheng Qian strongly suspected that the truth was not a system or a skill, but that there was some smart person behind it who was commanding it remotely. What, exactly are you? What do you want to do to our Chuandong kingdom? After a long period of silence, Situzu, upholding his responsibility as a king, opened his mouth to Zheng Qian and asked him a question. Zheng Qian thought about it and laughed. I want to make a dirty deal with you. 56. Living in the human realm. Zheng Qian told Situzu and Zhao Aotian about the underground city. Including, for that matter, the fact that he's already punched through the dungeon and killed Leviathan. As well as the fact that he was the same dragon that had struck down 3,000 generals more than half a month ago. Of course, this matter of Jinger being tamed, Zheng Qian covered it up with a new lie for the future, saying that it was purely for the sake of pretending, and that he was with Jinger only for the buff she could provide. The two men were so shocked to hear this that they could no longer speak. In that case, the secret treasure of the dungeon has been. What Situzu was most concerned about was this. Zheng Qian said, there are no secret treasures in the dungeon at all, there's nothing on the 5th floor, if there is, it's probably Leviathan's divine core, but that's already mine too. Well. Learning everything, instead of being excited or sorry, Situzu became relaxed. Zheng Qian was a bit strange, haven't humans always wanted to get through the dungeons? You don't seem to think it's a pity. Situzu, however, laughed bitterly. Yes, we humans have been trying to raid the dungeon. But since the dungeon appeared 300 years ago, it had never succeeded, and there had never been any harvests, and if there had been any, it was at best a few divine cores. Instead, it has been a crusade that has cost countless warriors their lives over and over again. This king has actually been thinking since he ascended the throne, why are we raiding the dungeon? What did we gain by sending so many young people down to the dungeon? Now well, since the dungeon had been pierced, there was no need to send the youngsters down there again. The king, on the contrary, feels relaxed. Yeah, well, it's good if you think about it. Zhang Qian nuzzled his mouth, unimpressed. It was indeed good that Situzu, as a king, was able to be deeply righteous and save Zhang Qian a lot of trouble. However, right at this moment, Zhao Aotian couldn't help himself. What do you want to do in the human world, in our country? Zhang Qian glanced at him silently. I want to live in peace. A peaceful life? Zhao Aotian was in disbelief. Zhang Qian said, since I was born in the dungeon, killing and killing all day long, I have long been tired of it, but I have no choice, because in the dungeon, if you don't kill, others will kill you. Those were the days of fear and trepidation. But now that I've penetrated the dungeon, things are different. I didn't have a choice before, now, I just want to live a carefree life. Zhao Aotian was stunned and his expression became terrified. Do you want to? Zheng Chen nodded his head. When I came over with Jin Gu just now, I swept the entire city with my perception, and the population within the king's city totaled 500,000. Commerce is well developed, the people live in peace, most of the people are in a good mood, and the number of beggars is less than 100. There wasn't much blood in the alleys, and there were only 600 people recuperating from man-made trauma in the whole city, which meant that security was good. I quite like it here. I'll take human form and hide in the human world and live the peaceful life I want. Are you kidding me? Zhao Aotian was furious. Water mist steamed out of his eyes as he drew his sword, pointing it at Zhang Qian with grief and anger, and shouted sternly, you killed 3,000 of us. 3,000 young men. Now you're shamelessly saying that we're good in Xuandong and want to live a carefree life here? Are you kidding me? Facing Zhao Aotian's duty, Zhang Qian indifferently did not even move his expression. After a long time, Zhang Qian spoke quietly. Didn't you get them killed? As soon as these words came out, the sharp sword in Zhao Aotian's hand violently trembled. Zhang Qian said, they are soldiers and their lives are in your hands. I wasn't interested in tangling with you at that time, but you were the one who was bent on being self-righteous and coming to challenge me. That being the case, victory and defeat is a matter of course for soldiers. You lose, your soldiers die. To say who got them killed, it's you as a general who made a bad decision. Blame me? What do you blame me for? That I didn't stand and let you kill me? It was because I killed 3,000 of you and leveled up quite a bit that I was able to level up enough to challenge Leviathan in such a short period of time. I miss this love, that's why I'm the first to consider living in your Xuandong, because as long as I'm around, nothing in this world can threaten this country. Zhao Aotian was already furious when he heard this. Where did he listen to Zheng Qian's words? Waving his long sword, Zhao Aotian instantly opened the critical breakthrough and chopped at Zheng Qian with a full-force sword. Yet just then, a dark shadow flashed. Clank. The new holy sword chopped at the crystal staff and burst into dazzling sparks. Zhao Aotian was shocked. The one who stopped him was no other than his master, Ginger. Ginger held his staff in one hand and blocked Zhao Aotian's full-force strike. Zhao Aotian was about to question, but Jinga spoke up, listen to Master's advice, and turn a war into a peace. Master, even you. That's enough, Aoti, stand down. At that moment, Situzu, who had been watching from the sidelines, spoke up. But? Stand down. Zhao Aotian still had disobedience, but in the end, he had to obey the king's order and withdrew his sword. Seeing him put away his sword, Situzu's heart hanging in mid-air also settled down. Because as a bystander, he sees clearly. The moment Zhao Aotian drew his sword, Zheng Qian's claws reached out, and they glowed with a vague purple light. If Ginger hadn't blocked it, I'm afraid. Situzu gathered his courage in order to take a step in front of Zheng Qian. Raising his head to look up, the oppressive feeling forced a cold sweat all over Situzu's body. But even so, he still gritted his teeth and stood in front of Zheng Qian by carrying the huge pressure. Oh? Zheng Qian was interested in this king. He purposely suppressed his intimidation further. Situzu's face then looked a little better. He spoke, "Oh dragon, the king has only one question. Say. You are a magical beast, we are humans, and you want to live a peaceful life in the king's country, and if that wish is sincere, it would be an honor for us in Cotto to receive your shelter. But precisely because you are a magical beast and we are humans, how can this king trust you? After all, there are 10 million people within Chuandong, and the king's city alone has 500,000. If you plot against the people, will this king not be leading the wolves into the house? Zheng Qian smiled and only returned a sentence. If I were plotting against you, would I have to beat around the bush? When these words came out, Situzu's entire body trembled. Immediately, he understood Zheng Qian's meaning. If I were plotting against you, I wouldn't need to beat around the bush with you, nor would I need to play any schemes with you, nor would I need to meet with you. If I were to kill you this second, you wouldn't survive the next. I'm not telling you this much to ask for your permission, but I'm simply informing you that I'm going to move into the Chuandong King's city. As for the trust issue, believe it or not. By this point, Situzu had completely understood what kind of existence Zheng Qian was. He organized his words and spoke, if Chuandong is in danger, will you really shelter us? Zheng Qian replied, as long as I still like living in Chuandong, as long as someone destroys my peaceful life, I will strike. Well. Yes. Zheng Qian said, turned around, and led the cat north and south towards the outside of the palace. I'll morph into a human and live my life in the folklore, so don't come looking for me, and don't bother me, and I'll take the initiative to show up if there's anything going on. The explanation to the public, I think it's pretty simple, right? The Xingwa demon beast can't just show itself to the people, only Jinger can see it or something like that. Specifically, just leave it to Jinger. If it's really urgent, have Ginger find me. After saying that, Zheng Qian opened the spatial transfer and took the cat north and south to leave the palace. The plot of the Human World chapter has officially begun. 57. The Adventurers Guild. The humanoid Zheng Qian maintained the appearance of his previous life, an ordinary, 20-year-old youth with no features at all except for his lower body features. Sure enough, when it comes to human form, it's best to look like your former self. Not handsome, not characteristic, a popular face, running to the vegetable market to wear a pair of flip-flops, it is no different from a poor man. Used to hide his presence, this look-alike from his previous life couldn't have been more appropriate. Wait, why do I suddenly feel like my heart hurts? And cats north and south are a lot easier. The cat's ears go towards the top of the head and the fur behind the ears fits perfectly with the hair. Tail coiled up and hidden in the skirt. Then Zheng Qian used another concealment on her, changed her facial features and hair color, and basically there was no difference between her and an ordinary teenage girl. And what Zheng Qian needed to worry about was not at all the question of whether or not the storm was exposed. Rather, early spring days are still cool. However, when he came out of the land deed exchange and walked down the street, Zheng Qian's face was covered in cold sweat. There's no money. I'm a candle dragon emperor and I'm actually embarrassed by money? In his previous life, as a Chinese, and a Mordor man, Zheng Qian had an unimaginable obsession with houses. Think of a past life. Classmates and co-workers, moving to touch the demolition of the overnight wealth, and from now on, night and day. Each one of them is so rich that the men are groomed night after night and the women's shopping carts are cleared. Extravagant, paper-rich, spendthrift and corrupt. It's just so infuriating. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong, I'm not mad at this behavior. I'm mad that I can't get on board with it. Ah, no more tears will come out of my eyes. Never did he expect that Zheng Qian had only stepped into the human world on the first day and actually encountered the same problem again. Can't afford to buy a house. The copper, silver and gold coins of Kawarthas are exchanged at a ratio of 100 to 1. The purchasing power of one copper coin is almost equal to 10 cents. And Wancheng, as the capital of Chuandong, is densely populated and not a modern city with neighborhoods of a few floors, so the prices are ridiculously high. The price of any suite here starts at 10,000 gold coins. Zheng Qian wants a house in a first-tier city. This is the long-cherished wish of a Chinese. Zheng Qian glanced at the cat north and south beside him who was still licking his hands and combing his hair. Even if you don't want a room for yourself, you have to have a nest for your cat to sleep in with an open stomach, right? Moreover, the main reason why Zheng Qian wanted to earn money. And because of the truth. That day, coming out of the palace, Zheng Qian received a large string of mainline quests from Truth. Main Quest 1, accumulate 1,000 human gold coins using lawful means, reward, 50 unlock points. Main Quest 2, earn 5,000 human gold coins by legal means, reward, 100 unlock points. Main Quest 3, use lawful means to acquire a set of King City property, with an area of no less than 300 square meters, reward, 200 unlocking points. Main Mission 4. This mission is just nigh on outrageous. Look at the unlock point again. Oh, that's alright. Oops, that smells good. But then look at Truth's mission tip, hint, it is forbidden to use any means that goes against human law, and violating it will result in the mission failing and the reward being cancelled. Hint, meaningless killing is forbidden except when necessary when the mission is blocked, or when there are humans with obvious malice, and 100 unlock points will be deducted for each person who violates it. If you kill more than 20 people meaninglessly, the skill Truth Max will be permanently self-deleted. Hear that? The Truth has forbidden me to kill indiscriminately. Though I hadn't intended to kill people indiscriminately in the first place. Are you kidding me? I want to live in peace. I don't want to kill and maim all day, okay? Don't mention it. Besides, I am now better than all mankind, and if I cannot realize this long-cherished dream by regular means, that proves I'm an iron loser who can't afford to play. Only worthy to stay in the dungeon and live with the beast. Don't say there are truth limits. Even if the truth doesn't limit, my ego won't agree. As for work? It is true that the King City generally pays high wages, such as washing dishes, which pays 8 gold coins a month, and being a teahouse waitress, which pays 10 gold coins a month. But you're asking me, the Candlewick Emperor, to do the dishes? I'm washing Nima. It is impossible to work part-time, not in this lifetime. How long will it take to save up gold for this kind of work? In the end, Zheng Qian set his sights on a job that suited him well. Adventurer. Dungeons aren't the only ones with magical beasts. The forested wilderness of the human realm was also inhabited by magical beasts whose numbers far exceeded those of the dungeons. Therefore, every city has a corresponding adventurers guild. Adventurers take on a variety of dangerous jobs, which on the one hand also reaps high commissions, while at the same time honing their skills. The country, on the other hand, because of the adventurers, can use cheaper costs to ensure that the towns are not violated by the magical beasts from the surrounding magical beast forests, while still getting a stable and high-quality source of soldiers. When necessary, adventurers can be recruited into the army. It's a very reasonable and best of both worlds system. The crusade that adventurers engage in is extremely dangerous. Statistically, the first-year survival rate for new adventurers is only 15%. But again, high risk means high reward. A condensed gold-level adventurer may earn tens of thousands of gold coins in a single order. Even in the payoffs, the most precious treasure of the human realm would occasionally appear, congealed gold. What is congealed gold? Zheng Qian is not interested. Zheng Qian only wants to get a house first to finish his long-cherished wish. Adventurers, on the other hand, are literally tailor-made to work for their own money swipes. Push open the rather Western-style overhanging louvered doors. Zheng Qian arrived at this huge building that covered an area of 20 acres, the Adventurers Guild. When I entered, the large front room was filled with tables, 70 to 80% full. As far as the eye could see, there were either scantily clad female adventurers or big, burly men. Or they are drinking and rowing, or playing cards and asking for dice, in the style of a Western bar. Among them, a few tables near the doorway aisle saw Zheng Qian enter with an unfamiliar face. Or they looked up and down at the seemingly plain Zheng Qian, or blew a rogue whistle at the proudly built cat north and south. It's almost like a scene from a Japanese otherworldly light novel combined with a Western cowboy movie. Hello, how may I help you? The receptionist, who had picked a big booby girl, was friendly and asked Zheng Qian with a serviceable smile. Zheng Qian took a look at her chest and couldn't help but suck in a nosebleed. I'm tempted to ask her the price. The cat next to him, north and south, keenly captured where Zheng Qian's line of sight was, and a bit of gloom immediately appeared on his face. She borrowed her skirt to cover the sight of the people behind her, and reached out her claws from her fingertips to tickle the outside of Zheng Qian's thighs, quietly saying, "If you dare to look around again, cut you there into bacon meow." Zheng Qian. The vicious chill coming from his lower body scared Zheng Qian, and he hastily withdrew from the intoxication to reality. Ahem, we want to earn some money, I wonder if the guild has any suitable jobs for us? Hearing this, the receptionist laughed, so you're a newcomer adventurer? Welcome. New adventurers need to go to the appraisal house to appraise their level, and depending on their strength, they will be assigned to either black iron or bronze level. The higher the level, the more rewarding crusade orders you are allowed to take. Of course, no matter what your level is, you can only be assigned up to bronze at first, and at higher levels, you will need to do enough low-level quests to be allowed to advance. Follow me if you hear me. I see, if you want to be a high-level adventurer, you have to start at a low level? Also, if it weren't for that, no one would take the low-level quests. Very reasonable system. Although Zhang Qian was tempted to start directly from the highest level. But having said that, with this much power, if you can't mix it up in a reasonable way, then you deserve nothing more than to be in a dungeon. Humans have a human way of being. This is why the world of mankind has been able to remain peaceful. More than that, it's the biggest difference between humans and beasts. If you want to live in peace, you have to follow the rules, and if you don't, you can only make enemies everywhere. Depends on which one you prefer. Zhang Qian, who had been on edge in the dungeon every day for half a year, obviously chose the former. Just like that, following the large wave of receptionists, Zhang Qian and Kat Nan Nan entered the appraisal room. 58. Sex maniacs and beautiful women. Walking out of the appraisal room, holding the bronze waistplate in his hand, Zhang Qian wasn't too surprised. I didn't realize that you actually possessed such excellent qualities. With your strength, I believe that you will soon be able to advance to the ranks of senior adventurers. Next to her, the front desk lady excitedly looked at the data on the reverse side of Zhang Qian and the cat's north-south waistplate. These two newbie adventurers actually possessed a level comparable to that only of a secret silver level adventurer, LV30. By appraisal, I mean running to a small room and having it appraised by a wizard who can appraise magic. Then bronze or black iron belts are distributed according to the data identified. There are 8 levels of adventurers. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold, mountain bronze, secret silver, fine gold, and congealed gold. A belt buckle is an adventurer's belt tag, except for the highest level of condensed gold level, the other 7 levels, the material of the belt buckle represents the level of the adventurer. These belt buckles were infused with special magic, and the reverse side would automatically record the adventurer's specific data and battle results. Of course, how could this level of identification magic possibly recognize Zhang Qian, who had a magic resistance of over 100,000? LV30, this was the fraction Zhang Qian had arrived at based on the people he had killed in the second floor of the dungeon. However, it was obvious that Zhang Qian's estimation was wrong. LV30, in the human world, was already considered an elite among the elite. The average newbie adventurer's level is around LV15. LV30, the words came out. The adventurers at a few nearby tables instantly cast their puzzled eyes over. They looked Zhang Qian up and down, seemingly unable to understand why such a thin and weak man who was not well known would actually be LV30. There was no shortage of looks of all kinds, both malicious and kind. After that, Zhang Qian probably understood the rules of being an adventurer, and then he didn't stay much longer and went straight to the Kanban board. It was a 20-meter-long Kanban board divided into 8 zones, corresponding to the 8 levels of adventurers. The waiters then post parchment with various tasks on it in real time in each section, which is the hiring directive. If you want to pick it up, just tear out your hiring instructions and go to the front desk to register. Complete the assigned tasks and get paid accordingly. All additional resources gained from the quest belong to the adventurer. Very simple and easy to understand rules. Standing in the bronze zone, Zhang Qian, who was short of money, searched hard for the most suitable quests. It is not just about picking the one that pays well, but also about the possible gains in the mission. It was important to realize that the body parts of many magical beasts could be used to make medicine, or forge weapons. These things are worth a lot of money. Of course, don't even think about the god cores. For magical beasts below LV150, the divine core riot rate was only 1 in 15 billion, the probability was even lower than winning the lotto, it wasn't worth considering at all. Zhang Qian searched for a while and was very disappointed. The quests in the bronze and black iron zones are just killing poor people. One of the best quests to look at would be to crusade against the swarms of pseudo-demon moles in the nearby Wraith Forest. Gain 15 gold coins for a quantity of about 100. Even if you pop 10 rat teeth, the pseudo-magic mole is the most trashy paramagic beast, and its rat teeth are only 10 silver coins each. Moreover, the quality of the magical beasts in the wilderness is simply not comparable to the ones in Dungeon Tier 0, and the burst rate is very low. This nigga might as well be washing dishes. Just as Zhang Qian was agonizing. Ah, there's a colored demon A shrill woman's scream cut through the noisy environment of the Adventurers Guild. Sniffing and looking. Only to see a man estimated to be 27 or 18 years old on the spacious steps of the second floor being kicked down by 4 or 5 towel-wrapped front desk ladies. Zhang Serpi, are you finished? That's the 3rd time this month. Serves him right for not being able to find a wife. Next time, the chickens will be gripped for you. 1.5 floors up, 4 or 5 young ladies were anxious and annoyed, cursing. The receptionist lady beside Zhang Qian who entertained him even covered her head and sighed repeatedly. I knew that he was going to peek into the women's locker room again today. Zhang Qian froze and glanced at the man. Only to see that the man's face did not know how many old punches had been punched, the whole face was purple and swollen, and his features were all shrunk into the flesh. Look again at his waistband. Gold color. It's a gold-level adventurer. Zhang Qian asked, who is this person? The receptionist said with a disgusted face, Zhang Serpi, our union's LSP now, every month peeping into the women's restroom women's locker room was beaten up 6 or 7 times, and every time, it's been 5 years, never long memory. When the cat north and south heard this, they immediately grabbed Zhang Qian's arm with some trepidation. Zhang Qian even drew in a breath of cold air. Getting your ass kicked 6 or 7 times a month for 5 years straight? That willpower. So strong, I feel like I've met my match, what should I do? Only Zhang Serpi staggered to his feet. He ignored his face, which had been punched into a modern work of art, and looked out at the 4 or 5 furious young ladies upstairs without saying a word. Then, he did something that made the onlooker Zhang Qian unforgettable for the rest of his life. Zhang Serpi squatted down and tried to use the angle to peek underneath the young ladies' bath towels. Knock. Among those 4 or 5 front desk ladies, there was a LV-20 powerhouse who grabbed a piano and threw it down from upstairs, and the corner of the piano hit Zhang Serpi squarely in the face. Whoa! Zhang Serpi died again. Get the healing wizard. The entire Adventurers Guild was in chaos. Only Zhang Qian froze in place, looking underneath the piano, one of Zhang Serpi's exposed legs still twitching. Zhang Qian was dumbfounded. Wow, what a nasty guy. It seems necessary to make friends with him. Seeing that the healing mage wasn't coming, soon the Adventurers Guild returned to tranquility. It seems that this happens so often that everyone is so used to it that they watch the fun and then go off to their own work or rest areas. It just so happened that Zhang Qian had a vision and needed the help of a high-level adventurer. Thus, with the cats north and south strongly objecting, Zhang Qian stepped forward, pushed the piano away with one hand, and used advanced healing on Zhang Serpi, who had already descended to strike. Whoa! Turning his eyes to regain all his form, Zhang Serpi Duong popped up. Brother, how does it feel? Zhang Qian asked with a smile. Stunned, he muttered, I felt like I saw my grandfather waving at me from across the river. He looked at Zhang Qian curiously. Thanks for your help, buddy, I still have a lot of horses to spy on, so I'll leave first, see you again sometime. Slow down. Zhang Qian pulled him back. What's up, buddy? A hint of impatience passed through Zhang Serpi's eyes. Zhang Qian said, I'm a bronze-level adventurer, but I want to do higher-level quests. I saved you, why don't you team up with me? Team up with a high-level adventurer, low-level adventurers can take high-level quests too. Zhang Serpi immediately sighed helplessly. I say, man, I'm so busy, I don't even have time to do quests myself, and I still have time to bring in new people? Hey, I can save you, yeah. Wow, you're trying to morally kidnap me? Said Zhang Serpi up, patted his crotch and added, ask yourself, I'm grateful that you saved me, but you morally kidnapping me is your fault. No. Why are you looking into your heart over your pants? Here is a man's conscience. Ooh, so nasty. This man has no morals at all. Zhang Qian suddenly had some admiration for this man, who could actually be shameless to such an extent. So much for being horny, how could you justify whoring yourself out for healing magic? Forget it then. Seeing that he insisted on refusing, Zhang Qian wouldn't put on his stature to force himself, and turned around to prepare to leave, north and south of the cat. Let's go to the street first, and then come back to see it in the evening when the peak of the hiring instructions is over. Okay, meow. The bored cat waiting north and south greeted him cheerfully. However, just then. Hey, that girl, is she your teammate? Zhang Qian, who was about to leave, was called by Zhang Serpi behind him. Zhang Qian froze, looked back, and was startled. Only Zhang Serpi stared at the cat north and south, his eyes bloodshot, his face red, his mouth wide and long, his saliva crackling and dripping like a waterfall. Dude, be civil. It's true, though, that cat north and south are quite pretty and have good bodies. At least until now, Zhang Qian hadn't seen any human who was prettier than her. Yeah, my girlfriend, why? Good, just for your girlfriend, I'll make you a friend, let's team up. Zhang Serpi was like a 10-year-old friend, raging a moment to rush in front of him and hold Zhang Qian's hand. Ha! A drop of water is returned by a spring, you saved me, of course I have to return the favor. Zhang Qian. And then look at the way he stares at the cat north and south without looking away. Nope. With the superior insight of Dragon Perception Max, Zheng Qian was able to see things that many people could not. The man looked as if he was radiant, but his gaze was ethereal. Upon further reflection, he spoke as if he were cupping, and although he seemed to have a lot of emotional ups and downs, there was no soul in his words, and it felt as if. It was as if he was forcing himself to say so. Has the story. I love stories. It's just as well, I'm not familiar with the human world, so let's just get acquainted with him first. Zheng Qian was thinking like this. 59. Implementation of the mandate. Employment Directive. Recently, there has been a minotaur buildup in East Wraith Forest District 2, seriously threatening the safety of the residents of the second sub-city of King City. Quest objective, crusade against the minotaur and break up its group. Reward, 150 gold coins. Quest level, gold. When Zhang Serpi slapped this parchment on the table, the receptionist was shocked. I heard that it was because young Soul Pai hadn't done any quests for a whole half year, and had been snooping on girls in the King City all day long. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, are you sure you want to do this mission? The receptionist couldn't help but swallow her saliva and said worriedly, the Minotaur is a powerful magical beast, would it be too much of a stretch for you to bring 2 newcomers? Catch. Zhang Serpi changed his SP nature and said with a stern voice, pointing to his crotch. Are you looking down on my strength? Which aspect of strength? Zhang Qian wanted to spit, but he held back. Compared to that, Zhang Qian was more concerned about when the mission would be completed. Complete the quests as soon as possible and advance to the adventurer level to do more lucrative quests. Truth's money-making missions aren't just 1,000 and 5,000, there are no fewer than 100 more lined up behind them, ranging from 10,000 to 10 billion in order of magnitude. In addition to earning gold, there are even quests to earn fine and condensed gold. The total reward is over 10,000 unlocked points. It's just so much fun to earn money to enjoy peace and earn unlocked points at the same time. Zheng Qian even felt like the truth was not giving out benefits to himself. Just like that, under Zhang Serpi's leadership, Zheng Qian left the Adventurers Guild and headed to the East City Gate. Most of this world was covered by a magical beast forest, and the number of magical beasts was incredibly large. Therefore, pioneering areas as well as guarding towns are the most common quests for adventurers. The carriage traveled slowly down the country lane. Zhang Chen breathed fresh air, once again lamented, or peace is good which is like the dungeon, pulling a have to be afraid, just afraid of where to suddenly come out of it, from the back to lift your heavenly soul cover. Little sister, what's your name? My name is Zhang Serpi, I'm an LSP, why don't you say anything? Little sister, don't worry, uncle, I'm not a good person. Along the way, Zhang Serpi had been pestering the cat north and south. The cat, north and south, was a cat itself, and was clingy to Zhang Qian, but sensitive to strangers. Zhang Serpi's type leaned over and blew up on the spot, and was even nearly shocked out of his stress reaction. Little sister, after carrying out the mission, we are teammates yo, don't worry uncle, I will definitely protect you, if you are in danger, you can call uncle's love name, Serpi adult. Zhang Qian was a bit annoyed and wanted to distract him a bit, so he turned around and said, so what, Lord Serpi? Men don't call so affectionately. Zhang Serpi flipped his face faster than a book. Zhang Qian. You're so annoying, meow. The cat north and south finally couldn't help themselves and opened their mouths to curse, yakking endlessly, meow. I hate you. If it wasn't for the dog not letting me do it, I would have hit you, meow. Don't talk to me, meow. Zhang Serpi heard it, and instead of losing it or getting annoyed, he was filled with a reddish haze and shivered with unparalleled enjoyment. It looks as if he's enjoying being yelled at. Zhang Qian instead felt some fear for him in his heart when he saw this. This guy doesn't like being yelled at by women, does he? No way, I kinda can't stand guys like that. What kind of miserable childhood does it take to build such a sick personality? In about a morning's time, under Zhang Serpi's leadership, the 3 of them arrived at the Eastern Magical Beast Forest. It's not like a normal forest. In the Wraith Forest, the trees grew abnormally thick because the air was high in magical pigments. The sun shines brightly outside, but once you step inside the forest, it's like night. Zheng Qian took a look inside. Max Dragon Perception allowed everything within kilometers to be caught on the wind. The high density of magical elemental air in the Wraith Forest might make human perception magic null and void, but for Zhang Qian, it was nothing more than rice paper blocking fire. Within a radius of 10 kilometers, the number of magical beasts was about 60,000, and the strongest magical beasts that appeared from 4 kilometers onwards were the subspecies cotto beasts, with a rank of about 28. As expected, the human world's magical beasts, even if they were of the same species, were of a lower level than the dungeon. The subspecies of the dungeon, the cotto beasts, are LV31 at their weakest. But there aren't many LV30s in the Wraith Forest. The main goal this time was to hunt the Minotaur group. Zheng Qian was not interested in other magical beasts. Over there is the second sub-city of the eastern district of the King City. When we carry out our mission, we can't let the Minotaur break into the second sub-city no matter what. Zheng Serpi pointed into the distance. There is indeed a city there. However, compared to the King City, this so-called second division city was a little too small. From a distance it looked about the size of the town, with a population of about 20,000, and the walls were still pieced together with logs, and there was no comparison at all to the King City with its granite walls. Most of the protection-type employment orders are commissions submitted to the Adventurers Guild by such small towns. The Adventurers Guild will take these commissions and break them down into several quests, also known as higher orders. The magical beasts that invaded the towns were designated as low-level quests for the weak ones and high-level quests for the strong ones, and then the bounty given by the towns was divided proportionally among the various quests. That's how the Adventurers Guild runs. First things first, I want 60% of the bounty, the remaining 40%, you two split it amongst yourselves. After all, I'm the one who brought you to do the high-level quests, so it's only right that you get more. Faced with a battle close at hand, Zheng Serpi changed his SP nature and became serious. Okay. Zheng Qian shrugged and didn't say anything. Even if you only get 40%, it's still a lot better than the pay for a bronze-level quest. What about the materials dropped by the crusading Minotaur? Zheng Serpi said back, did you say Minotaur's horn? After selling it for money 30-70, after all, you are all newcomers, the main battle must be given to me, I want to share more, no problem, right? The horn of the Minotaur is a relatively common drop that can be ground into a powder and used as medicine, which is very effective in treating joint diseases. Good quality sells for 20 silver coins apiece, and a Minotaur can drop 2, which works out to be a good return. Zheng Qian thought about it and agreed, okay. On the side, Cat Nan Nan, who had no concept of money, listened in a daze, not understanding what the two of them were talking about. Just like that, the three of them entered the magical beast forest. Stay close to me, you two are just newbies with no combat experience, keep an eye on my left, right and rear, and keep me informed if anything happens. Stepping on the muddy soil, Zheng Serpi urged Zheng Qian and Cat Nan Nan over and over again. This made Zheng Qian a little surprised. This LSP, I didn't realize there was actually a decent side to the mission. Only. Zheng Qian saw that his hand holding the knife had been trembling slightly, and fine beads of sweat continued to ooze from his forehead. Even without using dragon sense you could hear that his heart was beating fast. What are you nervous about? Zheng Qian asked. Nonsense, the Minotaur is the strongest magical beast in the gold level quest. Huh? The strongest? Zheng Qian, who almost ate a layer of Minotaur monsters into extinction after the death of his nanny back then, was a bit confused. The strongest? That thing? The strongest? Huh? Zheng Serpi turned around and glanced at Zheng Qian with the eyes of a bumpkin. You've never been on a mission, have you? Well, yesterday was the first day I registered as an adventurer. No wonder, the firstborn are not afraid of tigers. Zheng Serpi shivered slightly and said, listen up, the Minotaur monsters are each nearly 2 meters tall and weigh 200 pounds, they can eat 3 people in one meal, and they can't finish that they take at one time, even 10 dogs can't finish it. Because it's a humanoid magical beast with rudimentary intelligence, it can use weapons, and its flexibility and strength are far beyond that of ordinary magical beasts. It's a very difficult opponent even in a mountain bronze level quest. Oh, yeah. It's so strong. It's so strong, I'm gonna pee myself. Then why did you still pick this mission? Zheng Qian asked. Zheng Serpi said, I have to earn money too, how else can I pick up girls? Not to mention. Zheng Serpi glanced back at Cat Nan Nan, as a senior, you have to show off in front of a pretty girl, right? Oh? Zheng Qian keenly noticed that a flash of gloom crossed Zheng Serpi's eyes. Chicks? Make money? Not really, right? There was something else hidden in Zheng Serpi's eyes. But at least it was certain that it wasn't malicious, so Zheng Qian wasn't interested in getting to the bottom of it. Ugly man, you're a wizard, aren't you? What's a pretty girl? Assassin? I'm a martial monk warrior dual cultivation, we are few in number, and although you two are also novices, you are better off with a complete setup. Ugly guy, once the battle starts attach status magic to both of us, pretty girl, I'll be in charge of dragging the enemy to withstand the attacks, and you'll kill the enemy when you see an opportunity, understand? Zheng Qian and the cat north and south glanced at each other, looking at him so serious, but also embarrassed to say anything, the right to play with him, and agreed. Just like that, the group of three kept on advancing towards the interior of the magical beast forest. About a kilometer or so ahead, Zhang Serpi gave an order and the three stopped in their tracks. Found it. Fixing my eyes on them, I can see that two minotaurs are hammering away in the forest clearing at what? Fix your eyes on it. Just on the ground were the bodies of three humans. One man and two women. From the attire, they are also adventurers. The minotaur was hammering them with a rock. The male has been bloodied and knocked into flesh and skin. The two women were long dead and unclothed. Out of the corners of his muddy eyes, tears of humiliation still hung, mixing with the blood. He was obviously subjected to inhuman abuse during his lifetime. In that case, it seems like the minotaur likes human females just as much as the humanoid beasts like the kobolds do. Zhang Serpi's eyes were like candlelight as he bellowed, "Prepare for battle." 60 weaklings. The wind-like chopping stroke cut through countless blades. Zhang Serpi's level was LV-24, and the minotaur was only LV-14. His battle sword easily decapitated a minotaur head. Seeing this, the other minotaur picked up the stone stick on the ground and smashed it on his head. Seeing this, Zheng Qian lazily waved his hand. Low-level tendon strength improvement. Low-level defense boost. Low-level reflex enhancement. Using 3 buffs in a row, Zheng Serpi raised his sword one. Clank, boom. The stone rod hammered against the blade, bursting into bright sparks. The heavy blow slapped him into the ground from the knees down. Zheng Serpi's face turned white, obviously suffering some slight internal injuries, but still barely managed to fight back with Zheng Qian's buffs. These low-level buffs were all skills covered by a skill group called Basic Magic Pack in the skill tree map. Zheng Qian spent 1 unlock point to unlock it yesterday. Unlike other skills, the Basic Magic Pack was actually a combination pack of over 600 low-level skills. Once unlocked, you can use any of the 600 or so low-level spells in it at will. It's just like the cheap combo packs that Stream sells. There was not a single one of these 600 or so skills that Zheng Qian could look at. After all, Zheng Qian's actual level was around 160, but counting the level substitution provided by other skills, Zheng Qian's level was around LV-280, and it was still an extremely rare species of super superior magical beast. This kind of low-level skill was not useful to Zheng Qian at all, and would only be a waste of MP and AP. But they are all very practical skills for humans. Relying on the 3 buffs allowed Zheng Serpi to take a hard frontal hit from the minotaur that was known for its brute strength. Meow. The cat lazily walks north and south next to the minotaur. Taking out the dagger that Zheng Qian had given him, he gently slashed it, and the minotaur instantly landed on its head. Zheng Qian had warned her that she was not allowed to use her claws, only daggers. The cat north and south are used in a very awkward, if not clumsy, manner. But to humans and minotaurs, this clumsy chopping was already comparable to a divine skill. I didn't expect it to be this easy. Zheng Serpi looked at the corpse of the minotaur on the ground in shock. The first head he won by sneak attack, and if it wasn't for Zheng Qian and the cat north and south, he might not have been able to deal with the second head at all. He couldn't withstand the hammering of that stone rod alone, and it was possible that a single blow would cause him to lose 70% of his battle power. Your magic is awesome. Zheng Serpi pinched his fists with some unfulfilled intentions and went forward to pat Zheng Qian's shoulder intimately. Such powerful magic, if you were a girl, I would have proposed to you. Zheng Qian. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and assume he's thanking me. Just as Zheng Serpi was about to cut off the horns of the minotaur and explore further. Moo. A cow howled from the depths of the jungle. This was followed by the sound of intricate footsteps rapidly approaching. Wait for Zheng Serpi to react. Nearly 20 minotaurs had already surrounded the area. These 2.5-meter tall monsters had ruddy skin and their eyes emitted a bloodthirsty red light. Damned, surrounded. Zheng Serpi was shocked and hurriedly picked up his battle sword and turned his back on Zheng Qian and the cat to the north and south. The dozen or so minotaur monsters instantly made Zheng Serpi's face turn pale. One should know that even if he was of a higher rank, the human class, in terms of magical beasts, should be counted as the lowest magical beast, and the growth rate was lower than that of a lower magical beast like the minotaur. So in terms of attributes, a LV-24 human is actually higher than a minotaur, but not by much. Careless. Zheng Serpi instantly panicked, it's surrounded. Zheng Qian swept a glance and frowned. There seems to be something wrong with these minotaurs. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Zheng Qian always felt that the killing aura on these minotaur monsters was uneven. Some bulldogs are light, while others are thick. It was as if it was a nobleman and a gangster mixed together, with a high and low temperament. As a matter of fact, minotaurs, as group creatures, should have something like a killing aura that is similar to each other. Ugly guy, attach gain magic to me, I'll kill the way out, you and pretty girl run when you find a chance. Zheng Serpi's tone was filled with determination. As soon as the words left his mouth, he raised his sword and chopped at a minotaur. It was a minotaur with an extremely thick killing aura. Zheng Qian was silent and added him to cover all the hexagonal panels, a total of a dozen types of gain magic. However, clank! The warblade collided with the steel sword, bursting into molten iron flames. This slash chopped the minotaur back 2 steps. Zheng Serpi took the opportunity to stab directly into its heart. All of a sudden, blood spurted out of the bloody groove of the combat knife pierced through his back. However, Zheng Serpi, who had thought that he had scored a hit, never expected it. Instead of wailing and dying, the minotaur that was penetrated through the heart grabbed his blade with his bare hands, and the broken large steel sword in his hand was even slashing at Zheng Serpi's ceiling. The nearby minotaur even swarmed at the sight. Instantly forced into a desperate situation, Zheng Serpi hastily abandoned his sword and retreated. Unexpectedly, there had already been a minotaur waiting at the back for a long time, and a punch was thrown at the back of his head. Suffered, aha. Zheng Serpi was clearly an experienced adventurer. Hurriedly, he sidesteps and defends with an elbow. Just listen to the snap. The elbow guard made of secret silver shattered on the spot, and even the arm was sent into a bizarre zigzag. The punch sent Zheng Serpi flying straight into a tree. The tree, which was the thickness of 3 people's arms, was cut off on the spot. Zheng Serpi puffed out a large mouthful of blood. HP dropped to single digits in the blink of an eye, and combat power was completely lost. If he hadn't reacted in time and blocked the blow with his elbow, plus Zheng Qian had attached a buff to him, I'm afraid he would have been killed by this blow. But it's about as good as dead. The dying Zheng Serpi slumped to the ground, ignoring the 4 or 5 minotaur monsters that surrounded him. With eyes that were bloodshot from the concussion, he stared dead at Cat Nan 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 and Zheng Qian. Ugly, ugly man. Protect the pretty girl, run. After the sound of Hua's voice fell, he lost consciousness completely. The nearest minotaur raised its leg and was about to stomp on his skull. Watching this image from the sidelines, Zheng Qian's heart, which had never wavered since leaving the dungeon, trembled slightly. The spirit of sacrifice to protect others. The act of guarding one's teammates against all odds. Zheng Qian had only encountered this kind of thing twice when he was in the dungeon. Once a milkmaid, once a cat north and south. This human though is weak, horny, perverted, speaks disrespectfully and sees money. However, his behavior of not forgetting his teammates until he died made Zheng Qian's impression of him change. If Zheng Qian and the cat north and south were really just humans, I'm afraid that they would not be able to escape today, right? Slightly, a little better for you. Snap. For crunching sounds. The 4 minotaur heads that were ready to get Zheng Serpi killed burst without warning like watermelons. Cat north and south. Okay, meow. Zheng Qian just waved his eyes and the cat north and south understood what he meant. Putting away the dagger, at this moment, the cat disappeared north and south in place for 0.1 seconds, and then whirled back into place before even the remnants had time to fade. The movements of the surrounding 10-odd minotaur monsters froze on the spot as if the pause button had been pressed. Immediately after, there was a clatter. Blood sprayed everywhere. The nearby trees were colored fiery red. The dozen or so minotaurs, like puzzle pieces that had been slapped apart, turned into a ground full of broken meat. In just an instant, the group of minotaurs, which was enough to leave even the most seasoned adventurers at their wits' end, was completely annihilated. Meow, so pointless, meow. The cat stretched lazily north and south and licked off a drop of blood from his fingertips. How come the human world is full of this kind of fish, meow? There's not a single one who can fight. At this level, it's not even a warm-up, meow. Zheng Qian kicked the head of the minotaur that rolled in front of him. To the point of death, this minotaur's eyes were filled with murderous rage. It's almost just like the minotaur in the dungeon. Without much thought, he used the wind scythe to cut off all the bull horns, unlocked the space stowage, and included a total of 40 bull horns in it before carrying the unconscious Zheng Serpi. Come on, stupid cat, back to your reward. Okay, meow. 61, the rightful name. Well. The dim vision broke into an ellipse. The first sensation when the senses return to the body is a pain that drills through the entire body. Ouch. Zhang Serpi was a bit surprised. He popped up like a shrimp with its belly poked. Looking around, he realized that he was lying outside the wraith forest. I'm not dead? Zhang Serpi looked to his left hand. Hands that should have been crushed and broken were bound with wood. This is an emergency measure to deal with a fracture. But one could feel that the bones had recovered 70 to 80%. I looked up, but saw that the scarred cat, north and south, was chasing a butterfly like a cat. The equally bruised Zhang Qian was squatting and surveying him. Awake? Awake. Zhang Serpi could not contain the shock in his heart. He clearly remembered that the situation was very urgent at that time, surrounded by a dozen minotaur monsters. It was only right that they were in the thick of it as a matter of course. You saved me? Or what? Impossible, how did you do that when you were surrounded by so many minotaurs? Zhang Qian scratched his face. Well, it was dangerous, the cat north and south and I almost hung up. In the end, I killed 7 or 8 of them with forbidden spells, and the rest fled when they were scared by me. After saying that, Zhang Qian took out a small cloth bag and poured it down, pouring out 16 arm-thick cow horns. Zhang Serpi was shocked. A space pocket? You actually have? No, that's not the point. In fact, this pocket is just an ordinary pocket. In order to cover the space storage, Zhang Qian specially made a cloth bag to pretend to be just. Zhang Serpi's shock in his heart at the moment could no longer be described in words. You know forbidden spells? That's a magic that only archmages know. Normal magicians would just use game magic. How could you? You're an archmage. The so-called archmage refers to a magician of LV 25 or higher. Well, pretty much. Anyway, we escaped and the mission was accomplished. Isn't that nice? Saying that, Zhang Qian pushed 11 bull horns in front of him. According to the agreement, you take 70%, this is yours. Zhang Serpi's body trembled slightly. He gazed at the 11 bull horns and then looked at Zhang Qian's bland features that he couldn't guess what was on his mind. After a long time, he mumbled to himself, I didn't realize that I had actually pretended in front of an archmage. After saying that, he pushed the 11 ox horns back to Zhang Qian. I have principles as well. I can go snooping, I can go burn down the houses of corrupt officials. But picking up girls, I want to do it in name only, and making money, I want to do it in name only. The fact that I survived this battle is the best reward. Take these. I'll only take 20% of the bounty for labor, and the rest is yours as well. Zhang Qian froze. So generous? I'm still a bit self-aware, and besides, 30 gold coins, that's enough to last me for a while. Saying that, Zhang Serpi's face dimmed. He twisted his head and whispered, slightly shivering as if he was scared, I didn't expect you to be such an excellent archmage. No wonder pretty girl would follow you. In the end, I'm the one who ends up humiliated. You deserve to go to a better team. I'm not good enough for a mage like you or an assassin as strong as her. Zhang Qian raised his eyebrows. It always felt like this guy had something on his mind. The same is true when it comes to fighting. Even though he was surrounded, a LV-24 warrior, no matter what, could pester the Minotaur group for a few minutes. As if there was something on his mind that was affecting his play. Zhang Qian was about to open his mouth. But just then. Yo, if it isn't the loser dog. An unfamiliar male voice came from a small slope not far away. Sniffing and looking. Only 5 men and women on steeds were looking this way. The one who spoke was none other than the broken-haired youth at the head. These 5 people were all dressed as adventurers, 3 men and 2 women, well equipped, and even the horses underneath them were wearing lin armor and iron masks. The youth at the head was the most exaggerated, wearing a secret silver battle armor that was obviously military, which Zhang Qian had seen in the underground city. He wore a long sword at his waist, a lance on his back, and 2 black mountain bronze daggers strapped to his calves. Every piece of equipment is worth a lot of money. And look at their belts. The young man at the head was rose gold, the other 4 were silver gray. 1 fine gold, for secret silver? Oh. Zhang Qian was a bit surprised, this was the highest ranked adventurer he had seen so far. Checking with truth, all of them are LV-30, and the youth at the head is LV-33. Rorschach? Zhang Serpi's body trembled violently as soon as he saw the youth. Tightening his grip on the battle sword in his hand, his teeth gritted and rattled. The youth seemed to have completely disregarded Zhang Serpi, driving his horse to its side and looking it up and down. Especially lingering on his stick-bound hand for an extra 2 seconds. Hasn't it been 6 years since you've done many missions properly? I thought you'd retired. What's the matter? Suddenly you're interested in doing a mission today? TSK, how did you get like this? Here, I'll give you a gift for the sake of being from the same hometown, so don't thank me. Saying that, this youth named Rorschach casually threw a beautifully crafted box. Zheng Qian recognized the box. It's the best healing medicine available only in the guild's purchasing area, the Golden Jade Breaking Cream. One box is worth 2 gold coins. Truth's appraisal says that taking it restores 500 horsepower and AP immediately, and heals moderate fractures. Don't use it. Zheng Serpi threw back the Golden Jade Severing Cream with one hand. Rorschach snorted coldly, humph, not knowing how to behave, no wonder he's been a loser all his life. After saying that, he also glanced disdainfully at Zheng Qian and the cat chasing the butterfly not far away, north and south. The eyes especially lingered on the cat north and south for a second longer. Oh? You've been doing nothing but silver and bronze quests for the past few years, and I was wondering which gust of wind was blowing to get you to team up for a quest, but it turns out you're picking up a new girl? Good thing too, it's not nice to keep obsessing over someone else's wife. Don't you dare say that again. It was clearly a plain sentence, but it was like poking Zheng Sepi's soft underbelly. He drew his sword and was about to slash at it. When Zheng Qian saw this, although he didn't understand what kind of grudge these two had, Guji reached out and stopped him. Let me go, I'll cut him up. Zheng Serpiap didn't recover, and the low-level healing technique Zheng Qian used only healed 70% of his injuries. After a few struggles, he ran out of energy and sat down on the floor, panting heavily. Useless thing, still want to compete with me? Deserves to end up in such a mess. Rorschach snorted and grunted. Zheng Qian tilted his head and spoke, why did the fine gold-level adventurer appear here? It shouldn't have come to trouble him on purpose, right? Luoxia froze, glanced at Zheng Qian's waistplate, and even snorted out a laugh. So it's a bronze level, Zheng Serpi, you're all mixed up with the bronze ones now? Miserable enough. He held his head high and proudly said to Zheng Qian, of course I couldn't have come over just for this piece of trash, I came here to carry out a secret silver-level mission to crusade against a subspecies cotto beast. Kids, just back away quickly, it's dangerous. Of course, there's no use telling an unseen bronze like you probably don't even know what a subspecies of cotto beast looks like, do you? Let alone understand how strong we are that can crusade against it. After saying that, he greeted the team members behind him, and with a tug on the horse's rope, he majestically walked towards the magical beast forest. Zheng Qian didn't pay much attention to Rorschach's group and asked Zheng Serpi, your friend? Zheng Serpi said without a word of humor, do you look like that? Not like that. Then you're still asking. What does he have against you? No grudge. Zheng Serpi pursed her lips, and although her breathing had stabilized, her chest was rising and falling violently as she tried to stabilize her emotions with her breathing. After a long time, under Zheng Qian's gaze, he added somewhat awkwardly, there was just a rivalry, I didn't compete with him, that's all. Well. Zheng Serpi lifted his head twice in a row, then twisted his head again and said with some reluctance, if you want to do a high-level quest, you should ask for that kind of team, not with me, with your strength, I will only drag you down. This time you were able to win and save me, next time it's likely we'll both be in danger. Zheng Qian stood up when he heard this. Looking at the bouncing and jumping cat north and south not far away, Zheng Qian laughed and said, words can't be said like that. Lowering his head, Zheng Qian smiled at Zheng Serpi and said, my principle has always been to repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge, I don't offend people. You want me to be with a retard like that? I'm afraid I won't be able to resist strangling him one day. Or is it LSP like you that stinks more with me? Upon hearing this, Zheng Serpi looked at Zheng Qian in disbelief. Sometimes a man doesn't have to say some things too plainly. Zheng Serpi, who understood the meaning of Zheng Qian's words, snorted and laughed out, Rorschach is an essence gold-level adventurer, an existence on the same level as the expeditionary army instructor, talking as if you can beat him. Zheng Qian laughed and said meaningfully, that can't be said. Saying that, Zheng Qian extended his hand to him, how about it? Nasty guy, want to make a friend? Zheng Serpi froze and then smiled knowingly, I'm the one who will pick up your horse. You don't stand a chance, you can't pick up my cat north and south, change your target. So confident? Anan, so confident. The two men's hands were clasped together at sunset. 62, deserters from the dungeon. Walking down the street, head down, the young girl's aqua blue hair covered her eyes. Not because of a cold nature, but because of a fear of the sight of those around them. About 5 months ago. The young girl is still in a dungeon. As a rule, entering a dungeon is basically a death sentence. In fact, in the history of mankind, no one had ever fought their way through the dungeon, and the only way to leave was for the accompanying archmage to use space magic to leave. And the young girl, the only one ever to leave the dungeon on her own power. But the way she left was a bit peculiar. At that time, she was still just a small LV-19 martial monk who got separated from her accompanying party on the second floor. Just when she is at the end of her rope, she meets a dragon. Covered in purple-black scales and only 65 centimeters tall, it still looks like a newborn fledgling dragon. However, the might emanating from that body made the young girl feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. In the entire dungeon, only bosses possessed such a strong power. Although she counterattacked with all her might, the wind god's kick that she was so proud of became a joke on this dragon-shaped demonic beast. Although the dragon-shaped demonic beast was entangled by the chattering demon spider afterward, and the young girl was lucky enough to escape with her life, she was completely lost on the second floor as a result. Fortunately, God is in favor of young girls. Under the east and west, the young girl luckily arrived at the second floor boss, and found that the head of the second floor boss Medusa had long been killed, and the vertical pit leading to the third floor was open in front of her. The desperate young girl, with her heart set on blogging, jumped down the vertical pit to the third floor. Perhaps, she was the first human ever to enter the third floor? The third floor, however, was surprisingly bitterly cold. An ordinary human being wouldn't last long in temperatures as low as 150 degrees below zero. The young girl's wariness only lasted her half an hour before the bitter cold stripped her of her body heat. Instead, the young girl meets the opportunity of a lifetime. Babylon. Instead of killing her, that strange-looking giant magical beast had, on the contrary, used space magic on her. Afterwards, when she woke up again, the young girl realized that she was lying outside the door of the dungeon. It was such a marvelous experience that the young girl did not dare to tell anyone about it until she returned. Saying that out loud will just be taken as a story I made up because I was a deserter from the beginning and never went down to the dungeon at all, right? After all, it was too bizarre. It had been nearly 6 months, and the young girl had lived in constant fear. Fear of being recognized, fear of being known as a deserter, fear of being court-martialed. But fortunately, as an apprentice, her expedition to the dungeon was entered as a spare legion, and thus was not recorded in the curation. Combined with the fact that she was an adventurer herself, she was highly mobile, so no one realized that she was a deserter from the dungeon. But even so, this trepidation still haunted her like a nightmare. But from that point on, the young girl can't get back into proper formed military work either, or she's likely to be recognized. Therefore, the young girl could only desperately do the quest. Here is your payment, please account for it, and Kawato thanks you for your dedication, Ms. Shinjingbing. 15 gold coins, just right. Shinjingbing hurriedly grabbed the money bag and quickly turned around to leave, fearing that if she stayed at the counter for even a second longer, she would be recognized. Spinning around, she quickly made her way to the bronze zone higher board. Being a silver-level adventurer but coming for bronze-level quests was also Shinjingbing's way of survival. Because doing a lower-level quest will pay less, but at least lives will be protected. What's more, because of her personality, she was too timid and no one would want to team up with her. As for the quests of advanced points, due to the difficulty being too high, even if the level matches, it usually requires a group of adventurers of the same level to complete them. It's Rorschach. Rorschach is back. An Essence Gold level adventurer is truly extraordinary. Worthy of being a disciple of the Battle King, even the cotto beast can be crushed. Outside the door, there was a sudden clamor from a group of adventurers. Shinjingbing turned back, only to see 5 young adventurers on steeds, who were in the midst of a crowd of spectators, strutting their way towards the Adventurers Guild. A handsome-looking youth at the head of the group was dragging a large subspecies cotto beast head behind his horse. Unlike the crowd of onlookers, Shinjingbing did not go forward, but looked on from afar. Subspecies cotto beast, that was one of the most powerful magical beasts in the magical beast forest, a nightmare for countless adventurers. A low-ranked adventurer like Shinjingbing could only die if he met one, and there wasn't even any room for him to escape. A disciple of the War King? Looking at Luo Xia, who was courted by 10,000 people, Shinjingbing's eyes were filled with envy. In that case, this afternoon is the King of Battle's disciple recruitment meeting. Today, that Battle King, Zhao Daotian, would also be personally present to observe the recruitment meeting. Recently, there are a bit too many recruitment slots for the War King's disciples, huh? In past years it was once a year, only 6 or 7 people at a time. It's now semi-annual, with a dozen or so recruits at a time. How great would it be if I could be chosen and become the War King's disciple? The young girl shook her head. Battle King Zhao Aotian was the strongest human, unrivaled in the world, an invincible existence. How could someone like me be seen by the War King? Shaking this unrealistic thought out of her brain, Shen Jingbing turned back and continued to select the employment mission. But it hadn't occurred to me that this turning back, coincidentally, was right on the chest of a passing man. You're a bold female meow, trying to steal my dog food, I'll scratch you to death meow. Hey, cat north and south, calm down. A minute ago. Ugh. Rorschach? Zheng Qian raised his eyebrows and glanced at the subspecies cotto beast head that Rorschach was dragging outside. Based on the projections from yesterday's meeting, the group's strength to crusade against a subspecies of cotto beast is likely to be attritional. Because the subspecies cotto has feet similar to an elephant's and is strong, it moves freely through the muddy forest, and the trees can't be a hindrance to it. Humans and horses, on the other hand, are too thin-legged to be able to exert only 80% of their combat power in a forest with a complex environment. I didn't expect that they would actually crusade one in peace. And then look at the head of that subspecies of cotto beast. Well, it's a smaller circle than I remember. I guess the subspecies cotto beasts in the magical beast forest are quite a bit weaker than the ones on the dungeon floor? At least 4 or 5 levels lower. A subspecies cotto beast, is it that powerful? Humans are really making a fuss meow. The cat lounged lazily north and south on the table next to a cup of hot goat's milk that had long since been drained. She yelled, dogs, another meow. You've had 8 cups, watch out for lactose intolerance. Zheng Qian patted her shoulder and signaled for her to stand up. Get up, it's time to work. Meow? Is it just the 2 of us? Where's that colorful demon? Him, huh? Zheng Qian had a heartbreaking look on his face. Indeed, Jing Serpi is not here today. Otherwise, Zheng Qian couldn't have sat here with a fixed mind and watched Luo Xia put on a show. For no other reason. He got caught peeping in the women's bathroom last night. Detention for 7 days. When he was arrested, he was still yelling things like peeping is the greatest respect for girls and I just want to see true love in the women's bathroom, true love is not guilty. From your words, Zheng Qian felt the urgency of a LSP, as well as the curiosity about the conception of life. As the old saying goes, if you drive well, you'll eat your fill of .45 bullets. It's one of the wonders of the world that this guy has lived to this day without being shot. It just so happens that the arresting guard on his patrol was a woman. At that moment the female guard's face was as grim as if she had crawled out of a morgue. Guess this one shouldn't get a chance to come out anytime soon. Zheng Qian didn't like socializing too much, so he was prepared to do his own quests and familiarize himself with the environment of the Adventurers Guild before Zhang Serpi got out of the game. Bringing the cat north and south, Zheng Qian then walked towards the bronze quest area. Unexpectedly, a blue-haired girl next to her who was dazed in place suddenly turned around and collided with Zheng Qian. Seeing this, the lazy cat north and south beside him exploded in place on the spot. You female have a lot of guts meow, you want to steal my dog's food, I'll scratch you to death meow. Hey, cat north and south calm down. Zheng Qian's frightened dragon chrysanthemum tightened and hurriedly hooped the hands of the cat north and south. With this claw, half of the king's city would probably not have anything higher than 1 meter, right? That's going to blow up house prices. The young girl with long aqua-colored hair shivered in fear and bowed repeatedly. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention, I'm sorry. No, don't apologize, it's me. Zheng Qian peacefully pacified her, but he didn't think that once he saw this sister's facial features, Zheng Qian froze. This girl, why does she look so familiar? A bunch of work popped up at the office during the day and I didn't have time to update, so I'm a little late, sorry. 63, what is congealed gold? Huh? Why does this girl look familiar? Zheng Qian carefully recalled. Aqua-colored hair, covering one eye, timid-looking, and quite thin. Ding! Like an electric current hitting the brain circuits. Zheng Qian remembered. Wasn't that the girl we met when we first went down to the 2nd floor of the dungeon? Looks? Zheng Qian has never kept track of looks. It's mostly the girls. Just look at the boobs and remember. After determining that it was indeed this sister, Zheng Qian could not help but feel, it is worthy of being the woman that this copper alchemist looks at. Ah. So she's still alive? No, how did she get out of the dungeon? Zheng Qian's shock at this moment was beyond words. As usual, the only way to leave the dungeon was to use space magic or utilize the teleportation magic array on the final level. As for space magic, humans can only learn it if they are at least LV 40 mages. This girl is a martial arts monk, and she's only LV 19 right now. Never mind, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that the girl didn't die and survived. Zheng Qian was not very pleased. She was my first love. Zheng Qian took a closer look. Oh? And a silver adventurer? One level above me. Get off me, dog, get off me, meow. I'll scratch her to death, meow. Okay, just be quiet for a minute. Zheng Qian took out the newly purchased clip and lifted the meat on the back of the cat's north and south head and held it with the clip. The cat froze on the spot with a as if it had been immobilized on the spot. So what, my friend is a bit manic, sorry. Zheng Qian said with a smile. Xin Jingbing was still a bit frozen. Why does the woman not move when the man puts a clamp on the back of her head? Returning to her senses, she glanced at Zheng Qian's belt. Bronze? Seeing that the other party wasn't a big shot, Xin Jingbing breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed her guard. No, it's my side that didn't pay attention to the road, my fault. Saying that, Xin Jingbing thought of something and asked a question. Rorschach is back, aren't you guys going to take a look? Xin Jingbing did have some doubts. Usually, adventurers who reach the mountain bronze level can be qualified to participate in the expedition dungeon, as levied by the state, and if they can come back alive, they will receive a huge amount of honorarium. Therefore, if you want to become a mountain bronze level or above adventurer, not only do you have to complete a large number of low-level quests, but you also have to complete the promotion quests assigned by the guild to prove your strength. And being an elite gold level adventurer is even more of a guild row. Taking the Chuandong King City as an example, on the side of the King City Guild, there were only a total of 40 or so elite gold level adventurers at their peak. The recent crusade against the dungeon had resulted in heavy losses, and the King City Guild's elite gold level adventurers were now down to only 20. It wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that every Essence gold level adventurer could be described as an idol. Adventurers above the mountain bronze level can even go directly up to the independent lounge on the second floor of the guild through the VIP channel, and be paid by a person in charge of settling the payment, without having to squeeze together with so many people on the first floor. Every time he returned triumphantly, being able to receive a word of guidance from an elite gold level adventurer was a gift comparable to several years of hard training for a low-level adventurer. Check out the Adventurers Guild. Because of Rorschach's return, the entire guild was now deserted, and all of them ran outside to watch the return of this fine gold-level adventurer. Right now in the guild, there were only 3 people, Xin Jingbing, Zheng Qian and Cat North and South, as well as a few old receptionists who had seen the world. Zheng Qian shrugged. Essence gold-level adventurer, is that impressive? These words made Xin Jingbing feel unimaginable. Of course it's powerful. Essence gold level the strongest under the condensed gold level. Rorschach is still the strongest in the Essence gold level. He had once traveled with his father Ronan on an expedition to the dungeon, and though his father Ronan was killed, Rorschach survived. Also because of this adventure, Rorschach's strength has skyrocketed, and everyone is speculating whether he will become the 9th condensed gold-ranked adventurer in Chuandong. Yeah. In the face of Xin Jingbing's excited introduction, Zheng Qian's attitude was somewhat unimpressed. Ronan? I think I've heard that name somewhere before? Can't think of it. Never mind, most of the ones I can't remember are strays anyway and I'm too lazy to think about them. Xin Jingbing was also suspicious of Zheng Qian. She looked at Zheng Qian suspiciously and said, "You're not new here, are you?" Zheng Qian pointed to his waistplate. Countryside, just registered as an adventurer the day before yesterday. Only then did Xin Jingbing realize, no wonder, a newcomer like you who has only been around for 2 days really doesn't have much of a concept of strong people. Why does that sound so awkward? Zheng Qian laughed and didn't say anything. Instead, he was a little good-natured and pleased coughed. Cough. So what, aren't you silver level? How come you're looking at quests in the bronze zone? Xin Jingbing smiled coyly. No. No one is willing to team up with me. Zheng Qian froze. Why? Xin Jingbing said grimly, I always drag my feet and play poorly, and I'm too timid to take risks in missions, so I can only take on some low-level missions alone. No one wants to team up with her because she's timid? Zheng Qian's worldview collapsed. Bringing a girl to score so good to get rid of the set, do not understand? Are the adventurers in this world all filled with toilet bowl spirit? Are they this enlightened? In that case, why don't you form a team with me? Zheng Qian issued an invitation. It's my first love, right? Even though I have a cat north and south, it doesn't stop me from taking care of my first love, right? Men get it, right? Xin Jingbing was clearly startled as she said with some trepidation, team up with me? She looked at Zheng Qian's bronze waistplate again, that what, although I'm silver, I'm not at a high level, sometimes bronze quests are. It's fine, I'm actually at a level near silver, but I haven't upgraded yet, so let's team up. But... Xin Jingbing reddened her face and bit her thin lips tightly. Shy in nature, she doesn't really know how to turn people down. Zheng Qian said, actually, the weaker silver level quests aren't much harder than bronze, but the pay is much higher, consider it. When Zheng Qian said this, Xin Jingbing also felt that it was reasonable. After all, adventurers have high incomes but higher expenses. Herbs, healing wounds, and learning stronger battle techniques all require money. Acquiring and maintaining some slightly more refined equipment can almost always be astronomically expensive. Although adventurers could take on low-level quests, most of them would rather venture out in groups to take on quests of the same level, and it was because of that. It's too consuming. If she could do silver level, how would Xin Jingbing be willing to take bronze quests? As it happens, it's not like she's very good at turning people down. Xin Jingbing thought about it and lent her donkey a hand. Okay, but you guys are bronze after all, and I'm not really dependable, so if there's any danger, you must retreat in time. Okay. Zheng Qian agreed cheerfully and asked, my name is Zheng Qian, mage, and her name is Cat Nan Nan, assassin. What about you? Xin Jingbing. Zheng Qian. Your parents must hate you. Zheng Qian's words hit the nail on the head, and Xin Jingbing's body trembled as she excitedly said, you, how did you know? What kind of mom or dad gives their daughter that Thai name? When Xin Jingbing heard this, she immediately pursed her lips, and a layer of water mist steamed up in her eyes. People have already worked very hard to make mom and dad proud. Straight man's cancer. Zheng Qian instantly panicked. No wonder I couldn't get a girl in 2 lifetimes. But fortunately, Xin Jingbing was at least an adventurer and didn't dwell on it for long. She wiped her tears and said, however, I'm not going to take on any quests today, I'm just checking it out, there's a Battle King meetup in the afternoon, and I have to fight for a spot in the Battle King's disciple recruitment session. Battle King disciple recruitment meeting? What? You don't even know Battle King Zhao Aotian, do you? Zheng Qian quickly said, I know, of course I know. In fact, Zhao Aotian was one of the few humans that Zheng Qian could clearly remember. It was also the only human who had pissed off Zheng Qian to the point of fury and still survived, then met and survived again. If it wasn't for the fact that the truth restricts against indiscriminate killing, Zheng Qian would have chopped him into 8 pieces and fed him to the dogs. What is the meaning of the Battle King's disciple recruitment meeting? Xin Jingbing stretched out one of her jade onion-like fingers and explained. As the competition between the various national raider dungeons intensifies, Kawahigashi is very badly depleted of talent. I don't know which country took the lead, but in order to replenish the depleted talent, the War Kings each launched various recruitment sessions in the countries they were loyal to. The intention was to select the most promising newcomers from among the civilian adventurers to follow the War King and receive personal guidance from him, so that the talents could develop and grow more quickly and be put into higher-level battles as early as possible. Recruitment sessions don't necessarily recruit the strongest adventurers, it's more about recruiting adventurers with potential and not letting them get buried or die in low-level battles before they can grow. Of course, if one has both the potential and the strength to be recognized by the Battle King, then there is still a chance that one can be gifted by the Battle King, one of the rarest resources. Condensed gold? Zheng Qian asked curiously. Yes, nugget. Xin Jingbing explained, if you are recognized by the Battle King will present 1 gram of condensed gold as a reward. This was a term that Zheng Qian had heard more than once. In fact, there is more than just earning gold in Truth's money-making quests. There are also quests to earn fine and condensed gold. Fine gold. Zheng Qian knows that the strongest forging material in the human world is extracted from gold. A ton of pure gold, or 100,000 gold coins, can only extract 1 kilogram of fine gold. Equipment made of fine gold is superior to all weapons, and can even be made into pseudo-sacred weapons. If you combine the gold and the divine core together, you can create a unique holy weapon. For example, General Long Zafina's shield, and Zhao Aotian's Aeolian that was crushed by Zheng Qian, both belong to the holy weapons. And what's the condensed gold? After thinking about it, Zheng Qian laughed, I'm quite interested, that what recruitment meeting, can you take me to see it? Okay is okay, but... Seeing Xin Jingbing's face show a difficult expression, Zheng Qian curiously said, but what? Shin Jingbing hesitated for a moment and said, this recruitment meeting, although it's the Battle King Zhao Aotian who will personally come to observe. However, the recruiting officer was Rorschach, and the guild announcement was already out. The other Essence Gold level adventurers were fine, they all knew to show mercy, it was the same whether the Battle King came or not. This Rorschach was notoriously ruthless, and the last time he was a recruiting officer, he broke the limbs of several recruits. I watched that recruiting meeting at the time and there was a recruit who had his knees bent backwards from his kicks. This time, he hadn't been in a good mood when he heard that Rorschach's dad had died in the dungeon. I'm kind of hesitant to attend this recruitment meeting. When Zhang Qian heard this, and then remembered his encounter with him yesterday outside of the magical beast forest, he immediately became interested. Oh? Is that so? Then I must see it. 64. The Role of Congealed Gold. Why? Why can't you always learn the ninth sword? Inside the empty dojo, Zhao Aotian held his steel sword in his hand and stabbed out with vigor, causing a whirlwind to blow. All the battle spirit attached to the steel sword seemed to be thrown out of the sword, spewing out bits of light particles. A seemingly divine sword, but in reality, only the user, Zhao Aotian himself, knew that it lacked the most important kernel. This was the 62nd time today that I had practiced this move. Even as strong as Zhao Aotian couldn't withstand this kind of exertion. Exhausted, he knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Sweat dripped like a faucet, quickly pooling into a puddle on the freshly waxed floor. Gazing at his own reflection in the water, Zhao Aotian seemed to once again see his own woeful defeat in battle, as well as the unbeatable posture of that dragon-shaped magical beast. Why can't you learn? Bang! The cathartic punch blew the entire floor of the dojo to smithereens. Zhao Aotian's sorrowful roar shook the glazed windows. He looked up, guiltily, at the portrait on the wall. It was an old man wearing the same type of Battle King battle armor as Zhao Aotian. Below the portrait, there was also a large sword that was as transparent as red jade and crystal clear. Guilt was in his eyes. Grandpa, I'm sorry I couldn't catch up with you after all, I'm ashamed of my name as the King of Battle. Outside the door, listening to the hysterical ranting in the dojo, the waiting disciples were each gripped with fear. Lord Battle King is here again, how many times has this happened? Lord Battle King has been training like crazy since he returned from his last expedition, trying to break through the ninth style. The 9 swords of the Battle King? Practicing to the second stance as the condensed gold level, practicing to the 4th stance as the Little Battle King, and the 6th stance as the Great Battle King. He's only 21 years old, and he's already practiced to the 8th stance, and he's the only one in all of mankind, so why does he still want to practice? Hey, I heard that they lost to a magical beast in the dungeon. This is Lord Zhao Aotian's first expedition. Losing like that, can you not go crazy? That said, that holy sword in the dojo, I don't think I've ever seen him use it. Super Sacred Sword Icarus, the world's greatest sword crafted with 2 divine cores and with condensed gold mixed in with the refined gold. Why don't you use it? Probably because you don't think you're qualified, right? After all, Lord Battle King's grandfather, Lord Zhao Tianming, is the strongest Battle King in the history of mankind, and I heard that Zhao Tianming even broke through the 9th style before he died and managed to use the legendary Battle King's 9 swords 10th sword once. How powerful do you want to be? It's no wonder then, he's only the current strongest of the human race right now, he's still quite a distance away from being the strongest ever. Alas, with Grandpa's great achievements in front of him, and the tragic defeat to the demonic beasts behind him, the pressure on Lord War King is not generally great. Wow. Push open the sliding door. The murmuring disciples were instantly silent. Zhao Aotian, who had finished organizing his emotions, had already changed into civilian clothes and was holding the holy sword, Nu Aeolian in his hand, just like an invincible posture. No matter what, Zhao Aotian was also someone who could distinguish between light and heavy. Today was the King of War recruitment meeting for the King City Guild, and he wanted to recruit more talents for the kingdom. It's not just loyalty to your country. It was more so that the next time he saw that dragon, he would have more power to challenge him. Where's Kachowski? Zhao Aotian asked his personal protege. The disciple said, waiting in the waiting room, would Lord Warlord like to take him with him? He's the strongest martial monk in the kingdom, he can give the newcomers more boosts, tell him to get ready and come with me. Yes. In the meantime. Inside the Chuandong Wangchang Labor Detention Center. Let go of me, I know it's wrong, please let go of me. In the single cell, the detained Zhang Serpi lay on the iron bed and wailed bitterly, tears and snot flowing all over the place. Don't. I don't want detention. This place is full of smelly men. I want to see white girls. Lock me up if you want. It's not like incarceration is unacceptable to me. But why the anti-tie? Isn't it enough that I admit I was wrong? Is there any king's law? Is there any humanity left? Of course, Jung Serpy's screams could only be drowned out in the end by the cries of the cell inmates. But just then, what Jung Serpy didn't see was a head came up from the cell's skylight and surveyed the cell. Immediately, the space in the center of the cell twisted. Zheng Qian appeared in the cell out of thin air. Space magic? Jung Serpy, who had a hard time getting his pants off, was scared blue on the spot. Zheng Qian glanced at him and said, "Your stunned face seems to be saying I want a hug, but I won't hug you." You know space magic? Jung Serpy didn't know what kind of magic he used, obviously with his hands tied behind his back. As soon as he stood up, his pants were automatically put on. Shock was written all over his face as he stared in disbelief at Zheng Qian, a newbie adventurer who had only registered for a day. "There's a lot you don't know," Zheng Qian said. Zheng Serpy. Zheng Serpy plopped down on his knees. "Zheng Qian, save me, I was wrongly accused. At that time, I was actually seeing the righteousness, chased away a pervert who wanted to go into the women's bathroom to steal a belly band, in order to ensure that the girls in the women's bathroom are safe and sound, only to take a look at the skylight and then go away, deep in the merit and fame. Who knew that the guards were inhuman and decided that I was peeping into the women's bathroom? You have to believe me. We're brothers. Well, you managed to fool Confucius and Mencius as well as Laozi, and I now firmly believe that you, who also peeped into the women's restroom last time, are definitely not a sex fiend. How did this guy live to see the day?" Zheng Qian's cheek flesh kept twitching. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the idea of punching his dog's head to get rid of harm for the people, Zheng Qian asked, "I came to find you because I have something to ask you." Zheng Serpy froze and nodded repeatedly. "Which girl do you see coming? I know the circumference of all the women in the city, so feel free to ask." Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian asked, "You're so greedy and lustful, you must know what condensed gold is, right?" "Condensed gold?" Zheng Serpy froze and thought for a moment. "Why are you asking?" "No, curious, just tell me if you know." Zheng Qian is also helpless, not much of a friend. Ask Shen Jingbing. Shen Jingbing himself is a newcomer, do not know what the condensed gold is. So what Zheng Qian can ask, there is also Zheng Serpy. Truth's mission is now about 100 or so, and can be pretty much summarized into 4 categories. Earn gold, earn fine gold, earn condensed gold, kill Aries. Among them, earning gold coins could be interpreted as being for Zheng Qian to buy a house, and earning fine gold was probably for Zheng Qian to learn to build equipment with alchemy. Killing Aries is a milestone that needs no explanation. But what's the point of earning congealed gold? Half a year down in the dungeon, Zheng Qian had come to understand that Truth's mission wasn't just about finding an excuse to give reward points. Completion of the task necessarily sets the stage for accomplishing the end goal. One of the worst rewarded quests in the condensed gold category is, obtaining 1 gram of condensed gold rewards 500 unlocking points. Awarding 500 unlocking points for 1 gram didn't just mean that congealed gold was difficult to obtain, it also meant that congealed gold itself had a great deal of utility for Zheng Qian as well. Specifically, I'm not sure, a ton of gold can only refine 1 kilogram of fine gold, and a ton of fine gold can only refine 100 grams of condensed gold. Condensed gold, this thing normal people can't even touch, only know that it is the material to build super holy weapons, but I heard that condensed gold has another role that is vital, is the key for humans to be able to survive in this world. The amount of condensed gold reserves can even be used as the sole basis for judging whether a country is strong or not. You don't even know about Young Soul Pie? Zheng Qian, who thought that this color batch was knowledgeable and must know, was a little disappointed after hearing it. But this aroused Zheng Qian's curiosity about this thing called condensed gold even more. What the hell is this? Can the truth motivate me to get it at such a high price? It seems necessary to figure it out. King of War Recruiting Club? If we do get a gram of nuggets, we may have the answer. Thinking of this, Zheng Qian asked again, "By the way, I see that Luo Xia is on bad terms with you, so if I help you beat him to death, you don't have a problem with that, do you?" Who knew that Zheng Serpy, who had always acted like a retard, brushed his face with gloom when he heard this. He barked out a decisive, "No." Ugh. Zheng Qian froze. "I don't know what you want, but please don't kill Rorschach, and please stay out of both of our business." Looking at the way he was positively glowing and clenching his fists, Zheng Qian was a bit surprised. After a long time, Zheng Qian said, "I know, leave him alive, and also, please don't be like this, you look so disgusting when you're proper, I'm going to throw up." Zheng Serpy. After saying that, Zheng Qian once again turned on spatial shift. Hey, wait, big guy, aren't you taking me? Hey! Biggie, take me. Biggie! Where did Zhang Qian care about him? Just like that, he disappeared into thin air, leaving Zhang Serpi's wails drowning in the inmates' screams. At least help me get my pants off before you go, big guy. 65. Battle King Recruitment Meeting. In the backyard of the King City Guild, the square that wasn't very open in the past was surrounded by people today. As far as the eye could see, the crowded heads were as dense as locusts. Zhang Qian, who was squeezed in the crowd, took the cat north and south and walked forward with Xin Jingbing. The road is hard. Almost all of the adventurers in the city who weren't on a mission had come here. People crowded like a chicken coop, and the noisy chatter shook one's ears. So much so that anyone who wants to spit has to swallow it, because anywhere you spit you're going to spit on someone's shoes. However, with their superior stances, Zhang Qian's trio still quickly arrived at the front row. There was a solid granite, ornately decorated ring. With a noisy gong. Zhao Aotian walked in through the side main entrance and went straight to the back of the ring above the bleacher seats. Accompanying them, there were 4 or 5 apprentices, and a man who was nearly 2 meters tall and fit, with blonde hair and blue eyes and a ridiculous 8-pointed beard. Sit in the bleachers. The guild's welcoming lady makes her way to the ring as well. Good afternoon, adventurers. First of all, Lord Battle King would like to express his sincere gratitude for you all being able to take time out of your busy schedules to come. Thousands of opening lines and a bunch of empty words from the welcoming lady. It probably meant that an elite gold level adventurer would be on stage next, and everyone present could try to challenge him. It doesn't matter if you win or lose, the King of Battle will judge whether you're worth training through battle. However, if someone could really knock down the Essence Gold ranked adventurer on stage, then not only would they receive a guaranteed qualification, but they would also receive a gram of condensed gold as a reward from the Battle King. Of course, adventurers of Mountain Bronze level and above are not allowed to participate. The rules, Zhang Qian had already learned about them a long time ago. Zhang Qian was more concerned about Zhao Aotian, who was sitting in the stands. Zhang Qian, who had never cared about the weak, was the only one who was particularly impressed by this kid. His level had risen another level and was now LV 59. But he looked even more haggard than the last time he was at the palace. A young man in his early 20s, but the essence of the spirit is like a 50-year-old man like vicissitudes. The eyebrows are all melancholy. Even on his head, several gray hairs had grown vaguely. Obviously he was a spry lad with a full head of hair when he first saw him on the second floor. How did this happen? Zhang Qian, who had fought with him twice, had somehow developed a feeling of pity for him as a small homeless animal on the side of the road. And now, let's have the recruitment officer for this time, elite gold level adventurer Rorschach, make his appearance. Stepping on the enthusiastic cheers from the scene, Rorschach carried his lance and wore a sword on his waist, striding up to the ring. The spirited man bellowed, only the best newcomers are qualified to become disciples of the Battle King. Come up here if you dare. Rorschach's words were pointed at the newcomer on stage. However, the spirit was focusing on the Battle King Zhao Aotian behind him. It was important to know that the Essence Gold level was the limit for adventurers, and to be promoted to the Condensed Gold level, not only did one need to be overly strong, but one also needed to have an introduction from the Battle King himself. Rorschach was promoted from Mountain Bronze to Elite Gold because his father Ronan died in the dungeon. Rorschach's life as an adventurer had come full circle. But Rorschach himself doesn't think so. He also wanted to go to the next level and advance to a Condensed Gold ranked adventurer and join the ranks of the Jingwei generals. And the Battle King recruitment meeting was the opportunity for Rorschach to perform. Rorschach was happy. The stricter the recruiting officer is, the more responsible he seems. By fighting this group of newcomers, it would also be safe to show your strength to Lord Battle King. Is there anything better in the world? The newcomers on stage were full of anticipation, all of them rubbing their hands together. And in Rorschach's opinion, where are these newcomers? It's all one step up the ladder for yourself. Of course, Zhao Aotian didn't know what Rorschach was thinking. Zhao Aotian sat on the most central bleachers behind the ring, one hand on his chin, waiting with interest for the recruitment meeting to begin. The eyes looked at the newcomer, but what crossed his vision was a corpse. A body of soldiers who once trusted him. On that day, in the palace, what that dragon said was still fresh in Zhao Aotian's mind. I didn't kill those soldiers, it's your incompetence as a general and your own ineptitude that caused it. Goo! The vaguely rising sulk made Zhao Aotian not even bother to watch the battle, and a hand crushed the corner of the table. Though quickly restrained, the strong Yankee who followed next to him, the Kacherski 3, keenly caught the change in his mood. "Lord Battle King, what's wrong with you?" Katsuski said with concern in broken Tokugawa. Zhao Aotian hastily rubbed his face to organize his mood. "No, it's fine." Kacherski came closer and said, "It's been too hard for Lord War King this time, how about it? Do you want to use my Karcher family's massage technique, which has been passed down from generation to generation, to give you an essential oil back opening and relax?" Essential oils to open the back? Zhao Aotian stole a glance at his biceps that were thicker than his waistline. "Sounds tempting, but I'll dispense with it." "Get started, Karcher." "Yes, Lord Warlord." With that said, Karcher droned, "Contestants are free to challenge the recruiting officer on stage, one person at a time, begin." Duong's bang. The attendants next to him sounded the gongs and drums, and the recruitment meeting officially began. Poof. A thud. The handle of the lance actually poked and cracked the stone floor of the ring. Rorschach stood with his pillar gun and shouted, "Which one wants to come up and try?" "I'll do it." Only the young adventurer with a warhammer in one hand jumped onto the ring and attacked Rorschach without saying a word. Less than 100 pounds of the two warhammers were actually swung tigerishly. If this is smashed, I'm afraid that the whole person will have to be reduced from 3-dimensional to 2-dimensional. However. Retarded. Rorschach coldly grunted, and with a flick of his foot, the hilt of his lance shot straight out like a thunderbolt. That newbie adventurer didn't even have a chance to react before he was poked in the chest by a blow. The thick steel armor shattered on the spot in a cookie-cutter fashion. The young adventurer's ribs broke and his chest caved in as he was poked, spewing out large mouthfuls of blood as he flew straight out of the ring. The eye only sees outgoing air, not incoming air. If it wasn't for the guild's medical department being right next door, I'm afraid I would have died today. I'll do it. Another adventurer dressed in black and holding dual swords leaped up and shouted, "Exploding star airflow chop!" Launching a fierce attack on Rorschach. These twin knives were fast and messy, and the light of the knives was continuous between swings, making it impossible to see the true form of the knives. Its strength was obviously much stronger than the last one. Each of these slashes was enough to be called a sure kill for an ordinary person. This one's okay. But Rorschach was not impressed. The long spear in his hand was like a spirit snake moving out, bouncing off the dizzying swords one by one. This is... That newcomer obviously didn't expect his chopping attack to be blocked in its entirety. Before he could react, Rorschach wore a light, teasing smile as he sent the lance in his hand forward. How could the newcomer react to the thunderous stabbing of the gun? There was a poof, and the shoulder was pierced through and through. The double-sword newcomer bled out on the spot. Before he had time to scream out, Rorschach's figure flashed, bullying to his body, and lifting his leg was a kick. Ka-pow! Accompanied by the crunching sound of bones breaking, Rorschach actually kicked his knee and bent it in reverse. That newcomer's screams resounded throughout the room in an instant. Spinning into another axe kick, Rorschach easily kicked him out of the ring. Next. The well-traveled Rorschach lifted his lance on his toes and provocatively hooked his finger at the newcomers. I'll do it. In the ring, the fight was hot. Under the ring, the crowd applauded enthusiastically. Aside from the adventurers in the front row participating in the recruitment, everyone else was actually here to see the fun. But unlike these passions, Zheng Qian's face was extraordinarily gloomy. In just half an hour, at least 20 new adventurers went up. And no more than 5 were able to come down on all fours. The worst one even had both of his arms cut off by Rorschach. Even if the wizard is able to attach the broken arm, he will have nothing to do with the adventurer and labor and agriculture professions in this life. In fact, in terms of strength, these newbie adventurers weren't even capable of hurting a single hair on Rorschach's head. Even if the victory is already clear and the newcomer has conceded or is clearly out of the fight, Rorschach would still add a punch or kick to it, crippling the new adventurer. It wasn't that Zheng Qian couldn't see cruelty. Zheng Qian himself was cruel. But Zheng Qian was cruel in the dungeon, and in the end, it was also to survive. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. This point of reasoning, the killing and decisive Zheng Qian still understands. But it's not like these newbie adventurers were the enemy at the recruiting tournament. One human being, one country, even one city, working for the same goal. How many of these newbie adventurers weren't harboring longings for elite gold-level adventurers? And the ones who wasted them happened to be essence gold-level adventurers as well. Zheng Qian scanned around. The audience didn't see anything wrong with Rorschach's behavior at all. They were only excited by the exciting images, as well as being shocked by the power of the Essence Gold level adventurers. In a dungeon, protecting one's own kind was common sense for some weak magical beasts to survive. But mankind is. Zheng Qian felt for the first time. Humans, how stupid. Zheng Qian was puzzled. Isn't the recruitment meeting to select the most promising newcomers for key training? Now, why does it look like Rorschach's one-man show of personal power? Would War King Zhao Aotian allow such a thing to happen right under his nose? Zheng Qian looked at Zhao Aotian. Instead, he was found with one hand on his chin, and though his gaze was directed at the ring, it was vacant and dull-eyed. The demeanor was as if he was remembering something bad, and occasionally a hint of anger would inexplicably flow through him. Zheng Qian instantly understood. The kid isn't even watching the recruiting meeting, he's just sitting here staring at himself. Slightly, a little offended. 66, are you awake yet? Mommy, help me. Mommy. As the last of the newbie adventurers with broken necks and paraplegia were carried down. Under the stage, only Zheng Qian, Cat Nanbei and Shen Jingbing remained in the waiting area. Luo Xiao on the stage recognized Zheng Qian at once. What? Do you want to try it on stage? Zheng Qian wasn't interested in taking on such childish provocations. As a matter of fact, Zheng Qian had no intention of joining the war, he just stood here without knowing that this side was a waiting war zone. Instead, it was Shen Jingbing, the sister that he had just met for less than a day, and Zheng Qian was a little worried about her. Her temperament is instantly recognizable as the type that is so skittish and fearful that a cockroach could scare her into incontinence. However, in the face of the newbie adventurers who were constantly being crippled, she didn't have the slightest intention of retreating, but instead jumped into action. Zheng Qian kindly advised, "Why don't you stop fighting?" "Why?" Zheng Qian used his thumb to point to the paraplegic behind him who had just been carried away. "Can't you see that the 20 or so that went up there were all beaten so badly?" Shen Jingbing was puzzled. This is a fight for Lord Battle King. It's not to win against him. What's more, with more than 20 people having fought in front of him, Rorschach must have consumed a lot, and this is just the opportunity to perform well. Zheng Qian frowned. Is it consuming? Zheng Qian looked at it with truth. HP, 816-1015. MP, 197-216. AP, 169-227. Rorschach has basically nothing to consume. After all, none of the highest newbie adventurers exceeded LV20. Rorschach's level was LV34, and his equipment was more than a notch above the newcomers, with more than one piece of equipment on his body having a buff effect. Just the panel overrides the newcomers by nearly 3 times, and the combat experience and skills are richer than the newcomers. The difference is too great. Aren't you afraid? Zheng Qian couldn't figure it out and asked in return. Shen Jingbing's face was slightly pale, and there were fine beads of sweat on her face. She swallowed and said with a shudder, "Scared, of course I'm scared, that's an Essence Gold level adventurer. But this is the best chance for a newbie adventurer to quickly make a name for himself, so you have to go on even if you're afraid this time." With that, she put on her pure steel gloves and headed for the stage. "Without further ado, I'll go on stage first, or else Rorschach will breathe a few more times and regain his form and it'll be even harder to fight." With that, she walked onto the stage. Rorschach was also stunned. He had thought that Zheng Qian would come up, and had even thought about what he would beat Zheng Qian into. His arms and legs were twisted off, and then he was given a crushing blow with the handle of the gun to his pelvis and spine. "I won't spare anyone who's around Zhang Serpi. That kid has no business being productive in his life, he can only stay at the bottom and struggle." But I didn't expect that the one who came up was actually a strange female adventurer. "Look at that, it's a martial arts monk. It's kinda handsome to look at." Rorschach licked his tongue, pressed his body down, and took a stance. "A little. Let me have my fun. Hello, my name is Shen." Shen Jingbing still wanted to politely introduce herself. Who knew that without even saying his name, Rorschach's body zoomed infinitely out of sight with the speed of thunder. A little cold aura arrived first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon. The messy gunfire came on like a heavy rain. Shen Jingbing never expected that Luo Xia would actually make a direct move. She hastily retreated backward sharply, constantly prancing around with her athletic stance, dodging the attacks with difficulty. But how swift was Rorschach's attack? The stabbing of the lance in his hand was so dense that it seemed as if a hedgehog had crashed into him head-on. However, in a few seconds, Xin Jingbing's body had been slashed with at least 30 to 40 cuts, and the injuries were increasing. But the wounds were strange, all just grazed the skin and bled slightly. For an adventurer, this is not an injury at all. But because there are so many wounds, Xin Jingbing's clothes gradually began to turn into strips. If the wounds increased any further, she feared she would soon be unclothed. Even if Zheng Qian was stupid, he could see what Rorschach wanted to do. The bad smile on Luo Xia's face also verified Zheng Qian's guess. This kid, playing with Xin Jingbing? With his strength, he could have clearly crushed Xin Jingbing very quickly, but he didn't, instead using this method. The roars of excitement from the audience under the stage were even greater when they saw this scene. Xin Jingbing seemed to have realized something as well. Instead of sitting back, she chose to fight back. Wind God Kick. Concentrating all of his battle spirit, it was like throwing out a tornado kick. All of a sudden, the wind was raging above the ring. Zheng Qian also whistled. Xin Jingbing's level hadn't increased, it was still LV-19. However, her wind god kick was a lot more powerful than it would have been in the dungeon. It seems she has worked out hard on a regular basis. Rorschach blushed visibly. Obviously, he hadn't expected this petite young girl to be able to make such a powerful strike. The crowd under the stage was even sweating. However, Madaka! The steel heel tool blasted against the skin, but perversely made a sound of gold and iron. Sh. Xin Jingbing's pupils condensed. Only to see that Rorschach didn't use any fancy tricks. Simply raising his left hand, he used his flesh and blood to parry the wind god kick that came blasting from the metal heel gear. This set of steel gloves and heel gear was bought by Xin Jingbing for 150 gold coins. It was almost all of her savings. And now, the heel tool blasted on Rorschach's arm, and it unexpectedly shattered into several pieces like glass. Fortress. Typical defense skills. Zheng Qian saw through the reason at a glance. This Rorschach was indeed a seasoned adventurer, inviting such a newcomer's sheepish attack and actually using a special defense skill. Oomph, that's the level? On the stage, Rorschach hooked Xin Jingbing's ankle with one hand. Without waiting for Xin Jingbing to struggle, Luo Xia had already laughed and sent the lance in his hand. How dare a little girl use such a wide-open whiplash? Since you're so open, show me the whole thing. Several rounds of continuous stabbing. Xin Jingbing immediately let out a piercing cry of grief. The tattered clothes on her body turned into streaks of cloth in the cold aura. The audience on stage was wide-eyed, just waiting to see the next fragrant scene. However, just at the moment when Xin Jingbing's dignity as a woman was about to fall flat on its face, a figure violently scurried up to the ring. At this moment when everyone was holding their breath, a coat was placed over Xin Jingbing. Snap! The lance that was sent again was caught in one hand. Rorschach froze. Only to see that the one who went up to the stage was no other than Zheng Qian. You? Rorschach put his gun back but didn't pull away. Only one person can come up at a time. What are you doing up here? Zheng Qian looked at the palm of his hand. He actually took it back? Zheng Qian's transformation was not the cat against talent transformation, which was at a lower level and would compress the attributes to 1/10 of normal. Because he had transformed and was not accustomed to the burst of power reduction, the force of grabbing his lance was not properly controlled. Was it too light? Probably remembering this feeling, Zheng Qian didn't pay any attention to Rorschach, but instead tenderly looked at the frozen Xin Jingbing in his arms. How are you doing? Xin Jing's ice-like pink cheeks quickly surged with flushing. She tried to struggle. But when she thought that there was only one jacket of Zheng Qian's on her body now, the shy one had to hug Zheng Qian tightly again. No. It's fine. The jacket still had Zheng Qian's smell left on it. Due to being a dragon, Zheng Qian's sweat was also different from that of humans, with a flavor of dragon smearing incense, and came with a slight purifying effect. Instead of being dirty and smelly, this jacket that has been worn for 3 days is soothing to Xin Jingbing's nose. Go down. Zheng Qian carried Xin Jingbing off the stage. Hey! Who gave you permission to, Luo Xia just wanted to block it, but he realized where there was still Zheng Qian figure. Zheng Qian actually did not know when he had already reached the edge of the ring, and in the form of a princess hug, he handed Xin Jingbing to the cat north and south on the stage. Forget it this time. If you dare to steal my dog's food in the future, I'll scratch you to death, meow. Where did Xin Jingbing listen to the words of the cat north and south? She stared at Zheng Qian's magnificent back on the stage in fascination, and for a while her heartbeat was fast and out of control. On stage. Zheng Qian walked slowly back to the center. Rorschach was furious at the moment, but it was hard to get mad. Zheng Qian hooked his finger at him. How about picking an opponent with a similar physique to yours? The audience on stage let out a roar of laughter when they heard this. A bronze level, even if he didn't salute on stage, he actually dared to provoke an elite gold level adventurer. Isn't this the birthday boy hanging himself, living beyond his means? When Rorschach heard this, he was even more furious. With a wave of his hand, the lance spun and pranced as if it were alive, sometimes flipping over his waist, sometimes over his shoulder, and finally falling back into his hand with precision. Good, it seems that this newcomer is very confident, then naturally I, as an Essence Gold rank senior, will have to learn from him. Zheng Qian sneered. Slightly. It's a bit unpleasant. You'll have to wait a little bit before I fight you. After Zheng Qian finished speaking, he turned around and faced Zhao Aotian in the stands. Immediately, under the eyes of everyone, Zheng Qian did something that everyone couldn't believe. A right foot stomp. On the ground, a half-broken blade that the newcomer had just snapped off instantly popped up, spinning like an electric fan and flying into midair. Zheng Qian did a roundhouse kick, and half of the blade snatched the air on the spot and shot towards Zhao Aotian in the stands. Zhao Aotian, who was in a daze, was suddenly awakened by a sense of crisis and his head subconsciously tilted. Knock! The blade plunged into the back of the chair behind Zhao Aotian with lightning speed and a fraction of a second, trembling continuously. SH. Next to him, Katsuski's eyes widened. Off stage, the audience had long been dumbfounded. This kid actually dares to attack Lord Battle King? How dare a mere bronze level be so bold? If he offends Lord War King, there will be no place for him in Xuandong. Do you not understand this? My God, is he crazy? Zheng Qian didn't care about these watching spectators. With Zhao Aotian on all fours, Zheng Qian snapped in front of everyone. Are you awake from your nap? 67, try and die. Where did Zhao Aotian have the heart to watch the newcomers fight? 2 meetings with that wraith, one a crushing defeat, and one where he had to back down like a pussy. Sitting on the stage, Zhao Aotian's eyes constantly crossed with the various faces of that magical beast. It haunted him like a nightmare that he couldn't get rid of no matter what. Between thoughts, Zhao Aotian saw the image of that dragon-shaped magical beast hissing at himself. Are you awake from your nap? However, it was never expected that almost simultaneously, Zheng Qian's roar actually overlapped with the roar of the demonic beast in his thoughts. Zhao Aotian's heart palpitated as he glanced back at the blade stuck behind him. If it wasn't for the superb awareness cultivated by his strong strength, his body overriding his mind to make an evasive reaction, I'm afraid that this knife would have already been inserted in the center of his eyebrow, right? Zhao Aotian looked down at the ring in shock. In the ring, this bronze-level adventurer was gazing at himself with a scornful gaze. At this instant, Zhao Aotian's body actually shivered uncontrollably. Because the eyes of this bronze-level adventurer on the stage were actually exactly the same as the way that magical beast had looked at himself back in the dungeon. Despise, contempt, as chilling as looking at a locust. If the other party wasn't human, Zhao Aotian would have thought that he was the magic beast. Awake, huh? Zheng Qian tilted his head and said unflinchingly, people risk being crippled or even killed to go on stage and play with opponents they know they can't win. Just for you to be able to see them one more time, gambling your life and all your future, you are still sitting there in a daze. How do you make a war king? Bold. How dare you commit an assault on Lord Battle King in public and speak out of turn? Let me use my Karcher family's generations old. Karcher. Zhao Aotian let out a stern cry. Katsuski III stiffened at the sound, realized what he meant, and retreated. Shaking his head, he shook away the fear that haunted his mind. Zhao Aotian knew deep down that it was his own demonic barrier. The words were hard to hear, but they did make Zhao Aotian feel slightly ashamed. What he said, he did have a point. Zhao Aotian was not a headstrong person either. He said with a straight face, I'm sorry, it was me who lost my concentration. The newcomers who were injured today, those who weren't chosen, the maintenance as well as future work will be borne by my Battle King sect. When these words came out, the entire room couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. King of War. Even compromised? As a matter of fact, striking out at the Battle King in public was almost tantamount to rebellion, and even if he was broken into pieces, it was still justified. But on second thought, the crowd comprehended. What a compassionate warlord. Treat your enemies with no mercy, and treat humans with humility and consideration. Even the realm of thought is above ordinary people, worthy of being a Battle King. Bunch of lickspittles. Zheng Qian wasn't interested in listening to the audience's flattery. Receiving such a reply from Zhao Aotian, Zheng Qian was able to accept it for the time being. Zheng Qian is not a good person. Only Zheng Qian also had his own principles. The half-year survival experience in the dungeon made Zheng Qian realize one of the deepest truths: any dedication is worthy of being respected. Leviathan has done countless deranged things for the sake of the dungeon. Ice Phoenix destroyed a world for her child. Cat North and South have repeatedly risked their lives for themselves. Nurse 2. Whether it is an enemy or a friend, Zheng Qian, who has experienced the dungeon, feels that devotion is the only thing in this world that should not be tarnished, the most valuable treasure. Zheng Qian respected those who dared to dedicate themselves the most, even if they were enemies. Similarly, Zheng Qian could not see the people who dared to dedicate themselves the most being let down. This is also the reason why Zheng Qian, who did not want to go on stage, went on stage. Since Zhao Aotian had given a reply, it was only natural that Zheng Qian would not say anything else to him. Then next. Poof. Carrying his lance, Luo Xia let out a snorting cold snort as he regarded Zheng Qian with a gaze that changed from disdain to the purest hostility. This kid, he's stolen all the limelight from you so far. Making it seem like he's the main event in this ring now. Even the Battle King's gaze was on him, not me. Luo Xia's disdain for Zheng Qian at the beginning turned into pure hostility. You want to make a name for yourself, don't you? Yeah. The higher you climb, the worse you fall. The more the wind comes out, the more the punch in the face hurts. I'll teach you this truth today. There are some windfalls that a weakling like you is not entitled to. It seems that this newcomer is very confident, even Lord Battle King doesn't put it in his eyes. It seems that I, as a senior, will have to learn from him. The words were soft, but the killing intent could not be hidden. Rorschach took a stance, the head of his gun even glowing red from the overly condensed battle intent. The audience under the stage couldn't help but pinch themselves in a cold sweat when they saw this scene. This newcomer is dead. Rorschach seems to look at him with displeasure. I'm afraid I'll be beaten half to death. Even Shen Jingbing couldn't help but clutch the jacket Zheng Qian gave her when she saw this. The look in Rorschach's eyes clearly said, "You're dead." Zheng Qian, however, did not think so. Zheng Serpi said for me not to kill you. Okay, he's my friend, I won't kill you. With that, Zheng Qian hooked his finger at him. On the stage, Zhao Aotian looked at the scene. Though the nightmare of that beast struck again. But this time, Zhao Aotian was no longer dumbfounded, but instead looked at the bronze-level adventurer in front of him in a daze. Like. It's too similar. It's exactly the same. That unassailable stance. Standing proudly. It was just like that demonic beast. Could it be that? Zhao Aotian couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air. But on second thought. No way. It's just a bronze-level adventurer. As a magical beast, even if it transformed into a human, how could it be willing to be at the bottom of the ranks of adventurers? Coincidence, right? Zhao Aotian watched the newcomer with bated breath. Meanwhile, Rorschach moved. One step forward. The granite slabs under his feet shattered instantly. Rorschach was like a wind god possessed. The audience on the stage only felt a fierce wind coming from their faces. So fast. Everyone couldn't help but TSK. Worthy of being an Essence Gold level adventurer, this speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to react. The 10-meter distance between and Zheng Qian was erased like it didn't exist. Riding the wind was beastly. The tumbling lance zapped out life-threatening chills. In just an instant, it arrived at Zheng Qian's face. Let's cut down the nose and ears first. Chipping it down cuts it to shreds before it hits the ground, making it impossible to pick it back up again even with recovery magic. Rorschach had even restrained himself from letting out a maniacal laugh. However, just when everyone thought the young bronze adventurer was about to be left disabled for life, Zheng Qian moved. Bang pop! Two loud bangs ran through the room. SH. On the stage, Zhao Aotian, who saw Zheng Qian's movements, slapped the table as if he was electrocuted. The wide eyes were filled with the terror and trepidation of facing a nightmare. Could it really be him? 68, could it really be him? Bang pop! Two loud bangs ran through the room. No one could see Zheng Qian's movements. Even to the general public, Zheng Qian was just standing still in a dangling manner. But the lance bounced off. Rorschach is sent flying backwards with a jab to the face. On the stage, Zhao Aotian, who saw Zheng Qian's movements, slapped the table as if he was electrocuted. In fact, only Zhao Aotian could see that movement. With one hand, he slapped the lance away with thunderous speed, and then whirled around to punch Rorschach in the nose. Could it really be him? Now the nightmare that had haunted his mind was dispelled by the terrible possibility. Zhao Aotian looked at the ring obsessively, no longer able to move his eyes away even an inch. It landed, and there was a crisp click in Rorschach's ears. Sniffing and looking. Just 3 incisors landed on the ground not far away. Rorschach's mind buzzed with blindness. The whirlwind of soreness coming from his gums and the taste of blood all over his mouth yanked him back to reality. Snap. The first drop of blood dripped from his mouth. It was a moment of excessive consternation that made it almost impossible to focus the eyes accurately. Injured? Who? Me? I actually got my front teeth broken by a newbie adventurer? Being an elite gold level adventurer. Me? Aha! The sharp screams were clearly audible even from 2 blocks away. At this moment, the entire room was silent, leaving only Rorschach covering his mouth and wailing madly. Blood dripped from his fingers. Rorschach's eyes turned crimson. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you. The frenzied Rorschach transformed into thunder. The long spear in his hand rolled towards Zheng Qian like a raging wind in rain. A mere bronze-level adventurer, how dare you take a shot at my fine gold-level adventurer, I want you to regret your arrogance. Zheng Qian's gaze slightly condensed. A raised hand. Like passing through 1,000 flowers, not a single leaf touches you. It is also as swift as a chestnut in a fire. One grabbed the head of the gun from the countless cold awnings. Zheng Qian in his transformed form, his combat power was only comparable to that of the elemental true dragon period. But even so, this strength was by no means humanly possible to shake. The divine speed in the eyes of humans was nothing more than sluggishness like slow play in Zheng Qian's eyes. Brother, have you eaten? A clanking sound snapped the head of the gun. Zheng Qian closed to Rorschach's body along the body of the gun without a moment's hesitation. Eat me if you haven't? Remembering Zhang Serpi's instructions, Zheng Qian gently threw a straight punch to his abdomen. Vomit, aha! Rorschach let out a hysterical scream on the spot and flew out backwards like a broken paper kite. At this moment, there was no more uproar from the audience on stage. Essence Gold level adventurers, the strongest under the condensed gold level, were an unattainable existence for ordinary people and general adventurers. I can't believe I got hit by a bronze defeating elite gold? Is that possible? Yet this impossibility is happening in reality today. Clank. Stick the broken gun into the stone floor. The ring floor was scraped with a deep, broken channel, and only then did Rorschach stop his momentum from flying backwards. Ha 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 ha. Rorschach gasped out a large amount of bad breath, and blood continued to be vomited out of his mouth. Rage and madness were completely eroding sanity at the moment. In the blood-red line of sight, at this moment, no other than Zheng Qian could be seen anymore. No way. I'm an elite gold level adventurer, how could I possibly not be able to defeat a mere bronze level? He's just a dog around Zhang Serpi. It's just a dog that stinks like Zheng Zipi. It can't be. There must be a mistake somewhere. It can't be. Look at Zheng Qian again. A breezy look. There was no offense and no vigilance. Just standing there, looking at Rorschach with the same eyes as if he were looking at a rag. The last vestige of sanity was seared away. Rorschach's brain had been reduced to 5 words. I'm gonna kill you. Clunk. Throwing away the hilt of his gun, Rorschach, who fought his way to his feet, drew the sword at his waist. That's, be damned, someone could get killed. Karcher, don't go. In the stands, Kaczynski saw this and hurriedly prepared to step forward and intervene, but who would have thought that Zhao Aotian would reach out and stop him? But Kaczynski was about to say something else when he glanced sideways and froze in place. Only Zhao Aotian didn't even blink his eyes glaring round, staring at Zheng Qian on the stage. As if in a demented state, he said, I want to watch. I want to see how this newcomer responds, maybe he's, no. Unlikely, but I want to see. Battle. Battle King? Speech is illogical and inconsistent. Kaczynski had never seen Zhao Aotian like this before. What happened to the War King? After coming out of the dungeon, Zhao Aotian seemed to be a bit out of sorts. And now, Zhao Aotian was even more perverse to the extreme. When the audience under the stage saw Rorschach draw his sword, they even collectively drew a breath of cold air. That newcomer has completely enraged Rorschach on the basis that he's somewhat powerful. That's the pseudo-Saint Swordiolean, a weapon that only condensed gold-ranked adventurers are usually qualified to purchase. Drawing this weapon means Rorschach is getting serious. It's over, this newcomer is going to have bad luck. On the stage, the crystal-like sword was exposed to the air. The overwhelming pressure instantly spread throughout the entire arena. The earth was roaring and the air seemed to freeze. The small stones on the ground were hanging into the air. Rorschach's eyes filled with blood to the point of scarlet. The first of the 9 swords of the King of Battles, Execution of the Gods. The 9 swords of the Battle King, the strongest technique in Xuandong, was the stance of the previous generation of Battle Kings, the strongest Battle King in the history of mankind, Zhao Tianming. That was the only human ever to have reached the maximum level theoretically attainable by a human, LV 100. Although it relied on the temporary state reached by the 3rd stage of the critical breakthrough, that was indeed the limit of humanity. And as an Essence Gold level adventurer, being able to use the first sword of the 9 swords of the Battle King was already enough to prove that Rorschach's strength, when placed amongst the Essence Gold level adventurers, was also the best. This is exactly the biggest thing that makes Rorschach invincible. Die for me! He bellowed and took a step out. The blood-scented air rolled towards Zheng Qian like a wave. The battle-filled sword was wrapped in a tornado. However, boring. Clank squeak. The blade rubbed against something hard that couldn't be cut, scraping out large sparks. The sharp tip of the sword stopped 3 inches in front of Zheng Qian and could no longer advance an inch. This is... On the stage, Zhao Aotian, who saw this scene, if not for the stool under his buttocks is fixed to the ground with mortise and tenon, I am afraid that he has already fallen on his buttocks on the ground, right? Exactly the same. This image was exactly the same as when he himself faced that magical beast that day on the 2nd floor. Zheng Qian grabbed the desperate sword with his bare hands. The sharp blade of the sword couldn't even cut through the skin of its palm. Memory images overlapped with reality. Zhao Aotian's entire body was drenched in cold sweat at the moment. It's him! It's him! It's him! This fear and powerlessness engraved in the DNA. This almost untouchable toughness. This is the only arrogance in the world. The dragon's condescension. Zhao Aotian really couldn't think of anyone else in this world that could replicate this kind of scene. You. Rorschach was just as crazy as he was at the moment, but he also realized the seriousness of the matter. He tried desperately to draw his sword. But the sword was like it was chained to a boulder, and it didn't move a bit, whether it was pushed forward or pulled backward. And the other side. Zheng Qian, who had grabbed the pseudo-saint sword, had originally thought of crushing it. Even after taking shape, this kind of toy was about as brittle as a cookie in Zheng Qian's eyes. However, Zheng Qian noticed the expression of Zhao Aotian on the stands looking at himself like a ghost. Oh, he doesn't recognize me, does he? That said, I'm at this action. Oh, got it. Indeed, if he was recognized by Zhao Aotian, Zheng Qian probably wouldn't have a good time in the future. It's not like you can kill someone to get rid of them. Truth's quest is a mention that killing people indiscriminately will deduct unlock points, and that truth will unload itself if you kill too many people. Now that's trouble. If I crush this sword now, I probably won't be able to hide it, right? Zheng Qian thought about it. How about, I get hurt on purpose? It's hard. If this sword really pokes me, I guess it'll break too, right? After all, even if I cut my attributes by 10 times in my transformed state, I still have 11,365 physical resistance. Zheng Qian thought about it and finally made a decision. Weakness. Secretly, he sends 4 consecutive weaknesses at himself. Each weakness has the attribute. Through 4 consecutive weaknesses, Zheng Qian's physical defense was then reduced to as low as 711. Poof! The sharp blade of the sword cut through the skin of his palm and penetrated straight into Zheng Qian's shoulder. In an instant, blood flowed. Geez, that hurts. Zheng Qian cursed and backhanded a furious downward hook that hit Luo Xia squarely in the sky. Rorschach scored a hit, and before he could be happy, he instantly felt a sharp pain coming from the top of his head. For a split second before consciousness faded, he felt as if his head was going to shrink through his neck and pop out of his pants. Bang! Rorschach was knocked over a dozen times in place and fell heavily face down on the ground. The impenetrable granite ring is smashed out of Rorschach's face. The large pit was clearly imprinted with the impression of Rorschach's 5 senses as he rolled his eyes. 69. Zhao Aotian's suspicion. Injured? Conviction turned to foxing. Zhao Aotian, who was drenched in cold sweat in the last second, actually had the illusion of being lighter at this moment. In the ring, Zheng Qian covered his shoulder, but blood still continued to flow out from his fingers. His pale and agonized face caused Zhao Aotian to fall into confusion for a moment. Injured? How is that possible? No way. If he was that dragon, there was no way Rorschach's attack would have injured him. In the eyes of that dragon, I'm afraid Rorschach wasn't even an ant, right? Could it be that I'm guessing wrong? This is just a new adventurer with a strong power? Zhao Aotian was suddenly relieved. Ah, right. How did that dragon transformed into a human come to be an adventurer? He possessed so much power that if he wanted to enjoy life, he could have killed a rich man and then morphed into his form. If you want to live in seclusion, you can totally morph into a farmer or a fisherman. Adventurers were just a bunch of rookies in his eyes. A high roller teams up with a rookie? What's that? A philanthropist with a rookie? Even if he was disguised as an adventurer, there was no way he could be stabbed by Rorschach. That's right, it couldn't have been the dragon. Must be a newcomer with some serious power. It wasn't complete, but all signs pointed to the fact that the newcomer in front of him couldn't be the dragon. Zhao Aotian felt a fierce relief in his heart. And for the moment, the field was silent. The newcomer stands. Though his shoulder was penetrated and bleeding profusely, he stood. And Rorschach, who should have been standing, was actually on the ground, his arms and legs occasionally twitching, proving that he wasn't dead. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. The people who were yelling that this newcomer was going to be finished seemed to feel a father's love on their faces at the moment. Zheng Qian didn't care what these humans thought. When his remaining light caught a glimpse of Zhao Aotian's expression easing up quite a bit, Zheng Qian knew that his level of suspicion towards himself had lessened. What's your name? Zhao Aotian asked. Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian? Nice name. Zhao Aotian meditated for a moment and said, You have good strength, do you want to enter my Battle King sect? Not interested. Zheng Qian replied with a firm and decisive answer. Zhao Aotian frowned, Why? It's every adventurer's dream to enter the Battle King sect, to be able to receive my guidance, to have their strength soar, and to be able to better contribute to this country. Not my dream, I just want to earn money. Zheng Qian said frankly. You're kidding. Do you know how good the mission of truth smells? Do you know how high the prices are? I only have a total of 100 gold coins on hand right now, even with the North and South Cats share. You're asking me to join the warlord sect for dead wages? Besides, getting your pointers? If it weren't for the fact that it's now in public, you'd be afraid that you're going to make me laugh until my dragon's balls crack. If nothing else, I should be the top performer, right? If I don't join the Battle King sect, will I still have that 1 gram of condensed gold to take? Zheng Qian, who had wanted to step down directly, thought of this matter and turned back to ask. Zhao Aotian was stunned and wanted to reject it outright. Damn it, you don't come to my Battle King's gate and you still want to take 1 gram of condensed gold? No wonder Lu Ziji couldn't find the Peach Blossom Garden in Nanyang, it's all in your head. But on second thought. No, it's not right. Condensed gold is certainly rare, but 1 gram Zhao Aotian can still afford to give it away. Even if he didn't join the Battle King sect, this condensed gold given to him could be of great use. Thinking of this, Zhao Aotian, who wanted to refuse directly, changed his words and said, There is, but I don't have it with me today, some other time, I'll have my personal guard, Karcher, personally send it to you. Off to the side, the foreigner, Keksuski, stepped forward. Hello, my name is Keksuski III. Delivery is a specialty that has been passed down from generation to generation in my Keksuski family, so please rest assured that the Keksuski mission will be accomplished. Zheng Qian. Tr. Trucker 3? A Zhao Aotian whose name is a bit like Dragon Aotian is even better. Real colorful, psychotic, and now a trucker? Every mom and dad in this world is a naming guru. Can't you ever get a name from the sun? Wait. Zheng Qian blinked his eyes and realized a very serious problem. Seems like my name is pretty netherworldly too. Alright, you're the Battle King, I'm sure you won't renege on your debt. After saying that, Zheng Qian got out of the ring without looking back. Underneath the stage, the audience that had previously mocked Zheng Qian now each took the initiative to stand on both sides. Let's go. With the cat Nan 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 and Xin Jingbing, Zheng Qian left the scene. Xin Jingbing still didn't forget to look back at Zhao Aotian. She seems to want to enter the warlord sect. Zheng Qian glanced at her, not accusing or correcting her with words for her naive thoughts. You can become stronger by joining the warlord sect? Don't be ridiculous. There are no shortcuts in this world. It's never someone else that you can rely on to become strong. Ginger had followed Zheng Qian up to almost 100 levels, but was he good? Not awesome. One-on-one might not even be able to beat a subspecies cotto beast leader. Because his rank is imaginary, it is not accumulated or summarized. With the king of battle as well. Don't fantasize that you can get stronger just because you get guidance from the big boys. The only means to become stronger is to rely on yourself one step at a time. Looking at Zheng Qian leaving, Zhao Aotian did not stop him, but his face became vaguely gloomy. Kachersky was puzzled. Lord Battle King, why did you lie to him? My Karcher family's memory that has been passed down from generation to generation will not misremember. You should have that 1 gram of condensed gold with you, right? Why do you want me to send it another day? Zhao Aotian laughed. Then there would be no chance for you to integrate into his team. Oh? Kaksuski's beard was slightly raised. I don't understand what Lord Battle King means, so please enlighten me. You don't have to understand. Zhao Aotian got up and prepared to leave, saying as he walked, remember, you have to utilize the matter of sending condensation to find a way to stay in this Zheng Qian's team. Cooperate with him, help him, even offer some financial resources. But remember, once he displays any power beyond human perception, be sure to secretly tell me. Kaksuski 3 is a little strange. But for the time being, he accepted it. Yes, I take orders. As for Zhao Aotian, he naturally had his own ideas. Even though Zheng Qian had been injured by Luo Xia, Zhao Aotian still couldn't completely rule out the possibility that he was the dragon. If he wasn't that dragon, it meant he was a newcomer with the potential to become a battle king. As long as this newcomer was nurtured, the certainty of killing that dragon would be greatly increased. If he is that dragon, then gather as much information about him as possible, including his full strength, skills, weaknesses, etc., and then Zhao Aotian was about to find a way to kill him. Assassination, poisoning, sneak attack, swarming. By any means necessary. It is a threat to this country, a threat to the very existence of humanity. It was also Zhao Aotian's lifelong nightmare. As long as he could get rid of him, Zhao Aotian could do so regardless of the cost, the price, and the morality. This is for the sake of mankind. Even though I am a devil in this body, I will kill the evil dragon. 70, supersized. 3 days later. Lack of money. Looking at the 104 gold coins in his pocket and then looking at the string of zeros on the list of house prices. Zheng Qian clenched his fists unwillingly. Oh yo-yo, no, you can't hold it. If the gold coin pinches, you'll be in trouble. Why can't the highest level of alchemy provided by truth make gold? Zheng Qian was depressed. That's right. Alchemy in this world can't make gold. Can you believe that? Even the highest order of alchemy offered by truth. Although it is possible to use alchemy to refine fine gold from gold and condensed gold from fine gold. But you just can't extract gold from a gold mine. Principle? Zheng Qian didn't know either. It's as if the gold mines of this world have some sort of natural property that makes them immune to the interference of magical elements. So alchemy can only be refined by pure hand. Otherwise, Zheng Qian would have gotten rich, become CEO, married a rich white woman, and walked on the peak of the dragon life. Alright dog, look on the bright side meow. Next to him, the cat North and South sipped hot goat's milk and stepped forward to comfort him. Even though you can't refine gold, you can refine copper meow. Zheng Qian. Do you realize what you're saying? Shut up, you'll be shot if you get caught. Zheng Qian glanced at the guild acquisition warehouse, relying on dragon perception. His sight easily bypassed the heavy obstacles and arrived at the goat's milk storage area. The shelves here, they're empty. At that time, he was on a mission with Zhang Serpi and earned 150 gold coins, of which 45 gold coins were split to Zhang Serpi, and 40 bull horns were exchanged for 8 gold coins, all of which went to Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian was supposed to hold 113 gold coins. You know, 1 gold coin is equivalent to the purchasing power of $1,000. Zheng Qian himself didn't need to eat. The dungeon wraiths he had eaten in his stomach for half a year were enough to digest until the Monkey King came out of the Five-Finger Mountain. But the district of 3 days, in addition to buy themselves and the cat north and south of a dress spend 1 gold coins, the cat north and south of a person to drink goat's milk drank away a full 8 gold coins. 8,000 bucks of goat's milk and she's just doing and awing all by herself. Cats love goat's milk by nature, but you can't drink it like this, can you? Goat's milk is stored in the other stomach, meow. When Zhang Qian asked her how she drank it, this is what Cat Nan 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 said. What the hell is the other stomach? You don't have gluttony as a skill, do you? The cat's appetite for drinking goat's milk from the north and south made Zhang Qian even wonder a little about the construction of her internal organs. To top it off, the cat north and south actually drank goat's milk and went up a level. It's now LV 177. Can you believe it? No, let's not talk about the dream of buying a house if we keep this up. By the time Zhang Serpi was released, I was already poor from her drinking. Ugh. Is it really necessary to take on this kind of mission? Shen Jingbing gripped the employment order in her hand, her frightened face was iron blue, and her body couldn't stop shivering. After all, though, this quest does qualify as one of the most remunerative in the silver class. But it's just too unfriendly to women. Employment instruction: annihilate the goblin horde in the mountains east of the Owl Mountain Range in the North Wraith Forest. Quest reward, 90 gold coins. What's a kobold? Have you seen Kobold Killer? Yes, it's that kind of thing. Weak magical beasts that won't let go of any female, from an 80-year-old crone down to an 8-year-old. But because of their cunning nature, countless powerful female adventurers have fallen victim to them. Wraiths that are called the natural enemies of women. That said, there's been a bit of a crusade list for wraiths in the guild lately, huh? Related orders have suddenly tripled or quadrupled in the last few days. I don't want to, what can I do? Lack of money. Next to the cat, north and south sipped goat's milk and said, is money that important, meow? And you have the nerve to say it. All the expenses lately are from you drinking milk. At this rate, when will I be able to buy a house? Zheng Qian pointed at the cat north and south and drank. If you really sympathize with me and feel a guilty conscience, run to the goblin's cave in a bunny girl outfit and dance a section of the pure land of ultimate bliss for me to lure all the goblins out. The cat north and south but did not care licked the back of the hand, finishing hair. This has nothing to do with me, meow. This meow is only responsible for the appearance of flowers like flowers in the years on the line, meow. To raise a family is the responsibility of you males, meow. You're at. Zhang Qian was so angry that he felt like his dragon liver was going to crack. What can I do? I'm helpless, too. The task of killing the demon god Ares is still weighing on your head. The demon god, he must be a very powerful big man, right? What the hell knows when this big guy will pop out of nowhere and one to me? If I want to improve my strength, the truth won't let me kill anyone. I haven't even experienced much except for the automatic growth of 8 experience per second for radicalization growth LV4. It's been 5 days, and it's risen to LV2 by auto growth. If you don't upgrade, you don't upgrade. Where's the upgrade to unlock the incense? What about earning the ability to earn tens of thousands of unlock points? But what a surprise. Why is it so hard to earn a living? Bronze level quests are done once for 5-10 gold coins. Doing this kind of mission? So I'm an errand boy? I don't want to lose face? But there are rules for adventurer promotion. To ascend to silver you must complete 10 missions and practice for more than 3 months. Gold, on the other hand, is 50 assignments and more than 6 months of practice. This is outrageous, okay? Can't you just tailor an exam like Netflix and then just make me full level? It's also good to learn from the king of Coldplay, where 80% of the book is spent playing tournament promotions. How about simply asking Ginger for the money? He's the chief archmage, he must have money. However, when Zhang Qian thought about it, he hastily shook his head. In his mind, Zhang Qian saw Jinga smilingly slapping himself back and forth with a dozen bills, then lifting his chin with the bills and tenderly saying to himself, contempt, come and eat. The image. Oh, no, absolutely not. Just then. Bang. The guild shutters were heaved open. An unbelievably large figure filled the entire doorframe. Whatever is troubling you all? In the presence of my Karcher family's psychological counseling techniques, which have been passed down from generation to generation, all troubles will be solved. Nearly 2 meters tall and weighing 200 pounds. The magnificent pectoral muscles were as if they were boarding the devil. The broad shoulders were like two cranes. Zheng Qian instantly recognized this highly recognizable physique. Kaksuski 3. Melancholy moods turned from cloudy to sunny days. Zheng Qian exuberantly got up with a slap on the table and greeted him. When Kaczynski saw Zhang Qian, he immediately walked forward intimately. Oh? You are Zhang Qian. Hello, my name is Kaksuski. By order of the Battle King, I'm sending you a reward of 1 gram of condensed gold. With that said, Kaksuski pulled an emerald box out of his pants. Hey, why are you pulling it out of that place? You're not A, are you? You're definitely A, aren't you? P.S. Cat North and South character drawing has been completed. Very beautiful original painting, released tonight, yo stay tuned. 71. The Power of Condensed Gold. This is condensed gold? Looking at the items in the box, Zheng Qian's eyes went wide. Inside the crystal-clear emerald box is a sponge carefully wrapped in velvet. In the center of the deliberately made depression, a half grain of rice-sized, yellow crystal-like pearly translucent stone was lying in it. A gentle poke of the finger. The stone actually puckers like Jell-O. Please take it. Kaczynski sat across the table and pushed the box toward Zheng Qian. Notice, the side quest to obtain 1 gram of condensed gold has been completed, and the 500 unlocking point reward has arrived. Truth's announcement came as proof that Kaczynski's gift was not an empty courtesy, but a genuine one. It also proved that the condensed gold was genuine and not just a random fake to fool people. Keeping his word, I can't see that Zhao Aotian kid has some good points. Zheng Qian picked up the box and examined it carefully. The reward from this measly 1 gram of gizmo is comparable to killing Leviathan? Zheng Qian was somewhat unable to understand. Philosopher's Stone, Blood of the Gods, Blood of the Earth, Sage's Stone, Condensed Gold, it has been called by many names, but no matter what it is called, it doesn't change the fact that it's a treasure given to mankind by the heavens. Kaksuski explained quietly, nowadays, the Chuandong Kingdom's treasury has only 6,327 grams of condensed gold in reserve, and together with the condensed gold held by the private sector and the major masters in the country, the total amount of condensed gold in the country won't be more than 10 kilograms. It was this 10-kilogram total that made Chuandong the second most powerful country in the world after Eagle Valley. It was the most precious treasure in the world, bar none, and an ordinary person might not be able to witness the true nature of condensed gold in their lifetime. His Excellency Zhao Aotian himself only holds 200 grams, and he ordered me to send this 1 gram of condensed gold, which is enough to prove the importance attached to you, Your Excellency Zheng Qian. So, what is this thing used for besides being used as a reinforcer to build stronger equipment? Zheng Qian was curious. Kaczynski said quietly, eat. Zheng Qian froze, what the hell? Eat? This stuff is edible? Zheng Qian found it a bit unbelievable. Next to them, Shen Jingbing and Cat Nan Nan Nan, one on the left and one on the right, came closer to take turns surveying, their eyes filled with curiosity. Kaksuski said, each 1 gram is capable of gaining roughly 500 experience directly. 500? Kaczynski nodded. Only 500? Kaczynski nodded again. Zheng Qian suddenly felt as if he had been slapped twice in the face. No, a piece of crap that's only worth 500 experience for 1 gram, and you're telling me it's a human treasure? Zheng Qian looked at the bauble in the box and felt as if he had been pitted. That's it? Truth is still using 1 gram and 500 unlock points as a lure to make me play hard to get? Are you kidding me? That's not true. This 500 experience may seem like a small amount, but when used properly, it can be invaluable. Such as? Zheng Qian asked. Kachowski replied, humans are born weak and have a tough time leveling up. The higher the level, not only does it require more experience, but the less experience you get. A level 30 secret silver adventurer was able to gain 400 experience from killing a cotto beast, but at level 35, it was only 200, and at level 40, it wasn't even 50. So can it be interpreted like this? Every 1 point of experience at level 40 is equal to 8 points of experience at level 30? When Zheng Qian heard this, he immediately understood. Zheng Qian, who had killed countless magical beasts in the dungeon, could best understand how pitiful the thing called experience was. The higher the level, the more experience required for upgrading, but the experience gained from killing monsters would in turn become less and less. According to statements like Kaczynski's, that does make sense. Do you mean that the higher the level, the better the effect of using condensed gold? Zheng Qian asked. Kaksuski nodded, that's right, it's generally difficult for humans to break through LV45. Reaching LV45 is a minor war king, and reaching LV50 is a major war king. Lord Zhao Aotian is now LV59 and can only gain single-digit experience from killing any magical beast. Although his rank was still growing through inhuman training, he would one day reach his limit, right? By that time, no matter what kind of training you do or how many magical beasts you kill, you won't be able to grow your experience, so the only means to grow your experience is condensed gold. Hearing this, Zheng Qian finally understood the importance of condensed gold. Not to mention Zhao Aotian. Zheng Qian himself was now facing the same dilemma. Leveling up doesn't work. Radicalized growth LV4 provides automatic growth of 8 experience per second. But the multiplier for 4 evolutions is 1.5. Now Zheng Qian is only LV2 and has only risen 2 levels since he came out of the dungeon, and the required experience has grown from 100,000 to 225,000. Forget about the magical beasts in the magical beast forest. When he did the quest with Zhang Serpi that day, Zheng Qian killed more than 20 heads and only got 1 point of guaranteed experience per head. It was no longer possible for low-level monsters to provide Zheng Qian with experience. It hasn't been verified yet, but I'm guessing that the wraiths on dungeon level 4 only provide up to triple digits of experience each these days. Only the tier 4 boss and the final boss will work. This was also the reason why Zheng Qian hadn't been going to any other dungeons. Because there's not much point. Leviathan is 13.5 million experience. Zheng Qian would definitely get less than that amount of experience if he killed the final boss again now. There were only 10 dungeons in the world, and excluding Kawaguchi, which had already been pierced, there were 9 left. And Zheng Qian 4 evolutions, starting experience 100000, multiplier 1.5. When you reach LV11, the demand for experience breaks 1 billion. Even if he slaughters all 9 remaining dungeons, Zheng Qian could theoretically only ascend to LV12 at most. If I continue to unlock radicalized growth, I might be able to get up to LV15, I guess. And each distance is thousands of tens of thousands of kilometers, have not been to the place, cannot use the space transfer, can only use the flight to fly over, the dungeon can only be 1 layer to fight down. I'm afraid it would take a little over half a year to fight all 9 dungeons. That's still the ideal state, and doesn't account for the increased difficulty of gaining experience when leveling up. Counting on this situation, even if he points the radicalization growth to max, relying on dungeons alone, Zheng Qian is afraid that he won't be able to ascend to LV10. Is it worth it? Just 8 levels up? 6 months of traveling? And that's not even considering the impact on the human world after all the dungeons are fought. Will that get in the way of accomplishing the truth? It's clearly not worth it. Might as well hang out in the human world and earn unlock points for a better deal. Therefore, Zheng Qian was not brainless, and he had already counted on this situation. Staying in Xuandong is not just because Zheng Qian likes to be a salted fish, but also because it will be more cost-effective to stay. And the advent of condensed gold offers a new possibility. No matter what level you are, Nimbus Gold ignores levels and gives you an equal amount of experience. This was the reason why the War King wanted to hold the condensed gold. When he reached the limit of his level, he would be able to go to the next level by swallowing a large amount of condensed gold. Thinking of this, Zheng Qian suddenly thought of a possibility. Wait a minute. Truth never issues missions that are meaningless. This was something that Zheng Qian had already realized back when he was raiding the Ice Phoenix. All of the branching main lines are preparations for raiding the final core objective. And now, Truth had released nearly 100 tasks to Zheng Qian, all of which were related to making money. Could it be that? Zheng Qian didn't even think about it, he didn't even have time to stop the cat from going north and south, he grabbed this gram of condensed gold and swallowed it. Notice, human experience increase potion detected, gain 20 times experience. Notice, 160,000 experience value has been credited, level has been raised, current level LV3. This is, what a waste, Your Excellency Zheng Qian, you should have saved it and waited to take it until you reach the bottleneck in the future. Kaczynski was painfully aware of the situation. And Zheng Qian didn't care what he thought. At this moment in Zheng Qian's heart, there is only an uncontrollable ecstasy. Sure enough. Same as murder. Taking the human's experience potion, congealed gold, you also get 20x experience. Also, radicalized growth LV4, which provides 16x experience, stacks. The end result of this was that the 500 experience 1 gram of congealed gold provided Zheng Qian with 160,000 experience in a hard way. I knew the truth wouldn't screw me over. If I point the radicalization growth to max, then the math works out. 1 gram of nugget is capable of providing 5.12 million experience. That was already a gain comparable to killing half a Leviathan. Furthermore, the experience provided by gilding does not decrease as you level up. So that's it. I get it. Why does the truth make me money? This is because condensed gold is extracted from fine gold, which in turn is extracted from gold. So earning money is the same as earning condensation. This is the best means of upgrading at this time. It seems like I'm earning money, but it's actually to make me stronger so I can challenge the core mission, killing the demon god Ares. I came to my senses. Zheng Qian was ecstatic. Although 1 gram of condensed gold was wasted, the intelligence gained was far beyond that 1 gram of condensed gold. Currently unlocked at 1,703 points. Radicalization growth LV5 requires 320 unlock points, LV6 requires 640, and so on. Unlocking to max requires a total of 9,920 unlock points. And right now, the best way to get unlock points is to earn them. Got it. After coming to the human realm for 5 days, Zheng Qian finally figured out what he was going to do in the human realm and the purpose of doing so. Thank the Battle King for me, I'll remember the favor of this 1 gram of condensed gold. Zheng Qian closed the jade box and pushed it to Katsuki. Kaczynski was still reeling from Zheng Qian wasting 1 gram of condensed gold? Hearing Zheng Qian say this, he hurriedly pushed the box back to Zheng Qian. This box is also from Lord War King, please accept it. He said that life is hard for newbie adventurers. This jade box is worth 20 gold coins, it is his private sponsorship for you. Zheng Qian froze on the spot when he heard this. Truth's quest metrics jumped from 113,1000 to 133,1000 in one fell swoop. Can't you see that Zhao Aotian is so nice? Damn, I'm so moved, I'm going to cry. Zheng Qian shivered his nose. Okay, I held back. Looking at this beautiful box, Zheng Qian thought to himself. Is this Zhao Aotian? A good person? Katsuki was relieved to see Zheng Qian's face showing joy. Well, as Lord Warlord expected, the bait was taken. Katsuki hurriedly came closer and revealed the true purpose of the trip. By the way, Lord War King said that you newbie adventurers are having a hard time making a living, and you have so much potential. He said that Lord Battle King regrets your unwillingness to join the Battle King sect, but Lord Battle King doesn't want to see you buried. So here's a proposal. How about letting me join your team? In this way, through my humble servant, you can contact Lord Battle King directly if you need anything, and it will be easy for Lord Battle King to contact you if he has anything to do. I'm not boasting, but I'm also a bit strong, and I may be able to give you a few pointers as you grow up. How? P.S. Tonight around 8 o'clock, the original creation of the Cat North and South will be uploaded, then you can view the Cat North and South in the Starting Point app. This stand-up cost me a whole 750 yen, please vote for me, and reward me if you have money, so that I can get my blood back, thank you very much. Cat North and South original illustrations have been posted. You can watch it by tapping on the character, Cat North and South on the Starting app. Thank you for your support. The main character Zheng Qian's stand-up is in the works and will be released soon. 72, Secret Silver Mission. Kaczynski on my team? This proposal did take Zheng Qian somewhat by surprise. Glanced at his belt. Rose gold color. This guy is an elite gold level adventurer. On the same level as Rorschach. The biggest benefit if he joins his team is Zheng Qian could just take on any mission he wanted. Of course, when they say they're casual pickups, there are actually restrictions. The highest limit when the upper position takes the lower position is to receive only the mountain bronze level. Quests at Secret Silver and above must have the entire team at Secret Silver or above. But all the mountain bronze level quests are guaranteed 400 gold coins. Split a dirty down, their own Cat North and South 2 heads, how can they share 200 gold coins, right? This was much faster money than Zhang Serpi's gold level quests. Able to. Zheng Qian sized up his tendon flesh. Is it really a good idea to recruit such a big to my team? Cat North and South are not afraid, Xinjingbing is my first love. What if this whatever trucker is human and an LSP? No, my pure love warrior Zheng Qian does not agree. But think of the rewards of the mountain bronze level. Oops, that smells good. Come to think of it, what is there to be afraid of? The normal range of dragon perception was over 3 kilometers, and Zheng Qian could move at a speed of up to 1,000 meters per second. If something really green happened, Zheng Qian could completely arrive within 3 seconds. Of course, if the truck driver could finish in 3 seconds, then Zheng Qian would be willing to admit this and say to him, "You are great, it is my loss." "Alright, since you're willing to join in, I'll do so." Zheng Qian extended his hand at him. Kaczynski was delighted at the sight and reached out to shake his hand. Mission accomplished. Although he didn't understand why Lord Battle King was so attached to such a newcomer, Kaczynski would never question the Battle King's decision with a sense of loyalty. As ordered by the warlord, Kaczynski wants to blend into Zheng Qian's team and cooperate with all his actions. If necessary, provide all necessary assistance, including financial and human resources. The purpose was, during that time, to figure out Zheng Qian's true level, strength, and skills. If Zheng Qian had shown any extraordinary power, he must report it at the first opportunity. And in this case not to be vocalized and further investigated for possible weaknesses. Kaczynski doesn't really have a high IQ. One could even say that it's considered lower in the general population. However, with his superior talent, and the loyalty cultivated by his family's excellent tutelage, he was doubly favored by Zhao Aotian. I guess Lord Warlord saw something from this teenager? A threat? Or a force that can be used for humanity? It doesn't matter, since Lord War King has asked me to do so, with the loyalty that my Karcher family has passed down from generation to generation, no matter if this Zheng Qian is a foe or a friend, I will definitely find out the truth. Kaczynski officially joined Zheng Qian's team of adventurers. Mr. Zheng Qian, are you struggling with wanting to take on higher-level quests now, but are limited by your own bronze class? Sitting down again, Kaczynski asked curiously. Zheng Qian rubbed his forehead hard. The hairline has moved back several centimeters in the last few days. Who came up with this ING rule? You have to work for 3 months before you can be promoted to silver, and half a year before you can be promoted to gold. Can't you just take the strength and talk about it? It can't be helped, low-level quests pay low, but someone has to do it, otherwise the completion rate of the orders is too low, the people won't trust the Adventurers Guild, it will affect the number of the entire guild receiving hiring orders, which in turn will lead to a decrease in the earnings of all the adventurers, and ultimately it will fall into a vicious circle. So, to become a high-level adventurer, you have to prove your dedication to the whole group, so it is required to stay at the low level for a while. Moreover, even after becoming a high-level adventurer, when you take employment orders, the guild will entrust you with some additional low-level quests to complete along the way, depending on the route of the quests you take. Kaczynski's explanation was detailed and convincing. Although Zheng Qian was a bit upset, he could only accept it. After all, this kind of macro regulation is essential to an industry, and if you want to join the industry, you have to accept it, which is the responsibility and obligation of practitioners. But it's no good really dragging it out like this. Just as Zheng Qian was agonizing. Kaczynski, however, smiled vaguely. Worthy of being Lord War King, your mind is meticulous, this Zheng Qian's reaction in distress is actually all as you expected. Mr. Zheng Qian, if you really want to take on a high-level quest, I do have a secret silver-level quest on my side. When Zheng Qian heard this, his entire body exploded, a secret silver-level mission? For me? Kaczynski nodded. Zheng Qian was puzzled, didn't it say that to start at the secret silver level, you have to be all secret silver level? A senior adventurer taking a newcomer can only pick up a maximum of mountain bronze level. Kaczynski let out a chuckle and pulled a piece of parchment out of his pocket. This is a hiring order from Lord Battle King himself, and it was originally intended to be entrusted to the Adventurers Guild. However, before Lord Battle King sent me to deliver the congealed gold to you, he personally instructed me to entrust the quests directly to you in the form of a private commission without going through the guild, considering that you might need high-level quests. There's no need to go through the guild, so naturally there's no level restriction, and there's no need to give the guild a cut of the pay, which is commonly known as private work. Zheng Qian was overjoyed when he heard this. Oh, Zhao Aotian, this kid is so on the ball? Give me a direct private job? Taking a look at the task, Zheng Qian's heart instantly developed a strong favorable impression of Zhao Aotian. Employment instruction. Recently, several reports have been received of a sudden surge in the strength and number of magical beasts within the 3 major magical beast forests of the east, south and north, leading to a large number of adventurers incorrectly estimating the intensity of their missions, resulting in a large number of meaningless casualties. Recruit a powerful adventurer who can use identification magic to travel to the East Forest and conduct a level spot check of no less than 1,000 of each of the 4 magical beasts, namely the Minotaur, 6-footed bear, subspecies of Geoduck, and 8-hoofed steed, and report back faithfully. Remuneration for the mission, 2,000 gold coins. I'll do it. Zheng Qian slapped the table and shouted as the entire guild cast a look at the retard. Keksuski froze. Mr. Zhang Qian, why are you cursing? Zhang Qian said excitedly, no, I mean I took it, this mission. Keksuski said suspiciously, appraisal magic is a magic that can only be used by LV-25 or higher archmages, and this quest also requires flight magic, aren't you a martial monk? Zhang Qian laughed, I am the mage. Looking at the commission task in his hand. If this quest goes to the guild, not only is Zhang Qian not qualified to take it, but the 2,000 gold coins will become 1,500, and the other 500 will be siphoned off by the guild as a draw. This Zhao Aotian actually thoughtfully gave Zhang Qian, who was now bursting at the seams with a lack of money, such a good mission. Zhao Aotian. Suddenly, there's a bit of a crush on him. P.S. Although the stand-up drawings uploaded, yesterday you also saw, today the opportunity to refine a little, re-uploaded, temporarily did not pass the review, so the cat north and south character cover temporarily revert back to the default state, but also please do not be impatient, wait a moment. 73, shocking changes. Oh. Mage Ginger is just too good. Inside the Palace Magic Guide Academy, with a wave of his hand, Ginger summoned a fire elemental giant, eliciting a gasp from the trainees. Legend has it that only the 3 elders of the mountain in the ivory tower can use mythic magic. Must require a wizard level higher than LV-45 to use. The summoned elemental giants possessed a combat power comparable to that of a condensed gold level adventurer. Ginger laughed, all of you are the outstanding disciples of the Battle King sect, the hope for the future of mankind, so train even harder, and when you are able to single-handedly fight the elemental giants, you can make the young Battle King your goal. Yes, Mentor Ginger, we'll try. The newcomers on the grass shouted in unison. Their eyes were unbelievably passionate, and the gleaming sight seemed to set the wood on fire. Looking at this group of newcomers from the Battle King sect, Jingu inwardly only felt ridiculous. What hope for humanity? What hope is there for mankind? As long as Lord Chargemaster is around, as long as Lord Chargemaster is willing to shelter humanity, what the hell effort does humanity need? With such a big man taking us soaring, is there still a need to struggle? Having seen the full extent of the dungeon, he had also witnessed Zhang Qian's power. Ginger had developed a wonderful sense of pride since exiting the dungeon. Zhang Qian is the strongest being in this world. And I am the chosen one by this being. Because of this, I have reached the realm of LV-96, a realm where no one has ever been before or since. One must know that the strongest battle king in history, Zhao Tianming, exhausted his life and only barely reached LV-100. And still, it's the kind that only touches for 10 seconds. It's just a shame. Lord Zhang Qian said that I am not allowed to expose my rank without his permission, otherwise, let these mortals see my power, or let them understand the true strength of Lord Zhang Qian in disguise. Ah, young Qian-sama, where are you? Even though you helped me get rid of the curse and I no longer need to recharge, I so miss those times when I was soaked in your invincible power. Ah, Mr. Young Qian. As the apprentices left in the empty training grounds, Ginger couldn't contain her thoughts and tried to grab the corner of the table to settle the occasion. There you are, Mr. Ginger. Right at this moment, Zhao Aotian's voice broke into Jin Ji's ears, frightening his old chrysanthemum and hastily standing at attention. Only to see that at the gate, Zhao Aotian, who was wearing the secret silver dragon armor, had his sword resting on his right hand and was walking with a sluggish pace. Ah, Aotian, what is it? Ginger hurriedly coughed lightly, putting on his usual immortal demeanor. Zhao Aotian's face was gloomy, and gloom was spread across his brows. He paused for a long moment and said, Teacher, I may have found the body of that dragon. What? When these words came out, if he hadn't seen 4 or 5 layers of big storms, Ginger was afraid that his bowels would have to be spewed out by now. But even then, the Watsit was obviously a little too high in volume. Zhao Aotian saw that Ginger was so excited and thought in his heart, it seems that the teacher had endured a lot of psychological shadows during the time he was captured by this magical beast. As for what Zhang Qian said at that time about Jingu being tamed by him, Zhao Aotian wasn't stupid enough to believe such words. It is common sense that humans are naturally immune to taming magic, i.e., it is impossible for humans to be tamed, which is the greatest characteristic of humans. I think Mr. Ginger pretended to be tamed and that's how he escaped the dragon's clutches. Zhao Aotian said, Mentor, you don't have to be nervous, it's the young man I saw at the Battle King recruitment a few days ago, the breath is a bit similar, I'm not sure. But in the end it's only a suspicion, and I think it's highly unlikely I planted Keksuski next to him, and as soon as there's any news, I'll know. Where could Ginger settle her excitement when she heard that? 5 days. It's been 5 whole days since I've seen Lord Zhang Qian. Maybe it's a habit developed in the dungeon. With a rookie like Jin Gu, without Jing Qian in the dungeon, he wouldn't even survive a minute. So for that half a month or so, Jinger was almost inseparable from Zheng Qian. Out of the dungeon for 5 days, Zheng Qian is like evaporating like no news. The thoughts of Zheng Qian seemed like it was already full to the point of shooting out. That overwhelming and invincible power, I am the one who was chosen by Elder Zheng Qian, serving and accompanying him is the meaning of my birth in this world. Ginger grabbed Zhao Aotian's arms and said with a straight face, if it's really him, don't take the initiative to provoke or attack him, make sure to notify me first, understand? If you take the initiative to provoke an attack on Zheng Qian and piss him off, the human race will be finished. When Zhao Aotian heard this, the haze between his brows instantly dispersed 30 to 40%. Tutor Ginger was so agitated, so I guess he already hated this magical beast to the bone? It was no wonder that it had been kidnapped by it for half a month, and what kind of inhuman treatment it had suffered in the dungeon was put aside for the moment. And it was forced to take it to His Majesty. Mentor Ginger is a loyal old mage, too. Zhao Aotian, who had been worried about whether or not Ginger would have a psychological shadow, dropped 3 points of his heart that was hanging in mid-air. He nodded his head and said, alright, Instructor Ginger, Aotian will feel much more at ease with your help. Once I'm sure Zheng Qian is the dragon, if I need to engage in a head-on battle, I must have a powerful mage to provide me with supporting magic. Zhao Aotian came to find Ginger this time just for this. Mage Ginger had been kidnapped by this beast for half a month though. However, it was thought that Tutor Ginger, who had experienced the depths of the dungeon, must have greatly increased his strength. Little War King? No, it was even likely to reach the level of a great battle king, separating it from the 3 old men in the mountain. As long as Mentor Ginger can help me, that's like getting a 30% chance of winning. I worked out as hard as I could, and over the past 5 days, I've reached LV 59. I have vaguely touched the threshold of the 9th sword of the 9 swords of the warlord. As long as Mage Ginger fully assists me, my strength will surpass 3 times, no, 4 times what I had when I was on the 2nd floor of the dungeon that day. If you use the super sacred sword Icarus, it can be increased to 5 times. Can win. I've gotten so much stronger, and I'll get even stronger next. There's no reason why I'll lose to that dragon again the next time we meet. By the way, little Zhao, how have you been lately? I see you've been moping around. Ginger asked with concern, mainly afraid that he wouldn't have the means to accept Zheng Qian's existence. When Zhao Aotian heard this, he was doubly pleased. I didn't realize that Mentor Ginger was more concerned about my state than himself, as expected of a chief archmage who thinks about humanity. No harm done, it's just that after going through all these turmoils, I realized my own inadequacies, and I still need to redouble my efforts before I can do so. When Ginger heard this, she said with a long sigh of relief, hey, why are you so bitter? Don't push yourself too hard sometimes. Is Zheng Qian's power beyond the reach of us mole-like mortals? You may be the strongest human, but in the end, you're just a human. Zhao Aotian lowered his head doubly pleased, thank you Mentor for your concern, I will try my best to combine work and rest. And don't go thinking about challenging impossible to reach heights, humans have limits after all. When Ginger said this, Zhao Aotian froze for a moment, Mentor, you. Halfway through the day, he came back to his senses. As expected of a Ginger mentor, the words are true. Do you mean that the opponent is very strong, so that I should keep a normal mind, steadily grasp every chance of winning, and not be impulsive? Mentor, I have come to my senses, and Aotian is mindful of your following teachings. Ginger smiled contentedly when she saw him bow his head in such humility. The children are teachable, the children are teachable. Yeah, what's the challenge? It's just like being in the lap of a rich woman. Human beings have limits after all, we are so tired of fighting the 2nd floor, so many people died. What's the point of trying now when it's so hard to have a big brother who doesn't mean us any harm? It's a good life, not too shabby. Looking at Zhao Aotian's gleeful departure, the thought of convincing such an awkward child not to make a fool of himself was doubly gratifying to Ginger. The days without Lord Zheng Qian are just so plain and boring. The other side. North Wraith Forest. In the sky, Zheng Qian's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. This can't be. No, this can't be. Hexapod Bear LV24. Jotting down this result in his booklet, Zheng Qian, who had completed the record of the 6-legged bear, slowly landed on the ground, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. Relying on his incomparably strong mobility, Zheng Qian completed the secret silver-level mission that required at least 7 days for the budget cycle in just one afternoon. And Zheng Qian, who had obtained the statistical results, finally realized the seriousness of the matter at this moment. Earlier, when he was on a mission with Zhang Serpi, Zhang Qian had actually sensed something strange. Only, at that time, there were only 10 or 20 minotaurs, so let's say it was just a coincidence. Who in their right mind would think that way? However, this time, after carrying out the statistical task, Zhang Qian was completely convinced. That's not a coincidence. The Wraith Forest has really changed drastically. Just the Minotaur as an example. 1,000 head sampling results. 69 heads in LV9, 121 heads in LV10, 315 heads in LV11, 167 heads in LV12, 213 heads in LV13, 64 heads in LV14, 49 heads in LV15, and 2 heads in LV16. The problem is the amount after LV13. Due to the vast veins of the Devil Beast Forest, the pressure on the Devil Beasts to survive was relatively low. The dungeon terrain is crowded, and the pressure on the wraiths to survive is immense. Therefore, the overall quality of the magical beasts in the magical beast forest, even if they were of the same species, was a notch lower than that of the underground city. The Minotaur monsters of the forest, their general levels were between LV9 and LV12, with very few LV13 ones, LV14 even more rare, and LV15 basically impossible to exist. But today, the number of LV13s has surged, and the number of LV14-15s is far beyond common sense. Even met 2 LV16 Minotaur monsters. No way. It was absolutely impossible for there to be so many high-level Minotaur monsters in the magical beast forest. If it was just a Minotaur it would be fine. A similar situation occurs with 6-legged bears, subspecies Geoducks, and 8-hoofed stallions. It's not that the wizards as a whole have improved. Rather, it seemed as if a large number of high-level magical beasts of the same species had flooded into the magical beast forest. Not only that. After Zhang Qian finished investigating the 3 forests, he discovered 2 other things. First, all of the wraiths are migrating in the direction of the nearby towns, rather than the normal random movement. This action, though very slow and unorganized, has a clear purpose. The second one, on the other hand, shocked Zhang Qian the most. Zhang Qian saw a rock ape colony in the magical beast forest. The number is small, only 4 heads. But the point isn't numbers, it's rock apes. That's a magical beast from the 2nd floor of the dungeon. Zhang Qian, who had pierced through the dungeon, couldn't possibly forget about that thing. With a height of 3 meters, great strength, and athletic hands, back when Zhang Qian was still very weak, he had suffered a lot of losses from rock apes. And in the Wraith Forest, there were either completely separate wraiths or wraiths of the same kind as the dungeon floor. There is absolutely no such thing as a dungeon floor 2 wraith. Why? There would be 2nd-tier magical beasts in a magical beast forest? And why are the migration paths of these magical beasts so counterintuitive? Could it be that? Zhang Qian thought of a frightening possibility. Are you ready yet, dog? I'm going back for goat's milk meow. In the distance, the cat north and south was running over with a bounce, followed by the exhausted Shen Jingbing and Kaksuski. Zhang Qian thought about it and stuffed the record book into the storage space. Looks like a trip back to the dungeon to investigate is necessary. Until we figure it out, this data, it's better not to turn in a mission for now. Thinking of this, Zhang Qian wiped his cold sweat, put on a fatigued look, and greeted him. Anan, not yet, go back first and continue tomorrow. Cat North and South Risers Refined has been re-uploaded and is available to view. Open the Start app and tap on the character Cat North and South to view it. Extra notice, Cats North and South Live 2D is under consideration for planning, and will, probably, be announced as part of the million-word celebration. The next dog thing Zhang Qian stand up I will update as soon as possible, enjoy looking forward to. 74, Storming the Dungeon. Late at night, the adventurer's newcomer's dormitory. The cat was sleeping soundly north and south with a large blister attached to his nose. Zhang Qian lay on the bed and opened his eyes for a duong. Sizing up left and right. Max Dragon Perception could even see right through walls. In the room on the left, Shen Jingbing was hugging a pillow like an octopus, her body twisting and turning as she slept. In the room to the right, Kaksuski is in the middle of the night, naked, checking out his pecs and biceps in front of the camera. Well, worthy of the strong physique that has been passed down from generation to generation in my Karcher family, my flesh is nothing short of a divinely created work of art, a human treasure. He said, and kissed his biceps. What the hell is an artifact made by God? If mankind would consider this a gem, then maybe it's better for mankind to be destroyed? Zhang Qian pinched his brow and after making sure that no one was paying attention to his side, he sneaked out of bed. Space transfer? Confirming that no one was observing him, Zhang Qian initiated a spatial transfer and left the dormitory. 1,500 kilometers from the King City, the entrance to the underground city of Chuandong. With a distortion of space, Zhang Qian came across the entire kingdom in the twinkling of an eye. Didn't think I'd make it back here. Zhang Qian smiled bitterly to himself. When I left, I clearly swore that I would never come back here even if I died. I didn't think I'd come back of my own accord today. Just as soon as he saw the gate of the dungeon, Zhang Qian's brows knitted tightly. Only the gate of the Chuandong dungeon was wide open. Under the moonlight, one could faintly hear the prancing and animal whines of the magical beasts within the door. Why is it on? There are rules for opening the gates to the dungeon, 3 of them. 1. The gate will only open if a human is standing in the doorway and has a clear desire to enter the dungeon. 2. The owner of the dungeon has the right to open it, and this owner does not mean the boss, but the owner of the dungeon. Who the owner is not known, but with Zhang Qian's intellect probably guessed that the owner of this underground city in Chuandong is his own parents. 3. The gate will only open if someone fights through the dungeon. At other times, the gate was always in a tightly closed state. The gate possessed dispelling magic and the most special skill, full damage immunity tenfold most strengthened, which claimed that even if all the gods combined their efforts, it would never be able to be broken through. Leaving it open for a long period of time like this is never going to happen. Why is that? Zhang Qian, who still had a hint of luck in his heart, was in shock at the moment. Try approaching the gate. Humans. I happen to be hungry. Before Zhang Qian had a chance to take a look around, inside, a LV-83 subspecies cotto beast leader suddenly pounced out. The bloody mouth bit down hard with a bang. Where did Zhang Qian expect to suddenly come to this? Only 2 legs were left outside on the spot, and their bodies were gnawed into the mouth of the cotto beast leader. Then, dirty, get out. The eyes of the subspecies cotto beast leader snapped open, and in the next instant, his entire body bulged from the inside out. Immediately after that, it exploded into plasma all over the place with a snap. Zhang Qian, who was covered in blood, patted off the broken flesh on his shoulder. Sure enough, it was just as I suspected. The strength of all the magical beasts in the magical beast forest had increased, and it wasn't some natural phenomenon, but the magical beasts in the dungeon had climbed out of the dungeon. Letting go of his dragon perception, he could see no less than 21st floor magical beasts on the 0 floor alone. The original level 0 magical beasts, miniature magic moles, small kobolds, and the like had long since become extinct. Not only that. At the vertical pit tunnel leading to the first floor, an occasional first floor wraith would climb up. Zhang Qian's brows immediately locked. The vertical pit canals connecting each level of the dungeon are one way, with space magic for passage control attached, so you can only go down, not up. Why would these layers of wraiths be? What the hell is going on in the Kawarthas underground? The doubts in Zhang Qian's heart at the moment had reached its limit. Space transfer? Using spatial transfer again, Zhang Qian directly arrived at the 3rd floor of the Ice Sky and Snowland. It has been much warmer than when Zhang Qian first came here, and the temperature has risen from -150 degrees to -130 degrees. Just landed. Zhang Qian barked and rode like a horse on the head of a 7-colored centipede snake that was arching the snow for fun. Zhang Qian. Snake the centipede. What's the matter with you? Little old me. Ah, sorry, purely accidental. The 7-colored centipede serpent immediately snapped. How dare you ride me? The centipede whiskers on top of his head suddenly lashed at Zhang Qian's waist like a shepherd's whip. Zhang Qian was caught off guard and had his head tilted by one of its whips. HP 246. In the transformed state, all attributes will be only 1/10 of normal. Without any deliberate defense, even a rookie like a centipede snake could actually make Zhang Qian feel pain. Naya, it hurts. Zhang Qian spat out the bloody saliva and bellowed, banging his fist and breaking the dog head of the centipede snake. Watching the body of the centipede snake fall to the ground with a loud thud, the green blood contaminating a large area of snow. Zhang Qian was in deep thought. The wraiths on the 4th floor went up to the 3rd floor. Letting go of his dragon perception, he was able to sense that within a radius of 3,000 kilometers, there were roughly more than 100,000 centipede snakes, 70 to 80,000 Annunciation demonesses, 40,000 demonized griffins, and countless other Tier 4 magical beasts. After the 3rd floor boss Ice Phoenix died, there weren't many magical beasts on the 3rd floor in the first place. This meant that most of these Tier 4 magical beasts had also arrived at the 2nd tier. That's not good. The ecology of the dungeon is so balanced precisely because each level of its vertical pit canals is one way. And now that one-way street is broken. Why is that? Oh. If it isn't the little one. What are you doing back here? Traveling? Just as Zheng Qian was confused, that familiar, age-old voice suddenly came from behind him. Looking back. The super-large magical beast that was 3 kilometers tall had already appeared behind Zheng Qian's back that had been empty the last second. Wow, your spatial transfer was so fast, I didn't even notice it. Zheng Qian complimented him beyond words. Babylon's fleshy striped head bobbed twice, just a trivial strength. Yeah. Zheng Qian laughed bitterly, but his heart was secretly bitter. Liar, it's obvious that your attributes completely crushed me. In fact, it was only after evolving into an elemental true dragon that Zheng Qian was able to see Leviathan's attributes. This is because one's own strength is not enough. Even if truth's appraisal ability is stronger than general appraisal magic, one cannot appraise a magical beast that is too much stronger than oneself. So, novice Zheng Qian looks at Leviathan and Babylon and sees only a string of attributes? And now, Zheng Qian, who had evolved into the Candle Dragon Emperor, was already powerful enough. It was also because of this strength that Zheng Qian finally realized. Babylon, you're a bad old man in a bad way, telling me in the first place that you couldn't beat Leviathan. Farting nasty spiral farts. Through the truth, Zheng Qian clearly saw this fact that made him despair. Subject, Babylon LV 413. Class, Ultra Divine Beast. HP, 399,999,399,39999. MP, 399,999,399,99999. AP, 19999,99999. Physical attack, 199,999. Physical defense, 199999. Magic, 199,999. Magic defense, 199999. Perception, 199,999. Combined agility, 59,999. Babylon has all the attributes of Leviathan at exactly twice the rate. That was why, even as strong as he was now, Zheng Qian still couldn't detect Babylon's spatial shift. Because of Babylon's attributes, even the current Zheng Qian was no match for it. With this attribute, if they really fought, Zheng Qian, even if he used his full strength, would still be stomped into a pile of flesh similar to a modern artwork by Babylon, right? Hee, Babylon, you lied to me in the first place, didn't you? You're not even a double boss that works with Leviathan, you're the real final boss of the Chuandong dungeon, right? Zheng Qian wiped his cold sweat and said. Babylon's head tilted as he laughed indifferently. Well, good guess, I am indeed the true final boss of the Chuandong dungeon, but I'm not lying to you. I ceded the position of final boss to Leviathan, so my current identity is really just a normal magical beast with attributes higher than the final boss. Goddamn, normal, magical beasts. Zheng Qian narrowed his eyes and suspiciously sized up Babylon. At first Zheng Qian thought it was a good person. But in reality, the longer he stayed with this old devil beast, the more Zheng Qian felt that he couldn't tell which of its words was true and which was false. It always felt like, this old devil beast was hiding a ton of secrets. Let's not talk about that. Zheng Qian shook his head and threw his suspicions about Babylon out of his mind. Senior, the magical beasts of the dungeon have left the dungeon, and the gate is wide open, and the canals have become two-way passages. Do you know about this? Babylon raised an eyebrow, stomped a newspaper banshee behind it that was about to backstab it in the ass, and said, Anan, I know. Why did it turn out like this? Zheng Qian asked after him. Babylon replied slowly, as if unconcerned, what, didn't Leviathan tell you before he died? This kid is pretty badass, clearly informing the passer that it's the responsibility of the final boss of the dungeon to come. WH? What do you mean? The dungeon, and even this world, is actually a graveyard. You, a latecomer, killed the leader of someone's graveyard master. What do you think will happen? Babylon said, paused, and smiled badly. You probably don't know that, do you? The demon god is already looking for you. P.S. Announce the group number, 334396087. 75. The presence of the devil god. A demon god? Staring? Zheng Qian froze. What do you mean? Senior, what the hell is going on? Babylon laughed. Let's start with the dungeon. Then, Babylon told Zheng Qian about what had happened in the Chuandong underground city during the 5 days after he left. There are gods in this world. Only, the name was not a god, but a demon god. I can tell by the name, it's not a good bird. How strong are they specifically? To put it bluntly, although Zhang Qian was very strong, against any demon god, there was only one result: seconds. Yes, even Zhang Qian, who had evolved into the Candle Dragon Emperor, was by no means a match for the demon god. The dungeons were not actually created by the demon gods, but by the gods during the Plutonian period. Demons and gods are two species. The gods are close to extinction, and nowadays, there are only 11 surviving gods, who are in a state of confrontation with the demon gods. For millions of years, the demon god has been trying to get control of the dungeon. However, the gate of the dungeon had no right to enter the dungeon because of that kind of restriction, so the demon god had no power to enter the dungeon or destroy the gate at all, so let's not even talk about getting ownership of the dungeon. It is important to mention here that there is a prohibition on the gates of the dungeon that prevents the demon god from entering, whether they are open or not. As for why they want the dungeon so badly? There is no way of knowing that. But what is known is that the dungeon is a ranch. The beasts are the sheep, and the final boss is the leader. Ever since the ancient times, when the gods had withdrawn from the stage of history, the demon gods had been secretly deciding the direction of this world. During these tens of thousands of years, the demon god had not given up on conquering the dungeon. Though they have never managed to enter the dungeon. However, the dungeon had existed for far too many years, and the various internal spell formations had actually deteriorated severely. The first thing that aged well was the hidden nature of the dungeon. 300 years ago, it was the complete failure of the hidden realm that led to the appearance of downtowns everywhere one after another in the human world. Next is the vertical pit canopies on each floor. Its one-way magic has begun to decay into normal two-way magic. The vertical pit canals in the lower towns everywhere are almost always supported by the final boss's own magical vegetation to maintain the status quo. It's okay if it's just that. But lately, even the gate's prohibitions have shown some signs of aging. All of the bosses from the various lower cities left the 5 floors they were on and arrived at the first floor, reinforcing the gate's prohibitions with their own magical elements. As for Zhang Qian, he was the first magical beast ever to successfully penetrate a dungeon. It wasn't just because Zhang Qian had truth, was lucky enough, and had a strong bloodline. Even more so because Babylon gave up the final boss position to the weaker Leviathan. If Babylon was still the final boss, then the one who lost the battle that day would definitely be Zhang Qian. The first negative effect of Leviathan's death was the complete failure of the vertical pit canal, which became a mere two-way magic. The second is that the gate has sacrificed some of its function in order to continue blocking the entry of the demon god, and no longer binds the demon beasts from entering and exiting. The ecological balance of the dungeon was precisely because of these canals, which divided the magical beasts into different areas according to their level of strength. Once the tunnel failed, the powerful deep wraiths would squeeze the shallow wraiths, and the shallow wraiths were forced to leave the dungeon. Nowadays, the first and second tier magical beasts are continuously leaving the dungeon, and in time, after the entire dungeon is crowded by the upper tier magical beasts, these upper tier magical beasts, too, will follow and rush out of the dungeon, right? Unless there is a new dungeon final boss reinstalled. Babylon's explanation left Zhang Qian incomparably shocked. I killed Leviathan and caused the Cotto dungeon to fail? If I don't stop it. Zhang Qian was halfway through his sentence and didn't dare to say anything. Babylon nodded. The magical beasts that leave the dungeon in the future will only become more and more numerous and stronger. The Chuandong Kingdom will be destroyed by these magical beasts that regained their freedom, right? Then, it will be the other surrounding kingdoms, and finally the whole world. Unless you're willing to step in to save the Chuandong Kingdom. Zhang Qian frowned, hearing the implication in Babylon's words. Listening to you, if I make a move, there will be serious consequences, right? Exactly. At this point in the conversation, the smile on Babylon's face suddenly froze. The demon gods know that someone has pierced through the dungeon, and once you step in to save the humans, the demon gods will know that that someone is you. The dungeon has a hidden mechanic. The being who kills the final boss inherits the final boss's authority. You, right now, are actually the final boss of the Chuandong dungeon. The demon god can get the final boss authority by killing you, and when that happens, the demon god will be able to bypass the dungeon gates and enter the dungeon directly. Not only Chuandong, but all the dungeon's prohibitions against the demon god would be ineffective. The balance of power that the gods have fought so hard to maintain for tens of thousands of years before their deaths will be shattered by your death as well. This world, it will go to hell. When these words came out, Zhang Qian's heart thumped violently. I'm the final boss of the dungeon? How come you never told me about this? You never asked me. Zhang Xian was about to have a fit, but thinking about it, it was indeed right. I really didn't ask, blame Babylon. And there are more important things to ask right now, not a time to argue. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian asked, those what devil gods, why do they want to enter the dungeon so badly? What exactly is in the dungeon? I punched through the 5th floor and didn't see anything special. Babylon chuckled softly, are you sure you didn't see that? When these words came out, a chill ran down the back of Zhang Xian's head. Difficult, does that mean? Yes, that's the one, don't tell. Babylon laughed, those stone statues on the 5th level are the gods that have died. What the demon gods want is the corpses of these gods. A god's corpse? Even Zhang Xian, who had such a high level of spiritual intelligence, was already a bit spinning in his head now. Combined with the 5th floor, those what Erlang gods Sun Wukong, Woden Zeus and so on, are all real gods? That the gods of the various mythologies of the east and west of different species lineages are in fact real? Those stone statues, the bodies of the gods? What do they want the corpses of the gods for? Zhang Qian didn't understand. Babylon also shook his head, this, I don't know, but my master, the main god of the Mesopotamia divine lineage, Enlil, once told me before he died. The corpses of the gods are indestructible, even if the god has died, the corpse cannot be destroyed in any way. This dungeon is the graveyard of the gods. The dungeon is a graveyard as well as a ranch, and the final boss is the leader. The world, conversely, is not a ranch. And the dungeon is the leader of the world. Even though the gods had died, they had placed all sorts of restrictions on the demon gods, so that between the world and the demon gods, a delicate balance was maintained. The demon god has been intent on trying to break the balance. Getting the bodies of the gods is the only way for them to break this balance. The gods had said that before they died, so no matter what, any creature in any era had the responsibility and obligation to stop the demon god from obtaining the gods' corpses at all costs. Unfortunately, when the gods were saying these words, humans had not yet been born, and humans were the only factor that the gods, and even the demon gods, had missed out on. And now, the weak uncertainty of mankind has begun to gradually upset this balance. And the demon gods, too, are taking advantage of humans. At that, Babylon suddenly laughed. It came close to Zhang Xian, and all of its 5 features were cut exceptionally distinct by the shadows. Magical beasts, creatures that will do anything to survive, they will do anything for a greater survival. They only look at immediate interests, have no feelings, no mercy, and are drunk today. In the near future, the magical beast forest outside will be crowded with magical beasts from the dungeon, right? More and more powerful magical beasts are flocking to the human world. Think about it more while you're at it, little man. The magical beasts in the dungeon would reproduce like crazy if they got the resources of the human world, and would squeeze the living space of humans once their numbers reached a certain level. As for humans, even ordinary magical beasts of the 2nd tier were difficult to deal with, not to mention magical beasts of the 3rd or 4th tier. Any one of them would be enough of a monster to wipe out a country for humans, right? When that happens, the human world will be reduced to the same brutal world as the dungeon. Are you going to watch the human race go extinct and be left alone? Or do you stand up to protect humanity and then face the demon god? Humans, as weak as they are the only creatures in the world who might be able to fight alongside you. The Wraith is moving fast, 3 months at the most. Think about it while you can. 76, Venus the demon god. The next day. Zhang Qian, who claimed to continue counting magical beasts, stood at a height of 1,000 meters. Under the dragon's perception, within 3,000 kilometers, even the image of a fly cheating on his wife and being caught in the act of adultery and having his penis cut off on the spot was all there was to see. Zhang Qian was worried. Sure enough, the density of magical beasts in the forest was even higher than yesterday. And quite a bit higher. The various resources in the Wraith Forest, including trees, wetlands, water, air magic elements, and so on, were all declining at an alarming rate. Just what Babylon said last night. With this trend, in 2 months at the earliest, 3 months at the most, the resources of the magical beast forest would not be able to withstand the growth in the number and quality of magical beasts. At that time, the resource-poor magical beasts would surely color the area where the humans were. The slow migration of the magical beasts to the Chuandong Kingdom was also not due to being controlled by anyone, but rather it was a natural selection that the weaker magical beasts had no choice but to make under the survival of the fittest. Because moving in the direction of humans is undoubtedly the optimal solution for the beasts than facing more powerful beasts. The widespread invasion of the wraiths has been predictable. And on this scale, the Chuandong Kingdom will not be able to fight. If what Babylon said was true, there exists a type of demon god in this world that is more powerful than the gods and has set its sights on me. It's just that because I've hidden my strength, it hasn't been discovered by them for the time being. And if the demon god finds me once I strike, I do need to weigh in then. Because each level of the dungeon is actually a separate realm. Especially the third and fourth floors, which Babylon says actually used to be prosperous other realms, only to be made part of the dungeon by the gods when the dominant creatures were exterminated by the wraiths and turned into derelict realms. If we don't stop it, the human realm will become a deserted realm like that, magical beasts walking all over the place, with no other creatures but magical beasts. This was tantamount to letting Zhang Qian's previous efforts in the dungeon for half a year go down the drain. However, if he stepped forward, Zhang Qian would most likely have to face the terrifying existence called the demon god next. Even the 4 times evolved Candle Dragon Emperor was no match for the demon god, and Zhang Qian had no chance of winning a head-on battle. It's a sideways blood mom loss of choice question. On the one hand, you have the peaceful life you've always dreamed of, where you don't have to worry about survival. On the one hand, there is a powerful enemy that has to be faced. 3 months seems so stretched. Trying to block the dungeon gates is even more impossible. This means that Zhang Qian has to be at the door 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I turn my life around and play for 6 months of my life to be a ING goalie? I'm Naya to get girls to fawn over my upper body and linger over my lower body, okay? Playing with. It's better to be a goalie than to go play for your life with that demon god or whatever. After hesitating for a whole day, in the end Zhang Qian had no choice but to descend and meet up with his team. It's something that's really hard to decide in the short term. Regardless of what you end up choosing, it's only fair to take advantage of these 3 months to brush up on your truth quests first. After all, as up as these missions are, they're still better than playing with your life, aren't they? Used to play hard to get? In the old days, playing hard to get was not an option, okay? If you didn't play hard to get, you didn't get. If you can't play with your life now, you're not filled with toilet bowl cleaner, are you? Is that what it turned out to be? Kaczynski looked at the results given by Zhang Qian, his brows furrowed like twists. Sitting on the side, Zhang Qian surveyed his micro-expression and could see that this big only was very confident. Zhang Qian didn't choose to hide it, but rather, he made a small modification to the data and reported it to Kaczynski. The so-called small modification meant that according to the current situation of the magical beasts, and the current growth rate of the number of magical beasts quality, the statistic was appropriately adjusted upwards to the state that would be possible half a month later. It would allow humans to be more prepared. This data, I will immediately report it truthfully to Lord Battle King. The payment should be able to be brought back immediately. Lord Battle King never owes wages, please rest assured Mr. Zhang Qian. Kaczynski has obviously realized the gravity of the situation. He put away the data sheet and said with a stony face, but then again, I didn't expect Mr. Zhang Qian to be a dual cultivator of a magician and a warrior. No wonder Lord Battle King attaches so much importance to you. It's okay. Zhang Qian scratched his nose. No, where is it as simple as okay? Even someone as strong as Lord Battle King can only choose one functional specialization of paladin. An expert like you, who has dual cultivated both warrior and magician to the extreme, can be said to be a once-in-a-century genius. With your ability, in time, striking the position of Battle King will never be a problem. In Kaczynski's mouth, the words of worship were like a torrent of water, continuous and unending, and like the Yellow River flooding out of control. At first, Karche basically thought that Zhang Qian was just a powerful warrior. The quests for stats can only be accomplished by entering the forest of magical beasts, fighting them one by one, and hiring a magician who can appraise magic. The day before yesterday, when Zhang Qian flew up in the air at the edge of the magical beast forest, Kaczynski was completely confused. Flight, wide area perception, identification. Learning these 3 types of magic at the same time meant that Zhang Qian's magician function had reached LV25. A LV25 wizard can already use many of the mid-level gain support spells. And that day at the Battle King recruitment meeting, Zhang Qian overwhelmed the LV34 warrior Rorschach with his own strength, and didn't use any buffs to strengthen himself at all. This meant that Zhang Qian hadn't used his full strength at all at the Battle King recruitment meeting. In fact, after receiving the statistics, Kaczynski had already roughly figured out Zhang Qian's strength in his heart. The level should be around LV40. Because of the dual cultivation, at full strength, the actual combat ability should be able to match a LV45 warrior. This is already the lowest level line for a small war king. What an amazing talent. Terrific to the point of, it makes you wonder if he's even human? Kaczynski finally understood at this moment why Zhao Aotian wanted to integrate himself into Zheng Qian's team. With this kind of strength, if he wasn't human, he would indeed be a threat. But on the flip side, the likelihood of that is too low. Such a powerful presence was undoubtedly what Chuan Dong needed the most right now. So it was necessary to determine Zheng Qian's identity in order to decide on the next measures to be taken against him. However, compared to Zhao Aotian's paranoia, the bigger Kaczynski's temperament was softer. I am loyal to the warlord because the warlord is loyal to humanity. This was the most fundamental reason for Kaczynski to work for War King Zhao Aotian. And the consensus of all fighters. If a situation arose that favored humanity, loyalty to the War King would naturally be prioritized towards the back of the line. Zheng Qian was a powerful existence, with the weakest having the strength of a minor battle king. But for some reason, War King Zhao Aotian had a very clear wariness of the Zheng Qian. It seemed that it was necessary to go back to the Battle King to ask for clarification. Why be so wary of such a promising newcomer? Although War King Zhao Aotian had always been very wary, it was a nature that had been cultivated at a young age. But this time, it was significantly more than necessary. Then, I'll take my leave, I'll bring the data to the War King, Mr. Zheng Qian, stay here and wait for my good news. With that, he turned away and went back to his room. Tough job, Master Karcher, don't forget the payment, Joe. Zheng Qian politely said back to him. Aha. Wait, isn't that a little weird for him to call it that? Don't worry, Lord Battle King never owes wages. With that, Kaczynski went back to his room. Zheng Qian, who had been in agony earlier, was now in a good mood. I didn't expect that Zhao Aotian, this kid is really nasty on the road. Although the issue of the demon god in the dungeon had put Zheng Qian in a dilemma. But back on the human side, Zheng Qian's mood instantly improved. I used to look at Zhao Aotian quite unfavorably. With a cerebral palsy name similar to Long Aotian, he still thinks he's brave, but in reality, he's a retard who can't tell the difference between the enemy and us. However, after transforming into a human and then touching Zhao Aotian, Zheng Qian suddenly felt that this Battle King was so cute. Just because he had acted a little bit more powerful, this Zhao Aotian was sending congealed gold and missions again. Zheng Qian had a great time in the past 2 days. 1 gram of condensed gold, 500 unlock points. Next 2,000 gold coins and another 50 unlock points. Moreover, with Kaczynski, Zheng Qian could take on mountain bronze level quests in the future, which could easily pay out 800 and 1,000 gold coins. The desire to buy a house is just around the corner. If it wasn't for the many benefits brought by Zhao Aotian, Zheng Qian would probably be so worried that his head would split open, right? Suddenly, kind of wanted to make friends with Zhao Aotian. Seeing this scene, the cat next to him, Nan, shook his head in confusion, unable to understand why Zheng Qian was smiling so lewdly. Dog, I'm hungry, I want goat's milk, meow. Here, take it, it's your reward. Zheng Qian no longer had his usual withholding, and broadly threw out a gold coin. The cat north and south instantly happily caught the gold coins and blazed a kiss to Zheng Qian's face. Wow, love you, meow, dog. Then, it's off to buy goat's milk with gold coins and... But Zheng Qian, who was in a great mood, didn't realize it. A great threat had quietly descended within this Chuandong King city. Inside the Chuandong Wangchang Labor Detention Center. Lying on his side on the iron bed, Zheng Serpi, with his hands tied behind his back, peeked through the gap in the wall at the beautiful women passing by on the street outside. Well, 85.71.93, as they say, an ass wider than your shoulders is better than a living god, not bad, not bad. Oh? Let's see this one. Let's see, 96.60.80, wow, 96 on the top, enough for all three, so hot. Tee-hee-hee. As an LSP, through thick and thin, Zheng Serpi accidentally triggered the unlocking of a mind skill. Got a skill that only he in the world has. LSP truth. This skill is claimed to be an invincible skill that men in the world can only dream of. It's not just that it allows Zheng Serpi to see all the body data of any girl just by sight. And it also has a skill tree chart that unlocks various skills. Includes instant turtle bind, invincible perspective eyes, body insight, and gender recognition. He even has extremely strong combat skills, silver sword, downward sword, copper smithing, clothing dissolution, H-energy super enhancement, and more. This was a secret that Zheng Serpi had never told anyone. However, just as Zheng Serpi was feasting his eyes, behind them, a hazy figure gradually coalesced under the moonlight spread through the barred window. Who? Zheng Serpi jerked his head back. Next. His nose blood spurted out. Only to see a sultry woman with a tall body, skin as white as fat, and wearing a tight one-piece dress with silver flakes, appear behind her. Oh? Can you feel that you are the holder of the skill truth? The young girl had a charming smile on her face. As a male, even just a glance with her would completely sink you, right? Let me introduce myself. My name is Venus, the demon god Venus. Specially come to take your life. Forgot to update even though I was talking to someone, so I'm a little late. Sorry. A recommendation would be nice if you like it. 77. Undercurrents. Yeah, just as I expected, the quality and quantity of magical beasts are growing at a somewhat abnormal rate, and they're also migrating towards the human side. Handing the material filled with the level data of various magical beasts to the disciple, Zhao Tianri jumped onto the bar and struggled to do pull-ups with one hand. He also had a mountain copper ingot weighing about a ton strapped to his leg. This information, it's all from Zheng Qian's statistics? Zhao Tian asked as he did pull-ups. Keksuski bowed his head. Yes, I thought he was just a warrior, but I didn't realize that he actually has a wizard function and has advanced skills such as flight, wide area perception, and so on. Oh? Although Zhao Tian still maintained his smile, his expression was obviously a bit frozen. Crushing Rorschach head-on, and also advanced magic? Magic warrior dual cultivation? Is quite rare. He paused, his gaze sharpening in vain. Perhaps, it's a pure cultivation of magic, only the level is too high, so that the flesh alone is strong enough to match a warrior's. Upon hearing this, Keksuski frowned and said, Lord War King, you seem to harbor a strong wariness of Zheng Qian? Why is that? Zhao Tian thought about it, and his frozen face dissolved by 3 points. Only a small number of people actually know about Mage Ginger's encounter with the dragon in the palace, and the dungeon. The minister at the beginning because he withdrew in the middle of the scene, and Situzu also gave a gag order, so not many people know. Zhao Tian also did not want to say to others. What's the point of saying it? Such an incredibly strong and powerful beast could only rely on an equally powerful individual to crush it. What's the point of telling the others? To recruit teammates? All we need is Mr. Jingles. Anyone else's involvement will only add to the pointless casualties. There was no need to tell anyone about the existence and strength of this dragon, saying more would only cause unnecessary panic. To die, it's enough for me, the War King, to die alone. As long as I can crush that dragon, it will be the same as erasing the biggest threat to Chuandong, and when the time comes for peace and prosperity, there will naturally be a new War King who can continue to guard mankind on my behalf. Have you? I'm just paying more attention to him. Zhao Tian said with a soft pretense. But Kaczynski has always been straightforward in nature. He said, No, Lord Warlord, I think you're just wary of him. Giving him a quest as well may seem like giving away money, but when you think about it, the quest isn't really suitable for a warrior, and he doesn't have a mage in his party. It's like you knew he'd use magic from the start. Lord War King, who exactly is this newcomer Zheng Qian? The big guy. Zhao Tian didn't stop training. But the heart was in a state of shock. Kaczynski doesn't really have a high IQ. He's just a muscle man with a head full of muscle and who talks in 3 sentences that have been passed down from generation to generation. But in some ways, his intuition was unusually sharp. Zhao Tian said, I'm just seeing that he has potential in testing his abilities. Karcher-chin, you're thinking too much. Keksuski froze. Karcher? Although this kind of address is very common in the officialdom, but the War King who has always abhorred politics and dedicated his heart to human beings, suddenly used this kind of address, that is, an idiot can understand the meaning of the words. Zhao Tian was warning himself not to ask more questions. What exactly is Lord Warlord afraid of? Otherwise, Lord Battle King wouldn't have reacted in such a way as if he had been stepped on like a dog's tail. In looking up, Keksuski couldn't help but get a chill down his spine. Zhao Tian was looking at himself askance, and although his face was smiling, his gaze was as cold as an ice pick. That's probably just me overthinking it. Very good. Zhao Tian's gaze softened a bit then. All in all, the mission was accomplished well. Keksuski, go to the finance and mention the payment. Yes, I will retire. With that, Keksuski leaves the dojo backwards, head down. Get off the bar. Zhao Tian watched him leave. I'm sorry, Karcher, but this is not something you can get involved in. You're a strong man who can't be beat. You love this country more than anyone. If you knew about that dragon, you'd be the first to take the lead, right? After my death, Chuandong will still need you to be one of the top pillars to assist the new war king. Treating you with that kind of attitude is just not wanting you to get killed for nothing. That dragon is not something you can handle. I'm sorry. Raising his head, Zhao Aotian gazed at the single bar. The single bar of pure mountain brass has been gripped until it is deformed. Lowering his head and gazing at his already worn palm, Zhao Aotian clenched it hard. The stinging sensation that drilled through him sobered him up. I can feel it. I'm getting stronger. But it's not enough. This level is not enough. I still need to become stronger if I want to defeat that dragon. In the empty dojo, Zhao Aotian stood alone. Every time he recalled the posture of that dragon, Zhao Aotian couldn't help but shiver. That feeling, it's fear. That was indeed a terrifying existence that made people not even dare to have the heart to even issue a challenge to it. But to challenge the invincible enemy, to open up the frontiers for mankind, and to die is the duty of a war king. That was an existence that could destroy Chuandong by itself. But if even I'm backing out, who else can get on? Zhao Aotian had already decided that he was born in this world to go and crush the dragon. Even if, with him, there is nothing to fear in death. It is the duty of a war king to fight and die for mankind. As long as he learned the ninth sword of the nine swords of the warlord, the divine residence falling to heaven, he would have a slight chance of winning. And for this ninth sword, there are more and more brutal exercises to be done. Thinking of this, carrying the 500-kilogram sandbag next to him, Zhao Aotian began the next stage of training. Notice, completion of the main quest, 50 unlocking points have been credited, current unlocking points 1753. A large bag of gold coins clicked and slapped on the table, and Kaksuski brassily pushed it in front of Zheng Xian. Lord Battle King's payment has arrived, count it. Oh. Zheng Xian, who was almost about to wait until he was impatient, got excited and held the 20-kilogram bag in his arms like he was holding his wife. Open it. Whoa. Golden legend. 20 kilograms of gold. According to Zheng Xian hiccup before the international gold price of 400 yuan 1 gram, equivalent to 8 million. You could buy a toilet in Huangpu, Shanghai. I've never seen so much money in my life. Of course, gold isn't worth that much in this world is all. 2,000 gold coins is almost 2 million in purchasing power. But that's a lot of money. Zheng Xian realized at this second that this Zhao Aotian was earning himself a huge amount of money. Thank God for Zhao Aotian. If it wasn't for the fact that someone was watching, Zheng Xian couldn't wait to bury his head in this bag of gold right now and take a good whiff of the stench of money. Wow, that's a lot of money. On the side, Shen Jingbing, who had only been able to do low-level quests, also cast an envious gaze. Zheng Qian gave her a look. A martial arts monk's gloves are usually not normally worn, but the heel gear is worn as shoes. But at this point, while the left leg was still the same steel heel device, her right leg was a pure steel heel device. In that case, at the King of Battle recruitment meeting, the heel gear on her right leg was shattered by Rorschach to come. Zheng Qian didn't think much about it and grabbed 300 gold coins and pushed them to Shen Jingbing. This is your share. Ugh. Shen Jingbing was shocked and lost her color. For me? Zheng Qian said, Team Shara, aren't you part of my team? Yes, but you did all the work on this mission, so the payoff should be all yours. How could I? Keep it. In the face of Shen Jingbing's trepidation, Zheng Qian returned a sunny smile. Since it's a team, the money is earned by the team, you are a member of the group, you should enjoy the right to share the dividends. There's no reason for me to keep it all to myself, and I'm not a capitalist. But, this. Shen Jingbing had a red face and was still too embarrassed to accept it. In the end, it was the cat who stepped forward north and south and dunked a gold coin into her pocket. Take the meow when the dog says it's for you. Zheng Qian laughed. Your equipment is broken, isn't it? Just in time, with this money, get a new set. Feeling the heavy weight of the belt bag, Shen Jingbing's eyes rose with a moving mist. All along, with a very low presence and poor strength, she had been treated as a waste, and no team had ever been willing to receive her. These 300 gold coins were more than just money to her. Shen Jingbing clutched her fanny pack tightly. It was like making up some kind of mind. She took a hard, deep breath and shouted in a voice as thin as a mosquito fly, This money, I'll definitely use it to enhance my strength and try to make it useful in team missions in the future. Okay. Zheng Qian smiled and counted it as an approval. Dog thing, what about mine? Seeing this, the cat, north and south, also had some eyes. If she can share 300, I can share it too, right meow? The cat north and south lay on Zheng Qian's back and licked his cheeks and asked. Zheng Qian was shivering from her licking. But still, he zipped up his pockets. You know. Why meow? You eat my food, live with me, use my food, do nothing, and drink goat's milk like boiling water. Do you know that goat's milk is very expensive? Do you know that goat's milk is very expensive? No way. Dog thing. You are mad at this meow meow. The cat's north and south gasped and stretched out its claws to scratch Zheng Qian's heavenly aperture. Swish. The top of Zheng Qian's head was cut into the Mediterranean Sea. Aha! You stinking cat, look what you've done. You scratched me bald. Whatever meow. Whatever meow. I want gold coins to buy goat's milk. If you don't give it to me, I'll shave your whole body. Zheng Qian in transformation was fully buffed and had a panel that was only 1/10 of normal. And the celestial incarnation of the cat's north and south will only suppress half of the attributes and will not affect the buffs. What does that mean? This meant that Zheng Qian would be held down by the cat north and south and violently beaten like a father beating his son. Zheng Qian, whose clothes were all scratched up, tugged at his last pair of bottoms and turned white with fear. And finally had no choice but to give the cat 200 gold coins from the north and south, which barely escaped. The cat who got the gold coins ran to the front desk in the north and south and snapped, 200 gold coins all dumped on the table. I'll cover all the goat's milk of the guild this year, meow. At least ask people to give you a discount for a big annual membership. Hello. Zheng Qian pinched his aching brow, and in the end, he could only let her go, and took out his old clothes from the storage space to change into. My new clothes, I haven't even had a chance to wash them yet, and they're just rags. As he watched this, Katsuki, on the sidelines, was calculating in his mind. As a captain, it's not hard to treat your players the same. It's not hard to have a hard time with the players. Here's the hard part, there are blessings to be shared as well. How many teams, formed at the beginning with everyone getting along, end up falling apart because of profit? Excessive strength, magic warrior dual cultivation, and possessing this kind of leadership charisma. This newcomer has an unlimited future. It was as if Katsuki saw the birth of a new king of war. Also can't figure it out. Why would Zhao Aotian be so wary of such an outstanding newcomer? Just when Katsuki couldn't figure it out. A pile of gold coins came into view. Look up. Only Zheng Qian pushed the 300 gold coins in front of Katsuki and smiled at him. Here, this is yours, thanks for the mission. Katsuki froze. Ryoga smiled knowingly. Then I will be respectful. In the guild, Zheng Qian's table was exceptionally harmonious. This coziness, however, was completely destroyed in the form of someone kicking in the door. Bang! Zheng Qian? Where is Zheng Qian? Only to see Zhang Serpi naked, grabbing a tattered piece of clothing and rushing into the guild as if fleeing for his life. As soon as he saw Zheng Qian who was dividing the money, he cried like a woman on the spot, not caring about the 3 inches of flesh exposed to the public, and directly tiger pounced over. Help! Brother Zheng Qian! There's a crazy who wants to molest me. She's so fierce. My clothes were stripped by her in a flash. I found out today that someone is giving the book a bonus. Tip, your love for the book, the old rascal is very grateful, but do not send red envelopes, the money is purely thrown into the cold water tank, no use at all, keep your own to buy some food and drink. A recommendation would be nice if you like it. 78, The Pride of Venus. 2 hours ago. Venus? Devil god? What the hell? Zhang Serpi was a bit confused. I was arrested for peeping in the women's bathroom and I'm doing fine in my cell, so why did a woman just appear out of nowhere? And the locks didn't move. How did she get in? No, it doesn't matter. Here's the important thing. Wow, this horse is so hot. Zhang Serpi's 2 eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. What's wrong with this guy? Venus frowned slightly, and couldn't help but secretly complain about what kind of crime she had suffered, having to go down to the dirty mortal world to do this kind of task? Some time ago, when they heard that the Chuandong dungeon had been breached, the demon gods of the divine realm almost exploded. However, what happened next made all the demon gods dumbfounded. The god of creation suddenly ordered. All the lower and middle magic gods are forbidden to come down to earth, and the upper magic gods secretly sneak into the human world to investigate the holder of the skill truth. The holder of truth? Isn't it to find out who it was that punched through the dungeon? The order puzzled Venus. Demon gods are averse to descending to the earth, and even more so to coming into contact with inferior creatures like humans. What Venus couldn't figure out was why didn't allow the middle and lower demon gods to come down to earth. Another descent, another contact with mortals. Wouldn't it be better to leave this kind of dirty work to the middle and lower demon gods? How can I say that I am also an upper-level demon god? How strong can a human be? Are you still worried that the middle and lower demon gods won't be able to defeat the one who pierced the dungeon and will give him experience? You're kidding. It's not. Normally, there is no difference between a person who possesses the truth and an ordinary person. With tens of billions of human beings, with only a few dozen demon gods, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to distinguish who the truth holder was. However, with the natural skill, heterosexual intelligence grip, Venus was able to complete the filtering of information on all males in all of humanity in a split second, and instantly found the existence of the truth of the skill. Although, it seems a bit strange. LSP truth? What's with the 3 extra words? Never mind, it doesn't matter, it's human anyway, and it's just the truth. Getting out of this dirty, tie job quickly is the real trick. Venus guffawed. This smile, coquettish smile, beautiful eyes, really is to make this dirty prison instantly like 100 flowers bloom, beautiful. You're so hot, what's your name? How could Jing Serpy stand this smile? Immediately, he blushed and stood up like a dragon pestle. HM. Seeing Zhang Serpy staring at herself, her head twisted into a dog's head, Venus mentally snorted. At the end of the day, the truth holder who punched through the dungeon was also a man after all. How could I possibly resist my beauty and seduction? It's hard to sleep tonight. The young lady wants to find a handsome, suave and beautiful man to accompany me to sleep with me. I don't know if the young warrior is interested. I don't know if I count as a flirt, but when it comes to being nasty, I'd say second and no one would say first. Where would Zhang Serpy think that it could be a trap, and whether it was abnormal for a woman to appear in prison? It's a woman. It's still alive, and it's hot. Does this nigga need to use any other brains as a guy? Zhang Serpy's back was raised. Skill tree skill, auto pant removal technique, is activated. With a crash, he was instantly stripped down to a pair of pants. So fast. Even I, as an upper-level demon god, didn't see it. What kind of stunt is this? After a brief moment of shock, Venus still focused her mind on the task. Kill him and get final boss access, then it must be me who goes down to the dungeon as well. As the first to touch the remains of the gods, the benefits are naturally my first pick. Just when Venus fantasized that she could become the uppermost demon god of legend. Zhang Serpy, who had walked close to her, suddenly had a footstep, and his colorful expression froze instantly. How, what's wrong? Young warrior? Don't you want to share a bed with my little girl? Venus was quick to sell the seduction. However, the next thing she saw was an expression that she, as a beauty god herself, had never seen in 100,000 years of her life. Zhang Serpy's expression began to change from stupefied, to shocked, spiraled to disgusted, and finally turned into a disgusted expression as if he was looking at vomit. No. You're a Euro-Oceanian? Zhang Serpy said with some disgust, pointing at Venus' blonde hair and blue eyes. Venus froze. Yeah, your favorite Euro-Oceanian from the Eastlanders, what's wrong? Let's not worry about that first, come and be with the little lady. No, you wait. Zhang Serpy interrupted Venus and said, first things first, I'm an LSP, I admit it, but I don't like big Yankees. Venus froze again. Why? Ioma looks pretty, but she has a heavy body odor. It stinks to high heaven. Why else would the perfume business be so good for the Europeans? Venus. Secondly, you're from Europe and Oceania, why do you talk the way we Eastlanders talk? What a little woman, what a co-sleeper. Please don't be like this. Originally you Europeans and foreigners body odor heavy is strange and disgusting. This kind of talk with your appearance, that is piggyback pull 11 sure worshipping heaven and earth, not at all worthy of awe. Venus. No. Wait. What the hell? Heavy body odor? Do I smell bad? If she weren't so concerned with image, Venus would have to look down and smell her creaky nest. No, that's not the ing point at all, okay? I'm the god of beauty. Oh Venus, goddess of beauty. You said yourself that you're a LSP, and now that I'm a god of beauty here, you're ing dismissing my beauty because of body odor? What the hell is wrong with you? Nerd. Only to see Zhang Serpi shaking his head with a disappointed face, mumbling in his mouth, "I didn't expect a mongrel-mouthed Yankee horse, my pants are off, and this?" Saying that, the anti-Tai Zhang Serpi even turned her back, puckered her ass and waved at Venus, "Go away, it's weird and disgusting, don't get in the way of me looking at the pretty girls." Automatic panty dressing. Instantly putting on his pants, Zhang Serpi ignored Venus and took it upon himself to look at the girl outside through the crack in the wall. Behind her, Venus's entire body seemed to fade into threadbare form. When did he put his pants on? Being a god, I didn't even see it. What kind of stunt is this? No, that's not the point. I, who is known as the most beautiful in the world, was, actually, ignored by a LSP. Venus secretly cranked up the skill charm power to maximum. This is the kind of seductive power that Godzilla would shoot bone marrow in place if he was hit. Results. Zhang Serpi actually loomed large and was still concentrating on the sister outside. What? My beauty, coupled with maximum power charm, actually didn't even work on him? At that moment, Venus heard a crisp crack. It's the sound of crushed pride. I don't believe it. It's not scientific. I'm Venus, the goddess of beauty, the one who walks outside and gives off hormones that would make a male dog on the side of the road incontinent. I can't actually charm an LSP? There's no reason for that. What the hell is this human? Identification. All of Zhang Serpi's data was presented to Venus's eyes. Subject, Paladin LV-24-1 transfer. Type, excellent species human. Breeding value, very low. HP, 911-916. MP, 276-276. AP, 159-191. H energy, 9879-788-7079. Strength, 603. Magic, 139. Physical defense, 424. Magic defense, 199. Perception, 233. Combined agility, 181. Wait a minute? What's wrong? Is there something strange mixed into the data? What's with that long string of data that looks like a phone number? H energy? What's that? I've been a demon god for 160 million years, how come I've never heard of such a thing? For the first time in her long life as a demon god, Venus was confused. It's going up today, so this chapter is a freebie, 5 more today and 4 more this afternoon. By the way, I'd like to announce the fan group number, 334396087. Also, Young Qian's risque painting is already being done, yo. Testimonials on the shelf plus words to readers. Smooth sailing to this day, in fact, for the writing itself, the old rascal does not have much feeling. The reason why I say smooth sailing is not good grades, old fans know that I write books in the interest of not looking at grades. Poor grades mean nothing to me. To put it bluntly, even 10,000 subscriptions is only a few dollars. The main point of smooth sailing is that it was written smoothly and there was no jarring, proving that the subject matter itself is still good. So for the book itself, the old rascal does not have too many feelings, interest, in writing smooth, 3 points have, it is enough. Selling out to get a subscription? This is underhanded behavior, we do not care to do. What's more, look at those who sell the miserable guy, what I'm poor cannot afford to eat, what I am the most bitter when white sugar dipped buns, so bitter I pounced on the street I still hold on, people see me so poor, you do not subscribe to your people balabala. Are you kidding me? Who's the retard? 1 or 2, but all of them? What, is the starting point a refugee camp or a re-employment center? The fact that you can't afford to eat and you're still in the precarious writing business and don't get a real job to go to means you're not in your right mind, okay? And I don't think our country's universities have a web writing program, do they? We can sanction people who do piracy, but we can't condemn people who watch it. We can only be guided, never forced. It's good to have a subscription, I can beg if I want. But selling misery and cheating subscriptions is cheating, and it's wrong, even egregious. For those readers who have accompanied me, Old Rascal would like to express his most heartfelt thanks to you. Between me being older, I'll call myself Lai here, and I'm sure that should be fine with everyone. Lai, for my part, is very Buddhist and studious. I have been learning video production, special effects, and have gotten a little better at it. Recently, started learning to draw. My dream is to be able to have an illustration to go with each chapter once I learn it. Nowadays, the starting point light novels, and indeed light novels on all websites, are actually quite strange, with homoeroticism reigning supreme and originality only surviving in the cracks. Likewise, there's fantasy that's filled with American comics, sci-fi that's all about the heavens, and so on. Fast money, natural fan base, I can write and write well and make a lot of money too. The problem is that I really dislike writing homoeroticism and prefer to write my own stuff. And what is the biggest advantage of originality over homoeroticism? That's original can match illustration, match stand-up, homo can't, homo match is likely to cause copyright disputes. This is the biggest advantage of originality. It's also the reason why I'm trying to learn board painting now. Of course, I'm not paying an artist to get risque drawings purely because I love the book so much. One day, I'll realize my dream of illustrating every chapter of my light novel. It is hereby declared that half of all proceeds from this book will be used to create free peripheral related back to the readers. Taking a step back, in case of a fire, I'll use the income from the webcomic to do something worthwhile, charity or giving back to readers for free. It doesn't matter if it's not hot. Even, when I learn to draw and draw well, I can make a few anime shots out by myself. I think it will be excellent, but of course, the technical force will not be able to reach it in the short term. I write books out of interest, exactly. By the way, Zheng Xian's stand-up artist has already started painting. Also, after New Year's, I'm already thinking about a L2D for Cat North and South. I'm getting ahead of myself. It's really just a conversation. For the book on the shelves, I have nothing to say, sparse. Subscribe if you like, and don't force yourself if you can't afford it. If someone says that they really feel bad and say I just want to read the original, but I don't have the money, what should I do? After this book is finished, Rai will also join the free program, so you can read it for free through the legitimate channels then as well. There is no burden on the heart, then feel free. Anyway, these days you want to read for free is not simple. Some words do not have to say, "Lie brother, I will not blame you, will not force, rest assured." For those of you who have the money to read the book, I'll say more here. I found out that someone is giving my book a bonus. Your love for this book is greatly appreciated by Rai, but here's a warning, no red envelopes. That stuff doesn't do authors any favors, it doesn't attract new readers, and most of the people who receive red envelopes are bots. It's a money pit. You might as well throw the red envelope money in the big lake, at least you'll hear a noise. So want to send red packets or exempt it? That money to keep their own food and drink is good, really throw a recommendation vote, I will be satisfied. That's all I have to say. I hope to still have your company when it hits the shelves, thanks guys. 79. Hey! Son of a. Look me in the eye. Zheng Seppi, who was about to proceed to look at the pretty girls outside, suddenly felt someone grabbing his canopy like a bowling ball. Then, his vision rotated 180 degrees uncontrollably. Zheng Seppi could clearly see that Venus' bloodshot eyes were staring at him with cannibalistic eyes. Hey, you filthy mortal, have the balls to tell me again that you're not interested in me? Are you nuts? Zheng Seppi cracked, I told you I'm not interested in foreign horses. You're toast? Hey, have you had enough? Get away from me when you're done, okay? I can smell it on you. You. Venus was so angry her eggs were cracking. Although she didn't. As a god of beauty, the first reaction to seeing Venus, be it a god, a demon god, a human, or a magical beast, was an unquenchable desire to discuss the mysteries of the evolution of life with her. Billions of years since her birth, Venus is not in the limelight wherever she goes. How dare you, an LSP, ignore me? Venus felt that her dignity as a god of beauty had been greatly provoked. I don't believe it. The dungeons, the remains of the gods. I'm a god of beauty. Everything with a handle in this world, even a cockroach would be incontinent at the sight of old mother. How could I not even seduce an LSP? Tasks and whatnot don't matter, this man I have to get my hands on. You mortal. Now I'll show you the charms of a beautiful god. Moving for real, Venus' two jade arms tugged. With a clattering sound, the upper half of Zheng Seppi's clothes were stripped into strips of cloth on the spot. Dig it, what are you doing? Ha 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 ha. Don't be afraid, I'll make you realize what a pleasure it is to be a man. Are you nuts? Oi! Pants, don't. Only pants won't do. Wow. Zheng Seppi's pants also turned into cloth, revealing pants that hadn't been changed in 7 days. Aha! Be a good girl and lay down for me, 1 second will put you on base, 2 seconds will put you on top, and 3 seconds will make you ascend to the heavens, experience the charm of my beauty god. Karai here. Venus was about to reach out when young Thurpo had the bright idea to slip and dodge the life-threatening blow. Pouncing, Venus smashed the wall on the spot. Good chance. Where did Zhang Serpi, who was scared to the point of shrinking the sun, care about jailbreaks and other troubles? With an arrow, he rushed out through the broken wall. What's with that crazy? I'm the only one who molests people. Who molests me like that? Not being able to think carefully, Zhang Serpi ran towards the guild on all fours like a dog that had been scared mad. At the broken prison walls, the dust was dispersed by an unknown force. With a crash, the rubble exploded. A woman with scarlet glowing eyes crawled out, drool crackling and dripping like a wild animal. Where are you human? Help! Brother Zhang Qian. There's a crazy who wants to molest me. She's so fierce. My clothes were stripped by her in a flash. The shuttered door was kicked open. Zhang Serpi grabbed a tattered shirt and rushed into the guild, crying out for Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian immediately tightened his chrysanthemums. What's this guy doing here? And in the middle of the night in a pair of pants. Big brother Zhang Qian save me. Where does Zhang Serpi care about dignity? A kneeling, sliding shovel to the side of Zhang Qian's thighs, holding the thighs, he drew a miserable word with snot. You're disgusting. Zhang Qian raised his leg and kicked it, and Zhang Serpi flew 7 or 8 meters away on the spot. Who knows that Zhang Serpi didn't care, once again dashed over and hugged Zhang Qian's thigh to death. There is a crazy salivating over my beauty and wants to molest me. Quickly save me. Zhang Serpi cried out in tears. Even Zhang Qian, who had experienced countless lives and deaths in the dungeon, was dumbfounded by what he heard. And then, Zhang Qian smiled. This was definitely the happiest laugh Zhang Qian had ever had since he crossed over. A horsey wants to molest you? I'm telling the truth. She's about to kill us. Well, I almost believed it. I really didn't lie to you. Big brother Zhang Qian, quickly use your invincible magic to think of a solution. Heh, someone please wake this kid up. Next to him, Kaczynski heard and excitedly slammed the table. I'll do it. He stood up and said excitedly as he unbuckled his pants, let me just nourish him with the old yellow piss that's been passed down from generation to generation in the Karcher family. Be that cruel? Zhang Serpi instantly retched in disgust. Zhang Qian sneered, what do you think? Heh, there are still horses like you who want to you? If a horse really comes out of that door for you today, I'll. On the spot. Scene. Just eat this table. Zhang Qian knocked on the table, his resounding voice resounding throughout the guild. Immediately following. Bang! The gate was pushed open again. A beautiful woman with bloodshot eyes and a tall figure rushed into the guild, and her eyes twin locked onto Zhang Serpi for a moment. Hey, found you. So you like to play siege play, just in time, I like it too. Zhang Qian. Kaczynski, who was watching all of this from the side, suddenly sighed, Mr. Zhang Qian, my Kaczynski family's open mouth, which has been passed down from generation to generation, is here to bow down. When Zhang Serpi took a look, he was shaking like a sieve in fear and his face was bloodless as he turned around and drank. Brother Zhang Qian, that's her. Zhang Qian gnawed off the corner of the table in one lifeless bite and chewed his BA, wait until I finish eating. At the moment Venus was overwhelmed with resentment and humiliation. The mission and all that doesn't matter anymore. Only this human. Only this human. Today I'm going to give this ignorant human a good taste of the beauty god. Hey, this is the Adventurers Guild, those without an adventurer's belt tag are forbidden to enter. At that moment, a nearby group of 6 adventurers holding weapons stopped in front of Venus. There are no guards in the guild, instead, the guild will use its own funds to hire mountain bronze level adventurers to guard the guild and act as daily security. Although the level requirements were high and the pay was only gold level, this kind of clean and safe mission still made many mountain bronze level adventurers willing to perform it. That's why there is no shortage of experts in the guild, there is security 24 hours a day, and there is at least a team of mountain bronze level adventurers. Those who dare to trespass will be asked to leave, and those who insist on trespassing may be subjected to the necessary degree of violence. As soon as a few of the males in the squad saw Venus, they couldn't help but froze at her beauty. He seemed to be thinking about which part of her body he should attack if he invited her out later. However, this time, this entire squad of mountain bronze level adventurers had met an iron plate. I'm not interested in you mediocre mortals. A fling. The violent hurricane blew the entire floor of the guild hall into pieces. 6 mountain bronze level adventurers were scraped into pieces on the spot. The tables and chairs are falling apart. Even the long guild front counter in the distance was blown to pieces. The front desk ladies let out a horrified, piercing scream. Where had Zheng Serpi seen this kind of battle? A big old man clutching his chest let out a scream that was even more piercing than the receptionist's. Fall under the skirt of my old lady. There was nothing left to stop Venus. Venus leapt up and lunged like a world-famous painting from the first episode of Cautious Courageous. However, bang! SH. The excessive shock of reality brought Venus back to some semblance of sanity from her madness. In the nick of time, a man stood between her and her prey. With one hand on her shoulder, Zheng Qian frowned. He was actually pressed by Venus's huge force and retreated 3 steps in a row. This young lady, you're quite pretty, I didn't realize blindness was possible, huh? 80. First glimpse of the power of the demon god. This power is? The moment he stopped this woman, Zheng Qian's face changed. The seemingly soft body lunged over, but there was an unexpected huge power. How much damage you take from an attack does depend on physical defense. However, if you do a good job of defending against inviting attacks, the defense calculation is the sum of physical defense plus physical attack. Even if the value will be compressed to 1/10 when transformed, Zheng Qian's physical defense and physical attack will add up to nearly 22,000. However, the values that appeared in the line of sight caused Zheng Qian to be greatly shocked. HP 1364. The intense pain made Zheng Qian realize that his collarbone seemed to have cracked. The overwhelming force forced Zheng Qian to retreat 3 steps in a row. And that lunge wasn't even an attack. On the other side, Venus was also shocked. Human? Can you stop me? Who are you? Venus leapt back several lengths, slightly wary of the strange man in front of her. Though that lunge just now was not aimed at attacking and had no intention of inflicting harm. But Venus was certain that even if 100 humans stopped them, they would be smashed to pieces by themselves. But this human actually blocked it with one hand? And it looks unharmed? Humans are that powerful and strong? Zheng Qian flung his arms. Super speed regeneration instantly healed the cracked collarbone. Zheng Qian teased, pretty girl, you look pretty, but your eyes are quite blind, you used to play esports, right? Who is this? Zheng Qian flirted with his mouth, but his heart was flooded with mutterings. Don't look at the chems to keep the values so low. With his rich combat experience and overwhelming quality of skills, humanoid Zheng Qian's actual combat ability wouldn't be much weaker than the Tier 4 boss Trinity. Even if he was in his transformed form, Zheng Qian was certain that there was no human in this world that could injure him. Not even Ginger, whose rank was as high as LV96. Get out of the way, the old lady's target is only him. Venus stood up straight, pointing at Zheng Seppi behind Zheng Qian, and there were 3 more points of wariness towards Zheng Qian in her gaze. Zheng Qian looked the woman up and down, and was surprised to realize. This horse is so positive. And then looked back at Zheng Serpi's obscenely ugly face. Damn, I'm envious. Of course, thinking about it, Zheng Qian was able to feel that not only was there a strong malicious intent on this woman, but she also possessed a very unique aura at the same time. That's Wraith's breath. Zheng Qian, who died 9 times in the underground city, will not recognize the mistake. The smell emanating from this woman was exactly the same as that of a boss-level magical beast. But there were no signs of hidden magic on this woman. It's almost like the wraith was cloaked as if in a human skin. Dogs, it's bad, the aura on this woman is like facing Leviathan meow. Walking around, the cat was vaguely fried both north and south. Zheng Qian didn't answer her, but instead stared sharply and tightly at Venus. I'm sorry, this LSP is my person, no matter what, you can't touch him. When Venus heard this, her face was instantly shrouded in gloom. A mere human, how dare you stop me? Look, I don't want any trouble, and I don't care what happened with you in this LSP, the guild is already a mess, I'm in a good mood today, and I won't give you a hard time if you back off now. To embarrass me? With you? Venus has clearly gone into a frenzy. The dignity of being a beauty god had been trampled underfoot, and now a mere human dared to stop her, so how could she stop? 1 step forward. Venus instantly moved in front of Zheng Qian as if it was like the wind. The pink small fist seems to be powerless, but the speed of the swing is so fast that Zheng Qian can't even vaguely see it. So fast. This is definitely not a speed that humans are capable of. Zheng Qian crossed his arms to block. This time, however, facing a serious punch from Venus. Zheng Qian only heard the crunching sound of bones breaking from both arms. With her raging strength, Venus even punched Zhang Qian, who slid and shoveled backwards, hitting the wall heavily. Ahem! Blood spurted from his throat in the form of an arrow. HP 5136. This woman, her power actually surpasses that of me in my transformed state? And her attack actually broke through the triple most enhanced of physical attack immunity? Seeing that she had gotten a hit, Venus didn't pursue deeper, and backhandedly was about to grab at Zhang Serpi, who was already weak in the legs next to her. That speed was as fast as thunder, so much so that Zhang Serpi didn't even have time to react. Yet never expected it. Just moments before it was about to touch. Venus suddenly went black before her eyes. Zhang Qian, who was sent flying 10 meters away, instantly bullied his way to his body, and his flying kick actually kicked at Venus's beautiful face. What was the force of that kick? The kick nearly dented Venus' features. The whole person even directly crashed through the wall and flew to the street outside. Pedestrians on nearby streets fled screaming in terror. This kid. Venus wiped a golden nosebleed, her maniacal features turned to shock. I'm not using it, but I'm actually going to get a nosebleed from a kick? Look again at the interior. Zhang Qian, who had long since completed his healing by utilizing super speed regeneration, dusted the fluffy ash on his shoulder like it was nothing, and his gaze was like a torch. The way it looked, it was clear that there was room for more. Venus used her appraisal to look at Zhang Qian, yet the data she saw stunned her. Target, human LV-30. LV-30? No way. Even in human form, as a demon god, I possess a combat power close to that of the uppermost magical beast LV-200, how could a mere LV-30 human possibly hurt me? Does that mean, cloaking? Venus couldn't believe it. Had he used concealment to hide his attributes? That's impossible. As a demon god, I can't even see through his attributes? On Zhang Qian's side, he also unleashed the skill truth. However, the information obtained was equally shocking to Zhang Qian. Target, Venus LV? Class, Upper Demon God. Demon God? Zhang Qian was greatly shocked. The second stage of the mission given by Truth, the final stage is to kill the demon god Ares. Ben was wondering where he was going to find the demon god. I didn't realize that Zhang Serpi had actually drawn one for himself. Look at the data again. HP? MP? AP? The other hexagonal panels, again all with 3 question marks. This enemy, it's not simple. Zhang Qian no longer had any playfulness at this moment. With 3 question marks, there are only 2 possibilities. 1, the enemy's data far outweighs mine. Another, the enemy has used concealment magic to hide attributes. Either way, Zhang Qian was incapable of dealing with it without unraveling his human form and utilizing his Candle Dragon Emperor true body. To unlock the real thing? A drop of cold sweat dripped from Zhang Qian's forehead. It was so hard to mix in the human world, but if he unraveled his true body in public at this time, his previous efforts would be all for naught. Naturally, the task of truth is even more so. This price was too big for Zhang Qian, so big that he was almost unable to bear it. And at the same time, Venus' state of mind was similar to Zhang Qian's. This human was not simple, he was obviously hiding a backhand, to deal with him one must use the demon god form. But the fact that the demon god was able to settle down and be fed by humans for hundreds of millions of years without them knowing was because of how well it was hidden. If the full power of the demon god was used in front of the humans now, then the humans who realized the existence of the demon god would definitely target the demon god instead of the dungeon. Humans were weak, and any demon god, even the lowest demon god, possessed the power to exterminate humans 100 times over. But the point is, humans can't be exterminated. Because humans and demons are in a supply and demand relationship. What's more, even if the demon god got rid of this supply and demand relationship, if the demon god really wanted to exterminate humanity, those things on the 6th floor wouldn't just sit back and watch, right? Venus shuddered at the thought of those things on the 6th floor. That was an existence that the creation demon god was afraid of. To fight Meow? To fight Meow? Dogs, let's bust her up Meow. The cats north and south were already rubbing their fists. Venus saw this and didn't even have to look to know that the girl with a mouth full of meows wasn't a good one either. Demon, I can tell at a glance that you're not human. The odor of a high-level magical beast was so strong that it was spewing out, and still pretending to be a human pretended so much. A human of unknown strength and a powerful magical beast disguised as a human. Venus realized at this moment that she had no chance of winning. Hard fighting is for fools. And the demon god, there are no fools. She stood up and gave a reluctant glance at Zhang Serpi. Mortal, I'll remember the humiliation you've inflicted on me today. One day I'll make you realize that I, the god of beauty, have charms, and when I do, I want you to get down on your knees and lick my toes, pleading for my forgiveness. After saying that, the reluctant Venus waved her hand, utilized spatial teleportation, and left the same place. 81, Kaiser Battle King. Broken Guild. Stunned passers-by. The battle seemed to be over in a second. Only Zhang Qian stood still, looking at the place where Venus had disappeared the last second. That's the demon god? Other people might not be able to see it, but Zhang Qian, who had experienced life and death countless times, could feel it. There is still room for this demon god named Venus. And she knew that she still had room for that, too. But even if she knew that, her defeat was by no means jealous of herself, but rather like she was jealous of something else, which was why she didn't use her full strength to fight again, and instead chose to leave. Regardless, although he had repelled Venus this time, his intuition told Zhang Qian that this definitely wouldn't be the last time he encountered a demon god. And this encounter also made Zhang Qian realize something. In this world, I'm afraid that there are still many strong people who are countless times more powerful than Leviathan or even Babylon. Strong on their own. But it's not strong enough. You must earn unlock points by brushing up on Truth's quests as soon as possible to unlock radicalization growth to max. Then you can level up and strengthen your power by gelling gold, and then get more unlock points to strengthen more skills. Turn back. Zhang Qian realized that Katsuki was staring at himself dumbfounded. What's wrong? Zhang Qian could say. No. Nothing. Katsuki coughed lightly. Katsuki saw the exchange of rounds just now. That speed, that power, and the ability to use magic. Whereas before it was only a suspicion, now, Katsuki was sure. There could be no mistake, this newcomer possessed a power comparable to that of a lesser battle king. Hey, what are you guys doing? Zhang Serpi still wanted to thank Zhang Qian. Unexpectedly, before he could even get up, he realized that he had already been wrapped up by the front desk ladies of the Adventurers Guild. Young Serpai. It's you again. Where do you mess with women? Most likely went to peek in the women's bathroom again and ended up messing with a powerful enchantress, right? Zhang Serpi listened with tears in his eyes. No, it's none of my business. What followed was an inhuman group beating. What with eye gouging and nose punching and kicking the little brother, women fight in all sorts of ways. Zhang Serpi's entire head was so swollen from the beating that he could have used his face as a life preserver when he threw it in the water. Finally, a man who claimed to be an officer of the guild came down from the upper floor, pulled away the ladies at the front desk, and said to Zhang Serpi, Mr. Zhang Serpi, please come with me, we'll discuss the cost of consoling the families of those 6 fallen mountain bronze-ranked adventurers. Just like that, Zhang Serpi inexplicably carried an entire debt of 30,000 gold coins. I'm wronged. Young Sulpi was then caught back by the guards. Dragged along by the guards, Zhang Serpi used his own snot to write the word misery on the floor all the way. On the other hand, Shen Jingbing, who had little presence, gazed at Zhang Qian, her hand involuntarily squeezing the hem of her skirt. Such a powerful expert, am I really qualified to follow him? It always feels like, I'm useless and will just drag my feet. Shen Jingbing couldn't help but think of her encounter in the dungeon half a year ago. Especially in front of that talking dragon-shaped beast with its own powerless and unbearable posture. I'm really not making any progress at all. What's happening here? Just then, a familiar voice came. On the streets, the startled passers-by erupted into cheers as soon as they heard the sound. Zhang Qian, who was planning to leave, sniffed and looked. Only to see 2 familiar figures at the end of the street, surrounded by hundreds of soldiers, running quickly. The visitors were no other than Ginger and Zhao Aotian. Battle King Zhao Aotian and Mage Ginger are here. Great, with the Battle King here, we're relieved. That crazy must be arrested and beheaded. The passers-by cheered. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, changed his face. What a quick response. Look again at Ginger's MP. Zhang Qian then knew that it should be Ginger who had used spatial transfer magic. No wonder it came so fast. As soon as Zhao Aotian arrived at the scene, he was shocked by the half-destroyed sight of the Adventurers Guild in front of him. In the 45 years since the founding of Kawagoya, the Adventurers Guild has been the strongest and most violent organ second only to the state's armed forces. There had never been a case of an Adventurers Guild being attacked in the country, let alone damaged so badly. The floors, tables, chairs and benches are all ruined. The entire structure was damaged, with the east wall almost completely collapsed. There are over 20 injured adventurers in the guild. Next to the collapsed wall were the shattered corpses of 6 mountain bronze-level adventurers. Briefly checked in with the ladies at the front desk. When he heard that it was Zhang Qian who had repelled that crazy, Zhao Aotian fiercely projected his stern sight over. Jingu also then looked at Zhang Qian, a flash of astonishment crossing his gaze, as if he had figured out something, but did not speak. Although he had entrusted Zhang Qian and used concealment magic to hide his true rank, it would not limit his strength. Jinger was after all a LV-96 existence, and although he was worthless compared to Zhang Qian, his sixth sense still vaguely detected Zhang Qian's true body. Mr. Zhang Qian, we've met. Zhao Aotian politely went up to strike up a conversation. He mentally laughed at himself as well. I was planning to observe secretly, but I didn't expect God to give me such a good opportunity to contact this Zhang Qian with a legitimate reason and reasonably. Although he didn't move on the surface, Zhao Aotian's heart was thrilled. Hello, Lord War King. Zhang Qian also responded in a very matter-of-fact manner. As the saying goes, you can't take what you want. Having taken 2,000 gold coins and a gram of condensed gold from someone else, Zhang Qian now had a good impression of Zhao Aotian. Mr. Zhang's dress. That tonight is very refreshing. Zhao Aotian had intended to directly inquire about it, but Zhang Qian's dress tonight was too bright, so he couldn't help but compliment him. When Zhang Qian heard this, his face turned blue. Big tank top, boxers, plus flip-flops. He's dressed like a middle-aged man who just came back from buying groceries. Zhang Qian had the heart to cry. What can I do? I'm helpless too. My clothes were scratched by the cats. Do I have to be like young Sol Pai? I'm a hothead, and it's cool to wear it like this. This 0-degree day? Cool. Well, so what, I can't help it, I've been on fire lately, and you probably won't believe it when I tell you that yesterday I peed out yellower than a mango. Zhao Aotian. Ahem. Zhao Aotian coughed lightly and said, I heard that Mr. Zhang Qian just repelled the unknown female magician? If it's possible, could you give me the honor of having a private chat? The attack on the Adventurers Guild is not a small matter. Depending on the situation, it could very well be a provocation against the entire country. As the War King, it is important to understand the entire process, and cooperation is expected. Zhang Qian stammered for a while, only then rubbed his thumb over his index and middle fingers to come close to pinch May said, match is okay, but the question is there money? Zhao Aotian. 1 gram of condensed gold, 2,000 gold coins. Now that I think about it, I seem to have given him a little too much. Looking at Zhang Qian again, both eyes turned dollar into shapes. Zhao Aotian thought to himself, this kid wouldn't think that my money is good and treat me as a kaiju, right? But regardless, May is still May. Pulling out a small bag of gold coins, Zhao Aotian tossed it. Of course, a powerful adventurer like you, time is precious. If you are willing to cooperate, I will naturally chat about it. Bang! Zhang Qian slapped his chest. Know it all, say it all. This kaiju's money is so good. An ATM in a previous life? Then please follow me upstairs. Saying that, Zhao Aotian led Ginger and stepped onto the stairs of the second floor of the guild. On his way out, he also turned back to Kaczynski and said, you come up here too. 82, trusting Zhang Qian. The third floor of the guild, inside the hall of the Council of Essentials. The long table was large enough to seat 30 people around it. Zhao Aotian, Ginger, Zhang Qian and Kaczynski sat 2 by 2 on either side. Zhao Aotian, who had heard the cause of the matter, had a lingering anguish filling his brows. A dragon followed by a mysterious enchantress? Zhao Aotian suddenly felt that the pressure on his shoulders, which already wanted to crush him, had doubled in vain, pressing him almost out of breath. But then again, you actually managed to repel such a strong female magician? It was impossible to think about it, and at the moment the enchantress was clueless, so if you wanted to find her, you would have to wait for her to show up next time. Instead of thinking about it, it was better to focus on the man called Zhang Qian in front of him. Is he, or is he not, the dragon? Instead of dragging this out, why don't you take this opportunity to figure it out? Zhang Qian laughingly said, which is not, I'm not a warrior, close combat, warriors can cross 5 levels to crush the mage, this is common sense. But judging from the state of destruction on the floor below, the opponent is more than LV-35, right? It's likely to be on the same level as Mage Ginger, and even if it's not as good, the difference won't be too great. My opponent was negligent in his defense and was netting thoughts of domination, which is why I kicked him in the face. Zhang Qian thought for a moment and added, not to mention, I know magic too. On the side, Kaczynski added, that's right, Lord War King, at that time, I saw with my own eyes that the female magician was sent flying 10 meters away by a disfiguring kick from Zhang Qian, so cruel, the female magician then used teleportation magic to flee. Disfigured feet? Zhao Aotian had a jolt. Then look at Zhang Qian's sunny expression. Well I've heard that the wizardess is quite pretty, isn't it a bit harsh to kick a woman in the face? Well, I'm a man who doesn't care if my opponent is a pretty girl or a handsome guy, if he dares to go against me, he will use flying kicks on his face without mercy. Zhang Qian said, and savored that flying kick. Cool. The feeling of a kick that flattens a person's face in and back. But Zhao Aotian was in a different state of mind. Ever since the dragon appeared in the palace, the situation in Chuandong has become volatile. First, Janus messed up the palace. Then there were the abnormalities of the magical beasts in the magical beast forest. Then the Eagle Valley side also began to put pressure on Chuandong. Now, another mysterious female magician has popped up to attack the Adventurers Guild. Although as the War King, Zhao Aotian did not need to be in politics. But Zhao Aotian was not blind. It always felt that the Chuandong kingdom was going to change. And likewise, this incident today had more or less dispelled some of Zhao Aotian's suspicions about Zhang Qian. At the Battle King recruitment meeting, perhaps there was a need to hide his strength in front of a large crowd, or Rorschach's combat power was too weak to qualify. In short, if Zhang Qian was really that dragon, it was justifiable that he didn't use his full strength at the Battle King recruitment meeting. But today, just from the level of destruction on the first floor, this female magician possessed combat power comparable to Ginger's, or at least completely overriding Rorschach. But Zhang Qian still hadn't been exposed. Well, there's only one possibility. Zhang Qian is not that dragon. Come to think of it, that dragon has to use overwhelming force against even a stray like Janus. At the second level, when faced with an attack, one does not avoid or dodge, and directly carries the attack card with one's physical body. It was enough to prove that the dragon was not only extremely confident in its own combat power, but also had an extremely arrogant and cocky inner disposition, and was extraordinarily cruel to its enemies, never crippling the ones it could kill, and never injuring the ones it could cripple. However, at the Battle King recruitment meeting, Zhang Qian did not get angry even when he was stabbed in the shoulder by Luo Xia. Facing such a powerful magician, if Zhang Qian was really that dragon, then he would never just watch people run away. With Zhao Aotian's knowledge of that dragon, he felt that the dragon would definitely cut off its roots. Zhang Qian's disposition was completely different from that terrifyingly serious dragon demon. Could it be that Zhang Qian was really just a newbie adventurer with great potential and dual cultivation as a magic warrior? Doesn't have anything to do with that dragon? Plus the intel Kaczynski has gathered in the meantime. Zhao Aotian thought carefully, and in the end, basically ruled out the possibility that Zhang Qian was that dragon. Could it be that the dragon has really gone into seclusion? No, it doesn't matter. The most important thing now was that it was 80% certain that Zhang Qian was not that dragon. Now that the basics have been decided, the most important thing now is to boost the national power of Chuandong. General Long had woken up the day before yesterday. His heart vein was shattered, barely saving his life, but he would never be able to fight again in this life. It was true that Chuandong had lost many young men in his crusade against the underground city, but with the population advantage, Chuandong's vital forces were still very strong. What's missing at this stage in Chuandong is the upper echelons of power. Chuandong is now relying on Zhao Aotian and Ginger to hold it all together. Even though Zhao Aotian was the strongest battle king, he was the only battle king in Chuandong, and the number of condensed gold level adventurers was too small, so Zhao Aotian could only keep guarding the royal city and lacked flexibility. Zhang Qian was undoubtedly the best choice for Zhao Aotian right now. Young, with potential and room to grow. Pulling across again and becoming a condensed gold level adventurer wasn't even a problem. A minor battle king should be on the cards, and with luck, a major battle king isn't a dream either. Even Zhao Aotian thought of an unrealistic possibility. My crusade against the dragon is a 9 deaths, perhaps. Zhang Qian can take over my position as the battle king? But the problem is, Zhang Qian has no fighting spirit. Zhao Aotian could see that Zhang Qian was not interested in countries and such, but only interested in money. Typical little people. Zhao Aotian suddenly felt a little heartbroken for Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian must have been born poor to love money so much, so he must have had a very hard life in the past, right? It seems necessary to cultivate his mindset in this area, and by the way, give him more financial assistance so he doesn't have to worry about money anymore. But how to cultivate it? Zhao Aotian was in a daze for a while. There was no suitable opportunity or chance at hand to change or guide Zheng Qian. However, just as Zhao Aotian was thinking hard, suddenly, Lord Warlord, emergency! A union receptionist, not caring about the shaking of her life source, rushed into the council chambers in a frenzy. The third floor of the labor union is an important council chamber that can only be used by gold-clad adventurers, and no one is allowed to trespass. The receptionist rushed in with such urgency, so I'm sure it's something important. What's wrong? Zhao Aotian hurriedly asked after him. The receptionist propped up the back of Zheng Qian's chair, coming up for air and shaking her head. Zheng Qian looked dizzy and nearly fainted. Wait a minute. Can you stop panting? I'm dizzy with milk. No. I'm going to faint. Not caring about her fatigue, the front desk lady gasped and shouted at Zhao Aotian, the East Magical Beasts Forest suddenly rioted, and the magical beasts in the Magical Beasts Forest are all acting like they're crazy. Far Defense Sentry, Squad 1, 3, 4, 5, and 7 were all but wiped out, and Squad 2, 6, and 8 lost more than half of their men. The first wave of attacks had been blocked, but the second wave was about to arrive. A total of about 800 magical beasts are now running towards the East City Wall and are expected to arrive within 15 minutes. And it has been observed that there are high-level magical beasts such as subspecies geoducks and cotto beasts in the herd. What did you say? Zhao Aotian slammed the table and stood up. Why is this happening? How could the magical beasts suddenly riot? How are the preparations on the side of the city defense army? Back to the Battle King. It's unheard of for such a large-scale magical beast to charge the city, and it's impossible to block it with just the defending army and the city guard cannons. The city guards are urgently seeking help from Lord Warking. Please march to the East City Gate and collaborate in the defense against the magical beasts rushing the city. Wraiths rushing the city? As a matter of fact, the magical beasts in the Magical Beast Forest had always been very peaceful, and even if there was a sudden frenzy, at best it would be an individual 3 or 5 of them. A mass rush of a dozen or so, even if all of them were subspecies cotto beasts, the city defenses would have a way to deal with them. But the scale of 800 rushing cities, not to mention Chuandong, throughout the history of mankind are rarely this scale. This amount, even with the help of Jingu, Zhao Aotian wasn't sure how to deal with it. Where are the adventurers in the guild? With the recent busy quests, there aren't many adventurers left behind, and the only mountain bronze ranked squad has been all but wiped out by the female magician just now. Zhao Aotian had a bitter look on his face. Recently, there had been an abnormal increase in the number of magical beasts in the Magical Beast Forest, and the King City Guild's adventurers had poured out. At the earliest, the first batch will return tomorrow morning. How can you pick this moment? No, it's not right. This might be an opportunity too. Zhao Aotian turned his gaze towards Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian also instantly comprehended his meaning. His head shook like a rattledrum and said, No, more than 800 magical beasts, put into this kind of battlefield is 9 deaths in 1 life, it's really too dangerous. Zhao Aotian's lower eyelids leaned in slightly. Then what does Mr. Zhang mean? Zheng Qian opened the door and said, there has to be additional money. 83, wraiths rush the city. Under Jin Ji's leadership, Zheng Qian and Zhao Aotian quickly arrived on the East City. The bright moonlight gave an unobstructed view of the thick dust rolling at the end of the prairie horizon. A large number of magical beasts advanced towards the city gates like a tidal wave. Through the amazing eyesight of the dragon perception, Zheng Qian saw that their eyes were red and their pupils were dilated as if they had lost their souls. Tyrant? Zheng Qian recognized the skill. This is a skill that Leviathan also possesses. It seemed to be a skill that belonged to conceptual magic, and Zheng Qian didn't know the exact function. In fact, conceptual magic Zheng Qian didn't even understand what it was. This skill, however, was able to suppress the wraith's sanity and make the wraith hate on a specific target. Obviously, all of these magical beasts had been hit by the tyrant, and the object of their frenzy was none other than the Chuandong King City. Venus? Zheng Qian thought of this possibility at the first moment. Although the number of magical beasts in the Magical Beast Forest had surged and improved in quality, it wasn't so much that it couldn't be accommodated. How can we say that the real outbreak will be in 2 or 3 months, not now? This vindictiveness can't be seen as strong. Lord Battle King is here. The strongest of us humans. As long as we have Lord Battle King, these magical beasts are not enough to fear. In the meantime, due to Zhao Aotian's arrival, the soldiers on the city wall, who were originally on edge, were instantly filled with fighting spirit and cheered enthusiastically. The walls of the city, which had reeked of fear 1 second, were boiling over the second. Where is the chief guard? Zhao Aotian asked in a loud voice with a wave of his cloak. Next to him, a warrior with a long beard and wearing iron barrel armor came forward, reporting to the War King. Just now, in the first wave of attacking 100 magical beasts, the chief of the guard was the first to die and has already died heroically. When these words came out, each of the nearby soldiers lowered their heads. The reporting hombre also handed up a bloody, flattened helmet full of holes. Zhao Aotian took the helmet without minding the dirtiness at all, and gazed at it for a few seconds as if viewing this worldly treasure. At that time, there were only 300 people on the city wall. The chief of the guard urgently organized the vanguard, resisting with all their might, fighting with all their might until the last moment, not retreating an inch, buying time for the deployment of the walled army. The chief of the guard and the vanguard of 300 people, all of them were killed in action. The man clenched his fists tightly, his strong body could not stop trembling, choking, but hard to keep tears from falling. The chief of the guard. Corpse is not surviving. Well. Zhao Aotian wiped away the blood on his helmet with his hand and mumbled, "You did a good job, leave the rest to me." With that, he stuffed the helmet into his storage pocket. Madaka! As if yanking it out, he pulled out the new emerald-colored holy sword with force. Zhao Aotian raised his arms to the generals and shouted, "All hands on deck!" Ambition. Activating the skill ambition, the fighting spirit of the 3,000 generals on the city walls burned to the peak. 800 magical beasts attacking the city, this is something no one expected, and since the founding of Chuandong, this is probably the biggest crisis. The city's established army, 6,000 in all, won't arrive for at least another 2 hours, and the adventurers have poured out and won't be back before morning. Troops from other cities coming to support them were far from quenching their thirst, and this time the Wraith attacked. It just happened to hit the point in time when the King City's defenses were at their emptiest. It's coincidence and fate, no one's to blame. The only ones who can hold back this batch of magical beasts now are all of you here, a total of 3,000 people. I don't expect, and I don't dare to guarantee that you will all survive, but please, ladies and gentlemen, remember this. Behind us are 500,000 people of the King City. If we retreat, who else can protect them? If we lose, they're at the mercy of the others. Defend the King City to the death. Swear to defend the King City to the death. Live and die with Lord Battle King. On the walls, the soldiers' morale burned to the core. The determination to die was in the eyes of every soldier. Announcement, urgent mission released, no use of offensive magic, annihilate the attacking magical beasts, mission reward, 500 unlocking points. Failure criteria 1, the death of any civilian or Zhao Aotian will be considered a mission failure and 500 unlocking points will be deducted. Failure criteria 2, the commander beast must be killed by Zhao Aotian himself, no direct assistance is allowed. Providing any form of direct assistance or head snatching is considered a mission failure, 1,000 unlock points will be deducted. At the same time, Zheng Xian, who had been watching from the sidelines, also received the mission criteria released by Truth. Zheng Xian frowned. What kind of strange mission is this? The first failure criterion Zheng Xian can understand and accept for the time being. But what does the second one mean? You want me to watch? That said, a commander beast? Meaning there is a leader in this manipulated beast? Regardless, since it was a mission of truth, Zheng Xian had no reason to refuse. What's wrong with 800 beasts even if I have to fight them alone? Another task so simple that it's comparable to white-knuckling it. Zheng Xian is silently calculating in his heart, after this vote, how much is left to unlock the radicalization growth max. I won't back down, I won't back down, I won't back down. Xin Jingbing drew words on her hand and then swallowed it in one mouthful, as if she was making some kind of mental suggestion. Kachowski rubbed his fists. It's time to show off the fighting prowess that has been passed down from generation to generation in my catcher family. Ginger had been secretly stealing glances at Zheng Xian. Unlike the others, Ginger knew Zheng Xian's real name. So from the very first moment, he recognized Zheng Xian, only that he hadn't been vocal about it. But even so, he couldn't help but peek at Zheng Xian. It's been a long time, but you've become more handsome, I love it. Zheng Xian swept a glance at everyone and said secretly to the cat north and south on the side, wait and mean to fight, don't take it too seriously. As soon as the cat north and south, who hadn't moved his muscles in a long time, heard this, his ears drooped. Why meow, I want to go on a killing spree meow. Listen. Meow. Okay, but I recently found out that the cod steak at the food court on the west side of town is delicious, so you'll have to treat me to it. Meow. Okay, no problem. Dogs are so nice. Meow, so let me put a C. Meow. The magical beasts in the distance were getting closer and closer. Even when standing on the thick walls, one could feel the ground tremble slightly. Everyone held their breath. 220 mode cannons, all of which could be angled, totaling 62 mode cannons had all been aimed at the distant group of magical beasts. Zhao Tian's eyes widened as he bellowed, "Fire!" 62 mode cannons fired in unison, and the sound of artillery rose to the sky. The high explosives instantly blew over a large portion of the land around the magical beast group. The bursting earth dragon shot hundreds of meters into the air. With this kind of power, if it were 800 people, I'm afraid they would have been blown up without any bones left, right? However, the dust was swept away by the running beasts. Only to see the 800 beasts stumbling and rushing out of the bombing zone, their footsteps didn't slow down at all, but instead became even more frantic than just now. Around a flurry of fire had only killed 3 or 5 of the weaker beasts in front of the herd. Second round. Shoot. Boom 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 boom. Another round of deafening flurry. A huge explosion as if it was going to tear the earth apart. But when the dust was washed away, the attrition of the beasts was still only in the single digits. Then came round 3, round 4, round 5. The long history of mankind has led to the development of countless advanced weapons. Efficient mode cannons are capable of firing a constant barrage of shots in a short period of time. If all 220 mote guns were fired at no cost, there would be enough firepower to cover all corners of the city wall up to the horizon and to blow over every inch of land more than 3 times. But wraiths are not human. They have extremely thick skin and armor, coupled with heavyweight bodies, and flesh that rivals steel at every turn. Mote guns are certainly killers against massive armies. But against this group of extremely high-quality magical beasts, the kill radius was pitifully small, if not non-existent. Most wraiths must take a direct hit from a shell to be fatal. Even heavy magical beasts such as the subspecies cotto beast and subspecies earth dragon, even if they were directly blasted on the flesh, as long as they weren't vital, they would still be able to retain 60 or 70% of their mobility. 9 rounds of flak. The barrels of the mote guns were all red hot, and several of the longer-serving mote guns even blew their chambers, resulting in the death and disabling of several soldiers. But on the side of the wraith swarm, the attrition was just over 50 heads. The mote guns are no longer working. And these magical beasts, they were already on the verge of rushing downstairs. All hands, to arms. Drawing his ultra-holy sword, Zhao Tian's hissing voice resounded throughout the entire world, "Everyone, get off the walls and charge with me." Taking the initiative off the walls is not a weak move. 20-meter-high walls, moats a dozen meters deep, these might keep people out. But it was nothing more than a higher obstacle for the wraith, and it was only a matter of a second or two to climb over it. They can sink their claws into the walls like tofu, and go over even better. The elevation advantage of the city walls meant nothing to the wraiths. If the magical beasts were allowed to climb the walls, instead, because of the narrow area, the human soldiers would not be able to utilize the advantages of their formation and would be easily swept away, and would also cause unnecessary casualties such as falling off the walls. What's more, heavy magical beasts such as the subspecies cotto beasts were capable of crashing right through city walls. If the walls are broken, the king's city is tantamount to being lost. Lowering the walls also allowed them to rely on the flat plains to take advantage of their formations and engage in a war of attrition. Except, it also meant that the humans would have to face the wraiths head-on with their fragile flesh. Live and die with Cotto. None of the 3,000 generals scurried away, chanting slogans of absolute death, and swarmed down from the walls. Zhao Tian and Ginger jumped off the city wall and landed in front of the military formation. 500 meters away was a swarm of bloodthirsty magical beasts that came in like a tidal wave. Behind them was the royal city flourishing with flowers and 500,000 people. There is no way back for humanity in this battle. Charge with me. Zhao Tian's eyes had also exploded with the realization of fighting to the death at this moment. With a hysterical roar, Zhao Tian led the way, followed by 3,000 generals, killing the sea like beasts. In an instant, the smell of blood and boiling roars seeped into every inch of soil. On the city wall, Jing Xian watched all this, craned his neck, and said to the cat north and south, "Just as a way to move your muscles?" "Okay, meow." After saying that, the two of them also leapt down from the city wall and jumped into the military formation, advancing with the sea of soldiers. 84, sworn to fight. Leave me alone and kill it. The soldier who was cut off at the waist didn't care about the severe pain and the intestines dragging on the ground. He held the leg of a large lizard man fiercely with one hand, and plunged his dagger into the ground fiercely with the other. The lizard man howled in rage and stomped its back, but the soldier refused to let go until he died. The surrounding soldiers swarmed around with lances in hand, which barely managed to kill the lizard man. On the other side, the massive six-legged bear swept its front limbs from side to side, just like cutting wheat, and wherever it went, there were corpses everywhere that had been smashed and crushed by its swatting. Shields and armor were reduced to paperweights in the face of its incomparable power. There were screams from the soldiers. For the sake of Chuandong. Seeing this, the 12 stalwarts threw off their helmets, threw away their combat knives, and in groups of two used critical breach to come forward and hold all 6 of their legs in one hand. Sharp hairs pierced their frontal armor, scraping their skin bloody. The 12 stalwarts, however, sacrificed their lives, and regardless of the cost, they used their flesh and blood to stop its advance. The warriors that followed swarmed up, which barely managed to kill the 6-legged bear. The battlefield is brutal. Wraiths are not human. The war with magical beasts was far more brutal than the war between man and man. Human flesh is too weak. The killing of each magical beast required the sacrifice of as few as 7 or 8 people, or as many as dozens. A large number of corpses littered the landscape. The warrior who had lost an arm fought to wield his sword despite the blood spurting from his severed limb. The warrior without legs stood on his knees. Even if he used his body as a shield, he had to hold back the magical beasts for the warriors behind him for an instant. The screams don't demoralize, they uplift everyone. There's had no way back but to fight to the death and counterattack. Because every warrior knew that behind them were 500,000 people of the royal city. Once they back down, who else can protect them? From the moment he joins the army, every soldier is prepared to give his life for his country and its people. For the sake of Chuandong. In an attempt to thwart the subspecies cotto beast, a soldier with a combat knife in hand took it upon himself to jump into the subspecies cotto beast's mouth and drive a blade through its tender tongue. The right flank can't hold out, don't save me, top it off. The centurion, who had been bitten off a third of his flank, fought to his last breath to direct the battle, abandoning his fellow officers to their aid. The grassland was dyed fiery red with blood on the gruesome battlefield. Every second, a large number of soldiers die. This is the fist technique that has been passed down from generation to generation in my Karcher family. If you mongrels have the ability to come at me. Kaksuski was bare-chested, and each blast of his iron fist was accompanied by a roar of pain from the disabled wraith. With his rank as an elite gold adventurer, Karcher became the strongest front shield in front of the military formation. But judging by his gradually bottoming out AP, I'm afraid it won't last long. Even someone as worthless as me can still protect Chuandong. Xin Jingbing's desperate whip kick broke the Minotaur's right arm. Unexpectedly, the Minotaur was not affected by the pain at all, but instead backhanded a punch. A big iron skillet of punches blasted straight to the chest. Xin Jingbing hurriedly crossed her arms to block. Just listen to the clang. Both hands' arm guards shattered, and Xin Jingbing even let out a mournful scream as she was blown more than 10 meters away by a punch. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a martial arts monk with stronger limbs, I'm afraid her arms would have been shattered and she would have died the moment she flew out, right? But even so, this kind of speed and height of the crash landing, this is the bottom of the HP Xin Jingbing, almost no possibility of survival. Yet just in the nick of time. Once the white dark shadows crossed. Xin Jingbing only saw, in the line of sight, the appearance of a sweat undershirt that only a middle-aged grocery shopping uncle would wear. Fixing his eyes, the visitor was none other than Zhang Qian. The moment she crashed to the ground, Zhang Qian arrived with an arrow step. Xin Jingbing only felt a broad arm holding her back. Thank you. Her little face swished and turned scarlet. She was saving her life, but in her life, she had never been hugged by a man like that. Zhang Qian glanced at her arms. With her arm guards and the strength of her martial monk limbs, she barely blocked the punch. But in the end, the strength of the Minotaur was too amazing. Xin Jingbing's entire arms were red and swollen, unable to stop trembling, and she couldn't even hold her fists. You've done your best, retreat back to the city, don't get killed. But it's coming. Xin Jingbing was about to say something, but then he heard a moo. Looking back, the Minotaur from earlier had rushed close at some point. Xin Jingbing lost her color in fear and instinctively held onto Zhang Qian's neck. Zhang Qian, who had wanted to make a move, couldn't free his hands when he was hugged like this. Tisk. If she breaks free, both her arms will be ruined, right? Zhang Qian thought about it and raised his right leg. Only a dark blue shadow flew out from its feet. Those are Zhang Qian's flip-flops. Thongs hit the Minotaur in the face like lightning. The arrogant and domineering Minotaur was hit on the spot with its 5 senses dented and its HP plummeted by as much as 600. The Minotaur would never have thought in death that he would actually lose 80% of his HP to a flip-flop? Cat North and South. Meow. The cat North and South is like a phantom, in the battlefield flexible interspersed sprinting, a blink of an eye rush to the front of Zhang Qian, the dagger in his hand like a storm waving. The Minotaur was sliced into pieces on the spot, stunning the nearby soldiers. Take her back to town. Zhang Qian casually grabbed a 4-legged soldier and stuffed Qin Jingbing into him. I can still fight. I've already escaped once, I don't want to escape again. Seeing this, Qin Jingbing struggled not to leave. The dungeon could only scurry in disarray in the face of that dragon-shaped demonic beast. This is the psychological shadow of Qin Jingbing for the rest of her life. She was an adventurer and she didn't want to be a coward anymore. However, Zhang Qian breezily picked up the flip-flops, wiped them with the hair of the Minotaur corpse to put them back on, and said quietly, "You've done a good job, but you've already lost your combat power, and staying here will only drag the warriors down." After saying that, no longer paying attention to her, Zhang Qian and the cat went north and south side by side, like a walk in the park, leisurely walking towards the battlefield. Gazing at the backs of the two men, Qin Jingbing wanted to clench her fists, but her severely injured hands couldn't even do such a simple action, so she could only be helplessly dragged by the soldiers in the direction of the royal city. The military formation is thin. The right flank that Zhang Qian was on was almost breached. Within a few steps, we entered the engagement zone. The lawn was wet and all bloody. Within a few steps in his flip-flops, his feet were already soaked in blood. In the air, there was a choking smell of blood. Everywhere there were earth-shattering sounds of killing, and everywhere there were sharp screams of misery. At night, the grassland in front of the city wall had been transformed into a field of cultivation. The overall quality of the army is no match for the Raider Dungeon's crusading army. The defense forces now numbered 1,600 left, and the wraiths had over 500 left. This was still with the assistance of Battle King Zhao Aotian. If this continued, the defense army was completely wiped out, and there would still be nearly 200 wraiths left. Even if it was Battle King Zhao Aotian, after a fierce battle, he wouldn't be able to stop a group attack of 200 entire magical beasts, right? What's more, there was a leader magical beast hidden in the herd. The city's formed troops were on their way, but how it would take more than an hour was too late. Once this place is breached, the royal city will be slaughtered by at least tens of thousands of people. If you don't do something about it, those 500 unlock points will be deducted. But damn it, truth restrictions disallowed the use of attack magic and a portion of support magic. At this rate, it's not looking good. Zhang Qian frowned slightly. One can only try to cut down on the number of magical beasts. Seeing that the right flank was about to collapse, Zhang Qian's eyes stared. Cat North and South, do it. Meow. Meow meow meow. Cat North and South drew their twin daggers and crouched down. In the next second, purple lightning ran through the entire battlefield. The Cat North and South were like transformed into kamikaze. Everywhere they went, the magical beasts were sliced into corpses. Mother, my child is unfilial, I'll go first. A soldier with a battle sword in his hand was about to fight the three-headed dog to the death. But in the next instant, he realized that the three-headed dog in front of him was nowhere to be found, leaving a pile of broken flesh on the ground in vain. The cat is agile north and south across the battlefield. The blood and killing fueled her wraith instincts. The purple phantom was like a reaper, and wherever it went, not a single magical beast could be spared. In just over 10 seconds, at least 20 magical beasts were annihilated by it on the right flank battlefield. And compared to the magnificent battle techniques of the north and south of the cat, Zhang Qian seems more plain and boring. A shot of inches hit the man-footed crab squarely in the abdomen, turning it into crab paste on the spot. A sphinx wolf and a high-ranking demon mole violently sprang out from the back, attacking from the left and right sides with the intent to sneak attack. Reverse a high whip kick. The heads of the two magical beasts exploded on the spot like a watermelon hit by a train. Nowadays, Zhang Qian could only pick some trash skills from the basic skill packs to play around with. Although with the overwhelming attributes, as long as it touches Zhang Qian's, no matter if it is a magical beast that Zhang Qian hits or a magical beast that hits Zhang Qian, the one who dies will be the magical beast. But to use flat A all the time is too much for humans. Gotta put on a show to make it look like you're fighting seriously. The surrounding magical beasts clearly realized how powerful Zhang Qian was. 6 or 7 magical beasts came from all directions at once. Zhang Qian yawned casually. With a stomp of his foot, a combat knife on the ground popped up and fell into his hand with precision. 6 magical beasts were split up on the spot, and the remaining one was directly split in half from head to crotch by Zhang Qian's knife. The nearby magical beasts swarmed up, but Zhang Qian's legs stood in place like roots, not moving a step. No matter how many came up, they would be killed by its slash. Soon, 50 to 60 magical beasts had been decapitated. Around Zhang Qian, a small hill was even piled up by the corpses of the magical beasts. Oh! I didn't realize it was so powerful? Zhao Aotian, who was striking forward, made a sliding tackle that cut open the abdomen of the subspecies cotto beast. Standing up, he wanted to catch his breath to relieve his fatigue, but he inadvertently saw the heroic posture of Zhang Qian fighting on the right flank. One man can't stop a beast. The right flank that was about to collapse was only stabilized by Zhang Qian and the cat north and south joining the battlefield. So strong. So many magical beasts can't even get close? Not only Zhang Qian, but even that woman possessed such terrifying combat power? Without a doubt, this was already a strength that only a lesser battle king could have. So reliable. Zhao Aotian gripped the holy sword in his hand. The worried clouded features gradually relaxed. With the two of them, the chances of winning this battle were much higher. I thought that Zhang Qian was that evil dragon, but I didn't realize that he was not only not, but also such a reliable and powerful warrior. Zhao Aotian was quite pleased. God has treated me well. However, in terms of killing the enemy, I won't lose to you either. Thinking of this, Zhao Aotian's fighting spirit was once again burning brightly as he leapt into the beasts, like a meat grinder crushing several magical beasts into mincemeat. The battle was gradually being stabilized. The 5 of them, Zhang Qian, Cat Nan Nan Nan, Zhao Aotian, Jing Gu and Kaksuski, rushed at the front and quickly dispersed the wraith formation. 450, 400, 350, 300. The number of wraiths began to plummet. The human garrison, which was about to be crushed, had a tendency to turn the battle into a victory as the battle progressed. However, just when everyone thought there was a chance of winning the first battle, Zhang Qian, who was dozing off and pretending to look serious about the battle, suddenly felt a numbness in his scalp behind him. Looking back. SH. Boom. The ground suddenly burst open, and a behemoth that was nearly 10 meters tall suddenly rushed out from the ground. It was just 3 or 4 meters behind Zhang Qian. In Zhang Qian's eyes, this huge humanoid magical beast instantly blotted out the moonlight. The iron fist with a diameter of more than 1 meter was like a meteorite that blasted towards Zhang Qian. Suffered. The defenseless Zhang Qian hastily set up his sword to defend himself. Only a clang was heard. The battle sword was shattered like paper mache. Zhang Qian's entire body was blasted to the ground, and he was blown away by a blow that sent him flying more than 100 meters, landing heavily on the ground. Dogs! Cat's north and south's exclamation of surprise spread throughout the room. Zhao Aotian and Kaksuski turned back in a hurry. Under the moonlight, that huge body was like a lofty peak, standing in the center of the military formation of the magical beasts and humans. That's what? As the strongest human battle king Zhao Aotian, he trembled in the face of this suddenly appearing giant beast. 85, the Minotaur. It was a magical beast that looked similar to a minotaur. The whole thing looks like an enlarged version of the Minotaur. But the whole body is covered with pure black hard hair. The aura emitted was also incomparable to that of a normal Minotaur. No, not at all. The clouds covered the sun, shaped like a giant peak, untouchable. Eyes glowed red like fire in the night. The long mouth was slightly elongated and full of fangs that were sharper and denser than those of a shark. That murderous aura chilled the hearts of all the humans present. Why are there such magical beasts in the magical beast forest? Ginger, who had long ago opened the appraisal, froze on the spot. Jinger, who used to break into dungeons with Zhang Qian, even though he was now LV96, still felt a deep powerlessness in the face of this magical beast. In the distance, Zhang Qian, who had been sent flying, lay on the ground without getting up. It's not that he's dead or seriously injured. Rather, the moment he saw this magical beast, Zhang Qian chose to give up his resistance. This should be the leader magical beast of this beast group. It was also a magical beast that Truth had requested by name that Zhang Qian should not make a move to kill. So, it's better to pretend to be dizzy. Touching it gets me docked unlock points. But Raising his head and using truth to peer into the data, Zheng Qian sighed. That's a little too much data for a human being. Subject, Minotaur LV83. Class, Super Medium Magical Beast. HP, 15337-15337. MP, 166-166. AP, 1964-1964. Power, 5512. Magic, 249. Physical defense, 4639. Magic defense, 1900. Perception, 205. Combined agility, 1592. Zheng Qian had suffered from this kind of magical beast when he was on the second floor. The Minotaur was an evolved variety of the Minotaur, and the relationship between the two could be understood as similar to Zheng Qian's evolution. Just half a day before encountering the cat north and south, Zheng Qian had encountered this kind of magical beast. At that time, it could make Zheng Qian suffer a lot. The Minotaur is a typical blood bag, with almost all of his skill points in vitality and strength. More than 10,000 HP is really nothing in Zheng Qian's eyes. Even though his attributes were suppressed to 1/10, LV4 Zheng Qian still had 25,000 HP. But it's different with humans. Even Zhao Aotian, who was known as the strongest human, had worked out madly after coming out of the dungeon to rise to LV60. He also only has a measly 2,813 HP. Not to mention the other attributes, only strength was 2,100 out, and all the other attributes just barely broke 1,000. Aotian, be careful. Ginger flew to Zhao Aotian's side and said warily, that's the magical beast Minotaur. In the dungeon city it's also a super powerful magical beast of the second floor, second only to the bosses. As he spoke, before Zhao Aotian had time to ask in detail, the giant Minotaur under the moonlight moved. Moo! The bull howled up to the sky, shaking the eardrums of the nearby soldiers. The Minotaur wielded a 6-meter-long, 1-meter-thick stone rod in his hand and slammed it into the military formation. The three soldiers didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were slapped into a pulp with a single blow. Boom! The unimaginable force directly hammered the earth to collapse, and the nearby soldiers were not spared, bouncing into mid-air by the reaction force. The Minotaur's huge palm swept violently in succession. For a while, the soldiers were like mosquitoes that he swatted flat one by one. Seeing their fellow soldiers crushed to death like mosquitoes, the nearby soldiers were so enraged that they dropped their helmets, copied their weapons, and roared in a mass attack. Yet the Minotaur stomped his feet one after the other, like cockroaches, stomping all the warriors who dared to rush up to him into rotten meat. A mist of blood that dyed the bright moonlight scarlet. In a matter of seconds, hundreds of soldiers were killed. Numbers, before the Minotaur, became meaningless. Mr. Ginger, buff me. A sword kills a giant mole rat. This kind of miserable light, Zhao Aotian looked at the eyes of the eye. Hearing this, Ginger hurriedly used all the buff she could. Zhao Aotian, whose entire attributes had been amazingly boosted, swung his sword violently, and the lawn under his feet was scraped off a layer by the furious battle intent, revealing brown soil. Critical breakthrough. Don't hurt my Chuandong men. Monster. Your opponent is here. Zhao Aotian's entire body was enveloped in red light. With a single step, his entire body shot towards the Minotaur like a comet rising from the ground. The Minotaur's crimson bull's-eye twitched. A trifle of consternation showed on his brow as well. It hastened to set up its stone rod to parry. Bang! Like being hit by an electromagnetic cannon. Zhao Aotian's sword fiercely blasted on the stone rod, and it actually smashed the monster, which was more than 10 meters tall, back 3 or 4 steps. All of you, go deal with the other magical beasts, don't miss a single one, leave this place to me. Zhao Aotian said, landing a jab to the Minotaur's calf upright. Madaka! Bright sparks exploded, illuminating the sight for a moment. SH! Zhao Aotian froze. If anything, the dragon encountered on the second floor was a nightmare. So today, this nightmare. Repeat. The Minotaur's thick skin and fur made Zhao Aotian's full-strength stabbing strike only have less than 1 centimeter of the tip sticking in. After that, no matter how hard Zhao Aotian tried and how much battle spirit he injected, the holy sword that cut iron like mud could no longer advance even a single inch. Immunity to physical attacks. Zheng Qian took in all of this. Perhaps in Zheng Qian's class, immunity to physical attacks, or even specialization, was no big deal. But the Minotaur is a tier 2 wraith. For a magical beast at the bottom of the food chain like this to have immunity to physical attacks was not just rare, it could even be said to be enough to make it unbeatable at the bottom of the food chain. The Battle King's all-out sword was unable to even cut through its skin. Zheng Chen frowned slightly. Zhao Aotian, he was in big trouble. Moo! It was as if a sneer had crossed the corners of his mouth. The Minotaur swung his stone rod and unleashed a rain of fierce attacks on Zhao Aotian. When Zhao Aotian saw this, his face became violently bitter. He lifted the critical break in a hurry. Although the Minotaur attacked quickly, it was limited by its massive size, and it didn't need the power of critical break to dodge. Zhao Aotian was calm this time, completely lacking the recklessness from the last time he was on the second floor. It was a tricky beast, and it was important to save your strength. The earth was hammered and burst to pieces by inches. Each time the Minotaur slammed down his stone rod, he smashed a pillar of earth several meters high into the ground. Zhao Aotian dodged and recruited with difficulty. Again, unrivaled power. The same skin that no sword can cut into. At this moment, in his eyes, the Minotaur actually overlapped with the image of the dragon-shaped beast in his memory. Knock knock. The heart seemed to miss a beat. Clutching the holy sword, his eyes glazed over. The overly intense anger spurred the heart to start storming. Sprinting Zhao Aotian felt that the wind was that hot. Same as last time. The mind admonished itself countless times. It's almost exactly the same as last time. But this time, I won't lose. This time, I won't get my soldiers killed. This time, I will bring victory to mankind. Forgot to update in the morning, a little late, sorry. 86. The Will of the Battle King. Drink. Dodging the heavy blow, the holy sword emitting emerald green light cut at its wrist in turn. Colliding with impenetrable skin, the bright sparks that burst forth are reminiscent of molten iron in a steel mill. Under the color of blood, stepping on blood-soaked dirt. The giant monster and the fearless teenager engage in an evenly matched battle of offense and defense. The huge stone rod blasted through the ground, the emerald light cutting round arcs. It's just massive, don't be intimidated, don't move out of sight. Any attack by the Minotaur is enough to be called a sure kill, right? His own attacks were nearly ineffective, and any hit from his opponent was enough to kill him. With his excellent skills and flexible body, Zhao Aotian today challenged his nightmare. Bang! The earth shattered. He dodged it by a hair's breadth, but the massive impact still shattered his shoulder armor. Critical breakthrough in paragraph 2. The seventh sword of the 9 swords of the King of Battle may sword rain. Zhao Aotian's right hand holding the sword seemed to disappear, and in the next instant, the sword strikes poured over the Minotaur's body like heavy rain. The remnants of the holy sword almost covered the upper half of the Minotaur's body. The successive bursts of sparks even set the blood-stained lawn drying at his feet on fire. HP 6. HP 4. HP 5. Through the appraisal magic attached by Ginger, Zhao Aotian clearly saw that the unshakable HP was slowly decreasing. It works. Although the sword strike could not penetrate its skin, the penetration could still cause weak damage to it. A little goes a long way, and a lot goes a long way. As long as a sufficient number of attacks were applied, this behemoth was not invincible. The giant body brings unrivaled strength, but in the end it's just a sluggish stake in the ground. Give it all you've got, no matter what the cost. Zhao Aotian's AP consumption was very serious. His face was unusually pale. But Lord Battle King is the advantage. It can be won. With Lord Battle King here, we can hold the King's city. Go, Lord Battle King! The voices of the warriors behind them inspired Zhao Aotian to fight forward. An exuberant redness emerged on Zhao Aotian's pale face. Can win. It's got to be a win. The only one here who can fight it is me. If I lose, all these blood-filled men and women will just fall into the mouths of the wraiths. So, moo! The Minotaur let out an angry growl. The giant bull that had been cut down by a quarter of its blood was furious. It swung the stone hammer at Zhao Aotian in a frenzy. Zhao Aotian's eyes condensed, his feet pranced, and his body moved horizontally behind him out of thin air as if he had mounted a wheel, launching another fierce stabbing attack. Though the damage from each sword was insufficient. But the number of victorious swift sword strikes was exceptionally impressive. The Minotaur's HP continued to drop, quickly falling below 10,000 and closing in on 8,000. And Zhao Aotian's AP consumption was almost around half. Can win. Zhao Aotian was already certain of his victory. The warriors inspired Zhao Aotian. Zhao Aotian's heroic appearance also inspired the warriors. On the battlefield, the wraiths were already in the early stages of defeat. Sacrificing their lives, the warriors unleashed an onslaught of attacks on the magical beasts, regardless of the cost. The King of War is fighting for us. And how can we be a burden to Lord Battle King? For the first time, the unrelenting beasts were actually forced to retreat backwards by the military formation. However, the Minotaur suddenly seemed to realize something. Jerking his head around to look at Ginger in the distance. Every magical beast has intelligence. It may be that the level of spiritual intelligence will determine the level of its IQ. But the intellect is there anyway. This was best evidenced by Zheng Qian's intent to get through. Because if there was no intelligence, there was naturally no consciousness, and it would be impossible to translate the meaning of other magical beasts hissing. At this moment, in the face of the threat, it was naturally impossible for the Minotaur to sit back and wait for death. It has discovered the secret to breaking the game. Moo! The Minotaur snapped. In the distance, Ginger, who was maintaining buffs and replenishing HP and MP for Zhao Aotian, was greatly alarmed. More than 10 nearby magical beasts obeyed the order, and even turned their targets and launched a fierce attack on him. Ginger was shocked at the sight. Human growth is inefficient. Although it was already LV96, a higher level also meant that the number of buffs that could be provided at the same time was much higher, and the MP consumption was also several times higher than it used to be at LV44. Combined with the long battle with the beasts earlier, and the fact that Ginger herself was getting older. Today's Ginger has a measly 600 MP left, not even a quarter of that. Sphinx wolf, subspecies geoduck, earth-shaped serpent. All sorts of powerful magical beasts swarmed up. It was clear that Ginger, who was low on MP, couldn't possibly cope with all of it. Suffered. Zhao Aotian saw this and wanted to go forward to assist. However, as if the Minotaur had read Zhao Aotian's temperament, instead of stopping him, he swung the stone rod towards the soldier next to him again. The moment the advantage was reversed. Zhao Aotian turned his eyes into a dilemma. On one side is a mentor you deeply trust. On one side are young soldiers who have given everything for their country. If he went to save Ginger, that short minute was enough time for Militaros to kill more than half of the soldiers. If he goes to save the soldiers, then Ginger will surely die. Zhao Aotian, who was caught in a dilemma, didn't even realize a more serious problem. That's hesitation on the battlefield can be fatal. It's that 0.5 seconds of hesitation. A subspecies cotto beast appeared out of nowhere and pounced on Zhao Aotian. Subjected to. Zhao Aotian was just about to parry, but who knew that in the dead center of his vision, a stone rod that was a meter thick also blasted over. Bang! The stone rod's target was obviously Zhao Aotian, but it didn't go around the subspecies cotto beast. Instead, it directly smashed into the subspecies cotto beast's back, in order to not allow Zhao Aotian to have time to react. The subspecies cotto beast was snapped in two, and the stone rod with blood and organs blasted with precision against the holy sword that was intended to be beckoned. Zhao Aotian let out a sharp scream on the spot. The whole person flew out at high speed as if he was hit by a cannonball. His whole body armor was all shattered except for his heel gear. It bounced violently on the ground like a waterfall several times before it hit the ground. Zhao Aotian was hit with a blow that brought him to the brink of death. No, it's getting lucky. If it wasn't for the subspecies cotto beast that had been drawn first, making the power of this rod weaken, Zhao Aotian was afraid that he would have already been smashed into mud. But that's as far as it goes. HP 191-2813. AP 33503. Zhao Aotian's attributes fell to the freezing point. Blood-filled sight. Once again, the military formation was in a losing position. Zhao Aotian's serious injury shattered the morale that had hardly been rekindled. On Ginger's side, several magical beasts had already closed in close. And bottoming out MP makes even the most basic fireball spells unforgivingly powerful, doing basically no damage other than knockback. The so-called soldiers are defeated. The reversal was only a breath away. A soldier was grabbed by the demonized giant ape, pinched his head and feet, and ripped into two hard halves. Don't! A soldier had the upper half of his body bitten off by a sphinx, then picked up and thrown into the stampeding herd. Don't! I'll fight you! Seeing that the magical beast had already arrived at the moat, the young Wuchang bellowed and blocked its way with his flesh and blood, only to have his head crushed by a claw. I finally Around them, more than a dozen magical beasts swarmed at Zhao Aotian, who was lying on the ground. I can't compete with Grandpa after all? The warriors of Chuandong are constantly dying in battle. Mr. Jingle is in critical condition. Even he, himself, would die under the sharp claws and fangs of the wraith in the next second. Guilt, powerlessness, anger, grief. A million emotions flooded into his chest. At this moment, the windy battlefield seemed to press the pause button. At this moment, the world seemed to turn black and white. It is said that in despair one sees what one longs for most in life. And at this moment, in the face of his own powerlessness, in the face of irretrievable despair, Zhao Aotian saw someone in this silent world. That's... At this moment, Zhao Aotian's pupils contracted. Grandpa? 87, The Awakening of the Ultra Battle King. The black and white old man who stepped into the void had a smile on his face that Zhao Aotian would never be able to forget in his life. Grandpa. It was the existence that Zhao Aotian had longed for all his life and had spent his entire life chasing after. Zhao Tianming. That used to be a name known throughout the continent of Rodinia. It was an existence that was once equated with the word invincible. Generally speaking, the theoretical maximum level for humans is LV 100. And in fact, the higher the level, the slower the boost. There were already very few humans who could reach LV 40 and above. Above LV 45, it's enough to be called a small war king. Above LV 50, that is the great war king. One needs to know that this continent has a population of tens of billions, yet there are only a mere 10 great war kings. Counting the experts who possessed the strength of a great battle king but chose to live in seclusion, this number, too, would definitely not exceed 30. One could imagine what kind of person it was to become a great war king. Zhao Tianming, on the other hand, hardened himself with his talent and unremitting efforts, and in his later years, reached the amazing rank of LV 70. It is the only being in the history of mankind that has reached this level. And 15 years ago, the year after Chuandong announced that he had given up on raiding the dungeon, there had also been a large-scale magical beast rush. The leader magical beast at that time was a rare magical beast, the red-eyed snow wolf, rank 81. That's a super medium magical beast. No one knows where this red-eyed snow wolf came from? It was only known that just because of the inability to effectively deal with this one magical beast, the then Chuandong was nearly plunged into a crisis of extinction. What's more, the number of magical beasts that rushed the city back then was as large as 1,200. In that battle, the two great war kings of Chuandong were all killed in battle, and the country was in jeopardy. Just as the people and the king were losing hope, Zhao Tianming, who had already announced his retirement from the military and was about to die, appeared on the battlefield. Zhao Aotian still remembered the image of his young self hugging his grandfather and persuading him not to go on the expedition. And at that time, what Grandpa said became his last words. Those last words were also the motto that made Zhao Aotian the strongest human being today. Yeah, humans are weak. Compared to magical beasts, humans were too weak. Even human beings think all the time, what is it that they are based on? What is it that makes us stand on our own feet in this world? That answer may be known only to God. But anyway, it is because of the weakness that there are so many honorable legends. That battle was no less heroic. Even as strong as Zhao Tianming, he was still forced to the brink of extinction by the red-eyed snow wolf. The demise of Kawahigashi was only a breath away. Just at this point of desperation. For the sake of the country, Zhao Tianming dragged his scarred and aged body and used the 3-stage proximity breakthrough. And with the last mouthful of tenacious will, he made the astonishing 10th sword of the 9 swords of the War King. 10 seconds. Zhao Tianming burned out his life in just 10 seconds. HP 100,000,6154. Anyone who saw that battle will never forget that number. After that, Zhao Tianming turned into flying ashes after fulfilling his wish. But it was these 10 seconds that made the legend of no one before or since. LV 100. Although it was only a short 10 seconds, this aged battle king proved with his life that it was possible for humans to reach the fantastic realm. And after Zhao Tianming died, he gained the approval of everyone in the world. And was given a ringing title. Super Battle King. Grandpa. At the end of his life, Zhao Aotian, who was at his wit's end and facing a desperate situation, sought his grandfather. Zhao Tianming. In the void, the black and white old man still had that familiar look. The warm smile was like a sunrise, shining through every inch of Zhao Aotian's heart. Holding the holy sword in his hand, his steps are dignified, and his silver armor and golden helmet are majestic. Stand up, Aotian, don't you want to become as proud of humanity as your grandfather? The warriors are waiting for you to save them, the people of King City are waiting for you to protect them, Aotian, stand up. Grandpa's gentle words were like sharp knives cutting into Zhao Aotian's heart. I can't do it, Grandpa, it's too strong, I can't even use the ninth sword, I can't win him at all. Clenched fists clenched out large swaths of dirt. The overwhelming feeling of powerlessness and 3 consecutive defeats completely shattered Zhao Aotian's pride. He choked back a sob. As if deploring his own incompetence, he slammed the ground hard. However, Zhao Tianming did not reproach. Instead, he gently reached out and touched Zhao Aotian's head. That warm hand, as if it were still alive. Aotian, do you know why Grandpa named you Zhao Aotian? Ah. Lift your head. Intersecting with Zhao Tianming's gaze. Zhao Aotian clearly saw the blazing fire in his grandfather's hail gaze. Aotian, human beings are very weak, but why can human beings stand in this world and not be eliminated? Because human beings also have strong places, and human beings are truly strong. Zhao Tianming patted his left chest, it's the heart. Grandpa? No matter how powerful the opponent, one dares to launch a challenge for survival and to lay down one's life for the sake of one's compatriots. This is the pride of mankind. It is the greatest pride that God has bestowed upon us, to be able to stand in this world where magical beasts are rampant. That's why I named you that. But I really can't do it, that Minotaur is just too strong, its attributes are more than twice mine, I can't win against it. No, Aotian, as long as your heart hasn't admitted defeat, you haven't lost, attributes are meaningless, it's in the heart where people are strong. Have faith and tell yourself you can do it, then you will realize that you have the power to make miracles happen. But Grandpa, I'm not as strong as you are. Facing the sobbing Zhao Aotian, Zhao Tianming smiled. That's right, you're not as strong as I am, because you're stronger than me. Time passed once again, and Zhao Tianming's figure disappeared from sight. At this moment, Zhao Aotian finally realized. Exactly the same. It's exactly the same as in Grandpa's day. Lifting my head, the white, bright moonlight looked down on me as if it's like mocking me. Inside Zhao Aotian's heart, the heavy emotions hoarded like tainted blood were ignited by a torrent of will at this moment. Boom! A red light shot up into the sky. More than a dozen magical beasts were instantly twisted into mincemeat by the berserker's power. Under the clear night, the violent roar was like millions of thunderbolts blooming at the same time. What's going on here? The air is shaking. The earth trembled. Even Zhang Qian, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, was stunned. The big pit. Holding the sword in one hand, Zhao Aotian, whose eyes were sobbing blood, erupted a sky-high red light throughout his body. Zhang Qian couldn't believe it. Obviously, his HP hadn't changed, but his AP had actually soared to as high as 50,000 in an instant. At this moment, the impression of an incomparably weak human had actually done what Zhang Qian had been agonizing over all along. Unlike HPMP, there are no skills in this world that can replenish AP. It might be possible to speed up natural recovery, but a skill that replenishes AP in a flash like healing gaze doesn't exist. What the hell is going on here? Zhang Qian looked incredulously at the illogical situation in front of him. Bathed in blinding red light, the searing heat prevented any magical beast from coming within 5 feet of Zhao Aotian. The earth was scorched and vitrified. The air was hot as lava. I don't know if it's an illusion. Behind Zhao Aotian's back, a pair of very blurry red wings also vaguely appeared. Fighting back a magical beast, Ginger, who saw this scene, instantly understood the significance of this phenomenon. The memories of 15 years ago were evoked, and Jingu instantly burst into old tears. Aotian, you have finally stepped into the realm of Super Battle King like your grandfather. Boom! Swing the holy sword violently. At this moment, Zhao Aotian's aura overrode the gods. Even the Minotaur stopped his slaughter and looked at the human in shock. I am the War King Zhao Aotian, the one who loves and guards this country deeply. The people of this country have entrusted their lives to me and trusted me. How can I fall here? Eyes weeping blood, teeth crumbling. Face me squarely, Wraith. With a single step, Zhao Aotian transformed into a crimson comet and charged straight at the unshakable beast. This time, I will definitely. 88. Hope for a better humanity. Overwhelming sense of crisis. It was like the air had condensed into a wall and slapped it hard in the face. The intuition of a wild beast made the Minotaur's eyes unable to move away from Zhao Aotian anymore. God's residence falling to the sky, this was the final stance of the 9 Swords of the Battle King, the proud strike of the creator of the 9 Swords of the Battle King, Zhao Tianming. Discard all unnecessary tricks. Injecting all of himself into a plain, unadorned strike of chopping. It was hailed as a blow to the soul of mankind, a challenge to God. At this moment, Zhao Aotian's soul burned to the extreme. With this blow, I'll bet everything I have. Moo! In the face of the overwhelming blow, the Minotaur copied the huge stone club and swung it down. Bang! Metal and rock, colliding with a loud bang like dynamite. The violent hurricane uprooted the lawn. This battle is nearing its end. There were only 600 or 700 humans left, and less than 200 wraiths. The long-lasting fierce battle had exhausted both sides. It can be said that Zhao Aotian was to the Minotaur sword against stone rod. The battle between the two would directly determine whether the victory of this battle belonged to humans, or magical beasts. Moo! The Minotaur's thick arms bulged violently. Explosive veins were visible even through inches of steel wool. The soil behind him could no longer withstand this kind of power constantly bursting apart. The savage power had actually hardened against the strongest human's best effort. Gu-ah! Zhao Aotian's eyes had filled with blood. At this last moment, even with Grandpa's encouragement, having successfully opened the 3rd stage of the progenitor breakthrough, making the final stance of the 9 Swords of the Battle King, was there still a sliver of difference in terms of power? Zhao Aotian was pushed back slowly by the huge force. The legs felt as if they were heavy with lead. Hands hurt like they were crippled. Am I going to lose again? No. Never. The enraged Zhao Aotian could see it. The gaze of warriors who put all their hopes in themselves. I can hear you. The people in the king's city, who were not yet aware of the battle, were laughing and reuniting with their families after finishing their day's work. The warlord, the patron saint of mankind. It's the strongest man in whom humanity has placed all its hopes. If I lose all of this, it will all go up in flames. Women will be displaced. Men will lose their families. Children will cry out in the fire. No. Don't. Don't. I would never let that happen. Floods of will make the blood boil. The thoughts within his chest infused Zhao Aotian with infinite strength. I am Zhao Aotian, grandson of Zhao Tianming. A man who has sworn to dedicate his life and soul to humanity, to guard justice and peace. How can I lose to a magical beast like you? Boom! The raging battle spirit spewing out from his back was like the tail flames of a jet fighting force. Fighting to brace himself backward with one foot. The surrounding earth was actually collapsed by Zhao Aotian's foot. The Minotaur realized that this weak human was actually soaring in power again, and had even vaguely surpassed himself somewhat. This is... When Zhang Qian, who was pretending to be dead, saw the scene, his heart was already in shock. Zhao Aotian's level was originally higher than LV 60 or so. But now, his level had actually soared to LV 85? A clinical breakthrough? Unlike Pulse, Proximity Breakthrough, although it is the inferior skill to Pulse, will experience a temporary level increase when used because the attribute increase is not pure enough. This is not a good thing. The reason Pulse doesn't level up is because its boost is purely using AP and MP to boost physical combat power. But Proximity Break is different, because it's the inferior skill that's inferior. Not only did a Pro Forma Breakthrough boost fewer attributes, but it also drained the user's life force. Vitality is not HP, it is a hidden attribute that represents the health and longevity of the possessor. A critical breakthrough is like forcing a hydraulic press in order to squeeze more water out of a squeezed sponge. While more water can be squeezed out, it can cause serious damage to the sponge itself. Temporary leveling up is actually a phenomenon where the user's lifespan is overdrawn. But that's too much elevation. What kind of willpower does it take to withstand such a high-pressure overdraft? At this rate, Zhao Aotian may not live past the age of 40. Will you guard this country even if you burn your own life? To be reasonable, Zhang Qian, who witnessed all this, was vaguely shocked. Forgetting life and death, disregarding self, and laying down his life to guard the weak. In Zhang Qian's dictionary, there was only one word that could describe this behavior. Heroes. Moo. The Minotaur hissed in pain. Zhao Aotian's power was still climbing. It actually hardened the top of this huge-sized beast and sent it backwards. Impossible. How could a weak human have such power? Its shocked eyes seemed to say this. Could I have been killed by a mere human? Realizing this, however, was a little too late for the Minotaur. Every muscle fiber twitching in the Minotaur's face was visible in his glazed eyes. At this moment, Zhao Aotian understood its fear and incomprehension. Ah, yeah, of course you don't understand. How many young teenage girls have given their lives and blood to protect those behind them? The delicious food in your mouths was once a teenager full of ideals and ambitions, dedicated to the sake of mankind. How could the magical beasts that were born strong and could easily level up understand how much effort we weak humans had put in to survive? So are you, and so is that dragon. You beasts, how can you possibly understand the will of us humans? Ha 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 ha. Click. In the face of unrivaled power, the Minotaur's stone rod shattered. Boom. Absolute fierce chop slashes at the Minotaur. This time, its unbreakable skin could no longer be stopped. The bright moonlight was instantly dyed red by the blood mist. The hissing of the wraith resounded through the night sky. The winner is already decided. As the behemoth fell, the warriors erupted in boisterous cheers. With the War King, we are invincible. Bursts of morale soaked into every man's heart. The warriors hissed and unleashed an onslaught on the remaining wraiths. No one noticed that 10,000 feet in the air, Venus had been watching the battle. And with her gaze, she hadn't even glanced at Zhao Aotian, the protagonist of this battle, since the beginning. Instead, he kept staring at Zhang Qian, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. How clever, I was planning to force out your true strength, but I didn't expect that you would actually choose to play dead after breaking the balance of power? Venus' beautiful eyes stared slightly, and she didn't stay much longer, turning around and using space magic to leave. In the 322nd year of the Chuandong calendar, magical beasts rushed the city. Battle King Zhao Aotian, slaying the Minotaur, a powerful magical beast. Soldiers lost 1,932 in battle, 436 were seriously injured, 18 were missing, and a total of 1,932 wraiths were wiped out. 631 heads. This battle, which was recorded in the national annals, was hailed as the greatest victory in the history of mankind's campaign against the Wraith. Battle King Zhao Aotian was additionally enthroned, Super Battle King. Riding his horse, he and Cat went north and south, following Zhao Aotian, leading the surviving 531 warriors behind him, down the street. A bright sunrise spreads over the land. The people on both sides cheered and boiled, throwing flowers at the triumphantly returning warriors. However, looking at the 500 unlocking points that had been credited, as well as the total of 2,253 unlocking points, Zheng Qian was somewhat unhappy. It was a bit of a stifling battle. Truth was not allowed to strike himself and was forced to play dead. This was certainly suffocating for Zhang Qian, who had a somewhat reckless personality. The cat north and south, however, seemed to be in a good mood. After all, they were magical beasts, and the instinct to hunt was deeply engraved in their DNA. Having been in the human world, she had really been holding back for a while. So last night, she killed with gusto. Well, Mr. Zhang Qian? At this moment, Zhao Aotian slowed down the pace of his sitting horse and pushed his way to Zheng Qian's side. Zhang Qian was puzzled. How about what? The money? Let's talk first. Even though I fainted in the middle of the day, I've killed quite a few, so don't renege on your debt. Zhao Aotian smiled gently and patted Zheng Qian's back. No, that's not what I mean. Your performance last night was outstanding. If it wasn't for you, the right wing would have collapsed and I wouldn't have been able to deal with the Minotaur in peace. When the time comes, I'll only be able to die with my belly full of enemies. Thank you. If it wasn't for you joining us, we would have lost last night. Zheng Qian raised his eyebrows and looked closely at Zhao Aotian. There wasn't a hint of falseness in his smile. It is the real thing that is full of appreciation for Zhang Qian. After all, if it wasn't Zhang Qian, the first person the Minotaur would have attacked would have been Zhao Aotian. That way, the defenseless Zhao Aotian would surely die, let alone win. Zhao Aotian pointed at the people who were cheering for him. Nah, brother Zhang Qian, how does it feel? The feeling of saving the people. Zhang Qian froze and scanned down. The people on both sides, all shouted with gratitude. They threw flowers and offered melons and fruits to the soldiers, thanking them for their fight last night. Cat North and South even received several bottles of goat's milk, so much so that she couldn't hold some of it. Of course, this them also included Zhang Qian. Uncle, thank you for protecting us. A 6 or 7-year-old boy chased after Zhang Qian and handed him a large bowl. Inside, it contained 5 bright red apples. Mom said for me to give it to you. Zhang Qian froze and reached out to grab one. Took a bite and it was full of sweetness. I, for one, am not interested in power, money, fame or fortune. As long as I can watch the people live happily, I am satisfied. I was born for this. The people deserve a life of peace, and it is the duty of those of us who are strong to guard that peace. Zhao Aotian looked softly at the people on both sides. Finally, he turned his gaze to Zhang Qian. But brother Zhang Qian, don't get too caught up in the joy of triumph. How many young warriors died in last night's battle? If I were stronger, if the kingdom had more strong men like you, it could have been won with fewer sacrifices. Brother Zhang Qian, you are a rare and powerful person. Although I am a battle king, I may die one day. The kingdom is also in dire need of a strong man like you. How about it? Won't you consider it? Join my warlord sect to better guard these people. P.S. Zhang Qian's character stand-up is out, yo! Open the Starting Point app and tap on the character page to view it immediately. 89. The Pampering of the Cat North and South. 3 days later. Walking out of the hotel, Zhang Qian scanned the streets for traffic. The roadrunner's face was full of vigor, as if he had completely forgotten about the battle 3 days ago. As a matter of fact, it's quite common for wraiths to rush the city, so common that they come every other day. However, most of them were on the scale of as few as 2 or 3 heads and as many as a dozen, with 30 magical beasts rushing the city being considered super large. Normally, a wraith rush can be handled with just a moat cannon. Occasionally, 1 or 2 could only charge up the walls, and as long as the soldiers cooperated and set up their formations, there were basically no casualties. Situations like the one 3 days ago, where there were 800 or 900 magical beasts plus a leader, were really few and far between. But Zhang Qian wasn't interested in such things. He went to war just to make money. Only today, Zhang Qian was a bit anxious. Because Zhao Aotian invited me to dinner? That said, you remembered to invite me to dinner 3 days ago, why don't you remember to pay me first? Saving humanity? Guarding world peace? Thank you, I can't even fill my stomach, how can I save the world? Zhang Qian looked at the more than 1,000 gold coins in his pocket and spent 50 copper coins on a pancake fruit with 2 ham sausages, sighing that he was poor. To join the warlord sect? If I don't join, will I be reimbursed for my payment 3 days ago? Will my income decrease if I join? Zhang Qian was thinking about this. Anyway, tonight, when Zhang Serpi gets out of jail and joins the big guys at the dinner table. The guy still pays attention to detail in this area. After all, Zhao Aotian was clearly stating that he wanted Zhang Qian's team, not Zhang Qian alone. I was afraid that Zhang Qian wouldn't agree because he couldn't give up the team. Why do you always feel that you're getting more and more favorable towards Zhao Aotian? By the way, why isn't Cat North and South back yet? Zhang Qian scratched his head, a little impatient. What's a man's greatest fear? One is to accompany a woman to buy clothes, and the other is to wait for a woman to buy clothes. This was the first time someone had invited him to dinner when Zhang Qian came to this world, so Zhang Qian took it very seriously. Naturally, it goes without saying that Cat North and South, she hasn't had a proper meal yet. Zhao Aotian is also the idol of Shen Jingbing, and Zhang Serpi runs faster than a dog when he hears a white whore. That's why everyone took the meal seriously. Early in the morning, Cat Nan Nan and Shen Jingbing went to the market to buy new clothes. The Cat North and South also said that they would help Zhang Qian pick one as well, saying that it was to make amends. Since being scratched by the Cat North and South and rotting his clothes, Zhang Qian has been a combination of sweat undershirts and flat pants plus flip-flops, and all of them are tired of wearing them, so he agreed to do it. But I said I'd be back at 9 o'clock, and it's almost 11 o'clock, why aren't you back yet? Zhang Qian, who had little patience, sat on the curb and kept shaking his legs. Tinkerbell. A passerby looked at Zhang Qian pitifully and threw a copper coin over, which grunted and rolled right into Zhang Qian's flip-flops. Zhang Qian. Hey, get thee over here and pick up my money. Pick it back up. Or else believe it or not I'll blow your dog's head off. After chasing away the passers-by, Zhang Qian was in a more irritable mood. Why isn't Cat North and South back yet? It's not likely to be abducted by bad people, is it? No, it won't, she's a wraith, she's supposed to be bad for humans. Wait. Well, it's not like the good guys called the police and took it away, is it? Thinking about me, meow? Just as Zhang Qian hesitated, the head of the Cat North and South appeared upside down in the line of sight. Zhang Qian was shocked. Only to see the Cat North and South suspended upside down in the air. See, Zhang Qian was scared, she was happy point of laughter. Zheng Qian froze and hurriedly looked towards the lower half of her body. Sadly, her dress is anti-gravity. It is the superior magic of flight, and with this magic, women no longer need to worry about getting naked. It's a skill that Cat Nanbei recently learned by ascending to LV-178. LSP Zheng Qian inwardly issued a condemnation of the inventor of this skill. And then there's. That's right, Zheng Qian himself has only just learned concealment, and the cat north and south actually jumped right over concealment and learned advanced concealment in one go. Zheng Qian's perception attribute of nearly 10,000 didn't even notice her approaching. Ha 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 ha. Dog thing, your expression is so funny, meow. Why are you back now? A stunned Zheng Qian rubbed his face to calm himself down. Cat north and south smiled cheekily. I got my hair done, meow, how's that? A dog thing? Pretty? Saying that, she landed lightly like a cat and even spun around in front of Zheng Qian to show off her new clothes. Cat north and south's new outfit is somewhat similar to a JK costume, with a golden bell around his neck. The hair is tousled and soft, like it's just been done. Slightly more innovative was a maid's hair band on the head, and a short skirt with a decorative front piece similar to a maid's apron. Hands in muling fists, and pleated handbands on arms and wrists. Behind the back in a big bow, waist casual belt side, but also somehow with a gold Roman watch, the table under a cluster of flax spikes, very cute. The already slender legs wore a pair of long purple and short green mandarin duck socks, with a cat ear-like decorative pattern at the top of the stockings. I have to say that this new outfit froze Zheng Qian in place. The breeding value is so high you can really do whatever you want, can't you? Voodoo. Zheng Qian couldn't help but swallow his saliva, always feeling that something was about to flow out of his nose. Ahem. Shivering his nosebleed back, Zheng Qian blushed red and said, not too kindly, well, it's okay. As soon as the cat north and south heard this, they smiled badly and came closer. Huh, why is the dog blushing, meow? Wouldn't want to have a child with me, meow? Nonsense. Zheng Qian hurriedly took a few steps back. As soon as the cat was close to the north and south, his heart was beating so fast that the AP couldn't stop falling. It was as if all the bad feelings caused by the wait just now had vanished. The cat, north and south, leaned in close again and said, huh? The dog is shy. Shy. Zheng Qian hastily denied it and turned to say, why did it take so long? It's not a dog thing, you said yourself. Tonight is a formal occasion, you have to dress better, meow, so I just hung out with Xin Jingbing for a bit longer, meow. Cat Nan Nan stretched out her jade onion-like fingers with a straight face. Zheng Qian pursed his lips. Well, I kinda said that. Okay, what about my new clothes? Didn't you say you were going to help me pick it out? Why don't I see it? Zheng Qian looked around and realized that she didn't seem to have brought her own clothes over at all. At the sound of the cat's north and south, she gave a cheeky, wicked grin and slipped her hand into her own storage space. Zheng Qian was shocked. When did she even learn about storage space? This kind of low-level magic this meow learns just by looking at it, meow. Cat north and south said proudly, and with a jerk of her hand, she pulled out a men's uniform. Clank, meow. Look, doggy, here's the new clothes I bought you, meow. Zheng Qian took a look. This is a set of red and white color scheme uniform. The whole is somewhat similar to the deacon's uniform. The design is relatively more inclined to simple and dynamic. Judging by the matching casual belts, it's quite similar to the style of cat's clothes north and south. Only after Zheng Qian put it on in confusion did he realize a serious problem. Wait? This is a couple's costume? Hearing this, the cat north and south smiled cheekily and hugged Zheng Qian. The dog thing looks really good on it, meow. Listen up. This is what I bought, put it on, you have to stay with me forever, meow. Zheng Qian's old face reddened, but looking at the happy look of the cat north and south in his arms, he couldn't help but smile. Ahem, then you should stop scratching up my clothes. For this chapter's costume, you can refer to the character stand-ups of Zheng Qian and Cat Nan Nan. 90. The hey meow of the cat north and south. Afternoon. Dinner was 6 o'clock in the evening. Meet in front of the Adventurers Guild at 5 o'clock. When Kachersky will come and lead the way. Wearing new clothes, Zheng Qian was in a pretty good mood, and after a simple lunch, he said goodbye to the cat north and south and went to the prison. Zhao Aotian clearly said that he wanted to invite Zheng Qian's entire team. Zheng Qian had always disliked taking the initiative to give others face. But Zhao Aotian was his own biggest wealth owner, so he had to give this face even if he didn't. No, in fact, Zheng Qian was very happy to give him face right now. So if the whole team is concerned, Zheng Serpi is indispensable. And Zhang Serpi was released from prison at 3 p.m. Zheng Qian had to go pick him up. So after having lunch and buying a bottle of goat's milk for the cat north and south, Zheng Qian headed in the direction of the prison. And with nothing to do, Cat Nan Nan wandered around the guild casually. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The bright sun at the top of the sky is like a refrigerator bulb in the winter, not half as useful except for illumination. Hey! 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 The young girl was sweating like a pig in the guild's communal training room. Constant strikes were thrown against the steelman pile of pure secret silver, and a great deal of sweat was whipped out with each punch and kick. The granite floor beneath the young girl's feet was even soaked with sweat. Wind god leg. Bang! A full kick to the steelman pile makes a bomb-like thud. Yet for all the noise, the steelman pile was motionless. Not even a slight wobble, let alone a kick mark. Exhausted, Shen Jingbing fell on her butt on the ground, panting heavily. She wanted a drink of water. Picking up the bamboo cup next to him, there wasn't a drop of water left in it. This is the 16th glass of water today. Dragging her tired body, Shen Jingbing came to the water receiving place and snapped the valve a few times, only to find that there was no water in several boxes. Ask the property owner next to you. But Moncler outlet store with a purple clay pot teacup in his mouth, leisurely sunbathing and said, a few days ago, so much trouble, the guild water supply problems, and now every day's water supply is manually picked, the workers are off work today, tomorrow probably can be fixed. Why, well, thank you, Grandpa. Shen Jingbing lowered her head in some frustration and returned to the steelman pile. But how could the fist not use the power to throw another punch? It's not from thirst. It's just that Shen Jingbing is starting to doubt herself a little. Does it really work to train like this? That night, Zheng Qian's back and heroic posture left a deep impression in her heart. Although I heard that Zheng Qian was knocked out later. However, that stance of walking idly amongst the 10,000 beasts completely and utterly conquered Shen Jingbing. Compared to an unattainable powerhouse like Zhao Aotian, chasing after a second-tier expert like Zheng Qian was instead a bit more practical. Hey! Another hard-hitting punch. The steelman pile remained motionless. I didn't get any use out of it. That night, I was forced to retire without killing a single wraith. Hey! Coming out from the countryside, my folks expect me to become a condensed gold-level adventurer to go home and bring more resources to my hometown so that the young people there can develop. But I've never been able to get stronger. I'm so useless. When will I become as powerful as Zhang Qian and the others? Hey! I'm so useless. I'm a liability everywhere I go. Hey! He, it's no use fighting like that, meow. At that moment, a familiar voice came from above. When he looked up, he saw that the cat, north and south, was holding 2 cups of goat's milk and sitting on the edge of the roof looking at himself with interest. On her face, she still had her signature, perky cat-like smile. Cat, Ms. North and South? Why are you here? Shen Jingbing hurriedly stood up straight and straightened her hair. Hey Shu! Jumping down from a 5-meter-high roof, landing on his toes, not only did he not make any sound, he didn't even bring up a single breeze. No matter how many times one watched this kind of delicate and dexterous movement, Shen Jingbing would be amazed by it. Really, it's exactly like a cat. What kind of brutal training does one have to go through to have such a body? In looking at the hands and feet of the cats north and south, the limbs are rounded, the muscles are white as snow, a trace of muscle lines cannot be seen, childish and untrained as a young lady. This perverse strength and physical strength both made Shen Jingbing envious. Hey, want some goat's milk, meow? Cat north and south politely pulled out another cup of goat's milk. Shen Jingbing, whose throat was smoking, took the goat's milk and was a bit embarrassed. Thank you. Don't mention it, meow. You took me to pick out my clothes in the morning, here's a thank you, meow. The cat came forward with a raised eyebrow north and south and laughed. Also, drinking more dairy will keep the next generation fed, meow. She arched Shen Jingbing's chest with her elbow. Shen Jingbing froze, looking down at his upper body that could almost be used to cut vegetables. And look at the proud body of cat north and south. Her little face swished red. So there's a secret to Miss Cat North and South having such a good figure. Hey meow. Raising his head and chest, the cat north and south looked proud. Not that I'm bragging, the dog can like it, meow. Every time I hug him, he will blush and his heartbeat speeds up, meow. Like this? Covering her chest, Shen Jingbing secretly gave herself a resolution that only she knew. After drinking the goat's milk and replenishing the water and protein, Shin Jingbing felt that her whole body was full of strength again. She looked at Cat Nan Nan, a little curious, so, that. Miss Cat Nan Nan. What's wrong, meow? I. Shin Jingbing pinched the edge of her power suit and inspired her courage. I'm weak, and even though Mr. Zhang Xian doesn't mind me and lets me join the team, I know I've been dragging my feet, so. I want to be strong. I wish I could be useful, Miss Cat North and South. Please tell me, how exactly do I become as strong as you? No, I'll be satisfied with just half of what you have. In the face of Shin Jingbing's solemn request, the cat sipped goat's milk from the north and south and said in disbelief, impossible, how can a human be half as good as meow? Ugh. Humans? Shin Jingbing froze. The cat north and south then realized that he had said the wrong thing, and hastily changed his words. That's what I meant was that the quality of people and people can't be generalized, meow. A look of inferiority immediately appeared on Shin Jingbing's face. Apparently, she had interpreted the words of the cat north and south as meaning that she was saying that she was not gifted. Cats north and south are no dummies. She was not spiritually intelligent, only relative to Zhang Qian. After all this time of surviving and seeing the human world, her spiritual intelligence was actually completely above human in nature. Seeing Shin Jingbing this cowardly, cat sighed north and south. That's the trouble with humans, they want to hear the truth and get upset when people tell the truth. Why would a dog thing like to blend in with a society made up of such creatures? Thoughts aside, the cat itself, north and south, didn't have much animosity towards Shin Jingbing as long as she didn't seduce the dog. Put down the empty glass and walk over to the steel man pile. Cat looked north and south. Even though you're not talented, it's not like there's no room for improvement, meow. Ugh. These words caused a glimmer of hope to ignite in Shin Jingbing's eyes. Miss Cat North and South, what do you mean? It's true that you're weak, meow, but you're too inferior, meow, and this inferiority will become your weakness, meow. Turning around, Cat Nan Nan stretched out his 5 fingers in the shape of a hand blade against the steel human stake at his side, facing Shin Jingbing. When fighting, what you have to consider is not whether you can win against your opponent or not, but rather if you can't win yourself, you have to die, meow. Punches should be thrown as deep as if they were digging in, and legs should be thrown with the intention of stopping the kick and breaking it, meow. Talent affects only growth, the battle spells out strength, and more than that, it spells out whose killing intent is heavier, meow. Don't sympathize, don't retreat, remember, being in the battlefield only you die and I die, meow. That way, the punches are powerful and the kicks are deadly, meow, like this. Hey, meow. Handblade closed his fists violently and topped his body. Rumble. Without using any technique or AP, Cat Nan Nan Nan's one shot of an inch punch with a completely unqualified posture had actually blown the pure secret silver made, steel human stake as thick as a person's waist into pieces like a cookie. The debris flew more than 20 meters away. Some large pieces of debris were even embedded in the opposite wall. Shin Jingbing looked dumbfounded. She could see that the cat did not do this punch north and south by relying on her amazing strength attribute. In fact, in order to demonstrate for Shin Jingbing, Cat Nan Nan even took the initiative to suppress his power attribute to the same level as Shin Jingbing, 200 out. In other words, Shin Jingbing had hit until now, and this mystic silver steel human pile was not moving at all, not even a little dent. And with the same 220 or so power, Cat North and South punched the secret silver steel man pile into pieces. At this moment, Shin Jingbing realized profoundly. Zheng Xian and Cat Nan Nan, the reason why the two of them were so strong wasn't simply just relying on the high attributes that came with their high levels. Its skill, too, is by no means comparable to that of any other person. There's a saying in martial arts, it's called using force to break down skill. But that doesn't mean you're strong enough to not need tricks. On the contrary, only when you have practiced all the techniques to the peak, you are qualified to think about breaking tricks with force. And what the Cat North and South demonstrated was precisely the highest level of breaking the trick with force. That hair-inch fist was definitely not a skill, it was just a skill that followed Zhang Qian's inch power to open the sky. The Cat North and South themselves don't actually know the skill inch power open sky. A skill that actually hits with a power comparable to a real skill? Shin Jingbing looked dumbfounded, unable to close her jaw for half a minute. She finally realized the gap between herself and the powerful. It also finally dawned on me what I needed to overcome. Miss Cat North and South. Poof. Shin Jingbing knelt down and cowed out hard to the Cat North and South. The Cat, North and South, was startled and almost exploded. Ugh? What are you doing, meow? Kneeling in front of the cats North and South, Shin Jingbing said sincerely like a devout believer praying. Miss Cat North and South, my folks back home are waiting for me to go back, my mom and dad are waiting for me to go back. I want to make my mom, dad, and folks proud of me the next time I go home, so please accept me as your disciple. 91. Rorschach's Rage. Hello Mr. Rorschach, the total treatment fee is 36 gold coins, please pay it. Adventurer Designated Orthopedic Medical Center, Rorschach slapped 36 gold coins hard on the front desk and turned to leave the hospital. Hospitalized for 5 days, 36 gold coins for the information fee, the warlord sect does not pay a cent. Reason, maliciously harming new adventurers. Not being sanctioned was already selling his fine gold level face and remembering that his father Ronan died in the dungeon and that he was after martyrdom. Walking down the street, the cold winter wind blew raw and painful on my face. But even if the wind was cold, it couldn't extinguish the anger in Rorschach's heart. That scumbag. All because of him. If it wasn't him in that battle, Lord Battle King's eyes would all be on me, and all the limelight would be mine in the end. I heard that there was a wraith rushing the city the other day. That's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a name for yourself. This kid even went to war with Lord Battle King and walked side by side with Lord Battle King in the final triumph? That stray fish, he's got some balls. I'm sure you'll be cleaning up the leftovers behind Lord Warlord on the battlefield anyway, right? Right now the only unused elite gold level adventurer in the King's City is me. If he hadn't caused me to be hospitalized, then I would have been the one following Lord War King when the magical beasts rushed the city. I was also the one who walked beside Lord Battle King during the triumph. Now the entire King's City was spreading rumors about who that newcomer named Zheng Qian really was. It's simply the same as 6 years ago, when that person and I were the double pride of King City. Are you kidding me? The War King recruitment meeting humiliated me, and robbed me of the opportunity that should have been mine, and the credit that should have been mine. I'll settle this account with you with interest. Although the teeth in his mouth were healed with medical magic at the medical center, the pain etched into the roots of his teeth was something Rorschach would never forget in his life. No, not just that Zhang Qian, Zhang Serpi can't be spared either. Those with the surname Zhang, all deserve to die. Rorschach thought, his face grim as he walked towards the mansion where his team was. On the way, a kid, maybe 6 or 7 years old, was on his way back from giving his parents soy sauce, with a cotton candy in his hand that his parents had given him extra money for, when he didn't see him and was knocked over on the ground. The child wailed as he looked at the marshmallows on the floor that he had stomped on and the broken soy sauce jar. Tisk. Rorschach glanced at it, pressed the kid, turned around, and quickly disappeared into the night. Wow, that's a nice outfit, for me? Zhang Serpi looked at the clothes Zheng Qian gave her and kept Pazinto the isolate mirror. With this set of clothes, picking up girls is so much better. Zheng Qian squinted his eyes and said, don't be stinky, this evening Father Zhao invited me for dinner and explicitly asked me to bring my teammates, otherwise I would have bought you clothes to organize your grooming. I'm warning you, when you meet Papa Zhao, you show off a bit. Papa Joe? Zhang Serpi froze, you said Zhao Aotian? When did you recognize him as your father? Zhang Qian straightened up and said, people are so hot and rich, and they are my gold master, my party eh, what is it if it's not dad? You recognize your father when you have money, huh? A long time ago I had a father by the name of Ma, but he was a bad person, so I disowned him afterward. Hearing this, Zhang Serpi sighed, you're greedy for money, I'm horny, we're both really flies on rotten meat. Zhang Qian said impatiently, are you from Dunhuang? Pushing words so much? Hurry up, it's 4:30, still half an hour to leave, clothes fit or not quickly say. Zhang Serpi heard that and moved his body in a hurry. Turning to him, he jerked out a seam of face as if he had found something very unsatisfactory. What? Is there anything that doesn't fit? Zheng Qian hurriedly asked after him. Zhang Serpi said with a straight face, yes. Where? There's something wrong with these pants. What's the problem? These pants aren't too easy to take off. Zheng Qian. What's the matter, ugly man? You look as if you're blushing Sima. Don't ask, asking means you want to blow your dog's head off with a shot of Taifu dragon breath. But these pants. Listen, if it wasn't for tonight's dinner, do you think you'd be eating rice? Get dressed, and when you get to the table, be as quiet as a young man who was getting his first drink. You disgrace me, and I swear I'll squirt Taishu dragon's breath down your throat and out your asshole, got it? Zheng Qian came closer with rounded eyes, grabbed the mirror next to him with his right hand, and slightly urged the magic element. The entire mirror was melted into glassy water. Jang Serpy's face turned blue with fear. He even swallowed. Right, I'm sorry big brother, this dress is great. It's too big for me to give birth to. I'm so sorry, big brother don't mind. Thank you big brother for buying me clothes. That's more like it. Zhang Qian shrugged his nose and invited a pat on his back. Let's go if there's nothing wrong. Zhang Seppi, who had seen Zhang Qian's horrible character, or else would he dare to say half a word, and went straight out of the hotel with Zhang Qian. In the lobby of the hotel, Cat Nanbei and Shin Jingbing also happened to come out. Cat North and South were wearing the same cute, JK and maid-style combination of casual clothes they had worn during the day. Shin Jingbing was wearing a golden power suit, but the suit was designed from the point of view that the leaf tail was rather long, with an attached skirt, and the hole was also a little too loose for action. The design is rather more of a power suit style of casual wear than for combat. She had a red face and lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhang Qian. Zhang Serpy's eyes popped out as soon as he saw Cat Nanbei and Shin Jingbing. Wow, two beautiful women, tonight I. Snap. Zhang Qian clasped his chin. Ghost-like and face-to-face with him, Zhang Qian's eyes were already streaked with blood. Tonight isn't just about having dinner with Papa Zhao, I'm also going to ask him for 5,000 gold coins in payment. Can you be a little quieter, Mr. Serpy? Zhang Serpy. Yeah, sorry big brother. With that, the group of four left the guild. At the main entrance, Kaksuski, who had a carriage ready, was dressed in deacon's attire and had been waiting for a long time. Gentlemen, with the royal horsemanship that has been passed down from generation to generation in my Karcher family, the ride is guaranteed to be both smooth and safe. Hey, where did you find such a big? Zhang Serpy shivered and said. Zhang Qian ignored him and led everyone straight to the carriage. Pleasant House. The largest restaurant in King City. Located 400 meters east of the East Noon Gate of the Imperial Palace. In the shape of a lingerie tower and an 8-story building, it was heard that the owner of the ULI building was a retired condensed gold-level adventurer. At the top of the tower was a super-large pearl with a diameter of 8 meters, which was dropped by the boss when he killed the twin muscle demon during his expedition to expand the Dongchuan Sea back then. It is also this pearl that ULI House also enjoys the reputation of the Star of Yankan. Its beautiful decor can also be said to be the rowdiness of Higashikawa. When you come to ULI House, the decor is indeed nothing less than luxurious. The overall decor is dominated by gold and red crystal chandeliers are made of real natural crystals and red onyx, and even the floors are coated with a layer of gold leaf. I can actually enter the ULI building in my lifetime? Shin Jingbing looked at the luxurious to the point of being able to call it exaggerated decor with some trepidation. Wow, so many pretty ladies. Zhang Serpy's gaze never even moved from the Cheongsam-clad waitresses' asses. It's no wonder that those who can come here to eat are either rich or wealthy. On the contrary, Zhang Qian's group looked a bit like bumpkins. Following Kaczynski up the rotating staircase, Zhang Qian's group arrived at the top floor. There is only one room on the top floor, known as the Emperor's Suite. Enter the door. The fresh scent of white heather hits you. A huge round table, 10 meters in diameter, had been set up with a wide array of cold dishes. Across the table, Zhao Tian, dressed in gold silk civilian clothes, had been waiting for a long time. Welcome, Mr. Zhang Qian, welcome everyone. Zhao Tian warmly rose to greet him. The crowd was quickly seated, led by Kaczynski. What Zhang Qian never expected was that this meal, which seemed to be Zhao Tian's treat, had completely changed the trajectory of his existence in the human world. Is that Zhang Qian and Zhang Serpy? Zhang Qian, who has never paid attention to stray fish, also didn't notice that when he passed by the 5th floor, a person noticed his presence and secretly followed him all the way to the 8th floor stairway to survey him. This person was no other than Rorschach. P.S. Alas, I saved this side of the manuscript in writing Zhao Outyan and Zhang Qian dual plot, no inspiration are rewritten 4 or 5 times. 92, Heir to the War King. Rorschach arrived at the ULI building. As an Essence Gold-level adventurer, Rorschach was qualified to dine on the 5th floor of the ULI building. It was the rule of the ULI building that the public could only be on the 1st to 3rd floors, and only outstanding adventurers and soldiers who had made meritorious achievements could go to the 4th floor. The fine gold condensed gold goes up to the 5th floor, the town general mage, and the ministers of the same rank go up to the 6th floor. The 7th floor was reserved for emissary exchanges or state banquets, while on the 8th floor, only the warlords and kings were qualified to use it, and only those who had received their invitations could enter the 8th floor. Of course, since Mage Ginger had returned, he had been given one more use of the 8th floor. But that's all an afterthought. Rorschach would have been on the 5th floor, where his teammates were giving him a general reception to celebrate his release from the hospital. But Rorschach has been in a bad mood. 3 days ago, a magical beast rushing the city on such a large scale was a rarity ever. Not to mention, Kawahigashi managed to hold. During the banquet, Rorschach learns something that pisses him off even more. Anyone who participated in this war and was killed in action was born with 5 grades of officer, posthumously awarded martyrdom, and their immediate family members were exempted from taxes for life from business and labor, and were entitled to a lifetime state subsidy. Survivors, the official promoted to 3 levels, won the Jingua medal, received a large sum of money from the state reward, I from the business from the laborers life tax free, from the officials from the soldiers in the future is also a smooth official road. Blame Zhang Qian. 1 battle down, a lifetime of no worries. If it wasn't for Zhang Qian, I would have been able to participate in that battle, and now I'm a gold condensation level adventurer, directly under the command of His Majesty, and I'll have a great future from now on. It was Zhang Qian who caused me to lose such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The more Rorschach thought about it, the more angry he became. His mind was filled with Zhang Qian's arrogant demeanor at the original Battle King recruitment meeting. Luo Xia didn't think that he really couldn't beat Zhang Qian. After fighting so many newcomers at that time, his attributes had been depleted by a quarter. And at first, he was using a backup weapon, the Jaya Steel Spear, which was weakened by another large portion of his attributes by his first hand. If it's full, just use the pseudo-sacred sword and use critical break. Then Zhang Qian will definitely be killed by me on the spot. That mongrel just picked a time when I was weaker and further weakened my attributes with a sneak attack, thus gaining the victory. If I had started out at full strength, Zhang Qian would have just been a stray fish not much different from the other newcomers. Rorschach's resentment kept climbing. Just then, however, an equally irritatingly familiar voice came from behind him. Wow, it's worthy of being Uli House, the waitresses here are all more than a little bit hot. This is? Rorschach turned back in a hurry. Only the stairway. With Kaksuski in tow, young Tharpai, who had just come upstairs, was staring tirelessly at the ass of someone's waitress. Among the several men and women who followed closely behind, Zhang Qian's figure also appeared. Zhang Qian? Zhang Zipi? What are they doing up here? And as they walked up the 6 flights of stairs, Rorschach was shocked. Including them, the 4 people in the group were only bronze to gold level adventurers. As usual, it was a miracle they even made it to the 4th floor. Walking up to the 5th floor and now heading to the 6th? Rorschach's mind went blank. Is it possible that? Clunk. The wine glass hit the floor. Luo Xia ghostly sneaked after Zhang Qian and his group. 6th floor, 7th floor, then 8th floor. Upon seeing Zhang Qian and his group walk up to the 8th floor, Luo Xia was shocked. And as the Emperor's suite on the 8th floor opened, Zhao Aotian's enthusiastic appearance of coming forward to greet him was imprinted in his eyes. Rorschach's values and sanity were completely shattered. Click. The mahogany stair railing was crushed. A tsunami of jealousy and anger instantly rushed into the brain. They, actually, got a reception from Lord Battle King himself? My dad died in a dungeon, and after I was a martyr, I achieved the rank of elite gold adventurer at the age of 29. Even I have never been received by Lord Warlord. Them? This team of 4 mongrels? I can't believe I'm being received by Lord Battle King? Rorschach had never been so abhorred by this before in his life. Zhang Qian, Zhang Serpi. And your whole team. I'll write this down. One day, there will be no place for you in Chuandong. Inherit the War King? After 3 rounds of drinking, Zhao Aotian's sudden introduction of this topic left Zhang Qian somewhat at a loss for words. These words, moreover, caused everyone present to freeze. Yes, I would like you to succeed me as War King, after I die in battle one day. Zhao Aotian put down his wineglass, and there was clearly more helplessness in his eyes. Why did this suddenly come up? Zhang Qian cried and laughed a little. I'm giving you face to dine with you today for happy things like getting paid. If you want to say that the food on this 8th floor is delicious, it wouldn't be too much of a problem to pay me 1 or 200 gold coins less for the reward. But what are you doing talking to me about such a serious topic all of a sudden? Zhao Aotian sighed longingly. In that battle, it was said outside that it was me. Everyone thought that I killed the Minotaur to set up the victory in the battle. Actually, no. If you and Miss Cat North and South hadn't stabilized the right flank with 2 men, then it wouldn't have even been the Minotaur's turn to strike before the line collapsed, and the garrison would have collapsed with it. And if you had not been strong enough to be the Minotaur's first target and take the sneak attack, then that sneak attack would have hit me. The consequences, as usual, are rout. Zheng Xian, for this battle to be won, you're actually the key point. If you hadn't participated in the battle, the king's city would have already fallen. Zhao Aotian said it so sincerely that Zheng Xian was a little embarrassed to retort. He paused and continued, perhaps you don't know, Zheng Xian, that there is actually an even greater threat hidden within the Chuandong kingdom. I invited you to dinner today to actually talk to you about this. A greater threat? Zheng Xian said in disbelief. Zhao Aotian raised his cup and took a sip of mulled wine. There is a magical beast, transformed into a human, hiding within the royal city. Zheng Xian froze. Hey, 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 hey. Zhao Aotian continued, Zheng Xian, you possess a strength comparable to that of a battle king, and Chuandong cannot be without a battle king for a day. One day, I will have a battle with that demonic beast. I have a premonition that this battle is inevitable, and I am not certain that I can win, and even if I can win, I am not certain that I can survive. Zheng Xian, you're the strongest human I've seen so far in Chuandong. Therefore, I hope that you can promise me that if I don't survive the battle with that demonic beast, I hope that you can succeed me and become the new battle king of Chuandong. Only you have the strength. This way, I can also fight with all my might without any worries. Hey, wait a minute, let me run it through. Zheng Xian cried and laughed a little. He never expected that Zhao Aotian would still be looking for himself even now. And also said so by the sadness, let Zheng Xian are a little embarrassed. I didn't intend to kill you. You've made me so much money, I can't thank you enough, why should I fight you? What is this beast? Why did you have to fight it? Zheng Xian asked. Zhao Aotian replied, a magical beast is a magical beast, it's impossible to coexist peacefully with humans, as long as that magical beast takes form and hides in Chuandong, it's a time bomb. You've said that it's incarnated and hidden in Chuandong, so maybe it doesn't intend to start a conflict with humans at all? There's no chance of that. Why? Because it is a magical beast. You've also been to the battlefield, it's not like you don't know how strong the killing of magical beasts is. It has a spirit, and I don't want to start a fight with it if I can help it, but ask yourself, as a human, can you trust a magical beast? Can you do that and put your family next to a monster? Even if this monster speaks and acts like a human again? Speaking here, Zhao Aotian held Zheng Xian's hand. His gaze was hot and gleaming as he gazed at Zheng Xian. Zheng Xian, I know that you haven't understood the responsibilities of being a strong person. I only hope that in the future, if I die in battle, a strong man like you will take up my mantle and become my heir to guard this country. If you are willing to take over as warlord after my death, I will use all my resources to train you. As long as you can prove that you can become a qualified battle king, you can even take my existing resources and use them as you please. Zhao Aotian's words left Zheng Xian speechless for a moment. 93, friends. Zhao Aotian was already prepared to die in battle. As a battle king, and the strongest battle king at that, Zhao Aotian had never had any fear of death in his heart. The warlord's duty is to guard humanity. It is also the duty of the war king to die in battle for mankind. This was something that Zheng Xian had already confirmed. To be honest, during the night battle 3 days ago, Zheng Xian had fully understood Zhao Aotian's character. If anything, Zhao Aotian had given Zheng Xian a way out of his fortune and Zheng Xian's ill feelings towards him disappeared. Then that night's battle, Zhao Aotian did win Zheng Xian's favor. Devotion, the only treasure in this world that should not be tarnished. Being enemies with Zhao Aotian was not because he was a bad person. Admittedly, his approach made Zheng Xian very upset. But Zheng Xian is not heartless, and he has never taken himself, who has traveled through experience, as a protagonist of a web article. What is the creed of the protagonist of a web article? The one who goes along with me will prosper and the one who goes against me will die. I take the biggest benefit, the supporting characters go along with me to eat some leftovers, and if they don't go along with me, I'll die. This kind of thinking is wrong and unethical. Not to mention that Zheng Xian is not a human being. In any society, this kind of thinking and practice can only lead to the final result of the people's betrayal. It would defy logic to be like a webcomic protagonist and still have a smooth ride for the rest of your life. Zheng Xian has actually thought about it carefully in the past 3 days, and also found a problem. If one were to speak from the perspective of being a magical beast, Zhao Aotian was a must-kill enemy, and he should be eradicated whenever he had the chance. Because he's in the way. But what if it's the other way around? What if Zheng Xian is human? Looking at Zhao Aotian from a human perspective, what kind of person was he? No doubt. Zhao Aotian would be the most trustworthy person. He can be said to have given his all for the sake of mankind. And never took credit for being better than other humans. From this perspective, Zheng Qian would have to change his opinion of him. Zhao Aotian was definitely not a stray fish. Even if his strength is not worthy of it, if he is an enemy, it is still worth calling him a rival. And Zhao Aotian's words touched Zheng Qian deeply. Zheng Qian looked squarely at Zhao Aotian for the first time. No more of the old scorn. Instead, he looked squarely at Zhao Aotian with the eyes of someone who recognized him. His eyes gleamed. Sizzling warmth came from the clenched hand. He was indeed ready to die for humanity. If his target wasn't me, but a normal powerful magical beast, the third and fourth tier kind, then it was only a matter of time before he died, right? Zheng Qian thought about it and finally withdrew the hand that he was holding tightly. If you want to kill a wraith, you want to kill a wraith, why are you talking to me about this with the mindset that you're going to die? That would be the same as forcing me. Zhao Aotian froze and quickly said, that's why I said, this magical beast is very strong, even if it's me. Does being very strong mean you have to fight to the death? Don't you think about finishing? Zheng Qian's voice drew up 3 degrees and said, Chuandong's prosperity relies on you, the strongest human. If you really want to kill this demonic beast for the sake of your own obsession, you should exercise yourself and look for ways to finish off your opponent. Instead of knowing you can't beat them and being ready to go down with them. It's a cowardice. If you really do your best and still die at the hands of this demonic beast, I'll consider inheriting your position as war king. But if you start out with a death wish to challenge an unbeatable opponent, then I'm sorry, I'll just look down on you. Behind the strong are countless weak people who need to be strong, and fighting battles you are not sure of is a betrayal of those who trust you. For the weak, death is a hard choice. For the strong, it takes greater courage to live. Zheng Qian's words caused Zhao Aotian to freeze. He never thought that this guy, who was full of money, would actually say something like that. Are there countless weak people behind the strong who need the strong? These words undoubtedly touched Zhao Aotian's nerves. It wasn't that Zhao Aotian didn't understand this reasoning. It was just that the way of understanding was different from Zheng Qian. Zhao Aotian was willing to die for weak humans. But Zheng Qian now says to him to live for the people behind him. To die is easy, the hard part is to live, for only by living can we guard better, and to die for the so-called greater good will only be a meaningless death. When he said this, Zheng Qian fiercely drank the wine in his cup and gazed at him with a straight face. Zhao Aotian was in deep thought. Zheng Qian's words were powerful and struck Zhao Aotian's heart hard. Concepts that had been firmly believed were crushed by just a few words. Could it be that I'm really wrong? But if I'm wrong, then what should I do about the dragon-shaped beast? After a long time, Zhao Aotian smiled bitterly, that magical beast is too strong, you haven't seen his power. I can't think of any possibility of defeating him except by fighting for my life. You can't kill me in a fight for your life. Zheng Qian thought about it and said, then think of a way. What you need to do is not to fight for your life, but to find out your opponent's weaknesses, restrain him and defeat him. Zhao Aotian took a deep breath, like he was helpless. After a long time, he poured a glass of wine for himself and Zheng Qian. Really, you don't want to inherit the position of the war king? You love money a lot, and the Battle King sect has endless resources. Zheng Qian raised his wineglass and gazed at Zhao Aotian through the liquor. Not interested. I'm not an iron waist that can't afford to play. Earning money should also earn a name. Why do I want your heritage? You are not my father. Or is it actually your true intention to make me your son? How? Zhao Aotian laughed bitterly. But in the heart, it was sweet. This man named Zheng Qian was not really shameless and greedy for money. He loves money, but he has a bottom line. Zhao Aotian's impression of Zheng Qian was 3 more points better. This kid, he really has value to cultivate. With Zheng Qian's talent and ability, as long as his values were guided well, there was no doubt that he would be the next battle king. Zhao Aotian thought and raised his glass. Okay, I promise you that I will stay alive as long as possible. Zheng Qian would smile. Yeah, that's right. If you die, where can I find such a good kaiju? Yuck, golden father. As the 2 cups clinked, Zheng Qian and Zhao Aotian both laughed. But after drinking enough wine, Zheng Qian just picked up his chopsticks and was ready to eat 2 bites of food when he was dumbfounded. Only to see that the entire table of 24 dishes had already been swept away. Click. On the plate, the whole chicken skeleton, which had been eaten in one piece, still had a chicken bone loosely falling from it. I'm full. Shen Jingbing wiped her mouth in a very elegant manner. Ah, energy replenished. Zheng Serpi's entire body had fattened up into a ball from eating. Meow mine's full inside already. Meow. The cat sat back in his chair north and south, hugging the back of the chair and belching contentedly. Her stomach bulged like she was 8 months pregnant. Hey! We're invited to dinner by our father, why don't you be a little more polite? We've only had half a catty and you're eating like a bombed-out airport? Also, cat north and south, isn't your line a little off? Zhao Aotian froze in place when he saw a scene. Zheng Qian cursed at his teammates. The team is all about the I'll eat you bite me demeanor. 5 of them. In Zhao Aotian's eyes, the way these 5 people were arguing actually overlapped with a certain image once. Once upon a time, when I was still weak, I had such trusting, laughing and joking teammates. Except now, it's all been, except for Kaczynski. The hand under the table couldn't help but clench his thigh pants. Zhao Aotian's heart was mixed for a while. Looking at Zheng Qian and his party, his heart was like overturning a bottle of 5 flavors, sweet and sour, bitter and spicy thoughts all surged to his heart. In a world where magical beasts were rampant, this country, and indeed all other countries, stood only because of such a group of young people. Thinking of this, Zhao Aotian took a deep breath and shook the melancholy out of his mind. Brother Zheng Qian. What's going on? Zheng Qian turned around to see that Zhao Aotian had taken out a large bag of gold coins from his space pocket and placed it on the table. On his face, there was a smile full of envy and tenderness. This is the payment for your expedition to the Protectorate 3 days ago, 3,000 gold coins, take it. Zheng Qian received the bag with some bewilderment. No need to order. This bag weighs more than 60 pounds, half a bag of rice is big, 3,000 gold coins will only be more and not less. Only. Curiously sizing up Zhao Aotian for a few moments, Zheng Qian furrowed his brows and said, so what, please don't smile so well? I'm scared. 94, inside the mind of Zheng Serpi. Notice, the total income reaches 5,113 gold coins, main quest 2 has been completed, and 100 unlock points have been credited. There seems to be a bit of a delay in Truth Max today, the money I took last night didn't arrive until the unlock point this morning. The unlock point is now tuned at 2,353. Zheng Qian did some calculations and finally opened the skill attribute chart. Upgrade. Radicalized growth. Notice, radicalized growth to enhance, current level LV7. Originally, Zheng Qian's radicalized growth was LV4 when he exited the dungeon under the enchantment of King's Landing. And radicalized growth upgrades, like most upgradable levels, require twice as many unlock points per upgrade as the previous level. Upgrading LV5 requires 320, upgrading LV6 requires 640, and upgrading LV7 requires 1280. Zheng Qian's 2,353 unlock points are just enough to ascend to LV7 in one breath, and there are still 113 unlock points left. And LV7 is not a bad effect. Gain 128x experience and automatically gain 64 experience points per second. If one took condensed gold at this time, counting the human-related experience would get an additional 20 times experience stacked on top of it, so 1 gram of condensed gold could provide Zheng Qian with 1.28 million experience. It was much easier than killing magical beasts in a dungeon. But it's not enough. Don't say that Zheng Qian doesn't have any gold condensation right now. Even if they did, they wouldn't take it. With radicalization growth max, 1 gram of nugget provides 5.12 million experience. The only optimal solution is to unlock to max and then take Nimbus Gold. The remaining 2 levels, on the other hand, require 2560 and 5120 unlock points, totaling 7680. A lot, but currently Zheng Qian is rank LV5 and needs 759375 experience to upgrade. There is ultimately a limit to how much you can increase your experience by relying on the automatic increase of radical growth. The 4 evolution multiplier is 1.5 times, and with a LV7 radicalization growth, it shouldn't be much of a problem to go up another 5 or 6 levels in a short period of time. Zheng Qian had already confirmed the fight that night. Killing normal low-level magical beasts, whether it was a minotaur or a subspecies of cotto, would only yield 1 point of guaranteed experience. The efficiency of experience gain has hit rock bottom. Even if we killed all the bosses of the other 9 dungeons, I'm afraid it would still be hard to rise to LV10, right? Radicalized growth max in conjunction with taking gelding gold is currently the only viable way to get to 5 evolutions. And with the quests offered by Truth, when you did the math, even if you removed the 10,000 points for killing Ares, the sum total of the other quests would provide over 15,000 unlocking points. There are also quite a few new skills that can be unlocked after you grow max in radicalization. Moreover, most importantly, Zhang Qian had recently discovered that there was a large chunk of skill sets that were locked in the edges of the skill tree shapes. This large group of skills is categorized in a category called conceptual skills. The reason why it was strange was because normally, even if there weren't enough unlock points to unlock it, Zhang Qian could still check the profile of the skill. And the concept skill set is weird. All skills are not given a synopsis, only an icon, not even the name of the skill. Tapping on the profile of the skill set itself, it reads, this skill set needs to satisfy 5 evolutions to be unlocked, and the current user is underleveled. Need 5 evolutions as a prerequisite? How powerful are the skills in this skill set? Regardless, it's better to save your unlock points for now, once radicalization grows maxed. Thinking about it, after doing everything, Zhang Qian counted all the gold coins. Currently, Zhang Qian had received a total of 5,113 gold coins. The first time is the mission with Zhang Seppi, divided down Zhang Qian got 113, the second 2,000, to the team divided off 800, the third time is last night 3,000, Zhang Qian divided into teammates 1,500. Spending 24 gold coins on new clothes for myself and the whole crew and 8 gold coins on goat's milk for the cat north and south. Right now Zhang Qian had a total of 2,780 gold coins on hand, accounting for over 27 kilograms of pure gold. It was just enough to refine 27 grams of fine gold, let alone refining condensed gold. It was still early. There's still money to be made. Thinking of this, Zhang Qian didn't laze in bed anymore, put on his clothes and left the hotel. Coming to the Adventurers Guild, Zhang Qian paid 10 gold coins for the package. There are 315 tables on the ground floor of the King City Guild. These tables are not communal, and if you want to sit at them, you have to pay a table fee. The closer you are to the hiring board the more expensive the tabletop fee is. Trying to wrap a table is even more sky high. In order to facilitate the entry and exit of the guild, Zhang Qian wrapped up the most corner and cheapest table, but it still requires 8 gold coins per month for expenses and 2 gold coins for tea, for a total of 10 gold coins per month. Damn, capitalism, it's so damn expensive. Walking to the table, Zhang Qian was surprised to find that there was only Zhang Serpi on the table. Why are you alone? Where are they? Zhang Qian stepped forward and wondered. Zhang Serpi Ben was on the table, staring intently at a photo in his hand. Zhang Qian's sudden voice startled him. Zhang Serpi looked back. Oh, ugly man, you're here? What are you looking at? Zhang Qian cocked his head and surveyed his picture. Zhang Serpi hurriedly folded the photo and stuffed it into his pocket. No, it's nothing. Well. Zhang Qian wasn't interested either. Couldn't Max's dragon senses be circumvented by human movements? Even folded and stuffed into his pocket, Zhang Qian's sight that would turn the corner could clearly see that it was a portrait of a woman. Red hair, looks well, a little fat, features rich, full, graceful and noble. But to Zhang Qian, who was used to seeing beautiful women like Cat Nanbei, it looked just like that. Isn't this colorful batch quite horny? Why was he staring at a picture of such a mediocre woman? Zhang Qian was a bit curious. But looking at Zhang Seppi's embarrassed face, busy hiding it, it always felt as if asking him directly wasn't good for him. What's more, Zhang Qian wasn't interested. Where are the other 3? How come you're the only one? Where did the cat go north and south? Dispersing his dragon perception and spreading it throughout the entire King City, Zhang Qian realized that the cat north and south were actually not in the King City. Zhang Serpi said, Kachersky took an urgent mission in the morning and took Xin Jingbing and Cat Nanbei out of the city already. Urgent mission? Zhang Qian was curious and suddenly realized a problem. The Adventurers Guild was extraordinarily crowded today. Look around. Many adventurers entered the guild and ran straight to the front desk, exchanging a few words with the front desk before hurrying out of the guild. In the old days, most of the adventurers in the guild would come back from their quests and would sit at the table they had bagged to chat and fart and drink and eat. Today there were obviously a lot of people and not a single one of this phenomenon. On everyone's face, there was a strong look of sadness. Don't you know? Keksuski cursed and said you were late as captain or something before he asked me to stay and wait for you. Zhang Serpi's words further confused Zhang Qian. What exactly is the urgent task? Zhang Qian asked after him. Zhang Serpi replied, King Situzu's daughter, Rapunzel Situi, has been taken captive. What the hell? Zhang Qian was shocked. Situi, this person Zhang Qian certainly knows. Chuandong Rapunzel, King Situzu had no children in his life, and this was his only daughter. Rumor has it that there is the title of the first beauty of Chuandong. The marriage proposal team of the princes of various countries kicked off how many roots of the threshold of the noon gate of the Chuandong palace, but all to no avail. The Rapunzel can also be taken captive? Harm, it's not like that little girl is asking for trouble herself? Zhang Serpi pulled out a melon and said as he knocked on it, during this time, too many adventurers and troops have died, and I've heard that Situzu has been worrying about this. So in order to share his father's worries, Situi ran to all the major cities by himself, doing recruitment propaganda. Over at Eagle Valley, I heard that an ambassador died in Chuandong some time ago, didn't he? It's not like Eagle Valley made a move. Eagle Valley Empire? Zheng Qian certainly knew of this country. The world's #1 hegemonic power, with national and military power above Kawahigashi. The only thing that was not as good as Chuandong was that they were a bit short on power at the top, with only 3 great war kings. A single Zhao Tian in Chuandong was able to equal 3 great war kings. That's why Eagle Valley is jealous of Chuandong. Didn't realize. I've heard that Eagle Valley sent a squad of pure condensed gold ranked adventurers and a battle king totaling 7 people to unite the 22 renegade adventurers within Chuandong. These 29 people took Situi, along with the members of the 16 Flowers recruitment team she had formed, captive. I heard that it was captured in the deepest part of the western suburb of the mountains, near the Ghost Tooth Mountain in Zhenjiang City. Ghost Tooth Mountain in Zhenjiang City? As soon as the name of this place came out, Zheng Qian understood that this Situi was afraid to be in a bad way. Zhenjiang City is located in the westernmost part of Chuandong. Further west is the western suburbs, a mountain range that stretches to the west, blocking the border between the eastern part of the river and the Eagle Valley. The western suburb of the mountains was the highest-ranked magical beast forest in Chuandong territory. Not only did it inhabit a large number of powerful magical beasts, the rugged mountain roads would also seriously affect the adventurers' play. Among them, the one with the most treacherous terrain and the most powerful magical beasts was the Ghost Tooth Mountain in the western suburb of the mountains. As for the 16 Flowers recruitment team mentioned by Zhang Serpi, Zheng Qian also knew about it. It was the recruiting team of 16 noble women in total, headed by Sito-e. It's similar to female cheerleaders who run around cities across the country to advertise for recruiting. This practice, common in many countries, after all, the women of the noble royal family personally recruited, to a large extent, provoking male hormones and the desire for power, with excellent results. Even this set of practices, Zheng Qian had seen many countries do it on Earth. Not only Sito-e, but the 16 Flowers recruitment team was taken captive by all of them, which is no small matter. Zhang Serpi's face was also hard to see when he said this. Now that the king has ordered it, 29 of the 36 guilds in the country, including the King City, have responded. All adventurers not on a mission strike out for the Ghost Teeth Mountains, and once they see the Eagle Valley people and the treasonous adventurers, they will be killed first and then killed later. Situzu has issued a king's order at 4 o'clock this morning. The formed army has begun to integrate, and it will take a week. Within a week, if we adventurers can't fight it down, then the 100,000 formed troops will simply step on the western suburb of the mountains. Eagle Valley is bullying people too much. The old man king is serious this time. He wants to save his daughter at all costs. He most likely wants to use this attitude to tell Eagle Valley that he wants to declare war. Zhang Serpi said a whole lot. Zheng Qian listened to the left, listened to the right, between the lines only hear 4 big words. There's a lot of bounty. Think about it, the Rapunzel and 15 noble ladies were captured, and the adventurers were put on first, for what? That's because adventurers are more agile than armies. It means the king is in a hurry. For this kind of mission, even thinking with his dick, he knew that the payoff must not be ordinary. 50,000, no, 100,000 gold coins is possible. Otherwise, the nation's adventurers wouldn't have responded so positively. This is a perfect opportunity for a wave of fat. Thinking of this, Zheng Qian directly dragged up Zhang Serpi. Get up, quickly go, make money. However, who knew that Zhang Serpi was the one who flung his hand and broke free from Zheng Qian? Zheng Qian froze. What are you still waiting for? 16 beautiful girls and a large amount of gold are waiting for you. However, Zhang Serpi was grim-faced. His right hand, hard over his pants pocket where he had hidden the photo, seemed to have something to hide. It was a long time before he spoke. I'm only here for you because Kaksuski asked me to inform you that for this mission, you guys do it, I'm not involved. What the hell? 95, Zhang Serpi, something's wrong with you. No, I'm not going. At the entrance of Chuandong King City, a man dragging another man, was walking out of the city, causing passers-by to gather heavily to watch. Zhang Serpi, on the other hand, went berserk, street lamps, wall corners, women's skirts, grabbing everything he could, just not wanting to leave town. Hey mom, I'm exhausted. Throwing away his thighs as hard as he threw away the trash, Zheng Qian wiped the sweat from his forehead and came up for air with exhaustion. Then look at Zhang Serpi face don't expression, Zheng Qian thought, today this kid ing hit the evil? Normally, when you hear a beautiful woman, it's called a walker, running faster than grabbing food in the high school cafeteria. This 16 Flowers recruiting team are all from famous families. Granted, no one says that noble girls have to be good looking, right? But girls from good families aren't usually that ugly, are they? Besides, if you can make the recruiting team, you must have all the right looks. Not to mention that Captain Situi is also the recognized #1 beauty in Shuandong now. And. What do you mean, noble woman? Young, beautiful, rich women, the kind you don't have to work hard for once you get your hands on one. Not to mention 16 more. Do you really think it's not a good match? Can you get all the lights out? Save them and pick up 1 or 2 for fun, okay? However, Zhang Sepi's look of not going even if he dies can give Zheng Qian a bad headache. What kind of drugs did he take today? Or is it just being dumbed down by being lovingly educated by other inmates in prison? That's not right either. Missy, help! Yikes, there's a hooligan. It was clear that Zheng Qian had stopped pulling him, but he still grabbed the skirt of a girl passing by and wouldn't let go. Seeing that the skirt was about to be torn by him, Zheng Qian stepped forward and punched him in the ceiling before he let go. Hey, don't go too far, yanking someone's skirt on the street. Zheng Qian questioned. Zhang Serpi rationalized, then why are you dragging me? I've already said I'm not participating in this mission. If you don't go, we'll be short of people on the team, and the pay will end up being less, you know? You know what the guild is like. Zheng Qian paused, changed his words and scolded again, and you're too much, where are you such a hooligan? Who knows that when Zhang Sepi heard this, he said even more justifiably, what's wrong with being a hooligan? I was originally a hooligan. You are too. I'm not. Bull. Men don't go rogue and develop abnormally. Bull, I'm well developed. So how about you take your pants down and let me con you to develop? Zheng Qian. You could tell from Zhang Serpi's fierce face that the guy was serious. Zheng Qian actually shuddered a little. Isn't this brother Zheng Qian? Just as Zheng Qian and Zhang Serpi confronted each other in a stalemate. A familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Looking back. Only Zhao Aotian, who was heavily armored in silver, was walking with a light step from the city gates. He greeted Zheng Qian with a smile and said, at this hour of the day, are you going to participate in the Ghost Tooth Mountain Crusade? Zheng Qian laughed, which has a reward which has me. When Zhao Aotian heard this, he nodded, it's also true that all the adventurers in the country have responded, after all, the payoff is too attractive, 10,000 gold coins plus 3 grams of nuggets of gold, I'm sure it's impossible for you not to go. What the hell? Without the cheekbones, Zheng Qian's chin would have smashed a big hole in the granite floor. I thought that the remuneration of 100,000 or 800,000 gold coins would be the top of the sky. Now you're telling me 10,000 gold coins plus 3 grams of nuggets? WTF? I can't see that this old man emperor is very brave. 1 gold coin is equal to 10 grams of gold. 1 ton of gold can only refine 1 kilogram of fine gold, and 1 ton of fine gold can only refine 100 grams of condensed gold. Careful math shows the value of a gram of condensed gold. 1 gram of condensed gold can be converted into 1 million gold coins. Of course, during the actual refining process, no matter how subtle the magic was, some of the gold and fine gold would surely be wasted. So in reality, the value of a gram of condensed gold could be comparable to 1,200,000 gold coins. 3 grams of condensed gold, that's over 3 million gold coins. It's no wonder that this time, adventurers all over the country have responded to this operation. Heavy rewards will be rewarded. Not to mention the fact that everyone who is an adventurer is brave. There's no doubt that it's been worth playing for pay. Are you going to? Zhang Qian asked Zhao Aotian somewhat warily. Zhao Aotian snorted and laughed, the Battle King sect and I are able to withdraw any resources other than condensed gold from the treasury at will without the need for His Majesty's approval. So I'm not interested in money, I've never touched it. Zheng Qian froze when he heard this. There's more to this? Is it true that Zhao Aotian is so rich because the treasury is his home and he can take anything he wants? Cito Zeus, you ran a supermarket in your past life, didn't you? Zhao Aotian said, "What's more, this is a national-level operation, with adventurers from the entire country involved. And this crisis is again artificially caused by Eagle Valley. In order to prevent Eagle Valley from sneaking in from behind, I need to hold down the royal city with Mage Ginger and cannot leave." So? Zheng Qian frowned and muttered in his heart. It was understandable that the War King would not participate in this operation. After all, this could also be Eagle Valley's diversionary tactic. But something always felt wrong. "Got it, I'll go first." Thinking of this, Zheng Qian dragged up Zhang Serpi and headed out of the city gates. This time Zhang Qian really used some force, Zhang Serpi where there is still room for resistance, wow, like a muppet on the ground to be dragged. "Zhang Qian!" Without taking 2 steps, behind him, Zhao Aotian suddenly called out to Zhang Qian. Looking back, Zhao Aotian was looking right at himself. After a long time, he spoke, "The king is serious this time, but Eagle Valley is no joke. The strength of the War King and the 6 condensed gold levels, as well as the 22 renegade adventurers are all equally extraordinary. Although they were few in number, their fighting strength was enough to subvert a small country, and now that they occupied Ghost Tooth Mountain, they had an overwhelming geographical advantage. You must be careful not to act recklessly." Zheng Qian laughed and didn't reply to him, waving his hand before turning to leave. Gazing at Zheng Qian's back, Zhao Aotian couldn't help but sweat for him. Zheng Qian was not under the control of the Battle King sect. If not, Zhao Aotian would not have allowed this talent to respond to this kind of mission before it had grown up. Let's hope he doesn't get killed. With that in mind, Zhao Aotian turned around and continued his mission of controlling the passage of the royal city. Kaksuski had already taken Xinjiangbing and Kat Nanbei to Zhenjiang City 1 step ahead of him. And Zheng Qian hadn't been to the Zhenjiang borderlands, and Spaceshift couldn't travel there. Zheng Serpi still seems to be afraid of heights and can't fly there. In order to catch up with them as soon as possible and carry out this profit-bursting mission together, Zhang Qian could only hire a 6-legged horse carriage. A 6-legged horse is a quasi-magical beast like a miniature magic mole, somewhere between a beast and a magical beast, and extremely easy to tame. Unlike ordinary horses, the 6-legged horse has exceptionally amazing endurance, the limit running speed of up to 100 kilometers, and runs smoother than ordinary horses. Of course, it's unusually expensive. The charge is 30 copper coins per kilometer. Wancheng was a full 300 kilometers away from Zhenjiang, and this kind of long distance had to be added with an additional return fee. After Zhang Qian paid a full 1 gold coin and 60 silver coins, the horseman was then willing to send the car. On the carriage, the exhausted Zhang Serpi had no energy to move. The face, however, was somber. Zhang Qian raised his eyebrows and asked, "What? Seem to be very unhappy?" Zhang Serpi was disgruntled. "I told you, I don't want to participate in this mission. The guild will deduct money when settling if you're short. After all, every team guild is registered. Wouldn't it be easier to just pull any new adventurer from outside? You're so strong anyway, there's no shortage of people, right?" "You're not right," Zhang Qian said. "In the past, you were a perverted kid who giggled whenever you talked about women. Today you went to save the princess and you're upset instead. What's going on?" Zhang Serpi twisted her head and said in exasperation, "I don't want to talk." Zhang Qian frowned slightly. What kind of drugs did Zhang Serpi take today? 97, Zhenjiang Temporary Guild. It's a long way to go. With over 300 kilometers and rough roads, a 5-hour run would not be unexpected. The wagon traveled smoothly down the road. Occasionally, I'd trip over a small rock and the car would stutter and lurch. It seems the best wagon is not as good as a car. Why is the tech tree so crooked in this world of questioning? The technology in life is obviously very convenient, but the technology in transportation doesn't have much of a point. Think about it. There are griffin pterodactyls for flight, 6-legged horses for running on the road, and humpback whales for swimming in the water. A prosperous assortment of magical and quasi-magical beasts that can contract almost any civilian military transportation. Although it was not as advanced as modern technology, it was indeed quite convenient to see it from the perspective of an otherworlder with no concept of science. Without demand, there is naturally no RD. However, Zhang Qian's focus of concern was not on such trivial matters. Halfway through the journey, Zhang Serpi's face was even more ugly than earlier. It looked like he was trying to jump out of the car. Zhang Qian secretly put a spatial brake on all the exits of the carriage. "It doesn't matter if you like it or not, but you can't get in the way of me making money, can you? Even if you don't do anything, just come over and make up the numbers for me." But Zhang Qian's temper is no longer good, all the way to Zhang Serpi such a stinky face, it should also be angry. What's more, Zhang Qian's temper wasn't very good in the first place. Hey, what the hell is wrong with you? Zhang Qian was a bit impatient. Where exactly did this mission invite you and annoy you? Is it that annoying? Zhang Serpi was also clearly upset with Zhang Qian. It's nothing. What's nothing? What's going on with that look on your face that says you want to slap me, but you're too scared of death to slap me? Zhang Qian thought about it and suddenly tensed up. Hey, don't tell me that you used to know the princess and be friends with her. Then she turned you green before you became an adventurer? Or maybe you were in love and the king looked down on you and you became an adventurer in a fit of pique? I warn you, don't tell me it's really this kind of dog and pony show? Zhang Serpi immediately blanked Zhang Qian. You're overthinking it, I don't know the eldest princess. Saying that, he also subconsciously covered his left pocket. This tiny movement could not escape Zhang Qian's eyes. There, I do remember it was that picture, right? This guy seems to cherish it. That photo is so yellow that the folding line is splitting it in half, and he still has it? Who's the woman in the picture? Zhang Qian didn't quite understand. But certainly not a princess. It's not ugly, but if the number one beauty of Chuandong looks like that, then the aesthetics of Chuandong people might really be hopeless. So who is the woman in the photo? I'm warning you, the payoff for this mission isn't usually big, so if you don't like it, you can back off and I won't blame you, and the cut won't be lost on you. But don't you run away or get in my way and interfere with my money making, and I'll report you for the last time you peeked at the guild president's second young lady's bath. When these words came out, Zhang Serpi's whole body jerked. How do you know this? Zhang Qian sneered, don't care how I know it anyway. That's right, the president of Wangcheng has a daughter, Long, that is called a water spirit, blonde hair, blue eyes, small body, convex and curved, the whole is a legitimate lowly. Young Thurpik is a frequent visitor to the roof of a 3-story abandoned building outside her bathroom. Zhang Qian is also by chance, just met Zhang Serpi, once emanated the dragon perception to find the cat north and south, just by Zhang Qian saw him peeping at the president's daughter bathing. If this is reported, Zhang Serpi's entire face turned blue. This is going to make me, I'm going to crack if he finds out, right? Zhang Serpi subconsciously covered his buttocks and spoke in a lifeless manner. I know, I won't run, big brother, don't turn me in. That's more like it. Only then did Zhang Qian close his eyes with satisfaction and take a small break. Seeing this, Zhang Serpi could only break off his thoughts of escaping and simply lay down to sleep. That's it, no words all the way. The 5-hour drive arrived quickly. Get out of the car and pay. Zhang Qian arrived at the city called Zhenjiang. Unlike King City, the walls were thicker and higher, and the density of the moat cannons was more than twice that of the King City. The moat wasn't filled with river water, but with metal spikes all over. The walls of the city were littered with beast claw marks and craters. This is Zhenjiang, the border between Chuandong and Eagle Valley, close to the western suburbs of the mountains. Wraiths rush the city far more frequently than the King City. All these sights in front of me are proof of every gruesome battle that has ever taken place here. Zhenjiang had been built for about 40 years, but because the magical beasts rushed the city too often, the people simply couldn't live in peace, so it had only been 20 years since the city had been built, and the civilians had already moved out. Today, although it is still called Zhenjiang City, its use has actually changed from a city to a fortress. Entering the city, Zhang Qian sighed for a while. The streets and alleys are dotted with adventurers in a variety of costumes. The western part of the town has been crowded. The number of adventurers that had flooded into this place had reached at least 50,000, and with the original city protection army, the number might have exceeded 60,000. The Zhenjiang city, which used to be shaped like a ghost city, is now bustling with people. Many traders in the equipment and medicine business have also set up stalls. Even 300 meters away from the west entrance, the Zhenjiang Guild, which had been abandoned for heading to the temporary guild, Zhang Qian brought the reluctant Zhang Serpi to do the registration. Because the adventurers who responded to the quest this time, regardless of whether they were successful or not, would receive 5 gold coins for their travel expenses as soon as they arrived at the town border. It's not enough to pay for food and lodging on the road, but it's money well spent. But when he received the money, Zhang Qian got such a reply from the receptionist. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, your team has already received their travel expenses. Call her off? Zhang Qian knew that it must have been Kaksuski and his party who had arrived first to take it away. Opening his dragon perception and scanning the entire city, Zhang Qian quickly discovered Kaksuski and his group of 3. So with Zhang Sepi in tow, they soon found them near the gate assembly point. Mr. Zhang Qian, you're so fast. Kaksuski said in surprise. Dog. As soon as the cat north and south saw Zhang Qian, its drooping ears instantly perked up and violently pounced on Zhang Qian. Next to her, Shen Jingbing was a bit timid and didn't dare to speak, but she still nodded her head and saluted Zhang Qian. "Why didn't you wait for me?" Zhang Qian joked. Kachowski said, "There's no way around it. I've talked to young Tharpai using the bargaining techniques that have been passed down through the generations of my catcher family and he won't go, so then I figured you'd be able to do something about it. So we went ahead and left. Not to mention the fact that this operation is a group operation consisting of multiple teams, and judging by my Karcher family's judgment passed down from generation to generation, arriving as soon as possible will enable us to be assigned to a better team." Zhang Qian raised his eyebrows. "Your family has quite a lot of things that have been passed down from generation to generation." "That's natural." Kaksuski proudly raised his head and chest, subconsciously shaking his pecs from side to side. To the side, Zhang Serpi couldn't help but take 2 steps backward in fear when he saw the scene. After that, Zhang Qian briefly understood the situation. Due to the complexity of the mountainous environment in the western suburbs, Ghost Tooth Mountain is again the most dangerous place among them. Not only was the terrain treacherous, but there were high-level magical beasts all over the place. The Eagle Valley group that kidnapped the 16 Flowers recruiting team and the princess is located at the top of Ghost Tooth Mountain. The Adventurers Guild is taking this operation extraordinarily seriously. If the adventurers could rescue the princess and the 16 Flowers recruitment team before the establishment army, the status of the Adventurers Guild in Chuandong would skyrocket. It may even exceed the regular formed army. That's why the guild also gave an extra bounty. The guild will award an additional 5,000 gold coins to those who can complete the mission before the formed army attacks. The guild did the math and came up with a total of 22 routes of attack. Due to the positive response from the adventurers in this operation, the guild decided to merge and integrate all the responding adventurers into 22 group armies to attack the mountain from all 22 routes. Each group army consists of a condensed gold rank as the object and an elite gold rank as the co-captain. Due to the late assembly of Zhang Qian's team, they ended up being assigned to the 17th group army. By the time Zhang Qian's team had finished assembling, group armies 1 through 12 had long since departed. Of course, late departure is not a problem, into the mountains, with Zhang Qian's strength is still afraid of not being able to catch up with the group army that departed in front of them? But when the head and deputy captains of the 17th group army arrived, Zhang Qian's instantly froze. Nima, is he? The main captain was a square-faced, bearded, gold-clad adventurer, completely unrecognizable and unseen. What Zhang Qian was surprised by was the vice-captain who followed him. That's right, Zhang Qian's 17th group army. The vice-captain was actually Rorschach? 98. Rorschach's Conspiracy. Gentlemen, thank you for your positive response. The square-faced, bearded captain stood on a stool and spoke a bunch of phony platitudes. What he said did not interest Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian's gaze was completely focused on the vice-captain next to him, Luo Xia. What's wrong with this kid? The breath is a whole order of magnitude stronger than before. Zhang Qian sneaked a glance with truth. Subject, Human LV-43. LV-43? Zhang Qian was shocked. The last time he was at the Battle King recruitment meeting, his level was only LV-34 only. It's only been a few days and you've risen 9 levels in a row? And he'd have to spend at least 6 or 7 days recuperating from his injuries in the meantime. Even Zhang Qian during his dungeon days hadn't upgraded this fast. Also, there seems to be something wrong with the way this kid smells. Zhang Qian sniffed. There seemed to be some sort of other familiar flavor mixed in with Rorschach's scent, but because it was so faint, Zhang Qian was somewhat unable to smell it. What the hell happened to this kid? Rorschach. On the side, Zhang Serpi's shriveled expression froze at the same time Rorschach took the stage. He stared at him indignantly, his fists clenched and his teeth clenched. These were all seen by Zhang Qian. The last time Zhang Serpi saw Rorschach show helplessness, while this time he showed anger. Whatever happened between these two? On the other hand, Rorschach also noticed the gazes of both Zhang Qian and Zhang Serpi. Instead of avoiding it, he gave the duo a distant sidelong glance and returned a contemptuous sneer. Above is all I want to say. If I am accidentally killed in action this time, Rorschach will act as the commander. If Rorschach is killed in action, the strongest person in the group will act as the commander. The leading condensed gold ranked adventurer said this and patted Rorschach's shoulder beside him. Vice Squad Rorschach, you should also say a few words. Rorschach stepped forward, twisted his head and laughed. Listen, this mission is extremely dangerous, with the Ghost Tooth Mountain's powerful magical beasts rampaging all over the place. I don't expect all of you to survive. To have half of them arrive at the top of the mountain would be considered fortunate, not to mention, there was a great war king present among the Eagle Valley forces at the top of the mountain, that was a strong person who could defeat 1,000 with one. Moreover, they had the advantage of geographical location. Therefore, all of you get in the spirit, listen to the command, and do not act without authorization. Those who disobey will be beheaded. With that said, the spear swept, and the powerful lingering wind blew the adventurers present a collective step back. Zheng Qian raised his eyebrows slightly. It's pretty cool and the power seems to be a little stronger than before. All hands on deck. The square-faced naked gold-ranked adventurer who led the group bellowed, and the 17th group army walked towards the western city gates with a staggering pace. Only Zheng Qian was the only one who stood still and didn't move. After coming to the human realm for so long, Zheng Qian had already roughly understood the approximate level of humans. There is no doubt that this 17th army group will be dead or wounded. The cohesion and execution was so much worse than the wall guards on the night the Wraith rushed the city. The pace was not uniform, the ranks were crowded and very scattered, and what appeared to be a large number of people huddled together in reality remained a rabble of blocks of teams. In terms of individual strength, the group was more than a notch better than the garrison. But war isn't a one-man thing. With this level of cohesion, the actual adventurers would be hung up by the garrison and thrashed like a father beating his son. As for the demonic beasts in Ghost Tooth Mountain, Zheng Qian had already seen them with his dragon perception. It's very strong and basically unseen below LV-20. At the highest, Zheng Qian saw that there was a LV-39 subspecies human python demon. 17 group army, a lot of people will die. Before he even set off, Zheng Qian had already made this judgment. Zheng Qian? What's wrong? Not leaving? Seeing that there was a person missing from the group, Kaksuski turned around and realized that it was Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian nodded, this is coming. Anyway, it's none of my business how many people die. Why think so much? Thinking about it, Zheng Qian took a step and prepared to follow the group. Who knows, only 3 steps later, a familiar figure stopped Zheng Qian. Look up. Rorschach came to himself at some point. What for? Zheng Qian yawned. When Xin Jingbing saw Luo Xia, she was even more frightened. Zheng Qian was not amused. What? You want to fight? Am I afraid of you? Without thinking, Rorschach suddenly smiled gently. Mr. Zheng Qian, we met at the last recruitment meeting, remember? Remember. Zheng Qian stuck his hands in his pockets and hung back. Oh, I just want to say that I'm just doing my job impartially at the recruitment meeting. After all, my responsibility as an auditing officer is to beat the newcomers down, so I hope you don't have any prejudice against me. Yeah, with your defense, even if you stand and let them hit you, you won't get hurt, right? Even so, 8 out of 10 were crippled before being thrown down. It's really quite impartial. Rorschach's eyebrows twitched in a tiny, inaudible movement. He said, oh, I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. There's no misunderstanding, you're the one who's overthinking it. Luo Xia spoke softly, but Zheng Qian was tit for tat, not giving him the slightest bit of face, a lazy look. After a few words, Rorschach was rendered speechless by him. Finally, Rorschach gave a wrong smile and waved his hand. All in all, you fought great last time, and I hope you'll shine this time with the group's actions as well. Zheng Qian didn't answer again and stared at him with a cold face. Rorschach didn't dwell on it much and turned back to Zheng Serpi, saying again, Serpi, I didn't expect you to come to this operation, I thought you wouldn't come. I was not going to come. Zheng Serpi said without a trace of humor. Oh, since we're on a team, let's keep some personal grudges between us from affecting the mission, okay? Just don't show up in front of me. Although Luo Xia had said all the good things on both ends, neither Zheng Qian nor Zheng Serpi had given him a good face. But Rorschach wasn't angry. He nodded politely to the 2 men and whirled away. Dog, he's being polite, meow. Why are you being so mean, meow? Cat Nan Nan asked curiously. Looking at Rorschach's back, a glint of essence crossed Zheng Qian's indifferent eyes. Polite? Cat North and South, your beast intuition has become dull, can't you feel it? Zheng Qian snorted. That attitude Rorschach just had was perverse, he wasn't that gentle. In fact, he really wasn't that gentle. Speaking though softly. But the subtle twitching of the muscles in the face, the dilated pupils, the abnormal heart rate, the unusual depth of breathing, the unnatural tautness of the skin. Soft-spoken? Pleasing? Clear up misunderstandings? Are you kidding me? The killing aura is spewing out of my pores. Do you really think my dragon perception max is a decoration? Moreover, Zheng Qian saw that there was a space pocket hidden in the inner test pocket of his clothes. That thing, only Zhengue generals and war kings of the same level are qualified to buy it. The first 2 times they met, he was not equipped with a space pocket on him. What's this kid up to? Coming over to say hello to us is also a way to let our guard down. Zheng Qian suddenly felt as if there was something else going on in this operation. It was easy to kill Luo Xia, but Zheng Qian didn't want to do it for now. Well, it just so happens that I'm quite bored during this time, and simply going up the mountain to kill people and save the beauty of the heroes is a bit too bloody and boring. This kid better be up to something bad. Give me a show to relieve my boredom. Thinking of this, the corner of Zheng Qian's mouth hooked up slightly, and without moving, he shouted to his teammates, "Let's go." With that, he raised his spirits and led the group to follow the 17th Army Group. 99. The King's Heart is Dirty. This is bad luck. Facing the tragic scene in front of him, Zheng Qian couldn't help but whistle. Hiss. The piercing snake chirps were unusually loud. The subspecies human python demon's 20-meter-long body twisted. The thick tail swept down a large part of the forest on the spot, and the ground was scraped down by its hard layer. All humans in their path were beaten to a pulp. For a while the screams went on and on. Only a kilometer after stepping into the western suburb of the mountains, the 17th Group Army was attacked by a powerful magical beast, a subspecies humanoid python demon. That condensed gold-ranked adventurer who was the captain, the first strike shattered his lower body. The strongest combatant was killed in the first strike, and the morale of the entire 17th Group Army instantly collapsed. Simply, it was exactly the same as what Zheng Qian had predicted. The human python demon was like nobody's business, with corpses everywhere it went. A large portion of the adventurers had already started to run away, but how could they outrun the python demon that had been living here since birth on the muddy and rugged mountain path? For a time, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed in rivers. Although a small portion of the adventurers resisted valiantly, the distance between them was too great, and they belonged to different teams, so there was no synergy at all, and their attacks on the python demon had almost no effect. North and South Cat, you seem to be drinking a little less goat's milk lately. Have you, meow? I don't feel it, meow, maybe I've been enjoying it lately, meow. The cat took out a goat's milk lollipop from the north and south and handed it to Zheng Qian. Dog thing, here's one for you, meow. No, I'm heavy and don't like sweet. Zheng Qian and the cat north and south walked forward slowly and idly, flanked by adventurers fleeing in panic, becoming a bizarre landscape on the battlefield strewn with the smell of blood. Seeing that the human python demon had already killed its way into the hinterland. Here, adventurers were crowded, and dozens or hundreds of people were killed at the slightest movement. Just at this crisis point. All of you, stabilize your formations. A burly physique plunged across the battlefield. Let me protect you all with the refined muscles that have been passed down from generation to generation of the Karcher family. Kaczynski grunted. Even by virtue of the muscles refined to the extreme, he hardened his grip on the python demon's tail that was thick for 2 people to hold together. The python demon was obviously startled as well. The upper half of the body, similar to a woman's, froze for a few moments. It tried to struggle free, but didn't think it would be able to yank its tail back no matter what. Kaczynski, who was holding its tail, stood dead still like an ocean nail. Ho ho ho, Kaczynski shook his beard confidently. The power is indeed very strong, but in front of my Karcher family's adamantium lock technique that has been passed down from generation to generation, it's not even close. As he spoke, Kaczynski's entire body exploded with veins. His arm snapped and he actually hooked the snake's tail and dented it. Oh wow! The human python demon let out a hysterical scream on the spot. It fumed and struggled, and instead of breaking free, it was yanked backward continuously by Kaczynski. The adventurers who had originally fled in a hurry saw this and rekindled their fighting spirit. Hey! You guys look! The python demon is bound by that. Wow, this S muscles are so strong. It's actually able to separate itself from the tendons of a magical beast? Go for it. The brother with the exceptionally large chest. GA over beggar man over to do monkey flower degas. Hey, which country's language is the last one speaking? How come you can't even translate the truth? It's not Hokkien, is it? Can you speak Chinese, please? But Zheng Qian really scared at Kaczynski's sinewy strength. In the state of critical breakthrough, his strength attribute was actually as high as 3,600. Other attributes aside, just the strength alone, it was already close to 10 times that of the average adventurer, and had even overridden Zhao Aotian, who was known as the strongest human. With this power alone, he was worthy of the name of an Essence Gold-level adventurer. The adventurers who had originally retreated saw that the python demon couldn't move, and finally swept away their earlier fear and copied their weapons to attack in a group. Some rushed up to hold the tail together, some slashed at the snake's body with their swords, and some held its arms. There was even a very brave adventurer who rushed up and clutched the snake demon's humanoid head, disliking her mouth for a while. "Hey, there's something wrong with you on that last one. Young Sulpai taught you, didn't he? Gentlemen, well played." At that moment, a cold aura cut through the battlefield. Rorschach held the pseudo-holy sword Aeolian in his hand and ran a sword through the python demon's chest from behind. For a moment, the blood spurting from his chest dyed the nearby trees. Teams reorganize, teams count casualties and report them cascade by cascade, reset in 5 minutes. After saying that, shaking off the blood on his sword, Luo Xia walked straight towards Zheng Qian, dissatisfaction all over his brows. He shouted, "Zheng Qian, why didn't you join the battle?" Zheng Qian was unimpressed and said, "Not interested." "Are you shying away from battle?" "I said I wasn't interested, I didn't say I was squeamish." Luo Xia stared at Zheng Qian, and Zheng Qian stared back at Luo Xia. The atmosphere was at once in a state of anxiety. Zheng Qian really wasn't interested. It's been a LV-39 mongrel, and it's only 1 point of experience to kill it, and there's no divine core, and no commission. For Zheng Qian it was not even bothering to lift his hand. What's more, if the district couldn't deal with a LV-39 magical beast, Ghost Tooth Mountain still had a LV-45 plus Battle King and a bunch of LV-35 plus adventurers. How do you fight? The 17th Army Group is still all gone. Saving the princess? I'm afraid I'm not thinking about fart eating. Rorschach walked up to Zhang Tharpai. It's different from last time. Zhang Serpi gazed at him this time. You too. I wasn't going to come. At the same time that Rorschach opened his mouth, Zhang Serpi grabbed the opportunity to speak, but come what may, I'll save her, remember, it's limited to saving her, I won't be involved in any battles other than that, is that clear? Is Zhang Serpi so bossy today? Zhang Qian's jaw dropped. Obviously, I was 100 times more reluctant before I came. Rorschach paused visibly. He laughed softly, a hint of sneer finally unable to escape from his gentle gaze, still dreaming the same dream you had 6 years ago? Recognize the status quo, you're just an outsider now. Zhang Serpi was unmoved. Zhang Qian saw that he pressed the knife against the pants pocket where the photo was kept. The two of them, did something happen? Zhang Qian couldn't understand the relationship between Luo Xia and Zhang Serpi more and more. With that, the party reorganized and continued on to Ghost Tooth Mountain. The 17th Army totaled 2,400 men. Just now, a single personal python demon had killed no less than 200 people. This isn't even at the base of Ghost Tooth Mountain. But the situation is not optimistic. Not only Zheng Qian's 17th Group Army. Zhang Qian's dragon perception could cover the entire battlefield. On the right and left, the 1,416th Group had already suffered 300 and 500 casualties, respectively. Casualties in other groups should not be underestimated. The best situation was that of the 1st Army, with only 50 killed and seriously wounded. It was no wonder that although the adventurers were individually strong, they had not been trained by the army and did not have any ability to work together. On the contrary, although the overall level of the formed army is low, the cohesion of the whole unit is extraordinary. To the state, adventurers are no more than a rabble, and their value is not comparable to that of an army. Zheng Qian also roughly understood Situzu's intentions. Take advantage of the period when the formed army is being prepared, and use the generous profit first, so that the adventurers can attack the Ghost Teeth Mountain. It would be best if we could knock it down. If they couldn't fight it down, the adventurers cleared most of the magical beasts while constantly pressurizing the forces of Eagle Valley at the top of the mountain, and to a certain extent, they could also consume their energy. In this way, when the formed army came, the attack on the mountain could also reduce many casualties and achieve victory at a very small cost. Adventurers doing quests and assisting in the governance of the country is okay, really the strategic value is far less than the army. Not to mention, adventurer death pensions are also less than the military, and the money is still coming out of the guild, not the state. So, trading adventurers for formed armies is a sure thing. Although he had only met once, Zheng Qian had to sigh that this Situzu was also an old fox. When faced with something as big as saving your daughter's life, you can settle the score so clearly. The troops continued to advance to Ghost Teeth Mountain. And Zheng Qian also discovered that the number and quality of magical beasts on Ghost Tooth Mountain was not to be underestimated. Obviously, Eagle Valley's people had also calculated this to kidnap the princess and deliberately stayed in Ghost Teeth Mountain instead of bringing her back to her country. The goal is to weaken Kawahigashi's depth. For this reason, an additional Great War King was sent over. Combine that with Situzu's layout. It seems that the conflict between Chuandong and Eagle Valley is on the brink. And Situzu is making a big move this time. Is it to save his daughter? Or do you want to kill this Great War King so that Eagle Valley can steal the chicken and lose the rice? It's really hard to say. At the end of the day, the struggle between nations has leaders with dirty hearts. The truth is, it's not possible to be dirty without being dirty, and countries whose leaders' hearts aren't dirty have long since perished. It was still unknown how many of the 50,000 adventurers in this batch arrived at the top of the mountain. 100. The Agony of Zhang Serpi. Halfway up Ghost Tooth Mountain. The 17th Army has lost more than half of its men. During that time, there were 6 wraith attacks, one larger than the other. It was still 3 kilometers away from the top of the mountain, the sun was setting, and the wraiths were moving more and more frequently. Many adventurers had already begun to beat a retreat. Even more, Zhang Qian realized that their casualties were just too great. Also, the leaders of the 2nd, 5th, 7th, 14th, 16th, and 18th Army groups have apparently faltered. I'm sure it's only a matter of time before the troops are withdrawn. As a matter of fact, the 17th Army group was now down to 40%, less than 1,000 men, and should have retreated as a matter of course. However, all hands on deck. Rorschach, who was leading the group, kept urging the group forward. This guy's still got spirit. Zheng Qian said with some envy and turned his head sideways, his eyes suddenly welling up with tears. The cat lay north and south like an octopus on Zheng Qian's back. The cat-like habit makes her lazy and unable to walk as soon as the sun goes down, and Zhang Qian can only carry her on his back. Hey, cat north and south, you're so heavy, don't fall asleep and walk by yourself, okay? The cat smacked his lips together as he held the goat's milk-flavored lollipop north and south, and said dreamily, I really can't eat any more meow. What era of Japanese manga lines is this? Wake up! Slow down dog, meow? That won't work meow? It's okay, just launch it like that meow. Launch what hello? Zheng Qian felt his heart was so tired. Once this lazy cat goes to sleep, he won't wake up unless there's something else going on. This way, I'm sure I'll be the coachman, right? That's great. When are you gonna hump me? Forced to do so, Zheng Qian could only accept this fact. I can't help it. I'm looking for a daughter-in-law. It's not too shabby. Next to him, Zhang Serpi was as fit as a fiddle. Obviously his mouth was a million times reluctant before he came, but his body was honest. Look at him, he can't wait to fly to the top of the mountain now. With nothing else to do, Zheng Qian asked, hey, you're not right. Zhang Serpi cast a sideways glance, what? What? Is he such a cold personality? Zhang Serpi's indifferent gaze caused Zheng Qian to be jolted. As a rule, he's a perverted kid who giggles when he talks about women. No, are you? In a bad mood? Zheng Qian asked. No. Then why are you all fired up? Nothing. Hey, come on, let's talk. Not in the mood. Zheng Qian, who had a hot face on a cold ass, was filled with embarrassment. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Zheng Qian thought about it and asked tentatively, the red-haired girl in the photo, is she your girlfriend? Zhang Serpi, who had been silent, finally reacted. He trembled as if struck by lightning and stopped in his tracks. Immediately afterward, he took it in stride, no, it's nothing to do with you. Ho ho ho? There's catnip. Zhang Qian's matter forced, no, the soul of gossip couldn't help but burn up. No? Ho ho, hard week, young man cannot see, you such colorful batch actually can find a girlfriend. Told you it wasn't. No, why are you looking at people's pictures? It's none of your business. Ouch, is it unrequited love? Will you stop talking? Aya, I can't see that our Serpi-kun has an innocent side too. I told you not to say anything. This girl must. He's Rorschach's wife. Zheng Qian's tongue twisting finally broke Zhang Serpi's patience. His roar caused Zheng Qian to instantly freeze in place. Zhang Serpi stared angrily at Zheng Qian, his pupils dilated and he was breathing heavily. Like a memory of some sad past. The anger in his eyes was gradually replaced by sadness. He turned his head, walking as he did so, only this time, the pace was no longer as athletic as it had been earlier.
Her name is Xiao Xian, the daughter of Chuandong Zongren Ling Xiaobagua.
Zhang Serpy's words were spoken with incomparable sadness. She is also Rorschach's current wife.
Zhang Qian didn't know what to say for a while. Apparently, he had unintentionally poked Zhang Serpy's soft underbelly.
So what, don't tell me that you were in love with her and then Luo Xia swept in and snatched you Xiao Xian? Come on, I can't stand this kind of dog blood plot.
No. Zhang Serpy shook his head in denial. He let out a long sigh, seemingly reluctant to bring it up. But the word is out, and it's not good enough not to say it.
In the end, he still spoke. Xiao Xian is voluntary, there's no semblance of coercion in it, she chose Rorschach on her own, I'm just an out.
By the look of that, it didn't seem like a lie.
Zhang Serpy looked like a licking dog with nothing left to lose.
So, you were just looking at the pictures this morning and it was just unrequited love?
Zhang Qian's question was not answered by Zhang Serpy, who maintained a gold-like silence.
Zhang Qian asked again, then why don't you want to come over?
Zhang Serpy said quietly, because she's also a member of the 16 Flowers recruitment team now.
So why change your mind now? Can't you see?
This Rorschach guy knows his wife is tied up and he's not in any hurry.
Oh, so it's the Emperor who's in a hurry?
You. Zhang Serpy wanted to curse, but meeting Zhang Qian's indifferent eyes made him speechless for a while.
It's too complicated between us to bother telling you.
He quickened his pace. Zhang Qian was a bit curious and followed. As a matter of fact, it shouldn't be some kind of dog blood plot like Zhang Serpy and Xiao Xian falling in love and then Luo Xia using some kind of despicable means to steal their love across the board. Because if that was the case, then back in the prison, Zhang Serpy wouldn't have asked Zhang Qian to bypass Luo Xia's life. Zhang Serpy instead looked more like he was resigned to Rorschach than hating Rorschach.
What exactly happened between you and Rorschach? Zhang Qian asked after him.
Zhang Serpy did not speak, just silently walking alone, his back like a lone leech. When Zhang Qian saw him like this, he couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart. However, I didn't expect that after walking for a long period of time, Zhang Serpy suddenly took the initiative to speak. I used to think I'd win all the time, but I never thought I'd end up losing just once, losing everything I had, just like that. Zhang Serpy's voice was a little choked, but there were no tears. He raised his head and looked at Rorschach's back at the front of the group. I really didn't want to come in the first place, Xiao Xian is his wife. But when I look at him and he looks like he doesn't care, it irritates me. I'm not trying to compete with him for women, I'm just... Zhang Serpy turned back, his sad gaze revealing a strong sense of reluctance.
Forget it, I'm not talking to you.
With that, he lowered his head and fell forward next.
Zhang Qian looked at his back. I don't know if it's an illusion.
The back of this guy who was full of women and had a teasing personality seemed to be carrying something heavy that made her advance extraordinarily plodding.
Elder Zhang seems a bit sad.
Xin Jingbing, who followed later, said with some concern, I wonder if he's going to be alright.
Zhang Serpy?
I remember that's not his real name is Zhang Yi. So nostalgic, once a genius youth in the Battle King sect, falling to this level for the daughter of the Patriarch's order, alas, it's a pity, the acting Battle King would have looked favorably on him.
Kaczynski stepped forward and spoke. Zhang Qian froze, Battle King sect? He used to hang out at the Battle King sect?
Kaczynski nodded. It was about 6 years ago. At that time Lord Battle King's father, acting Battle King Lord Zhao Tianxiang, even said that he had hopes of entering the realm of the little Battle King Tak.
Zhang Qian was confused.
He froze for a long time before speaking. No, you know Zhang Serpy?
Why didn't you tell me? Kaczynski blinked a few times. You didn't ask me. Zhang Qian. Ahem, what happened with young Serpy and Rorschach, do you know?
Kaczynski said frankly, oh, they used to be brothers again, and then they suddenly turned against each other after the clan's order to recruit, 6 years ago, and Zhang Serpy also applied to quit the Battle King's sect after the recruitment.
It's a matter that made quite a fuss in the Battle King's sect back then.
Zhang Qian froze when he heard this.
So this knows everything? Then what's the point of me asking young Sul Pai about it all the time?
Rubbing his face and cursing himself for being a retard, Zhang Qian reorganized his mood.
Elaborate, Karcher. 111, Rorschach's anomaly. 302 years of the Kawarthas calendar.
At that time, a suburb called Antlers Racecourse.
The days of midwinter are snowy.
The snowy ground outside the walls of the stables, however, was dyed red with blood.
This place has just experienced a massive wraith rush through the city. The lives of 109 young soldiers were frozen forever on this snowy plain.
Two children, 5 or 6 years old, came over a small hill to the high point of the battlefield. Looking away from the battlefield, the snowfields looked as if they had been haphazardly smeared with a rag of sticky blood. "Rorschach, when I grow up, I'm going to be a battle king." The scrawny boy clenched his fists, his boyish eyes gazing at the battlefield with indignation. The taller boy, named Rorschach, muttered, "Why? Junsepi." The skinny boy named Jing Serpi said, "That way, I'll be able to kill more magical beasts and not have so many people die." Rorschach said with some doubt, "Yeah. I want to be a battle king too. Like Lord Zhao Tianming, to excel and become a world-famous great hero." 316 years of the Kawarthas calendar. That year, two geniuses were born in the Battle King sect. One is named Rorschach and the other is young Thurpo. Both are adventurers who joined 2 years ago and have shown amazing talent. Rising from LV10 to LV30 only took a mere 2 years. Placed in any country, it was a genius that could not be ignored, the seedling of a battle king. The two are close friends and rivals to each other. They, outside of Zhao Aotian, the son of acting battle king Zhao Tianxiang, were the seeded players that were most expected to become the new battle king. Zhang Serpi's family is poor but more talented. Rorschach's family is rich and talented. The two were also very close and often traveled together. One was a poor boy and the other was born the son of a sergeant. The two were almost the platoon of the Battle King's sect in the beginning, and became the representatives of Chuandong's ability to excel no matter what class they were from. Not only that, Zhang Serpi, who had even better grades, was also in love with Xiao Shen, the eldest daughter of the patriarchal order, and envied the others. However, accidents often happen so suddenly. The fall of genius is also so rapid. At the engagement party, I heard that young Sul Pai was kicked out of the residence by the clan's order. On the following day, Zhang Serpi submitted his resignation to the Battle King sect, and from then on, he detached himself from the Battle King sect. After that day, the genius Zhang Serpi ceased to exist. And after that, Zhang Serpi disappeared for a long time. When he reappeared, the genius was gone. The LV35 level had also somehow dropped to LV20. From then on, Chuandong King City, there is one more pervert Zhang Serpi who loves to peep into women's toilets. Patriarchal Order's engagement banquet? Zheng Qian was puzzled. Kaczynski nodded. Only the immediate family of the Sovereign Order and Zhang Serpi attended that engagement party, so no one knows exactly what happened at the engagement party. And after that? The daughter of the Sojourner's Order, for some reason, in turn became involved with Rorschach and was married the following year, and Rorschach's career began to climb from that year onward. Said here, Kaczynski regretfully looked into the distance Zhang Serpi's back. Once the Chuandong Double Dragon became a Rorschach's one and only. After that, Rorschach's talent also hit a bottleneck and never improved again. Two geniuses, just like that, it was a flash in the pan and then forgotten. The only thing that people today can remember is Rorschach, the elite gold-level adventurer, and Sergei Young Serpi. Hearing this, Zheng Qian then realized. The feeling that Zhang Serpi was carrying something on his back was not an illusion. What exactly happened at the Sovereign Order engagement banquet? Would it make this genius fall so quickly? Zheng Qian's character was strange. Indifference to things that don't interest you. But to his friends, Zheng Qian was still slightly attached. Let's see, there must be an answer hidden behind this abnormal behavior of Zhang Serpi. If necessary, a handout is just that. Thinking of this, Zheng Qian sped up and caught up with the large group. The road to Ghost Tooth Mountain is very bumpy. Unlike the mountainous outskirts of the western suburbs. The overly dense magical beasts, as well as the unimaginably rugged mountain roads, made the advance of the troops unusually slow. From the halfway point to the top of the mountain, a mere 3 kilometers of road, the 17th Army Group walked for a whole night. It wasn't until the fish belly whites rose in the east that the 17th Group finally saw the large log cabin at the top of the hill. That's where the Eagle Valley Forces and the 16 Flowers recruiting team are located. And as of now, the 17th Army's losses total 2,200 men. Only 200 or so remain. The only ones who really reached the top of the mountain were a total of 6 group armies, including Zhang Qian's 17th Group Army, with about 2,000 men. Nearly 50,000 troops, and only so many ended up on top of the mountain. The rest of the group has either retreated or been totally destroyed. In this battle, in order to minimize casualties for the formed army, the adventurers who fought in the front line suffered heavy losses. Want to punch? Kaczynski asked. Due to being an essence gold-level adventurer, Rorschach acted as the captain now that he had now been promoted to vice-captain. No, see what happens.
Rorschach crept inside the bunker and cautiously looked ahead. The doors and windows of the cabin were boarded up, but left with peepholes. There are 150 to 200 meters of open space around it with no cover. A rash charge will be detected. Also, the clearing was perfect for ambushing some mine-shaped magic. Let go of me. You shall not die. Occasionally, female screams and the cocky laughter of men would come from the cabin. The other group armies are also holding their ground, so we shouldn't act rashly for the time being. Rorschach said with a straight face. Kaksuski wondered, the other groups should be thinking the same thing. As a matter of fact, we should be launching a wave of charges right now, and the other groups will surely respond to us and take them by surprise. Kaczynski's proposal is spot on. Not only Zhang Qian, who was listening from afar, the adventurers around them felt the same way when they heard it. However, Rorschach said, we have lost too many men for a charge, stay put and wait for the other groups to charge. The decision was a bit of a mind-boggling one for Kaczynski. He hurriedly said, that will delay the battle. Now that there are no patrols around the cabin, it should be a period of alert emptiness, the best time to charge. Once someone from the Eagle Valley side patrols the outside of the house and we charge again, the point at which we are discovered will be much earlier, causing unnecessary casualties. However, Rorschach coldly said, I'm the captain now. Obey orders, Karcher. Well. Karcher is still trying to retort. But the military obedience that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Karcher family left him simply speechless. Something's not right with this kid. His own wife was kidnapped and he wasn't in the least bit anxious. Adventurers aren't the military and won't be as restrained as soldiers. Taking a step back, even if Rorschach was good and knew how to exercise restraint, the physiological response wouldn't be unchanged. But Zheng Qian realized that his heartbeat, body temperature, breathing and blood pressure were all normal. In front of the Dragon Perception Max, the human body had no privacy at all. Zheng Qian was now in human form and his performance was suppressed. If he used the dragon form, he could even give every cell, every molecule in his entire body a check-over. Anyway, this Rorschach guy, from his physical reaction and his words and behavior, could not see any intention of saving his wife at all. And Karcher was right. There were 45 people in that oversized, cottage-like cabin. Of these, 16 were women and 29 were men. The men were having a conversation that was probably about shift patrols. And judging from their conversations, they guessed that the adventurer group army from Chuandong was about to arrive, and had already entered a state of critical combat, and were preparing to strengthen their patrols. Now is the offense's best and last chance. And Rorschach chose to stay put? Yet just then. Charge! A growl came from the forest across the street. Fixing his eyes, it turned out to be the first group army ambushed over there that had launched the charge. It seems that the leaders of the other adventurer groups made the right judgment. Immediately following, the 2nd, 8th, 13th and 19th army groups charged. Thousands of people were directly like a tidal wave towards the cabin. For a while the killing sound resounded throughout the top of Ghost Tooth Mountain. The cabin was, in an instant, a mess. Apparently the people from Eagle Valley didn't expect the team of Chuandong adventurers to actually come so quickly. Good chance, Rorschach, charge, we all have a better chance of winning together. Kaksuski was already rubbing his fists at the sight. However, Rorschach's reaction was unexpected. He said indifferently as he watched the other groups charge as if it was none of his business. Everyone stand by, no offense. 102, treason. 29 people rushed out of the giant wooden house. 22 renegade adventurers, all of them possessing elite gold-level combat power. 5 large groups of troops, nearly 1,800 people, were actually hardened by 22 traitorous adventurers. Treasonous adventurers, i.e., adventurers who have taken on quests that harm Cotto for the sake of profit. Such as espionage intelligence, assassination of dignitaries, sabotage of strategic installations, and so on. Although they thus gained the huge benefits given by the other country, they would henceforth fall into the pursuit of the Adventurers Guild and the Chuandong Kingdom. Because of this, those who could be chosen by other countries to become treasonous adventurers were almost always 1 in a million. Because if you're a loser, his country won't see you. The traitorous adventurers are in full form and are overpowered. Although the adventurers were all tough characters with their heads tied to their pants, most of them had injuries from the long journey and the previous battle with the magical beasts. For a while, the rebel adventurers killed the group like nobody's business, and the adventurers fell in pieces like wheat cut in the fall. Inside the cabin, 7 more people came out.
Each of them had a robust and athletic body, holding swords, axes, hammers, and clubs of exaggerated size, and their faces were unusually intense with killing intent. The use of such oversized weapons is a specialty of Eagle Valley adventurers. These 7 people didn't have the intention to make a move, standing at the doorway as if they were watching a play, enjoying the scene of the adventurers being slaughtered. Judging from their teasing expressions, they were instead a bit surprised at how few adventurers had come. The first group was killed and disarmed in almost 20 seconds. Seeing that the adventurers were going to lose, Karcher became anxious. Rorschach, what are you waiting for? Charge! It wasn't for nothing that Karcher was in a hurry. The main reason why the group army was killed so badly was that it had lost too many men to cross the Ghost Tooth Mountain in the western suburb of the mountainous region, with very few top-tier fighters left. There were only 4 of the 5 group armies at the fine gold level, and only 1 at the condensed gold level. The other essence gold condensed gold levels had either died or retreated. On this side, the 17th Army was small in numbers, but had the best preservation of top-level combat power. With 2 elite golds in Rorschach and Kaczynski. As long as the 17th Army is on, there's hope of stabilizing the situation. Rorschach finally gets to his feet in the face of Kaczynski's repeated urgings. Kaczynski was delighted at the sight and rose to his feet, ready to match the call for a charge. However, never expected. Lord Roosevelt, King of War, here we are. Instead of giving the order to attack, Rorschach shouted out to the 7 Eagle Valley adventurers over at the cabin. At this moment, the entire 17th Army group was all dumbfounded. Rorschach, Kachowski was just about to snap when he heard a poof. The red steel spear in Rorschach's hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, hitting him squarely in the shoulder. The magnificent pectoral muscles were penetrated and the spearhead went straight through the back. For a moment Kaczynski bled out. Poof! Drawing his lance, Kaczynski fell to the ground with a thud. Rorschach carried his gun and arrogantly looked behind him at his teammates who had been following him until now. None of you will be able to go back today. All the adventurers looked at each other in disbelief, though a wasted arm, collarbone and a couple ribs. But at least the life was saved. This scumbag! At this moment, the always Buddhist Zheng Qian was furious. The palms of his hands vaguely transformed into dragon claws, and his eyes turned into the vertical pupils of a dragon. What are you scumbags doing to my gold digger's pony? However, almost simultaneously, a gust of wind blew past Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian, who had intended to strike, was startled and instantly retreated into his human form. Fix your eyes on it. Only to see Zhang Serpi actually leap up. Madaka! The blinding sparks even overshadowed the rising sun. Rorschach flung his gun and easily blocked the blow. Zhang Serpi, who had taken the initiative to attack, was shaken back 2 steps instead. Rorschach had some surprise in his eyes. Oh? You dared to attack me? Not a lot of guts, I thought you. Xiao Xian was kidnapped, and you didn't save her and defected to the enemy? Before Rorschach could finish his words, Zhang Serpi's growl had snatched him up and choked him. Having known Zhang Serpi until now, it was the first time Zhang Qian had seen him angry. The veins on his forehead exploded and his eyes were like cowbells. The tightly gripped taijutsu almost crushed the hilt. What the hell is wrong with you? Rorschach. Meh. Rorschach sneered, you're still as naive as you were back then. Do you really think we're still 6 years old? Stupid. What did you say? Shortly after you quit the Battle King sect, Zhao Aotian took the stage, this brat who doesn't know what's good for him, hiding me on the grounds that he's a Battle King. 6 years, 6 whole years, and I didn't even get a ING level up, and if it weren't for my dad's death, I wouldn't have been able to even make it as an elite gold level adventurer. Rorschach's smile instantly froze, and the more he spoke, the grimmer his expression became. With a sweep of his spear, the wind rose up in all directions. I am the most promising adventurer. Do you know how much effort I used to climb up to this position? Zhao Aotian, this brat, what right does he have to hide me? Wasting me for 6 whole years. Eagle Valley is different. They promised me that as long as I provide them with information and assist them in weakening the power of Chuandong, when I return to my country, they will directly make me a condensed gold level adventurer. To show their sincerity, they even gave me a heavenly god pill to help my strength skyrocket in a short period of time, facilitating me in accomplishing this mission. A flash of shock crossed Zhang Serpi's furious eyes. You're doing this just for this? Betraying Chuandong? I left in the first place because I thought that I had you to inherit and fulfill my wish. What's wrong with you now? Huh? Inheriting your wishes? You're kidding, right? Why would I want to inherit your wish?
Rorschach suddenly thought of something and snorted, "Hey, you don't still like that woman, do you? She's the one who caused you to lose your family. It has nothing to do with that." "Yes?" Rorschach's upper and lower eyelids leaned slightly together as he sneered, "To be honest, I kinda regret it too. If it wasn't for me, you and Xiao Xian could have gotten together, right?" Zhang Serpi froze, "Don't you dare come up with that. I'm asking you why you committed treason. Why? Ha! Don't you understand yet? Zhao Aotian, this little bastard, is not up to speed, and I spent so many resources to snatch Xiao Xian into my hands. It's because of him that all the efforts I've put in for so many years have gone up in flames." Saying that, Rorschach nodded slightly and sneered, "But I don't have to explain anything more to a loser like you." "You?" Zhang Serpi was already furious at this moment. All of the pain that had built up over the years was instantly released. "If you don't say it, don't say it. Rorschach, is this the adventurer from Chuandong? It doesn't look like the level is good." Zhang Serpi was just about to draw his sword. A cold, gruff voice suddenly broke into the stalemate. Only to see the Eagle Valley 7 people, the tallest, long-bearded man, holding a 3-meter-long heavy wild swordsman, actually crossed 100 meters away, such as instantaneous movement in front of the Zhang Serpi. Zhang Serpi's furious features instantly froze. The entire crowd of over 200 adventurers were already at a loss for words due to Rorschach's betrayal. The moment this Eagle Valley man appeared, what little morale the 17th group had, completely collapsed. "Hey, is he? It's over. We're really trapped. Dead, we're dead this time." The adventurers all panicked. The man was so fast that no one could see him. One of his fingers, gently pressed against the end of the hilt of the taijutsu that Zhang Serpi was about to pull out. Just this one finger, light as if it was lightly tapping the water, stopped Zhang Serpi's sword movement. No matter how hard Zhang Serpi pushed, the half-drawn taijutsu couldn't inch in any further, let alone get out of its sheath. As soon as Rorschach saw this person, his original winning expression became even more fervent. "I've disappointed you, Lord Roosevelt, the War King. I also didn't expect that our Chuandong adventurer's combat power is so low, to such an extent that you can easily deal with it without me tipping you off at all, right? Roosevelt, the King of War? This is one of the 3 great warlords of Eagle Valley?" Zheng Qian surveyed it with cold eyes. Indeed, the attributes were only a little bit lower than Zhao Aotian. "Well, that's true, but with you secretly tipping us off," Roosevelt said, but also shook his head and sighed. "The level of adventurers in Chuandong is so low, it really disappoints me, really, only Zhao Aotian can satisfy me." 103, Zheng Qian, have you ever seen a strong man? Each of the 200 or so adventurers had faces like gold paper. Where did they think of that? In fact, no one could have imagined that Rorschach would actually defect to Eagle Valley. Can't win. Rorschach's stamina was well preserved and uninjured. Instead, the adventurers of the 17th Group Army had more or less color hanging from their bodies. If they fought, even if they couldn't beat them, Rorschach could easily retreat in one piece. What's more, after he ate the Celestial God Pill, his level would remain around LV43 for 7 days, and his combat power was pulled up more than 1 notch to the level of a condensed gold-ranked adventurer. Not to mention Roosevelt, the King of War. One of the 3 great war kings of Eagle Valley. It is also one of only 10 great war kings in the world. Its combat power is outstanding, whether geographical advantage and people and all are equal, frontal battle alone to fight 1,000 people is not a problem. The 2 of them made the 200 or so adventurers feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave just by standing in place. Everyone was retreating backwards out of fear. Goo-woo-woo. Zhang Serpi exerted himself like a madman and tried to pull out the knife. Yet the Roosevelt fingers against the hilt of his knife were as motionless as steel. The strength of my entire body is no match for a single finger of Roosevelt's? Shocked, Roosevelt's eyes actually moved to himself. Even though his strength had plummeted, Zhang Serpi's fighting instincts had always remained. He felt like his throat was being slit by a sharp blade. This killing aura is. Zhang Serpi reacted first and lifted his leg for a square stomp. Roosevelt appeared to make no move, but Zhang Serpi's sixth sense told himself that if he didn't attack at this time, he would be dead in the next second. However, Roosevelt was not slow, holding his wild taijutsu with a slight movement of the wrist of his right hand, and even lightly blocked the kick with the sheath of his sword. The difference in power between the two is too great. Obviously taking the initiative to attack, Zhang Serpi, who kicked the sheath, was instead bounced off by a huge force and retreated 20 to 30 steps violently backward, hitting a tree heavily,
which barely kept him from falling to the ground. But Zhang Serpi was also able to pull away. U.S.H. Drawing his sword, he tried to chop Roosevelt. However, reaching out and gripping towards the taijutsu at his waist, Zhang Serpi was stunned. The only other thing on his own belt was an empty sheath. The taijutsu inside was nowhere to be found. Look up. Only to see that his taijutsu had appeared in Roosevelt's hand at some point. Did I just draw it away the moment I was bounced off? This is the strength of the Great War King. Didn't see it at all. Are you a taijutsu player like me? Playfully, he shook off Zhang Serpi's knife. Admittedly, compared to Roosevelt's heavy-duty wild taijutsu, Zhang Serpi's 4'8" regular taijutsu was a little too miniature. After a few paws, a murderous intent snapped across Roosevelt's sneering gaze. Miscellaneous fish, you think you can hurt me as a battle king with this kind of toy? There has to be a limit even if you don't know yourself. With that, Roosevelt threw hard. The taijutsu took the air on the spot and shot at Zhang Serpi's brow. So fast. It was fast as thunder. Before Zhang Serpi could react, the tip of the knife was already close at hand. Can't hide. The Great War King is the limit of human beings. Flying flowers and picking leaves can hurt people. The speed and power of the seemingly random toss of the taijutsu was also something that a gold-level adventurer like Zhang Serpi couldn't possibly react and parry no matter what. Facing his next instant of certain death. A vision seemed to cross Zhang Serpi's eyes. A young girl is sobbing and smiling at herself against a pure white hazy background. Gel. Snap. Just when Zhang Serpi thought he was bound to die. The taijutsu that should have penetrated his skull actually stopped less than a millimeter in front of his eyebrows. Waking up with a jolt, Zhang Serpi fixed his eyes. Only a familiar back appeared in front of him. Zhang Qian? The flying taijutsu was grabbed by Zhang Qian in the nick of time. Zhang Serpi was flabbergasted. He should have been at the end of the line 50 meters away. When did he get here? A flash of dismay crossed Roosevelt's eyes. I can actually catch a blow I threw? I didn't realize there was one barely watchable one in this group of Chuandong mongrels. Roosevelt's tone was still full of contempt. Zhang Qian tilted his head and playfully said in his tone, "Didn't your mom teach you not to litter? Is your tutelage only at the level of fetus education?" Roosevelt's gaze, indifferent to life and death, now produced a touch of sulk. Oh? It's weird. Roosevelt meanwhile was muttering in his mind. The way Zhang Qian viewed his eyes didn't seem to be hostile, provocative, hateful, and other conventional emotions. That look. It's like an LSP seeing a beautiful woman. What's going on here? Zhang Qian's heart at the moment was a different flavor. Warlord kill reward. This is a long-lasting quest for adventurers. There is no hiring directive, and everyone has taken this quest by default when they become an adventurer. To wit, 5,000 gold coins for killing another country's minor war king, 15,000 gold coins for killing another country's major war king. As long as you can kill the war king of another country and take the war king's head to the Adventurers Guild, you can get the corresponding reward. King Roosevelt of the Great War. This person's head was worth 15,000 gold coins. How could Zhang Qian not be greedy? Truth judges that this person is allowed to be killed, so there is no unlock point penalty for killing him. In Zhang Qian's eyes today, Roosevelt is not a person at all, but a walking gold ingot. Just take this guy out and I'll be able to afford a house. 15,000 gold coins, 15,000 gold coins, 15,000 gold coins, 15,000 gold coins. Zhang Qian, who was full of money, couldn't help but wipe up his saliva, and both of his eyes turned dollar into shapes. Zhang Qian, how did you, ouch. Zhang Serpi was just about to say something. Only to see Zhang Qian's fingers folded, the taijutsu in his hand flipped 180 degrees on the spot, and the hilt of the blade slammed fiercely into the top of his head. Manage your own things in the future, just for your earlier attitude, next time you'll take it to pawn for money and not return it to you. The hilt of the knife disliked Zhang Serpi's face, and Zhang Qian returned half of his head and said lightly. Somewhat defiantly receiving the taijutsu, Zhang Serpi lowered his head somewhat guiltily, my business, I was just trying to solve it myself, I didn't want to involve others. Yeah. Zhang Qian shrugged. Zhang Serpi thought about it and stepped forward, that's the Great War King, an existence above LV50, let's go together. Zhang Qian froze. Together? Are you kidding me? That's not teamwork? The main quest to save the 16 Flowers recruiting team, I was prepared to split the difference. But that was the War King. Wouldn't I have to share it with you? Dude, you're stealing my job.
No need, I'm good enough on my own.
At these words, Roosevelt's face changed.
The stray fish from Chuandong is so confident? You caught one of my strikes, so you don't really think your strength is comparable to this Battle King, do you?
Zhang Qian shrugged. Battle King?
Is it very powerful?
Roosevelt sneered as if amused. He glanced at the adventurer's belt plate on Zhang Qian's waist, and his contempt intensified.
Roosevelt nodded and said to Zhang Qian with an overlooking look, so you're just a bronze level?
How pathetic, you who haven't seen the world don't know what a real powerhouse is, right?
104, miscellaneous fish flavor good lines. Roosevelt's hostility had become very evident.
When Zhang Serpi saw this, he was worried but ultimately chose to believe Zhang Qian. In the past, I could tolerate Rorschach no matter how he treated me, but now, he betrayed this country, Shaoxian, and me and my sister.
Rorschach to me.
Zhang Qian glanced back at Zhang Serpi.
LV-24. And then look at Rorschach. LV-43.
No matter how you look at it, Zhang Serpi was no match for Rorschach.
But... Okay, over to you.
After saying that, Zhang Qian walked up. Judging from the grade, Zhang Serpi has absolutely no chance of winning.
I'm afraid that his chopping attack couldn't even cut through Rorschach's skin. But levels and attributes are not the key to victory. Thinking about when Zhang Qian was in the underground city, how many battles were not won by the weak?
And then think about Zhao Aotian, who broke through his limits with his love and responsibility for this country. Zhang Serpi was his teammate, and when he said he would deal with Rorschach alone, Zhang Qian would believe he could do it.
Raising his hand, he used advanced healing on the dying Kaksuski. His injuries healed in the blink of an eye. The Duong stood up straight as a mallet. Ugh!
I did remember just now that I... Touching his shoulder, Kaczynski had incredulity written all over his face.
Oh? You can use restoration magic? Rorschach's face clouded at the sight.
He had crossed paths with Zhang Qian and knew that he was a magic warrior dual cultivator.
But I didn't expect to even use recovery magic.
I was already looking at you unfavorably, and now that your existence will also threaten me, I can't let you go even more. After saying that, Luo Xia raised his spear and was about to stab at Zhang Qian.
Madaka!
The collision between the gun and the sword emitted a crisp and pleasing sound of gold and iron.
Zhang Serpi took an arrow step and blocked Rorschach's thrust with a chopping block, stopping at 10 paces away from Zhang Qian. Your opponent is me. Zhang Serpi bellowed in a fierce voice.
Zhang Qian coldly glanced at Luo Xia and did not feel at ease, turning to look at the large wooden house in the distance. Over there, 6 Eagle Valley's gold condensation level adventurers were sneering as they walked this way.
Cat north and south, pick 3 random fights. Don't, I want to sleep and sleep meow. Here's 100 gold coins for the cod fillet. What?
The cat north and south miso hugged Zhang Qian's arm, stars flashing in his emerald eyes. Dog thing, this is what you said meow, you can't deny it meow. Zhang Qian said indifferently, Karcher, the other 3, you lead the fight. Kaksuski, a big only with a mild disposition, now had extremely distorted features as well. His face was suffocatingly black and purple, and his pair of 8 bearded mustaches were trembling constantly. But aside from their individual strength, adventurers have one thing over formed armies.
That's all about the money.
In the face of huge benefits, parity equals certain victory in the eyes of the adventurers. The entire 17th Group Army was instantly demoralized and attacked the Eagle Valley condensed gold-level adventurers along with Cat North and South. And there were only 2 people who didn't move at all in this chaotic scene.
Zhang Qian. Roosevelt.
The 2 men stared at each other in silence. Zhang Qian's head tilted in the direction of the empty space next to him. Find a cleaner place.
Roosevelt's sneer grew more and more grim. A mere bronze level, and you just say go? What are you? Yeah. I'll take you then.
After saying that, Zhang Qian took 1 step and his entire body shot toward Roosevelt like a rocket.
Roosevelt's indifferent eyes changed instantly. So fast. What's with this speed?
He hastily set up his sword to block. The direction of the moon will kick that Zhang Qian kicked out did not change in the slightest, and it kicked straight at his heavy-duty wild taijutsu.
Bang!
The sheath made of fine gold crushed. Roosevelt was actually sent flying nearly 100 meters away by a kick. Blowing a little tune, Zhang Qian jumped with his hands in his pockets and chased after him at a faster speed.
Tisk!
Seeing that Zhang Qian was actually able to kick the Battle King away, Rorschach scared in displeasure.
This kid, he can actually kick the King of War, Roosevelt? But that's a level I can do. Where Lord Roosevelt is truly powerful is in his second form. Specifically, kicking Lord Roosevelt into an unoccupied corner to facilitate his play also isolates him. This kid named Zheng Qian is asking for his own death. He's dead, don't you worry? Rorschach asked. The power of the steel spear continued to increase. With a desperate level difference, Rorschach could easily overwhelm Zheng Thurpy with one hand. Zhang Thurpy's pushed legs shoveled the muddy ground and kept backing up. However, his expression didn't change in the slightest. There's no need to worry, Zheng Qian, he can handle Roosevelt. Luo Xia snorted out a laugh. You're talking in your dreams, he's one of the top 10 battle kings, just by that kid Zheng Qian? Exactly. Huh? What makes you think that? Zhang Thurpy laughed, because of trust. Trust? Rorschach found it mind-boggling. Trust, Zheng Qian said he can handle it, then I believe he can handle it. Just like he believes I can handle you. A load of crap. Of course people like you can't possibly understand. At these words, Zhang Thurpy's eyes changed. The dwindling of the previous LSP was swept away. In its place was a gaze like a torch. SH. Rorschach was alarmed. Zhang Thurpy's power actually began to surge. What happened? How did his power? Drink A thunderous bellow. Zhang Thurpy slammed his taijutsu down. The blade scraped welded starbursts against the Rorschach steel spear. Oh wow. Rorschach staggered, and was actually knocked back several steps by his chop. Lift your head. Zhang Thurpy's taijutsu was swung, and boiling hot battle intent evaporated from his entire body. You have betrayed the trust one placed in you, and the oath we made when we were 6 years old. You and I are broken today. Make an end of it, Rorschach. Bang! Not far in front of him, the bronze-level adventurer followed suit and landed heavily. The lawn was smashed out of him. With his hands in his pockets, causing his center of gravity to be a bit unsteady, Zheng Qian also wrenched his foot a bit and stumbled forward several steps. Woohoo, you flew farther than I budgeted. Zheng Qian joked. Roosevelt's face was as hard as it could be at the moment. Injured? With this level of attack, and having already recruited it, how could he be injured as a great battle king? Roosevelt was furious that this unknowing bronze had strength beyond imagination and had kicked himself that far. Miscellaneous fish, how dare you kick and shatter the sheath of my holy sword, today, you don't want to die a painful death. Zheng Qian, however, shrugged his shoulders and pointed at his heavy-duty wild taijutsu that was 3 meters long and had a blade width of more than a foot, and asked, is that thing your holy sword? Doesn't Eagle Valley have 9 years of compulsory education? One that can't tell the difference between a sword and a knife? Don't be a pauper, mongrel. Boom! The bright clear sky was instantly colored red with Roosevelt's roar. The earth trembled violently, and a red light shot up into the sky. The whole body enveloped in magma like boiling wariness. Roosevelt's anger at this moment has already crossed the critical point of outburst. The heavy-duty wild taijutsu in his hand shook. The blade immediately glowed a golden red color like molten iron. You bronze don't know the heights of heaven. Today, I'll let you see the power of the Great War King, the 10 strongest people in this world. Just by releasing his battle intent, the raging Lingfeng scraped away a layer of bark from the surrounding trees. However, in the face of this power, it has the strongest economic system in the world. Although the condensed gold reserves were not as large as Chuandong's, its large economic reserves gave it the largest group of adventurer guilds in the world. Yes, the biggest difference between Eagle Valley and Chuandong is that Chuandong has an established army formed and specially trained by the state. And there is no such regular army in Eagle Valley. However, the scale of its adventurers far exceeded that of Chuandong. Some mathematicians have done statistics. The Eagle Valley had a similar population to Chuandong, but the size of the adventurers was close to 37 times that of Chuandong. Eagle Valley has even developed a stock and financing system exclusively for adventurers. The right to invest in their favorite adventurers for profit through lending, or the right to a share of the rewards after an adventurer performs a mission. Even this dividend right can be bought and sold in the form of equity bonds. Therefore, the overall financial capacity of the Eagle Valley is only 1/4 of that of Chuandong, but it relies on financial leverage to leverage an economic volume more than 20 times that of Chuandong. Also known as adventurer economics. Some people say that this kind of play in Eagle Valley will overdraw future national strength, and that it must rely on the constant waging of wars to divert conflicts, raise domestic demand and graft debt, or sooner or later it will lead to the disintegration of the social system.
But the fact that Eagle Valley is now better than Kawahigashi is just indisputable. All in all, a huge economy with wildly growing adventurers. Eagle Valley does not have an orthodox army in the traditional sense, but has an extremely strong upper echelon as a result. There were only 10 great war kings in the whole world, and 3 of them belonged to the Eagle Valley. Roosevelt, on the other hand, was one of the best. Growing up in a country with such a strong financial and adventurers business, Roosevelt had extremely strong real-world experience. He was even considered to be the existence most likely to surpass Battle King Zhao Aotian. LV 52. In today's world, it is impossible for someone stronger than me to exist other than Zhao Aotian. You're very strong, mixing into this group of adventurers. I'm afraid Zhao Aotian wanted to use you to ambush us? But unfortunately, you met me. The azure sky of the early morning was eclipsed by this wariness. The earth trembled, and stones hung into the air, crushed into crushed sand by this battle intent. The grassland under his feet was baked into scorched earth in the twinkling of an eye by this amazing power. Roosevelt's heavy taijutsu had gathered over 2,000 degrees of heat. Bronze, let's show you the true strength of a battle king. The hurricane felt like it was hiding razor blades, scraping his cheeks. Facing this sweeping force, Zheng Qian stuck his pockets and said indifferently, "Are you from Dunhuan? So many murals? You?" Roosevelt's anger skyrocketed. "I've already unleashed the Battle King's battle intent, and this Chuandong's bronze level actually dares to speak out of turn? Good. Very good. You don't want to die comfortably today." Cranium shattering. With a single step, Roosevelt transformed into a red-colored stream of light, instantly bullying his way to Zheng Qian's near body. The heavy taijutsu that possessed an exaggerated weight of hundreds of pounds was swung in his hands like it was made of cardboard, creating countless shadows. With each slash, the lawn would be scraped apart by the aftermath. To an ordinary adventurer, each of these strikes is enough to be called a sure kill, right? How is that possible? Roosevelt had been too stunned to speak. That's it? Is there more? SH. What was that remark you just made? Zheng Qian shaved the pink fur stuck in his nails in boredom. That's the fur from the cats north and south when he was carrying it earlier. Zheng Qian yawned in boredom and said, "The level of adventurers in Chuandong is so low? Too disappointing for you? Isn't that what it says?" Zheng Qian said and hooked his finger at him. "That being said, repeat it again for me." You. Roosevelt felt as if he had been slapped twice across the face by a pair of invisible palms. You seek death. Beast's blood boiling. Roosevelt stormed out. The muscles of his entire body violently exploded and bulged more than twice as much. The original frenzied battle intent had instantly surged by more than several times. Boom! In a violent roar that seemed as if the whole piece of earth was going to collapse, the wind that was comparable to dozens of levels of gust smashed head-on Zheng Qian's face. Roosevelt's eyes rapidly turned white until his pupils were all white. The veins all over his body were writhing madly like excited earthworms. The earth underneath his feet was pressed to the point of collapsing by the force out of nowhere. This move, beast blood boiling, is a skill that has been improved with your Chuandong's critical breakthrough. Although you will lose your mind when using it, the power can be even stronger than Zhao Aotian's second stage critical breakthrough. Roosevelt groaned frantically in mid-sentence. Accompanied by convulsions as if he was going to vomit out his internal organs, Roosevelt gasped violently and spat out one word at a time. "Ben, originally, this move, I was meant to leave it to Zhao Aotian. But for now, let you see it first." His whole body erupted. "If you want to blame it on the fact that you have completely enraged me, Chuandong weedy fish. When it comes down to it, after using this trick, sanity will be completely lost, and I don't know how badly you'll die anymore." Aha! With a roar that resounded through the sky. Roosevelt has finally completed his transformation. This robust man who was originally more than 2 meters tall was actually hardened and pulled up to nearly 3 meters. Fangs burst out of his mouth and his sharp claws were 3 inches long. Even the heavy taijutsu became miniature in his hands. Zheng Qian frowned slightly. Killing his way out of the dungeon, Zheng Qian had developed a skill that was comparable to a skill. That's being able to distinguish the flavor of a magical beast. This skill called beast blood boiling, it has the flavor of a magical beast. It felt as if a human and a magical beast had been hybridized. It's a bit disgusting. Zheng Qian pinched his nose and took a step back in disgust. Ow! The fully berserk Roosevelt let out a wolf-like hiss. Swinging his huge taijutsu, he struck, as if flinging a heavy truck to smash at Zhang Qian. The level of Roosevelt using bestiality soared to LV-75. The power is as high as 5,000. I'm afraid this blow could even blast through the city walls. However. Boring. Bang! When the words fell, Zhang Qian lightly struck out a round of Rising Dragon Fist. Roosevelt's upper torso was reduced to mincemeat on the spot. The spinal aorta spewed out a column of blood that was 10 meters. What happened? I'm dead? How is that possible? By a fish like this? Why did I die? He couldn't get answers to those questions until he died. Zhang Qian crouched down, grabbed his head with his left hand, and extended his right hand toward the sky. The heavy-duty wild taijutsu named Holy Sword Ixpel fell into Zhang Qian's hands with precision. Ignoring the weight of more than 300 pounds, Zhang Qian lightly weighed it and then looked at Roosevelt's head. Credit STH. The head of the warlord, a holy sword. Those two things add up to a lot of money, don't they? With a head of 15,000, this holy sword could be worth 3 to 5,000 at least. So, not a bad visit this time. Rumble. At the same time, there was a boom in the distance. Zhang Qian looked back. Zhang Serpi? That's fine, go check it out. Made a sheath out of alchemy. After the holy sword was sheathed, along with the head, it was put into the storage space, and Zhang Qian drove the flight and used the skill invisibility to fly in the direction of Zhang Serpi. 106, Zhang Serpi's choice. Clank, clunk, thunk. The silver aura of the taijutsu swung through, and the earth was cut open. The red light of the steel spear fell, and the trees were pierced through several hollows. For a woman. The lance slashed down hard, and Zhang Serpi was sent flying dozens of meters by the blow, crashing hard into a large tree. You threw away everything. Charging like it was fired out with a bowstring, the lance ran through Zhang Serpi's shoulder on the spot, nailing him hard to the tree. You've accepted defeat long ago, so why are you playing the hero now? Tightening his grip on the steel spear, he twisted it hard. A large amount of blood gushed out from the wound that had been propped open in his shoulder. The intense pain caused Zhang Serpi to let out a hysterical scream. Moving up to close his face, Rorschach grimaced, if you just want to go down there and be with your sister, just stick out your neck, and I'll give you a piece of my mind for once being like a brother. This kind of words ruthlessly stimulated the nerves of Zhang Serpi. Brother! Great, you've got money to get married. Aha! Enduring the excruciating pain, he gripped the steel spear that ran through him fiercely. Zhang Serpi's intact right hand lifted up and slashed down. But before that, Rorschach had already drawn his steel gun and retreated 4 or 5 steps with lightning speed. Drooping left hand, blood stained the entire arm and arm, snapping and dripping along the fingertips like a small open faucet. I came, not at all, for Xiao Xian. Blood oozing from his forehead stained half his face. Zhang Serpi breathed in large gulps of air, his sweat diluting his blood to a pink color. With great difficulty, he raised his taijutsu and pointed it at Rorschach. I came just to give my sister an answer. Humph, what answers do you need when people are dead? Lightly shouldering the blood-stained lance, Rorschach sneered, you killed your entire family back then for the sake of your own wish, for a woman who didn't like you. Possessions, popularity, prospects, all thrown away like garbage, costing your family nothing in the end. Speaking here, Rorschach's sneering face turned grim, you're a defeated dog, who are you to try and undo the past? Aha! Zhang Serpi bellowed and took a step out, keeping his body in a lunge-forward position as he slid towards Rorschach. A strike of the taijutsu in his hand, which had gathered battle intent, stabbed out violently. Running thunder walking break? Back then, you were much stronger with this move than you are now. Bang! Throw it out violently with the gun as a stick. The heavy clubbing blow struck Zhang Serpi squarely on his drooping left hand. Well. A bloody arrow shot out of Zhang Serpi's mouth on the spot. His left arm bone was shattered, and along with it, 2 of his left ribs were broken. The whole person was knocked out like a disconnected paper kite and fell heavily next to the large wooden house. Ahem. HP bottomed out and AP was almost depleted. Zhang Serpi already didn't even have the energy to stand up. But even though his hands were trembling uncontrollably, his right hand still held the sword with the little strength it had left and refused to let go. Thoughts. What a smile on the young girl's face. But the young girl had tears in her eyes. Those who are eliminated go to hell early. Turning around and wiping away tens of meters away. The steel spear struck head-on like a thunderbolt. Madaka.
Zhang Serpi hurriedly set up his sword to fend it off. However, the huge level difference made him not even have the strength to parry, and he was pushed by Rorschach along with his sword and slammed into the back wall of the wooden house. The heavy wooden boards were hit until they were broken and deformed. The severe internal injuries caused Zhang Serpi to spray a large amount of blood from his mouth, staining his entire chin. "I'm not like you." Sticking in front of Zhang Serpi, Rorschach's grim face was strewn with fervor. The searing spit had an indefinable stench. "I will keep moving up the ladder, and for that reason family or friends or lovers, anything I can use I will use. That's the difference between me and you. And why you've been reduced to what you are today. Gah." The force exerted by Rorschach's steel spear grew stronger and stronger, so much so that the back of Zhang Serpi's taijutsu blade was pressed against his chest, unable to catch his breath. He coughed up blood as he drank with difficulty. "Back then, we swore an oath together. Just for the sake of power, money, and fame, you gave up our beliefs, your own determination, the dignity of an adventurer, all of it? Your father died in the dungeon for this. Who cares?" Rorschach suddenly laughed maniacally. "Born in this adept world, who knows when you'll die? It's better to seize the time to get more for yourself. Guys like you who can't get out of their childhood fantasies deserve to be where they are today. And you have the nerve to talk about me?" Bang! As the words fell, Rorschach landed a knee to the head, hitting Zhang Serpi square in the heart. Wow wow wow! Zhang Serpi sprayed blood mixed with yellow water on the spot. The wood-paneled wall behind him could no longer withstand this force and burst into pieces. Zhang Serpi's entire body tumbled and flew dozens of meters into the house, and the floor was scraped out of him as it caved in one after another. He crashed through another layer of concrete wall before he stopped flying backwards and slumped to the ground, unable to move. Beneath him, a pool of blood soon gushed out. Blood bubbles welled up in his throat. Zhang Serpi's body convulsed slightly, and he already didn't even have the strength left to speak. "That's why you lost." Carrying his gun, the near-injury-free Rorschach walked in with his head held high. Yet just then. "Husband? Hubby? You came to save me. I knew you'd come." Next to her, came a female voice crying tears of joy. Zhang Serpi moved his head with difficulty to look over. Only a woman in a dirty red dress, tied up in a corner, shouted excitedly at Rorschach. The woman in the red dress is exactly the same as the one in Zhang Serpi's photo. Xiao Xian. Daughter of Chuandong Zhongrenling. Also Rorschach's current wife. Next to her were 15 young girls who were also tied up. As soon as they saw Rorschach, all the young girls moved their bodies excitedly, trying to get his attention. In their impression, Rorschach was the most famous fine gold-level adventurer in King City. His presence is naturally equated with being rescued. Poof! Rorschach's eyes rolled as if he suddenly thought of something. The lance in his hand swung in the air. The Big Dipper sliced through Xiao Xian's rope. "Honey, I knew you'd come to my rescue." The rescued Xiao Xian ran towards Luo Xia with tears of joy and hugged him. "Xiao Xian, don't," he. Zhang Serpi wanted to say something else as he tried to extend his hand. However, Rorschach saw this and stomped on the back of his hand. Snap! The floors are cracked. Aha! Zhang Serpi let out a scream of pain. "And this man is?" Xiao Xian took a curious look and exclaimed, "Why is it you?" Zhang Serpi tried to speak. But Rorschach wrapped his arms around her and said in a lonely voice, "Wife, you probably don't know, do you? He, defected to Eagle Valley yet. He also tried to stab the adventurers who came to your rescue in the back, only to be stopped when I caught him in time." This statement was made. Not only Xiao Xian, the other 15 women also sucked in a breath of cool air, and even more so, each of them looked at Luo Xia with the gaze of a hero. How could Zhang Serpi have the strength to retort? He stared at Rorschach with glowing red eyes, angry but helpless. The reason why Rorschach said that was simple. Once he killed all the adventurers outside, no one would know that he had betrayed Chuandong. And the 16 Flowers recruitment team is definitely to be returned to Chuandong, impossible to kill or bring back to Eagle Valley. Because if any of these 16 women died, all-out war was bound to break out between Eagle Valley and Chuandong. If they were all saved back, there would be room for diplomatic maneuvering. Eagle Valley's purpose was to weaken Chuandong, not to kill these 16 useless women. Chuandong's reserves were not so easily depleted, and now that there was a full-scale war with Chuandong, Eagle Valley itself would suffer heavy losses. That's why the 16 Flowers recruiting team must be returned. And with all the adventurers dead, Rorschach would arouse suspicion when he returned. At this time, a scapegoat was needed to take all the blame for the death of the adventurers, then Rorschach would be able to return to Chuandong in name only. While collecting the bounty from Chuandong, he spied for Eagle Valley to hasten Chuandong's demise and make a way out for himself. And that person is young Sol Pai. Now, after listening to Zhang Seppi's words, Xiao Xian's eyes that regarded Zhang Seppi quickly became dim. She looked at the man on the floor in disgust, as if she were viewing a piece of trash. Under Zhang Seppi's unjust gaze, Xiao Xian said coldly. Really? 6 years ago I thought that you, a loser, had no future, but I didn't think that my father and I would really be right, so it's a good thing I didn't pick you in the first place. 6 years ago. At this moment, Zhang Seppi, whose heart was like ashes, thought as if he had traveled to 6 years ago. The memory of the young girl running towards herself. The corners of his eyes, full of joy, were filled with helpless tears. Brother, our family is rich, Mom sold our ancestral mansion, the money is deposited in the money bank, you can take it out and use it at any time, you can finally get married to Sister Xiao Xian. That year, another teenage girl angrily slammed her plate on the floor. A great hero, I told you to take 60,000 gold coins, and you really only came up with 60,000? You don't even want to pay for a daughter-in-law, but you're still a hero of the people and a candidate for the war king? Shame on you. It's not embarrassing. Still mouthing off about how I'm not interested in women, pretending like it's true, I was so blind to be with you in the first place. 107, The Fall of a Genius. It was a snowy winter 6 years ago. 120 kilometers outside of King City, in the small town of Deerhorn Bay, there was a family. At the humble dining room table, the family was silent with their heads bowed. The oldest was a middle-aged woman of 46 or 17, with a head full of snowy hair but looking old. A look of guilt crossed his brow. Brother. Next to him, a petite and cute young girl gently held his hand. It's okay, money, when you become a big hero, you can earn it back. Besides, you've always said that you're not interested in women, so it's not easy to find one you like. Mother and I will make do with what we have, and will definitely help you make up the rest of the dowry. The teenager was silent for a long time, and finally could only squeeze a hard hymn out of his throat. That was at the age of 20, Zhang Seppi. He, one of the twin prides of the King City, was distressed by a mere tens of thousands of gold coins. What's wrong? Young Sol Pai? Didn't you say you're all engaged? Why haven't you been looking so good lately? Returning to the Battle King sect, Rorschach warmly greeted him as soon as he entered the training ground. The lance in his hand leaped forward, obviously because Zhang Seppi had been gone for 3 days without a suitable sparring opponent and was a bit hungry. It's okay, I'm fine. Zhang Seppi didn't say anything, drew his taijutsu, and gently chopped down, chopping Rorschach back several steps. There was a gasp from the surrounding apprentices. Rorschach was a LV-30, and currently in the Battle King sect, no one was higher ranked than him, except for the newcomer, Kaksuski. Zhang Seppi actually gently a knife, his full strength stance actually still be split back several steps. Hiss wow! Rorschach's gun couldn't stop chirping and trembling even when he held it in his hand. His hand holding the gun opened and loosened several times in a row, which eased the tingling sensation in his palm. You wouldn't be LV-40, would you? How come your sinews are so strong? Zhang Seppi, however, spun his taijutsu a few times in 100 times of boredom, and finally the tip of the blade touched the ground. LV-39 is just. Ha! Another level up. The cold drops of sweat on Rorschach's hyperactive face betrayed the dismay in his heart. He took an arrow step and counterattacked at Zhang Seppi. A messy rain of gunfire slapped at Zhang Seppi like a hedgehog. Yet Zhang Seppi always held his sword in one hand, prancing around while easily parrying. After only 3 or 5 moves, he was struck in the abdomen with the hilt of his sword by Zhang Seppi and was sent flying again. 6 or 7 back and forth down, AP exhausted Rorschach, one knee on the ground, leaning on the lance, breathing heavily. Really can't win against you. Rorschach shook his head and laughed bitterly. You're progressing too fast. At this rate, you'll definitely become a battle king, right? Zhang Seppi put away his sword and said with interest, I don't know, but you should be able to as well, right? We're only 9 levels apart. Don't make fun of me. It's said that we're a double pride, but you're not unaware of how big the actual gap is. Saying that, Rorschach, who had returned his breath, stood up, stepped forward and hooked a hand on Zhang Seppi's shoulder, laughing playfully. Hey, by the way, how's it going with you and Xiao Xian? Not bad. Zhang Seppi sheathed his sword, his expression basically unchanged. Rorschach nudged his mouth. That's cold. How did you get your hands on the daughter of the Sovereign's order with that kind of personality? Who knows? Zhang Serpi said and headed for the door. I'm patrolling the streets today, so I'll leave first. Rorschach gazed at Zhang Serpi's back and smiled gently. In this year, Zhang Serpi was spirited. No one on the street knows its name. LV39, the fiancé of the daughter of the Sovereign's Order, a seated player that the acting Battle King has high hopes for, and once he rises to LV40, he will be the youngest contemporary condensed gold-ranked adventurer in Xuandong. But in this bright and shiny behind, Zhang Serpi's suffering is also no one knows. It's not always the case that famous adventurers are rich. Zhang Serpi has no interest in fame and fortune, and no interest in women. When he was 6 years old, young Serpi's father was buried forever in that snowy field to guard Deerhorn Bay. The father was just an ordinary soldier. But its spirit of diligence and frugality is forever etched in Zhang Serpi's DNA. My father, he died guarding his family, guarding the people. Since that year, young Sul Pai has vowed to carry on his father's legacy. To purge the beasts and protect the people until death do us part. I mean, brother, can't you act like a normal boy and have something horny on your mind? I'm not interested in women. No, I mean, you have to start a family, right? You're the only male in our family, and although I admire you and won't pour cold water on your determination, but what you're doing is so dangerous, I'm afraid that if you're just like Dad, our family will be extinct. As my sister spoke, her mouth muttered, if it wasn't ethically impossible, I wouldn't mind giving you one. What is this? A marriage call? How can you call it hyping up the marriage? I just hope that my brother won't have to work so hard and can have the same happiness as ordinary people. Of course, if you don't want to, there's nothing I can do. In the past, his sister had once said something like this, and Zhang Serpi had always taken it to heart, but he had never gotten a girlfriend either. It's because career is the most important thing. However, later, the fame of the Wancheng twin pride spread, and even reached the ears of Xiao Baohua, the patriarchal order of Wancheng at the time. Soon after, Xiao Baohua handed Zhang Serpi an olive branch. At first, Zhang Serpi was trying to refuse. But on second thought, the expectant eyes of his sister, Zhang Ninger. Mother was alone on her bed peeling sweet potatoes. And then think about the ferocious beasts out there. If I die, they, my loved ones, will be alone. To the strong, death was nothing to fear at all. But the family, is Zhang Serpi cannot let go of the attachment. The patriarchal order has taken a liking to my name as the King City Twins, hoping that I can join their clan to make its sect more prosperous. And my sister's future and the rest of my mother's life will need to be taken care of. Zhang Serpi finally thought twice about it and took the olive branch. After that, he met the daughter of the patriarchal order, Xiao Xian. At first, the two got along well. Xiao Xian has a gentle character and is obedient to Zhang Serpi. Every time she went out on a mission, she offered kisses. Whenever she returned home late at night, she would prepare a table full of hot meals. Zhang Serpi, who wasn't interested in women in the first place, even felt that he had been so wrong in the past. It turns out that the so-called happiness of ordinary people is such a cozy feeling. But if you want to marry my daughter, come up with a bride price of at least 60,000 gold coins. Ugh! A bride price? When the patriarchal order said this in the hall, Zhang Serpi was confused. To be honest, he never thought about the bride price. As an adventurer, as a warrior, Zhang Serpi isn't too interested in money. In addition to their own equipment, medicine and cultivation needs, more often than not, the money is spent on companions who can't afford medical care and equipment. After all, many of the fighters around them don't earn much, and sometimes go into battle with swords that are chipped like they've been chewed on by dogs. Zhang Serpi didn't want them to die in battle because they couldn't keep up with their equipment and medical care, that would be too unjust to death. So, will often pay out of their own pockets to provide some fighters with new equipment, or corresponding healing medicine. A few years down the line, Rorschach had saved $200,000, while Zhang Serpi only had $20,000 to $30,000 in savings. 60,000 gold coins, Wancheng, there's never a shortage of geniuses. When Zhang Serpi approached Xiao Xian privately afterward to discuss the matter, Xiao Xian's reply became the first step towards Zhang Serpi's desperate path. 60,000 is a lot? Come on, just think of something, Zhang, you're the pride of King City, it's easy to earn 60,000 gold coins, isn't it? Just take a few risky quests and you'll have it, right? My dad said that we've been talking for too long and can't delay any longer, and if you can't get 60,000 next month, he'll help me look for another candidate, and he already has one. So, there's nothing I can do, so figure it out for yourself. There will be 3 more tomorrow. 108, Zhang Ninger's death. 60,000 gold coins. Indeed, for the patriarchal order, even if the price of 6 kilograms of fine gold was offered, there would still be people who would be willing to pay it. But for Zhang Serpi, it's an astronomical sum. It is true that a large amount of money can be obtained quickly by carrying out extremely dangerous missions. But where are there so many extremely dangerous quests for you to do? In the Adventurers Guild, there was an oversupply of low-level quests, but high-level quests were always in short supply. Sometimes, a guild might not be able to get a few elite gold level quests in a month, and even if they did, they would have to go for it with other elite gold levels. 1 month, 30,000 gold coins, almost killing Zhang Serpi. Zhang Serpi is trying to give up. No matter how happy you are, you can't lose sight of the other in the end. But if you give up, my sister's future and my mother's old age will not be protected. Because he's an adventurer. It's not surprising when adventurers die. However, when young Sulpi told his family about it. This money, for my mother to think of another way. His mother's words were like a sharp knife that cut into Zhang Serpi's heart. Her mother and sister are strongly opposed to Zhang Serpi giving up the marriage. With brother's personality, no matter how much we try to persuade him, he won't take the initiative to find a girlfriend, right? If he gives up this time, he might not be able to get married for the rest of his life, right? Brother guarded the royal city, so brother's happiness will be guarded by me and mom. The young gaze of his sister, Zhang Ninger, was filled with certainty. Family has always been Zhang Serpi's soft spot. Faced with her sister and mother so determined to make herself happy, Zhang Serpi decides that she will go and talk to the clan order Xiao Bagua one more time. However, this has nothing to do with me. You want to be my son-in-law, this little dowry can't even be taken. Where does that make my clan order's face go? Give, and the marriage is consummated. If you don't, I'll find someone else. A stern, square voice, no room for negotiation. This time, the heavenly pride Zhang Serpi actually found himself cornered. On the one hand, his mother and sister have high hopes for him. On one side, you are responsible for your family's future. Both sides want what's best for the other. But he himself, a top-tier warrior, would actually be overwhelmed by money. Money? Money, 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 money. In this world, can't we do without money? Is money more important than love, than honor, than dignity? Brother! Our family is rich. That day. Last day of the time limit. My sister suddenly chased me to the king's city. Zhang Serpi would never forget the way his sister's cute face was sticky with mud. She laughed cheerfully, like a child who had eaten candy, and excitedly caught up to hold Zhang Serpi's hand. Mom sold our ancestral home. Zhang Ninger laughed happily with an incomparable smile. In the snowy winter, that smile was as bright and warm as the sun. But the voice, however, was vaguely choked. The money is deposited with the money changer and can be taken out and used at any time. A mist of water seeped from the laughing girl's eyes. The house was worth a lot of money, a large mansion where the grandparents had lived for generations, and although the family had fallen on hard times, it was situated on the main street of Deerhust Bay. What's more, it was the last thing my father left behind. You can finally marry Sister Xiao Xian then. The young girl was already sobbing as she laughed. With that money, and a period of desperate missions, he ended up pawning his saber. Zhang Serpi had finally scraped together 60,000 gold coins. The weight of 600 kilograms, for LV39 Zhang Serpi, in the past was nothing more than a lightness not much different from cotton. And now, grasping it in my hand, it was so heavy. However, when Zhang Serpi arrived at the Patriarchate with his sister Zhang Ninger and gave these 60,000 gold coins, the first words of the patriarchal order, Xiao Bagua, were, "Who is this dirty little mudblood? Blast it out." Zhang Ninger was blown out of the clan house and could only stay at the door in the freezing cold, waiting for her brother to come out. Zhang Serpi clenched his fists tightly. This is what my mother and sister wanted, this is what my mother and sister wanted, this is what my mother and sister wanted. Looking at the engagement party being set up in the hall next to him, he silently recited the words countless times, suffering unspeakable humiliation so as not to disappoint his mother and sister, who had made up their minds to do so. Zhang Serpi fought hard against the humiliation. However, when Xiao Bagua, Xiao Xian and Zhang Serpi went up to the engagement banquet, Xiao Bagua, who was sitting at the first place, opened his mouth. Xiao Zhanga, I didn't expect you to really come up with $60,000, but this amount of money, it's still a bit insufficient. Not enough? Zhang Serpi froze. Xiao Bagua laughed contemptuously, the bride price of 60,000 is enough, but what about the house? You don't want to live in my house after marriage? A house in Wancheng costs at least $40,000 to $50,000, right? And the wedding, the furniture, the goldwa, the heirlooms, and so on, I'm afraid we can't do it without $200,000, can we? Yeah. On the side, Xiaoxian held Zhang Serpi's arm and pouted, "You're the future war king. If others see that we're having a bad time, it's not just the Zhongrenfu that will be disgraced, it's also your face." At this moment, Zhang Serpi's dignity was completely trampled underfoot. Are you kidding me? It was a very common practice of the royal family for the sovereign house to absorb experts in order to refine the royal lineage. Whether it was a noble marquis or a commoner, they all dreamed of being able to obtain the favor of the sovereign order. But, I got married so that I could make a good life for my sister and mother, and even if one day I died in battle, they could live the rest of their lives in peace. Never for myself. Never. For that reason, I can put up with it even if you pour wine in my face and hold my meal over my head. But today, my sister and mother are. That's simply putting the cart before the horse. Bang! What a joke! Why didn't you say that from the beginning? My mother sold my father's inheritance and my sister walked 120 kilometers in the snow on foot to bring the money for me. Things come to a head, kick my sister out, and then you guys tell me you want more money? Zhang Serpi's palm went down and the entire wine table collapsed. Humph, you want to make trouble in my patriarchate? Xiao Baoguo flipped out on the spot. The surrounding guards swarmed around and surrounded Zhang Serpi. It is you who are bullying people too much. Zhang Serpi loomed large and angrily rebuked. And next to him, Xiaoxian also changed her usual gentleness and slammed her plate and sneered. You're a great hero, and you're told to take $60,000 and you really only come up with $60,000? You don't even want to pay for a daughter-in-law, but you're still a hero of the people and a candidate for the war king? Bah! It's not too embarrassing. Still mouthing off about how I'm not interested in women, pretending like it's true, I was so blind to be with you in the first place. Xiao Baoguo even flung the gold coins at Zhang Serpi's face. Get out of my clan house! Boom! The gates of the sovereign's house merged. Zhang Serpi flopped to his knees. It wasn't that he regretted that he had lost his wife. Instead, it's because Zhang Ninger had died outside the door. It was the half hour that Zhang Serpi was in the clan house. Zhang Ninger waited outside the door, it was too cold to bear, so she wanted to go to the next street to take shelter under the rain shield. But who knew that when he crossed the road, he was run over by a passing wagon and crushed hard. When Zhang Serpi came out, he only saw the snow dyed fiery red in his dying sister. The carriage, on the other hand, had long since fled and was nowhere to be found. Sis. Hold on just a little longer. Sis. I'll take you to the guild doctor right away. Brother, how's the wedding going? With sister Xiaoxian, when are you getting married? In her dying moments, Zhang Ninger's difficult words were filled with concern for her brother. Zhang Serpi's heart hurt as if it had been crushed. Anan, soon. Getting married soon. When the time comes, you'll come and be brother's bridesmaid. You love candy the most, brother will give you endless amounts of wedding candy. That's too good. In his hands, his sister's body grew cold. Zhang Serpi ran down the street in a frenzy. Obviously, he had already infused his sister with battle spirit to increase her life force, but it didn't help at all. Brother, I don't like you, looking like you don't want anything, get married, be cheerful yo. I know. I'll definitely change. Sis. I never want brother to go and be some kind of hero, because brother is my hero. Ninger. Zhang Ninger just dropped her blood-stained hand in an expectant smile. Fate is such a coincidence. In the play, it's all about making a point. But life, however, never reasons with you. When bad news is coming, it never gives you an explanation. The vile thing that is life only takes those closest to you like a forced death in a third stream. Yes, not a bit of reasoning will be given to you, not a bit of explanation will be given to you. On the one hand, he had endured endless insults, and on the other, his sister had suffered a sudden disaster. After that, young Thurpo returned home with bad news. My mother turned white in one night. One day after the funeral, Zhang Serpi woke up in the morning and found his mother dead in her bed. Mother's health was already not good, Zhang Ninger's death, the blow was too much for her, plus it was winter again, her mother died of a cerebral infarction attack.
died without any pain, in a dream of grief and pain. That day, Jang Serpi lost everything. I just wanted to be a warrior as great as my father. Jang Serpi offered his resignation to the warlord sect and resigned his status as an adventurer, returning his belt plate. On the waistplate, it was written Jang Serpi's real name back then, Jang Yi. Yes, the protagonist of the story above, Jang Serpi, wasn't actually named Jang Serpi back then. Jang Yi, that's his real name. And 3 days later in the night, Jang Yi found the house where the carriage driver was. Don't! You're the hero of the kingdom. You can't do this. No, I'm not a hero, I'm just an incompetent brother and an ungrateful son. That night, the horseman's screams rang through the night sky. That night, Jang Yi did a beautiful job and left no clues. The Adventurers Guild's investigative abilities could not find any strong evidence at all. The horseman's entire family was killed and his house burned down. No one knows who did it. Jang Yi has since gone into hiding and disappeared for 3 whole months. It wasn't until most people had forgotten about him that a newcomer came to the Adventurers Guild. His name, Jang Serpi. 109, I'll kill your sister, what can you do? Hello? What's wrong? Where's the aura you had just now? Didn't you say you were capable of killing me? Stand up. A teasing leg kick to the midsection and Jang Serpi is kicked into midair. As if he was deliberately toying, Rorschach used the handle of his gun as a stick, and smacked him hard enough to send him flying through the air. The wall of the cabin was smashed through on the spot. Jang Serpi flew outside the house again. Wow! Rorschach is awesome! Xiao Xian gladly clapped her hands in succession. Rorschach laughed, wait for me here, I'll deal with this rebel. With that said, carrying his gun, Rorschach leisurely walked out of the house along the breach. You've really regressed. On both sides was the sound of killing, Rorschach walked idly. Back then, you were almost LV40, at your level back then, even if I took the Heavenly God pill now, it would still take a lot of wasted effort to deal with you, right? But what are you now? To regress like this, I feel ashamed for you. Why? Ha? Trembling, he clutched the dirt under his hands. Jang Serpi choked and growled in a mumbling voice, You got everything I have, why, do you still want? Are you a dumbass? Without him having to finish, Rorschach realized what he meant and sneered in a low voice, because I'm not like you. Do you know why you ended up in that position back then? With a pick with his gun, Jang Serpi flew up in the air. Rorschach precisely grabbed his blood-stained collar and pulled it to his body and whispered, What kind of world is this? People like you who indulge in unrealistic fantasies like defending the country are often the first victims. I'm different, I don't want to die, not only don't want to die, I want to live a good life. Money, power, women, honor, I won't be able to enjoy any of these if I die. You, just for these. Man is not for himself and heaven is not for him. You don't even understand such a simple truth? Raising his leg, he sends Jang Serpi flying with a knee to the head. Rorschach sneered, so what if you are noble? In the end, your whole family will still die and you will be reduced to a yakuza? When you die, you will have to take the pot for me and become a scum that everyone scorns. And what about me? When you die, I'll be the hero who thwarted young Sulpi's treasonous plot and fought off the Eagle Valley adventurers alone, enjoying the fame and power of Kawahigashi. It's a truism that good people don't live forever. You deserve to be used by me. Do you know why Xiaobao suddenly raised the bride price to $200,000 back then? It's because I came to the door, stupid. Do you know why I'm stealing women from you? Because the power of the sovereign order is wasted on a fool like you who only knows how to protect his family and his country. You don't know how to enjoy it, so you might as well give it to me. Hubby, come on. Finish that scumbag. Not far behind him, the unknowing Xiao Xian was still cheering and shouting for Rorschach. Do you hear me? You obviously give so much and no one understands you. You obviously used to be a hero. Who remembers you now? The people you speak of are nothing more than a bunch of pigs who only know how to survive, and they don't care if you live or die, let alone care to understand how you feel. Those who dedicate themselves to a stupid people are idiots. Those who are heroes deserve a miserable death. With that said, Rorschach raised his gun. The tip of the gun was pressed against Jang Serpi's throat. His face came up to the limit. You? Aang, it's me. What a great use for such desperate and honest people. At this moment, it was as if the already shattered world had been crushed into powder once more by Rorschach's foot on the ground. Why?
Why? Don't you understand? Back then, you and I were ranked as the two prides of King City, but the truth is that I couldn't win against you no matter how hard I tried. Everyone remembers Zhang Yi of the twin pride of King City, but they don't know me, Luo Xia. What's the point of this double pride? That bunch of fools only talks out of their mouths, while a bunch of weaklings have the dog's guts to judge the strong, holding the first up to the sky and putting the second down to nothing. I'll never make it at this rate. How am I going to break your spirit if I don't crush your sister? How will I climb to this height today? At this moment, Zhang Serpi finally understood the whole picture of what was going on. Not far away, Xiao Xian was still waving the flag and cheering for Luo Xia. Behind them, the adventurers were fighting in a bloody battle, dying one after another. And at this moment, Zhang Serpi's world turned silent. If anything, the death of his sister completely crushed young Sul Pai. Now, then, the fact that Rorschach is talking about it is what completely kills Zhang Serpi. These 6 years I've wasted, what was it for? What is this justice, this fairness, that I believe in? It's time to end this. Die, Zhang Yi. Rorschach bellowed, raising the lance in his hand so high that it would only take the next breath to penetrate Zhang Serpi's throat. And a tear of blood fell from Zhang Serpi's eye. I'm not willing. Why is that? I'm not willing. If the world is malicious, wouldn't it be better to rush me alone? If I have unintentionally offended you, wouldn't it be better to kill me? My sister, Zhang Ninger, she's only 16. It's only 16 years old. She was a well-behaved, filial and considerate child, so why should she be treated? Geez. What did we do wrong, Gel? My experience tells me that God doesn't exist, and even if it did, the two holes under God's eyebrows would most likely be for breathing. I know one thing, fate can only ever be held in your own hands. The head of the life-threatening gun stopped in front of the throat at the last moment. That familiar third-party voice intruded into Rorschach's battle with Zhang Serpi. WH. What are you doing here? Where's War King Roosevelt? Rorschach's loud exclamation of surprise pulled Zhang Serpi back to reality. Open your eyes. Only to see that Zhang Qian had appeared next to him at some point, holding the lance that should have gone through Zhang Serpi's throat. The same dangling smile as usual was on his spotless face. Zhang Qian didn't look squarely at Luo Xia, but said with some dissatisfaction to Zhang Serpi, who had just opened his eyes, so your real name is Zhang Yi, good name. But one size doesn't fit all, I'm the captain, you're hiding your name, and you're not getting a cut of this mission. After saying that, Zhang Qian's hand holding the gun pushed. Luo Xia then felt that his impenetrable center of gravity was easily destroyed, and after a few stumbles, he was actually pushed by Zhang Qian to take a dozen steps back. Seeing this, Xiao Xian realized that this white-haired man who suddenly appeared was wearing a bronze-level adventurer's belt tag, and immediately became furious. Hey! What are you? My husband is eradicating the rebels, you. Shut up, Samba. Boom! Zhang Qianmeng's roar was deafening, and vaguely there was even the sound of a dragon roar. Even if they were separated by more than 10 meters, a weak woman like Xiao Xian was shocked and dropped her butt to the ground, her face bloodless. 110, the birth of a new battle king. Hey! Why are you here? Where's Roosevelt? Didn't you fight him? Shock was written all over Rorschach's face, so much so that he forgot to get up from the ground. Zhang Qian cast a sidelong glance at him and did not reply. Zhang Qian's eyes seemed to be telling this. Turn around. Zhang Qian ignored Zhang Serpi's feelings and yanked him up from the ground. Round STH. Snap. A slap in the face, clearly audible even on the edge of the killing battlefield. Awake yet? Zhang Qian shouted angrily. Snap. Another slap. I asked if you were awake yet? Zhang Serpi lowered his head. The overwhelming feeling of powerlessness, the stale wounds that had been ripped open, made the man sob. Zhang Qian gazed at this helpless man and said in a deep voice, how pathetic, as a hero, even his sister is not protected, what's the point of this kind of world, you must not want to live, right? But my sister said she wanted you to live well, so with this sense of guilt, I changed my name to Young Sul Pai, thinking that even if I don't become a hero, I can't apologize to my sister. You turned out to be such a wasted man, I have a feeling I was wrong about you. What Zhang Qian said, every word was like an ice pick, ruthlessly sticking in Zhang Serpi's heart. He clenched his fists tightly, but he couldn't stop the sobs from coming down his throat. What you say, I know, but my sister is gone, it is I who did not protect her, I thought at least the country could be entrusted with it, but now. My sister, my mother, they all died in vain, I caused them to die in vain. So you want to give up fighting and go down there with them? Why do you force yourself to accept it when you know you're being set up? It's no use getting revenge, they can't come back. So what? I didn't just get them killed, I made their deaths meaningless. So what then? Zheng Qian's roar blew away the clouds in the sky. At this moment, all sounds were about as quiet as mute in Zheng Qian's roar. After looking at each other for a long time, Zheng Qian spoke, so you want to be pitted? Do you want to be comforted? Thinking that you can do right by them if you die? Don't you think that this kindness of yours is the greatest cruelty to yourself? What's the meaning of hanging a young soul pie's name? Remembering your sister? In my opinion, the name Young Yi is 10,000 times better. Zheng Qian's voice became more and more high-pitched, blaming yourself first whenever something goes wrong, taking over all the mess because you are kind, as a good person is indeed an incomparable virtue. However, if you really feel that your mother and sister died in vain, and you want to be worthy of them, you must live well, and hold the realization that you must leap forward even if you are defeated, to face the reality that you don't want to face. It's useless to take revenge? No, revenge is most useful. Rorschach's life is the most appropriate price you can pay to prove your backbone and reclaim what has been plundered, and your trampled dignity. There is no other way. Save any demoralizing words for the grave. Knock knock. The sound of the heartbeat became so clear at the moment. When Zheng Qian's last roar ended. At this moment, Zheng Serpi heard it. Ning's voice echoed in her ears as if it were yesterday. The clenched fists suddenly unclenched. On the ground, the taijutsu, which was already riddled with cracks and chipped mouths, vaguely trembled. The aura on Zheng Serpi's body changed. This subtle change could not escape Zheng Qian's eyes. Letting go of him, Zheng Qian took a few steps backward. That's all I have to say, you said you'd settle it yourself, so you settle it yourself. And at the same time, Rorschach got back on his feet, holding his gun. His body trembled violently, his forehead veins exploding. Growling in a rotting voice, one after the other endlessly, why do you always have to get in front of me? Don't know how you escaped from Roosevelt, but it doesn't matter. When I kill him, you're next. Rorschach's anger had reached its peak. He snarled and took a step down, his steel spear pointing straight at Zheng Serpi's heart. And Zheng Serpi stood still for a moment. Head down, as if looking at someone who doesn't exist. The young girl's silhouette had tears in the corners of her eyes as she reached out and cupped his face. Gel. Tears rolled down her eyes like a fountain. Clearly able to see that familiar smile. But it's as untouchable as the ends of the earth. Yeah. I'll never be able to gently cup that cheek again. Goo woo. Teeth clenched and hot blood flowed backward. I'm not happy about it. The head of the desperate gun was close at hand. At this moment, the heavy pressure carried on Zheng Serpi's back was finally shattered. On the ground, the scarred taijutsu trembled violently. So what I want, just... Phew. The taijutsu flew up in the air and fell into Zheng Serpi's hands. I just don't want to make Jack shed any more tears. Rorschach. The roar resounded throughout Ghost Tooth Mountain. The fighting spirit that had been extinguished for 6 years finally blazed again in the ashes at this moment. It was like a blazing that's mind-bogglingly high spiritual intelligence. Zheng Serpi, as the former double pride of King City, had once touched the threshold of LV40 in strength. But because of the strange humiliation, betrayal, and the tragic death of his entire family, Zheng Serpi's spirit was hit like never before. When Zhao Aotian fought against the Minotaur, Zheng Qian realized that human emotions could, to a certain extent, transcend levels and attributes. Since there are positive and naturally negative effects of emotions. The devastated young Soul Pai has been living in the shadows of his past, and the outward appearance of his LSP is more influenced by his sister. He hoped he could live the way his sister wanted him to. Combined with the immense mental trauma, ultimately, it caused his rank to plummet. From the first time they met, Zheng Qian realized it. District LV-24, smashed head-on by the horn of a nearly 1-ton piano, not even defending or staging, with his HP smashed into single digits, and actually not straining at all. Even if they knew they weren't going to die, they wouldn't have reacted that dramatically. And now, Zheng Qian was certain. Zheng Serpi's true level is definitely not LV-24. LV-40. In a short half-second of thinking, Zheng Serpi's level was raised by another level. Not only that, all of his attributes were soaring. This meant that his rank could go up again. That said, even if his rank plummeted, Zheng Serpi was still the same Zheng Yi, and even if he didn't realize it himself, he still had grown. I'm afraid that the energy that has been pent up over the years has allowed his true level to exceed LV40 long ago. Why is that? Rorschach's face was covered in cold sweat at the moment. He couldn't believe the reality. Why would a man who has been crushed? Zhang Serpi's entire body was radiating an amazing amount of heat at the moment. Immediately after that, golden-colored lightning seeped out of his pores, turning into strips of electric snakes that danced merrily around his circumference. Hair counted down by the roots, scarlet tears drifted upward against the trend and quickly evaporated into a red mist of blood. No way! Can't let him level up again. Aha! Rorschach realized the seriousness of the matter and drew the pseudo-sacred sword regardless. Seeing this, Zheng Qian hurriedly pulled out a weapon from his storage space, colorful ghost. Take that! Zhang Serpi's gaze turned and he held out his hand. Snap! The heavy touch of the taijutsu in his hand instantly made Zhang Serpi's fighting spirit burn to new heights. Holy sword, Ichiba! The arms of Roosevelt, king of the Great War in Eagle Valley. Zhang Serpi's gaze was a bit puzzled. Looking at Zheng Qian, what he received was a look of recognition. Go find yourself, Zheng Serpi. A simple sentence allowed the last knot in Zhang Serpi's heart to finally unravel. The knife in my hand, this weight, this long-lost feeling. There is no longer any confusion in our minds. This is... Rorschach was alarmed. Isn't that Roosevelt's sacred sword? Before he could react, the hand of Zhang Serpi holding the sword in front of him suddenly went weak for a split second. Suffered. A keen sixth sense saved Rorschach's life. He hastily raised his sword and blocked by instinct. Just hear the thud. The collision of the holy swords exploded in gold-colored electric fire. Just attacked in front of Rorschach was knocked back more than 10 meters by another blow. This one feels like... Rorschach was shocked at the moment. LV-48. Today, Chuandong, a new battle king was born. Rorschach. Your grudge against me will only end with this sword. One extra shift added today. Zheng Yi executive. Impossible. 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 Rorschach roared like a madman. I've been working hard for so long to climb to this height, how could I be ruined by a mere Zhang Serpi? The wildly waving pseudo-saint sword scraped out countless sword awnings. Rorschach unleashed a ferocious onslaught on Zhang Serpi. With each sword, he stabbed at the vitals. Each sword was aimed at taking the opponent's life. However, Zhang Serpi held such a heavy holy sword in his hand, but his figure flashed and jumped like an electric flower. Rorschach's kamikaze-like attacks were ultimately just wind-like speeds, and in front of the thunder, the slowness was no different from standing still. No way! Unwilling to recognize the status quo, Rorschach stopped his attack and held his sword in both hands. Bang! His whole body's battle intent was burning like a blazing fire, a red glow that dyed the clear dome of the sky a fiery red. Do you have any idea how much effort I've put into climbing to where I am today? How can it be ruined by a loser like you? Full battle intent released. Critical breakthrough. Faced with the fact of near despair, Rorschach released all the battle spirit in his body and swung the strongest strike of his life. The second sword of the 9 swords of the warlord open heaven. The false sacred sword swung out a volley of sword blades shaped as towering and massive as a city wall. There are no evasive points. Zheng Qian, who was watching from the sidelines, clustered his eyebrows when he saw this. This move, in the second floor of the dungeon, Zheng Qian had learned it when he was still a deteriorating daisy dragon. The power really should not be underestimated. In fact, with the volume of this sword, even if Zhang Serpi was able to dodge it, the group of adventurers 50 meters away behind him would be killed by the waves. However, Zhang Serpi, however, had no intention of evading or dodging. He raised his taijutsu above his head. With the tip of the blade forward and the blade up, the other hand rests on the back of the blade and bends back in a lunge. The whole person is like a strong bow that is open to the full moon. In the face of the overwhelmingly fierce blow, Zhang Serpi even slowly closed his eyes. Pure white background. The spirited teenager returned to that cabin. Inside the house, his aged mother was smiling at him. Son, you're back. The young girl jumped into her arms cheerfully. Brother, welcome home. Out of the corner of the teenager's eye, the speck of teardrops finally became uncontrollable and slid down his cheeks. Mom, Jack, I'm home. Zheng Qian was right. He's right. I used to think that when I left, Rorschach would take over to protect Chuandong. But I was wrong. My departure nearly brought Kawatsu to his doom. Deceived, plundered, spineless, dignity trampled. Today, Zheng Serpi, no, Zheng Yi, is going to take back everything that belongs to him. Behind them, it was as if a young girl was embracing herself. That warm touch was a temperature that Zheng Yi could never forget. Brother, it doesn't matter anymore, yo, don't care about Njek. Jack will be with mommy, so brother, don't cry anymore, okay? Jel, mom. You guys are the only family I have, and no matter what I do wrong, you never blame me. But I have failed to protect you all. You now, don't you have relatives? The young girl's words were as gentle as a spring. At this moment, Zheng Serpi's heart had come to a clear realization. The loved ones of the past are like yellowed photographs, gradually disappearing among the pure white thoughts. It was as if those lost loved ones were holding him up behind his back. Zhengqian, Xinjingbing, Cat North and South, Kaksuski. It is gradually becoming clearer to our friends now. It was as if these present friends were reaching out to him from the front. Thoughts of the past and visions of the future were now transformed into a double spiral injected into Zheng Serpi's body. Bang! The instant that the sword blade that opened the sky came into contact with Zheng Serpi's body, it was actually shattered by an invisible force. Rorschach was alarmed. What's going on? What happened? Clunk! It was like a thunderbolt rising from the ground. Rorschach only felt a violent numbness on his face as if he had been struck by lightning. What's going on here? The air is vibrating? Even the wind was laced with a large amount of electric sparks. It was as if a thick haze of thunder had risen around them. Rorschach looked unimaginably at Zheng Serpi in front of him. Seas of thunder suddenly surged out of his body, swirling and wrapping around it like a blazing fire. An unimaginable amount of electricity electrified all the earthworms in the soil to burrow out of the ground. It was accompanied by a poofing sound similar to an electric current. The eyes snapped open. Zheng Serpi's eyes were actually wrapped in greenish-golden thunderfire, fiercely erupting outwards. Inferno Thunder God Blade Law Attack of Chop. The low voice sounded like death banging down a guilty gavel. Rorschach felt clearly at this moment that death was so close to him. It was as if the person wasn't running alone. Rather, countless thunderbolts were running wild around the clearing. No, that's not possible, that's not fair, why is it so unreasonable? At this moment, Rorschach clearly recognized the gap between each other, and actually turned around in fear and rushed towards the forest with the intention of escaping. His LV-43 was a temporary level pulled up by the heavenly god Dan. It's false. And Zheng Serpi has been suppressed for the past 6 years due to his mental problem rating. Now all the energy and fighting spirit of those 6 years burned to the top. Even if the opponent was a LV-50 Great War King, it was by no means a match for Zheng Serpi at this moment. Can't win. I can't win against him. Rorschach felt a deep despair at this moment. The energy gap between the two was as unbridgeable as a heavenly rift. I don't want to die. I'm going to make a name for myself, I haven't had a chance to enjoy it yet, and I don't want to die here. Yet these lamentations of his were, in the end, only to be taken as last words. All the thunder converged into one point and ran through Rorschach's body from behind. Rorschach's run came to a screeching halt. The look of horror on his face froze forever at that moment. A split second before consciousness breaks down. Rorschach clearly saw that Zheng Serpi, as if he had passed through his own body, slid in front of him in a bowed forward bending position. The massive taijutsu slowly slid into its sheath. Click! The lattice of the knife struck the sheath with a nice crunch. Almost at the same time, Rorschach's body turned into countless square pieces of flesh and scattered all over the ground. Without looking back, Zheng Serpi stood straight and remained motionless like a stake. Husband! Xiao Xian screamed when she saw this scene. Zheng Qian stepped forward, felt around on Rorschach's corpse, and fished out a bag full of gold coins, throwing it at Xiao Xian, and then his fingers gently struck out a round of wind blades. The gold coins in the bag were scattered all over the sky. A few of these pieces happened to fall into Xiao Xian's hands. Xiao Xian's shrieks and cries came to an abrupt halt as she took a look. That's Eagle Valley gold. It clearly bears the head of the Emperor of Eagle Valley, Charles the Great. Combine that with the conversation we just had. Xiao Xian wasn't a cutie either. Instantly realized. He betrayed the adventurer group army with the intention of uniting with Eagle Valley to murder all the adventurers and victimize the formed army that is coming next. With a simple sentence, Zheng Qian broke the last trace of fluke in her heart. The expression on Xiao Xian's face at this moment was too wonderful to describe in words. She quickly looked at Zhang Seppi. Zhang Seppi turned around to look at her as well. Xiao Xian trembled as she took a step. Zhang Yi, you still have me in your heart, right? You'll save me out, right? I actually saw that there was something wrong with Luo Xia a long time ago. Nah, Zhang Yi, save me out, will you? I'm scared. However, before she could take 3 steps, Zhang Xian had already stopped in front of her. Icy cold, looking down on her with indifference as if she were looking at a rag on the side of the road. Zhang Xian said coldly, don't worry, save is definitely save you, otherwise how can we collect the reward money? However, you have no business being near him. The brief sentence made Xiao Xian's face colorless. She plopped to the ground. There is the relief of being rescued in the... Her gaze, which stayed on Zhang Seppi's body. She clearly saw that Zhang Seppi pulled out her photo from her pocket. Immediately, he urged his thunder battle intent and scorched it to ashes. She has no value to be sympathized with. On the other side, the battle was nearing its end. Cat North and South easily took out the 3 condensed gold-level adventurers, then went back to support Kachowski. In the end, all 6 of Eagle Valley's gold condensation-level adventurers were killed in a tragic manner. And on the side of the adventurer group army. Despite being killed by treasonous adventurers, what are adventurers? It's not an exaggeration to say that people who eat with their heads tied to their pants are murderers. They soon revitalized, and the renegade adventurers were gradually unable to withstand the group's forces. After losing more than half of them, the birds and beasts also scattered. The sky, slightly drizzling. Tilting his head back, he let the cold raindrops slap his cheeks wet. Zhang Qian. What for? After that, it's on you. With that, he turned, and headed for the path down the hill, and soon disappeared into the woods. 1 to 12, the wishes of loved ones. Yeah, well, it looks like we won't need the establishment army to step in. Battle King's Gate. The gorgeous desk was stacked with hundreds of kilograms of various documents. Zhao Aotian carefully read the report in his hand, and his eyes were full of joy. Sure enough, as long as Zhang Qian was there, this battle could be won at the smallest possible cost. It's a shame about so many young adventurers though. But in contrast, the preservation of formed armies is the current priority. Zhang Qian, really reliable. After saying that, he handed the report to the attendant, informed the others, let the triumphant adventurers rest well, the rewards will be distributed in a week. Yes, Lord Warlord. Right, wait a minute. Anything else, please? Take a trip to the palace. Zhao Aotian handed the token to the attendant, tell Mr. Jingle to come here. Yes. When the attendant left, the joy on Zhao Aotian's face, too, gradually solidified. It's not a matter of agonizing over this mountain of paperwork that needs to be dealt with. He opened the drawer. Inside went an extraordinarily conspicuous red document. It was clearly written with the words, Wraith Absolute Defense War Strategy Book. There's over a month left. Between Zhao Aotian's brows, an unquenchable sadness coalesced. He mumbled softly, currently the adventurers have detected 42 boss-level magical beasts, all of which are above Medusa's head in strength. Especially the 3 7-colored poisonous centipede snakes and the 2 Annunciation demonesses. Even if it was me, I wasn't sure how to deal with any of them. No country was willing to support it, and Kawahigashi was left to fight alone. What, exactly, am I supposed to do to defend this country across the line? 4 days later. Where's Zhang Seppi? Hasn't he come yet? Coming to the Adventurers Guild, Zhang Xian, who had nothing to do, asked curiously. Kaksuski, who was waiting at the guild early, shrugged, I don't know, it still hasn't come. Zhang Qian swept around. No one. Cat North and South and Xin Jingbing went somewhere. Probably went shopping again, right? The 2 of them had been getting along a bit abnormally well lately, and it was clear that the cat was quite wary of her in the beginning. But no matter what, these 2 pussies are findable. But the only one who did was Zhang Seppi. Since leaving that day, Zhang Xian had never seen him again. That day, that battle was a heavy loss though. But Princess Sito E and the 16 Flowers recruitment team were perfectly rescued. What shocked Zhang Xian was that Sito E's appearance was indeed worthy of being the #1 beauty in the King City. 19 years old, petite, skin as white as snow. Zhang Qian didn't know how to describe her looks. Anyway, it's just that in her life she's never seen anyone prettier than her, except for Cats North and South.
In fact, cat north and south are probably slightly less than half a dozen. Only, her obsidian-like eyes were dull, as if she didn't feel much for her rescue.
3 no's? Zheng Qian didn't know.
Anyway, just a glance from a distance, did not contact with her, what character Zhang Qian cannot say.
But the point isn't this stoic right now.
Zhang Qian was more concerned about where Zhang Serpi had gone.
Ever since he killed Rorschach, it's like he's vaporized.
For whole days without a word. Zhang Qian had used his dragon perception to scatter all over the entire king city and had not found any trace of him.
That's a problem. Zhang Qian couldn't help but worry. It's even gotten a little burnt out lately. For no other reason. If Zhang Serpi he doesn't come back, I still have my Ixpel on him. I checked.
Roosevelt's head is worth 15,000, and his holy sword is worth 6,000. But if you pay for both together, you get 23,000, 2,000 more.
I can't turn in my assignment until you're back. It's been 4 days.
Roosevelt's dead head is rotting like a bug in my storage space.
If you don't hand it over, do I still need this storage space?
Thinking of this, Zheng Qian subconsciously opened the storage space.
Boom! A foul odor sprayed Zhang Qian's hair backward like a super scion. The entire guild of adventurers instantly exploded. Dig it, what's that smell? Who's using bioweapons? Ah, I think I see my dead mom waving at me from across the river.
Zhang Qian was also smoked and almost didn't vomit, and hurriedly closed the storage space.
Vomit, this smell is on the top.
Zhang Qian hit several regurgitations.
Looks like I'll have to buy toilet bowl cleaner.
Roosevelt did not kill Zheng Qian, but on the contrary, his head almost did not smoke Zheng Qian to death. And in a few days, the reward for the rescue battle will come down.
It's hard to help you out on my end without you.
After thinking about it, Zheng Qian said, Karcher, it's better for you to be free today. I'm going to go out of the city and come back before tonight. I'll keep that thing you told me yesterday in mind.
Alas, Zheng Qian, don't you forget.
Karcher wanted to say something else, but Zheng Qian turned around and had already left the guild.
120 kilometers outside the royal city. A deserted town.
Here, the town formerly known as Deerhorn Bay suffered a massive rush of 23 magical beasts 4 years ago. Eventually, the surviving people migrated and the area was naturally deserted.
A light rain pattered down. In the uninhabited Deerhorn Bay Cemetery. A man in a hood, pinning an abnormally large taijutsu, advanced slowly and, finally, stopped in front of 2 unmarked tombstones. Gently putting down the rain-drenched flowers in his hands, the man caressed the 2 tombstones lovingly. Mom, sis, I'm here to see you.
The man's voice was tinged with sobs.
It was so bleak in the rain.
In the rain, just quietly looking at the tombstone for a full half hour, refusing to leave like a devout gravekeeper.
When do you want to see it?
Just then, a male voice rang out from the side without warning.
Who?
The man jolted to his feet with nervousness, his hand already on the hilt of his knife. Turning back around, the man froze in place.
Zheng Qian? How come it's you?
Phew! A strong gust of wind blew through, blowing away the hood and revealing Zhang Serpi's crying red eyes.
You're really here.
Inserting his pants pocket, Zheng Qian hung back and walked up, glancing at the tombstone next to him.
Your mom and your sister?
Yes.
To honor their memory? To tell them you did it?
No, it isn't.
What's that? Zhang Serpi didn't answer.
Zheng Qian stared at him for a long time without speaking. The two were just silent in the rain. Zheng Qian spoke for a long time before saying, Big old man, why are you crying again?
I'm not crying, it's just rain.
Yes? Zheng Qian waved his hand. The dark clouds in the sky split down the middle in an instant.
Bright sunshine instantly flooded the earth.
Zheng Qian tilted his head and pretended to survey. It doesn't look like it. Zhang Serpi turned his head sideways so he wouldn't see his face. What the hell are you doing here? Zheng Qian hooked up the corner of his mouth. Nothing, just wanted to see how you were doing.
It looks okay. Then you can go back.
The dark clouds soon closed in and a light rain fell for once. Zheng Qian stared at him, paused, and his expression sank. They've already left and can't come back.
I know,
I've lost loved ones too, and I wasn't able to protect them, and that's not a good feeling, I understand.
You're so strong that you still can't protect your loved ones? Honestly, even now, I don't think I can win against you. You can't be stronger than Zhao Aotian, right? I was weak then. Zheng Qian walked forward and with a shake of his hand, 2 white roses appeared. A tomb, Zheng Qian said, the best way to honor the memory of loved ones is to live well. Keeping dwelling on the past will only lose you people, they have to move on. Saying that, Zheng Qian got up and turned around to leave. I won't force you this time, if you recognize me as a friend, go back to the guild and look for me. Karcher has a blind date tomorrow, so you'd better be early if you're coming. I'm sure you'll come, I'll go back first. He said, and was about to leave. Zhang Serpi stared at his back for a long time before he remembered something and unslung the saber at his waist. This was the holy sword Xchiba that Zhang Qian had lent him that day. Hey, you forgot this. Zhang Qian turned back and glanced at the knife. Think about it. Zhang Qian, who had made the decision, smiled. At this moment, the highlight finally returned to his ethereal eyes. It was like making up some kind of mind. He paired the holy sword on his waist and, whirling, bowed deeply to each of the 2 tombstones and left the deserted graveyard. Sister, mother. I was lost for a long time. But now I understand. People and things from the past, no matter how much they are immersed, will never come back. I am an adventurer. Starting today, I'm going to get back on the adventure trail with my friends. Please put yourselves at ease. Regarding the bounty, after registering with the Zhenjiang Temporary Guild, combined with the 16 Flowers recruitment team and other adventurers' statements, it was possible to judge the number of people in Zhang Qian's squad. So Zhang Serpi leaving the battlefield wouldn't affect the bounty. The protagonist's full-level upgrade experience has been updated to work-related. 113, Kaczynski's getting married. The next day, early morning. Hello, brothers, I'm back. The guild's louvered doors were kicked in. Zhang Serpi gleefully rushes in and performs a sliding shovel, then gets up and spins around. All over the room, all the guild women gave him looks of disgust. But Zhang Serpi doesn't care. At a glance, he saw Zhang Qian and his group of 3, gathered in front of their private table. With an arrow step, young Sulpi rushed to the crowd. Hey, your rejuvenated LSP young Sulpi is here, why don't you give him a welcome? No answer. Jing Qian, Cat Nan Nan and Shin Jingbing, all lay on the table with a shriveled face. Zhang Serpi. Hey, will you guys give a reaction? I'm so embarrassed. Still no response. Zhang Qian is full of dark circles under his eyes, and the cat's usual silky hair in the north and south is in disarray. The most miserable one was Shin Jingbing. Her eyes were listless, her side face was lying on the table, her tongue was hanging out, and she was drooling. For those who don't know, they think she's been written in 20 positive letters. What's wrong with all of you? Zhang Serpi was flabbergasted. Zhang Qian moved his eyeballs with great difficulty and glanced at Zhang Serpi. You're here, run before that guy comes back or you won't be able to run away. That guy? Zhang Serpi froze. Didn't you tell me to come back? What happened? Zhang Qian said in a voice that seemed to be decaying as if it was about to break. Kaksuski is getting married. What the? Zhang Serpi, who cultivated the fire and thunder dual system battle skills, felt that he was struck by lightning in the sky. Kachowski? The biggest on our team? The one with the mustache? Him? Married? Married? Him? Zhang Serpi, who had been single all his life, felt as if he had been strangely humiliated. Yet just then. Bang! The shuttered door was pushed open again. Zhang Qian's trio shivered violently. Gentlemen, last night we fought soundly all night, so enjoyable. Today also please trouble you all, follow me back. WDNM, by what right can you pick up a horse too? Kaksuski walked into the Adventurers Guild with an overwhelming sense of relief. Before he could finish, he saw in his line of sight, Zhang Serpi's twisted and deformed face zooming infinitely. Rumble. Kaczynski's massive body is tackled to the ground by Zhang Serpi. I only saw Zhang Serpi choking his neck and roaring furiously with a sniffle. You guys are only 23 or 24 years old, aren't you? Your big bald head I seem to remember is teenage bald, right? I was the one who shaved your bald head back in the day. How come I'm so handsome and still single at 26? And yet a like you, whose brain cells are all muscle, can find a wife. Why? It's not fair, it's not fair. Damn, I'm so envious. Ahem, Serpi senpai. I'm about to be strangled by you. Underneath Zhang Serpi, Kaksuski has been choked and is white as a sheet, foaming at the mouth. Finally, Zhang Qian reluctantly got up to stop it, and only then did Zhang Serpi howl and let go. Wow. Having only just been picked up by Zhang Qian, Zhang Serpi cried out with a wow. I'm so envious. Zhang Qian. Why is it that such a big can find a wife? I'm not willing to do that. Said, but also took Zhang Qian clothes of the leaf tail ruthlessly hummed a snot. If it were normal, Zhang Qian would have kicked him across the street with a left square stomp, right? And now it's a lifeless face, unresponsive even to being grunted out of the nose. Zhang Qian's face was bloodless, his voice trembled, and he said in a tone as if recalling a lifetime of shadows, yes, not to mention you, I can't figure it out either. Last night this guy said he wanted to have a bachelor party with us, and me, Cat North and South and Xinjiang all went. Isn't this guy an aristocrat? I was expecting a lot of young ladies, who knows, who knows. As Zhang Qian spoke, his shoulders jerked and he actually cried out as well, this party is actually full of big, bare-chested s who are about the same size as him. When Zhang Serpi took a look, his whole body shivered, what? Zhang Qian? With that, she burped, drooling lime green from the corners of her mouth. Keksuski swished up, crossed his arms and shook his pectoral muscles and droned, guys can't do it, the body is the essence of the fight, how can you admit defeat at this level? Since I'm on the team, I'm responsible for running your bodies properly. 3 years. With the fitness techniques that have been passed down from generation to generation in my Karcher family, I guarantee that within 3 years, I will have you all in as good of shape as I am. Zhang Serpi. He turned back to Zhang Qian and asked, is it too late for me to quit the team? How could Zhang Qian have the heart to pay attention to him? Looking at Keksuski's side-spreading pecs, Zhang Qian had already thought of what it would look like in 3 years' time when both himself and the women in his team had a full set of tendons, suntan lotion smeared all over their bodies, and Arakawa lines all over their faces. What the hell are you doing with a live-action version of JoJo? Karcher, if that kind of thing last night happens again, I'll tell Zhao Aotian that your kid molested me. Zhang Qian said with a straight face. Kaczynski shivered, but I'm doing it for your own good, I don't want. Zhang Qian drank grimly. Keksuski's entire body instantly stiffened, and he lowered his head in anguish, that's fine, I had planned to spread my Keksuski family's concept of form, which has been passed down from generation to generation, throughout the whole of Chuandong. It seems that this task will have to be left to my offspring to accomplish. Zhang Qian. Seriously, if Kawahigashi becomes a country full of s like you who have a body that's better than Van, then it's better to destroy that kind of country, right? Ahem, back to business. Zhang Serpi couldn't take it anymore, he coughed lightly, so, yesterday you urged me to come back quickly, what exactly was the matter? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian reorganized his mood, the fatigue on his face swept away, and said, Karcher you explain. Karcher nodded his head and said, my Karcher family is the only European and Oceanic bloodline noble in Chuandong. My family is extremely concerned about the good bloodlines of their offspring, and I have recently identified a very fine young woman for me to inoculate, marry, and give birth to new offspring with. Zhang Serpi's eyes twitched at the corner of his eyes, why is it that a blind date can be spoken of by you as squarely as an expert discussing the mating of a breeding pig? Karcher blushed grimly, as if a little upset, anyway, I was hoping you all would come with me back to the Karcher family for this family blind date. Zhang Qian frowned, getting married is a good thing, why is it that you don't look too good these days when you mention this to us? As soon as Zhang Serpi was next to him, he also realized that Keksuski's face didn't look right. For a moment, his crumbling psyche was balanced. Oh I see, Karcher, it must be that the woman thinks you're so big and scared, right? Doesn't want to marry you, right? Zhang Serpi said, but also a face of gloating with elbows arching his like corn-block distinctive abdominal muscles, it's okay, we will comfort you lie you see I am so handsome or single, you are so ugly, single is normal law. Kaczynski's face hardened at that comment. He lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong and said, no, not really, the woman is very pleased with me and has expressed a desire to marry me as soon as possible. And I like that girl very much, too, and knew her at first sight. Ugh. Zhang Serpi's face froze. Kaczynski continued, it was my parents. My parents were furious when they learned that I had taken matters into my own hands and stated that I wasn't good enough, and that even if the woman didn't mind, the sense of honor that has been passed down from generation to generation in my Karcher family wouldn't allow the woman to be put at a disadvantage. So this time, by inviting you to my Karcher family, I hope that you fine teammates will prove to my house parents that I am good enough and ready to get married. You. Hearing this Zhang Serpi once again stormed, if not Zhang Qian first time to whoop his shoulders, afraid not now to pull out the knife to cut Keksuski. You presentee. Go to hell. There are still girls who like you when you look so ugly, and you still have a pussy face that I'm not good enough. You ing presentee, I'm so handsome and still can't find a girlfriend, who the are you pretending to be? If you have any conscience at all, I beg you to die now. Alright, stop it. Zhang Qian advised while asking, so Karcher, why don't you let Zhao Aotian prove it? To let us go? Karcher shook his head, Lord Battle King is too busy, and Lord Battle King knows my father, so him going to say good things would only be perceived as favoritism by my father. So, seeing that Zhang Qian was a bit reluctant, Karcher hurriedly, Kaczynski was flabbergasted. Why are these two suddenly so enthusiastic? With that, the group embarked on a carriage to the Karcher family. Only Zhang Qian did not know that this seemingly uneventful trip was the beginning of his lifelong nightmare. 114, Catcher, your mom's awesome. The Karcher family. The only European and Oceanic aristocrat in Kawahigashi. It's originally one of the great nobles of the Subir Empire. 120 years ago, Subi was tricked by Eagle Valley, which led to the division of the entire country and its descent into a long civil war. The ancestors of the Karcher family, who were fugitive nobles, then took refuge in Kawahigashi with their entire family. As there was a lack of martial arts monk types in Kawamoto at the time, and the Karcher family had been martial arts monks for generations, and were also the chief instructors of the royal guards in the former Subi. Plus when they fled, the Karcher family took with them the entire 821 grams of gold nuggets at the treasury level of Subi. Therefore, Kawato accepted the Karcher family and bestowed them with a noble title, specializing in teaching Kawato's young men the combat skills of martial arts monks. To this day, the Karcher family has been an indispensable force in the Kawarthas. The Karcher family had no ambition, and their loyalty and skill was the most powerful guarantee for the Battle King's sect to cultivate the next generation of powerhouses. Therefore, Chuandong had always treated the Karcher family very well. Though as an Euroworlder lineage, Kawaton would not, in principle, give any real power to the Karcher lineage, nor would it allow its clansmen to participate in politics. However, in terms of status, the Karcher family was even above the sovereign house that only knew how to engage in internal struggles, and its annual budget was as high as the four had just gotten out of the carriage. Zhang Qian and Zhang Serpi then let out a redneck gasp. It is a huge estate covering an area of 40 hectares. Behind the ornately decorated gate, one could see the mansion garden that was vast enough to be described with the word vast. Private gardens, private vegetable farms, private pools, and even a private golf course. The huge mansion, which covers an area of 4.6 hectares, is situated in the center and has an overall beige color in 3 floors. From the gate to the mansion, the granite puff road is lined with well-manicured dwarf fir trees. There were as many as 20 or 30 servants who maintained the lawn plants outside alone. Zhang Serpi and Zhang Qian both looked at Kaksuski, who had gotten down from the horseman's seat and was wearing a tuxedo. After a long time, the two of them cursed in their hearts in unison, "Dog big money. Gentlemen, please follow me in." Kaksuski looked like a changed man, courteously leading his party into the mansion. Sure enough, the mansion was configured exactly as it was remembered. Every time the five passed by, the servants would put down their work and bow and salute, "Welcome young lord." Push opened the gate of the mansion. Zhang Qian couldn't help but mentally exclaim, "Wow, golden legend." Gold walls, carafe crystal lamps, quartz tiles, even the floors are laced with onyx. The grand staircase leading to the second floor is finely carved from centuries-old mahogany. How much did it cost to furnish this hall alone? Zhang Qian felt that he was really a poor man. Granted, Roosevelt's head hadn't been turned in yet, and the rewards for the battle with the princess rescue hadn't been handed out. But just counting these rewards, compared to the Karcher family, one really is no different from a beggar. The world of the rich is really unreadable. Father, mother, the child is back. Pushing open the door to the parlor, Kaksuski was exuberantly greeting. However, he'd only taken one step through the gate. A round, blackened lump then flew through the air. The blow came so suddenly that Kaczynski was too careless to flash. There was a loud bang of dang. Kaksuski's entire face was dented by the shot. Vomit wah. The strong man, who was nearly 2 meters tall, was slapped by this blow like an electric fan flying and spinning backwards, and heavily hit the wall. The wall left an Egyptian fresco-like crater on the spot. What's the situation? The four men fixed their eyes toward the parlor. Only to see that inside the dimly lit parlor, a middle-aged man with the physique of a brown bear, who looked very much like Kaksuski, was holding 2 dumbbells made of mountain brass, frantically performing muscle training for his arms. Each dumbbell was the size of a human torso, and they all had the words, 5T, written boldly on them.
Every time he lifted his hand, sweat shot out of his pores on his ultra-thick arms, which were covered in tan-colored sweaty hair. The moment you lift a dumbbell, you can even see its biceps, which are larger than a human head, quivering with frantic spasms as they absorb the force. This middle-aged man did 5 more ups and downs before casually tossing the dumbbells. Gonzo! The whole house shuddered as the dumbbell fell to the floor, and half of it embedded itself into the floor. Take a close. There was also hair on his head, rooted down like Vegeta. The man grabbed the water bottle next to him. It was a 1.5-liter kettle. Such a large kettle, in contrast to his huge hand, instead looked a bit miniature like Mrs. Meditation oral liquid. 1.5 liters of water in one drink. The man wiped his mouth, his eyes gleaming toward Katsuki outside the house. "Oh my foolish son, what is the matter with your scrawny frame? How can you be so weak to deserve the favor His Majesty the Emperor has bestowed on my Karcher family? How dare you have the face to come back? Can you stand up to the admonition that has been passed down through generations of the Karcher family?" There was no doubt that this man was Katsuki's father, the current head of the Katsuki family. A group of 4 people had long been staring at each other in disbelief. Zheng Qian's eyes are almost bursting out of their sockets. "Karcher, has your family been exposed to nuclear radiation before? How the hell does a person have to grow to be almost 3 meters tall?" Kaczynski's physique, which used to look unbelievably fit, became a complete dwarf and Snow White in front of his father. Zheng Qian compared it. Standing on her own tiptoes, the top of her head barely reached his navel. "Yes, I'm sorry, Lord Father, child has disgraced you." The 7-bloodied Katsuki stood up with difficulty and said in a hurry, "This time, my child came back, is to introduce my child's teammates to my Lord Father. They're all excellent adventurers, the rising stars of Kawaga and Ao." Ho ho ho? As soon as Karcher's father heard this, his eyes glowed, and his razor-sharp vision was the first to cast a glance at Zheng Qian, who was at the forefront. Zheng Qian, who had been psychologized last night, shivered in fear. "WDNM, don't look at me, ah. So it's Inuyasha's teammate." Karcher's dad walked towards Zheng Qian. With each step, the ground shook loudly. He extended his hand to Zheng Qian and said, "Looks like you're the captain? My doggy son is incompetent and has caused you trouble on weekdays, so please bear with me." "Ha?" Zheng Qian froze. Could it be that Karcher's dad was the type to be strict with his upbringing and lenient with others? The gentleness was nothing like what one would expect. Zheng Qian was all of it stunned for a while. Wherever, Karcher is a great teammate and we are often under his care. After figuring this out, Zheng Qian then let down his guard and shook hands with Karcher's dad. That said, it's a big ing hand. I can't believe I can only hold 2 of his fingers. Just when Zheng Qian thought that all was well, Karcher, his father's eyes suddenly erupted into 2 streams of brilliant light. "Whom?" Only to see him shouting loudly, his grip on Zheng Qian's hand fiercely exerted force. "That power is..." Zheng Qian's nerves instantly collapsed to the extreme. A huge force comparable to a 100-ton car scrapping press bed came from his hand. Trenching. Truth. Zheng Qian hurriedly checked his attributes. Target, humanity. Class, elite species human. Breeding value, very high. HP, 1876-1876. MP, 4343. AP, 219-219. Power, 6184. Physical defense, 86. Magic, 21. Magic defense, 21. Perception, 21. Combined agility, 21. This guy, all his attributes are on strength? 6100 plus power? War King Roosevelt used beast blood boiling and his power only barely broke 5,000. Between thoughts, Zheng Qian felt the strength in his hands grow. Although, catcher, your mom is awesome. 115, they're all naming geeks. Mother Sama. It wasn't until Katsuki said this that Zheng Qian was sure that this was really his old mom. About 165 tall, petite, willowy and waspish hips. The sunlight from the window sprinkled on her body, and her winsome skin seemed to reflect a hazy glow. Black hair and black pupils, jade eyes so transparent that it seemed as if they could drip water. Externally, it looks almost like an 18-year-old Oriental girl, with no such thing as lines or crow's feet at all. Extrapolating from Karcher's age, his mom would have to be at least 40 to be right. It's no longer as simple as freezing your age at all. Ah ma'am, you're just wonderful.
Next to him, Zhang Serpi could no longer help but mumble. Hearing this, Karcher's father's face stiffened violently, but he didn't say anything and let go of Zhang Qian. "Oh, just having a little fun with the youngsters, no need to be alarmed, ma'am," Karcher his father intimated. With a soft smile like the spring sun on his face, Karcher's mom said to Zhang Qian and the others, "Husband is too obsessed with fitness. If I have offended, I would like to ask you all to take care of me, and think of the—" Zhang Serpi stared at Karcher's mom's proud chest, and just when he wanted to say something, he was strangled by Zhang Qian and stifled his words. "Zhang Qian, gentlemen, let me introduce, this is my family's father, Kaksuski II." Karcher paused and soldiered on, giving his father's full name, Karcheski Raslobwansky. "Zhang Qian. This is the mother of the family, Kachersky Early Finky Kitty. Zhang Qian. Your grandpa and your grandpa were real naming geniuses. I've kind of learned that there's not a single normal person's name in the world." Zhang Qian settled his mind, "Then again, after knowing you for so long, I still don't know your full name. Karcher, what's your full name?" Karcher froze, then reacted to the fact that he had indeed never given his full name. He coughed lightly and said, "My full name is Kachersky Hunshin Bushev. Zhang Qian. Where you're not feeling well, I'll give you a couple punches. Can't you give me a name from the realm of the living? So your family's taste in naming has been passed down from generation to generation?" The heart-tired Zhang Qian sighed and readjusted his thoughts. "Your son has excelled in the ranks, so please rest assured, uncle." Hearing this, Karcher's father let out a cold snort and said in a rather disgusted manner, "Captain Zhang Qian's great name is actually something I've heard from Zhao Aotian as well. I saw it today, and it really lives up to its name. You may not harbor your canine son, I know my own seed, and what virtue it is," he said, and gave Kaksuski a sidelong glance. Kaksuski instantly lowered his head with a grimace. "Yes. I'm sorry, Father Sama, my child was unable to fight for the family's honor. Humph, just so you know." After finishing his speech, Karcher's father redirected his admiring gaze back to Zhang Qian. "Captain Zhang Qian is young and talented. It is a pity that my eldest daughter is already on marriage leave and my second daughter has not yet reached adulthood. If not for that, I would have liked to make a marriage with you, but alas and alack. Of course, if Captain Zhang Qian is willing to wait for 10 years, until my second daughter is 28 years old before marrying you, that is also a good choice. Captain Zhang Qian, what do you think? This muscle Godzilla is serious." Looking at his gleaming gaze, Zhang Qian couldn't help but be jolted. Let's start with a look at Karcher in all his lanky muscles. Zhang Qian couldn't help but have an effeminate version of Karcher pop up in his head. And then imagine yourself pinned down by this effeminate version of Karcher. "Husband, tonight, old lady is going to fight you soundly all night." "Ah, no, hot brain. This horse made into a movie to the relevant departments to review. I guess it can be reviewed out of a PG 100, meaning that children under 100 years old are not allowed to watch. It sounds tempting, but I'll waive it," Zhang Qian politely said. Snap. At this time, the frosty Karcher's mother gently clapped her hands and said gently, "All right, husband, don't joke around, son, just take these friends of yours for a casual stroll to familiarize yourself with the environment. It's just as well that the Tsong family is coming to talk about marriage tonight, so let's all have dinner together then." Poof. Karcher's father snorted coldly, clearly disdainful of Karcherowski. "As I see it, this incompetent brat is more than likely going to disgrace my family." These words made Kaksuski lower his head in some shame. "Husband, cut the crap." Karcher's mom secretly pinched the flesh of Karcher's dad's rear end. Karcher's father blushed, which made him stop. "Then gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, by the way, I almost forgot," Karcher's dad said, walking over to Zhang Serpi. Zhang Serpi's body stiffened. Only to see Karcher his father reveal a kind smile. "Zhang-yi, is it? The genius who fell 6 years ago. I've heard about you for a long time. It's good to see you today. Nice to meet you. Let's shake hands." "You've heard a lot about me?" Zhang Serpi froze. Spinning around, the whole thing floated. "Hey, someone still remembers my name? I guess I used to be really." He hastily shook off his bangs and frankly reached out to shake his hand. Where, it's just a false name, let's say it first, the signature I don't." Yelp. He was in the middle of his sentence when he suddenly screamed. The huge palm of his hand lashed out. Zhang Serpi vaguely heard his palm bones were pinched with a mournful sound. "Fix your eyes again." Only to see the nearly 3-meter-tall giant crouch down like a tank, with a nuclear goodness smile on his face, and put his face close to zero distance. "My missus is pretty hot, isn't she? I'm telling you, the next time you boys speak out of turn, I'll crush your dog's head like a grape, got it?" Zhang Serpi.
Big brother, I was wrong. Big brother, spare my life.
Let's make you learn a lesson this time first. Don't. Karcher's father's 5 fingers, full of smiles, tucked in gently. Ka-pow.
The entire Karcher manor resounded with Zhang Serpi's heart-rending screams.
Put. Zhang Qian, who was watching this from the side, couldn't help but laugh out loud.
The immobile Karcher's mom couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile as she watched the scene. Era, what a great relationship, already good friends. The manor was filled with a joyous atmosphere and the mournful cries of Zhang Serpi for a while.
116, Karcher's sister.
Zhang Qian accompanied Karcher as he walked through the manor.
The more places he travels, the more Zhang Qian can realize what poverty limits my imagination.
Whoever he saw would salute himself, and every corner of the large 40-hectare estate was immaculately cleaned.
There are ponds, pools, and even a private amusement park. The level of luxury made Zhang Qian wonder if this mansion could buy a guild?
This mansion was granted by the king of Chuandong when great-grandfather came to Chuandong. The market selling price is around 18 million gold coins. This is the price back then. It's definitely more than that if it's now. Kaksuski said, reaching out and gently touching the leaves of the fruit tree. This is the ancestral home that has been passed down from generation to generation in my Kaksuski family, and it is the best proof of our allegiance to Chuandong.
Meow. Look, doggy, meow, this apple is so big, meow. Cats north and south happily scurry through the trees as if they were walking.
Xin Jingbing, on the other hand, was sitting under the shade of a tree with a face of enjoyment, reading her favorite literary books and magazines.
Zhang Qian looked at the amiable scene. Is there some kind of conflict between your father and you?
At these words, Kaksuski's body shuddered. After a long time, he sighed, no, not really. My father Sama has had high hopes for me since I was a child, and when I was a child, he would always give me the best. Even now it's the same, even though he keeps chastising me with his mouth. As soon as I need help, he's the first to do everything he can to help me. I was the one who failed the tradition passed down from generation to generation of the Karcher family, and failed him by not becoming a strong martial arts monk like him.
Oh?
Zhang Qian carefully measured Kaksuski's eyes. There really wasn't a trace of hatred for his father in his eyes. There was even a hint of gratitude in the conversation. Seems to really respect his father. Don't beat yourself up.
Well. Zhang Qian looked at his secretly clenched fists.
You can see that he'd love to take it out on the tree next to him, but is clearly too scared to throw a punch.
The reason, Zhang Qian can probably guess.
The family teachings that have been passed down from generation to generation in my Karcher family do not allow me to do this.
Presumably for reasons similar to this? Brother Zhang Qian.
Kaksuski turned his head sideways and squared his shoulders. This time I came back, not only for my marriage to Miss Tsang, but more than that, I wanted to prove to my father that I'm already a man of the world. So, for the blind date at the dinner tonight, I was hoping you could help me. When Zhang Qian heard this, he was a bit helpless. Hey, let me say it first, I came to eat for that 500 gold coins. It's okay to ask me to say something nice. After all, the cleaners can't break the family business, this kind of thing more, still have to rely on your own. I'm just to come to dabble with the money. Karcher froze and shook his head with a bitter smile. I really envy you, being able to live so purely. With you, it always feels like life is especially easy. I also wish to be like you, to always live freely. But don't worry, the money will definitely be less. What's that supposed to mean? Talking about money hurts your feelings? Am I the kind of person who only looks at money? Zhang Qian said, tiptoed up and patted his burly shoulder, and continued. But I don't have any feelings with you, so it's better to talk about money directly. Kaksuski smiled at him and didn't say anything, his eyes full of NMP. Zhang Qian also laughed, his eyes full of you bite me? The atmosphere was harmonious. However, right at this moment, Zhang Qian suddenly realized a problem. Where did Zhang Serpi go? As soon as this statement was made, Kaczynski also realized something was wrong. This kid, it seems like Zhang Qian disappeared after he cured his hand that was crushed by Karcher's dad. It's not possible that my Karcher family's mansion, which has been passed down from generation to generation, is too big for him to get lost, is it? Zhang Qian was also puzzled. It wouldn't be abducted by a bad guy, right? No, he is the bad guy. Karcher wondered, so could it be that the good guys called the police and took them? Just as the two were puzzled. Clunk. Over at the mansion, there was the sudden sound of glass shattering, and a scream that resounded through the sky. The two men looked back. Only a large piano smashed through the wall, and at the same time, flying out of the window, there was also a snotty Zhang Serpi.
only to see him screaming miserably, being slapped on the ground by this piano of at least 4 or 500 kilograms, twitching a few times and not moving. 10 minutes ago. Wow, that big went down so cocky and hard. Zhang Serpi flung his arms around as he wandered through the Karcher mansion. The fact that Karcher's dad had crushed his own hand made young Therpy very extremely as well as exceptionally upset. At the time he let go, my arms were twisted into udon noodles, can you believe it? If it weren't for Zhang Xian, I wouldn't have cracked it. Can't let go of this big only. Zhang Serpi has always been a no, I am not balanced in my heart. Zhang Serpi carefully bypassed all the servants and furtively wandered around the large mansion. Is there a safe or something? Or used cucumbers or something? If I don't do something for you today, how can I lose face? Zhang Serpi mapped out room after room. However, because the Karcher family's servants were so hardworking that they searched both floors without success. Just when Zhang Serpi was getting a little tired of it. On the 3rd floor, he found a pink, made-up door with all kinds of bows and frilly edges. What's with the girly door? So cute. Could it be that? Zhang Serpi's 5 senses were twisted into a funny face. That's right, no matter how tough you are outside, you have to have a married life, otherwise how can you have a son and 2 daughters? Not to mention the wife is so hot. Hiya hiya hiya. Kachowski Raslabwansky, let's see what kind of tricks you and your wife usually play, shall we? When the time comes, I'll pick some more props and bring them out in public, I wonder how you'll look. Thinking of this, Zhang Serpi rushed to put the door with an arrow step. Spin. Bang. The pink bilateral door was violently pushed open. However, what awaited Zhang Serpi was not some wooden horse, candles, ropes, whips and other indescribable things. Rather, the bright rooms were snow white and dreamlike. The breeze from the window ruffled the sheer curtains, adding a touch of haze to the young girl's beautiful face. Only in the center of the room, a huge piano was placed. Sitting in front of the piano was a young girl in a white dress that matched the white of the room in general. The young girl looked to be only 6 or 7 years old, full of childishness, with a pair of gem-like eyes that were staring at the keys with a sense of wonder. Ah, this. Zhang Serpi's heart wrenched violently. Damn it, it's the heartbeat. The young girl didn't move a muscle, like a doll finely carved by a master, her white skin radiating a vague white glow in the sunlight from the window. Beautiful, sacred, so that one cannot even have evil thoughts. Look at this 6 or 7-year-old girl. Zhang Serpi only felt a suffocation like a lack of oxygen in his chest. Dig it, that's just too damn cute, isn't it? Uncle Dan, who are you? The girl noticed Zhang Serpi's presence and asked with a muttered pink mouth. Zhang Serpi's heart rate collapsed to 200 at once. Little sister, don't be afraid, Uncle Dan is not a good guy, yuck, bad guy. He drooled and walked in with an evil grin like a zombie. Combined with the words of at least Catcher's dad, I assume this is the youngest daughter of the Catcher family? Wow, how did that who's bigger than a cotto beast give birth to such a beautiful daughter? Little sister, what's your name? My name is Catcherski Yumekowa Kuko. Yumegawa Kuko? Zhang Serpi froze and looked at her dress. Oh, yes, she does have no pants on. Little sister, what are you doing here alone? When Zhang Serpi said this, the young girl immediately revealed a slight loss of color. She lowered her head and muttered in aggravation, Mommy and Daddy don't let me run around, I can only go out to play for 3 hours a day, and I can only stay in this room during the week. What? Karcher's dad is actually this deranged? House arresting his own daughter? Oh, I get it. He must be one of those scumbag nobles who lock up their daughters, raise them, and then force them to marry other nobles in exchange for power as dog thieves. Good wow, I didn't realize that you, the giant who looks like a naive batch, actually had such underhanded behavior. I, Minotaur warrior Jungsepi, do not agree. Thinking of this, Zhang Serpi approached cautiously over and over again, while comforting, Egu, my little baby, you must be in pain, being locked up in a place like this. However, the young girl shook her head, I'm just a little bored, but the thought of competing for my father's honor makes me practice hard every day too. What are you practicing? Piano practice. Zhang Serpi heard, had wanted to say, then you sit on Uncle's lap to play to Uncle to listen to it, okay I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Yet the next second, Zhang Serpi's worldview was shattered. The young girl was seen grasping the corner of the piano with one hand and then gently lifting it up. The piano, which was more than 10 times her size and weighed at least 400 or 500 kilograms, was lifted over her head as if it weighed nothing.
My dad wouldn't let me into the gym, saying that girls can't play with boys' equipment and have to learn something literary like a girl, so he bought me this piano. I have practiced piano every day in order to be as strong as my dad. Is this how piano was originally practiced? Ah. I get it. There's not a single sane person in this Karcher family. Did Newton Einstein have a grudge against you or something? Wait a minute. Who were Newton and Einstein? Between thoughts, the young girl's gaze became wary. Uncle Dan, you were smiling so lewdly and drooling when you came in just now, you must be one of those perverts Dad was talking about, right? No, Daddy said you must blow up perverts when you see them, Uncle Dan, I'm going to blow you up. Hey, wait a minute Aowa. It was too late for Zhang Serpi to say anything else. The piano was zooming infinitely out of sight with the speed of a cannonball. Bang! 117, you're such a gift giver. Into the night. With the estate lights lit up. In front of the long table of the glorious banquet hall, Zheng Qian's group and Karcher's parents were seated. The 20-meter-long banquet table was covered with a snow-white tablecloth, on which 6 3-forked candlesticks were placed at equal intervals. Together with the wall sconces that surrounded the circle and the carafe crystal chandelier in the ceiling, the ornately decorated room was brightly lit. All that was left to do was to wait for Kaksuski's blind date, Mist Song and her entourage, to arrive, and then dinner could be served. Karcher, who had always preferred bare shoulders, wore a straight tuxedo today, black, slimming, the same style as his dad. Zheng Qian was a bit curious. Where's the master who made his dad's suit? He must be good with his hands. That thing looks like a sack on me, but it's just right on these two. Ugh. Suit tightening up again? Looks like the old man's muscles have grown again. Karcher's dad held his muscles hard, his otherwise loose suit instantly stretched taut. Don't blow it, you've blown 6 of them this year. Karcher's mom reached out lovingly and straightened Karcher's dad's collar. Wife, you're so sweet. Karcher's dad drowned her and kissed her on the forehead. Zheng Qian saw it clearly. That mouth is going to be open enough to fit her whole head in. I don't know how these two couples got together. Zheng Qian. Next to him, Kaksuski twisted uncomfortably and said, these clothes are so uncomfortable, they're a bit tight. Zheng Qian's face turned green when he heard it. I'm warning you, you don't want to boink me. Karcher's father stole a sidelong glance at Kaczynski, disgust in his eyes. But Song Clan's messenger group has arrived. Just then, several carriages stopped outside the banquet hall door amidst the pronouncements of the deacon outside. From above came down about a dozen young female attendants. Some are wearing maid outfits supposed to be maids. Some of the swords are supposed to be guards. After this group of female attendants were lined up 2 abreast, the most central, and most lavishly adorned carriage opened. A pair of crystal heels stretched out from under the pleated, rippled skirt, stepping lightly onto the bright red carpet. The moment the young girl appeared, it was as if this cold winter night instantly turned warm. Black silk like a waterfall, in the moonlight can be vaguely refracted star luster. The figure was small but not too slender, and the steps were full of aristocratic nobility, and with each step, it was as if the red carpet was blooming with green lotus. Zheng Qian couldn't help but draw in a breath of cool air. Just how good does it take DNA to produce a daughter as beautiful as this? Open to the truth. Fruity. Breeding value, extremely high. Humans are inferior creatures. So far, of all the humans Zheng Qian had seen, there were only a few that could get extremely high breeding value. Wow, Karcher the pussy is so blessed with lust. Zheng Serpi, who was on the side, crumbled with envy and jealousy. Surrounded by a group of female attendants, the Tsang family's eldest young lady entered the banquet hall, lifting her skirt and saluting, long live uncle and aunt. When the truck's father saw this, his face immediately smiled like a chrysanthemum. Oh big daughter, you're here, quickly get on the seat. Uncle, wait a moment. Miss Kane's family turned and ran to Kaksuski, who was behind Kaksuski's father. Kaczynski, too, saw this and greeted it with a spring in his eye and excitement. Oh Ao-san. Oh Mr. Karcher. The 2 men met at once, clasping all 4 hands with the speed of a crash, and gazing at each other with torched eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many people here, Zheng Qian had no doubt that the 2 of them would have had to fight boinking for half a day. Come on, is it really okay that your bodies are so different? Big sister, you stand straight mouth only to his navel there. You 2 are going to get married and you're not afraid that if Karcher rolls over in the middle of the night, he'll be able to squirt your large and small intestines out of your ass? Karcher's dad's face went green at the sight, and his look at Karcher's sky became even more disgusted.
I've missed you, Miss Song. Mr. Karcher, how has the adventure been? Have you been injured?
I go to the church every day to pray for you, worrying that if anything happens to you, I won't live. Oh, please rest assured, Miss Song, although it is very hard, every time I think of you, my heart is filled with strength.
Mr. Karcher, I can't believe you're thinking of me like this. Please don't say it, it's so mean. TVB in the 1980s wouldn't even use this kind of line, okay? Almost got it, sinner, how much time are you going to hold up Miss Song?
Karcher's dad couldn't look away and spoke up to stop it. Only then did the two part reluctantly. And with that, everyone took their seats.
The Truck family and Zhang Qian's group made one side.
Miss Song and her entourage sat on the other side.
It's different from the imagined saber rattling.
As a rule, whether it's a Netflix article, a movie, a TV show or a fandango, the atmosphere should be saber rattling when it comes to a marriage party.
And it's not here.
Zhang Qian unexpectedly found that the atmosphere of the banquet was very harmonious. Kaczynski and Ms. Pale were looking at each other fondly for 8 out of 10 seconds. For his part, Karcher's father and mother looked at him and nodded once, their eyes 12 times more pleased with the girl whose name was Song.
The party begins. Various luxurious dishes were served in turn.
Miss Song curiously said, Mr. Karcher, you have quite a number of new faces around you, are they your fellow adventurers?
Kaczynski laughed, yes, they are all my excellent teammates, this is Captain Zhang Qian, assassin and outputter Cat North and South, Center Zhang Serpi, and defender Shin Jingbing.
So it is. Miss Song elegantly rose and courteously raised her wineglass, thank you, Mr. and Ms. Excellent Adventurers, for taking such good care of Karcher, I can't thank you enough. By the way, let me introduce myself.
Zhang Qian listened intently.
A woman as beautiful as this must have a great name, right? At least don't be like the Karcher family who don't have a normal human name. Miss Song cleared her throat and said in a voice as cool as the moon, my name is Song Ying, and my father is the director of the General Taxation Bureau of Chuandong King City.
Bang.
As soon as Song Ying's words fell, Zhang Qian's white eyes rolled over and he directly fell to the ground on his back with a stool.
The cat went up north and south.
Zhang Qian, the Candle Dragon Emperor, whose attributes override those of Leviathan, the final boss of the dungeon, actually had his AP cleared.
It's being alive and pissed off.
Before passing out, Zhang Qian only had time to say one sentence in his head.
Damn, can we get some young people's names?
It's okay, guys, it's okay. After 3 seconds of unconsciousness, Zhang Qian gasped for air and sat up again, everyone continue, I'm just having a low blood sugar offense. He said, tearing off a turkey leg from the table in a hurry. Song Ying also froze for a while and didn't care, quickly resuming her previous elegant smile.
Song Ying's smile was like 100 flowers blooming. She spoke, is Mr. Zhang Qian? HM?
Yes, it's me, Miss Fly, Ying. Mr. Karcher told me that his fellow adventurers will be here tonight, and here, I have prepared some small gifts for you as well. I hope that you will take care of Mr. Karcher in the future, after all, he is the person that I have decided to entrust for life.
What? A gift? I like it.
Where, look at his muscles, Karcher, he's the only one who takes care of me, my little body, without him I'd be dead already? Zhang Qian laughed out loud as he finished speaking.
Song Ying smiled and immediately ordered her attendant to deliver the long-prepared gift box to Zhang Qian's table. It was a very ornately decorated wooden box. It even has an emerald set on it. This emerald alone is worth at least 100 gold coins. Digging in, the meal was worth it.
Not bothering to wipe the chicken drumstick oil on his hands, Zhang Qian opened the gift box with gusto.
Wow, golden legend.
The moment he opened the gift box, Zhang Qian was almost blinded by the golden light.
Yet again, fix your eyes on it.
Zhang Qian's face instantly pulled longer than Changbai Mountain.
Song Ying smiled and said, it is often said that an adventurer's time is life, so I think this gift is most appropriate. I wonder if you like it?
Zhang Qian's face, at the moment, was like being fed 3 pounds of dog, as if he had lost his mother, he returned, like. Just see the gift box, is it at least 150 grams of pure gold, and 20 grams of fine gold made of
pocket watch. Send the bell?
You're quite the gift giver.
Zhang Qian only felt a heavenly rotation.
White eyes rolled over, plopped down on the ground, and was alive and backed up again.
Now I finally know why you're looking at Karcher. Well, in a sense you two are in the same category. 118, Father, let's duel.
Cat north and south endeavored to pinch for 10 minutes, and only then did Zheng Qian barely awaken. The dinner continues. Katsuki and Song Ying had a hot conversation. People didn't bother them. But the look on his dad's face, Karcher, was getting harder and harder. My eldest daughter, then again, why don't we see my in-laws and my mother? Karcher's dad asked. Song Ying courteously sidled up to him and addressed him squarely. My father traveled to the Tianshan country on business to seek political assistance for an operation in a month and a half. Mother is also training urgently for this, striving to be able to rush into the little Battle King realm before then. Oh so, then this marriage? My father and mother have already said that they trust my judgment, so this betrothal is left entirely to my personal judgment. Karcher's dad's face hardened when he heard this. He hesitated for a long time, and finally muffled the red wine in his goblet in one mouthful, before saying, Big daughter, I've known your father since we were kids, and I was actually going to talk to him about it. You are, after all, a latecomer, not to mention that you're still a party to this, so it's not quite appropriate to say some things to you. Song Ying laughed. It's fine, uncle, but there's no harm in saying so. So, I'll get right to it, yo? Karcher's dad paused, and next to him Karcheski's face turned ugly for a moment. He continued, Great daughter, I am against this marriage. Lord Father, Mist Song and I love each other with all our hearts. As if guessing his father would say that, Katsuki slapped the table almost as soon as he finished speaking. Sincerely in love? Karcher, his father, rose slowly. A whopping 3 meters above sea level almost made the top of his head touch the crystal lamp. Standing tall, his father of appalling physique looked down upon him, as lofty and unshakable as the look down of the gods of Mount Olympus. So what if you truly love each other? Are you capable of being a good husband, a good father? As my teammates can attest, I've been. Do you think that I would not know what you called your teammates here for today? Do you really think I'm a cutie? Karcher's dad slammed the table and the whole table shook violently. Want your teammates to prove what you do on a regular basis and tell the old man that you're already a top man? Isn't that right? Childish. If you really have topped yourself, why do you need your teammates to help prove it? Karcher family head, your son he really. My family's business, Captain Zheng Qian, please don't interrupt. Zheng Qian was just about to say something when Karcher's father pushed him back raw. It seems that Karcher's dad saw through Kachowski's thoughts from the beginning. A simple sentence completely bankrupted the setup that Kachowski had spent the cost of 2,000 gold coins to bring in his teammates to help him. Uncle. Song Ying hurriedly said, I love Karcher because of love, not because of anything else, whether he is good or not, I love him, I don't care about the rest. I care. Karcher's father had already disregarded tearing his face at this moment. My Karcher family has inherited the idea of a strong man for generations, and Miss Song is so excellent that she is a top-notch good woman when looking at the whole of Chuandong. In turn, look at you. Karcher's dad grabbed Kaczynski by the arm. The arm that was like steel casting and copper pouring in Zhang Qian's opinion, now in his huge palm, was set off like a withered branch, and easily lifted his feet off the ground. Can you call this kind of thing a muscle? My biceps aren't as developed as my abs, and they're soft when you squeeze them. Have you been working out consistently on a regular basis or not? The weight ratio is also seriously off. As a matter of fact, at your size, you should be 140 kilograms at least, and I feel like I'm hanging on to even 120 when I lift it. Mist Song is such an excellent girl, with a body as weak as yours. How can you cover for him? What qualifications do you have to marry a girl as outstanding as Mist Song? Karcher's father's words made Zheng Qian and the others who were in the first let listen. It is never the old husband who dislikes his son-in-law for this and that, but today the eunuch in turn dislikes his own son for not being worthy of other people's daughters. What kind of routine is this? I've really opened my eyes with a pocket knife to my ass. Uncle. Song Ying finally couldn't sit still. Back then, if it wasn't for Katsuki's desperate attempt to save me, I'm afraid that I would have already. Katsuki is the bravest person I've ever seen in my life. His muscles, his lines, are perfect in my opinion. Be reasonable, can you guys stop saying the word muscle? I can close my eyes right now and see a bunch of S with suntan lotion on them. Zheng Qian shook his head hard, trying to shake out the strange images in his head. Mist Song. Carried in his hands, Katsuki was already in hot tears. The events of the past slid by like a walk in the park. Back then, when Song Ying was traveling to the southern city to further her education, she was kidnapped by kobolds into a cave. And as it happened, Karcher was returning from a mission to hunt cotto beasts at the time. All of his teammates were killed in action, with only Karcher surviving, and with scars all over his body. As a matter of fact, Karcher had no obligation to save Song Ying at all. The kobolds were extremely numerous and in their own holes, so a hasty rescue would be fatal. But even so, Karcher still put down his loot and broke into the goblin cave alone to save Song Ying, who was about to be defiled by the goblins. It was this encounter that brought Song Ying and Kaczynski together.
I disagree.
As if possessed, Karcher's father droned, "My Karcher family has inherited the family's teachings for generations, and muscle is everything. With his muscles he can't protect you at all, Song did daughter, you're a good girl, I can't let my incompetent son hold you back." With that, he shook Kaczynski in his hand with force, "Look, he's in my hands, and he doesn't even dare to resist.
How does such a cowardly man deserve you?"
"But, uncle."
"Stop it." Song Ying was about to step forward to stop it.
Karcher's dad slammed the table in anger.
"It doesn't matter if this doesn't shoot."
Overpowering, the palm actually collapsed the long table, and the entire room shook violently as a result. Where could the soft Song Ying withstand this kind of shock, falling on her but to the ground?
Just then. Clunk.
The crystal lamp on the ceiling was actually shaken and crashed down. And below, it was Song Ying who had fallen to the ground.
It's a disaster. It's too late.
The suddenness of the scene was more than even Karcher's his dad expected.
Yet just in the nick of time. Clunk. The glass chandelier smashed into a broad, strong back. The suit was cut, revealing muscles refined to the core.
Song Ying, who had fallen to the ground holding his head, carefully opened his eyes. When the body as thick as a city wall came into sight, a mist of water sprang into her jewel-like eyes.
"I knew that you would come to my rescue, Kaczynski."
Kaczynski actually broke free of his father in the nick of time and rushed up to block the falling crystal lamp with his body. Karcher's dad froze in place, looking at his empty hand, and actually looked a little incredulous for a moment. "Father, I wanted to prove it with words, to show you in a peaceful way that I have not failed you, but you were too stubborn. For the sake of my love, please forgive me for going around in such a big circle and ending up having to prove myself in the same way the Karcher family has done for generations."
A strong battle spirit emanated from Karcher's body.
The candles and lamps in the room swayed violently in this rolling wariness. "Gentlemen, please follow me, or else you might get caught in the wave later, yo." Karcher's mom very calmly carried a cup of black tea and came behind Jing Qian's group. The cup of black tea, which she had picked up early at the last second before the table was smashed. Jing Qian was at a loss, and then he looked at the way Karcher and his dad were arguing with each other.
"What the hell is this?"
"That said, I haven't had a chance to eat that turkey just now, that thing is so expensive, 1 gold coin and 60 silver coins apiece."
"Ho ho ho, I didn't expect that you, the unproductive sinful son, actually has 3 bones, wanting to challenge my father? Please forgive my rudeness, father. Since you have been disapproving, I can only seize your position as head of the family. This is for Ms. Song."
Kaczynski said, pulling off his suit with one hand as easily as pulling cotton. "Don't worry, when I'm the head of the family, I'll be sure to honor you and my mother." A fierce light appeared in his father's eyes. "The rules inherited from generation to generation of the Karcher family. The heir can declare war on the head of the family, and victory can take the head of the family's position, while defeat will result in being blown out of the family.
Do you consider, oh my foolish son, a challenge to my 1,000-hammered body?" Boom! Karcher's dad's whole body shook.
The loose suit instantly exploded into rags, even the pants of the suit pants were shredded, leaving only a small section of the crotch portion of the pants remaining like boxer shorts. His muscles, after all, were even more exaggerated than they had been in the gym during the day. One bicep alone was a full 50-kilogram portion, swollen almost to the point of bursting through the skin.
Yet where was the earlier cowering in Kaczynski's eyes?
"I am an adventurer, and today, the subject of my adventure is..."
"Father, I will issue a housemaster challenge. Turn back." Kaczynski leaned down to look at Song Ying behind him. With tears in her eyes, Song Ying gazed trustingly at Karcher.
It was a glance that seemed to bestow infinite power on Karcher.
Bang!
His muscles swelled to a level that Jing Qian had never seen before. Kaczynski swung at his father in the classic starting move of a martial arts monk, the swallow plunge. "Father, you have been unwilling to recognize me and despise me, and I can prove it to you slowly. But today, for the sake of Miss Song, I can only be offended.
Come here if you dare, you impotent, sinful son."
Karcher's dad also set up another of the martial arts monk's starting moves, the wild horse parting his mane.
With the last candle in the room extinguished. Bang bang. The onyx floor was trampled. 2 giant piles of muscles collided together in an instant. An explosive wave of wind shattered the walls of the entire ballroom.
Karcher's mom, who led Zheng Qian's group away, was the last to leave the banquet hall. She took a calm, final look around the room, at the father and son, who were hugging and wrestling for strength, and at Miss Song, who was sitting paralyzed. A touch of helplessness crossed the eyes that were as quiet as still water. Alas, the house is being refurbished again. I married here for what seems like the 6th time. The first time was with you and your father-in-law. Really, the Karcher family is good at everything, it's this tradition that's unbearable. A refurbishment is another several $100,000, and on His Majesty's side, I'll have to be scolded again. Something came up today, so I'm releasing all of today's updates early. 119, die, my foolish child. Bang! From the first floor to the roof. Oh ho! Kaczynski gets caught with a punch that sends him flying through the house and into the air. Oh my foolish son, is this the extent of your awareness? In the slinking moonlight, a large, muscular phantom leapt above Kaczynski in the form of a rock on the wing. Oh father, I am not so easily defeated. Kaczynski's eyes glistened. By virtue of his well-developed muscles he twisted his stance in mid-air, his back facing downward and upward, and threw a magnificent rain of hundreds of punches at his father above him. Machine gun fire. However, Karcher's father didn't dodge, but actually took every iron fist with his rock-hard muscles. Trying to make up for a lack of strength by connecting punches? That's childish, that's not how you use your muscles. With that said, Karcher's dad tied and shook. Whom? Oil wells heavy. Bang! Karcher's dad's massive bulk twisted to its limit, and as if he could dig out oil, he landed an underhook right in Karcher's midsection. Kaczynski was struck open-mouthed on the spot and spat out the entire roasted whole lamb shank he had eaten at the party 5 minutes earlier, spraying it all over the place. The whole person was even whacked in a U-shape and fell down violently. The extremely fast speed made his back in the air rub fire, smashing hard like a comet in the southwest corner of the mansion. Boom! Nearly a quarter of the mansion was smashed to pieces. The debris rushed up dozens of meters. Whom? Bang! Karcher's dad crashed down like a cannonball, stomping hard on Kaczynski's chest in the center of the rubble. The entire large pit was instantly deepened by nearly 10 meters by the stomp. He chokes Kaczynski and lifts him off the ground by his feet. The other hand unleashed a wild flurry of blows to his head. Ola 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 ola. It's like the Platinum Star beating up the Emerald Pharaoh in a frenzy. Kaczynski takes a whack to the head. Blood spurted out of his eyes as his forehead was broken. Kaczynski's eyes widened and he actually reached down and choked his father's chest, twisting it 180 degrees. Oh ha! Karcher, his dad, instantly let out a horrible scream. Whelp! Zheng Qian, who was watching this scene on the lawn, couldn't help but draw a breath of cool air and subconsciously covered his chest. Father, I'll show you the Grasbeck's dragon claw hand that has been passed down from generation to generation in my Karcher family. Karcher said and pulled hard, actually pulling his dad out a full 15 centimeters, twisting like a twist. You fart! When has this ever been passed down in our family? Grimacing in pain, Karcher's dad lifted his leg into a left square stomp, quickly. Kaczynski got careless, didn't blink, and was stomped into the pit wall. The large crater suddenly extended a long collapse to the side. From the top down, this shape just doesn't hold up. Karcher's father, beaten out of his mind, took an arrow step and his body went straight at Karcher like a bulldozer. A left front stomp and a right whip kick. A left hook, a right hook. Kaczynski's entire body is shaking from side to side like a sandbag from the beating. With a strength of 6,000, each punch of Karcher's father possesses a power comparable to that of a ship's cannon. The lawn surged like water from the impact. The soil simply couldn't withstand such a huge force, and it continuously shattered and fell apart. The loud roar was clearly audible even from 3 blocks away. With a strength attribute of this intensity, even Zheng Qian, if he did not have immunity to physical attacks and suffered a long continuous beating, I'm afraid that he would feel pain. The roar of the beating grew louder. But Karcher's screams grew softer and softer. Until the last punch is thrown. Karcher was completely silent. Pull out the bloodied fist. Embedded in the soil, Karcher was covered in blood and mud mixed with blood. The dimpled features were hammered until they were flattened. Even that classic 8-pointed beard was hammered askew. In the end, your awareness is as bad as your muscles. Shaking the blood from his fist, without looking back, Karcher's dad turned and prepared to leave. With this amount of muscle you have, you're not worthy of such a fine girl, and my Karcher family won't allow a loser like you to plague other people's big girls.
Go back and practice for another 10 years. In the pit, Karcher was unresponsive. Hang your head. Blood slipped from the corner of his mouth. As if dead and motionless. Karcher. Seeing this, Song Ying, not caring about the mud and filth, rushed down into the alcove and cupped Katsuski's blood-covered cheek. Karcher, how are you? Karcher. Song Ying is the daughter of the Director General of the State Tax Administration. Raised with respect. The biggest risk I've ever seen in my life was the cave where I was taken by kobolds a few years ago. Where had she ever seen adventurers fight? And where was the thought that a fight between father and son could be violent to such an extent? This kind of battle that was taken for granted for adventurers was unthinkable in Song Ying's eyes. The handkerchief just wiped and got dirty as a rag. She desperately cupped Karcher's face and wiped the blood from his face despite the mud. But no matter how much he rubbed, he couldn't stop new blood from pouring out of the wound. Mr. Karcher. Mr. Karcher. Song Ying sobbed in fear. For adventurers, as long as they didn't die, then no serious injury was worth mentioning. But Song Ying was just a noble girl, where had she seen such a stance? Tears were spilling down his face. Song Ying took hold of Karcher despite the blood and mud. We won't fight anymore, Mr. Karcher. We won't fight, even if I can't marry you. I don't want you to get hurt for me. The young girl's cry seemed to stimulate a certain nerve. The dead-like Karcher's fingers moved slightly. The subtle movement didn't escape the attention of Karcher's dad. Karcher's dad turned back. Just see the pit. Katsuski lowered his head and actually braced himself on his trembling limbs and slowly stood up. Oh? Karcher, his father's gaze narrowed slightly, still have the strength to stand? Mr. Karcher? Song Ying wanted to say something else. Karcher's broad palms then gently pushed her back. Father, you have taught me since I was a child that as long as something is right, I should stick to it, and as long as something is wrong, I should never compromise. It was like choking with a big gasp. Katsuski's gaze held no intention of backing down. This is the teaching you have passed on to me, a belief that I am determined to pass on from generation to generation. Father, I will never compromise. Missed Song Ying, I will marry. Bang! Ignite the last AP. Karcher unleashed the few last vestiges of battle spirit within him. The entire manor was illuminated by his battle intent. Well. Karcher's dad grunted at the sight. Rocky fists clenched. The determination to kill emerged on this stout man's face. An offspring as weak as you is not worthy of being my son. But since you have such a backbone, as a father, I'll grant you a quick death. The words fell and the pace was out. Critical breakthrough. Karcher, his dad, took an arrow step and his massive bulk went straight out like a nuclear bomb being launched. A jab from full power lands a killing blow like no other. Die, my foolish son. It was a punch with a power attribute of 7,500. If he gets hit, Katsuski will surely die. Karcher, his dad, is serious. Father. This moment, facing the iron fist of his father's certain death. Karcher didn't choose to back off. He roared, and with all his strength, struck a blow full of conviction at his own father. Bang! Fists and muscles collided, exploding into bomb-like waves of air. The nearby bamboo forests all toppled over in this wind and wave. At this second, everyone looked dumbfounded. With the power of this punch from Karcher's dad, anyone would have thought that the next moment would inevitably show Karcherowski's head being shattered. However, it didn't happen. In the moonlight, the lanky and unusual body flew out. Zheng Qian, who was watching this scene, closed his eyes and laughed lightly. Sure enough, I knew it. That's right, Karcher wasn't killed. Quite the opposite. He threw a punch and hit his father in the face. Karcher, who was already prepared to be beaten to death, also froze in place. He watched as the father, who was nearly 3 meters tall, was sent flying backwards by his own punch. Under the thick beard, the blood-seeping corners of his mouth still held a smirk of contentment. My stupid son, it looks like you've really grown up. 1-2-0, absolute wraith defense. Boom. The ground shook several times as Karcher's dad hit the ground hard. Father. After a brief moment of disorientation, Katsuski stumbled toward his father despite his injuries. Because of the excessive deadweight, the body was slightly in the mud when it fell. Ahem. Karcher's dad coughed so heavily that he actually spat out 2 bloody teeth. Father, how are you? Father. Katsuski skidded to his knees beside his father and inquired nervously.
My father's face heaved high in the air, but the earlier sharpness in his gaze was gone. Facing his son's nervous inquiry, Karcher's father laughed bitterly. Ahem, it seems that I'm really old and can't even defeat your incompetent son.
Father, there is no such thing, the last punch if not you. Oh my foolish son, this is the time to just shut up. Karcher's dad interrupted. Sideways head. For the first time, the gaze that had been contemptuous and scornful became so soft. It was as if it was a loving father taking one last look at his son before saying goodbye. Kaksuski froze. It was a long time before he realized what his father was trying to do. Father, are you trying to test my will? Karcher's dad shook his head with a bitter smile. That's only part of it. And what do you mean? Before long, you'll understand. With that, Karcher's dad strained to get up from the ground and spat out the bloodied spittle. He heavily patted Kaksuski's shoulder twice. You have won. From now on, you are the head of the Kaksuski family, and all affairs within the family will be placed under your control. Marriage is too trivial to refer to us. With that said, Karcher's dad ignored his son and turned to leave. Father, wait, what exactly is your intention? Karcher's father, however, didn't look back. As the head of the Karcher family, don't disgrace the Karcher family. Kaksuski froze in place. After a long time, he clenched his fists and chased after him. Father, wait, I still. Bang! He had just chased after his father. Without looking back, his father jerked his head to the side and threw a swinging punch that caught Kaksuski square in the face. Kaczynski was knocked backwards on the spot and landed hard on his back. Lift your head. He realized that his father had turned back to him at some point and was looking down on him. You're about to face the greatest test you've ever faced. All elders can do is push you behind the scenes when the going gets tough. Before that, I disciplined you with strict tutelage for your betterment. From now on, the rough and tumble of the future must be walked by you and your friends supporting each other together. Speaking of which. Karcher's dad smiled, turned back, and headed for the front gate of the estate. As he passed by Zhang Qian and his party who were watching from the sidelines, Karcher's mom also understood and followed him, ready to leave together. A moment of staggering. Karcher's father and Zhang Qian's gazes met briefly. If you're serious, you can defeat Kaksuski with one punch, right? Turning his back to Karcher's father, Zhang Qian suddenly opened his mouth. On the side, Zhang Serpi's gaze was also incomparably sharp, and together with Zhang Qian, they gazed at Kaksuski, who was hugging Song Ying. Like Zhang Qian, Zhang Serpi also saw this. Karcher is only LV37, while Karcher's dad is LV44. The difference of 7 levels, and the massive amount of practical combat experience of Karcher's father, allowed him to be far superior to Kachowski in terms of both the number of skills, skill proficiency, and practical combat skills and experience. If Karcher's dad really wanted to crush his son, all it took was one hit. Seen through? Karcher's father stopped and laughed bitterly. Zhang Qian didn't turn around, sticking his hands in his pockets and tilting his head. He said, I'm not blind. Karcher's father returned half ahead, glanced at Zhang Qian's back, and lamented, You are really excellent, but I am not blind. In front of the gym in the daytime, if you are willing to, you can crush the old man's palm bone, right? Who exactly are you? Your true strength, I'm afraid you've, no, I don't need to babble on about anything more. The corner of Zhang Qian's mouth hooked up slightly. Worthy of being a veteran, what words could be said and what words could not be said were instantly judged. You didn't test Karcher because of the marriage issue, did you? What was it for? Zhang Qian asked. Karcher's dad asked rhetorically, don't you realize? 6 weeks from now. In 6 weeks? Zhang Qian reacted after a 2-second interval and his face changed dramatically. You mean? Seeing that Zhang Qian understood, Karcher's father smiled. That's right, in a few days at the adventure retreat meeting, Zhao Aotian will personally say it, right? Some time ago, the gang from Eagle Valley suddenly kidnapped the princess. The real purpose was also to give Chuandong a snowball's chance, but unfortunately they couldn't steal the chicken but also lost the rice. The target was clear, it was the Chuandong King City. Now the entire Chuandong Adventurers Guild, the established army, the garrison, the Lord's private army, and the militia were all preparing food and provisions, and the various local governments were also sending their resources to the King City. This was a disaster on the level of extinction, but Situzu had no intention of giving up, and he had privately given a death order. Humanity had lost too many times, and this time, it had to prove to the world that humanity could win, that Chuandong could win. Investing all of the nation's intellect, manpower, financial resources and force, we must hold Chuandong at all costs. This, then, is the absolute Wraith defense battle.
Speaking of this, there was a slight gloom in his father's expression. It's just a shame that I can't go to war.
Zhang Qian was puzzled. Why?
Karcher, his father, sighed. Even though he gave this death order, Situzu was actually ready to die with him. If the worst does happen, Kawahigashi must keep the fire. The evacuation of women and children, as well as the old and infirm, will begin next week throughout the country. I am the chief instructor of the martial arts monks of Chuandong, and I must follow them in their retreat. If Chuandong perishes, then these women and children, the old and the sick, must find shelter and build a new country. Retreating with them, including myself, there were 16 chief instructors, and we were the last fire in Kawarthas. At that, Karcher's father's fists clenched, even clenching with a rubbery crunch.
Whether or not Kawatomi will die, the Karcher couple will survive. But there wasn't a hint of joy on either man's face.
Quite the contrary, his father's brow was furrowed with resentment. If you love Karcher so much, why don't you give Karcher the retreat spot?
This kind of unintelligible words, Zhang Qian would not ask.
For the strong, living is sometimes a tougher choice than dying. Karcher's dad was the Kawartha's chief instructor.
His value isn't LV-44 combat power.
His value is that he can tap and nurture more talent for Kawahigashi.
For the whole war, the gain from swapping an LV-37 for a LV-44 is rather insignificant.
Karcher, his dad, was a good fighter. Why wouldn't he want to go to war and live and die with Chuandong?
Why would you want your son to go to war?
But precisely because he has the ability to be a spark for Kawarthas, he must retreat with the women and children and choose to live. And today, the battle with Karcher was to test Karcher. Is he mature enough to face the biggest war ever? His realization, I've come to appreciate, and with you wonderful friends by his side, I'm sure he'll be able to face it.
Because we didn't step in to help him?
He said he can fix it, so leave it to him to fix it. Is there a stronger trust in this world than that? If you don't even have this kind of trust, how can you feel comfortable handing over your back to your own brothers on the battlefield? Friends, the most valuable asset in this world is a belief that has been passed down through generations of your Karcher family. Karcher has a great group of friends, and I'm sure together you can face any difficulty. With that, Karcher's dad waved his hand and set off on his way out with his wife.
Zhang Qian and Zhang Serpi stood still, their gazes not moving away from the teenage Kaksuski for half a second. 6 weeks, a month and a half. Zhang Qian certainly knew what this meant. Absolute Wraith Defense Warfare.
A massive amount of Dungeon Tier 1 and 2 magical beasts, and even a portion of Tier 4 magical beasts, would attack Chuandong.
Zhang Qian certainly knew that.
Because the first person to come to this conclusion in the first place was Zhang Qian. If Chuandong couldn't hold on, the magical beasts that had taken the entire country of Chuandong and gotten the resources and human flesh of Chuandong would multiply like crazy. By then, the number and quality of magical beasts would further surge, which would in turn ripple throughout the world. Zhang Qian, who had killed his way out of the dungeon, could easily foresee this. So, whether or not Chuandong can be defended is not really a matter for one country, Chuandong, but for all mankind.
Unfortunately, stupid humans can't see through that.
The neighboring countries are not concerned and none of them are willing to support it. The most outrageous of all was the Eagle Valley, which even tried to weaken Chuandong's national strength so that it couldn't hold on to this onslaught of magical beasts, and then reap the benefits and seize Chuandong's country.
It is evident how stupid this so-called hegemonic power is. A month and a half?
Zhang Qian looked at his hands.
It's a little tight. Admittedly, Zhang Qian's strength was very powerful, but AP ultimately had a limit. If, in order to defend my country, I consume a large amount of AP, and at that moment that Venus, or any other demon god, attacks me, what am I supposed to do about it? After meeting with Venus, Zhang Qian knew that this was a possibility that could not be ignored. When it happens, it will most likely mean your own defeat. Gotta level up soon, huh?
If he could complete 5 evolutions and unlock the concept skill set, perhaps, he wouldn't have to worry about that.
And at the same time, in another realm that doesn't belong to the human realm, an unsettling purple haze spread throughout the realm. In one corner of this empty world, there was an ornately decorated palace.
Inside the palace, oozing with hot springs saturated with magical elements, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman with a slender figure was bathing in them.
The woman's face was streaked with an indefinable melancholy.
If anyone was here, they probably wouldn't marvel at her body, which was as perfect as a work of art.
Rather, it will be strange.
Why does such a beautiful woman desperately rub her armpits when bathing?
Hey Venus, I'd say you're going a little overboard. You've been hiding at home and taking baths since you got back to the demon god realm. What's wrong with your head? A gruff male voice broke into the bathroom. The woman heard the man's voice, but she was not the least bit ashamed of it, nor did she do anything to cover it up. Instead, he turned back frankly. Behind the hazy vapor, a well-built man grew clearer with each step. Venus' beautiful eyes stared slightly. Aries? What can I do for you? Said that he was very dissatisfied with your performance the last time you descended to the earth, and that from now on, you are deprived of your right to descend to the earth. I-211, Venus's obsession. Venus had been depressed since she returned from the last human world. The man's voice lingered in his head. Venus couldn't figure it out. Where the hell did I stink? Who says that a European or Westerner has to have a heavy body odor? Is it my fault I look like this? Besides, I'm in shape, okay? It was decided at birth according to the prototype, I have no choice of big brother. When the world was first created, why did they add a law that incarnated humans could only be stereotyped once? What the hell was going on in his head? Since returning from the human realm, Venus had been bathing in the hot springs at least 23 hours a day, 24 hours a day. The skin was rubbed off in several layers and the armpit hairs were bald. I don't know if it's a hallucination or not. Venus had never paid attention to body odor until she met the human. But ever since that human said those words, everything has changed. Wherever you go, Venus could always smell what seemed like a strange odor under her armpits. No, it's not really a smell. It's just an illusion. Venus, of course, knew it was an illusion. But Tama just couldn't ignore this flavor that only existed in a hallucination. This flavor is still getting worse lately. Said that he was very dissatisfied with your performance the last time you descended to the earth, and that from now on, you are deprived of your right to descend to the earth. Got it, get lost. With that said, Venus jumped back into the hot springs and snapped, quickly Aries all but froze in place. Only after a long time did he come back to his senses. Hey, wait, a few days do not see you, how so? You give me out. In one swift move, Aries rushed to the side of the bathroom and yanked Venus out of the water by her hair. Stinky, it is because of you. I heard that you found the holder of the truth, but the result is still no success. Cautious by nature, now he thinks how much the holder of the truth is, and called all the magic gods back. It's so hard to have a chance to descend to the earth, it's all ruined by you, and you still have this attitude now. Do you want to die? Aries had this bronze-skinned young man look with short hair down at the roots. Clothed in the signature flat leather pants of a Greek gladiator with a red loincloth, his bare upper body was crossed and tied with two belts, accentuating his refined to the bone muscles to the point of lumpiness. In the past, Venus kinda ate him up for this one. It's the typical hot-blooded male style. But ever since she met the human named Zhang Serpi, Venus has been looking at a type like Aries with more and more displeasure. All I can think about is muscle and fighting. I'm naked and you're carrying me in your hand, and you don't even have any evil thoughts. This attitude of Aries stirred up some bad memories for Venus. Hey, let go or I'll give you some color. Aries froze and sneered, with you? With the combat power of a mere god of beauty, you want to fight me, the god of war, huh? Aries was mid-sentence when a sharp pain jolted through his crotch. Only Venus's right leg unraveled its human form, turning into a 3-meter-long stout horseshoe and exercising 10% of her divine power. With a strength attribute of 280,000, additional physical attacks sixfold most strengthened, a round of teasing the E-leg full blasted at Aries' crotch. Duong. In the distance, the divine clock struck a full blast. Aries felt as if his eggs were going to fly out of his throat. The god of war was kicked and rolled on the ground like a shrimp. Venus stroked her hair and said faintly, see? It's yellow. Yellow Nema. Ah. I cracked You sneak attack, you don't speak martial arts. Venus ignored him. Dimension bridge. Opening the portal, Venus was about to leave. Aries saw this and covered his crotch and reached out. Hey, where do you think you're going? Down to earth. Has said that you are not allowed to descend to the earth. Do you want to disobey S order? Orders? What the hell is it to me? If that man can't handle it, I'd rather die. With that, Venus leapt into the portal without a care in the world, leaving Aries wailing by the hot springs. Zhang Serpi. You ignorant human. This time I'm going to make you succumb to the charms of my beauty god and get down on your knees and FK your toes for me. Meow, 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 I have two tails meow meow. A jaunty little hop. The cat held a sack of goat's milk lollipops north and south with happiness written all over his face.
It's been 2 days since I came back from Karcher's house. The cat north and south received 500 gold coins from Karcher as promised, and today I went up to the wholesale market to make purchases and bought 1,000 goat milk lollipops. The human world is just fantastic, and goat's milk is simply the greatest invention in the world. Thanks to the sheep, and even more thanks to the humans who have tamed them. Since coming to the human realm with the dog thing, the cat has grown more and more fond of humans as creatures north and south. In a dungeon, you want resources, you have to go for the kill. And the fact that you kill someone else means that you run the risk of being killed back yourself. Cat north and south did have the ability to dominate the second tier at the time, with the exception of Medusa's head. But any magical beast that is born is a LV0 young magical beast with a pap of 5. From dragons to magic moles. The stronger the beast, the more kills it meant to experience. The cat north and south can be said to have experienced this kind of heart-stopping day countless times more deeply than Zhang Qian. Being the strongest comes at a price. And even after becoming the strongest outside of Medusa's head, it's not a high point. You also have to guard against other magical beasts sneaking up on you. There wasn't a day that went by that cat north and south weren't scared, at least in all the years before they met the dog thing. Oh no, there were a couple of days 20 or 30 years ago to be exact when it was quite fun. But not in the human world. It only takes something that costs a bit of nominal money to get someone to willingly give something to themselves. It's a lot more comfortable than living in a dungeon, and you don't have to be scared or threatened at all. As long as you don't mess with people, odds are they won't mess with you. Is there any other adjective to describe this life than happiness? Like this sack of 1,000 goat milk lollipops. Dungeons you get by killing, can you get them? And the bottom line is that dogs are exceptionally good at making money. Oh yeah, I think its name is Ernest, of course it's going to earn money, I'm so stupid, meow. So the longer he spends in the human world, the more the cats north and south come to love the society dominated by the weaker creatures. Meow. Suddenly, the cat north and south saw a thin figure standing not far from the street. Take a closer look. Only to see that person was none other than the least present and weakest girl in the team, the Xin Jingbing. Xin Jingbing was standing on the side of the road, pinching a complicated pattern envelope in her hand as if she was in a difficult situation. Hey, little apprentice. The cat jumped to her in a single bound north and south, tapping her on the shoulder in greeting. Whoa! Master Cat north and south? Xin Jingbing was so shocked that she almost fell on her butt. Goat candy, wanna meow? The mouth was asking, but the cat north and south pressed and didn't even wait for Xin Jingbing to answer, so he fished one out of the sack, unwrapped the package and disliked it into her mouth. Xin Jingbing held the sugar and said with some shyness and blushing, good, delicious. What are you doing here? Cat north and south asked curiously, with 3 candies in her mouth. Xin Jingbing lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly and handed over the envelope. This was given to me privately by Karcher's mother the day before yesterday. Cat Nan fixed his eyes on the envelope and it was clearly written in hot gold, Chuandong Wang Chun Elite Training Institute apprenticeship ticket. Looking up, Cat Nan realized that this was the King City Elite Training Academy. The large school gate made of white jade was 6 or 7 meters high, and 4 centurions stood on either side to guard the gate. Inside, you can still see the teenage girls and boys who were in the middle of their intensive training on the first martial arts field. The cat muttered up north and south. I do remember that old thing Ginger, I think he's the principal of this academy, right meow? Karcher's mom said that my rank was too far off from the team as a whole, and that I'd be dragging my feet if I kept it up. The elite academy might be able to teach me something, so she said that I should come and check it out first, and that she could get through the door to get me in without an exam if I needed it. Speaking here, Xin Jingbing lowered her blushing face. I was wondering if it would be too much trouble for anyone else? After all, what's the point of thinking so much meow? Come, master take you and meow. Compared to Xin Jingbing's eastward thinking. Cats north and south are much more straightforward. Pulling the shy little girl up, he barged toward the school gates. Xin Jingbing instantly panicked. Wait, master. This trainee voucher can only be used by me alone, you can't get in. The cat laughed out cheerfully north and south, unconcerned. It's fine meow, if that old vegetable skin of Ginger dares not let me in, I'll skin him meow. 122, Jing Qian and Venus. Stand still. Who's coming? 4 war knives crossed in front of them. Cat Nanbei and Xin Jingbing were stopped at the school entrance without any surprise. The 4 establishment soldiers had a torch-like gaze, glancing at the bronze and silver waist plates on the 2 men's waists, with a trifle more wariness in their eyes. Ordinary adventurers posing as trainees, this kind of thing wasn't unheard of in the King's Essence Academy, and there had even been a big mess.
That, I have trainee tickets. Shen Jingbing panicked and handed over the envelope.
The centurion at the head took the envelope and briefly opened it and glanced at it before putting away his sword. So it's a newcomer introduced by Mrs. Karcher. Welcome, go in.
Thanks.
Only then did Shen Jingbing let out a sigh of relief and walked into the school gates. Seeing this, the cat, north and south, hummed a little tune and prepared to follow suit. Who knew that only after taking a step, the four swords were raised once again. Only one person can enter with a trainee ticket. You are not allowed to enter without a trainee ticket. A trifle of huffiness rose to the cat's north and south faces. Get out of the way, meow, I know Ginger, meow.
The centurion snorted coldly. Who doesn't know Mr. Ginger in this king city? I saved his life, meow.
Nonsense, you dare to slander the Grand Master of the Tang Kingdom. Now back off or we will not be polite. The four centurions were obstinate, and the angry cat stomped its feet north and south. Meow.
I'm so angry with this, meow.
Master, calm down.
Shen Jingbing wanted to block it when she saw it, but where was the time?
The cat swung out with a north-south grab, and the battle sword that stopped in front of him was turned into pieces of iron on the spot. When the centurions saw this, they immediately exclaimed, someone has forced their way into the academy. The sentries resting in the nearby sentry booths heard about it, and hurriedly copied their weapons and swarmed up. In the blink of an eye, the entrance to the school was surrounded by nearly 100 soldiers. Where had Shen Jingbing ever seen such a stance?
How did a half-minute of back and forth get into this?
Meow, the cat's hair blew up in anger north and south, her 5 fingers spread apart in a cat's paw shape.
The situation was about to get out of hand. Yet just then. Stop. A strong voice drank in the farce. Sniffing and looking.
A hale and hearty old man was walking towards the gate with a column of staffs and a brisk pace.
None other than Ginger.
More than 10 days had passed since the last time the magical beasts rushed the city. Although he died 9 times that time, Ginger wasn't particularly concerned about it. He was more concerned with the fact that he had finally found himself in the person of Lord Chargemaster. In these 10 days or so, Ginger couldn't sleep at night, didn't know what to eat, and all he could think about was the valor of Lord Chargemaster's battle. That one-man stance is generally the same as it was in the dungeon days. There's no mistaking it, even in human form, the smell of Chargemaster Sama's body is something I definitely won't misremember. This is exactly what I want to serve, the most powerful force on earth. But why, Lord Chargemaster ignored me? Nor has he sought me out privately in all this time. I've heard that you're very short of money, Lord Chargebearer. I have several million gold coins on my side. As long as you come over, I'll give you all of them. Why is Chargemaster Sama's gaze all on his teammates in Xiao Zhao and not me? Why is that? Obviously I was here first. Over the past 10 days, Ginger had organized her thoughts into a 30,000-word-long letter of recounting her feelings. Early this morning, was preparing to personally go to the Adventurers Guild to give it to Zhang Qian. I didn't expect to see a scene of guards rioting at the entrance just as I arrived at the school gates.
What is it again? How come every time I want to find Lord Chargemaster, something unexpected happens? Will you hurry up and let me go to Lord Charge? Stop!
Ginger bellowed, and only then did the sentries drop their weapons and back away to the sides.
What happened? Ginger asked a soldier close by.
The soldier stood at attention and replied, Mr. Jingle, this pink-haired is trespassing on the king's fine courtyard.
Trespassing on my king's fine courtyard? Who's so bold? Ginger frowned and let her eyes go.
The moment he saw the visitor, Ginger's nearly collapsed in fear.
Cat north and south? The cat, north and south, also saw Ginger at this time and exclaimed loudly, wow. Old vegetable skin, long time no see, meow, quickly let me in, meow. How dare you speak out against Mr. Jingle? A nearby centurion shouted a rebuke. Ginger farted 3 times in a row in fear. You're the bold one. You don't want to live, do you? This can kill you all with one slap. Stand down, she's my friend.
Ginger hurriedly drank back the centurion and came forward with a smile. Long time no see, Miss Cat north and south. What kind of wind is blowing to bring you here?
The cat, holding a lollipop north and south, toed in. I have a young apprentice coming in to apprentice, old dish. Mr. Ginger wonder if he's free?
The spirituality of the cat north and south isn't so stupid that it can't even tell the difference in wording. Knowing that she couldn't cause trouble for Zhang Qian, she had just been rebuked by the soldier and realized that she couldn't call Jean Guo's old vegetable skin, so she changed her words in a hurry.
Ginger was doubly honored to hear it. Cat North and South is Lord Charge's woman. If I can entertain, Lord Charge may come to me once he's happy? Thinking of this, Ginger enthusiastically stepped aside and led the way. Miss Cat North and South, come in quickly. Just like that, Cat Nanbei and Shen Jingbing smoothly stepped into the avenue to enter the King's Essence Academy. But Ginger could never have imagined that the arrival of these two sisters had led to a great disaster for the King's Essence Academy. Meanwhile, 2 streets outside the Adventurers Guild Gate, in the old King's Herbal Tea Pavilion. Zhang Xian, who was drinking herbal tea, was hanging a dead fish eye, and the corner of his eye was constantly twitching. The eyes were dead set on the blonde woman in front of her. The woman scratched her head, but she completely ignored Zhang Xian's face of Asima. Hey, why are you here? Is that any of your business? You have a good attitude, do you step on the horse looking for a fight? It's a free day. Zhang Serpi has gone to peek at the women's restroom, Karcher is busy accepting the affairs of the clan, the Cat North and South go to buy candies, and Shen Jingbing goes to the King's Essence Academy to apprentice. Zhang Qian early in the morning to the War King Roosevelt's head handed over, the guild said that the verification needs time, the reward will be the latest night and the day after tomorrow, the reward conference together with the issue. A person cannot go out on a mission, Zhang Qian lies down in the guild not far from a tea pavilion to take a nap. Because of the pandemonium in the guild, Zhang Qian didn't like to sit at the guild table when he was alone. It was supposed to be a clean day. Unexpectedly, at this time, an Oyo woman in a tight sequined evening dress suddenly sat down talking to herself. Yes, that outfit is kind of like Beyoncé St. Louis skin, it's super sexy and my brother almost threw up looking at it. The surrounding passers-by also gave a series of sideways glances. The moment Zhang Qian saw what the woman looked like, he almost didn't fall on his butt. The demon god, Venus. Why is your appearance of a mini-boss as random as a roadie? Just as she sat down, Venus said casually, Boss, have a cup of tea and put it on his tab. Sabo. You're really not polite at all? Venus took the hot tea blankly and said blankly, You're welcome? I am the god of beauty, the formulator of beauty, the patron saint of all that is unoccupied in the world, the being who brings beauty to the world. Without me, the concept of beauty wouldn't even exist in this world. I've worked hard to bring a beautiful woman into existence like this, now what's wrong with drinking a cup of tea from you? Ah. What's wrong? Besides. Venus unashamedly lifted the bust of her sleeveless gown and said, Do I look like I'm carrying money in this outfit? The elderly boss next to him, because he was standing and saw this scene from his height, sprayed out 2 liters of nosebleed on the spot and fainted to death. None of my business, we're enemies, why would I invite you for tea? As soon as Zhang Qian said this, a vein bulged on Venus' white jade-like forehead. She put down the tea and said with a gloomy face, Hey, you're straight, right? Are you blind that I'm so pretty? I have a girlfriend, thanks. Venus drew in a breath of cold air and stared at Zhang Qian as if she had seen something horrible and asked rhetorically, Can you find a girlfriend even like this? Hey, do you want to die? If you want to die, just say so. So you won't have your foot in both boats? I've stepped into 2 boats, thanks. Wouldn't those 3 boats work? This boat of yours I think is a little green, thank you. Venus. Venus waved her hand impatiently, Cut the crap, where's Zhang Serpi? Zhang Qian spread his hands and said, Doesn't the demon god have the ability to find it himself? Venus frowned, It's the shielded perception magic you attach to him, isn't it? Zhang Qian froze, You saw through it? As a matter of fact, after that night, Zhang Qian had secretly attached a perception shielding magic to Zhang Serpi, which was also considered a kind of protection. Lately, though, he's been using this trait to spy on women's restrooms more and more like a fish out of water. Zhang Qian was considering whether or not to undo this magic. I don't bull you. Venus slammed the table and drank, I'm not here to fight this day, hand over Zhang Serpi, I'll return it to you once I've banged him and will definitely not come to bother you in the future. Bastard. Zhang Qian.